Chapter 1 starts with angrily kicking the materialistic girlfriend and activating the God level system. Jiang Chen. Are you going to buy it or not? What are you hesitating about? Are you still a man? Screams tore through the warm spring afternoon. At the school gate, Hu Weiwei stood with her hands on her hips and glared, her makeup distorted. The fire in his eyes seemed to burn through Jiang Chen. The students passing by looked sideways, pointed, and whispered. Waste. You're still in love when you don't have money. I can't even get my girlfriend to like me. You deserve to be scolded. Jiang Chen's face flushed red, his hands and feet were at a loss, and his throat was dry. Weiwei, that skirt costs 3,000 yuan. I only make 1,500 yuan a month. Next month I will definitely. The voice is humble to dust. Next month? Hu Weiwei sneered, her voice sharp and piercing. It's only 3,000 yuan. Jiang Chen, is it so difficult for me to buy you a skirt? Can't you just eat steamed buns and pickles every day? Isn't it natural for you to save money to buy me a skirt? You are not even willing to make this little sacrifice. I think you don't care about me at all. What kind of man are you? Her voice suddenly rose, attracting more people to watch, and the voices pointing and criticizing at Jiang Chen became louder. No. Jiang Chen wanted to explain. That's enough. Hu Weiwei interrupted suddenly. Don't give me that. You just can't bear to spend money on me. Pauper. Loser. I'm always so nice to you, and what's the result? She stretched out her hand with bright red nail polish, pointed at her carefully groomed hair and brand name bags, and said in a trembling voice, I put on makeup, do my hair and buy clothes, which one doesn't cost money? Isn't it all for the purpose of looking pretty in front of you and giving you face? Now I just asked you to buy a $3,000 dress, and you're crying poor to me? I must have been blind to fall for a useless thing like you. Her crying made the discussions of the crowd even more unbearable. What a piece of shit. You won't even give me 3,000 yuan. That's right, he even made me cry. Is it worth keeping a man like this for the new year? Jiang Chen stammered and opened his mouth, wanting to explain. But I couldn't utter a word. Boom. Suddenly, a sharp pain attacked his brain. Countless images poured in like carvings by a knife. In the dark office, the skinny man is typing away on the keyboard. Cold rental house, stale instant noodles, numb eyes. Woman screams, divorce agreement shrugged, coward. In the end, he died suddenly, like a stray dog that no one cared about. Cold sweat instantly soaked my back. That's my future? No. It was the last life. I am reborn? Memory floodgates open. Jiang Chen's eyes went dark, his body shook violently, but his consciousness was clearer than ever. Rage. Cold murderous intent. Gushing out from the depths of the soul. He remembered. In his previous life, it was this woman who squeezed everything out of him. Let him bear huge debts, live like a beast, and finally die miserably. What a joke. God let him start over just to let him be a bootlicker again? No. Jiang Chen raised his head suddenly, his eyes sweeping around like lightning. Familiar yet strange. Here it is. He chose to compromise and slid into the starting point of the abyss. He took a deep breath and pierced his palm with his nails. The severe pain made him sure that this was not a dream. He is back. Back to the crossroads of destiny. The confusion in his eyes faded away, leaving only cold determination. Jiang Chen, if you don't buy it today, we're completely finished. Hu Weiwei was still escalating the situation, thinking that she had him in her control, and she became more and more aggressive. I'll count to 3. If you don't agree, we'll break up. Separat. The 2 words that sent him to hell in his previous life. At that time, he chose to compromise. At this moment, it seems like a joke. The last bit of weakness in Jiang Chen's heart was burned to ashes by the anger of 2 lifetimes. He slowly straightened his spine, straighter than ever before. He raised his eyes and his cold gaze fell on Hu Weiwei's face, which was ugly because of her arrogance. Ridiculous. 1. 2. 3. Good. Jiang Chen opened his mouth, his voice was not loud, but it was like ice breaking, freezing the entire place in an instant. Divide. Divide now. What did you say? Hu Weiwei suspected that she had heard it wrong and screamed in disbelief. The crowd around him also fell silent instantly, looking at Jiang Chen in disbelief. The man who was scolded like a dead dog just now actually dared to break up? Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into an icy arc, and every word was as sharp as a knife. I said, break up. If I look at a piece of trash like you for even a second, it's going to make my eyes dirty. Roll. The last word, bang. Complete silence. Everyone was petrified. Hu Weiwei was completely stunned. How dare that timid and servile licker? She looked at the determination and indifference on Jiang Chen's face that she had never seen before, as well as the chill in his eyes that made her heart palpitate, and finally realized that something was completely different. Jiang Chen. You, are you crazy? Breaking up with me just for a $3,000 dress? Leave me, you are nothing. A poor bastard. A waste. Who would want you? Hu Weiwei screamed in frustration. Poor guy? Waste? Jiang Chen laughed out of anger. He didn't even bother to respond. Turn around and leave. Staying one more second would be a blasphemy to Rebirth. Jiang Chen. Stop right there. There was a hysterical scream behind him, don't regret it. One day you will kneel down and beg me to get back together. When that time comes, I'll see what you can use to beg. Jiang Chen did not even turn his head, his steps were firm. The sun shines down, warmer and brighter than ever before. The huge rock in my heart fell to the ground, and my soul broke free from the shackles, feeling so light that I want to fly. In the previous life, I bowed my head and went to hell. In this life, I hold my head high and defy the heavens. After getting rid of Hu Weiwei, the burden, Jiang Chen became even calmer. He walked to a bench under the shade of a tree by the roadside and sat down, exhaling a long breath to calm his agitated emotions. In 2018, it's still not too late for everything. In this life, he wanted money. Enormous wealth. We must hold our destiny and dignity firmly in our hands. But the reality is very bleak. He is penniless now, what can he do to change his fate? Prophecy? Without capital, all is empty talk. Thinking of the word poor ghost, thinking of the various things in my past life. Reluctance. Resentment. Shame. Like magma boiling in my chest. No. Jiang Chen punched the back of the chair fiercely. There was a flash of madness in his eyes. I, Jiang Chen, will never allow myself to be humiliated again. No way. Will reaches its peak at this moment. Bite. A cold, majestic, emotionless mechanical voice suddenly exploded in his mind. Detected the host's strong will to change his fate. Economic hex system, activated. Chapter 2, 5 million arrived instantly. Life turned around. The thought just came to mind. Buzz. A light blue curtain full of futuristic technology suddenly unfolded before his eyes. Please select an initial hex tech enhancement. On the panel, 3 colorful options are quietly suspended, exuding a fatal temptation that can turn the world around. 1. Devil's Contract, sacrifice 30 years of life, Constitution Charm permanent plus 100. 2. Grave Robber, you will gain tomb robbing skills comparable to that of a warrior, and the value of the treasure you obtain will be x3. 3. Unexpected Fortune, get 5 million immediately. An additional plus 10,000 after each player's action round. Jiang Chen held his breath, his heart beating like a war drum. System. It's actually true. Moreover, it's such a fantastic choice right at the start. His eyes scanned the area quickly, and his brain analyzed the pros and cons at an unprecedented speed. Devil's Contract? Trade your life for attributes? Jiang Chen rejected it instantly. If he were to live his life over again, he would want an infinite amount of excitement. Life is so precious. Only a fool would choose. Tomb Robber? Jiang Chen's mouth twitched slightly. This is a society ruled by law. Besides, aren't you afraid of digging up a 1,000-year-old rice dumpling and exposing yourself to the law? Pass. His eyes finally fell on the third option that shone with brilliant golden light. Unexpected wealth. 5 million starting capital. Jiang Chen only felt his mouth dry and his blood was completely ignited at this moment. 5 million. For him who was still worrying about 3,000 yuan a few minutes ago, this was an astronomical figure that could knock him dizzy. There is also the get an extra 10,000 after each action round. Not sure what an action round is, but it sounds like a never-ending cash machine. Why hesitate? I choose 3. Windfall. In an instant, the first two options dimmed into gray, and only unexpected wealth burst into golden light. The mechanical sounds sounded again. Hextech Enhancement Windfall has been selected. Reward funds are being distributed. Please check carefully. As soon as the words fell, a golden light brighter than before suddenly exploded. In the blink of an eye, the light and the panel disappeared, as if they had never existed. Jiang Chen stood there in a daze, his brain still somewhat confused. Everything that just happened was so dreamy, like a miracle. Buzz buzz buzz. Before he could savor the moment, the old Vivo phone in his trouser pocket suddenly started vibrating wildly. Jiang Chen's heart was pounding, he woke up suddenly, and quickly took out his cell phone. On the screen, a text message notification from China Construction Bank was clearly visible. CCB Dear customer, your account with the last digit 5621 deposited 5 million renminbi at 1435, and the current balance of the account is RMB 500,003.85.ccb. Staring at the text message, Jiang Chen's breathing stopped instantly. After 5. There are 6 zeros. That string of numbers, with its scorching heat, almost blinded his eyes. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, stared at the screen, and counted the numbers one by one. That's right. 7 figures. 5 million. 5 million? Jiang Chen couldn't help but roar, adrenaline rushing into his brain crazily. He hurriedly opened the mobile banking app that had been stuck for a long time, and with his fingers trembling slightly with excitement, he entered the password to log in. The few seconds it takes for the page to be buffered seemed like a century. Finally. In the account balance column, a number popped up that he had never dared to imagine in his dreams before. 5,003.85. The extremely clear numbers on the screen have a cold metallic texture, but they exude a fiery magic that is enough to ignite everything. Absolutely true. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, his brain felt dizzy, and the huge sense of happiness completely overwhelmed him like a tsunami. A few minutes ago, he was still a poor student who was humiliated in public by his girlfriend and was frowning over a mere 3,000 yuan. In the blink of an eye, there was a huge sum of 5 million in his bank account. He raised his hand and pinched himself hard on the face. Hiss. The intense pain felt so real. This is not a dream. 5 million. It's really in my account. At this moment, incomparable ecstasy erupted like a volcano, completely igniting Jiang Chen's entire body. 5 million. He is a millionaire now. No. He is half a step away from becoming a multi-millionaire. He raised his phone, looked at the glaring balance, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise wildly. Jiang Chen took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. After a brief moment of ecstasy, he quickly regained his senses. A key question emerged: system. Is the source of this money okay? The initial startup funds have been transferred to the host's legal account through compliant channels. The source is absolutely safe and reliable. Please feel free to use it. After hearing this reassuring answer, the last bit of worry in Jiang Chen's heart completely disappeared. With 5 million in cash in his hand, his life became completely different from that moment on. So, next. Jiang Chen's eyes sharpened and he began to examine the future. 5 million is capital, but you can never spend it all. Oh right. Pay off those damn online loans first. In order to satisfy Hu Weiwei's insatiable desire, he borrowed money from several platforms, and the interest compounded. The total amount was more than 45,000. These high-interest loans were like maggots on the heel, and were one of the straws that broke the camel's back in his previous life, making him live under the shadow of debt collection after graduation. Now that he has a huge sum of money in his hands, the first thing he does is to cut off these cancers that bind his destiny. Just do it. Jiang Chen took out his mobile phone and opened those loan apps that once frightened him but now seemed ridiculous. Loan of XXXX, repayment due, 12,300. Someone borrowed, should pay back, 25,800. So-and-so, due, 7,450. Looking at these numbers, Jiang Chen's lips curled up in cold sarcasm. I really lived like a dog back then. But now, it's all over. There was a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes, and his fingers moved quickly on the screen. Repay. Confirm. Pay. Repay. Confirm. Pay. Repay. Confirm. Pay. Without any hesitation, like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. As the last debt was reset to 0, the status of several apps turned into the glaring settled and no debt. He let out a long breath and began to dance with his fingertips again. Log out of account. Clear data. Uninstall the app. On the screen, those icons representing humiliation and despair were completely wiped out by him one by one, cleanly and neatly. When the last icon disappeared, Jiang Chen put down his phone, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from him. Goodbye, the shadows of the past. In an instant, the huge rock that was pressing on his heart and even deep in his soul was shattered. I paid off all my online loans in one go. This feeling is so fucking awesome. Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a low roar, and then burst into laughter. His laughter was full of release and rebirth. The comfortable feeling of being debt-free made him feel as if every pore in his body was breathing. In just a dozen minutes, he transformed from a poor student with heavy debts to a hidden rich man with nearly 5 million in cash. The thrill of controlling one's own destiny is almost intoxicating. After the excitement, Jiang Chen gradually calmed down. 5 million is just the beginning. This mysterious system has endless potential. That's right. The tip just now. After 20 player turns, a new round of Hextech enhancement options will appear. Jiang Chen recalled and confirmed. As long as you complete 20 player action rounds, you can choose to strengthen again. If he could be this awesome every time, wouldn't his life be a roller coaster? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen's heart was burning with heat, and an unprecedented light burst out from his eyes. So, what will the first player action turn be? He was ready to go, his heart full of anticipation and desire. As if responding to his will, the cold and majestic mechanical voice sounded again. Bite. Detecting the host's positive change in mentality and desire to improve himself, triggering the player's turn, the Godly Rich's Health Course. Chapter 3, the first lesson for the super rich. Encountering the most beautiful schoolgirl in the gym. The system prompt tone just ended. The familiar light blue light curtain unfolded again before Jiang Chen's eyes. Player turn, the rich man's health lesson. Round requirements: as a future top rich man, a strong body is the basis for enjoying life and conquering the world. Please go to any gym, apply for a membership card, and complete at least one basic training. Round rewards: 1. Full refund of the card application and related fitness experience expenses. 2. Permanent plus 10 for physical attributes. 3. Immediate settlement of the day's deposit interest based on the host's current deposit, estimated income 40,000, daily interest limit 50,000. Round time limit, complete within 8 hours. Jiang Chen was slightly startled. Read the assignment carefully. Go to the gym to get a membership and exercise? The system's first player turn is actually this? Then, the corners of his mouth curled up. He whispered to himself playfully. That's interesting. It suits my taste. This task is really timely. In the previous life, I was busy and worked 996 for a long time. The body has long been hollowed out. He is so young but already has so many problems. In the end, he died suddenly and tragically. The pain is unforgettable. This life starts over again. He was determined to change. It is imperative to exercise. Completely get rid of weak physique. I didn't expect the system to be so considerate. Sleepiness brings a pillow. It seems that the body is the capital. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, and his favorable impression of this system doubled. And this reward? Outrageously rich. Get a full refund for card purchases. It's like free sex. Cool. Permanent constitution plus 10. Real reinforcement. Settle more than 40,000 yuan in interest immediately. Money falling from the sky. Is there anything more exciting than this? Jiang Chen felt his blood boiling. Full of unprecedented enthusiasm. Done. He clenched his fists. There was fighting spirit in his eyes. It's a free benefit, so don't take it. Once the idea is clear, take action immediately. Jiang Chen stood up and identified the direction. He walked out of the school with big strides. He remembered that a large chain gym called Miracle Fitness had just opened not far from the school. I distributed flyers on campus a while ago. The decoration looked quite luxurious and it took about 20 minutes to walk there. The 8-hour time limit is more than enough. The midday sun is scorching. But he was in a very good mood, walking briskly, even jogging. I feel full of strength. 20 minutes later. The majestic glass door of Miracle Fitness appeared before our eyes. Jiang Chen pushed the door open and walked in. A cool breeze mixed with premium fragrance and disinfectant hits you in the face, isolating you from the summer heat. The interior is indeed luxurious. The equipment is brand new and the lighting is bright. High-end style is everywhere. At the front desk, a young woman with heavy makeup, wearing tight work clothes and looking quite pretty, was trimming her nails out of boredom. He didn't even raise his eyelids when Jiang Chen came in. It was not until Jiang Chen came up to her that she lazily raised her head and glanced at him with a barely perceptible contempt in her eyes. Her voice was emotionless and perfunctory. "Welcome to Miracle Fitness. What can I do for you?" This woman's name is Wang Yanling, also known as Sister Ling. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. This kind of snobbery is certainly annoying. But at this moment I'm too lazy to care. If you get bitten by a dog, you can't bite it back, right? He smiled politely and said, "Hello, I would like to apply for a membership card." Wang Yanling was obviously stunned. Then, a scrutinizing gaze looked at Jiang Chen from head to toe. Old t-shirts and jeans. Canvas shoes that cost dozens of dollars. I have no more than $200 on me. As a poor student, can I afford a card here? I'm afraid you're here to use the air conditioning? There was mockery and contempt in Wang Yanling's eyes. A professional smirk appeared on his face. The tone is more perfunctory. "Oh, are you applying for a card? Please wait a moment." Said "wait a moment." But he slowly tidied up the desk. There is no intention to do it at all. Instead, he looked inside and acted awkwardly. "Oh, I'm so sorry. My colleagues who handle the card processing are all busy. How about you come back another day?" Jiang Chen could hear her evasion. The corner of his mouth curled up into a sneer. He followed his gaze. Several coaches were chatting. How can it look like everyone is busy? Obviously. He looks ordinary. Decided that he couldn't afford it. Just to send him away. Dog eyes look down on people. Jiang Chen snorted in his heart, but his face remained calm. After experiencing the great changes of Rebirth, my mentality has changed a lot. A clown, not worthy of his anger. But he would never swallow his anger. His smile faded and his tone turned cold. With a hint of calm pressure. "You mean, right now, no one can issue me a card, right?" Wang Yanling was shocked by his aura. But then he became even more disdainful. "I feel that Jiang Chen is just putting on airs." She shrugged indifferently and said sarcastically, "Excuse me, sir. We're a high-end gym here. It's not as casual as a street stall. Say sorry." But his eyes were full of impatience, telling him to get out of here. There were a few employees watching the show nearby. Also cast a playful look. Everyone was whispering to each other, but no one came forward. Jiang Chen suddenly laughed. The smile was cold and chilling. "Excuse me." He looked straight at Wang Yanling. "The sound is not loud, but clear. Call your manager out. Or, give me your boss phone number." Wang Yanling's fake smile froze, and panic flashed in her eyes. What do you want with them?" "Nothing." Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, but with an invisible sense of oppression. "I just want to ask your boss. He's this Miracle Fitness. Are you not going to open for business? We have to chase away even the customers who come to our door?" As soon as these words came out. Shocking. Wang Yanling's face turned pale instantly. The blood faded. She never expected that this poor student could be so tough. "As soon as you open your mouth, you should complain to your boss. If this is stabbed. Does she still want to work?" The employees who were watching the show nearby also looked at him in astonishment. The smile froze on his face and the scene froze in an instant. Just at this moment, a clear and pleasant female voice, as sweet as an oriole, suddenly interrupted. "What's wrong, Sister Ling? Does this student need any help?" Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. I saw only one girl with a high ponytail. A tall, well-proportioned girl was walking towards them quickly. The girl is in her early 20s. A clean and neat white coaching uniform outlines her graceful curves. Black sports pants and straight and slender legs. Her face was not made up, but it was as white as jade, with delicate features. Especially the eyes, clear and bright, as if they could speak. The whole person exudes a sunny, healthy, and energetic youthful aura. It was like a clear spring, instantly diluting the filth at the front desk. Jiang Chen looked back and was slightly stunned when his eyes met the girl's face. Then his eyes flashed with surprise and surprise. He knew this girl. Yan Shi. One of the recognized beauties in their school. Pure and unworldly. Academic goddess. Jiang Chen never expected this. It will be here, in this way. Meet this legendary school beauty. What surprised him even more was the work badge and uniform on her chest. Coach Yan Shi. Yan Shi, unexpectedly. Are you working as a part-time trainer in this gym? Chapter 4. What is a top VIP? The school beauty is shocked. Yan, Coach Yan? Wang Yanling saw Yan Shi. His face was a mixture of blue and white, like an overturned palette. He opened his mouth to explain, then closed it again. His expression was extremely awkward. Yan Shi noticed that the atmosphere was not right. He nodded slightly to Wang Yanling as a greeting. Then he walked straight towards Jiang Chen. He moved sideways to block Wang Yanling's sight and put a polite smile on his face. To Wang Yanling. Sister Ling, this classmate wants to apply for a card. I'm free. How about I give him a tour? The words were polite, but unquestionable. Obviously trying to force a rescue. Wang Yanling couldn't hold back her expression anymore and laughed dryly. Why bother you, I'll do it here. No problem. Yan Shi interrupted with a smile. I think this classmate looks kind. He's from our school too, right? It is also my responsibility to introduce the venue. Wang Yanling's expression changed, and she felt Yan Shi's protection. Looking at Jiang Chen again, he seemed to be smiling. Feeling secretly resentful. Finally, he could only force out a smile that was uglier than crying, and nodded, well, that's fine. Since Coach Yan is free, then please take this, classmate, to have a look. Wang Yanling glanced at Jiang Chen with a forced smile. His eyes were still full of disdain. He returned to the front desk in disappointment. But his ears perked up, obviously wanting to hear what happened next. Yan Shi then turned to Jiang Chen, his clear eyes filled with apology, and he extended his hand generously. Hello, my name is Yan Shi. A student from Jian University. From your appearance, you are a junior, right? Jiang Chen quickly reached out his hand. The touch of her fingertips separated them. Soft and slightly cool. Jiang Chen said politely. Hello, senior. My name is Jiang Chen, and I'm a freshman. I didn't expect to meet you here. Thank you so much for what you did just now. Yan Shi smiled gently, like a spring breeze, dispelling the unhappiness in Jiang Chen's heart. Junior brother Jiang Chen, right? You are welcome. I'm sorry to have made you laugh just now. Jiang Chen understood what she meant and shook his head. No, I am the one who caused trouble for you, senior sister. His liking for Yan Shi soared. She is beautiful and kind-hearted. A far cry from that snob. Yan Shi nodded slightly, no longer hesitating, and made a pleased gesture, saying in a brisk voice, Let's go, junior. I'll take you to familiarize yourself with the environment and facilities of our gym. After that, he led Jiang Chen around the front desk and into the spacious fitness area. This is the equipment area. That's the aerobic area over there. And the power zone. The equipment is all imported and the latest model. For beginners, I suggest starting with aerobic equipment like treadmills and elliptical machines, or using the multi-trainer over there, which is safer. Yan Shi introduced things patiently and carefully as he walked. Point to various instruments and explain their functions. Occasionally he demonstrates personally, with smooth and graceful movements, full of healthy, powerful beauty. I have to say that although Yan Shi is a part-time worker, his professional qualities are very strong. The explanation is clear and organized. Easy to understand. Gentle and friendly attitude. She has no arrogance of a beauty. It makes people feel like spring breeze. Jiang Chen listened carefully. Nod from time to time. His eyes swept across the instrument. It also passed by Yan Shi's serious profile. The evaluation in my heart is a few points higher. The two of them walked almost all over the place. Training area, exercise room, yoga room, shower room, changing room. I understand everything. After the tour, return to the rest area. Yan Shi smiled and asked Jiang Chen, How is it, junior? Are you satisfied with the environment and facilities? Very satisfied. First-class environment and top-notch equipment. Better than I thought. Jiang Chen nodded sincerely, but it was definitely not a compliment. As long as you are satisfied. Yanxi smiled faintly, clean and pure. Then, he changed the subject and looked at Jiang Chen sincerely with a hint of hesitation. But, Junior, I'm telling you the truth. Our Miracle Fitness is positioned at the high end, and the membership fee is indeed not cheap, especially for students who are still in school. The burden may be a bit heavy. If you just want to exercise occasionally, or are just starting to get involved in fitness, actually, you don't have to get a membership here. Our school gym also has a free gym. Although the equipment is a bit old, it is enough for basic exercise. Or you can run on the playground and do bodyweight training, the effect is also quite good. Jiang Chen was stunned when he heard this, then he burst into laughter. Unexpectedly, this campus beauty senior would take the initiative to persuade people to give up consumption. This is the first time in my 2 lifetimes encountered such an honest salesperson. For a while, his affection and admiration for Yanxi almost reached its peak. Even a sense of warmth. This girl is so kind. Seeing that Jiang Chen was just smiling, Yanxi thought he was scared by the price. Or hesitating. He continued to persuade in a low voice. How about this? We also have a pass here, or a one-time payment. If you really want to experience the atmosphere and equipment here, you can come once in a while. There's no need to invest so much money in an annual pass all at once. Jiang Chen looked into her clear eyes. I feel so many emotions. This is the real goddess. People are kind-hearted, upright, and kind. Didn't treat him as a fat sheep. Not used as a performance tool. Instead, he was considerate of him as a poor student. This is compared with Hu Weiwei. One is in heaven, the other is on earth. There is a world of difference. A short exchange. Jiang Chen's affection for Yanxi doubled. Even as a trustworthy friend. Even he was surprised. After all, we just met. Maybe it's a common background. Perhaps it is that rare sincerity. It touched his heart. However, feelings are feelings. You still have to apply for the card. The mission has to be completed. Just a few tens of thousands of membership fees. Does money matter to him now? What's more, the system gives full cash back. The benefits of picking it up for free. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen smiled and said, Thank you for considering me, senior. You are such a nice person. He paused, and his tone became firm. But I'm here today. I was determined to get the card. I'm too weak. You must exercise systematically. I think it's worth investing in health. He deliberately emphasized the word investment. Yanxi saw that he had made up his mind. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. But I didn't persuade him anymore. The customer insisted on spending. There was no reason for her to stop him. It's best if you think so. So, have you decided to get a card? Yes. Jiang Chen said firmly. Senior, please recommend me something. Which one is the best deal? The best value for money. Yanxi thought about it and introduced professionally. For long-term exercise, an annual pass is the most cost-effective. The annual fee is 12,888 yuan. The latest promotion is giving away 2 months of free time. It's the lowest after conversion. It only takes a one-time payment. After she finished speaking, she was still a little hesitant and looked at Jiang Chen. After all, more than 10,000 is not a small amount. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen heard it. But he stroked his chin, grinned, and said something that stunned Yanxi. 1 year, well, it doesn't seem to be enough. Yanxi, ah? Jiang Chen smiled mysteriously. For me, I either don't do something or I plan to stick with it for a long time. When it comes to fitness, would I give up after only 1 year? So, the annual pass or something like that is too short-term for me. Yanxi blinked her clear eyes, not understanding at all and thought he was joking. Junior, what do you mean? Jiang Chen kept it a secret and smiled mysteriously. It's nothing special, you'll know later. Yanxi saw that he was being mysterious, so he didn't ask any more questions and just thought it was a joke. But I became more curious. This junior looks ordinary. There is always an elusive meaning in his words and actions. The two were chatting and laughing. Walk back to the front desk. Wang Yanling was applying lipstick absent-mindedly. His eyes glanced over from time to time. I didn't expect this poor student. He hasn't left yet. See the two of them coming back. Put away the makeup mirror immediately. With a fake smile on his face, he greeted me with a sarcastic tone. Oh, are you done with the tour? It seems like you guys are having a good time chatting. Coach Yan's introduction is very detailed and professional. The sourness in his tone almost overflowed. Then he turned his gaze to Jiang Chen, with a sneer on his face, and deliberately asked loudly. My friend, what do you think? Are you going to apply for our most affordable annual pass? Or, well, do you think the price is too high? Will you come back next time? She emphasized the words deliberately. He just wanted to embarrass Jiang Chen in public. Get back the face you had just now. Upon hearing this, Yan Shi frowned and said unhappily, Wang Yanling. How can you talk like that? She sensed the sarcasm and was afraid that Jiang Chen would be embarrassed, so she quickly explained, Jiang Chen, don't mind it, she is the kind of person who talks. It doesn't matter. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen waved his hand. Indicate that you don't care. He even looked at Wang Yanling's clown-like face with interest. Suddenly laughed. The smile was playful and cold. Miss Wang, right? Jiang Chen spoke slowly. The sound is not loud. But it instantly attracted everyone's attention. You asked me what kind of card I should apply for. Oh. I haven't really considered an annual pass. When Wang Yanling heard this, she snorted in her heart. There was a look of contempt on his face, as if to say as expected. Pack. Keep installing. I thought he was rich. In the end, it's still too expensive. He pretended to be sorry and said hypocritically. Oh, forget it. It's okay. When it comes to fitness, having fun is the most important thing. Next time there's a chance. No, you misunderstood. Jiang Chen interrupted lazily. As if talking about a trivial matter. But the next words he said were like thunder from the sky. The whole place was blown up instantly. I mean, the annual card is too low level. Please give me a lifetime VIP membership card. As soon as these words came out, the entire gym lobby. Instantly, dead silence. Chapter 5, Sweep in Seconds. The School Beauty's personal guidance will speed up your heartbeat. Lifetime VIP membership card. These 6 words seemed to have magical power, instantly draining away all the sounds in the front hall. There was sarcasm and hypocritical regret on Wang Yanling's face. Instant stiffness. His eyes were as big as bells. His mouth was slightly open, big enough to fit an egg, and he looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. She subconsciously picked her ears, suspecting that she was hallucinating. Lifetime card? This poor student? Want the most expensive lifetime VIP? What a joke! The school beauty Yan Shi next to her was also completely stunned, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. It's incredible. Is Jiang Chen kidding? Or, you simply don't understand the price of a lifetime card? But one-time payment. 88,888.88 yuan. Sky-high price. Not to mention ordinary college students. The social elite. Very few people choose this kind of membership card that costs a lot of money. The other employees around and members exercising nearby were all listening to the gossip with their ears perked up. Everyone was shocked. All eyes. Everyone focused on Jiang Chen. Shock. Doubt. Ridiculous. Those who know the price can't help but gasp. This kid is so arrogant. Who is he? For a moment, the atmosphere in the front desk area of the entire gym was so eerie that you could hear a pin drop. After a brief silence, Wang Yanling was the first to react. Not believing. But it was even more ridicule and disdain. She felt that Jiang Chen was pretending. Put on a brave face and pretend to be rich. Deliberately trying to save face. The corner of his mouth curled up sharply, he sneered and said in a sarcastic tone. Lifetime card? Ha ha. Little brother, do you know what a lifetime VIP card is here? It's not like you buy a popsicle. You need to pay a one-time payment of 88,888.88 yuan. She deliberately dragged out the last syllable and emphasized the numbers. He looked at Jiang Chen with disdain, at his cheap outfit, and spoke with a tone full of superiority and undisguised mockery. Wang Yanling crossed her arms across her chest, waiting to see how Jiang Chen would finish. I'm sure he'll find an excuse to leave. However, Jiang Chen's reaction surprised her again. Faced with ridicule and questioning, there was no embarrassment or anger on his face. He didn't even raise his eyebrows, just glanced at her with an idiotic look. Then, he raised his eyebrows impatiently. So much nonsense. Don't you understand what I'm saying? I say, apply for a card. Now, immediately, right away. Swipe the card or scan the code, hurry up. That tone. That look. It's like buying not a 90,000 yuan card, but a bottle of mineral water. Stay calm. So calm. The ultimate calmness. Instead, it brings an invisible sense of oppression. It's heart-pounding. Wang Yanling was completely frightened by his attitude. My heart skipped a beat, and I stammered. WeChat. Alipay, credit card. It's all right. You really want to do it? An ominous premonition came to her mind, and she hurriedly took out the POS machine and the payment code card. The movements are a bit stiff. My heart was in turmoil. This kid. Are you serious? Seeing Jiang Chen remained calm, he took out his phone, unlocked the screen, and prepared to pay. Wang Yanling was completely panicked. Cold sweat. The back gets wet instantly. She couldn't believe it and couldn't accept it. This poor student who was bullied by her. Do I really have to buy a lifetime card? This is the biggest order she has ever received since she started working. However, thinking about the expression I had just made. That bad attitude. Even if this huge achievement is successful, can it be attributed to her? If a customer complains, will she be fired? Think of this. Wang Yanling's forehead was covered with sweat. I regret it so much. I wish I could travel back in time. Give yourself 2 big slaps. If I had known he was a real master, I would have kneeled down to lick his ass. How dare you sneer? She quickly put on a flattering smile that was uglier than crying. With a trembling voice, she nodded and bowed. Oh. Sir. Mr. Jiang. I'm so sorry for offending you just now. Please be magnanimous and don't take it to heart. I will apply for a lifetime VIP card for you right away. It will be ready in no time. The voice was trembling. Where is the arrogance he had before? Where is the dog-I-look-down attitude he still has? Jiang Chen was too lazy to look at her. Directly call up the payment code. He handed it to her and said indifferently, scan this. Hey. Okay. Wang Yanling was pardoned. Hurry up and scan the code. Drop. The number pops up on the payment interface. 88,888.88. Heart pounding. Her hands were shaking as she held the barcode scanner. On the screen, the words pending payment flash, mercilessly mocking her ignorance. The next second, everyone watched with bated breath. Jiang Chen had no expression on his face and gently pressed his fingerprint. Mobile phone screen. There is a soft beep sound. It echoed clearly in the dead silent hall. Payment successful. Wang Yanling looked like she was sleepwalking as she looked at the POS receipt. That long string of huge sums of money made my head buzz. A blank. 88,888 yuan and 80 cents. Just like that, it was successful in seconds? He didn't even blink. This student has so much money in his account. And it costs like $8? Wang Yanling swallowed. His face is as pale as paper. Recalling the previous stupidity. Her head was spinning. I almost fainted on the spot. It's over. Hit a wall. It's still super alloy steel plate. The kind that could grind her into powder. At the same time, the people watching around were completely blown away. Holy crap. Really? 88,000. Without blinking an eye. 88,000. Sold in seconds. Oh my god. Who is this guy? He's too rich. Lifetime VIP. I've been working here for 3 years, and this is the first time I've seen someone buy this. His or college students so rich nowadays? Real people don't show their true colors. Who said I'm poor? Does your face hurt? Everyone was whispering. The look he gave Jiang Chen. Completely different in an instant. Shocked. Envious. There is also a strong curiosity. The coaches who had originally laughed at him now had regret and jealousy written all over their faces. Especially the female coach with a hot body and beautiful looks. Pang Won. She also saw Jiang Chen when he walked in just now. Seeing that he was dressed in ordinary clothes, she didn't make fun of him, but just felt too lazy to waste her time. Her time is precious. Now I see him spending 90,000 without blinking an eye. His financial resources are amazing. Still so young. She regretted it so much. If I had known that he was a top-rich second-generation young man, I should have taken the initiative to greet him before Yan Shi. Maybe the huge commission will be yours. Even. There is still a chance to develop something else. Pang Won secretly hated herself for being blind. Missed opportunity. There was a gleam in her beautiful eyes. Start to think secretly. Anyway. We must find a way. Get close to this classmate Jiang. Build good relationships. Such a rich son-in-law. If you miss it, it's gone. Chapter 6. The school beauty is curious, this junior is too arrogant. The other side. Yan Shi stood beside Jiang Chen, coming back to his senses from the huge shock. She looked at Jiang Chen with a complicated and incomprehensible gaze. Unbelievable and deeply confused. There is also a hint of a strange brilliance that even I haven't noticed. Who is this junior? Yan Shi was filled with mixed emotions. Wang Yanling was almost paralyzed by fear. Finally, I remember to work. I completed the formalities in a hurry. Hands holding a gold card. Beautifully crafted with a lustrous shine. He trotted over, bowed, and respectfully handed it to Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang. Your Lifetime Supreme VIP membership card has been processed. Welcome to become our most distinguished guest at Miracle Fitness. From today on, you will enjoy the highest level of service here. If you need anything, just let us know. We will definitely satisfy you. At this moment, how could Wang Yanling dare to call her by her name? I wish I could use all the honorifics. With a smile on his face, he held up the card with both hands. The respectfulness was almost flattering, and he was completely different from before. Jiang Chen glanced at her calmly, took the card, and casually put it in his wallet. He turned a blind eye to Wang Yanling's attempts to please him. Not even bothering to give any extra glances. The attitude change that money brings. So quickly. So realistic. So ridiculous. He couldn't help but think of the humiliation he had just received from Wu Weiwei. Just $3,000. Looking at Wang Yanling in front of me. The huge contrast made him feel deeply moved. I also have a deeper understanding of the power of money in this real society. However, for such snobs, Jiang Chen was too lazy to care. She is no longer worthy of Jiang Chen's attention. Jiang Chen, you. Yan Shi couldn't help but speak. He wanted to ask, but he didn't know how to ask. Jiang Chen saw her doubts and concerns, smiled slightly, and explained half-truthfully. Senior, don't look at me like that. I just got lucky a while ago and made a little money from stock trading. Hearing that he was unwilling to elaborate, Yan Shi was smart enough not to ask any further questions. However, the curiosity about Jiang Chen in those clear and beautiful eyes increased a little. Wang Yanling saw this and quickly took the opportunity to interrupt and try to make up for her mistake. Coach Yan. Now that Mr. Jiang's card has been processed, shouldn't you take Mr. Jiang to experience our services and arrange some training courses? She was afraid of neglecting the god of wealth. He wanted to improve their favor, so he looked at them with great enthusiasm. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. Coach Yan's professionalism is beyond doubt. She's at your service personally. Guaranteed first-class results. Yan Shi nodded upon hearing this and came back to his senses from his shock. Adjusting his mood, he showed Jiang Chen a professional smile. Junior, let's start today's training, shall we? I'm free now, so I can take you to a free basic trial class to help you get familiar with the equipment and movements. If you think my guidance is helpful to you, then consider purchasing private lessons later. Okay. Jiang Chen readily agreed. He was about to complete the mission. Apply for a card and complete a training session. The card has been processed, it's time to exercise. Moreover, there are beautiful schoolgirls to guide you personally. Why not? Mr. Jiang. Let me get the towel and water. Wang Yanling immediately became like a lapdog, extremely attentive and fawning. She quickly took out a brand new, higher-end looking white towel and a bottle of imported mineral water from the counter and presented them respectfully with both hands. Jiang Chen glanced at her. The corners of his mouth seemed to be smiling. But he didn't answer. No, I can do it myself. After saying that, he walked straight to the front desk, picked up the public towel on the counter for ordinary members to use, casually draped it over his shoulders, unscrewed a bottle of the most ordinary mineral water and took a sip, then waved to Yanxi, indicating that he should lead the way. Wang Yanling froze in embarrassment. He was also holding a high-end towel and imported mineral water in his hands. His face turned red and white. Instead of trying to please someone, he was ignored. But he didn't dare to fart. I could only withdraw my hand in disappointment, my face burning. I felt aggrieved and awed. Senior sister, let's go. Zhang Chen gave Yanxi a gentle smile. Yanxi nodded, calmed himself down, and led the way. Okay, Zhang Chen, follow me here. While talking, the two walked side by side towards the equipment area. In the gym, countless eyes followed them. There are many female members and female coaches. The look he gave Zhang Chen became bright and full of interest. Some of the onlookers were also silently remembering Zhang Chen in their hearts. There is no doubt that this man is generous. The young man Mr. Jiang with a mysterious identity has become a figure that no one in Miracle Fitness dares to underestimate anymore. As the center of all this, Zhang Chen did not care about the eyes around him. Either shocked or awed. Or curiosity, or jealousy. His thoughts at the moment focused entirely on training. As well as on the pure and attractive school beauty next to me. Senior, wait a moment. Come to the equipment area. Zhang Chen thought of something and called out to Yanxi. What's wrong? Yanxi turned around, his clear eyes filled with inquiry. I came here in a hurry and didn't even change into my sportswear. Zhang Chen looked down at himself. Still jeans and t-shirt. I smiled helplessly. Wouldn't it be inconvenient to practice directly like this? Hearing this, Yanxi couldn't help but smile and said softly, it's okay. Just start with a basic warm-up. And simple equipment training. The clothing requirements are not high. Wait until you come next time. Just prepare professional equipment. Then, pointing in the direction of the locker room, he added, or, if you feel uncomfortable, you can go to the locker room and rent a temporary set of sportswear. We provide simple sports t-shirts and shorts rental services here. The deposit is only a few dozen yuan. It's very convenient. Zhang Chen waved his hand and smiled, it's too troublesome to rent. I think we should just leave it this way for now. Just be careful not to do any movements that are too difficult. I mainly want to experience your professional guidance first. What he said was half fact and half compliment, which made Yanxi's ears blush slightly, and he liked this junior even more. Chapter 7, 100,000 Private Tutoring Lessons. Mission completed, explosive rewards. Yanxi's voice was as sweet as a clear spring. Then come with me, Junior, let's do some warm-up exercises first. She walked over to a treadmill. Slender fingers light up the control panel. Adjust the speed slope. She turned sideways and gave him an encouraging smile. First, come up and walk briskly for 5 minutes, so that your body can sweat a little and move your joints. Zhang Chen followed instructions and stepped onto the treadmill. Start up. The tracks turned slowly. He began to walk quickly. Yanxi stood beside him, patiently guiding him. Yes, keep this rhythm, breathe evenly, tighten your abdomen slightly, swing your arms naturally, don't be too stiff. Her voice is gentle and pleasant. His eyes were focused on Zhang Chen's actions. Point out details from time to time. The warm light shone on her. Outlined the beautiful silhouette of youth. His serious look is particularly touching. A few minutes later, Zhang Chen felt his body gradually getting hot. Slightly sweaty. The condition is getting better and better. He jumped off the treadmill. Moved my wrists and ankles. Senior, I feel like I'm almost done warming up. Yanxi nodded with satisfaction. Take him to the equipment area. Yeah, that's good. Let's start with the chest muscles. For beginners, it's safer and more effective to start with fixed equipment. She stopped in front of a butterfly machine. Junior, sit up here, keep your back against the cushion, and hold the handle with both hands. Jiangchen sat down as he was told. Adjust your posture. She stood in front of him. Demonstrate the chest squeeze movement while explaining. Okay, now try to use the strength of your chest to push the two handles together. Move slowly and feel the contraction of your chest muscles. Jiangchen took a deep breath. He gripped the cool metal handle with both hands. Start pushing. However, the arms were strong. But I don't feel any stimulation in my chest muscles. This is my first time using this kind of equipment, and I'm not very familiar with the force. She saw his problem. Walk gently behind him. Bend down slightly. Relax and don't pull hard with your arms. Her voice rang in my ears. The warm breath is intermittent. Brushing past Jiangchen's ear. Brings a slight itch. For more intuitive guidance. She stretched out his hands. Gently hold the inside of Jiangchen's elbow. Guide him to adjust the angle. Drop your elbows a little and relax your shoulders. Imagine your pectoralis major muscles closing like two doors. Through a thin t-shirt. I can clearly feel the warmth of her fingertips. Delicate touch. A light and elegant fragrance. Similar to gardenia. Lingering around the tip of the nose. Jiangchen's heartbeat quickened for no reason. He quickly calmed his mind. Focus on feeling your chest muscles working. Under Shi's precise guidance. He finally found the feeling. There is a clear soreness in the pectoralis major. Feeling of contraction. The two handles were pushed together firmly. Shi's voice contained a hint of joy. Released his hand. Yes. That's the feeling. Keep it up. Jiangchen held on for 2 seconds. Slowly put the handle back. Do a set of a dozen movements. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. There was a noticeable soreness in the chest muscles. But it also brings a sense of comfort that is filled with strength. Jiangchen wiped his sweat. Looking at Shi, he said. The tone was full of novelty and excitement. Senior, I feel, my chest is hot and a little sore. Shi looked at the light flashing in his eyes. I couldn't help but smile. There was also a hint of admiration in her beautiful eyes. Well, it's normal to feel soreness and swelling, which means the stimulation is in place. Junior brother, you are amazing. You can accurately find the force sensation of the target muscles the first time. You have a good understanding. Being praised so sincerely by the campus beauty senior. Jiangchen felt very happy. It makes me feel better than earning tens of thousands of dollars. He couldn't help but compare Shi and Hu Weiwei again. One only asks. A sincere, kind and professional. The difference is obvious. Next. Shi took Jiangchen to practice again. Pull downs, seated rows, etc. A few back basics. When coaching a barbell row. In order to help Jiangchen find the feeling of strength in his back. Shi stepped forward again. She stood beside Jiangchen. One hand pressed gently on his lower back. Remind him to keep his lumbar spine neutral. Lean forward, keep your back straight, and tighten your waist and abdomen, right? To help him feel the force points more clearly. Shi leaned forward slightly. The other hand almost passed through his armpit. He held onto his side. Then, using the strength of your back, pull the barbell along your thighs toward your abdomen. Imagine your shoulder blades are squeezing together. This posture. The two of them were almost close together. Jiangchen could even feel it. The amazing soft outline of her chest. It seems to exist or not. Press on your arms and back. The unique fragrance on Shi. Surround him again. Jiangchen's breathing suddenly stagnated. My heartbeat instantly sounded like a drum. It seemed as if all the blood was rushing to the head, and I couldn't even tell which head it was. Shi seemed to realize it immediately. This posture is too intimate. A blush quickly appeared on her fair face. Like peach petals after the rain. She withdrew her hand as if she had been electrocuted. Take a half step back slightly. His eyes were somewhat evasive. He whispered, "Do you feel the force on your back?" She didn't know why either. It's obviously a normal teaching action. But in front of this junior. But he was always inexplicably overly intimate with her, making her feel inexplicably flustered and shy. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Force yourself to suppress the beauty in your heart. I nodded quickly. I feel it. I understand it as soon as you pointed it out, senior sister, thank you for the reminder. Yen, she saw that he didn't seem to care. I also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He put on his professional and gentle smile again. That's good. Let's move on to the next group. But I thought to myself, I am a coach, this is normal guidance, there is nothing to be shy about. Under Yen, she's patient and meticulous guidance. Jiang Chen quickly completed several large muscle groups. The introductory exercises made me sweat profusely. But he felt full of energy. An unprecedented feeling. Yen, she looked at the time. More than 40 minutes have passed. Then he said, okay, today's training is about enough. Newbies can't overdo it during their first training, otherwise their bodies won't be able to handle it tomorrow. Jiang Chen also felt it was just right. Nodding and smiling, well, I'll listen to you, senior. It feels very good. I'm really sorry to bother you today. Yen, she pursed his lips and smiled, revealing 2 shallow dimples. You're welcome. This is what I should do. She watched Jiang Chen's calf muscles tremble slightly. She said softly, after training, you must stretch and relax. This can relieve muscle soreness and make your muscle lines look better. Come, I will help you stretch your legs and relax. After saying that, Yen, she gestured to Jiang Chen. Sit on a yoga mat nearby. Keep your legs straight. She half knelt down gracefully. She stretched out her slender white hands. Press lightly on his calf muscles. Use a professional and gentle approach. From calf to thigh. Perform massage and compression slowly. Her fingers were warm and strong. Just the right amount to relieve tense muscles. A comfortable feeling of sourness and numbness spread throughout the body. Jiang Chen almost felt so comfortable that he wanted to moan. The faint fragrance of Yen, she lingers on the tip of my nose. In front of me are her thick eyelashes, slightly drooping. Curly. Close at hand, exquisite and flawless profile. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with ripples again. He coughed lightly. Break this overly quiet and ambiguous atmosphere. Ahem. Senior, I think you are a great teacher, much more professional than the coaches I've known before. I want to formally purchase some private lessons and learn from you regularly in the future, is that okay? Yen, she was helping him press his thighs. There was a slight pause. Raise your head. A light of surprise flashed in her clear eyes. Really? Of course. If you are sure you want long-term and systematic training, I can help you develop a detailed course plan to ensure results. Jiang Chen nodded without hesitation, looking at her sincerely. Okay. Then, senior sister, I'll leave my body management to you from now on. As for the goal, how about having 8-pack abs first? Yen, she was amused by his serious look. She rolled her eyes at him with both anger and amusement. There was a hint of anger in her tone. Sure, as long as you stick with it, I can train you to have not only 8 but 18 abdominal muscles. She patted Jiang Chen's thigh gently. Motioned him to switch to the other leg. Okay, that's enough here, let's switch sides. Just when the atmosphere was harmonious and ambiguous. Wang Yanling has been hovering nearby like a fly. Once again, it came together at the right time. Still holding the towel in his hand, with a professional fake smile on his face. Mr. Jiang, you've worked hard. Come, wipe your sweat. Chapter 8. 2 girls invite to dinner, all the new rounds of spending will be refunded. Looking at Wang Yanling's face distorted by excessive enthusiasm. Jiang Chen glanced at her calmly. I shook my head secretly. This woman's expression changed so quickly and her attitude changed so completely. It's simply breathtaking. Really. Money is a test of human nature and it never fails. He was too lazy to pay attention to Wang Yanling. His gaze returned to Yen Shi. Senior, it's getting late. I'm going to take a shower and change clothes first. Wait a minute, how about we go together? He extended a tentative invitation. Yen Shi barely hesitated. Nodded immediately. A sweet smile appeared on her face. Okay, go ahead, I'll wait for you here. Jiang Chen was delighted. Just as he was about to turn around, he seemed to suddenly remember something. He waved casually to Wang Yanling, who was standing next to him. "Miss Wang." Wang Yanling immediately felt like a switch was pressed. He came forward with a smile on his face, his attitude respectful and almost humble. "Hey! I'm here. Mr. Jiang, what do you want me to do?" Jiang Chen said calmly, please include the class I just experienced in the class package." He paused, like thinking about how much to buy. Then he continued casually. "I plan to purchase another 200 private lessons. I'll designate Coach Yanxi. Please help me process it now." As soon as these words came out, it's like a bombshell exploded in the front hall. The whole space instantly falling into deathly silence. The smile on Wang Yanling's face completely frozen. Eyes wide open. "The mouth is open so wide that you can stuff an egg in it?" he asked in a trembling voice. "Why, you said, how many more?" Jiang Chen repeated calmly. 200 sections. Hiss. Wang Yanling took a breath of cold air. My legs went limp. I almost fell to my knees. 200 sections. 500 yuan per session. 200 sections. That's a full 100,000 yuan. There were coaches and receptionists who had not yet left work, as well as members who had not left. It's like they're all under a spell. Frozen in place. His face was full of disbelief. Shocked. Shocked. What the hell? What the hell? 200 sections? Am I hallucinating? $100,000. You bought it without blinking an eye? Does your family own a banknote printing factory? My God. It's so extravagant. It's simply inhumane. Coach Yen, this is helping an old lady cross the road this morning. The commission for this order, oh my God. I dare not even think about it. I'm so envious and jealous. After a brief silence, it was a flood of discussion. Wow. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Jiang Chen. Wang Yanling, after a brief outage, overwhelmed by the great ecstasy. Although she knew the bulk of this amazing achievement belongs to Yanxi. But as long as it is done by her, she can also get a lot of benefits. She was so excited that she stuttered and crawled back to the front desk. Okay. No problem. Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment. I will do it for you right away. Right away. Right away. His fingers were shaking as he operated quickly on the computer, afraid that the god of wealth will change his mind. Yanxi, who was standing next to Jiang Chen, was completely stunned by the sudden appearance of the number one brother on the list. Her little face was pale. Then he jumped up again. Her ears were red. My heart is beating so fast that it's about to jump out of my throat. 100,000 yuan. He spent another $100,000. Just for buy her private lessons? This fellow student Jiang Chen. How much money does he have? Doesn't he need to think about spending money? Yanxi came back to his senses. There was an imperceptible tremor in the voice. She instinctively wanted to dissuade him. Junior, 200 lessons are too many. Really, you don't need to buy so many at once. You can take a few lessons first to see the effect, and then. She sincerely felt that Jiang Chen was too impulsive. This is such a waste. Moreover, this put a lot of pressure on her. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. Interrupted her. He turned around. His eyes fell on Yanxi's. The delicate little face was filled with shock, worry, and a hint of panic. The corners of his mouth curled up in a meaningful arc. Not much. I think you taught me very well, senior. He said it sincerely. Besides, good coaches are hard to come by. Since I've chosen you, I'll naturally book your time in advance. What if you become too popular in the future and I can't get a lesson? Wouldn't that be my loss? These words were like an electric current. It instantly hit Yanxi's heart. What does "I've chosen you, senior sister" mean? What does "book in advance" mean? What does fear of not being able to make an appointment for a class mean? Yanxi's heart was beating wildly. My cheeks were alarmingly hot. Even the earlobes turn an alluring pink. She subconsciously avoided Jiang Chen's hook-like eyes. Be terribly upset. I couldn't say any more after that. They could only lower their heads and accept the sky-high deal. Soon. Wang Yanling holds the card machine and the printed receipt. Rushing back like a gust of wind, his hands trembling with excitement. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Jiang. The formalities are ready. A total of 100,000 yuan. Do you think it's more convenient to pay by credit card? Is it more convenient to scan the code? Jiang Chen didn't even frown. Take out your cell phone. Click on the payment code skillfully. Drop. A soft sound. 100,000 yuan, payment successful. Wang Yanling held it in both hands. That long receipt of class hours. Enough to drive any employee crazy. He handed it to Jiang Chen respectfully. The voice was extremely flattering. Mr. Jiang. Your 200 private lessons. Recharge completed successfully. You can make an appointment with Coach Yan anytime later. Our entire staff is dedicated to you. Provide the most distinguished and professional service. Jiang Chen just responded calmly. Took the receipt. Didn't even glance at the numbers. As if that wasn't $100,000. It was a supermarket receipt. He looked at Yan Shi. Smile. Senior, from now on, my body management will all depend on you. 100,000 yuan. Just so light and fluttery. Handed it over to her. Yan Shi looked at Jiang Chen. That face with a faint smile, young but unusually calm. I opened my mouth, but my throat felt like it was blocked. I can't utter a word. Shock, doubt, curiosity. There is also a bit of inexplicable. Throbbing. All kinds of complicated emotions. Intertwined in her heart. This looks like an ordinary student. How much fog is shrouded in mystery? Jiang Chen looked at Yan Shi. Those big watery eyes widened with shock. I think she looks silly and helpless. Very cute. Then he smiled and broke the silence. I'm going to take a shower and change my clothes. I'll be back soon. Having said that, he did not stop. He turned around and walked towards the men's locker room. Until Jiang Chen's back disappeared. Yan Shizai just woke up from his dream. Take a long, deep breath. I can feel my heart still pounding. 200 classes, oh my god. She whispered. There was still a blush of shock on her face. TSK, 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 what are you daydreaming about? Girl. Has your soul been taken away? A joking voice was heard, filled with envy and jealousy. Yan Shi turned back suddenly. I saw that my good friend Peng Wanwan had changed her clothes. She is dressed fashionably and beautifully, with her arms folded across her chest. He looked at her with a half smile, his charming peach blossom eyes glancing back and forth between her and the receipt without any concealment. Peng Wanwan exclaimed in an exaggerated tone. Sure, the campus beauty of Yen University. Caught a rich son-in-law quietly. Still a handsome and tender little puppy. TSK, 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 this order is 100,000. Your commission, at least 30,000 or 40,000, right? Oh my god. I got rich overnight. Yan Shi's cheeks turned even redder. Feeling ashamed and annoyed, he said. Don't talk nonsense. What rich son-in-law? He's my junior. Besides, I had no time to stop it. Peng Wanwan moved closer and nudged her with her elbow. Lowering the voice, with ambiguous eyes. Yo, are you still shy? I'm serious, Xia Yanzi, my junior is so affectionate to you that he spends a fortune on you without blinking an eye. Don't you have any expression of your thought? Yan Shi didn't react for a moment. Indicate? Indicate what? Peng Wanwan is very disappointed. Invite someone to dinner. Silly girl. I've spent nearly $200,000 on you. You can't let people think that our Yanda campus beauty is a wooden beauty who only knows how to take money and doesn't understand the ways of the world, right? It would be so embarrassing if it got out. Yan Shi stamped his feet anxiously. I didn't. I know you didn't. That's why I have to show my appreciation. Peng Wanwan persuaded him kindly. Besides, don't you owe me a big meal? Why not do it tonight? Bring your sponsor, junior fellow student, along. This is not only a way to thank him, but also a chance for him to get to know you better. What a great thing. She blushed. Heartbeat quickens. Ah. Invite him to dinner now? This is the first time we met. Besides, he just spent so much money. If he continues to spend so much money. Pang Wonwon interrupted directly. Stop. Who said he should treat me? Of course it's our treat. Especially you. You have to. It's polite. Do you understand? As for our first meeting, so what? What era is this now? If it feels right, let's be together. Look at the way that Junior looks at you. TSK, he wants to swallow you up. If you keep being so reserved, you might as well let the cooked duck fly away. Pang Wonwon became more and more excited as she spoke. Without saying anything, she took Shi's arm. Just go outside. Don't hesitate. Stop dawdling and I'll just come out of the shower. Hurry up, strike while the iron is hot. I'll help you with your battle. I'll help you get this handsome and rich junior. She was pulled and dragged by her. I was feeling very nervous. Shy and timid. But I don't know why. Jiang Chen's smiling eyes and last words appeared in my mind. My body management depends entirely on you. Her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. For some reason, she nodded. Well, okay, let's go together. Pang Wonwon immediately smiled. That's right. Go. Go wait for your little brother at the door. Chapter 9, Top Restaurants Spend a Fortune. School beauties compete to show off. Ding. The player's turn. The super rich's health course has been completed perfectly. The system prompt sounded at the appropriate time. Rewards are being settled. Congratulations to the host. Gained physical attribute plus 10. Congratulations to the host. This time the consumption is 188,888.88 yuan, which has been fully refunded. Funds have arrived. Settlement of interest for this round. Based on the current balance, the profit is 40,000. At the end of this round of action, you will receive an additional reward of 10,000. Jiang Chen felt refreshed. Exit the men's locker room. The whole person looks refreshed. Just had some exercise. Very enjoyable. Plus system, constitution plus 10. It makes him energetic, masculine, and healthy. The body seems to be filled with endless energy. The mood is extremely cheerful. I thought about getting a lifetime card for free. There are also 200 private lessons with school beauties. And made a net profit of 50,000 in cash. Permanently improves physical fitness. This is better than a pentakill. There was a hint of a smile on his lips. Just walked to the gym entrance. Then I heard a clear and pleasant voice with a hint of joy. Jiang Chen, junior brother. Jiang Chen looked in the direction of the voice. I saw Shi standing not far from the door. Looking at him coquettishly. Her fair cheeks were faintly flushed. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with joy. And next to Shi, there was another beautiful woman standing. She has a hot body and beautiful appearance. It was Pang Wonwon. She was looking Jiang Chen up and down with great interest. The look is bold and direct. Jiang Chen stopped. Greet with a smile. Senior Yen, I'm sorry, it took me a long time to wash. She smiled sweetly. No way, my junior is very fast. Then I realized Pang Wonwon. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't know him, Shi quickly stepped aside and took the initiative to introduce. By the way, Junior, let me introduce you to this is my best friend and also a colleague in our gym, Coach Pang Wonwon. Then, he introduced Pang Wonwon. Wonwon, this is Jiang Chen, a junior from our school. Pang Wonwon immediately extended her hand to Jiang Chen. A charming smile blooms on her face. A pair of charming peach blossom eyes. Discharge without any concealment. The voice is charming. Hello, little brother, you are indeed a tall and handsome boy. Can I meet you? With the allure of a mature woman. Jiang Chen extended his hand politely. Give her a gentle shake. Soft to the touch. He smiled politely and said, Hello, Coach Pang. Just call me Jiang Chen. He could feel the other person's gaze, like a hunter sizing up his prey. No concealment. Yan Shi blinked. Take a deep breath. It seemed that he had finally mustered up the courage. Look at Jiang Chen again. There was a shy look on her face. But he said with an extremely sincere expression. Junior Jiang Chen, thank you so much today. To express our gratitude, and I would like to invite you to dinner tonight. Is it convenient for you? After saying this, her cheeks were already flushed. Nervously waiting for Jiang Chen's answer. The long eyelashes trembled slightly. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. Look at the two of them. Are you treating me to a meal? Pang Wenwen immediately joined in enthusiastically. Her smile is as beautiful as a flower. Yes, yes. Thanks to you, Yan Shi's performance today is off the charts. We both unanimously decided that we must treat you, the big money sponsor, to a good meal. You must not refuse. Yan Shi also nodded quickly. Once again. Yes. Junior brother Jiang Chen, this meal is a token of our appreciation. Looking at the two people in front of me. Beautiful women with different styles. Such a warm invitation. Jiang Chen was delighted. Yan Shi's simplicity and sincerity. Pang Wenwen is passionate and bold. He found it very interesting. It's great to have dinner with such a beautiful woman. Only a fool would refuse. He was just about to go with the flow and agree. In my mind. That extremely thoughtful system prompt sound. Once again, the sound was accurate. Ding. It is detected that the host is invited by a beautiful woman to dinner, triggering a new player round Dinner of the Rich. Player turn, Dinner of the Rich. Turn requirements, as a wealthy man, how can you let the ladies pay for dinner? Please, host, take the initiative to bear all expenses for dinner with the two beauties before the end of this player's turn. Round reward, charm attribute plus 10. Full refund for this dinner. And immediate settlement of the day's interest estimated income 40,000. Round time limit, 8 hours. Here we come. There was a gleam of light in Jiang Chen's eyes. Charm plus 10. Full refund for consumption. Pay back the interest. It's like pie in the sky. The system not only helps him save money, it also helps him improve his charm. This task must be completed beautifully. My thoughts race. The smile on Jiang Chen's face widened, the kind that was even harder to suppress than AK. He looked at the two people who were looking expectant. He waved his hand casually. He said with a powerful aura and unquestionable tone. Invite me to dinner? How can that be possible? Yan Shi and Pang Wenwen were both stunned. How can I let two such beautiful ladies spend money to treat me? This meal must be. Definitely. Be treated by me. Just think of it as celebrating our acquaintance today. If you continue to be polite to me, you will be giving Jiang Chen no face. He said this with absolute certainty. With the control of a superior. Directly blocked the possibility of the two people refusing. Yan Shi wanted to say something else. But he was affected by Jiang Chen's powerful aura. I was so shocked that I was speechless for a moment. This. Pang Wenwen's eyes suddenly burst into even brighter light. The look she gave Jiang Chen. Full of undisguised appreciation. Adore. Even obsessed. So powerful. This is what she has in mind. Perfect man. Rich. Generous. Confident. You have to calculate when eating with those people. Or men who pretend to let girls pay the bill. Jiang Chen in front of me. He is simply like a male god. Pang Wenwen made up her mind. I must win this top male god. Jiang Chen saw that Yan Shi was still hesitating. He turned his gaze to her. The tone slowed down a bit. With gentle persistence. Senior, you have been coaching me for so long today and have worked so hard. How can I let you spend more money? Just listen to me, it's settled. I'm hungry too, let's go have a good meal together, just as a reward for my personal coach, how about that? The last sentences reward my exclusive coach. With obvious sarcasm. And a subtle ambiguity. Yan Shi's heart skipped a beat again. Her cheeks also became redder. She just couldn't refuse. Jiang Chen's arrangement was both strong and gentle. I could only nod my head gently and whispered, "Well, okay. This time, I'll listen to you, Junior." Pang Wonwon immediately smiled and tried to smooth things over. "Oh, that's right. Junior brother Jiang Chen is so kind, we can't refuse his kindness. Right, junior brother?" Jiang Chen smiled brightly. The goal was achieved and I was in a good mood. "Of course. That place, do you guys want to eat anything? Or should I decide?" Pang Wonwon immediately returned the choice. "Don't hesitate to give compliments. Like a cute little fangirl. Just you decide, junior brother. We will all follow your arrangements. You have such good taste, the place you choose will definitely not be bad." Yan Shi also nodded gently. "Well, I can do anything." Then I felt a little embarrassed. He added quietly, "But, just eat something casually, no need to spend too much." She still worries about spending too much. Jiang Chen immediately pretended to be displeased and waved his hand, saying seriously, "How can that be possible? This is the first time I'm having dinner with two beautiful ladies. If the place is too ordinary, wouldn't it seem like I'm not sincere enough?" Seeing Yan, she wanted to say something. Jiang Chen didn't wait for her to speak. He just waved his hand. With an unquestionable decision. "Let's go to the newly opened Cantonese restaurant Fulin Restaurant nearby. I've heard that the food there is excellent and the environment is top-notch. Today is a good opportunity for us to go and try it together." Fulin Restaurant. Hearing this well-known name, Yan Shi and Pang Wonwon. Once again, I was shocked by Jiang Chen's generosity. Yan Shi knew that the cost of living there was not low. The little mouth is slightly open. I wanted to say something but I didn't say it in the end. But his eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Pang Wonwon was pleasantly surprised. Almost jumped up. She has been fascinated by that house for a long time. I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to experience it today. And I was treated to a meal by such a handsome, wealthy, and potential stock. Pang Wonwon clapped her hands excitedly. The look he gave Jiang Chen became even more scorching. "Wow! Fulin Restaurant? Great, great! Junior, you are awesome. I've wanted to go there for a long time. I heard that the crystal chandeliers inside are all from Swarovski. Let's go." Yan Shi looked at Pang Wonwon. He looked as if he couldn't wait to fly away. Look at Jiang Chen again. That nonchalant expression, as if he was going to eat at a roadside stall. In the end, you can only feel helpless. Then he smiled with a hint of secret expectation. "Then, I'll trouble you to pay for it." Jiang Chen was in a good mood and laughed loudly. "Ha, no big deal. It's my honor to treat two beautiful ladies to a meal." But I was silently calculating in my heart. The average price per person at Fulin Restaurant is 1 or 2,000? 3 people would cost at least 5 or 6,000, maybe tens of thousands? But it doesn't matter. Anyway, the system will be fully reimbursed. It can also add charm and earn interest. The more expensive the food, the more I earn. Jiang Chen made a gentlemanly pleased gesture. "Take the first step. Let's go. 2 beauties, please." The afterglow of sunset. The 3 figures were stretched out. Jiang Chen walked in the middle. Walk with ease and confidence. On the left is the pretty schoolgirl who is as pure as an orchid. The sexy and beautiful coach on the right. This picture. It attracted the attention of passers-by, who were envious and jealous. Chapter 10, Putting the Blame on Others? It was me who made the seamless transition. Night is falling. The lights are bright. Jiang Chen stood on the side of the road and raised his hand casually. "Hail a taxi." Pang Wonwon is very natural. Take the lead and open the back door. Towards Yan Shi and Jiang Chen. Made a pleased gesture. Jiang Chen motioned for Yan Shi to go first. I then sat in the back seat. After Pang Wonwon got in the car, she leaned against Jiang Chen consciously. On the left, the pure Yan Shi. On the right, the irritating Pang Wonwon. Jiang Chen was caught in the middle. 2 feminine scents linger at the tip of my nose. Completely different, yet both refreshing. Jiang Chen gave the address in a calm tone. "Master, please go to the Fulin Restaurant in front." A master driver. Through the rearview mirror. He looked at the three people in the back row calmly. TSK, this young man. Dressed casually, like a student. If you don't have a car, you have to take a taxi. There are two goddesses sitting next to him. Two. Each one is prettier than the other. Excellent temperament. Especially the one on the left. Pure as a fairy. The one on the right is sexy and hot. The figure is simply, ahem. What kind of luck does this guy have with women? Still. Do all beautiful women like this now? The old master was puzzled. I muttered to myself that young people really know how to have fun. Start the car silently. The atmosphere in the carriage was subtle. Pang Wonwon is obviously very outgoing. She turned sideways and looked at Jiang Chen with interest, and tried to find a topic with a sweet smile. Little brother, do you like to take a taxi when you go out? In fact, I think it's good. It's low carbon and environmentally friendly, and you don't have to worry about parking spaces. How worry-free. She thought in her heart. Look. A really rich and confident person. I don't care what car I drive. Maybe there are several multi-million sports cars parked in the garage. Today is to experience civilian life. This kind of contrast is really fascinating. Jiang Chen smiled and said nothing. He hasn't bought a car yet. However, Pang Wenwen's interpretation. It's quite interesting. It seems that after showing financial strength, every move, in the eyes of the attentive, can beautify automatically. And Yan Shi next to him. The mind is completely different. She saw Jiang Chen taking a taxi. Lenovo's previous attitude towards Wang Yanling. I couldn't help but think about Jiang Chen. Although my junior is generous with his money. But maybe that money is important to him? Is it for buying courses? Have you included all your living expenses? Otherwise, why are there no cars? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. The look in Jiang Chen's eyes. There's a little more heartache and guilt. She decided secretly. I can't let my junior spend any more money on this meal. In any case, you have to pay for the taxi yourself. No conversation along the way. Soon. The taxi is at Fulin Restaurant. Stop in front of the magnificent gate. The fare showed 28 yuan. Just when Jiang Chen was about to take out his cell phone, Yan Shi took the lead and scanned the code directly. Master, I have paid. The driver was stunned. Hey? This. He thought it must be the middle guy who paid. Taking two beautiful ladies out for dinner. How can it make sense to let girls pay? But now. It was the fairy girl next to him who paid for it? And the movements are so natural. As if it were a matter of course. Could it be that? Is this guy really a gigolo? But it doesn't look like. The driver was completely confused. The world view is impacted. My head is buzzing. He watched the three people get off the car. Watching two beauties surrounding that ordinary young man as they walked into that ridiculously expensive restaurant. I feel like today was a real eye-opener. Jiang Chen watched Yan Shi take the initiative to pay the fare. Slightly stunned. Then a warm feeling passed through my heart. He understood Yan Shi's good intentions. This kind senior sister is probably still worried about him. He smiled but didn't point it out. I just keep this feeling in my heart. Come in later. Must order the most expensive one. Reward these two beauties well. Especially this kind senior sister. Tonight. Not just to complete system tasks. It was also the first time since his rebirth that he truly spent money on himself. Before, it was for Hu Weiwei. Live frugally, like a dog. Only humiliation. Now, he has money. You should also treat yourself well. Buy some decent clothes. Enjoy high-quality life. At the same time, there is a parking lot not far from Fulin Restaurant. A brand new BMW 5 Series. Hu Weiwei was applying lipstick in front of the mirror. Next to me in the driving seat. Sitting there was a man wearing trendy brand clothes and with his hair meticulously groomed. It was her new boyfriend Wang Kuan. Wang Kuan's family owns several companies. A typical rich second generation. Although it is not a top-tier wealthy family. But I still have several 100,000 pocket money every month. In the eyes of ordinary people, he is already quite rich. After meeting at a party a few days ago, Wang Kuan was fascinated by Hu Weiwei. Beautiful appearance, and an elusive temperament. Launch a fierce pursuit. Designer bags, the latest mobile phones, high-end restaurants. As long as Hu Weiwei speaks, Wang Kuan almost always agrees to everything he asks. Hu Weiwei naturally enjoyed it. To her, men are like ATM machines. Without Jiang Chen, I'm a poor guy. Naturally, there will be the next one to take over. There is never a shortage of bootlickers around her. But Hu Weiwei is also well versed in playing hard to get. Accept gifts and treats, but always keep your distance. Give some sweetness occasionally. Never let Wang Kuan succeed easily. This made Wang Kuan even more fascinated. I feel that Hu Weiwei is different. She is a goddess worth conquering. But he didn't know. Hu Weiwei knew it clearly. An ATM machine like Wang Kuan. It's okay to have fun. Want to really get her? Still a long way to go. Speaking of which, Jiang Chen is that waste. Although poor and stingy. But it's the only one. A man she had an intimate relationship with. Think of this. A subtle sense of irritation flashed through Hu Weiwei's heart. There is even a dull pain that I don't even want to admit. Wang Kuan flattered, his eyes fascinated. Weiwei, have you finished your makeup? Let's go in. I have reserved a table. Hu Weiwei put down the mirror. Adjust the hem of your skirt. Okay, that's it. Just about to push the door and get out of the car. I suddenly caught a glimpse of it from the corner of my eye. There were 3 figures not far outside the window. The man walking in the middle. Isn't it just that loser Jiang Chen? Around him, there are actually 2 women following him? And, those 2 women. Hu Weiwei's pupils suddenly contracted. She sees it clearly. The pure and lovely girl on Jiang Chen's left. Such a refined temperament. Compared to the carefully dressed self. Not at all wrong. Even more pure desire. And the one on the right. What's more, she has a hot body. Sexy and enchanting. Every frown and smile exudes amazing charm. The beauty of these 2 women. It turns out. Not inferior to her? Even. An indescribable rage. And jealousy. Rushed to Hu Weiwei's head in an instant. Jiang Chen? That poor bastard she dumped. That loser who can't afford a $3,000 dress. Why should he? How can he deserve it? It's only been a few days since we broke up? He just found 2 such beautiful women? And you dare to bring it to Fulin restaurant? Seamless? Is he slapping her in the face? Hu Weiwei felt like she was about to explode. A proud image that is carefully maintained. Collapse in an instant. Instead, there is twisted jealousy. And burning anger. Hu Weiwei pushed open the car door. Wearing high heels. Wang Kuan. Let's get off the car. Aggressive. Rushed towards Jiang Chen and the other 2. Wang Kuan didn't understand. But the goddess was angry. I quickly got out of the car and followed. Chapter 11, Ex-Girlfriend's Defense is Broken. 2 beauties stick to each other and assist. Jiang Chen was just about to take the 2 beauties to Fulin restaurant to experience the top-level luxury, and was thinking about which signature dish to order. The system reimburses you, you would be doing yourself a disservice if you don't eat expensive food. But I didn't expect that at this moment. A sharp and angry voice exploded behind itself. Jiang Chen. Stop right there. Jiang Chen paused and frowned slightly. This sound. He would recognize it even if it turned into ashes. He turned slowly. Sure enough, I saw Hu Weiwei walking towards me angrily. That pretty delicate face. Twisted with rage and jealousy. There was a man beside her. He was dressed elegantly, but at the moment he looked confused. Jiang Chen hasn't spoken yet. Hu Weiwei has rushed to the front. Put your hands on your hips. He looked like he was going to bring an army to bear to bring an end to the crime. The voice asked sharply. Jiang Chen. What do you mean? We just broke up a few days ago? You brought another woman to a place like this to fool around? Do you still have any shame? As soon as she said this, Yan Shi and Pang Wenwen next to them. They were all stunned. Then I understood. The woman in front of me is my junior ex-girlfriend. Hu Weiwei didn't give Jiang Chen any chance at all. Directly start moral judgment. Pointing at Jiang Chen's nose, he cursed. I've seen through you a long time ago. You're just a promiscuous scumbag. You were flirting with other women when you were with me, and now you're doing it again right after we broke up. It's disgusting. Also, don't think I don't know what kind of person you are. You're just a poor bastard. You're so stingy. You can't even afford to buy me a dress worth thousands of dollars. Now you have money and bring other women to Fulin restaurant to show off? Where did you get your money from? Did you go to a small loan company again? Her voice was high-pitched and loud. It instantly attracted a lot of attention from the surrounding area. She seemed totally unfazed by the gaffe. Instead, he became more and more excited the more he spoke. It seems like he wants to release the accumulated resentment. Let it all out. Listen to this confusion of right and wrong. Hysterical accusations. There was no anger on Jiang Chen's face. Instead, I find it ridiculous. Is this woman mentally ill? Seamless connection yourself? There's a new ATM machine right next to her. Are you stingy? That's picking at her. Still taking out small loans? He has millions in his account now. However, before Jiang Chen could refute, Pang Wenwen beside her took action first. Who is Pang Wenwen? I have seen countless people and have an excellent eye. She heard from Hu Weiwei's angry words. Capture key information instantly. First, Jiang Chen is single now. Second, this ex-girlfriend was jealous and deliberately looking for trouble. Thirdly, this ex-girlfriend's level is far inferior to that of himself and Yan Shi. It's like a god's assist that comes to your doorstep. There was a gleam in Pang Wenwen's eyes. A charming smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She didn't argue with Hu Weiwei. Instead, he made a move that no one expected. She took a step forward. She stretched out her hand very naturally and held Jiang Chen's arm affectionately. The soft touch came instantly, accompanied by the mature and attractive perfume of Pang Wenwen. Pang Wenwen spoke to Hu Weiwei with a smile. The voice carried a hint of superiority and oppression. Oh, miss, you can't say that. Our Chen Chen is so young, promising, handsome, and rich. Isn't it normal for girls to pursue him? She deliberately changed the name Our Chen Chen. The words were pronounced with great emphasis. It is a strong gesture of asserting sovereignty. As he said this, he deliberately stuck closer to Jiang Chen. She rubbed Jiang Chen's arm with her full breasts intentionally or unintentionally. At the same time, he quickly gave a wink to Yan Shi on the other side. Yan Shi was slightly startled. Then I immediately understood what he meant. She is not as bold as Pang Wenwen. But seeing Hu Weiwei slandering Jiang Chen like this, I also felt resentful. What's more, Jiang Chen was so righteous just now. Now that he is being bullied by his ex-girlfriend, how can I just stand by and watch? Thinking of this, Yan Shi also plucked up his courage and took a small step forward. Although he didn't directly link his arms. But he also stood close to Jiang Chen. Lift your chin slightly. He looked at Hu Weiwei with clear eyes. Take a stand with your actions. This time, the scene becomes extremely dramatic. Jiang Chen was protected by two stunning beauties on his left and right. Yan Shi on the left is pure and beautiful. Elegant temperament. Pang Wenwen on the right is sexy and hot. Full of charm. The two have different styles. But they are all obviously better than Hu Weiwei. They use intimate gestures. Silent declaration. Jiang Chen, it's ours now. Wang Kuan standing behind Hu Weiwei. I was stunned a long time ago. He couldn't take his eyes off Yan Shi and Pang Wenwen. These two women. It's simply the best of the best. Regardless of face, figure, or temperament. They are all better than Hu Weiwei beside them. Especially the pure type. She is simply the embodiment of his dream girl. Wang Kuan felt unbalanced instantly. He spent so much money pursuing Hu Weiwei. Until now, my little hands have hardly touched it. The boy in front of me is called Jiang Chen. Looks ordinary. How can he have two such stunning beauties at the same time? Hu Weiwei saw what Peng Wenwen did. I saw Yan Shi also standing on Jiang Chen's side. I especially noticed Wang Kuan's astonished look. He was so angry that he was shaking all over. Waste. Jiang Chen is such a waste. What virtue does he have? These two bitches. He must be blind. I was cheated by this poor guy Jiang Chen. Yes. It must be like this. Jiang Chen must be trying to show off. He has no money at all. Bring these two women to Fulin restaurant. He must be trying to show off and then run away. Think of this. A vicious light flashed in Hu Weiwei's eyes. She wants to expose Jiang Chen's true face. Let him be in front of everyone. In front of these two bitches. So shameful. She suppressed her anger. Force a fake smile. Pretending to be generous, he said. Hey, Jiang Chen, look at what you said. Although we broke up, we were in love after all. There's no need to make it so ugly. Since we happen to meet here, why don't we? She paused. His eyes swept over Yan Shi and Peng Wenwen. With provocation and calculation. Why don't we have a meal together? I just discovered this restaurant and I heard the food is really good. Let's get to know each other and make friends. She had her wishful thinking in mind. As long as Jiang Chen agrees to share the table. We'll take your order later. She only picks the expensive ones. Let us see if Jiang Chen can't pay by then. See how he ends. Look at these two bitches. Will you still follow this poor guy? However, Jiang Chen just looked at her coldly. It's like watching a clown. He was too lazy to even expose Hu Weiwei's ridiculous thoughts. Just uttered two words lightly. No need. Chapter 12, Cloudtop Palace? Then I will make you suffer to the end. Jiang Chen's cold no need. Like an invisible slap in the face. He slapped Hu Weiwei hard in the face. Her face instantly became uglier. The carefully drawn eyeliner seemed distorted with anger. Rejected by Jiang Chen in public. Especially in front of two more beautiful women. Make her feel humiliated like never before. A surge of evil fire rushed to my head. Hu Weiwei's sharp voice rang out like a string of bullets. No need? Ha! Jiang Chen, why are you pretending to be so noble? What? You don't dare to eat with us? Are you afraid that you won't be able to pay and be embarrassed if you go to Fulin restaurant? I'm telling you, don't think I don't know your worth. You even refused to pay for a $3,000 dress, and now you dare to come to a place like this with two wild women? I think you're just trying to be rich. If you can't pay the bill later, I'll see how you end up. Hu Weiwei became more and more excited as she spoke. Spit flying everywhere. Her statement was outrageous. Not only did he not belittle Jiang Chen. Instead, Yan Shi, who was standing next to him, couldn't stand it anymore. Yan Shi's originally fair cheeks. She was so angry that her face turned slightly red. She took a step forward. There was obvious displeasure in his clear eyes. Look at Hu Weiwei. Although the tone is gentle, it is heroic. Miss, please speak with respect. First of all, Jiang Chen is single now, and it is his freedom to be with whomever he wants. Secondly, Yan Shi paused. The sound is clearer. Today's dinner was originally intended by Wenwen and I to treat junior brother Jiang Chen to thank him for his previous help. So, there is no question of not being able to pay. Yan Shi's words. It protected Jiang Chen. It also stated its position. Clearly organized and well-reasoned. This instantly made Hu Weiwei's unreasonable behavior even more ridiculous. And Wang Kuan standing behind Hu Weiwei. At this moment, I feel mixed emotions. On the one hand, Hu Weiwei is like a shrew scolding people in the street. It made him feel embarrassed in front of the most beautiful woman. On the other hand, Yan Shi and Peng Wenwen's temperament and appearance. It really attracted him. Especially Yan Shi's words will treat you. It made him feel more about this girl. Not only beautiful, but also kind and sensible. The opportunity has come. Wang Kuan's eyes rolled. Seize the opportunity to perform immediately. Take a step forward. Act like a successful person. He pretended to be generous and said to Jiang Chen and the two beauties. Hey, we are all friends, why bother arguing over such a small matter? He looked at Jiang Chen. The tone was filled with a subtle sense of superiority. This brother Jiang Chen, right? Since the two beauties are willing to treat us, that is their intention. However, it is not good to let the beauties pay the bill. How about this? He patted his chest. If you are really in a difficult situation today, it's okay, brother Jiang Chen. This meal is on me. Just consider it as making friends. His words seem to be a way of smoothing things over. In fact, it implies that Jiang Chen cannot afford the money. At the same time, elevate yourself. I want to be in front of Yan Shi and Pang Wenwen. Leave a good impression of generosity and wealth. Hu Weiwei heard that Wang Kuan was willing to pay the bill. He immediately glanced at Jiang Chen with pride. As if to say, look. My man is rich. Pang Wenwen sneered secretly. This guy's rank is too low. Still want to pretend in front of her and Yan Shi? Little did he know that Jiang Chen had just... He spent nearly 200,000 without blinking an eye. For a while, all eyes were focused on Jiang Chen, facing Hu Weiwei's slander, Yan Shi's maintenance, Wang Kuan's generous donation. Jiang Chen's expression remained calm, even at the corners of his mouth. A hint of playfulness. He waited until everyone had finished performing. Then he slowly raised his eyelids. His eyes swept over Hu Weiwei and Wang Kuan indifferently. Then he turned to the two beauties beside him. Senior, Coach Pang, thank you for your kindness. He nodded politely first. Then he changed the subject. The tone was indescribably calm and indifferent. But I'm inviting you two to dinner. Fulin restaurant seems not up to par. What? Fulin restaurant? Not classy enough? As soon as these words came out, not only Hu Weiwei but also Wang Kuan was stunned. Even Yan Shi and Pang Wenwen. They all showed surprised expressions. Fulin restaurant. It is already a famous top restaurant in this area. The average consumption per person is over 1,000. In the eyes of ordinary people, it is synonymous with luxury. But it came into Jiang Chen's mouth. It turned out to be not up to standard? Hu Weiwei almost laughed out of anger. Jiang Chen, you are just bragging. Fulin restaurant is not high-end enough? Then tell me, what place is high-end enough? She would like to see it. What can this poor guy say? Jiang Chen seemed not to hear her taunting. Just tilt your head slightly. Like thinking seriously. After a moment. Then he said in a casual tone as if he had decided to have a home-cooked meal in the evening. Let me think, let's go to Yunding Tiangong. The private kitchen there is said to be pretty good, the ingredients are fresh, and the environment is private, which is more suitable for entertaining guests. Cloud. Top. Sky. Palace? These four words are like thunder. It instantly exploded in the ears of Wang Kuan and Hu Weiwei. Hu Weiwei might just feel that. The name sounds awesome. But Wang Kuan's face changed instantly. Hentang Palace. That's no ordinary restaurant at all. But it is located in the city center. On the top floor of a skyscraper. A top-notch club-style restaurant. Minimum consumption. Starting from 40,000. There is no upper limit. The food here is all air-shipped from around the world. Top-quality rare ingredients. Australian black lip abalone. Alaskan king crab. Japanese Kobe beef. French blue lobster. There, they are just ordinary dishes. Go there for a meal. One table down. It's easily tens of thousands per person. With Wang Kuan's wealth. Although it is affordable. But a meal costs tens of thousands. Even hundreds of thousands. It's definitely a serious injury. My flesh hurts so much that my heart is bleeding. This guy Jiang Chen. How could he possibly know about Yunding Palace? Could it be that he? Wang Kuan looked at Jiang Chen in surprise and doubt. Trying to get it out of his face. Find evidence of guilty conscience. However, Jiang Chen's expression remained calm and indifferent. It seemed as if Hentang Palace was really just a not bad choice for him. Pang Wenwen's eyes were also wide open. Cloudtop Palace? Obviously, he had heard of its great reputation. Her eyes brightened as she looked at Jiang Chen. This little brother is truly unfathomable. She was completely confused. She had never heard of this place. But look at the reactions of Wang Kuan and Pang Wenwen. I also know that it is definitely more expensive than I can imagine. Jiang Chen seemed not to notice how shocked they were. His gaze turned to Wang Kuan. With a nice friendly smile. This is Mr. Wang, right? Since it's such a coincidence, why don't we go together? But we can go Dutch, is that okay? AA? Go to Hentaying Palace AA? Wang Kuan felt like his heart was about to stop. We'd like to split the bill for this meal. So many people. It means he at least has to take responsibility. The cost is over 30,000. It's almost half a month's pocket money for him. Hu Weiwei didn't realize the seriousness of the problem at all. She only knows that Hentaying Palace is more expensive. You can also watch Jiang Chen make a fool of himself. And AA is better. Jiang Chen definitely can't afford his half. Then he will be the one who is embarrassed. Hu Weiwei agreed on behalf of Wang Kuan without thinking twice. Looking at Jiang Chen provocatively. Okay. Let's go to Yunding Palace. I want to see how you're going to pay later. Wang Kuan's face turned pale. Weiwei wanted to speak out to stop it. But Hu Weiwei glared at him fiercely. Why? Wang Kuan, you are not reluctant to invite me to Yunding Palace, right? Wang Kuan was immediately held there. On one hand, the meal costs are sky high. On one side is the girlfriend who is eyeing him covetously. And the two stunning beauties next to him that made him feel itchy. A man's face. Damn face. Wang Kuan gritted his teeth. Almost squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Of course, no problem. Let's go AA. Who's afraid of who? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. It seems like everything is under control. Then let's go. The group of 5 set off again. This time Wang Kuan took the initiative to drive his BMW 5 Series. Driving everyone to the city center. Arrived under the skyscraper where Hentaying Sky Palace is located. The exclusive butler is already waiting. He respectfully led the 5 people in. Private elevator to the top floor. Luxury. The ultimate luxury. Magnificent decoration. Priceless artwork. The window overlooks the night view of the entire city. Unrivaled vision. They all let Hu Weiwei and Yan Shi, who came for the first time. Stunned. Even Wang Kuan, who claims to be knowledgeable. I was also shocked by the grandeur here. Pang Wenwen was also amazed. But he remained calm. After all, he has been in society for many years. Only Jiang Chen. Still calm and peaceful. It seemed like I had just come to an ordinary restaurant private room. After sitting down, the waiter handed over a menu that looked like a work of art. Yan Shi opened it carefully. See the astronomical prices above. I almost dropped the menu. She closed it quickly. He whispered to Jiang Chen. Junior, this place is too expensive, why don't we just... Jiang Chen interrupted her with a smile. Then he looked at the waiter and started ordering directly. It's okay, senior sister. It's a rare opportunity to come here, so let's try the local specialties. Let's start with a plate of caviar with French crepes, I want the ones from Austral. Then, let's have a plate of pan-fried top-grade foie gras with fig jam. For the main course, Australian M9 plus tomahawk steak, medium rare. Then, let's have a plate of steamed grouper, I want wild ones. Oh, and also have a portion of the signature Buddha jumps over the wall. For the soup, let's have the stewed conch with matsutake mushrooms. He ordered 7 or 8 dishes in one go. Every dish is on the menu. The most expensive and top-notch sign. Yan Shi was horrified when he heard this. I want to stop it but I don't know how. Pang Wenwen was next to them. Looking at Jiang Chen with a smile. Eyes full of appreciation. This little brother is so elegant in ordering dishes, it's not easy. On the other side, Hu Weiwei was not to be outdone. She deliberately held the menu and said to Wang Kuan in a coquettish voice. Brother Kuan, I want to eat this Hokkaido sea urchin and this French blue lobster, they look so delicious. Wang Kuan looked at the menu. Those dazzling 5-digit prices. My heart is bleeding. But I still have to put on a forced smile. Order. Wei Wei, just order whatever you want to eat. Don't be polite with me. Pang Wenwen watched the performance on the opposite side. Suddenly, she covered her mouth and chuckled, and said to Jiang Chen in a neither loud nor soft voice. Hey, Jiang Chen, look at you. You ordered so many expensive dishes, but you didn't even think about saving some for Mr. Wang. It's not easy for a man to earn money to support his family, isn't it, Mr. Wang? Her words seemed to be persuading Jiang Chen. In fact, every word hurts Wang Kuan and Hu Weiwei's heart. Wang Kuan's face became even uglier. There was a hint of impatience in his eyes when he looked at Hu Weiwei. Hu Weiwei was so angry that she almost crushed the menu. But it's not easy to get angry. Jiang Chen watched Pang Wenwen's wonderful performance. I secretly gave a thumbs up in my heart. This woman is really capable. Not a girlfriend though. But this ability of observing people's words and expressions, providing emotional value, and giving men enough face in public is better than that of 100 Hu Weiweis. With her by my side. You don't even need to say much. The enemy was furious. Jiang Chen was in a good mood. I also added 2 desserts and a bottle of expensive red wine. After taking the order, the waiter respectfully left. The atmosphere in the private room became subtle. Jiang Chen, Yan Shi, and Pang Wenwen are here. Easy and carefree. As for Hu Weiwei and Wang Kuan, there is an undercurrent. A heart is bleeding. One is furious. Chapter 13, what kind of status do you have to sit at the same table with me? Soon. Top dishes at Hentang Palace. Like a work of art. The food was served in a steady stream by elegant waiters wearing cheongsams on silver trolleys. The crystal clear caviar with a shining black luster is paired with warm and crispy French crepes. The top quality foie gras, pan-fried to perfection, exudes an enticing aroma of fat, and is garnished with a few plump and fresh figs. The M9 Plus grade tomahawk steak is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with the pink cut surface full of juice. There is also the perfectly steamed wild grouper. The fish meat is white and delicate, as if it will melt with a light touch. Every dish. Ingredients, techniques, and presentation. They all demonstrate unparalleled luxury and refinement. Of course, it also means a staggering price. However, in the face of such a feast, the atmosphere at the table was distinct. Wang Kuan looked at the thousands or even tens of thousands of dishes in front of him. I just felt my heart bleeding. He picked up the chopsticks and the food tasted like wax. How can this be called eating? It's obvious that he's eating his money. Especially when you think about having to split the bill. He felt his stomach twist. How can I have any appetite at all? What made him even more aggrieved was Hu Weiwei. This woman eats with a clear conscience. After all, it's his money. She tasted all kinds of expensive dishes without hesitation. He acts bossy from time to time. Wang Kuan, pour me a glass of wine. Give me a bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall. This foie gras is pretty good, you should try it too. Oh, forget it, you don't seem to have much appetite? His tone was full of matter-of-factness. Even with a hint of barely perceptible contempt. It seemed as if Wang Kuan's concern for money made her embarrassed in front of Jiang Chen and others. She completely forgot that the money was paid by Wang Kuan. Not only is there no gratitude. Instead, they disliked him even more. Wang Kuan was almost furious. He suppressed his anger. I poured red wine for Hu Weiwei, but I was roaring in my heart. What sin have I committed? Spend tens of thousands to treat you to a meal. It depends on your expression? In stark contrast to their situation of sitting on pins and needles and undercurrents. On Jiang Chen's side, everything was harmonious and peaceful. One could even say, vivid and colorful. Pang Wenwen knows how to control men. He also knows how to handle social situations. Gain an advantage for yourself. Her every frown and smile is full of mature feminine charm. With a sweet smile, she took the initiative to scoop up the caviar with a silver spoon, spread it carefully on the pancake, picked it up with a serving chopstick, and handed it to Jiang Chen's plate in a graceful manner. Jiang Chen, try this caviar. It tastes best with pancakes. Jiang Chen accepted it with a smile. Yes, thank you. She picked up the decanted red wine and elegantly filled Jiang Chen's glass. The movements are skillful and natural. Here, this bottle of Lafite is a treasure here. I'll pour it for you. Even when the pan-fried foie gras comes. Pang Wenwen cut off a piece with a small fork. I tasted it first. Then her beautiful eyes lit up. Said to Jiang Chen, "Wow. This foie gras really melts in your mouth. It's so delicious. You should try it too." As she spoke, she cut another small piece. He handed the fork directly to Jiang Chen's mouth. Charming eyes. With a hint of teasing. Open your mouth. This action is extremely bold. It's also extremely ambiguous. Jiang Chen was slightly startled. Look at the tempting foie gras in front of you. And Pang Wenwen is very close. Delicate red lips with sexy lipstick. Ripples of emotion also arose in my heart. He smiled without opening his mouth. But reach out your hand. Use your own chopsticks to take the fork from her. Bring the foie gras over. Put it in your mouth and savor it carefully. Yeah, it's really good. Pang Wenwen saw that he did not accept the feeding. I don't feel embarrassed. Instead, she giggled. Feng Qingwan rolled her eyes at him. Little brother, you are quite shy. These scenes. Wang Kuan on the opposite side almost popped his eyes out. Why? It's also about spending money on meals. There were two beauties on Jiang Chen's side vying to serve him. Pour the wine and pick up the food. Even intimate feeding? And what about me? Spend tens of thousands. Hu Weiwei didn't even give me a good look. Don't even touch it. And you still treat yourself as a servant? Isn't this fucking gap too big? Yan Shi was sitting on the other side of Jiang Chen. Her personality is far less bold than Pang Wenwen's. But under the suggestion and leadership of Pang Wenwen, I also started to learn it somewhat unnaturally. With a red face, she clumsily used the serving chopsticks to pick up a piece of grouper for Jiang Chen and put it on his plate. He whispered, "Junior, this fish is quite fresh, you try it." The voice was as soft as a mosquito's, but my cheeks felt very hot. Jiang Chen felt Yan Shi's kind shyness. It is even more beneficial in my heart. Thank you, senior. A passionate one. A shy and lovely one. Two completely different styles. But he is also the central figure. The status is highlighted to the extreme. Jiang Chen enjoyed it peacefully. The two beauties provided meticulous service. Savor top-notch cuisine. Occasionally I chat and laugh with Pang Wenwen. Respond to Yan Shi's concern from time to time. The whole person felt extremely comfortable. This is top emotional value. It's almost full. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart again. Pang Wenwen has social experience. A woman who knows how to judge the situation. Although perhaps the purpose is not pure. But get along. She is indeed better than a woman like Hu Weiwei who only knows how to ask for things and is selfish. So much more comfortable. Jiang Chen's side is harmonious and comfortable. Like countless steel needles. It hurts Hu Weiwei and Wang Kuan's heart. They both became red hot almost at the same time. Hu Weiwei looked at Jiang Chen and was hugged by people on both sides. Enjoy the royal treatment. The flames of jealousy almost devoured her. She glared at Wang Kuan fiercely. It's all this rubbish's fault. Let her lose face today. She can't eat anymore. Put down your chopsticks and cross your arms. With a cold face, he had only one thought in his mind. Finish it soon. Check out quickly. She couldn't wait to see it. Jiang Chen was so panicked and embarrassed when he couldn't pay. This is her ultimate purpose for coming here today. Wang Kuan was so upset that his liver, stomach, and heart ached. He looked at Jiang Chen. Then he looked at Hu Weiwei beside him. And think about the huge bills that are about to be paid. Damn. They are all men. Why is the difference so big? He also completely lost his appetite. He drank one cup after another. His face was so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. A feast that should be enjoyed to the fullest. For Hu Weiwei and Wang Kuan. But it turned into an extremely painful torture. Only Jiang Chen. And the two beauties beside him. Still enjoying the delicious food and wine leisurely. It seemed as if he was completely unaware of the fiery gazes from the two people opposite him. Chapter 14. Two beauties competing in the top club. She is really good at it. Jiang Chen sighed. It's like a horse galloping in the spring breeze. Pang Wenwen played the role of the perfect beauty to perfection. Her pair of bright and beautiful peach blossom eyes almost never left Jiang Chen. From time to time, he poured Jiang Chen expensive red wine. In a half-joking and half-seriously tone, he praised Jiang Chen for his good taste in real man. Every look, every movement. They both performed worship and intimacy to perfection. The emotional value is full. Even Yan Shi, who is usually introverted and quiet, was inspired by Pang Wenwen's eye contact and the atmosphere on the scene. I also participated a little shyly. Two stunning beauties, one on the left and one on the right. A passionate one. One is as gentle as water. Jiang Chen was surrounded by stars like the moon. That natural intimacy. Jiang Chen looked calm and at ease, like an emperor enjoying himself. In the eyes of others. It's really the envy of others. There were even waiters outside whispering about it. Oh my god, who is that guy? He is so lucky, right? Two goddesses are vying to serve him? Yeah, look at that demeanor, as steady as a rock. This is what a winner in life looks like. Look at the guy across from him. TSK, he has a Sema face the whole time, and his girlfriend doesn't seem to care about him at all. Is she just an ATM? These discussions are neither big nor small. But it looks like a poisoned dagger. Accurately inserted into Wang Kuan's heart. ATM? He, Wang Kuan. When has he ever been treated like this? Looking at the exquisite work of art in front of you. The prices of the dishes were so expensive that they made his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys ache. He just felt like he couldn't eat. Tasteless. Every bite I swallowed seemed not to be food. But it was the hard-earned money he earned from his father. Especially when his eyes swept across the scene where Jiang Chen was surrounded by beautiful women and enjoying himself. Look around you again. This person is just bossy. Hu Weiwei also despised him for losing her face. An unstoppable feeling of humiliation. And fury. It was surging wildly in his chest. Why? Why the fuck? I spent tens of thousands. And this is what I got. Hu Weiwei had long lost her patience. She looked at Jiang Chen and the situation became more and more harmonious. The jealousy in my heart burns more fiercely. She can't eat anymore. She wanted to immediately see Jiang Chen's miserable state when he couldn't pay. That was her only expectation today. She slammed the silver fork in her hand. Slap it on the table. Make a harsh sound. Without waiting for anyone to react. He waved directly at the manager standing beside him, his tone sharp and impatient. Humph. Pay the bill. Hurry up. The manager smiled professionally and quickly came over with the bill, bowing slightly. Dear guests, the total consumption this time is 90,000 yuan. 90,000. Hear this number. Yan Shi's face turned pale instantly. I covered my mouth subconsciously. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock and worry. Wang Kuan's body suddenly stiffened. It's like being hit by an electric current. 90,000. Even if they split the bill, he still has to pay $45,000. 45,000. He gets pocket money every month. It's only about 100,000. This meal wipes out half a month as expenses. And it was spent in such a frustrating way. Such a displeased meal. His heart felt like it was frying in a frying pan. However, Hu Weiwei seemed not to notice Wang Kuan's extremely ugly expression. She glanced at the bill. There was a gleam of ruthlessness in his eyes. Then he raised his chin. He said to Jiang Chen in an extremely generous tone. $90,000, right? Although there are only two of us, we shouldn't pay that much if we split the bill, but we're not stingy people. She raised her voice deliberately. How about this, we'll pay half, 45,000. The remaining 45,000 is up to you three to handle. After she finished speaking, she looked at Jiang Chen provocatively. Eyes full of the malicious intent of I want to see how you die. Wang Kuan heard Hu Weiwei's self-righteous decision. I almost vomited blood. This spendthrift woman. Spend his money to show off. Without blinking an eye. He now wants to kill Hu Weiwei. Yan Shi anxiously pulled Jiang Chen's sleeve. The voice was crying. Junior, this is too much. I still have some money here, although it's not much, let's pool it together. Jiang Chen patted the back of her hand and gave her a reassuring look. The tone remained calm. It's okay, senior. This little money is nothing. Hu Weiwei saw Jiang Chen was still there. A dead duck is still stubborn. Immediately, he urged Wang Kuan impatiently. Wang Kuan. What are you still standing there for? Go and pay our half. Don't you see that young Master Jiang may need time to go to the bank to withdraw money, or call someone to borrow money? Don't delay him. Her words were extremely vicious. Pang Wenwen couldn't help laughing. Puff. She glanced at Hu Weiwei with a seductive look, then turned to Wang Kuan, her tone full of sympathy. Oh my, Miss Hu is really anxious. But Mr. Wang seems not in a good mood? Yes, 45,000. For ordinary people, it's a lot of money. Unlike some people who have no ability to make money, they feel justified in spending men's money and don't feel sorry at all. Mr. Wang, don't you think I'm right? Pang Wenwen's words were full of sarcasm and indirect criticism. Wang Kuan was so angry that his lungs almost exploded and completely tore off Hu Weiwei's face. Wang Kuan was shaking all over. He clenched his fist suddenly. Pay. It's not that he can't afford it. 45,000, he can afford it. But he is unwilling to accept it. He doesn't want to. Why should I do this for Hu Weiwei? This stupid and vicious woman. Pay this money? Why should we be with Jiang Chen? In front of this man whom he was extremely jealous of. Being played like a fool? A man's dignity. The sting of money. The temptation of beauty. The anger of humiliation. All kinds of emotions intertwined and collided in his heart. It put him into an unprecedented struggle. He stood there stiffly, his face ashen, and he said nothing. Look at Wang Kuan's cowardly look. Hu Weiwei completely exploded. Her last hope was shattered. She originally thought that Wang Kuan would be able to hold his own no matter what. I didn't expect that he is such a useless piece of trash. This made her feel like a huge joke. Hu Weiwei doesn't care about her image as a socialite. Pointing at Wang Kuan's nose, he yelled. Wang Kuan. Are you going to pay or not? Are you a man? You can't even come up with 45,000? You still have the nerve to call yourself a rich second generation? I think you are a liar. A waste. A poor fellow. Not even as good as Jiang Chen. This is an incredible statement. The entire private room of the top-notch restaurant fell into deathly silence. Even the restaurant manager couldn't help but frown, obviously feeling uncomfortable with the farce. Wang Kuan was scolded badly. His face turned from blue to purple, and from purple to white. It feels like all the energy has been drained out of the whole person. He slumped in his chair with a blank look in his eyes. At this extremely embarrassing and awkward moment, Jiang Chen finally stood up. He looked down on people. Watching this ugly farce in front of me. Shaked his head gently. There was an undisguised look of contempt and disgust in his eyes. He uttered 4 words lightly. It's really noisy. Isn't it just the cost of a meal? Why make such a fuss? It's as if you've never seen money before. His eyes swept across Hu Weiwei's face, which was twisted with anger and humiliation. He glanced at the distraught Wang Kuan again. The tone was full of utter condescending contempt. What level do you have to sit at the same table with me? I'm ashamed of you. After saying, he no longer looked at the 2 men. He said to the restaurant manager who was waiting beside him, Pay the bill. In full. Chapter 15, a $90,000 gamble decides the outcome. Hu Weiwei breaks down on the spot. Jiang Chen's words in full. Like a bolt from the blue. Hu Weiwei and Wang Kuan were shocked and turned pale. Even the manager, who was used to seeing high rollers, had a barely perceptible flash of shock in his eyes. 90,000 yuan. Although it is the Cloud Top Palace. But spending 90,000 on a meal is still an astonishing amount. Especially the young man in front of me. He is young and dressed casually. Yet he can be so calm and relaxed. Say the word full amount. Such magnanimity. This strength. Definitely not an ordinary person. The manager immediately suppressed all his emotions and smiled more respectfully and humbly. Okay, Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment. He didn't even ask a question. He turned around and walked directly to the exclusive mobile POS machine next to him. The entire private room. Even the faint whispers outside the private room seemed to have been muted. All eyes focus on Jiang Chen. And on the Vivo phone that is about to complete the payment. Hu Weiwei's face was as pale as paper. His eyes were filled with disbelief and deep reluctance. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could this loser have money? He must be pretending. Or you could take out a small loan. I will definitely not be able to refresh it later. Right. It must be like this. Wang Kuan felt like someone was strangling him. It became difficult to breathe. He looked at Jiang Chen calmly. Then I thought about how I hesitated because of the 45,000 yuan and was humiliated in public. A huge sense of frustration overwhelmed him like a tide. His family wealth was something he was proud of. At this moment, in front of this man, it seems like a huge joke. And Yan Shi and Pang Wenwen. These are two completely different reactions. Yan Shi's beautiful eyes opened wide. The little hands tightly grasped the corner of the clothes. My heart is beating like a deer. She looked at Jiang Chen. His eyes were full of shock and curiosity. And some things she herself didn't even notice. The worship of spring love. This junior fellow, who is he? He was shrouded in a fog. Make her unable to see through. Yet I couldn't help but be deeply attracted. Pang Wenwen's eyes were full of charm. The curve of her mouth becomes more charming. The look she gave Jiang Chen. Full of undisguised admiration and passion. It's confirmed. This little brother. He is definitely a hidden top boss. I really found a treasure this time. She made up her mind. Be sure to seize the opportunity. Establish a deeper relationship with Jiang Chen. Under the watchful eyes of the public. Drop. An extremely soft electronic sound rang out, but it struck Hu Weiwei and Wang Kuan's hearts like a heavy hammer. Payment successful. The POS machine slowly spits out the receipt. The manager held the receipt with both hands. He handed it back to Jiang Chen respectfully. The smile on his face became more humble. Even with a hint of flattery. Mr. Jiang, your bill has been paid. Here is your receipt, please keep it. You are our most distinguished guest at Hentang Palace. When you or your friends come to visit us in the future, just tell us your name and we can provide you with exclusive priority reservations and customized services. Boom! Hu Weiwei just felt her head buzzing. It was as if something exploded. Really paid? 90,000 yuan. He paid it without blinking an eye? How is this possible? This is impossible. Jiang Chen was too lazy to even look at the receipt. It seemed as if 90,000 yuan was really just a tiny amount of pocket money. He nodded to the manager, got it. This calmness. This attitude of treating money as dirt. It makes Wang Kuan next to him look like a clown. The waiters and managers in the restaurant. At this moment, Wang Kuan looked at Hu Weiwei with eyes full of contempt and ridicule. I told you, that woman is just looking for trouble. That's right. It was obviously her boyfriend who showed weakness first, and she is now blaming him. Mr. Jiang is so generous. He paid 90,000 yuan right away. No wonder he has two goddesses by his side. Alas, if you ask me, this Mr. Jiang is a real man. Alas, I only hate that I'm not a girl. These discussions are either clear or vague. Like countless steel needles, repeatedly piercing Hu Weiwei and Wang Kuan's already fragile self-esteem. Jiang Chen's successful payment was like the last straw. Hu Weiwei was completely crushed. She wanted to see Jiang Chen embarrassed. It's all at this moment. Vanished. And herself. Instead, he became the biggest clown. The most ridiculous loser. All this is Wang Kuan's fault. It's all this rubbish's fault. If he had just acted like a rich second generation. I paid 45,000 directly. I would never end up in such a situation. Hu Weiwei turned her head suddenly, staring at Wang Kuan with her bloodshot eyes. The anger and humiliation that had been built up in her heart erupted like a volcano at this moment. Wang Kuan. She pointed at Wang Kuan's nose and screamed hysterically. Look at you. Look at you. You're useless at the critical moment. You're haggling over even 45,000. You've embarrassed me in front of so many people. You still have the nerve to call yourself a rich second generation? I think you're just a pauper. You're not even worthy of carrying my shoes. You're worse than that loser Jiang Chen. She has stopped talking. Pour all the vicious words on Wang Kuan. Wang Kuan was already on the verge of collapse. At this moment, Hu Weiwei pointed at his nose and insulted him in public. Especially that sentence. You are worse than that loser Jiang Chen. It completely ignited the last bit of rationality in his heart. Wang Kuan suddenly stood up from his chair. The body is shaking slightly. That's enough. He stared at Hu Weiwei with red eyes. That look seemed to want to eat her alive. He growled, his voice hoarse. Hu Weiwei. Have you said enough? How much money did I spend on you? Do you think my money came from the wind? What else can you do besides spending money? Look at others. And then look at yourself. What qualifications do you have to bark like a dog here? He whipped out his cell phone. His fingers moved quickly. He turned to Jiang Chen and shouted. Jiang Chen. Give me the QR code and I'll transfer 25,000 to you. Then he paused and pointed at Hu Weiwei, who was frightened and pale beside him. The remaining 20,000. Go ask this bitch for it. I won't serve you anymore. After saying that, he scanned Jiang Chen's payment code. Without even waiting for Hu Weiwei to react. Without looking back. Rushed out of the private room. That back. Full of anger, humiliation and embarrassing relief. The entire private room fell into deathly silence again. Hu Weiwei was completely dumbfounded. Wang Kuan ran away? He just ran away like that? And I only paid 25,000? The remaining 20,000 yuan is left for her to figure out on her own? How could she possibly come up with 20,000? Hu Weiwei felt dizzy. My vision went dark and I almost fainted. She was completely embarrassed and her face turned red and white. Like an overturned pallet. It's so ugly. Chapter 16, a huge profit of 45,000, but there was a system bug. Just at this moment. Pang Wenwen's voice with a sweet smile. It sounded again like the devil's whisper. She covered her mouth in mock surprise. There was a gleam of anticipation in her beautiful eyes. Towards Hu Weiwei, his tone was full of concern. Oh my Miss Hu, your boyfriend is gone just like that? What a pity. She paused. I glanced at the bill on the table. He looked at Hu Weiwei again, whose face was pale. The smile becomes more sincere. And he seems to have only paid 25,000? Then according to the AA we agreed on just now, you still need 20,000. Pang Wenwen drawled out her tone. Admiring Hu Weiwei's shaky and embarrassed look. Continue to say the most heartbreaking words in the most gentle tone. But, Ms. Hu, don't be too anxious. After all, you and our Jiang Chen are old acquaintances, and you are also alumni of the same school. If you are short of money now and can't take out the 20,000 yuan, it doesn't matter. She blinked and looked at Jiang Chen. The voice is sickly sweet. Why not, just owe it to Jiang Chen first? Brother Chen Chen, you see Miss Hu is quite pitiful, why don't you let her owe it first? It's not much anyway, she can collect the money when she goes back, or, well, find a new boyfriend, and then pay it back to you when she has the chance, okay? These words are simply murderous. Not only did Hu Weiwei's plan to embarrass Jiang Chen come true, she even worships money. And the embarrassment and helplessness at this moment. Completely exposed in public. It also elevated Jiang Chen. It shaped his image of being magnanimous. Jiang Chen listened to Pang Wenwen's perfect assist. I was so happy. Cool. It's so cool. It's great to have someone as smart as this around me. Know how to assess the situation. A woman who can also provide top emotional value. This feeling is simply indescribable. This was what he did to that stupid woman Hu Weiwei. The ultimate enjoyment you have never experienced before. Pang Wenwen, she is really good at it. And Hu Weiwei. Under the repeated bombardment of Pang Wenwen's words. Finally, the defense was completely broken. She was trembling all over. His face turned from pale to blue. then from blue to purple. After a long time, she tried her best to make fun of Jiang Chen. Result: I am the one from beginning to end. A total clown? What a shame. This is such a great shame. She stared at Jiang Chen. He glanced at her again with resentment. Pang Wenwen with a beautiful smile. And Yan Shi, who had an innocent look on his face beside him. My heart is full of resentment and hatred. Impossible. How could a loser like Jiang Chen be really rich? He must be pretending. This money must be the last small loan he took out. It was supposed to compensate me. Right. He must be trying to show off in front of these two bitches. Just trying to show off. Sooner or later he will be unable to repay all the online loans. It's getting worse than before. She can't stay here any longer. She doesn't want to stay in this place where she is humiliated for even a second. She stood up suddenly and glared at Jiang Chen with hatred. Didn't say anything. Covering face. Almost like fleeing in panic. He staggered out of the private room of Hentaying Palace. With Hu Weiwei's departure, the suffocating tense atmosphere in the private room finally dissipated. Jiang Chen looked at the door that closed again. The corners of his mouth curled up in a cold arc. It's over. It's all over. The disgusting past between me and Hu Weiwei. At this moment, it finally came to an end. And his new life has just begun. Just at this moment. The familiar cold mechanical prompt tone. It rang in his mind on time. Ding. The player's turn. The rich man's dinner has been completed perfectly. Rewards are being settled. Congratulations to the host. Gain charm attribute plus 10. Congratulations to the host. This dinner cost 90,670 yuan, which has triggered a full refund and the funds have been received. Settlement of interest for this round. Based on your current account balance, the interest income for this round is 40,000 renminbi. At the end of this round of action, you will receive an additional reward of 10,000. Look at this series of rewards. Jiang Chen's mood reached the peak in an instant. This meal. Not only does it completely solve the ex-girlfriend's troubles, he also perfectly demonstrated his strength and demeanor in front of the two beauties. He also got 25,000 yuan for free from Wang Kun. I made another 75,000 yuan in total. Plus 10 points of charm. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Suppress the ecstasy in your heart. His face showed a calmness as warm as the spring breeze, and with the bonus of 10 points of charm, he seemed to be glowing at this moment. After a brief silence, it was Pang Wenwen who broke the deadlock first. She gently shook the expensive glass of Lafite in her hand. To the air, as if talking to himself. It also seemed like it was spoken to Jiang Chen and Yan Shi. The tone was just the right amount of contempt and relief. Tisk, it's finally quiet. Some people just can't stand seeing others doing well. If they themselves are not living a happy life, they don't want others to live a happy life either. Why bother? She put down her glass. Turn your head. That charming smile was back on her face. It was as if the farce had never happened. She looked at Jiang Chen. There is a gleam of light in her beautiful eyes. The voice was soothing and intimate. Little brother, don't let that kind of person affect our good mood. That kind of jumping clown is not worth wasting your emotions at all. Yan Shi also nodded. Although the scene just now left her with lingering fears. I even felt angry for Jiang Chen. But at this moment, Jiang Chen seemed calm and composed. She also tried to calm down. He said softly, yes, Junior, don't take it to heart. People like that are not worth it. Jiang Chen looked at the two beauties in front of him who truly cared about him. A warm feeling welled up in my heart. Hu Weiwei's departure. For him. It's like cutting out a tumor that has long been rotten. I just felt extremely relaxed and happy. And Wang Kun and Hu Weiwei are last. That dog-eat-dog farce. In his opinion, it was even more ridiculous and pathetic. I don't even have the qualifications to make him angry. What really made him feel cared for and appreciated? It was Yan Shi and Pang Wenwen who performed tonight. Yan Shi's kindness and integrity. And the courage to stand up at the critical moment. Cleanses people's hearts like a clear spring. And Pang Wenwen. although perhaps with practical purposes. But she has high emotional intelligence and accurate judgment. And just the right assist. Not only does it perfectly resolve embarrassment, he even severely humiliated Hu Weiwei and Wan Kuan. It gave him some vent. This friendship is also worthy of recognition. Jiang Chen picked up the wine glass. He smiled sincerely at the two of them. Senior, Coach Pang. To be honest, tonight, it's all thanks to you guys. He paused, glanced at the two of them, and said sincerely. If you hadn't helped me out, I would have been entangled with that kind of boring person. I toast to you and thank you for your help. He said. Drink the rich red wine in the glass. Chapter 17, Hanglung Plaza, thanks from the rich man. Pang Wenwen immediately smiled brightly. Also picked up the wine glass. Pay a humble tribute to Jiang Chen. Then drink the wine in the glass gracefully. There are all kinds of charm in the movements. Oh, you're too polite, little brother. We are friends, and when friends are in trouble, shouldn't we help each other? Besides, when I see a woman who confuses right and wrong, I can't help but want to slap her in the face. Yen she was also a little embarrassed. Picking up the juice cup, he whispered. Don't say that, Junior. We didn't do anything. But she was worried about Jiang Chen. This is a sincere thank you. And feel a hint of sweet satisfaction. Can help him. It seemed to be something that made her very happy. Jiang Chen looked at them. I was secretly calculating in my heart. Tonight, Wang Kuan used the 25,000 yuan of windfall to thank these two beauties. It couldn't be more perfect. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen put down his wine glass. A relaxed and happy smile appeared on his face. It's still early. Although there were some minor incidents during the meal, they have been resolved. I think, why don't we leave so early? There happens to be a Hanglung Plaza nearby with a wide variety of brands. Let's go shopping together. It just so happens that I've been wanting to buy myself some new clothes recently, but I haven't had the time to go. You two must have better taste than me, could you, trouble you to give me some advice? This proposal seems natural. This gave the two beauties a reason they couldn't refuse. Which woman can resist shopping? Especially Hanglung. A high-end shopping mall that brings together the world's top luxury brands? Sure enough, Pang Wenwen's eyes lit up immediately. I agreed without hesitation, sure. Shopping is my favorite thing. No problem, I promise to help you pick out the most handsome clothes and give you a brand new look. She was calculating quickly in her mind. Shopping is the best way to enhance relationships and understand each other's tastes and consumption habits. Moreover, there will be more close encounters. Although Yen she was not as excited as Pang Wenwen. But I was indeed somewhat tempted. The dinner at Hentaying Sky Palace had already opened her eyes. For top-notch shopping malls like Plaza 66. She had only heard about it. But never actually went in. Moreover, I can be with Jiang Chen and Pang Wenwen. It seems pretty good. The most important thing is that Jiang Chen just experienced such an unpleasant scene. Accompany him to relax. Help him pick out clothes. It's also a way to show my friendship. She nodded gently and said softly, Okay, Junior. I have nothing to do, so let's go and take a look together. However, whether it is Pang Wenwen or Yen Shi. At this moment, all I was thinking about was simply accompanying Jiang Chen shopping. Help him choose clothes. They might just take a look at something they like. But there was absolutely no intention of asking Jiang Chen to pay for them. Pang Wenwen wanted to take this opportunity to get closer. Yen she was purely out of kindness and a hint of hidden curiosity. They are fundamentally different from women like Hu Weiwei. Seeing that the two beauties readily agreed, Jiang Chen felt even better. When leaving Hentaying Palace, the restaurant manager personally took the three of them, delivered to the dedicated elevator entrance, and said that he had already made arrangements for Jiang Chen. Exclusive courtesy car. You can send them directly to Hanglung. This is thoughtful and meticulous service. Once again, Pang Wenwen and Yen she felt Jiang Chen's power. In other words, the power of money. Sit in a spacious and comfortable custom-made Rolls-Royce Phantom with luxurious interior. Looking at the brilliant night scene rapidly receding outside the window, Yen Shi's mood was a little complicated. She felt as if she was stepping step by step into a world she had never been exposed to before. the bizarre and luxurious world belonging to Jiang Chen. This world made her feel novel, shocking, and vaguely uneasy. Pang Wenwen seemed more at ease. She even took the initiative to chat with Jiang Chen about the styles and latest designs of various luxury brands. His conversation reveals his keen sense of fashion trends. It also cleverly shortened the distance between him and Jiang Chen. Soon, the vehicle stopped at the entrance to the VIP exclusive channel of Hanglun Plaza. 3 people got off the car. Immediately, senior mall staff came forward to greet them and led them into the shopping paradise that houses the world's top luxury goods. At night, Plaza 66 is brightly lit and colorful. The marble floor is as smooth as a mirror. Dazzling crystal chandelier. Major brands carefully design their windows. All of them exude the radiance of money and taste. The air is filled with high-end fragrance. Occasionally, well-dressed and elegant men and women pass by. This makes the style here even more extraordinary. Jiang Chen walked in the middle. On the left is the elegant and refined Yan Shi. On the right is the sexy and charming Pang Wenwen. The 2 stunning beauties are like diamonds. It instantly attracted the attention of passers-by in the mall. Countless eyes of envy, jealousy, amazement and speculation were focused on the 3 of them. Wow! Look at those 2 women. It's so beautiful. Who's the guy in the middle? So young. A rich young man? To be able to have 2 top beauties accompany him shopping, his identity must be extraordinary. It's sour, it's the peak of my life. Feeling the attention from all around, Jiang Chen felt calm in his heart. Experiencing rebirth. His mentality has long been extraordinary. These external gazes. It is difficult to make him cause any more trouble. Him at this moment. My heart is full of longing for the future and gratitude towards the 2 beauties around me. He really felt that. Yan Shi and Pang Wenwen performed tonight. He deserves some thanks. Moreover, the money picked up for free is used as a favor. He doesn't feel sorry at all. On the contrary, it feels extra comfortable. Just as Jiang Chen was filled with gratitude and had begun to think about what to buy for the 2 beauties to express his gratitude without appearing too abrupt or deliberate. That familiar cold mechanical prompt tone. It echoed in his mind again. Ding! It is detected that the host is grateful and plans to give back to the opposite sex who provided help tonight. This is in line with the Godly Rich Code of Conduct, triggering a new play around Godly Rich's gratitude. Here we come. Jiang Chen was delighted. He focused immediately. Look at the light curtain that appears in your field of vision. Player turn, thanks from the rich. Background of the round, to repay kindness is the foundation of a wealthy man. For those who have helped you and protected your dignity when you were in your humble days, especially the beautiful ladies, generous feedback is the best way to express your gratitude. Round requirements. During the next shopping process, please choose and buy a gift to express your gratitude for the 2 beauties who helped you out tonight. The value of the gift must match your gratitude. Round reward, charm attribute plus 10. The amount spent on the thank you gift will be fully refunded. And the interest for the day will be settled immediately based on your current account balance. The estimated profit is 40,000. Round time limit, 8 hours. Look at the mission statement. And the rich rewards. The smile on Jiang Chen's lips deepened. Charm plus 10. Full refund for gift purchases. Pay back the interest. This system. It's like forcing him to be a generous, charming, and truly wealthy man. He had originally planned to buy something to express his gratitude. Now the system not only supports, they will reimburse you or even give you a reward. This is simply. When you feel sleepy, give me a pillow. Spend money and make money. Is there anything more enjoyable than this? Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Suppress the excitement in your heart. He glanced around. Yan Shi and Pang Wenwen were curiously looking at the surrounding luxury stores. There was a soft light in his eyes. Good. Since the system is so powerful. That's tonight's thank you gift. It must be delivered to the right place. He wanted to let these 2 beauties feel his, Jiang Chen's most sincere gratitude. At the same time, his own outfit. It's time for a complete update. Chapter 18, Spending a Fortune on 2 Beauties, the senior sister's defense gradually melts away. In the past, Yan Shi would just pass by at most. I took a quick glance through the window at the astronomical price tags and silently sighed, how expensive. Then turn and leave. At this moment, I am truly in it. Surrounded by luxury at your fingertips. A hint of awkwardness and curiosity could not be concealed on Yen's fair face. She looked like a frightened deer. Look around curiously. Yet there was a hint of timid uneasiness. She subconsciously moved closer to Jiang Chen. It seemed that only by staying close to this junior who had brought her countless shocks could she gain a sense of security. In contrast to Yen's reservedness is Pang Wenwen's ease. She has a keen sense of fashion and has been to many high-end places. At this moment, he felt like a fish in water, looking around at the shops with great interest. The charming peach blossom eyes sparkled with excitement. For her, Jiang Chen invited her to visit Hang Lung. Not just simple shopping. It's also a signal. Jiang Chen had a good impression of her. There may even be ulterior motives. This guy is young, handsome, and rich. A man who is so generous that it's outrageous. He is exactly the ideal person she has always dreamed of. She must seize the opportunity. Pang Wenwen is very natural. Walking on the other side of Jiang Chen. Together with Yan Shi, they formed the left and right protectors. The voice was charming, with just the right amount of smile. Take the initiative to bring up the topic. Little brother. What type of clothes do you want to see first? Do you want a casual style, or do you need a few formal suits? Or, do you want to try the most popular fashion brand style now? She cleverly directed the topic to Jiang Chen's needs. It shows professionalism. And tried to understand Jiang Chen more deeply. Jiang Chen felt completely different reactions from the two beauties beside him. Yan Shi's innocence and shyness. Pang Wenwen is enthusiastic and proactive. I couldn't help but laugh in my heart. The feeling of being surrounded and cared for by top beauties. I have to say, this feeling. It's really cool. He glanced casually across the first floor. Those stores with shining logos. Finally, the sight fell on a place not far away. A long-established British luxury store famous for its classic plaid trench coats. Burberry. Jiang Chen pointed casually, as if he was going to the convenience store next door to buy some water. Let's take a look at this one first. Pang Wenwen's eyes lit up immediately, and she responded without hesitation, okay. Burberry's style is very classic, low-key and connotative, especially suitable for boys like you who have an upright figure and clean temperament. Especially their trench coats and plaid shirts, they are definitely must-haves in your wardrobe. Yan Shi also nodded slightly. Although I don't know much about the brand. But listen to Pang Wenwen's professional opinion. I also think it should be very good. The three of them walked into Burberry side by side. The interior decoration of the store continues the British style. Beige walls, dark wood frames. The lighting is soft and warm. Create an atmosphere of low-key luxury. The shop assistant in a well-tailored uniform immediately greeted us with a smile. His eyes quickly swept over the three people. When he saw the two beautiful ladies with stunning temperament and appearance beside Jiang Chen, there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. Then he became more respectful. Good evening, sir, madam, welcome to Burberry, how can I help you? Jiang Chen waved his hand casually, not in a hurry to express his intention to buy. His eyes leisurely scanned the displays in the store. Let's just take a look first. Pang Wenwen immediately took on the role of fashion consultant. She held Jiang Chen's arm affectionately. The movements are extremely natural. It seemed as if the relationship between the two had already been extraordinary. Look, little brother. This Kensington-style trench coat is the most classic style. It's cut especially slim and looks great on the body. It can definitely bring out the best of your long legs. And this plaid cashmere scarf has a classic pattern. It's very stylish when paired with a coat or trench coat in autumn and winter. She said. While picking up the windbreaker, he tried it on Jiang Chen. Skillful movements. His words were full of his understanding of dressing and his admiration for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen now gains Charm plus 10 and Constitution plus 10. Plus the Rebirth experience. The whole person's temperament has been completely renewed. He has a tall and straight figure and a steady look in his eyes. It can really support a variety of styles. Although Yan Shi couldn't say much about dressing. But I also watched carefully and studied hard. She pays more attention to material details. Occasionally I see a style that I think is good. She would look at Jiang Chen with her clear eyes and whispered, "Junior, I think the color of this coat is very soft and seems to suit your skin tone." The voice was soft and uncertain. But it seems particularly sincere. Jiang Chen listened to their suggestions with a smile. Nod from time to time. However, my eyes inadvertently caught a glimpse of some exquisite bags and accessories displayed in the ladies' area. Those classic plaid patterns. Under soft lighting. Exudes timeless charm. Pang Wanwan and Yan Shi's attention was drawn almost instantly. After all, it cures all diseases. No woman can completely resist the temptation of the latest luxury bag. Even just take a look. Pang Wanwan's eyes lit up instantly. She walked over quickly. Pick up that small and exquisite chain bag. She couldn't let it go because of the delicate touch of sheepskin. Wow! This Lola quilted check chain bag is so pretty. The off-white color is so gentle, and the leather looks so soft. She compared the size and color of the bag in the mirror. They all perfectly set off her charming temperament. She glanced at the price tag. 19,800 renminbi. Wow, that's just over 20,000 yuan. Not cheap. Yan Shi's attention was deeply attracted by a brown leather tote bag with a simpler design and smoother lines in the display cabinet next to it. This bag doesn't have too many fancy decorations. But the leather is extremely delicate and smooth. Exudes a premium shine. The bag has a crisp shape and moderate capacity. It looks both practical and tasteful. Very suitable for her. Need to balance academic studies with a part-time status. She walked over carefully. Pick up the bag gently. Feel the delicate and warm touch of leather. Then she saw the price tag attached to the handle. 68,500 renminbi. This number is like a thunderbolt. It hit Yan Shi instantly. It made her heart skip a beat. It almost jumped out of my throat. 68,005? She was busy most of the day. I applied for a card and bought courses, and my total sales were nearly 200,000. She calculated with great joy. I can probably get a commission of 35,000 yuan. This amount of money is an astronomical figure for her. She was originally immersed in the excitement of receiving a huge sum of money. Thinking about how to use the money. Thank you very much, Pang Wanwan. By Jiang Chen, a decent gift. But now, reality gave her a hard blow. Look at this. A bag priced at 68,500 yuan. Yan Shi suddenly felt a strong sense of powerlessness and an indescribable bitterness. I have worked hard all day. It can even be said that it was just luck. The huge commission just earned. It turns out. Including half of the bag in front of me. Can't afford it? Is this the world of the rich? Those cost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Even luxury goods worth hundreds of thousands. For them. Maybe it's really as normal as an ordinary person buying a piece of clothing? She silently and somewhat distraughtly put down the brown tote bag. The excitement and joy in my heart caused by the commission was instantly extinguished by this cruel reality. She glanced at Pang Wanwan, who was still admiring the Lola chain bag with great interest. I suddenly felt a little envious. Sister Wanwan seems to have a good family background. I have also worked for several years. Perhaps. She is more adaptable to this kind of luxury, right? Not like myself. Like a country girl who has strayed into the bustling world. Even the price tag scares her. Pang Wanwan really likes the Lola bag. Hold it in your hand and measure it repeatedly. I looked in the mirror again and again. Imagine yourself carrying it on your back. A swaying look. But she just admired it. He did not show the slightest urgency to possess it. She would not directly ask Jiang Chen to give her such a gift. Not only does it appear materialistic and cheap, it will also destroy the goodwill that has just been established. She wants a long-term return on investment. It's not about the little profit in front of you. She put her bag down gracefully. It seemed as if he just picked it up and admired the work of art. Then she turned around and gave Jiang Chen a charming smile. Hey, little brother, look at the two of us. We've been so busy looking at girl stuff that we forgot we're here to help you pick out clothes. Come on, let's go to the men's section. Your image transformation is the real deal. Chapter 19. Is this the super rich man? Is this what he bought for me? She also nodded quickly. Force yourself to pull yourself out of the slight feeling of loss and inferiority you just had. He tried hard to force a smile and agreed. Yes, right, Junior, let's take a look at your clothes first. You are the star today. She walked over to the men's accessories section, trying to shift his attention to choosing a gift for Jiang Chen. His eyes quickly fell on a belt. The design is simple, featuring Burberry's classic check pattern. This belt looks low-key yet brand recognizable. The material is fine cowhide. Exquisite workmanship. It fits Jiang Chen's temperament of being restrained yet sharp. She glanced at the price. 3,800 renminbi. This price. It was right within her gift-giving budget. She felt a little relieved. Pick up the belt and turn around. I would like to ask Jiang Chen's opinion. But I saw Pang Wenwen also picked up a belt. Features a striking metal buckle. She was smiling and saying to Jiang Chen, "Little brother, what do you think of this one? It feels younger and more fashionable. The metal buckle is very stylish. It will definitely look great with jeans or casual pants. The one Pang Wenwen chose is a bit more expensive. 4,500 renminbi. She had carefully considered choosing a gift at this price point. Jiang Chen looked at the two beauties in front of him. They are all carefully choosing gifts for themselves that are not cheap. The sense of contrast in my heart. It comes to mind again. If Hu Weiwei were here. See so many beautiful bags, shoes, and clothes. I'm afraid he would have pounced on me with shining eyes." She hugged his arms and cried and made a fuss, rolling around like a spoiled child. Don't buy everything you like. Never give up. How could I care about his feelings? Even thinking about buying him a gift in return? Gap. This is the difference between heaven and earth. Pang Wenwen is proactive and just the right amount of sensible. She has kindness, innocence, and heartfelt thoughtfulness. All of this made Jiang Chen feel grateful. Getting thicker. He felt that he must thank these two lovely ladies tonight no matter what. Anyway, Master Tong will pay for it. Jiang Chen smiled. His eyes gently swept over the belts in the hands of the two men and gave affirmation. Both of these belts are great. Then the topic suddenly changed. However, there's no need to rush to buy a belt. I think the bags you just looked at are all suitable for you. Shi and Pang Wenwen were both stunned. I didn't quite understand Jiang Chen's jumping thoughts. Without waiting for them to think about it, Jiang Chen was already facing the side. The store clerk always smiles. He waved gently. His tone was as calm as if he was saying 2 bottles of mineral water, please. Hello, please pack up the off-white Lola chain bag that the lady just looked at, and the brown tote bag that the lady over there just took. The clerk was slightly stunned at first. Then an incredible light of ecstasy burst out in his eyes. She responded quickly. Okay, sir. No problem. Please wait a moment. I'll pack it for you right away. Send it. The 2 bags cost almost 90,000 yuan in total. This commission, TSK. She was completely anxious. She took a quick step forward. Want to stop Jiang Chen's impulsive behavior. The fair little face turned red. Said incoherently. Junior. You, what are you doing? No need. Really no need. We are just looking around, that bag is too expensive. I can't have it. Pang Wenwen was also really surprised by Jiang Chen's sudden action. Although she had expected it. Even secretly looking forward to it. But I didn't expect him to be so direct. She quickly adjusted her expression. He showed a smile that was both surprised and a little bit angry. He took a step forward and took Jiang Chen's arm. Shaking gently, she said with a sweet smile. Oh, little brother, you are too polite. How can we let you spend so much money? We all know your intentions. However, Jiang Chen seemed to be completely unaware of the softness and hint of Pang Wenwen's arms. He just patted the back of her hand to reassure her. Then he turned to look at Shi, who looked anxious. His tone was sincere and his eyes were sincere. Senior, Sister 11, I just said that if you two hadn't helped me tonight in the restaurant, I might still be harassed by that crazy woman, and I might even make a fool of myself in public. I, Jiang Chen, will remember this kindness in my heart. He paused. He scanned the two people's faces filled with shock and emotion, and said firmly, "This small gift is my thanks to you, a token of my appreciation, not a token of respect. If you refuse it again, it means you look down on me, Jiang Chen, and don't consider me a friend." He once again used the killer trick he had used in the restaurant before. Sincerity is the most deadly. It instantly captured the hearts of the two beauties. Yan Shi and Pang Wenwen looked at each other again. They both saw complex emotions in each other's eyes. Shocked, moved, and helpless. There is also an indescribable throbbing panic. This fellow student. How could he do this? Such a valuable gift. And in such a way that no one can refuse. This is so unfair. The clerk worked at the fastest speed. The two valuable bags are packaged like works of art using Burberry's classic beige box and a brown ribbon with the brand's logo. The movements are graceful and skillful. She held two beautifully packaged bags in her hands. He handed it to Jiang Chen respectfully. "Sir, your bag has been packed for you." Jiang Chen took the package without even looking down. He took out his old-looking Vivo phone and pointed it at the cash register POS machine. "Pay the bill." There were other shop assistants and occasional customers around. The eyes are attracted involuntarily, looking curiously at this young man who was generous and surrounded by beautiful women. Drop. Payment successful. The clerk respectfully handed the shopping receipt to Jiang Chen with both hands. The smile on his face was so sincere and warm, even with a hint of admiration. "Thank you for your patronage. Take care, Mr. Jiang. Welcome to visit us next time." Jiang Chen casually put his phone back into his pocket. "I didn't even look at the receipt." Then she held two heavy shopping bags printed with the Burberry logo. "Walk in front of Yan Shi and Pang Wenwen." He first handed the bag containing the Lola chain bag to Pang Wenwen, with a gentle smile on his face. "Sister Wenwen, thank you for your wit and righteousness tonight. This bag suits you very well. I hope you like it." Then he put it on again. "That brown tote bag. Hand it to Yan Shi." Eyes focused and serious. "Thank you, Senior, for standing up for me in that situation. Although this bag may be, well, a little ordinary, I think it suits you very well. I hope you can accept it." Jiang Chen deliberately said it was ordinary in order to ease Yan Shi's psychological burden. He clapped his hands with a relaxed and happy smile on his face. "Okay, the gifts have been delivered. Now, it's your turn to fulfill your promise and help me pick out some nice clothes, right?" Pang Wenwen looked at the shopping bag handed to her. Inside was her much-desired Lola bag. Take a deep breath. Suppress the excitement and ecstasy in your heart. She didn't answer it immediately. Instead, he raised those charming peach blossom eyes, staring at Jiang Chen steadily. The voice has a hint of lazy charm. "Little brother, if you do this, it's easy for me to misunderstand you. If I accept such a valuable gift, I will have to marry you in the future." Her words were full of provocation. It not only expresses gratitude, but also subtly tries to build closer relationships. Jiang Chen heard this. Just raised an eyebrow. He smiled without comment. And on the other side is Yan Shi, looking at the shopping bag handed to him, which contained nearly 70,000 yuan. "My whole body is about to catch fire." She waved her hands repeatedly. The little head shook like a rattle. The voice was crying. "No, no, no. Junior. This is really too valuable. I can't accept it. I absolutely can't accept it. I. 68,005. This is almost half a year's salary for her parents. How could she accept it?" Jiang Chen felt amused when he saw her cute face that seemed like she was about to cry. The expression on his face turned serious. There was also a hint of seriousness in his tone that could not be refused. "Senior." He looked straight into Yan Shi's eyes. "I told you, this is a token of my appreciation. If you hadn't been the first to stand up and defend me tonight, I don't know how I would have been humiliated by that crazy woman. This kindness is much more valuable to me than this bag." He paused. The tone slowed down, with a hint of gentle persistence. So, you must accept this gift. If you don't accept it, it means you look down on me and don't consider me, Jiang Chen, as a friend. Then in the future, I'm afraid there's no need for us to contact each other again. His words were half serious and half threatening. Directly push Yan Shi into a corner. Yan Shi held the shopping bag that felt soft to the touch, had an incredibly high price, and seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Feel the unique scent of top luxury goods remaining on it. As well as, in Jiang Chen's deep eyes, the irresistible strength and tenderness conveyed. Her heartbeat was like an out-of-control drumbeat. My heart is pounding. The cheeks are so hot that they can boil eggs. I can no longer say no. She knew that if she refused again, I'm afraid it will really hurt Jiang Chen's self-esteem. Maybe even losing this junior schoolmate whom she had just met but who had already brought her countless shocks and a bit of a strange feeling. Final. Yan Shi's long eyelashes trembled like a frightened butterfly. She lowered her head, avoiding Jiang Chen's burning gaze. In a voice as thin as a mosquito's whistle, with a hint of indescribable complex emotions, he said softly, "Well, thank you, Junior. I like the gift, very much." After saying this, she felt her cheeks were burning. And Jiang Chen looked at her, embarrassed and at a loss. But in the end, she chose to accept it. The smile on his lips became gentler. Done. And more importantly, he could clearly feel the kindness, innocence, and cuteness of this beautiful schoolgirl. That originally strong defense seem. I am being beaten bit by my simple and rough attack. Melt, break through. Chapter 20, The Lingering Ex-Girlfriend Who Brought Disgrace Upon Herself. Looking at Yan Shi, Pang Wenwen finally accepted the gift. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. Ding. The player's turn thanks from the rich has been completed perfectly. Rewards are being settled. Congratulations to the host. Gain charm attribute plus 10. Congratulations to the host. The purchase of the thank you gift cost 88,300 yuan, which has triggered a full refund and the funds have been received. Settlement of interest for this round. Based on your current account balance, the interest income for this round is 40,000 renminbi. At the end of this round of action, you will receive an additional reward of 10,000. Another series of system prompts sounded in my mind. Jiang Chen felt an indescribable sense of comfort in his heart again. Add 10 points to your charm. Nearly 90,000 gifts were given out. Not only did I not spend a penny, and made a profit of 50,000 yuan. Add Koan s 25,000, that is 75,000. It's simply a magical system. He is now looking forward to the subsequent player turns and hex enhancement more and more. Keep going like this. Not to mention billionaires. Even the richest man in the world. It doesn't seem out of reach. Suppress the excitement in your heart. Jiang Chen turned his attention back to the shopping at hand. He smiled and said to the two beauties, "Okay, now that the gifts have been given, it's time to get down to business. I'll leave my image transformation to you." Yan Shi and Pang Wenwen both felt somewhat complicated and subtle at the moment. Accept such a valuable gift from Jiang Chen. They were naturally surprised and happy, but also felt a little pressure and sweet burden. Especially Yan Shi. Looking at the tote bag in her arms that was worth nearly $70,000. It feels like holding a hot potato. She made a secret decision in her heart. I must be more careful in helping Jiang Chen pick out clothes to be worthy of this generous gift. Pang Wenwen's mind was more active. Jiang Chen gave such a generous gift. Not only prove financial strength, it also shows how much he values her and Yan Shi. This made her more determined. We must seize Jiang Chen's potential stock. But no matter what's in your heart. On the surface, both beauties immediately stepped into the role of professional consultants. Pang Wenwen patted her chest and made the promise, then pulled Jiang Chen towards the men's clothing area. No problem. Leave it to us. Junior, what style do you usually prefer? Casual or business? Do you prefer dark or light colors? Yan Shi also followed beside him, carefully looking at Jiang Chen's figure and temperament, and began to silently think of a suitable outfit for him. At the same time, the other end of Plaza 66. Hu Weiwei came out of a coffee shop with a grim face. Just now at Hentaying Palace. She lost all face. Especially Wang Kuan's last words and his embarrassed departure. It made her even more angry and crazy. What a shame. When had Hu Weiwei ever suffered such an injustice? It's all Jiang Chen's fault. It's all because of those two bitches. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she decided to turn her grief and anger into purchasing power. Use the gold coins I just got from those bootlickers to buy some stuff to vent my anger. Make yourself happy. Just at this moment. She glanced out of the corner of her eye. The footsteps suddenly stopped. His eyes suddenly turned resentful. Not far away is the entrance of a men's clothing store with low-key and luxurious decoration. She saw three familiar figures. Jiang Chen, Yan Shi, Pang Wenwen. They are still strolling? Moreover, Jiang Chen was trying on clothes one by one. Two bitches surrounded him with sweet smiles. Hu Weiwei's temper suddenly flared up. She concluded that Jiang Chen had just paid 90,000 yuan at Hentang. I have already lost everything. I have pushed myself to the limit. He must be penniless now. How can I afford this kind of men's clothing that looks so expensive? He must still be pretending. Just to maintain his ridiculous status in front of those two bitches. Good. Jiang Chen. Can't you pretend? Today I will make sure you can stop pretending. Make you embarrassed in public. There was a flash of madness in Hu Weiwei's eyes, and she tidied her hair. Take a deep breath. He walked straight into the men's clothing store with a menacing look. As soon as she entered the store, I saw Jiang Chen wearing a well-tailored beige windbreaker. Stand in front of a mirror. Yan Shi and Pang Wenwen were full of praise. Hu Weiwei didn't care at all and rushed directly to Jiang Chen. With his hands on his hips, he raised his voice and screamed. Hey! Master Jiang! Are you really trying on clothes here? What's the matter? Didn't that meal just now empty your coffers? Do you still have spare money to visit a store like this? Humph. I think you're just pretending. It's fun to try on clothes, right? A poor bastard like you, can you afford the money? Don't try on the clothes for a long time, get them dirty, and then say you can't afford them. That would be too embarrassing. She deliberately spoke very loudly, instantly attracting the attention of all the staff and other customers in the store. Several young female shop assistants are serving Jiang Chen. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Then he looked at Jiang Chen with a hint of suspicion. After all, Jiang Chen's attire when he came in was indeed ordinary and did not match the style of Plaza 66. Although there are two goddesses following me, but who knows if they are rented? They are all workers and have received formal training. Naturally, we will not neglect our guests. But now someone is making trouble in public and making it sound like there are details behind it. They couldn't help but feel suspicious. Jiang Chen also asked to try on several pieces. What if it's really like what this woman said? Broke it or couldn't pay for it. Their bonuses this month might all be gone. For a while, the atmosphere in the store became a little subtle. However, Jiang Chen, Yan Shi, and Pang Wenwen. But it seemed as if he didn't hear Hu Weiwei shouting at all. He didn't even bother to give her a glance. Jiang Chen was still slow and leisurely, adjusting the collar of his windbreaker in front of the mirror. Pang Wenwen continued to comment. This piece looks amazing on me. Little brother, you are simply a walking clothes rack. Yan Shi also nodded in agreement. The color complements your skin tone, too. Their complete disregard made Hu Weiwei feel like she had punched cotton. Even more furious. Getting ready to go crazy again. Just at this moment, a female clerk wearing a Burberry uniform and looking very capable was holding a glass of water, and seemed to have just returned from the bathroom. She passed by the entrance of this store and saw Jiang Chen surrounded by two beauties at a glance. The clerk's eyes lit up instantly. He walked in quickly, with an extremely warm and respectful smile on his face. Bowing slightly to Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang. You are also here? What a coincidence. Do Miss Yan and Miss Pang like the two bags you bought in our store just now? Do you need us to provide follow-up maintenance services? The store manager knew the Burberry clerk. Hearing her being so respectful to Jiang Chen, Ms. Yan and Ms. Pang and two bags were also mentioned. I couldn't help but be stunned. She took a few steps closer out of curiosity and asked in a low voice, Xiaoli, who is this Mr. Jiang? Xiaoli, the Burberry clerk, immediately said quickly in a tone of envy and admiration. Sister Zhang. This Mr. Jiang is incredible. He's a real rich man. Just now in our store, he bought the latest model of bags for each of these two beauties without blinking an eye. The total is almost 90,000. What? I spent 90,000 yuan on the bag? And without blinking an eye? The manager of this men's clothing store and several nearby employees gasped when they heard this. The look he showed towards Jiang Chen changed completely. Oh shit. This is the real boss. Dressing casually is just being low-key. Then looked to the side. Hu Weiwei was still trying to make a scene, but the eyes of the store manager and the employees suddenly turned extremely cold. Full of disgust. It turns out to be this crazy woman. You are making trouble here. Slandering our guests. They almost neglected a hidden VIP. The store manager, Sister Zhang, looked gloomy. Without any hesitation, she immediately picked up the intercom and said in a cold tone. Security department? There's a disturbance in the men's clothing area on the 3rd floor. Send 2 people over here to deal with it immediately. Before Hu Weiwei could figure out what was going on, she saw 2 tall security guards in uniform rushing in. The store manager, Sister Zhang, pointed at Hu Weiwei and said expressionlessly. It's her. She's making trouble and harassing the guests. Please get her out. What are you doing? Let me go. Hu Weiwei was shocked and angry. Trying to struggle. But he was soon stopped by 2 security guards. One on each side held his arms and dragged him out of the store like a dead dog. Jiang Chen. You bastard. Just wait for me. I won't let you go. And you 2 bitches. Hu Weiwei's screams and curses became increasingly distant. Eventually it disappeared into the noisy background noise of the shopping mall. The whole process. Jiang Chen didn't even raise his eyelids. It was as if the person being dragged away was just an insignificant stray dog. Chapter 21. Hu Weiwei who doubts her life, is he really? The security guard dragged Hu Weiwei away. The screams and curses faded away. Calmness returned to the men's clothing store. Yet there is an undercurrent. Those young female shop assistants. There is also the store manager, Sister Zhang. They all patted their chests with lingering fear. The looks they gave each other were filled with fear and relief. Oh my god. I'm so scared. I almost believed that crazy woman's lies just now. Yeah. Luckily, Xiaoli from Burberry came to remind us. Otherwise, we would be neglecting a distinguished guest like Mr. Jiang. We can forget about our bonus this month. Sister Zhang wiped the sweat from her forehead and whispered to her subordinates. Be smart. This Mr. Jiang may have an extraordinary background. The service must be in place. There must be no mistakes. Yes. Sister Zhang. Several shop assistants nodded quickly. Looking towards Jiang Chen. Full of awe and enthusiasm. Not far from the store. Hu Weiwei was kicked out by security guards. In a miserable state. It attracted passers-by to point and talk. Her face was burning. Humiliation, anger, resentment. All kinds of emotions intertwined. It almost drove her crazy. Dragged out in public by security. She, Hu Weiwei, has grown so big. Have you ever suffered such a great humiliation? All of this is Jiang Chen's fault. It's all because of those 2 bitches. Why? Jiang Chen is that waste. How can he really be rich? 90,000 yuan. Without blinking an eye. Hu Weiwei's confused mind. For the first time, I had strong doubts about my own judgment. She has been with Jiang Chen for more than a year. What is his family background? She knows it all. Both parents are ordinary workers. Living expenses are 15,000 a month. Search and search. It hurts to buy something worth hundreds of dollars. How is it possible to become so rich suddenly? Could it be that? Was he pretending all along? He is actually a hidden rich 2nd generation? You were so stingy to me before. Are you testing me? A test to see if I can stand by him through thick and thin? As soon as this thought came up. Growing like wild weeds. Hu Weiwei's heart. I couldn't help but jump wildly. If Jiang Chen is really a rich second generation. He was so nice to me before. So accommodate. It must be because I am in your heart. He cares about me. He was so cruel to me today. It must be because I broke his heart. He is mad at me. Yes. It must be like this. The more Hu Weiwei thought about it, the more possible it seemed. A glimmer of hope and greed rekindled in his eyes. If Jiang Chen is really a super rich man, then wouldn't it be a big loss for me to dump him before? No. I have to get him back. Given how obsessed he was with me before. As long as I humble myself, apologize sincerely and comfort him, he will definitely forgive me. But before that, must be confirmed first. Is he really rich? What if he is still trying to be brave? Wouldn't that be embarrassing for nothing? Hu Weiwei doesn't like men without money. Hu Weiwei gritted her teeth. Get up from the ground. Tidy up the messy hair and clothes. Don't care about the strange looks from others. She quietly walked towards the men's clothing store again. Hiding behind the pillar at the door, secretly observing the situation inside. Inside the store. Jiang Chen had no idea. Hu Weiwei is still out there with evil intentions. Solved Hu Weiwei's problem. He felt more relaxed. Start choosing clothes with peace of mind. And the service in the store. There have also been earth-shaking changes. Before, the shop assistants were polite. But there is a certain degree of professional alienation. And a subtle scrutiny. But now, after learning that Jiang Chen was a big shot who spent money like water, all the shop assistants gathered around. His face was filled with the warmest, most sincere, and most humble smile. Serve tea, water, and towels. He was caring and considerate. Mr. Jiang, please sit down and have a rest. If you see anything you like, please tell us. We will bring it to you to try right away. Mr. Jiang, this is a limited edition model that we just received. There are only 100 in the world. It is most suitable for your noble temperament. Mr. Jiang, you have such a great figure. You look good in anything you wear. You're like a walking model. All kinds of words of praise were poured out as if they were free. His attitude was so attentive that he almost wanted to kneel down and polish Jiang Chen's shoes. When Jiang Chen was trying on clothes, they served even more carefully. I was afraid that a slight wrinkle would affect Mr. Jiang's experience. Even when Jiang Chen took a fancy to a new model shirt that had not yet been unpacked, the store manager, Sister Zhang, immediately waved her hand. Tear it off. Let Mr. Jiang try it out. It doesn't matter if the tag is cut. Mr. Jiang will definitely buy it. Jiang Chen felt the huge difference in treatment before and after. I couldn't help but feel secretly happy. Is this what it feels like to be rich? Damn, reality. It's so fucking cool. Same people, same store. Just because I know you have money, you can get a completely different experience. The power of money is truly amazing. Yan Shi and Pang Wenwen were also doing their best to help Jiang Chen choose clothes. Pang Wenwen has a sharp eye. The recommended styles are those that best highlight Jiang Chen's figure and temperament and are in line with the trend. She even boldly suggested helping Jiang Chen straighten his collar. Or, can you come into the fitting room and give me some advice? The hint in that look. Naked. Yan Shi pays more attention to details and comfort. She would carefully examine the material of the clothes. Ask Jiang Chen whether the clothes fit him well. The recommended style is also more inclined towards the clean and refreshing warm man type. Although not much talk. But every word of advice is sincere. There are two top beauties. Act as a personal fashion consultant. There is also a group of shop assistants who are the center of attention. Jiang Chen's shopping experience is at its best. Soon, Jiang Chen changed into a new outfit selected by Pang Wenwen and Yan Shi. Top quality Italian handmade suits. Cut to fit your body perfectly. It outlines his tall stature and the golden ratio of broad shoulders and narrow waist. Wear a simple silk shirt underneath. Unbutton 2 buttons, revealing a small section of delicate collarbone. Add a bit of casualness. On his feet were shiny, custom-made leather shoes. Plus the system rewards of Charm plus 20 and Constitution plus 10. It brings an unparalleled transformation of temperament and appearance. Jiang Chen at this moment stand in front of a mirror. Even he himself was slightly stunned. The man in the mirror. The face is still that handsome and delicate one. But his eyes are deep and steady, and his temperament is extraordinary. His every move exudes a confidence and composure that is hard to ignore. It's like a piece of unpolished jade, with the dust wiped off, revealing a breathtaking light. People rely on clothes, Buddha relies on gold. The ancients never deceived me. This is a complete transformation. Not only did Jiang Chen himself feel satisfied, it even made the women next to them stunned instantly. Pang Wenwen's pair of charming peach blossom eyes were almost glued to Jiang Chen. She did not hide the amazement and obsession in her eyes. Handsome. So handsome. Before, when he was wearing an ordinary t-shirt, Jiang Chen was already considered a handsome guy. Now that he is wearing top-notch outfits, he is like a god. Or the kind that comes with its own aura and money buff. The thought of taking down Jiang Chen was in her mind. Become extremely determined at this moment. Some even can't wait. Young. Rich. With amazing looks. Such a top-notch man is actually right in front of me. If she misses this opportunity again, Pang Wenwen deserves to be punished by God. Chapter 22, Clothes Make the Man, Does Charm Work? Yen she looked at Jiang Chen, who looked brand new. Her pretty face suddenly turned red again. My heart is beating like a deer. Bang bang bang. Almost jumping out of my chest. She subconsciously lowered her head, not daring to look at Jiang Chen's eyes that seemed to be filled with magic. But my heart was in turmoil. I started to have wild thoughts. Junior. So handsome. Better than those so-called school idols and male gods in school. Even more handsome. The temperament is completely different. Calm, confident, and a reassuring sense of control. He was so nice to me today. Give me such an expensive bag. Listen to my advice again. Could it be that? Does he really want to pursue me? Like those previous suitors? Can. He seems different from others. If he really pursues me, should I agree? Yen she's heart. It's a complete mess. As for hiding behind the pillar outside the door, Hu Weiwei secretly observing. When she saw Jiang Chen. The moment you put on new clothes and walk out, the whole person felt like being struck by lightning. Completely frozen in place. The pupils contract violently. Is this really Jiang Chen? The one she used at will. A poor boyfriend who was as humble as dust in front of her. How is that possible? How could he be so handsome? Hu Weiwei had fallen in love with Jiang Chen at first. Except that he is honest and obedient. It is indeed because Jiang Chen is quite handsome. A little handsome. It's not shameful to take it out. But she never thought about it. Jiang Chen changed into a set of clothes that really fitted him and showed his temperament. He can be so handsome. He was even more dazzling and charming than those school idol anchors she had seen before. Clothes make the man. Why didn't I notice it before? He actually has such a good foundation? A strong sense of regret bit Hu Weiwei's heart like a poisonous snake. Although she still didn't completely believe that Jiang Chen was really rich. Whether it is fake or not remains to be verified. But just at this moment Jiang Chen. The beauty and temperament she displayed had already made her start to regret it a little. I regret why I said such decisive words. Jiang Chen didn't know that there was an ex-girlfriend outside the door who was anxious. He was very satisfied with his image in the mirror and said directly to the store manager. No need to pack, just wear this. The other sets I just tried. They are all packed in my size, too. Besides. He turned his gaze to the two beauties. To these two ladies. Pick a few sets each. The latest styles that suit their style. Let's pay together. Buy again. Without hesitation. The store manager and the staff. It's nothing new. It is better to say that this is it. An operation that fits Mr. Jiang's identity. Start packing immediately and at maximum efficiency. Soon, the total amount came out. Another 100,000. Jiang Chen still didn't blink. Mobile payment. Drop. Payment successful. The whole process went smoothly. Pang Wenwen was so excited when she saw this. She felt frightened yet strangely sweet. Hu Weiwei, who was hiding outside the door, couldn't see clearly. If she was still here, she would probably vomit blood again. A luxurious experience at Hentaying Sky Palace. The extravagant spending at Plaza 66. It's all over. Jiang Chen stood at the VIP exit of Hanglung Plaza. There are still two stunning beauties beside him. She was holding several shopping bags printed with the logos of various luxury brands. It contained his newly bought clothes, in different styles, from casual to business. The price is naturally not cheap. But for him, it's just a string of insignificant numbers in a bank card. Money, how come I'm spending more and more? Is this right? This is absolutely right. Jiang Chen looked at the mobile banking app. Just spent hundreds of thousands. Not only did the total balance not decrease. On the contrary, it is because of various cashback, interest, rewards and Coin's help. Another 100,000 more. Brother, what are you mumbling about? Shi's clear eyes looked at Jiang Chen curiously. Pang Wenwen also looked at Jiang Chen with seductive eyes, and leaned close to him, breathing sweetly. Are you secretly looking at the photos of a school beauty again? Be careful not to be caught by us. Jiang Chen quickly put away his phone and coughed dryly. Nothing. It's just that it's getting late. Let me take these two beauties back to school. The three of them smiled at each other, the atmosphere was relaxed and happy, and they added each other as WeChat friends. After all, I still have to arrange private lessons in the future. Pang Wenwen also added Jiang Chen on the grounds of making it easier to contact Shi. Jiangda is some distance away from Plaza 66. I called a business card directly on the roadside using a taxi app. There's no way, there are too many shopping bags. I'm afraid that the comfort level of an ordinary Didi will drop significantly after it is filled with shopping bags. It's too crowded. Now that you have money, there is no need to suffer. In the car. The atmosphere is still harmonious. Pang Wenwen fully utilized her social skills. A variety of topics come to mind. From fashion to entertainment gossip. Then to fitness anecdotes. Always find Jiang Chen and Shi. All points of interest. Set the atmosphere just right. Neither seems to be trying to please. Her admiration for Jiang Chen and her deep friendship with Shi are evident everywhere. His high emotional intelligence is admirable. Shi still didn't say much. But he is no longer as reserved as before. She would occasionally interject. Or just listen quietly to Jiang Chen and Pang Wenwen chatting. His clear eyes would occasionally look at Jiang Chen. With a hint of curiosity, exploration and a growing strange feeling that she herself was not aware of. Jiang Chen was happy to enjoy this top-notch atmosphere. He found that after the charm value increased, I also seem to have become more talkative and calm. Whether it is a response to Pang Wenwen's teasing, or just pick up the topic that Shi occasionally brings up. They all seem to be at ease. Sometimes, he can even make the two beauties smile. Especially Shi. She rarely seemed like this as she did tonight. Smiling so happily. That clear and pleasant laughter. As sweet as a silver bell. Jiang Chen's mood also became more cheerful. Soon, the car arrived at Jiangzhou University. Jiang Chen and Pang Wenwen first sent Shi to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory. When we part, Shi was holding several shopping bags printed with luxury brand logos. Still a little at a loss. Her pretty fair face was flushed. She looked at Jiang Chen, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Finally, I mustered up the courage to whisper. Junior, thank you so much for today. Also, the gift is too expensive, Jiang Chen interrupted her with a smile. Senior, I've already told you, it's just a token of my appreciation. If you really feel bad about it, you have to pay more attention to my private lessons in the future. Upon hearing this, Shi burst out laughing. It was as if a huge burden had been lifted. Nodded vigorously. Yes. I will definitely try my best. She paused and added. You should go back and rest early too. You've worked hard today. After saying this, she seemed to be afraid that Jiang Chen would say something that she would be unable to resist. She is holding shopping bags. With a red face, he ran into the dormitory building like a flash. Even her back view has a hint of flustered cuteness. Jiang Chen looked at her back. I couldn't help but laugh and shook my head. This school beauty senior. It's so innocent and cute. Chapter 23, that's so true. Why does money keep increasing? TSK, our little brother is quite charming. Pang Wenwen came from the side. A voice full of sarcasm. She looked at Jiang Chen with seductive eyes. I think our Yanda campus beauty, this iron tree, is about to bloom for you. Jiang Chen retracted his gaze, looked at Pang Wenwen, shrugged and smiled. Coach Peng, you're joking. My senior and I are just friends. Pang Wenwen giggled and gave him a coquettish look. Friends? Humph, how can there be such pure friendships between men and women? Especially a friend like you, who has unlimited potential. She meant something. Then he put on a warm smile. Okay, little brother, I'll go back too. I had a lot of fun playing with you today. Next time you make an appointment with Yan Shi for class, remember to invite me along, okay? Jiang Chen nodded, of course. Coach Pang, take care. Send me a WeChat message when you get home. Pang Wenwen winked again, leaning close to Jiang Chen's ear. In a voice that only the two of them can hear. Breath like orchid. Okay. After saying this, he didn't wait for Jiang Chen to react. She smiled and turned around. She left in high heels, twisting her sexy waist, looking very charming. Leaving behind a dreamy back. Jiang Chen looked at the direction she left. He touched his nose and laughed to himself. This Pang Wenwen is indeed a goblin. However, he was too proactive for this. A woman with too strong a purpose. Not interested yet. In comparison. Or Yan Shi's type. The type that is pure, kind and a little shy makes him feel more comfortable. Shaked his head. Put these distracting thoughts aside. Jiang Chen carried the ones he had. Shopping bags with new clothes. Turned and walked towards the boys' dormitory. Jiangzhou University, male dormitory. Dormitory 412. At this moment, the dormitory is brightly lit. The sound of keyboard tapping. The frantic clicking of the mouse. And the occasional outbursts. Fuck. Nice. Fuck him. Shouts came one after another. It is full of the typical atmosphere of a male college dormitory. The dormitory is a standard 6-person room. Except Jiang Chen. There are 5 other roommates. Right in front of the door. Sitting in front of the computer and working frantically. The man with half a sausage in his mouth was a slightly plump boy wearing black-framed glasses who looked honest and simple. His name is Sun Yalong. He is recognized as the good guy in the dormitory. He is also a senior game geek. Sitting next to him was a boy with a muscular build, dark skin and wearing a basketball vest. His name is Li Bin, and he is playing League of Legends with Sun Yalong. Students with sports expertise. He has a straightforward personality and speaks loudly. A typical athletic hunk. But the idea is simpler. Window seat. A boy wearing a clean white shirt and gold-rimmed glasses is reading a book quietly. His name is He Yuan Quan. He is a top student with a calm and introverted personality. He doesn't talk much, but his logic is clear. He is the brain trust in the dormitory. He was on the bed opposite. One holds a guitar. Humming softly. A tuneless song. Her hair is slightly long and her eyes are melancholy. It's Song Yen. An artistic young man, a bit cynical. I always feel that my talents are not appreciated. I like writing poetry and playing guitar. My dream is to become a rock star. There is one berth left vacant. Its owner is Li Haoyu. She is the social butterfly in the dormitory. He is not in the dormitory at the moment. I guess I don't know where to go to reconnect again. These 5 roommates. Although their personalities, hobbies and family backgrounds are different. But after all, we live under the same roof. The relationship is usually harmonious. It has a typical college boys' dormitory atmosphere. Click. The dormitory door was pushed open. Jiang Chen was carrying several shopping bags with eye-catching brand logos printed on them. Walked in. The originally noisy dormitory. There was silence for a second. Then, everyone's eyes were focused on Jiang Chen and the shopping bag in his hand. Especially the brand new outfit he was wearing, which looked obviously worth a lot of money and perfectly set off his figure and temperament. It also made several roommates' eyes widened. What the hell? Lao Jian? Sun Yelong is playing games. The first one exclaimed. My hand shook and the screen turned gray instantly. But he couldn't care less at the moment. He adjusted his glasses, looking at Jiang Chen in disbelief. You are getting rich? This outfit must be expensive, right? Li Bin next to him also stopped operating, staring with eyes like copper bells. Looked Jiang Chen up and down. Alright, Jiang Chen. Upgrading to a better weapon. I'm finally willing to spend money on myself. Not bad, not bad. Clothes make the man, saddles make the horse. I feel more energetic when I put on this. The top student He Yuanquan also put down his book. He pushed up his glasses. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. But still objectively evaluated. Yeah, it does fit me well and makes me look very elegant. Even Song Yan, the literary youth who has always been immersed in his own world. He also stopped playing and singing. He looked up at Jiang Chen. The look in his eyes is complicated. After a few seconds, he said sourly. Oh, it's just a pink skeleton. Jiang Chen looked at his roommates. The reactions, whether surprise, envy, or ridicule, make me laugh. He placed the shopping bag casually on his desk. Then from one of the bags, take out a few boxes of beautifully packaged high-end pastries and imported snacks. He bought this at a snack shop on his way back. You came back late. Did you miss the midnight snack? I brought you some food to fill your stomach. See food. Sun Yalon's eyes lit up instantly. He didn't even have time to be surprised by Jiang Chen's change. He pounced directly upon me. Fuck. Lao Jiang is awesome. I love you so much, Godfather. Li Bin also smiled and moved closer. Sure, Jiang Chen. That's very nice. Now we don't have to worry about running out of supplies all night. Although He Yuanquan and Song Yan were not that exaggerated. But I also came over and took some of my favorites. Said thanks. Looking at some roommates who were cheering for a little snack. Jiang Chen felt a sense of warmth and emotion in his heart. This was his life. Simple and pure. I can be happy for half a day for a little thing. But also, poor and distressed. Even buying a skirt for my girlfriend made me hesitate and suffer humiliation. He would never allow himself to go back to that kind of life. At this time, socialite Li Haoyu. He just pushed the door open and hummed a little tune. Seeing the luxury shopping bags piled up in the dormitory and the brand new Jiang Chen. And the crowd who were sharing the snacks. His eyes widened instantly. Holy shit? What happened? Li Haoyu rushed in, his eyes flicking back and forth between Jiang Chen and the shopping bags. His face was full of shock and gossip. Old Jiang. Tell the truth. Did you win the lottery? Or are you being kept by some rich woman? As soon as he said this, the other roommates also pricked up their ears immediately. All eyes turned to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled helplessly. I know you don't give an explanation. There's no end in sight for these guys. He cleared his throat and said half seriously. Ahem, what about a lottery-winning rich woman? Don't talk nonsense. It's just, I had a little quarrel with my family before, and I ran away from home for a while. Now we've reconciled, and my family gave me some compensation. He had thought of this reason a long time ago. It can explain the source of funds. It will not expose system secrets. You can also create a character for yourself as a rebellious rich second generation who ran away from home out of anger. Sure enough, after hearing this explanation, several roommates showed an expression of as expected. Sun Yalong suddenly realized. I knew it. Old Jiang, you are usually so stingy, how could you suddenly become so generous? It turns out you are a hidden rich second generation. Li Bin patted Jiang Chen's shoulder vigorously. Good job, kid. You hit it well enough. But now that you've made peace with your family, that's good. Don't be stupid again in the future. He Yuan nodded, his lenses reflecting. Family harmony is the most important thing. Song Yan curled his lips. Oh, the evil capital. But there was less jealousy and more relief in his eyes. It turns out that he is a rich second generation, so there is nothing wrong with that. Li Haoyu looked excited. It's like discovering a new world. He squeezed to Jiang Chen's side, put his arm around his shoulders, and winked. That's great, old Jiang. You're a hidden talent. I was wondering why you dumped Hu Weiwei all of a sudden. It turns out you just don't like her level. Break up? Old Jiang, you broke up with Hu Weiwei? Sun Yalong, Li Bin, and others were all shocked when they heard this. Then a look of joy appeared on their faces. It's good to be separated. It's good to be separated. Sun Yalong slapped his thigh. I've been fed up with that woman for a long time. She only knows how to spend money. And she bosses you around. She's not worthy of you at all. Li Bin also nodded repeatedly, that's right. It's a good split. A real man will never have trouble finding a wife. With your current conditions? Bah! With the conditions you already have. What kind of woman can't you find? It seems that this is Hu Weiwei's daily style. Not only Jiang Chen himself knows it. My roommates also saw it. The resentment has been building for a long time. Jiang Chen smiled. It's considered as tacitly agreeing to the breakup. All right, stop gossiping. Eat quickly, the power will be turned off soon. He responded casually and changed the subject. Seeing that Jiang Chen was unwilling to say more, his roommates. I didn't ask any more questions. After all, everyone has secrets. And now Jiang Chen's identity as a rich second generation has been confirmed. Their attitude towards Jiang Chen also subconsciously showed a hint of imperceptible awe. Of course, I was more happy for him. Jiang Chen finally got rid of Hu Weiwei. He lived the life that should have belonged to him. Everyone was talking and laughing. Sharing snacks. The dormitory returned to its previous noisy state. Jiang Chen sat back on his bed. Turn on your phone. I confirmed again the astronomical figure in my bank card that made me feel at ease and excited. 4,994,450.51. If I hadn't spent a lot of money on buying clothes for myself, my assets would have exceeded 5 million. One day. From a poor student with a debt of 45,000. Transformed suddenly. Became a wealthy man with a net worth of nearly 5 million. This feeling is like a dream. He had an idea. Bring up the system panel. Host, Jiang Chen. Constitution, 63. Charm, 91. Skills, none. Backpack, none. Hex enhancement, windfall. Current player's turn, none. Cash of 994 450.51. Chapter 24. Do you want to go out for a midnight snack together? Looking at the clear data on the panel. Especially her charm is far beyond that of ordinary people. Jiang Chen felt even happier. Although my physical condition is still a little low now, there is hope for the future. Improved physical fitness means greater energy, endurance, and recovery. This is the basis for enjoying life and conquering the world. Increased charm means it is easier to gain the favor of others. Especially the favor of the opposite sex. Just look at the completely different reactions of Yan Shi and Pang Wenwen tonight. Although money is the main factor. But charm is definitely a powerful assist. Before, I was still thinking about how to make money from money. Isn't this the way? Jiang Chen thought to himself. Every round has great rewards. You can also get cash back plus interest when you spend. Just operate each round honestly. You can become stronger and make money by spending money. This life is stable. His heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of security and infinite longing for the future. Summarize today's gains. Jiang Chen was in a good mood. Prepare to wash up and have a good sleep. Just at this moment. The WeChat notification sound on the phone suddenly rang. Jiang Chen picked it up and took a look. I found out that the message was sent by Pang Wenwen. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Thinking of Coach Pang. The action is quite fast. Is this to report that you have arrived home safely? However, click on the information. Jiang Chen was slightly stunned. Pang 11, little brother, are you asleep? I just went for a night run and I'm a little hungry. Would you like to go out for a midnight snack together? I know there's a seafood barbecue restaurant nearby that's really good. Smirk, seduction. Looking at the WeChat message sent by Pang 11. The content is bold and direct. It also comes with two very suggestive expressions. Jiang Chen touched his chin. The corners of his mouth curled up in a playful arc. This Coach Pang. She's really a goblin who doesn't play by the rules. We just separated not long ago. So he took the initiative to invite you for a midnight snack? And are we going to have a seafood barbecue? This style of painting changes a bit quickly. But he likes it. Just as he was about to reply. In my mind. That cold and familiar mechanical prompt tone. Once again it rang just right. Ding. It is detected that the host has received a midnight snack invitation from the opposite sex, which meets the specific interaction conditions, triggering a new player round invitation under the night. Really? The system is never absent. Jiang Chen was certain in his heart. Focus immediately. Look at the light curtain that appears in your field of vision. Player turn, invitation at night. Background of the round, a long night, a date with a beautiful woman. As a future top rich man, how can you lack a confidant to embellish you? Every interaction is an opportunity to understand and be understood. Round requirements: accept Pang 11's invitation for midnight snack, and in the following interaction, have a deeper communication with Pang 11. The depth of communication will affect the completion of the task. Round rewards: different levels of rewards will be issued based on the final completion of the task. The higher the completion of the task, the richer the reward. And the interest for the day will be settled immediately based on your current account balance. The estimated income is 40,000. Round time limit, 24 hours. Read the task description. The smile on Jiang Chen's lips became even more intense. Accept the invitation of beautiful women. Are there any mission rewards? The generosity of the rewards. Is it also linked to the depth of communication? System, you know it very well. Although he is not the type who is too shrewd and proactive like Pang 11. Not too many ideas at the moment. But since the system has released the task, and the rewards are so tempting, he naturally had no reason to refuse. Besides, a woman like Pang 11 who has high emotional intelligence, is sensible, and knows how to flirt. Have supper and chat together. It's a treat in itself. His fingers quickly replied to Pang 11's WeChat. I'm a little hungry, send me the address. Almost an instant reply. Pang 11 immediately sent a location. It is an open-air seafood barbecue stall not far from the school but slightly off the beaten track. Pang 11 also added, little brother, this place is a bit shabby, do you mind? Naughty. Jiang Chen smiled. Reply, as long as the food is delicious, the environment doesn't matter. Hee, don't worry. I recommend this to you, it tastes absolutely great. I'll be waiting for you, blow a kiss. Done. Jiang Chen put away his phone. I glanced at my roommates who were still eating snacks and playing games. I casually said hello. Brothers, I'm going out for a while. Sun Yat-sen, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, did not even raise his head. Go ahead, Godfather, take care. Li Bin responded vaguely. He Yuanquan pushed his glasses, nodded, and said nothing. Song Yan held his guitar and glanced at him. He lowered his head again, stirring his discordant melody. Jiang Chen didn't care either. Put on a set of trendy casual clothes that I just bought, which are moderately priced but full of design. Left the dormitory quietly. Zhengzhou at night. The hustle and bustle of the day faded away. It has a bit more of the flavor of everyday life. According to the location sent by Pang 11, Jiang Chen walked for more than 10 minutes. We came to a relatively quiet but brightly lit street. The air was filled with the salty smell of cumin, chile, charcoal, and seafood. There is also the malty aroma of beer. It is full of the tempting flavor unique to food stalls. On both sides of the street, there are tables and chairs outdoors. The seats were almost full. The diners played finger-guessing games, talking and laughing loudly, eating skewers and drinking. It's so lively. Jiang Chen glanced around. Soon we were in a relatively corner location with a good view. I saw that figure that was still extremely eye-catching even in the noisy crowd. Pang 11. At this moment, she was wearing a black tight short t-shirt with a simple design but bold cut. It perfectly outlines her amazing bust and slender waist, with the outline of her abs faintly visible, full of healthy, sexy, and wild charm. The lower body is a pair of light blue high-waisted ripped denim hot pants. Her already long legs are made even straighter, rounder and more attractive, and the exposed skin glows with a healthy luster under the light. On his feet were a pair of limited edition sports shoes that looked ordinary but were quite expensive. It makes her sexy and hot while adding a touch of youthful vitality. Most of the makeup on her face was removed, leaving only a light foundation and eyebrow shape. The lips are coated with a layer of moist bean paste colored lip gloss. No longer as aggressive as before. Instead, she appears more pure, charming, and lovable. Her long wavy hair was casually draped over her shoulders, with a few playful strands falling on her delicate collarbones. Pang 11 at this moment. The previous refinement and deliberateness have faded away. She lacks some of the competence of a working woman. It has a bit more laziness and casualness like the sister next door. But the mature and charming demeanor emanating from her bones is like a fine-aged wine. More intoxicating, more deadly. She was resting her chin on her hand, stirring the iced sour plum soup in the cup in front of her with a straw, board. The other hand was holding a cell phone and seemed to be swiping something. When she looked up and saw Jiang Chen approaching, those charming peach blossom eyes lit up instantly. A bright and moving smile bloomed on her face. Little brother. Here. She waved her hands vigorously. Chapter 25 Can't Go Back to School? Pang 11's Midnight Invitation. Jiang Chen walked over with a smile. Sit down opposite her. His eyes scanned her calmly. I have to admit it. Pang 11 removed her heavy makeup and changed into casual clothes. Another heart-warming style. She is indeed a beauty. What? Sister, you don't recognize me because I changed my clothes? Pang 11 saw Jiang Chen staring at her. Instead of being annoyed, he smiled triumphantly. She even deliberately puffed out her proud chest. She threw a coquettish glance at Jiang Chen. Do you think I look good in anything I wear? Jiang Chen retracted his gaze and picked up the menu on the table. He smiled and said, It does look good. I didn't expect Coach Pine to have this style in private. Pang 11 covered her mouth and laughed sweetly. There's no such thing as style. You have to dress up at work, and you can dress however you want after get off work. But you, little brother, look more sunny and handsome in this casual outfit. She praised sincerely. A slightly more mature suit than the previous one. The trendy brand in front of him seemed to be more suitable for Jiang Chen's age. It also highlights his clean and refreshing youthfulness. Of course, the premise is to ignore his deep and steady eyes that don't look like those of a college student. Let's order. Jiang Chen handed her the menu. You are the landlord, you order some. Pang 11 was not polite either. He took the menu and ordered skillfully. The seafood in this restaurant is very fresh. Grilled oysters, scallops, and abalone are must-orders. There are also grilled lamb chops, grilled chicken wings, grilled leeks, well, some grilled vegetables to relieve the greasiness. Junior brother, do you have any dietary restrictions? Jiang Chen shook his head. No, just watch it. Pang 11 quickly ordered and called out to the people beside her. Boss. 2 more bottles of ice-cold craft beer. After ordering the dishes, she looked at Jiang Chen and asked with a smile. Little brother, can I have a drink? Jiang Chen nodded. You can drink some. Although my physical condition is weak now, it is much better than in my previous life. I am still young and strong, so drinking beer is no problem for me. Soon, the charcoal fire was burning brightly. Various sizzling skewers and ice-cold beer were served. The aroma is everywhere, making you salivate. Come on. Junior brother. Pang 11 picked up a bottle of beer. Open with a bottle opener expertly. He poured a full cup for Jiang Chen and himself. The foam is fine and rich. She raised her glass. To celebrate our acquaintance today. And also to thank you, the big money sponsor. Sister, let me drink first as a sign of respect. After saying this, she raised her snow-white neck. Gulp a few mouthfuls. He drank a glass of beer till it was all gone. The movements are bold and heroic. After drinking, I use the back of my hand. Wiped the remaining foam from the corner of his mouth. Blinked at Jiang Chen. It's your turn. Jiang Chen laughed. I didn't expect she had such a bold side. He also picked up the cup and drank it all. The cold beer has a malty aroma. Slides into the throat and instantly dispels the heat. Brings a sense of comfort. Good alcohol tolerance. That's it. Pang Wanwan smiled proudly. He picked up a golden lamb chop sprinkled with cumin and chili powder and handed it to Jiang Chen. Try this. It's the signature dish of this restaurant. Jiang Chen took it and took a bite. The outside is crispy and the inside is tender, with the meaty aroma. The seasoning was just right too. It really tastes great. Delicious. Is it delicious? Pang Wanwan also picked up a string. He nibbled on it with satisfaction. Although his eating manners are not very elegant. But he has a true temperament and is not at all pretentious. The two of them were eating skewers and drinking, while chatting casually. Pang Wanwan is very good at chatting skills. She won't do a household registration check. Ask about Jiang Chen's family background. Instead, they started with light-hearted topics such as fitness, school anecdotes, and Jiangzhou's customs and culture. Throw out some interesting little jokes or anecdotes from time to time. The atmosphere is always relaxed and fun. Jiang Chen was also happy to cooperate. He found that Pang Wanwan not only had high emotional intelligence, but also had broad knowledge. Whether it is luxury trends or the various ways in society, she can chat for a while. There is the clarity of a mature woman in her speech and conversation, without losing just the right amount of wit and humor. It's really comfortable to chat with her. Of course, Pang Wanwan did not forget her task of tease. She would take the opportunity to get a tissue. Seemingly accidentally, he let his arm brush against Jiang Chen's arm. He would look at Jiang Chen with a dazed look when clinking glasses. It was as if he was the only one in her eyes. Even when she was eating a grilled chicken wing that she thought was particularly delicious. It will be just like before at Henteing Sky Palace. Raise it to Jiang Chen's mouth. The eyes are charming and the voice is greasy. Little brother, this is really delicious. Why don't you try it? This time, Jiang Chen still didn't open his mouth. Instead, he picked up the chicken wing with a smile. He took a bite himself. Then he looked at Pang Wanwan's slightly disappointed yet forced natural expression. Suddenly I felt like playing. The chicken wing that you have taken a bite of. Then he handed it back to Pang Wanwan's mouth. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. Well, it tastes really good. In return, would you like to try it too? Pang Wanwan was stunned for a moment. She looked at the chicken wings with the mark of Jiang Chen's saliva so close to her. Then he looked at Jiang Chen's eyes, which seemed to be smiling but not smiling, with a hint of teasing. Her cheeks twitched. It became famous. My heart skipped a few beats. This little brother. Don't play by the rules. He actually teased her instead? She looked at Jiang Chen's face, which looked even more handsome under the light. And the playfulness hidden in those deep eyes. By some strange coincidence, she actually slightly opened her sexy red lips. Gently bit the chicken wing that Jiang Chen handed over. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. A few middle-aged men who were drinking and playing finger-guessing games at the next table saw this scene. There was a sudden burst of meaningful laughter and boos. Oh my God! Young people nowadays really know how to have fun. Look! Look! They're feeding him. TSK, that girl is so attractive. What a pity. Such a good cabbage is being taken away by a pig. That's right. That guy just looks handsome, but he probably has nothing. How can he pick up such a pretty girl? Although these discussions are not loud. But Jiang Chen and Pang Wanwan both heard it. Pang Wanwan's pretty face turned even redder. She gave Jiang Chen a charming look. But deep in the eyes. But there was a hint of pride and a stronger interest in his expression. Jiang Chen didn't care at all. He raised his glass and saluted Pang Wanwan from a distance. The two looked at each other and smiled. The atmosphere became more ambiguous. A midnight snack. In a relaxed, happy and slightly ambiguous atmosphere. Before we knew it, we were eating till late at night. Both of them drank a lot of beer. There was a charming blush on Peng Wenwen's fair face. Her eyes also became a little blurred, adding a bit of intoxicating charm. Jiang Chen also felt a little tipsy. But he was still conscious. It's getting late. I'll find a designated driver to take you home. Peng Wenwen took the initiative to propose. She drove here and is a law-abiding citizen. If she had been drinking, she would have definitely asked for a designated driver. Jiang Chen nodded, okay. Peng Wenwen went to pay the bill. Jiang Chen had no intention of rushing to pay this small amount of money, and he didn't ask for a return. Peng Wenwen drives a red BMW Z4 sports car. It's not a luxury car though. But it is also valuable. It can be seen that her family background is indeed good and her parents love her very much. The car sped along. Soon returned to Zhengzhou University. However, when the car stopped not far from the dormitory building, both of them were dumbfounded. The dormitory door. Lock it tightly. Jiang Chen checked the time on his phone. It's past 1 in the morning. The curfew time has long passed. He was busy eating, drinking and chatting with Peng Wenwen. I completely forgot about access control. This. Jiang Chen felt helpless. Peng Wenwen looked at the locked door. He looked at Jiang Chen who was standing next to him with a helpless look on his face. In those misty peach blossom eyes. Suddenly, a cunning light flashed. Her red lips slightly parted, and her voice carried a hint of drunkenness and an indescribable temptation. She leaned close to Jiang Chen's ear and exhaled a sweet breath. Junior brother, you see. I can't go back to the dormitory. How about, go to my sister's house and have a visit? Chapter 26 The happiness of the rich, Wenwen is sincere. The night breeze is cool. Blowing on Peng Wenwen. The slightly drunken face also stirred Jiang Chen's thoughts. How about, go to my sister's house and have a visit? Peng Wenwen's voice has a languid drunkenness and an indescribable hook. Jiang Chen looked at her. Those peach blossom eyes still brightened amazingly in the night. It clearly said invite. No concealment. He was slightly moved, but did not agree immediately. Instead, he deliberately showed a hint of hesitation. This isn't a good idea? It's so late, and we're disturbing Coach Peng's rest. He gently opened the distance between them. To play hard to get. Peng Wenwen saw this. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward. Almost sticking to Jiang Chen, she stretched out her slender fingers, gently poked Jiang Chen's chest, and said angrily, Little brother, why are you still pretending to be serious with your sister? The dormitory door is closed. Are you going to sleep on the street tonight? She paused. Then he said in an extremely considerate tone. Besides, even if you don't stay at my house, it would be very expensive to stay at a hotel outside. Especially these hotels outside the school, they look ordinary, but the prices are not cheap. Although you have money, you can't spend it recklessly. I am saving money for you. The environment may not be as good as my house. These words were said without a single flaw. It not only provides a way out, but also shows irresistible consideration. It shows her understanding to the fullest. Jiang Chen laughed secretly in his heart. This goblin is indeed of a high level. He stopped pulling and nodded, saying, Since Coach Peng has said so, I'd better obey your orders. Sorry to bother you tonight. Hee, that's more like it. Peng Wenwen immediately smiled, took Jiang Chen's arm, and led him to the parking lot. Her red BMW Z4. The designated driver has been waiting for a long time. Both of them got in the car. Peng Wenwen gave an address. It is a newly built community near the university town. 10 minutes later. The car was parked in the underground garage of the community. Jiang Chen followed Peng Wenwen. I walked into the elevator and went to the 15th floor. Peng Wenwen's residence is a well-decorated 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment. The area is not particularly large, about 70 or 80 square meters. But the decoration style is modern. Simple and stylish, clean and tidy. All furniture and appliances are available. It can be seen that he has good taste. Just sit down, I'll get you a drink. Peng Wenwen threw her bag away. Kick off your high heels. She walked towards the refrigerator with her bare, snow-white feet. Jiang Chen looked around the house. It was just as he had imagined, warm, comfortable and stylish. This fits the identity of Pang Wanwan, an independent urban woman from a well-off family. The house is located near the university town. Although it is not remote, it is definitely not in the prime location of the city center. The housing prices are relatively moderate. Based on Pang Wanwan's parents' conditions and her own income, it makes sense to own a property like this. This further confirmed Jiang Chen's judgment. Pang Wanwan is very realistic and smart. But she is definitely not a gold digger like Hu Weiwei, who only knows how to ask for things mindlessly. She has her own goals and calculations. Pang Wanwan quickly came back with 2 cans of cold beer. Handed a can to Jiang Chen. Open a can yourself. Then sit down next to him. The slender white thighs were pressed against him without any hesitation. The air was filled with the scent of her shower gel, mixed with a hint of drunkenness. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat ambiguous. What happened next seemed to be a natural progression. No excessive verbal arguing. There is no hypocritical push and pull temptation. An eye contact. A breathing heavier. A seemingly accidental physical touch. Alcohol is the best catalyst. When Jiang Chen's hand touched Pang Wanwan's slender waist, she just snorted symbolically. She fell limply into his arms and let him take what he wanted. The lights dimmed without me noticing. Panting, moaning, gradually interweaving. Pang Wanwan really knows how to please men. Although young and inexperienced, every movement and every look, they are all full of extreme temptation. It seems to suck in people's souls. However, she soon discovered, this younger brother looks a little immature. But he is like a battle-hardened warrior. The skills were far beyond her imagination. The clouds have stopped and the rain has ceased. Pang Wanwan lazily lay on Jiang Chen's chest, which was not particularly strong but had clear lines and a firm touch. Her charming face was now filled with satisfaction and deep confusion. Jiang Chen was also savoring the memory secretly. Pang Wanwan is really good. She is far from being comparable to Hu Weiwei, a stupid woman who only knows how to ask for things. It is truly a pleasure to be with her. More importantly, after the in-depth communication just now, he has a clearer understanding of his current body. More motivated than ever. The effect after improving physical fitness is indeed extraordinary. Strength, endurance, recovery speed. They have all achieved a qualitative leap. Plus, experience from previous life. That's right, he was indeed very weak in his previous life. Due to the long-term 996 work schedule and malnutrition, all the good things were saved for Hu Weiwei. His physical condition is extremely poor. But Hu Weiwei's demand is extremely strong. Ask for it almost every night. To satisfy her, to maintain that relationship which now seems ridiculous and pathetic. Jiang Chen could only try his best to use techniques and tricks to make up for his physical shortcomings. Over time, his skills have been honed to perfection. He is the king in the field of skills. He died suddenly. I'm afraid that's a big part of the reason. This is caused by long-term physical exploitation by Hu Weiwei. But now it's different. Live a new life. He finally can perfectly combine the top skills honed in the previous life with the strong physical fitness of the future. He now. It won't be long before it's equivalent to a supercar with an F1 engine and driven by a top driver. Looking at Pang Wanwan, who was as lazy and content as a kitten in his arms, Jiang Chen's lips curled up into a faint smile. There is no way he would do this for a woman again like he did in his previous life. Sincere, humble as a dog. In the end, he lost both his money and his life, and it ended in a miserable way. Pang Wanwan, for him, it can be an embellishment of life. It can be a mood adjuster. They can even be partners fighting side by side. But it will never be his everything again. Of course, for one's own woman. He is not completely heartless, as long as they behave themselves and know their place. He didn't mind giving them a comfortable life materially. Make sure they have enough food and clothing. Even a certain social status. Just as Jiang Chen's thoughts were drifting, Pang Wanwan in her arms. Suddenly he moved. She raised her pretty face, which was a little shy because it was her first time, looked at Jiang Chen and sighed. Little brother, you are too strong, aren't you? I almost fell apart. She paused, then asked curiously. Do you still need to go to the gym to exercise? I think those fitness trainers may not be as good as you. Jiang Chen laughed when he heard that and pinched her smooth face. What? You dislike me already? Pang Wenwen immediately rubbed his chest like a spoiled child. No, I just think, a little bit hidden. She blinked her charming peach blossom eyes and suddenly changed the subject. By the way, little brother, with your body like this, I'm afraid you have ulterior motives for going to the gym. I see that you seem to be quite interested in our little Yanzi. Do you want me, your sister, to be your wingman? As soon as these words came out, Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Pang Wenwen is indeed a sensible woman. Not only did she not think that Jiang Chen might be interested in Yan Shi and show the slightest jealousy. Instead, he offered to help. This ability to assess the situation and have a clear self-positioning. It is far beyond the reach of ordinary women. She knows it very well. A super rich man like Jiang Chen. There is no way there is only one woman around you. Rather than being jealous and making Jiang Chen unhappy, it is better to be more generous and take the initiative to improve the sister relationship. He could even use Yan Shi to consolidate his position in Jiang Chen's heart. After all, Yan Shi is simple and kind. If she really became Jiang Chen's woman, it poses no threat to me. On the contrary, it may be a help. But what Pang Wenwen wanted was never exclusivity, but class transition. As well as a smart woman will choose a good enough father for her offspring. Make sure your child has a starting point that is far beyond their own abilities. Jiang Chen saw through her thoughts, but did not point it out. He just smiled playfully, reached out and pinched her small chin, forcing her to look up into his eyes. Stop flattering me. The fact that I didn't make you cry for mercy just now means I still have a lot of room for improvement. Let Coach Yin teach me well and I can improve further. Chapter 27. Not only can you get it for free, you can also make money. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen woke up from the soft and comfortable big bed. The sunlight filtered through the gaps in the blinds, casting dappled shadows on the floor. The air seemed to still have the charming atmosphere of last night's madness, and the unique, mature and charming aftertaste of Pang Wenwen's perfume. He stretched himself. I just felt relaxed all over. The effect of improving the constitution attribute is immediate. But the fact that we didn't defeat Pang Wenwen in the first try shows that there is still a lot of room for improvement. Wenwen just felt good at most. But it may still be a long way to go to achieve death. When I turned around, there was no one around me. There were only a few messy wrinkles on the bed sheets. Pang Wenwen has left, probably rushing to the gym for work. Jiang Chen's evaluation of Pang Wenwen increased a bit. Sensible, independent and not clingy. Be clear about your position. Never ask for things that you don't deserve. Such a woman is indeed easy to get along with and is smart enough. Jiang Chen got up and got out of bed. Walk barefoot to the French window. Draw the curtains and overlook the downstairs street scene in the university town in the early morning. Pedestrians are hurrying and vehicles are passing by, full of vitality and vigor. He thought of Pang Wenwen's implicit yet clear hint about the future last night. Jiang Chen's eyes moved slightly, lost in a brief moment of thought. Although it is impossible for me to be a bootlicker or an ATM machine like in my previous life, but for a woman who is willing to follow herself and is sensible, providing a generous living security seems to be the demeanor that a wealthy person should have. Moreover, it seems inappropriate to let Pang Wenwen always be in the limelight as a coach in the gym. After all, she is now the first woman since his rebirth. She has good abilities, high emotional intelligence and good eloquence. Being a trainer in a gym is really a waste of talent. Maybe in the future you can consider buying some business of your own and let her be in charge of the management? It can not only make the best use of her talents, but also keep her away from unnecessary harassment. This thought flashed through Jiang Chen's mind. He didn't think about it any further for the time being. After all, this is all later, and his most important task now is to improve himself. Accumulate capital to complete each round. Think of systems. Jiang Chen's heart moved. I haven't had time to take a closer look at the round rewards yet. He focused immediately. Sure enough, there was that cold and familiar mechanical prompt tone. It immediately rang in my mind. Ding! The player's turn invitation under the night has been completed perfectly. Rewards are being settled. Congratulations to the host. The mission completion rating is excellent. We had a deep and pleasant interaction with the target person. Congratulations to the host. Gained physical attribute plus 10. Congratulations to the host. Received an extra cash reward of 200,000. Funds have arrived. Settlement of interest for this round. Based on your current account balance, the interest income this time is 40,000. At the end of this round of action, you will receive an additional reward of 10,000. A series of reward prompts made Jiang Chen very happy. Constitution plus 10 again. The cash rewards are even more explosive. The task itself was completed with excellent results. A direct reward of 200,000. Plus the interest of 40,000. The reward at the end of the round is 10,000. All in all, another 250,000. Jiang Chen immediately opened his mobile banking app and looked at his account balance. 5,244,450.51. Hiss. Jiang Chen took a breath of cold air again. He thought about it carefully. It started last night when I left the gym. Yen she paid for the taxi. Pang Wenwen treated us to midnight snack. Accommodation, he even stayed directly at Pang Wenwen's house. He didn't spend a penny in the whole process. I also spent a night with two top beauties. Well, it was a very pleasant night, especially the time I spent alone with Pang Wenwen in the second half of the night. What's the result? Wake up. The system not only added attributes to him. It was delivered directly to him. 250,000 in cash? This is simply. It's a complete freeloader. What's more, after having sex, she will pay you back and give you attribute points. Jiang Chen felt so happy. This is fucking life. This is the experience that a super rich person should have. Recall past lives. For Hu Weiwei. Live frugally and be sincere. What was the result? Endless exploitation and humiliation, and ultimately tragic death. There is a world of difference between the two. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with an indescribable joy and infinite expectations for the future. Although there is still a long way to go before becoming a truly top-tier billionaire. But he has gradually felt the joy of being a super rich man. The kind that controls everything. Whatever you want. There is even the ultimate feeling of spending money to become stronger and make money. He thought of Pang Wenwen again. This woman is sensible enough. As the first woman after his rebirth, Jiang Chen felt that he couldn't treat her too badly. He is not a gold digger like Hu Weiwei who only cares about money. She seemed to have something deeper to pursue. Jiang Chen did not object to this. Even some appreciation. Ambitious and resourceful. Know how to assess the situation. Such a woman. Only then can you be worthy of staying by his side. Just as Jiang Chen was thinking about planning his future and imagining the path to becoming a wealthy man, his WeChat on his cell phone suddenly started ringing ding dong ding dong. I picked it up and saw that it was the WeChat group of the dormitory. 412 Male God Group 6. The screen is being refreshed like crazy at the moment. Click to take a look. It was Li Haoyu who sent a series of expressions of shock and doubt. Li Haoyu, fuck. At Jiangchen Laojiang. You didn't come back last night? Li Haoyu, sure. Did you go out with some girl? Tell the truth. Li Haoyu, where did you spend the night? Smirk. Next is Sun Yalong. Sun Yalong at Jiang Chen's foster father. You didn't come home at night. Did you forget about us, your hungry sons? Poor. Sun Yalong, by the way, Lao Jiang, the snacks you bought yesterday were really delicious. Can you buy them again next time? Starry eyes. Then there is Li Bin. Li Bin at Jiangchen is awesome. But there is a career guidance class with teacher Meng today. Don't forget it, kid. That woman was really ruthless when she called out my name. Even the usually taciturn He Yuanquan started to talk. He Yuanquan, it is right, Mr. Meng's class is very important and affects your grade points, so it's best not to be absent. Finally, it's Song Yen. Song Yen, oh, the land of gentleness, the tomb of heroes. At Jiang Chen, despise. Jiang Chen looked at the messages from these funny roommates in the group. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. The daily life in the boys' dormitory is so simple and unpretentious. He was just about to reply. Li Haoyu's private message came over. Li Haoyu, old Jen. Hurry. It's Meng Yuqian's roll call class. The first period is it. It starts at 9 o'clock. It's already 8:30. Do you want to come? If you want to come, hurry up. I'll save a seat for you. Meng Yuqian. Career guidance class. See these words. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly froze. The relaxed smile on his face also faded. Instead, there was a hint of solemnity and a deeply hidden heat. Meng Yuqian. He was deeply impressed by this name. It's not just because she is recognized as the most beautiful and domineering teacher in Jiangzhou University. Her appearance, figure, and temperament are all goddess level. Every time she teaches, the classroom is packed. Although most boys come to see her, besides that, she is strict. But for Jiang Chen, her future astonishing achievements are more important. Meng Yuqian's classes are notoriously difficult to pass. She takes roll call in almost every class. Once caught skipping class or answering for someone else, the consequences are extremely serious. In mild cases, the score is usually cleared to 0. If the case is serious, report it directly to the college. In his previous life, Jiang Chen worked part-time to buy those expensive gifts for Hu Weiwei. I don't know how many classes I skipped. There were several red lights on. Almost didn't graduate. But only Meng Yuqiang's career guidance class. He hardly ever missed a seat. On the one hand, it's because I don't dare, and on the other hand, it's because Meng Yuqiang really has real talent and knowledge. She never teaches by rote. The content is extremely rich. There are both cutting-edge industry information. There is also in-depth case analysis. And sharp personal insights. Often hits the nail on the head. Point out the key points of the current economic situation and job market. Although Jiang Chen didn't focus most of his attention on studying in his previous life. But every time I listen to Meng Yuqiang's class, I feel more or less inspired. What's more, Jiang Chen remembered it clearly. Just a few years later, a huge opportunity has emerged in the domestic internet field. The rise of live streaming and short video e-commerce. And this person, Meng Yuqiang, looks like just an ordinary university lecturer. It was because of her amazingly keen sense of the market and strong execution ability. And the first startup capital came from nowhere. Decisively seized this opportunity. Dive headfirst into the field of live streaming e-commerce. In just 2 or 3 years, she started out as a university teacher. Transformed suddenly. Became worth billions. Even a businesswoman worth tens of billions. The company founded was successfully listed. She herself has become one of the youngest honorary alumni of Jiangzhou University. The scenery is endless. This news came at that time. Jiang Chen and his roommates also sighed and lamented, regretting that they had not established a good relationship with teacher Meng and clung to her. And now, he is reborn. Back then, Meng Yuqiang was just a potential stock teaching and educating people in university, and had not yet taken off. Such talent. How could he miss such a talented person who was destined to soar to great heights in the future? Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with brilliance. A bold plan quickly took shape in his mind. Invest. Investment is a must. He wants to establish a deep revolutionary friendship with this future businesswoman before anyone else. It even became her first pot of gold for her success. A few years later, Meng Yuqiang soared to fame. Then, as an angel investor, can I just lie down and count the money? And according to the user's ideas, teacher Meng is beautiful, ruthless, capable, and has the aura of a queen. If I could make her my right-hand man. That feeling, TSK. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Jiang Chen checked the time on his phone. 8:35. There is less than half an hour left until class starts. He immediately replied to Li Haoyu. Save me a front row center seat. I'll be there soon. Then get dressed quickly. After a quick wash, he rushed out of Pang Wenwen's apartment. I hailed a taxi on the roadside. Go straight to school. He had to be there before 9 o'clock. Show up in Meng Yuqiang's class on time. And you have to sit in the most conspicuous position. Make a good impression on this future big shot. This is the first step of his investment plan. Can't mess it up. Just as he got into the taxi, he was planning how to conquer teacher Meng. In my mind, the system prompt sound rang again at the right time. Ding! It is detected that the host has decided to take his studies seriously and establish a good image in order to invest in the future, which complies with the self-cultivation of a rich man principle, triggering a new player round. Player turn, the cultivation of the super rich. Round requirements, as a visionary rich man, inner cultivation is as important as outer strength. Please sign in to class on time every day in the next week and complete all in-class assignments conscientiously. Round rewards, physical fitness plus 10, charm plus 10. And you can get all the deposit interest income for the next 7 days at once. Based on your current account balance, the estimated total income is 350,000. Round time limit, 7 days. Chapter 28. The school beauty's loving breakfast stunned the whole class. The taxi stopped in front of the old-fashioned gate of Jiangzhou University. Jiang Chen paid the fare and quickly walked into the campus he had been away from for a long time. The sunshine in the early morning is just right. Tiny, jumping spots of light were cast through the tall and dense leaves of the sycamore trees on both sides of the road. The air was filled with the scent of grass, earth, and a hint of gardenia. This is the freshness and tranquility unique to the campus. Around me are students wearing all kinds of clothes, carrying cross-body bags, or walking in a hurry with textbooks in their hands. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5, chatting and laughing. Or be alone, with headphones shutting out the world. Or holding a book and muttering to oneself. Full of youthful vigor and vision for the future. Looking at these familiar yet unfamiliar scenes, Jiang Chen was filled with emotion. If not for Rebirth, I am afraid that I have already been worn out in the cold social jungle and lost this purity and vitality. He had no resistance to the task of cultivation of the super rich issued by the system. Although there is a system now, with seemingly inexhaustible wealth. But he never thought of giving up his studies because of this. The painful experiences in his previous life made him deeply understand the importance of knowledge and vision. Money can bring power, status, and enjoyment. But it cannot directly bring wisdom and cognition. However, it can create excellent learning resources. In his previous life, he skipped a lot of classes and went to work for Huawei. But he is not a complete academic failure. Within the limited time, he still takes seriously those courses he thinks are important. I would also study all night long before the exams, and barely manage to pass the exams and graduate successfully. This life. He had an unparalleled advantage. There is no reason to be perfunctory in your studies. Improving inner self-cultivation and expanding the boundaries of knowledge are just as important as accumulating wealth. This is the only way to become a truly top-notch rich man. What's more, the system rewards are so generous. Constitution plus 10, charm plus 10. And there is still 350,000 in cash. Only a fool wouldn't complete it seriously. With plans for the future and respect for knowledge, Jiang Chen quickened his pace and walked towards the teaching building. Meng Yuqiang's career guidance class is one of the school's public elective courses. But its popularity is comparable to the core courses of some popular majors. The class was held in the school's largest tiered multimedia lecture hall, which could accommodate more than 300 people. But even so, every time before class, the seats here are already full 10 minutes ago. Even the aisles and back rows were filled with students who were trying to crash the class. When Jiang Chen rushed to the lecture hall, there are still 10 minutes until class starts. As expected, the place was already crowded and bustling. He glanced around. Soon we were in the middle of the front row, which had the best view and was closest to the podium, and was known as the VIP viewing area. I saw a few familiar figures. His roommates, of course, except Li Haoyu, who was still hanging out outside. Sun Yalong, Li Bin, He Yuanquan, and Song Yan are all here. And he successfully grabbed a golden seat for him among the huge crowd. There was also a brand new notebook and a pen placed thoughtfully next to it. Sure, guys. Fast enough. Jiang Chen walked over and patted the shoulder of Li Bin, who was closest to him, with a smile. Li Bin smiled, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Of course I must. My foster father has ordered me to do so. How dare I disobey? He pointed to the seat next to him. Haoyu said in the group early in the morning that you will be attending Mr. Meng Yao's, Mr. Meng's class today, and asked us to make sure we get you a good seat. Sun Yalong also raised his head from the pile of snacks, his mouth full, and said incoherently, "Yes, old Jiang. How you said that this is the best spot to see Teacher Meng's stunning beauty from all angles. We spent a lot of effort to snatch this from a bunch of hungry wolves." He Yuanquan pushed his glasses and added, "The textbooks and notes have also been prepared for you as how you said." He pointed to the notebook on the table. Jiang Chen felt warm in his heart. Although these guys usually look out of tune, it is still quite reliable at critical moments. Especially that kid Li Haoyu. Although the people haven't arrived yet, the arrangements are very clear. "Thanks, brothers. I'll treat you guys to skewers when I get home tonight." "Yeah." Sun Yalong cheered immediately. The others also smiled. Jiang Chen sat down in the reserved seat. "Feel the noisy atmosphere around you." I couldn't help but laugh to myself as I listened to the boys sitting next to me talking in low but excited voices. "Hey! I heard that Teacher Meng will wear that newly bought black hip skirt today. Holy shit! It's exciting just thinking about it." "Really? That's a killer look. Curvy and curvy. Legs are 1.8 meters long. Plus that icy queen vibe, hiss." I fucking stood up right where I was. "Come on. With your cowardly look, would you dare to look up when Teacher Meng glances at you? Hey, secretly watching, is it okay?" Speaking of which, although Teacher Meng is extremely beautiful, this class is really hard to get through. Last semester, my buddy was late for 5 minutes, so she wrote down his name and he failed the final exam. It was so miserable. Who says it's not true? The roll call is harsh, the homework is heavy, and the exams are difficult. If it weren't for the sight of the beauties, who the hell would be willing to endure this? That's right. We are simply risking our lives to appreciate the art. Listening to these familiar kohai, Jiang Chen seemed to have returned to his previous life. Meng Yuchang's charm and deterrence are indeed unique in Zhengzhou University. The beauty is really breathtaking. It's cruel, really cruel to the point of being frightening. Countless boys were crazy about her, but they trembled under her cold gaze and dared only watch from afar. Just when everyone was looking forward to it, waiting for their queen goddess to arrive. The entrance to the lecture hall. Suddenly there was a small commotion and an uncontrollable cry of surprise. "Fuck! Look! It's Senior Yan Shi! Oh my god! It's really the school beauty Yan! Why is she taking this class? Oh my god! What kind of magical day is today? Can I see two goddesses at the same time? Double joy! Double joy, brothers!" Jiang Chen also subconsciously followed the gazes of the crowd. I saw the entrance of the lecture hall. Yan Shi was standing there prettily. She was wearing a simple white cotton dress today. He wore a light blue denim jacket on the outside. On his feet was a pair of clean white shoes. Wearing a refreshing high ponytail. Her face is not made up but still pure and charming. Like the coolest breeze in the hot summer. It instantly attracted the attention of the whole audience. I have to say, Yan Shi and Meng Yuchang. They are two completely different kinds of beauty. If Meng Yuchang is a mature, sexy, and powerful red rose, then Yan Shi is the pure, gentle, and elegant white moonlight. The two are almost equally popular at Zhengzhou University. Yan Shi appeared at this moment. This undoubtedly added fuel to the fire in the lecture hall, which was already restless due to the anticipation for Meng Yuchang. Countless eyes were focused on Yan Shi. There is surprise, admiration, and curiosity. Yan Shi doesn't seem to be used to being the center of attention. Her fair cheeks flushed slightly. She lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly, avoiding those gazes. Then, under the surprised gaze of everyone, she actually. He walked straight towards someone in the front row of the lecture hall. Why is senior sister Yan Shi going to the front? I don't know. Is there someone she knows ahead? No way. That's Teacher Meng's death stare zone. Who else but a top student would dare to sit there? Wait. She seems to be going after that boy? Which boy? That's the one. The one sitting next to Sun Yalong. Holy shit. Senior Yan Shi knows him? The discussions around suddenly became louder. Full of disbelief. Under the gazes of countless shock, confusion, envy, and jealousy. Yan Shi finally walked in front of Jiang Chen. She stopped. There was a hint of obvious shyness and hesitation on her pretty fair face. But in the end, he still mustered up the courage to gently place the delicate-looking insulated lunchbox he had been holding on Jiang Chen's desk. Then, she raised her head and looked at Jiang Chen with clear eyes. The sound was as small as a mosquito. But it was enough for the roommates next to him to hear clearly. Junior Jiang Chen, I passed by the cafeteria this morning and brought you some breakfast. You didn't go back to the dormitory last night, so you must have eaten nothing this morning. Here, eat it while it's hot. Boom. Yanxi said this. It's like dropping a nuclear bomb on a calm lake. The entire front row of the lecture hall exploded instantly. All the students who saw this scene and heard these words. All petrified. His eyes were wide open. His mouth is open so wide that you can fit a fist in it. His face is filled with the ultimate philosophical questions. Who am I? Where am I? What do I see? School beauty. Yanxi is the recognized campus beauty of Jiangzhou University. It turns out, she actually personally delivered breakfast to a boy? What on earth is going on? Li Bin, who was sitting next to Jiang Chen, dropped his cell phone to the ground with a click without noticing it. He stared in amazement at the still steaming lunchbox on the table. Then he looked at Yanxi, who was standing next to him with a shy look on his face. Then look at Jiang Chen, who has a calm face as if he is used to it. I feel like my brain isn't enough. Sun Yalong even forgot to chew the half bun in his mouth. His eyes were bigger than copper bells. He Yuan Quan adjusted his glasses, and the look behind the lenses was full of surprise and doubt. Even Song Yen, who was always cynical, opened his mouth wide at this moment. The boys in other seats around felt as if their hearts were hit by billions of critical hits. Especially those dogs who secretly call me my wife in private. I am even more heartbroken at this moment. The look he gave Jiang Chen was filled with naked jealousy and overwhelming murderous intent. No way? Am I seeing things? Senior Yanxi brought breakfast to that kid? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What's going on? When did these two get together? Damn it! Who is this guy? Why? How can he win the favor of Goddess Yanxi? Wow, my youth is over, my goddess. It must be an illusion. This is impossible. I don't believe it. Who is this bitch? Why haven't I seen this before? Which department is she from? Brothers, draw your swords. How can we tolerate this? I can't stand it. I absolutely can't stand it. Damn it. The good cabbages are eaten by pigs. Various voices of envy, jealousy, and hatred arise one after another. The entire front row of the lecture hall was thrown into incredible chaos and noise. All the focus was on the beast who was personally served breakfast by the school beauty. Chapter 29, Collective Heartbreak. Was the school beauty with you last night? The entire front row of the lecture hall was crowded because of Yanxi's breakfast delivery. It fell into an eerie silence. Everyone's eyes were focused on Jiang Chen and the still steaming breakfast on his table. It was as if he wanted to melt and evaporate him and the lunchbox with his eyes. Especially those boys who have long admired Yanxi and regarded her as the goddess of their dreams. At this moment, I feel like my heart is broken like dumpling filling. The look he gave Jiang Chen was filled with incredible jealousy and resentment that was almost tangible. Just at this moment, the atmosphere reached its utmost stagnation. It was a moment when a pin drop could trigger an avalanche. Jiang Chen's roommates finally recovered from their initial shock. Li Bin, who was sitting next to Jiang Chen, was the first to break the silence. He looked at the boys around him who had expressions as if their parents had died. Then he looked at his brother Jiang Chen. He looked so calm and composed that he even picked up a bun and prepared to eat it. An inexplicable sense of pride and honor arises spontaneously. He slammed the table. He glared at the boys around him who were looking at him unkindly, and shouted in a rough voice. Hey! What are you guys doing with your eyes wide open? Have you never seen a pretty girl serving breakfast to a handsome guy? Our Lao Jiang is so outstanding. He's handsome. He's also very charming. The school beauty has a crush on him and offered to send him breakfast. Isn't that normal? Is it worth making such a fuss? Li Bin's words were full of energy. Instantly, all the artillery fire was drawn towards himself. But he didn't care at all and instead straightened his strong chest with an attitude of "I'm proud of my brother who is awesome." Li Haoyu, who had just returned from outside and witnessed this exciting scene, was even more afraid that the world would not be in chaos. He moved closer to Jiang Chen with a wink, and deliberately spoke in a strange voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, but loud enough for people in the nearby rows to hear. Hey, old Jiang, you're really not nice. Did you have sex with our senior from University Yen last night, huh? He drew out the last syllable of the word, with a lewd smile on his face that all men understand. Then, without waiting for Jiang Chen's response, he slapped his thigh again, as if he had suddenly realized something, and shouted. Oh. I remember now. I was wondering why you didn't come home last night. Turns out it was, he. TSK. Great, old Jiang. You are a hidden talent. The school beauty personally delivered breakfast to your door early in the morning. This treatment. No one else can compare. Boom. Li Haoyu's words, especially the sentence "I won't come home at night," were like pouring a spoonful of cold water into a boiling oil pan. It instantly ignited the whole audience. If Yen Shi delivered breakfast before, it just made everyone shocked and jealous. Then Li Haoyu's suggestion directly ignited the anger and endless fantasies in the hearts of all the boys. Staying out all night? The school beauty sends breakfast early in the morning? This. How could this be a fucking coincidence? This is clearly already accomplished. What the hell? Is this true? That kid didn't come back to the dormitory last night? Fuck. Could it be that senior sister Yen Shi was really impossible? Absolutely impossible. Senior sister Yen Shi is so pure and innocent. How could she be so casual? A boy who looked like a die-hard fan of Yen Shi stood up excitedly and retorted with a red face. Senior sister Yen Shi is definitely not that kind of person. I believe her. There must be some misunderstanding here. Maybe Jiang Chen stayed up all night in the internet cafe last night. Or maybe he was delayed by something else. He tried to defend his goddess, looking for a seemingly reasonable reason. Someone immediately echoed. Yes. I also think it's impossible. Senior sister Yen Shi has always been a symbol of purity in our hearts. She would never. It must be that guy. He must have used sweet words to deceive the senior. Or he must have used some despicable means. Another boy was filled with righteous indignation and pointed his finger at Jiang Chen. I think this guy has a sly look in his eyes. He is definitely not a good person. He wants to get his hands on our goddess just because he has a few bucks. He is just like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. But some people hold different views. The looks they gave Jiang Chen and Yen Shi were filled with complexity and some dark speculations. Oh, pure as ice and jade? That's all pretending, right? How many girls nowadays are really clean? I think it's probably because that guy has some money, so Yen Shi took the initiative to get close to him. You can't say that. But that kid didn't come back last night, and Yen Shi came to deliver breakfast today. If you say there's nothing going on between them, no one would believe it. TSK, the world is really going downhill. Even a goddess like Yen Shi. Alas. But then again, even though that boy looks ordinary, he could make senior sister Yen Shi do this. Maybe he really has some extraordinary qualities? The outstanding part? I think it's the kidney part. He. All kinds of speculation. Filthy, innocent, jealous, malicious, regretful. It spread among the crowd like a tide, buzzing. Yen Shi, who was at the center of the storm, heard these discussions. Especially those words that either defended her purity or speculated that she was actively clinging to him. Her pretty face was as red as a ripe apple, almost bleeding. When she heard someone praising her purity and maintaining her image, she would inexplicably feel a little proud. I am so outstanding and so many people like me. Then junior brother Jiang Chen, he should like me too, right? The way he looks at me seems different from the way he looks at others. After all, so many boys present spoke so highly of me. I don't believe he has no thoughts about me. And when she heard someone speculating about what might have happened between her and Jiang Chen last night, even when using obscene language to speculate about her, she would feel extremely ashamed and angry, and a little flustered that she couldn't even explain. Although she and Jiang Chen were indeed together last night. Eat together, go shopping together. But it's not what they thought at all. There is nothing innocent between them. Even the handshake was just a polite one. it hasn't reached that point yet. She wanted to explain. But looking at the eyes around me, some of them are passionate, some are inquiring, and some are jealous. She felt as if her mouth was blocked by something. I can't utter a word. The cheeks were incredibly hot. Jiang Chen listened to his roommate Li Haoyu's god-level assist and the various speculations of the people around him. It was also a moment of laughter and tears. No. Man. So what? Although I admit that my charm has increased greatly after my rebirth. Plus, I do have money now. The attraction is a little bit stronger. Isn't it reasonable for the campus beauty to have some feelings towards you, or even a little bit of ambiguity with you? Is it such a big reaction? Is it still the case that the good cabbages are eaten by pigs? Chapter 30. There's something wrong with this school beauty senior. Has she been caught? However, Jiang Chen also knew. I have indeed become the target of public criticism. If we don't explain it, it will probably cause public outrage. This is not conducive to his subsequent plan of investing in teacher Meng. He cleared his throat and prepared to speak to clarify that he and Yan Shi really just had a pure senior-junior relationship, and asked everyone to calm down. He was about to open his mouth. Well, everyone. However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the even more intense reactions from those around him. What the hell? He's still laughing? Damn it. This guy is so pretentious. It must be him. He must have killed senior sister Yan Shi. What a beast. The crowd became even more angry. Just then, a sweet-looking female classmate who was sitting in the front row and seemed to have a good relationship with Yan Shi came. Maybe I just couldn't bear to watch it. Or maybe she was just burning with gossip, and she turned around and loudly asked Yan Shi for confirmation. CC. Is what they said true? Were you really with Jiang Chen last night? Swish. Everyone's eyes focus on Yan Shi again, waiting for her answer. This is simply a public execution. Yan Shi was made even more flustered by this sudden question. She subconsciously looked at Jiang Chen, seeing the helpless smile on Jiang Chen's face. And I felt the burning gazes around me. Her little heart was pounding. My mind goes blank. Admit it? Or deny it? If you admit it. It seems. If you deny. It seems. I feel a little sorry for Jiang Chen. After all, he had just given him such an expensive gift. Now that he is misunderstood by everyone, if I immediately distance myself from him, will he think I am very realistic and heartless? And, deep down, there seems to be a hint of secret joy that you are unwilling to deny? In that split second, Yan Shi was in a state of confusion. Finally, under the dead silence, her fair face was so red that blood seemed to be dripping out, and her long eyelashes were trembling wildly like the wings of a frightened butterfly. Finally, she nodded slightly and almost imperceptibly, then quickly lowered her head, not daring to look at anyone again. Even though it was just a tiny action. But everyone present saw it clearly. Yan Shi nodded. She admitted it. Admit that she was really with Jiang Chen last night. Boom. The entire lecture hall seemed to have been dropped with a nuclear bomb that was 10 times more powerful than the one that just delivered breakfast. Complete explosion. If everyone still had a glimmer of fantasy before, I think it might be a misunderstanding. Then Yan Shi's not completely shattered the last glimmer of hope in the hearts of all the boys. No. My goddess. A boy wailed in pain. Almost fainted. Damn it. Jiang Chen. I'm going to fight you. Another hot-tempered boy wanted to stand up excitedly, but was held back by his classmates next to him. It's over. It's all over. Most people had pale faces and empty eyes. It's as if faith has collapsed and life has lost its meaning. However, there are also some true fans who suffer briefly. The strange fighting spirit was rekindled. A boy wearing glasses looked at Yan Shi with great sorrow. Shouted loudly. Senior Yan Shi. Wake up. Jiang Chen is just a playboy. He is not worthy of you. He can be so nice to you today, but he can find another woman tomorrow. Don't be fooled by him. Someone nearby immediately echoed. Yes. Senior sister. I am the one who truly likes you. Even if you are being taken advantage of by that pig Jiang Chen. I won't despise you. As long as you are willing to look back, I will always be waiting for you. That's right. Goddess Yan Shi. Leave that scumbag. I will treat you well. Even Jiang Chen's mouth twitched when he heard these words. These dogs are really outrageous. And when he heard someone insult Jiang Chen like this, saying that he was a pig and a scumbag, and that he had to take over himself, Yan Shi raised his head suddenly. For the first time, those clear eyes were filled with obvious anger. Although she was shy and ignorant about matters between men and women. But she is not a fool. She could feel Jiang Chen's respect and kindness towards her. It's definitely not as bad as these people say. She took a deep breath, mustered up the greatest courage in her life, and loudly retorted. You are talking nonsense. Junior brother Jiang Chen is not that kind of person. You don't understand him. You are not allowed to say that about him. Her voice trembled with excitement. His cheeks also turned red due to anger. But with a kind of maintenance. This time, those boys were so heartbroken as if they were run over by a steamroller. Goddess. Not only did she admit that she had an affair with that boy, now she's actively defending him? This. How can they live like this? After Yan Shi said this, he felt like his heart was about to jump out. She secretly glanced at Jiang Chen and found that he was looking at her with a playful expression. It seems, not angry? She felt a little relieved. But at the same time, I am also more shy and expectant. I protect him like this. What would he think? As for Jiang Chen, he was indeed a little confused at this moment. No. Senior sister, you are operating incorrectly. I just wanted to clarify. We are just friends. How did you confirm the misunderstanding? Still defending me so excitedly? It's as if there's really something going on between us. Could it be that charm value is too high? Can you really do whatever you want? Even the campus beauty fell so quickly? Or did Peng Wenwen contribute to this? Jiang Chen guessed correctly that he might not have time to eat breakfast. It was indeed Peng Wenwen who told Yan Shi that. But it was just a guess, so at this moment he was looking at Yan Shi's complex expression of shame, anger and expectation and confusion. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. The scene once again fell into an eerie silence and awkwardness. Those heartbroken boys are still licking their wounds silently. Those jealous eyes are still like thorns in my back. Yan Shi blushed and lowered his head, not daring to look at anyone. Jiang Chen's roommates looked at their godfather with a wow that's awesome expression on their faces. Just then everyone thought that this was just a farce about the school beauty's ownership. It was about to end with Jiang Chen's victory and everyone's heartbreak. Unexpectedly, a cold, resentful voice filled with endless hatred suddenly sounded at the door of the lecture hall. Clearly spread to every corner. Yan Shi. Do you have any shame? You were in the dormitory last night. That sound? Jiang Chen's pupils suddenly shrank. He suddenly turned his head and looked. I saw Hu Weiwei standing at the door of the lecture hall. Pale face and resentful eyes. Staring at Yan Shi. Chapter 31, Hu Weiwei was unwilling to accept it. It turned out that the senior sister. Hu Weiwei's resentful voice instantly pierced the lecture hall. Yan Shi. Do you still have any shame? You were clearly in the dormitory last night. What? In the dorm last night? As soon as these words came out, the boys, who were already heartbroken and hopeless, suddenly raised their heads. The flame of hope instantly rekindled in his eyes. Could it be that? Is there a reversal? Senior sister Yan Shi didn't spend the night with that boy? She is still pure and innocent? That's what I told you. How could senior sister Yan Shi be that kind of person? The die-hard fan who had defended Yan Shi before immediately jumped up excitedly. It must be a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. That's right. Senior sister Yan Shi was just shy just now. You're too embarrassed to deny it. I knew it. My goddess can't be so casual. Those heartbroken people in the crowd seem to be collectively energized. I feel like I can do it again. The look towards Jiang Chen was once again filled with hostility and contempt. However, some people cast suspicious eyes on Hu Weiwei, who suddenly appeared. Who is this woman? Why did she suddenly come out and shout? How does she know whether senior sister Yan Shi was in the dormitory last night? That's right. Senior sister Yan Shi clearly agreed to it just now. Is this woman here to cause trouble on purpose? Facing everyone's doubts, a smug sneer appeared on Hu Weiwei's face. She knew that some people would not believe it. But she was prepared. She raised her chin and stared at Yan Shi with eyes like a poisonous snake. She subconsciously ignored Jiang Chen. In her opinion, as long as she could deal with Yan Shi, Jiang Chen would be hers sooner or later. She just said word by word. You don't believe me? Ha! Of course I know she was in the dormitory last night. I specifically asked her friends in the dormitory building. They told me personally that Yan Shi returned to the dormitory after 10 o'clock last night. She didn't spend the night outside at all. Hu Weiwei's words are well-reasoned and well-founded. When many people heard it, they actually believed it a little. After all, women's jealousy and gossip abilities can sometimes be really scary. It is not impossible to ask someone about the dormitory situation. Just at this moment. Finally, someone in the crowd recognized Hu Weiwei's identity. A boy pointed at Hu Weiwei in surprise. Hey! Aren't you Jiang Chen's girlfriend? I saw you two eating in the cafeteria together a few days ago. Jiang Chen's girlfriend? As soon as these 5 words came out, explode the whole audience again. What the hell? She is Jiang Chen's girlfriend? Is this true? Then what she just said. Hiss. So, senior sister Yan Shi is a mistress? Oh my god. No way? The plot twist is so fast. He was defending Yan Shi just now, thinking that she was a pure and innocent person, but now he is a little shaken. After all, the official girlfriend has personally taken action. And it's very convincing. Those who previously doubted Yan Shi and thought she was materialistic. He even showed an expression of as expected. The look he gave Yan Shi was full of contempt and disdain. That's what I told you. What's the point of looking innocent? It's still. TSK, you really can't judge a person by his appearance. And those who just felt that their goddess was taken advantage of by a pig. He was even more furious at this moment. This is a double blow. The looks they gave Jiang Chen were filled with murderous intent. What a bastard. You already have a girlfriend. And yet you come here to flirt with our senior sister Yan Shi. Scumbag. Absolutely a scumbag. Two timing. Senior Yan Shi. Wake up. This kind of man is not worth it. Right. Don't be fooled by him. He's just playing around. Various voices accusing Jiang Chen of persuading Yan Shi to turn back came one after another. Yan Shi stood where he was, listening to the comments around him that ranged from defense to questioning, to contempt and anger. Feeling Hu Weiwei's smug and resentful gaze like a winner. Her little face turned pale and blue. I was so angry that I was shaking all over. She never expected it. Things will develop to this point. This woman Hu Weiwei. So despicable and shameless. Confusing right and wrong. It was obviously she who dumped her junior Jiang Chen because she was snobbish, but now that she sees that her junior seems to have become rich, she comes back to pester him. And even slandered himself? A strong feeling of grievance and anger surged into Yan Shi's heart. My eyes instantly turned red. No. She would never let her junior brother Jiang Chen suffer such an injustice because of her. We can't let this woman Hu Weiwei succeed. Originally, she just had some affection and curiosity towards Jiang Chen. At this moment, for some reason, the desire to protect Jiang Chen in my heart became extremely strong. I developed an inexplicable desire to win. Why? Why can you, Hu Weiwei, hurt a good person so recklessly? How can a vain and materialistic woman like you have the right to possess a junior like Jiang Chen? But I, Yan Shi, can't do that? No. I want to fight for it. Once a woman's strange competitive spirit is ignited, often there will be bursts of amazing energy. Hu Weiwei saw that she had successfully turned the situation around with just a few words and put Yan Shi in a situation where he was blamed by everyone. I felt extremely proud in my heart. She just wants to destroy Yan Shi. Destroy this thorn in the eye who is prettier and more popular than her and dares to steal her man. She took a step forward, posing as the queen, pointed at Yan Shi's nose and shouted. Yan Shi. I never thought you were this kind of person. You usually pretend to be so innocent. But secretly you seduce other people's boyfriends. Do you still have any shame? A mistress like you deserves to be thrown into a pig cage. Her words are becoming more and more vicious. The girls around who were originally jealous of Yan Shi or didn't know the truth also began to whisper and point fingers at Yan Shi. I really can't tell. I used to think she was a goddess. Mistresses are the most despicable. Yan Shi was so angry that tears were about to fall. She bit her lip tightly and was about to open her mouth to refute. That's enough. A calm voice, yet with a hint of coldness and annoyance. Suddenly it rang. It's Jiang Chen. From beginning to end, he just watched coldly the farce he caused. Watching Hu Weiwei go from being furious at the beginning to confusing right and wrong now. Watching the people around me go from shock to anger to questioning. Watching Yan Shi go from shy to angry and then to aggrieved. There was no ripple in his heart. Even felt a little boring. Is this what they call college life? Just because of a little rumor, it can trigger a farce comparable to swearing in the vegetable market? It really is. Too childish. However, he also had to decide that this woman, Hu Weiwei, would do anything to achieve her goals. In my previous life, I was treated like a piece of trash and was bossed around by others. Now she can actually play the victim and become the main wife? Chapter 32, Women's Competitive Spirit, the school beauty wants to pursue him? Oh, how ironic. Is this the charm of money power? Can make ghosts push the mill. It can also let bitches act. But, this is a farce. It's time to end it. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste any more time on these boring things. I also don't want Yan Shi to be wronged because of me again. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen took a step forward. He gently pulled Yan Shi, who was trembling slightly due to anger and grievance, behind him. He used his body to block Hu Weiwei and those unfriendly gazes. Then, he raised his eyelids, and his cold gaze fell on Hu Weiwei's twisted and resentful face as if he was looking at a dead person. He spoke slowly, his voice clearly heard throughout the audience. First, Hu Weiwei and I officially broke up at the school gate yesterday afternoon. It was you who took the initiative to break up. The reason was that you thought I was poor and couldn't afford the luxury goods you wanted. Many people present at the time saw this. If you have a bad memory, I don't mind helping you recall it. Secondly, since we have broken up, I am single. Whoever I want to be with, who I want to eat with, who I want to go shopping with, that is my freedom. What does it have to do with you? Who are you to question me here? Even slander my friends? Third. Jiang Chen's tone. It suddenly became colder. With a chilling chill. I don't care what's wrong with you today. Get out of here right now. Otherwise, pay me back the $20,000 you owe me last night. His words are very powerful. Every word is like a hammer. It hit Hu Weiwei's heart hard. The entire lecture hall fell into silence again. Broke up? We broke up yesterday afternoon? Or was it Hu Weiwei who took the initiative to bring it up because she despises the poor and loves the rich? This is too much information. It instantly overturned all of Hu Weiwei's previous statements, including those who had just accused Jiang Chen of sympathizing with Hu Weiwei. At this moment, I feel my face burning with pain. The look he gave Hu Weiwei was full of contempt and disgust. After all this time, this woman did it herself? You dumped someone because you despised their poverty. Now that you see he's rich, you come back and blame him? Do you still have any shame? Hu Weiwei was also completely stunned by Jiang Chen's words. She didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so direct. Expose her true colors in public. Moreover, there was an undisguised threat in his cold eyes and words. It made her feel palpitations and fear for no reason. She opened her mouth. I want to refute and argue. But I found that I couldn't say a word. And Yan Shi was standing behind Jiang Chen. Hearing Jiang Chen's clear and powerful defense. And the words my friend, and the final threat that was filled with a murderous aura. Her heart was completely confused. The feelings of grievance and anger were instantly replaced by a more turbulent and complex emotion. There is touching, peace of mind and admiration. Besides, a kind of throbbing called heartbeat. It spreads throughout the body like an electric current. She looked at Jiang Chen and found that he was not particularly tall. But at this moment, his back appears extremely upright and reliable. His eyes turned red again. But this time, it was not because of grievance. Just at this moment. Jiang Chen's roommate Li Bin finally couldn't help but stand up. He has been unhappy with Hu Weiwei for a long time. Now listen to what Jiang Chen said. Even more furious, he pointed at Hu Weiwei's nose and cursed loudly. Damn it! Hu Weiwei! Do you still have any shame? How did you treat Lao Jiang in the first place? You treated him like an ATM machine. You ordered him around. You squeezed every last penny out of him. Now that Lao Jiang is doing well, you want to come back and pay him back? Bah! We don't welcome bitches like you in dormitory 412. Get out now. Sun Yalong also echoed. That's right. Get out of here now. Don't embarrass yourself here. Who was the one crying and shouting for the latest fruit phone? Who asked Lao Jiang to eat instant noodles for a month to buy you a pack? Who gets a gift and then goes to the movies with another man? Li Haoyu even demonstrated his true qualities as a busybody. Hu Weiwei's previous glorious deeds. Reveal them one by one. These words were like loud slaps in Hu Weiwei's face. It also made those around her who originally had a little sympathy or fantasy for her. I finally saw her true face. Fuck. It turns out to be this kind of woman. Isn't this disgusting? Jiang Chen is really blind. Good job. Whoever gets involved with this kind of woman will be in trouble. Facing the attacks from roommates and the contemptuous looks from the people around him, Hu Weiwei finally couldn't bear it anymore. She felt like she had been stripped naked and exposed in front of everyone. Shame. Anger. Despair. She screamed. Ah! Just wait. Covering his face again. This time, he really rushed out of the lecture hall without looking back. Completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Following Hu Weiwei's complete defeat, she left the scene. The farce in the lecture hall finally came to an end. Jiang Chen looked at Hu Weiwei's back as she fled in a panic. There was no sense of pleasure in my heart. There is only one complete liberation. He turned around and looked at Yan Shi. I found that she was looking at me with a bright and complicated face. Jiang Chen's heart moved and he was about to say something. Yan Shi seemed to be burned by his gaze and lowered his head suddenly, whispering, I'm going to the bathroom. Then, without waiting for Jiang Chen to respond, he turned around and ran out of the lecture hall as if escaping. His steps were a little hurried. Jiang Chen. He touched his nose. It seems that today's events have had too much of a shock on this innocent school beauty. But she just defended herself. But it's quite cute. For the first time, he felt a different feeling for Yan Shi that went beyond admiration. At this time, my roommates gathered around. Everyone is talking at once. Lao Jiang. Awesome. Well done. Finally got rid of that plague god. But then again, you are really good. Even the school beauty Yan Shi is doing it for you. Li Haoyu winked. Jiang Chen waved his hands helplessly. Okay, sit down. Get ready for class. Just at this moment, at the entrance of the lecture hall, there was a crisp sound of high heels. Tick, tick, tick. From far to near. The lecture hall, which was originally a bit noisy, suddenly became quiet. You can hear a pin drop. All the students, both male and female, straightened their backs subconsciously. They put away their phones, stopped chatting, and looked towards the door. His eyes were filled with anticipation, awe, and a hint of indescribable fanaticism. Here we come. She is here. Jiang Chen also raised his head and looked towards the door. There was a hint of expectation and solemnity in his eyes. Meng Yuqiang. The most important part of his future plan is finally about to come into being. Chapter 33, the X fantasizes alone, and the Black Silk Queen makes a shining appearance. In the corridor outside the lecture hall, Hu Weiwei leaned against the cold wall, breathing heavily. The violent rise and fall of her chest showed her extreme inner unrest. What a shame. This is definitely the darkest day in Hu Weiwei's life. However, the word give up has never appeared in Hu Weiwei's dictionary. There is no reflection. After her brief loss of composure and breakdown, the resentment in my heart burned even more fiercely like a wildfire. Roommate revealed the news? Oh, what do those poor fellows know? They simply don't understand the deep feelings between Jiang Chen and I. I didn't even realize how obsessed Jiang Chen was with me. What they said was just proof that Jiang Chen loved me. He is willing to give everything for me. Even if you have to eat coarse food. As for that bitch Yan Shi. A poisonous cold light flashed in Hu Weiwei's eyes. She looked like she had given up her pure and innocent image just now, tearing her face off with me for Jiang Chen. Instead, it further confirmed Hu Weiwei's guess. Jiang Chen. Definitely not easy. He must be really rich. And very, very rich. That's why Yanxi, a top-notch green tea who was best at playing the long game to catch big fish, would be so desperate. Aren't these school beauties who are just famous for nothing just pretending to be so? He was willing to take the initiative even at the cost of ruining his own reputation. It must be like this. The more Hu Weiwei thought about it, the more she felt that she had grasped the truth. The tremendous pain in my heart caused by humiliation was strangely replaced by an even stronger excitement and greed. Jiang Chen is a hidden rich man. This realization made her blood boil. Then Jiang Chen's indifference towards me today makes perfect sense. He must be heartbroken and mad at me. You are deliberately ignoring me. Want me to regret it. Especially in front of those two bitches. For the sake of his reputation as a man, it is impossible for him to bow his head and get back together with me immediately. Man. They all want to save face but suffer in vain. A determined sneer appeared on Hu Weiwei's lips. She knew Jiang Chen too well. That man is a bootlicker at heart. Just lower yourself a little. Be more proactive and gentle. Use a little trick. He will definitely come back to me happily. By then. Humph. The humiliation he put me through today. I will pay you back double. I want to keep him firmly under my control. Let him be my personal ATM machine. I want him to pay me back what he owed me. Give me double the compensation. What Hermes and Chanel? What luxury cars and villas? I want them all. As for those two bitches? Once I capture Jiang Chen again, I'll have plenty of ways to deal with them. Especially that little bitch Yan Shi. You dare to snatch my man? I will definitely make her lose her reputation. She can't stay in Jiangda anymore. There was a crazy and twisted light in Hu Weiwei's eyes. She was completely immersed in her own imaginary revenge plan, not realizing how absurd and pathetic her thoughts were at the moment. She firmly believes it. Jiang Chen must still have her in his heart. As long as she wants. She could have him again at any time. Jiang Chen, wait. Hu Weiwei's gritted teeth eyes became firm again. I, Hu Weiwei, have never failed to get what I wanted. You are destined to be mine. She tidied up her messy clothes and hair. She forced herself into a smile that she thought was charming and attractive. Then, step on high heels. Like a queen about to go to the battlefield, she turned around and left the teaching building. Teaching building, women's restroom. She stood in front of the sink, looking at himself in the mirror with a flushed face and panicked eyes. My heart is still pounding. It's like holding a rabbit in your arms. Everything that just happened in the lecture hall was like a movie on fast forward. It kept flashing back in her mind. Hu Weiwei's arrogance and domineeringness. Everyone was pointing and talking. Junior Jiang Chen stepped forward. My roommates spoke up for justice. As well as the words of protection I said impulsively, and the nod of acquiescence. Oh my God. Yan Shi. What were you doing at that time? How can you nod? How could you do that in front of so many people? Say something like that? She felt that his cheeks were hot enough to fry an egg. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Although she did have a liking for Jiang Chen, and even had a crush on him. But that's just a good impression. Nothing has happened between them yet. Clear and innocent. But what I did just now was like mud falling into my crotch. It was shit if not shit. Now the whole school must think that I am really, already together with my junior brother Jiang Chen. There might even be rumors that I was a mistress? Think of this. She felt as if the world was spinning around him. My junior fellow student is my own student. I am also his fitness coach. How are we going to get along with each other from now on? How embarrassing is it during training? The more Yan Shi thought about it, the more confused he became. I felt like I had 15 buckets in my heart, and I was in a state of panic. I have absolutely no idea what to do. She patted her burning cheeks with cold water, trying to calm myself down. Calm down. Yan Shi. You are a top student at Jiangzhou University. This little scene. What are you afraid of? In the lecture hall. The rhythmic sound of high heels. Tick. 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 The sound is crisp and powerful. It's like striking on everyone's heartstrings. From far to near. Next second. A tall and graceful figure, exuding a powerful and intimidating aura, appeared at the door. Meng Yuqiang appeared. She looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. This is the prime time for a woman to show her charm. Height must be at least 1.72 meters. Wearing high heels makes you look taller. Full of aura. Her long, shiny black hair was meticulously tied into an elegant bun, revealing her graceful, smooth neck and delicate earlobes, which were adorned with a pair of simple yet stylish pearl earrings. Her facial features are extremely delicate. Willow leaf eyebrows and peach blossom eyes. She has a straight nose and full red lips. Combined together, they form an almost perfect and stunning face. But it is different from Yan Xi's purity. Her beauty carries a sense of aggression and distance. Especially those eyes, with the corners of the eyes slightly raised. The eyes are sharp and deep, as if they can see through people's hearts. She wore a pair of thin silver-rimmed glasses on her face. The gaze behind the lenses was calm, yet carried a sense of majestic disdain, adding a touch of intellectuality and abstinence. What was most striking was her attire. A white silk shirt that was tailored to fit her perfectly, with buttons buttoned to the top, but it still couldn't completely hide the breathtaking and plump curves. She wore a black high-waisted, knee-length skirt that perfectly outlined her perky, round buttocks and slender, flexible waist, creating an amazing waist-to-hip ratio. Under the skirt, there are two straight and slender beautiful legs wrapped in top-quality black stockings. The black stockings are delicate and smooth and fit the curves of the legs tightly. It glows with an extremely alluring luster under the light, bringing out the sexy charm of a mature woman to the extreme. She was wearing a pair of black high heels, which made her already tall figure look even more upright. When walking, the waist sways gracefully. She has a queen's aura that looks down on everyone. This is Meng Yuqiang, the #1 queen in Jiangzhou University, a peerless beauty who perfectly combines intelligence, sexiness, coolness, and strength. The moment she appeared, the air in the entire lecture hall seemed to freeze. All the students' eyes were attracted as if by a magnet. Lock it firmly on her. His eyes were filled with amazement, obsession, admiration, and deep awe. The students who were just now enthusiastically discussing the campus beauty. At this moment, everyone seemed to have temporarily forgotten about that pure goddess. All their attention was completely captured by the queen in front of them with her full aura. This is the charm of Meng Yuqiang. A mature and mellow fragrance with a fatal charm. It makes all the young boys unable to help but yearn for her, but dare not get close to her easily. Maybe purity is really not worth mentioning in the face of sexiness? At least, that's the case in the lecture hall at the moment. Meng Yuqiang was looking at the burning gazes around her. I've gotten used to it. Turn a blind eye. There was no expression on her face. His eyes calmly scanned the entire audience. Like a queen inspecting her territory. The pace is leisurely, neither fast nor slow. She walked towards the podium step by step, wearing high heels that made crisp and rhythmic sounds. Tick. 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 Every step seemed to strike at the hearts of all the students. Finally, she took her stand behind the podium. Gently place the lesson plan in your hand on the table. Then, he raised his head, and his sharp and calm eyes hidden behind the lenses slowly swept across the silent students below the stage. The entire lecture hall. It instantly became quieter. Everyone sat up straight involuntarily. All unnecessary movements were restrained. Like soldiers waiting for inspection. I dare not even breathe. Chapter 34, Black Stockings, Glasses and Hip Skirt, Meng Yuqiang is teaching. On the podium. Meng Yuqiang's sharp eyes hidden behind her glasses slowly swept across the entire audience. As if an invisible pressure descended upon the entire lecture hall, it was silent and even the sound of breathing seemed to be suppressed. Zhang Chen in the front row. I could clearly feel the tension of my roommates around me as they suddenly sat stiffly and held their breath. Even Li Haoyu, who was smiling just now. He was sitting upright at this moment. His eyes were filled with deep awe for the figure on the stage. This is Meng Yuqiang's class. A look, a movement. You can easily control the atmosphere of the whole venue. It instantly turned more than 300 hot-blooded college students into well-behaved primary school students. Jiang Chen looked at the woman on the podium who was like an ice queen. But there was no tension in my heart. He was not like other boys who were only obsessed with her breathtaking beauty and sexy figure wrapped in black stockings. His gaze was calm and deep, penetrating through the outer beauty and coldness. Saw something deeper. That is the future. That is the potential. That is the value. Others, including his roommates. At this moment, perhaps all you can see is Meng Yuqiang's beauty and severity. At most, add a label of the unconquerable flower on the mountain top. What they care about is her appearance and her strength. But Jiang Chen, he is on the 5th floor. With the unique future vision brought by his rebirth, what he saw was the powerful man who would be in charge of a hundreds of billions of business empire 10 years later. Meng Yuqiang, the beautiful CEO who was sought after by countless media, appeared on the covers of major financial magazines and destroyed the enemy with just a few words. Meng Yuqiang in front of me. It is undoubtedly beautiful. And it's the kind of beauty that is extremely aggressive and suffocating. About 27 or 28 years old. This is the prime and most beautiful time for a woman. The skin is firm and the eyes are bright. Mature charm and youthful atmosphere. Perfect fusion. Every frown and smile is full of charm. Every word and action exudes a strong aura. Jiang Chen could even recall it clearly. In his previous life, he had once. During an extremely rare alumni homecoming event, I met Meng Yuqiang, who has become a legend in the business world, from afar. She at that time, although it is very well maintained, still looks gorgeous. But the years have left their marks after all, and the corners of his eyes and eyebrows have a bit more of the vicissitudes of life and the majesty of being in a high position for a long time. The temperament is more calm and restrained, like a peerless sword hidden in its sheath. The edge is not revealed, but it seems more unfathomable. At this moment, Meng Yuqiang on the podium was like a piece of unpolished jade. It is also like a black rose that is about to bloom, but has already begun to show its peerless beauty. Her aura has already begun to take shape, enough to shock the entire class. But the sharpness, ambition, and edges that have not yet been completely polished hidden beneath the cold appearance are all clearly visible. She was not yet the tactful, sophisticated, and expressionless billionaire president of later generations. Now she is more energetic and more likely to be invested. Jiang Chen's gaze. Like the most sophisticated instrument. Observing Meng Yuqiang. She put together the lesson plan with such neat and efficient movements. As she scanned the room, her eyes were calm, examining and in absolute control. The slight pause before she spoke captured everyone's attention. All these details correspond one by one to the image of the future strong woman in his memory, and they coincide perfectly. Unlimited potential. The future is promising. The idea of investing in Meng Yuqiang in Jiang Chen's mind became extremely clear and firm at this moment. He was reborn. What is the biggest advantage? Is it the system? Is it money? No. It's in his mind. Cognition and memory that are at least 10 years ahead of this era. It is an accurate grasp of the general trend of future development. The system and money are just tools for him to achieve his goals. It is impossible for Jiang Chen to do everything by himself. He doesn't have the energy. I also have no interest in dealing with tedious company affairs or dealing with complex business competition. He has to be the helmsman and the planner. He is the one who stands behind the scenes and makes all the decisions. To achieve all this, he needs a helper who is capable, trustworthy, and can perfectly execute his strategic intentions. The teacher Meng Yuqiang in front of him was simply the best candidate tailor-made for him by God. She is capable. She is ambitious. She has wisdom. Of course, she is also beautiful. The most important thing is that she is now in the latent period of before the dragon encounters wind and cloud. You may even be facing some kind of dilemma. This was Jiang Chen's chance. As long as he could seize this opportunity, he could lend a helping hand and provide support when she needed help the most. Recruit her under his command. That future would be so wonderful. Of course, in addition to commercial considerations. Jiang Chen also has some ideas about Meng Yuqiang. After all, Which man could truly not be tempted by such a stunning beauty who possesses beauty, wisdom, ability, and the aura of a queen? However, food should be eaten bite by bite and the road should be taken step by step. The top priority. First, complete the cultivation of the super rich round issued by the system. In front of teacher Meng, I left the impression of a good student who was diligent, studious, and motivated. Lay a solid foundation for subsequent contacts and investments. Just when Jiang Chen's heart was filled with undercurrents and his plan was initially finalized. At the podium, Meng Yuqiang has already started her lecture. Her voice is not as cold as her appearance, but instead has a unique magnetism and penetration. Not too fast or too slow, clear and pleasant. Like the gurgling of water. And it can instantly grab everyone's attention. Students, in the last class we discussed the opportunities and challenges that college students face in finding employment under the current macroeconomic situation. So today, let's talk about a more specific topic that is closer to the future plans of some of our students: the feasibility and risk assessment of college students' self-employment. Start a business? Hear this topic. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly froze. I was even more certain of my guess. Really? At this time, Meng Yuqiang was no longer interested in her stable teaching position. She is already doing theoretical preparation and market research for her own business. Jiang Chen immediately became alert. If you listen carefully, you will find that Meng Yuqiang's lectures are indeed worthy of their reputation. She didn't follow a script. Instead, it combines a large amount of the latest market data and vivid domestic and foreign entrepreneurial cases to analyze in an easy-to-understand manner the advantages and disadvantages of college students' entrepreneurship in the current environment, the pitfalls that may be encountered, and how to avoid risks and find blue ocean markets. Her views are sharp and unique, her logic is clear and rigorous, and she can quote from classics at will. From time to time, some very inspiring questions are raised to guide students' thinking. The rhythm of the entire class was completely controlled by her. Although the content is hardcore, it sounds fascinating and not boring at all. Jiang Chen nodded repeatedly after hearing this. My evaluation of Meng Yuqiang has risen to a higher level. He is indeed the future billionaire president. This insight into the market. This logical thinking ability. This eloquence and control. Incomparable to ordinary university teachers. When it comes to the part of entrepreneurship project selection, Meng Yuqiang emphasized an area that she has been paying more attention to recently. Personalized content customization and vertical e-commerce platform based on interest groups. She believes that with the upgrading of consumption and the awakening of self-awareness of the younger generation, the large and comprehensive platform model has gradually shown signs of fatigue. Small, beautiful, sophisticated, and specialized platforms that can accurately meet the spiritual needs and personalized consumption needs of users in specific circles will have huge development opportunities. She even cited several cases of initial success of similar models abroad. Its business logic and potential market space were analyzed. Hear this. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. There was a light of disbelief in his eyes. That's it. That's right. This is the direction. He remembers it clearly. In her previous life, Meng Yuqiang's first failed entrepreneurial project was a personalized content e-commerce platform that combined a designer community, an artisan platform, and a niche cultural circle. The concept was very advanced at the time. It also attracted a group of loyal seed users. But in the end, due to the immature business model, it was difficult to make a profit, and most importantly, the financing channels were not smooth. The capital chain was broken. It had to end with regret. After the project failed, Meng Yuqiang lay dormant for several years. Until later, live streaming sales became popular. She relied on her previous experience and lessons, her deep understanding of the supply chain and user psychology, and a mysterious angel investment. Entering the e-commerce field again. Finally soar into the sky. And now, 2018. It's been a long time since her first business venture failed. I'm afraid it's not far away. Maybe she is already running around for this project, seeking investment. But she is running into obstacles everywhere because her concept is too advanced. Jiang Chen was almost 100% certain that Meng Yuqiang was definitely facing the same dilemma as in her previous life. Lack of money. What could be a more perfect helping someone in need than this? Is there any more accurate angel investment than this? Think of this. Jiang Chen looked at Meng Yuqiang, who was still speaking calmly on the podium. His eyes became extremely hot. Just like a hunter locking onto the perfect prey. However, just when Jiang Chen made up his mind and formulated a preliminary strategy plan in his mind, the system prompt sound in my mind rang accurately again. Ding! It is detected that the host has insight into future business opportunities, locked in potential investment targets, and formulated a preliminary business plan, which meets the criteria of the business vision of the super rich, triggering a new player round. Player turn, investment by the super rich. Round requirements. As a visionary and wealthy person, you have keenly discovered the huge commercial value hidden under the identity of a university lecturer. Please be confident in your vision, take the initiative, invest in Meng Yuqiang's entrepreneurial project, and obtain at least 51% of the controlling stake. Round reward, intelligence plus 10. All expenses incurred in this investment behavior will be fully refunded. Extra reward random asset package. And the deposit interest for the day will be settled immediately. Round time limit, 1 month. Chapter 35, Shocking Remarks in Class, Investing in the Future Female President. Looking at the freshly launched system task on the screen, the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose uncontrollably again. Absolutely perfect. Intelligence plus 10. This is an intelligence attribute. For a big boss behind the scenes like him who needs to make long-term plans and strategize, this is simply a god-level attribute. Full return of investment. This means that no matter how much he invests, even if it is tens of millions or hundreds of millions, it will all return to his pocket in the end. It's purely a case of getting something for nothing. The extra reward, random asset package, is an unexpected surprise. God knows what good things will come out? Real estate? Company shares? Black technology? Do it. We must do it. And do it beautifully. Not only must we complete the task but also obtain 51% of the controlling stake. You should also take this opportunity to fully demonstrate your strength and vision. Make Meng Yuqiang, the arrogant and domineering teacher, look at herself with new eyes. Work for yourself willingly. Suppressing the excitement and surge in his heart, Jiang Chen turned his attention back to Meng Yuqiang on the podium and the course she was explaining. At this moment, Meng Yuqiang happened to talk about the difficulties that college students' entrepreneurial projects generally encounter in the initial stage of financing. She spoke calmly and clearly. Many students have good and innovative ideas, and their projects even have huge market potential. However, in the early stages, especially during seed and angel rounds of financing, they often encounter huge difficulties. The reason is simple. First, there is a lack of successful business model verification, and the investment risk is extremely high. Second, the team often lacks experience, especially management and operation experience. Third, and most importantly, there is a lack of sufficient credit endorsement and personal connections, so it is difficult to gain the favor of traditional investment institutions. Her words were like a key that instantly opened the floodgates of Jiang Chen's memories of his past life. He clearly remembered that Meng Yuqiang later half-jokingly mentioned in an interview that the main reason for her failure in her first business venture was poverty. She visited almost all the investment institutions and individuals she could get in touch with, talked her mouth off, and made countless promises, but in the end, she only got a not-so-large amount of seed round financing. That money was quickly burned out. However, subsequent financing has been delayed. In the end, I managed to hold on. Less than a year later, her first brainchild was forced to fail due to a break in the funding chain. If only. If she had had enough money to support her through the difficult times and continue to invest, perhaps her business empire will rise several years earlier. Its ultimate achievement is definitely not just hundreds of billions. And now, this opportunity is in front of Jiang Chen. Think of this. Jiang Chen's heartbeat accelerated. A bold idea gradually took shape in his mind. He decided to take a risk. Try it out. As it happened, Meng Yuqiang paused as usual after finishing a paragraph, and then looked around the audience and asked, "What do you think about the financing difficulties of startup projects? Or are there any students who can propose some possible solutions based on their own observations?" The classroom was quiet. Most students. Or he is daydreaming. Or he was intimidated by Meng Yuqiang's aura. Don't dare to speak easily. A few top students were writing furiously with their heads down, or frowning in deep thought. In this brief silence, Jiang Chen slowly raised his hand. His movements were not abrupt. But because he was sitting in the front row, It immediately attracted the attention of Meng Yuqiang and the surrounding students. A hint of barely perceptible surprise flashed across Meng Yuqiang's beautiful eyes behind the lenses. But she still nodded, signaling Jiang Chen to speak, her voice still calm. "Student, please speak." Jiang Chen stood up, ignoring the curious, surprised and even hostile looks from all around him. He met Meng Yuqiang's scrutinizing gaze, his face showing just the right amount of seriousness and consideration, and said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, "Mr. Meng, the financing dilemma you just analyzed is very profound. I personally believe that for those startup projects that truly have disruptive potential but whose business models have not yet been fully verified, especially in emerging fields that require long-term investment in market cultivation, traditional financing methods may indeed have limitations." He first affirmed Meng Yuqiang's point of view, and then changed the subject. Because most venture capital institutions pursue short-term high returns, they often lack sufficient patience to wait for a project that takes 5 or even 10 years to really take off. And the threshold for bank loans is too high for startup teams without fixed assets and stable cash flow. So, Jiang Chen paused slightly, and clearly felt that Meng Yuqiang's gaze on the podium seemed to have become more focused. He continued, "I think that what these projects need most in the early stages are strategic angel investors who truly understand the value of the project and are willing to provide long-term, stable and patient support. Such investors may not only value short-term financial returns, but also the long-term potential of the project itself, as well as their high recognition of the founding team and its ideas." Jiang Chen said this. The speech is clear and the insights are unique. Although no specific solution was proposed. However, it accurately points out the core pain points of financing such projects. Lack of strategic early-stage capital that is patient, visionary, and highly trustful of the founding team. The lecture hall was still quiet. But many students who listened attentively showed thoughtful expressions. Obviously, Jiang Chen's words resonated with them. And Meng Yuqiang, who was standing on the podium, had a hint of surprise that was hard to conceal in her beautiful eyes behind the lenses. She looked at Jiang Chen deeply. "There was quite a stir in my heart. This student can actually point out the key to the problem? Lack of patience, trust and strategic vision of early-stage capital. Isn't this the biggest dilemma she is facing right now? Her idea for a personalized content e-commerce platform. She firmly believes that this is the trend of the future. Unlimited potential. But whether it is looking for an investment institution, it is better to look for those so-called angel investors." The response received. "Or it's the model is too new and I can't understand it. Either the return cycle is too long and the risk is too great. Or they would propose various harsh gambling agreements and excessive equity demands." No one was willing to truly believe in her ideas and give her enough time and space to patiently cultivate this market. This boy. How did he know? Is it just a coincidence? Or, does he really know something? For the first time, Meng Yuqiang felt such a strong curiosity about a student. Her face remained expressionless, and she nodded slightly, signaling Jiang Chen to continue. "This student's analysis is very insightful. So, do you think it is easy to find such so-called strategic angel investors in reality? After all, patience and trust are often the most scarce resources." Chapter 36. Understand her, support her, accompany her, invest in her. Here it comes. Here comes the opportunity. Jiang Chen's heart moved. "I know that Meng Yuqiang is unconsciously putting herself in his shoes to test me." He showed a confident smile on his face and said in a clear voice, "Mr. Meng, I think that although such investors are rare, they do exist. The key lies in whether the project itself really has sufficient value and potential, and whether the founding team can meet someone who truly understands you." He emphasized the word understand again. Then, he changed the subject and said in a half-joking and half-serious tone. "For example, the direction of personalized content e-commerce that you just mentioned, I personally am very optimistic about it. I think this is definitely one of the biggest trends in the next decade. If, in reality, there is someone like you who has vision, ability, and courage to do such a project. And well, there were some minor financial difficulties in the early days." He paused deliberately and looked at Meng Yuqiang with burning eyes. Then, he said in a shocking and resounding tone, "Then I, Jiang Chen, am very willing to give everything I have and put up at least 8 figures of funds. Become the strategic angel investor who understands her, supports her, and accompanies her till the end." Boom. 8 digits. At least 10 million to start. Give it your all. Strategic investment. Jiang Chen's words were like detonating a nuclear bomb that was more powerful than all the previous bombs combined. Almost blew off the roof of the entire lecture hall. Everyone was stunned by his bold words, and they all stood there in amazement with their mouths open. What the hell? 8 figures? At least 10 million? Spending everything he had? Is he crazy? Boasting. Absolutely bragging. How could he possibly come up with 10 million? That's right. Who does he think he is? Ma's illegitimate son? Don't even mention 10 million. If he can come up with 1 million, I'll eat the shit on the spot. Pretending. This pretense is too outrageous. Aren't you afraid that your tongue will be blown away by the wind? After a brief silence, there was even more intense uproar and questioning. Almost no one believed that Jiang Chen was telling the truth. After all, how could a seemingly ordinary college student ask for an investment of tens of millions? This is simply a fantasy. Even those rich second generations who claim to have a good family background would have to think twice when hearing this number. Isn't this kid crazy? Even Jiang Chen's roommates were looking at each other in confusion. Although they now know that Jiang Chen is a rich second generation who left home in anger. There must be money at home. But, just casually saying that you want to invest tens of millions? This is too exaggerated, right? Old Jiang, could he really have been so shocked that he became stupid? On the podium, Meng Yuqiang was also completely shocked by Jiang Chen's words. She looked at the young boy in the audience who had a calm expression and a determined look in his eyes. There was a storm in my heart. 8 digits. Starting from 10 million. And it is a strategic investment. It is understand her, support her, and accompany her. Isn't this the perfect investor she's always dreamed of? If there really is such a sum of money and such an investor who understands her, she has absolute confidence in making her project a success. But is it possible? Meng Yuqiang forced herself to calm down. Reason told her that this was unlikely. The Jiang Chen in front of him is just a student. Even if his family is really rich, it is impossible for him to so easily take out tens of millions to invest in a high-risk startup project that may not even have a complete business plan. This was more like an unrealistic and boastful statement made by a hot-blooded young man in order to attract attention in class or to show off in front of her. Although, she had to admit it. The boy's analysis just now really accurately hit her pain points and needs. His optimism about this direction coincided with hers. Even his words become the person who understands her slightly touched her heart, which had been frozen due to bearing pressure alone for a long time. But reason ultimately triumphs over emotion. Meng Yuqiang looked at Jiang Chen's young and confident face, with a hint of complicated emotions in her eyes. There is appreciation and surprise. There was a slight ripple after being touched. But more importantly, it is based on calmness and analysis of reality. She took a slight breath. He regained his calm expression and said in a calm tone, "This student's idea is very bold and insightful. Having a strategic investor who is willing to believe in and provide long-term support is indeed the dream of many startups. However, reality is often much more bleak than ideal." She did not directly respond to Jiang Chen's investment declaration. Instead, it cleverly brought the topic back to the class itself. Okay, let's stop here for the financing issue. Next, let's move on to the next step. Obviously, she had developed a certain admiration and curiosity towards Jiang Chen. But no one really took his groundbreaking investment intentions seriously. Just think of it as a momentary impulse of young people or a joke in class. Jiang Chen looked at Meng Yuqiang's eyes, which had become calm again. "I understand it in my heart. Sure enough, if you want to impress this future female billionaire, you can't just rely on words. Real actions and deeper engagement are still needed. But it doesn't matter. Today I can plant the seeds of curiosity and appreciation in her heart. His goal has been achieved. Eat your meal bite by bite. We have to take one step at a time. The plan to attack Teacher Meng has just begun. There is ample time." He smiled slightly and sat down calmly. No more words. The class ended quickly. When the bell rang for the end of get out of class, all the students in the lecture hall breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher Meng's class contains too much information and has a strong aura. It was really tiring to be so tense throughout the whole process. The students began to pack up and prepare to leave. The lecture hall was noisy again. But almost everyone's eyes were still intentionally or unintentionally glancing at Jiang Chen sitting in the front row, their eyes full of curiosity, speculation, and jealousy. And the anticipation of seeing what he'll do next. After all, today's class was so exciting because of Jiang Chen's presence. But Jiang Chen was not in a hurry to leave like the others. He slowly put away his notebook and pen. Then, under everyone's gaze, Jiang Chen stood up. He walked straight towards teacher Meng Yuchang, who was packing up her lesson plans and preparing to leave. Chapter 37. Teacher, you don't want your project to fail, do you? Almost everyone's movements subconsciously slowed down by half a beat. Everyone's eyes, intentionally or unintentionally, were focused on Jiang Chen, and everyone was curious. After all, Meng Yuchang's reputation is not only for being strict with students. She is even more ruthless to those who try to get close to her. It is said that several young and promising male teachers in the school, and even social elites from outside, had pursued her. The results were the same. She rejected them all completely, either in a cold, sharp, or outright ignoring way, and finally they all became the laughingstock of everyone and became clowns that highlighted Queen Meng's cold image. Now, Jiang Chen, a student who looked even more ordinary than those losers, actually dared to approach them? It's like an old man hanging himself. You think your life is too long? Shit. He really went over there. I guess he just got some support from the school beauty, so he became more confident. No way? Is this guy really not afraid of death? He's too stubborn. Can he withstand Teacher Meng's aura? I think it's suspenseful. Teacher Meng won't fall for his tricks. Just wait and see. There was an irrepressible cry of surprise and discussion all around. Everyone felt that Jiang Chen's action was tantamount to flying into a flame and bringing humiliation upon himself. Even Jiang Chen's roommates looked worried and puzzled. Yan Shi had just returned and was about to sneak away. Seeing this scene, his steps suddenly stopped. She widened her beautiful eyes and looked at Jiang Chen's back in disbelief as he walked towards the podium. My heart instantly rose to my throat. Junior, is he really going to talk to Mr. Meng about investment? What he just said in class. Are you kidding? Isn't it to attract attention? Is it true? Yan Shi's heart was instantly filled with turbulent waves. If she was shocked by Jiang Chen's financial resources when he spent money lavishly on gym memberships and bags. At this moment, he dared to take the initiative to step forward and try to negotiate investment even though he knew that Meng Yuchang was good at keeping people at a distance. Such courage. This confidence. This vision and action ability surpasses peers. This made her feel Jiang Chen's uniqueness and generosity from another level. At this moment, her favorability towards Jiang Chen soared uncontrollably again. I even vaguely felt that maybe he really did have extraordinary vision. On the podium, Meng Yuchang had just packed up her lesson plans and her MacBook Air and was about to leave. Naturally, she also noticed the boy who was walking towards her. She frowned slightly, and a trace of helplessness and expectation flashed through her mind. Sure enough, it came. Regarding Jiang Chen's earth-shattering speech in class just now. Although Meng Yuchang appeared calm on the surface, she was not without ripples in her heart. On the one hand, she was indeed surprised by Jiang Chen's precise insight into her research direction and the concept of strategic angel investor he proposed. It really touched her heart. On the other hand, she also developed a certain curiosity about Jiang Chen himself. Why does a seemingly ordinary college student have such insights? Why did he dare to make such bold statements in class? Is he just trying to attract his own attention? Or is it really something to rely on? But reason told her that the latter was extremely unlikely. A student, even if he is a rich second generation, cannot easily mobilize tens of millions of funds to invest in a high-risk project. Therefore, the former is more likely. Just another suitor trying to get close to her in an unconventional way. Although, she admitted that Jiang Chen's performance today was a little higher than those suitors she had met before. At least, his speech was meaningful and insightful, not just a bunch of awkward chats and flattery. But that wasn't enough to change her mind. Or look at him differently. She had met too many young talents and wealthy men. In her opinion, Jiang Chen's little cleverness was not good enough. However, out of his professionalism as a teacher and my appreciation for his classroom speech, Meng Yuchang decided to give him a chance for a brief exchange and then politely send him off. Teacher Meng. Jiang Chen had already walked to the front of the podium, with a calm and confident smile on his face, and his eyes met Meng Yuqiang's sharp eyes hidden behind the lenses. Meng Yuqiang nodded, her voice was cold and emotionless. "Student Jiang Chen, huh? Your speech just now was very thoughtful. Is there anything else?" She came straight to the point without any intention of greeting. Jiang Chen seemed not to notice the alienation in her tone and continued to smile. "Thank you, Mr. Meng. I am just very interested in the direction of the personalized content e-commerce platform that you just mentioned. I would like to discuss it in depth with you privately." As expected, he wanted to take the opportunity to strike up a conversation. Meng Yuqiang understood, but she did not refuse immediately. Instead, she said calmly, "It's not very convenient here because there are too many people talking. If you are really interested in this topic, you can come to my office. But I only have 10 minutes. She decided to cut the Gordian knot and get rid of this courageous student as quickly as possible in the office. Jiang Chen's purpose was to have a private chat with her, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. "Okay, then I'll trouble teacher Meng." Meng Yuqiang is the lecturer. There is no separate office. Instead, he shared a relatively spacious office with several other young teachers. However, at this time, other teachers either have no classes or are out on business. The office was empty. It just made it easier to have a conversation. Meng Yuqiang led Jiang Chen to her office and pointed to a chair next to her for entertaining guests. "Sit down." Then, she walked to the water dispenser, poured a cup of warm water, and placed it on the table in front of Jiang Chen. "Drink some water. You only have 10 minutes. After saying that, she walked straight to her office chair and sat down, but her next action made Jiang Chen raise his eyebrows slightly. The first thing Meng Yuqiang did after sitting down was, she bent down very naturally and took off the pair of black high heels on her feet, revealing a pair of perfectly sculpted jade feet wrapped in top-quality black stockings. The arch of the foot is straight, the ankle is slender, and the toes are round, which exudes an indescribable sexy temptation against the backdrop of black stockings. After taking off her high heels, she seemed to relax a lot and gently moved her ankles and toes. Then, he took off the pair of frameless glasses that gave him an intellectual air and casually placed them on the table. Without the obstruction of her glasses, her already stunning face appeared even clearer and more attractive, and her eyes seemed, it's a bit less sharp than before. A little more laziness and charm of a mature woman? Chapter 38 Balance Critical Hit. The moment when the royal sister's cognition collapsed. Hiss. Jiang Chen secretly praised in his heart, what a contrast. Absolutely amazing. In the classroom, she is the queen who is high above everyone else, with a strong aura, cold and majestic. People can only look up to it but not blaspheme it. At this moment, in the private office space, she took off her high heels and glasses, but she still had the capable demeanor of a professional woman. But there was a hint of laziness and relaxation that was revealed inadvertently. But it was like taking off a layer of hard armor. Let her sexiness and charm, that of a top beauty, be exuded more directly and deadly. This strong contrast is so lethal that it is like a nuclear bomb. Jiang Chen was sure of it. If the boys in school who have a crush on her see Meng Yuqiang's appearance at this moment, they will definitely go crazy on the spot. However, Jiang Chen has been a human being in 2 lifetimes. His concentration has long been extraordinary. Plus, the purpose of his coming today was very clear. So, after a brief moment of amazement, he quickly calmed down and focused back on the main topic. Meng Yuqiang seemed to just relax out of habit and didn't care about Jiang Chen's gaze. She picked up her own cup of water, a mug with a cute cat pattern on it, and took a sip. Then he looked up at Jiang Chen, still calm, but lacking some of the majesty he had in the classroom. "Okay, Jiang Chen, tell me. What exactly do you want to discuss with me?" The corner of her mouth curled up into a smile. Obviously, Jiang Chen was still classified as a pursuer with ulterior motives. Jiang Chen smiled when he heard this. He did not deny it directly. Denial was useless and would only make him look like he was trying to hide something. But straight to the point. Teacher Meng is a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. I came to see you today for a purpose. But it's not to pursue you. He paused, facing Meng Yuqiang's slightly surprised and scrutinizing gaze, and said firmly, "I'm here to invest in you." Meng Yuqiang's hand holding the water cup paused slightly. Although the lenses were removed, the sharpness in her eyes returned. "Invest in me? Ha, classmate Jiang Chen, are you still not satisfied with bragging in class? The 8-figure investment you mentioned sounds very tempting. But this kind of blank check is useless to me. If you just want to chat me up in this way, I'm sorry, you can leave now. She ordered them to leave. Jiang Chen was not panicked at all. He still maintained a calm and confident smile. Teacher Meng, I know you don't believe me. After all, I'm just a student now. In anyone's opinion, I don't have the ability to invest tens of millions of dollars. But he changed the subject. Since I dare to come to you today, I naturally did not come empty-handed. I may not give you 8 figures all at once. But, for the first phase, the 5 million angel round of financing, I can transfer it to your account now. Immediately. Right away. 5 million. Meng Yuchang's pupils suddenly shrank, and a huge wave rose in her heart again. 5 million in cash. For a startup project, this is definitely a huge sum of money that can change its destiny. Especially now that she is struggling with financial problems. However, she remained vigilant and skeptical. She looked at Jiang Chen, trying to find a flaw on his face. 5 million? Jiang Chen, are you sure you are not kidding me? This is not 500 yuan. Jiang Chen smiled. This time, he didn't waste any more words. Instead, he took out his phone and turned on the screen. Open the mobile banking app skillfully. Then, the account balance page was displayed directly in front of Meng Yuchang. A cash balance of more than 5 million. Clearly displayed on the screen. Meng Yuchang's breathing suddenly stopped for half a second. Even though she is well informed. I still felt indescribable shock when I saw with my own eyes that a student actually had more than 5 million in cash in his mobile banking account. Where does a college student get so much money? Could it be that? Is he really some hidden child of a wealthy family? Jiang Chen looked at Meng Yuchang's shocked expression, but his face remained calm. It seems that 5 million is really nothing. He took back his phone and said casually. This is almost my pocket money for the past few months. I'll take out 5 million as the first phase of investment and put it into your project. It should be enough for you to start, right? Pocket money? Meng Yuchang felt that her worldview was once again impacted. What kind of godly family is this? That's all the pocket money they get? How rich is their family? For a while, Meng Yuchang's eyes changed completely when she looked at Jiang Chen. The previous contempt and suspicion completely disappeared, replaced by unprecedented solemnity. Scrutiny. An excitement that she herself was not aware of. If Jiang Chen really had such terrifying financial resources and was really willing to invest in her project, Meng Yuchang's heart began to beat uncontrollably. She forced herself to calm down. She knew that at times like this, she should not let money get to her head. She took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Chen again, her eyes regaining their professionalism and sharpness. Student Jiang Chen, I see your sincerity. More than 5 million in cash is indeed enough to prove your financial strength. But she changed the subject and said in a serious tone. Investment is no joke. Angel round investment, in particular, is extremely risky. My project is currently only at the conceptual and preliminary stage, without even a complete business plan. You don't even know what I'm going to do, but you want to invest 5 million directly? Don't you think this is too hasty? Excuse me, your behavior doesn't look like investment, but more like playing around. Or. She paused, her eyes becoming somewhat complicated. Or maybe what you invested in wasn't my project at all, but me as a person? If it's the latter, then I advise you to give up this idea. I, Meng Yuchang, do not accept any form of hidden rules. Jiang Chen heard this. I was stunned at first. Then he burst into laughter. He didn't expect that Meng Yuchang had confirmed his financial resources. Why would you first suspect that his motives were impure? Is this royal sister teacher too confident in her own charm? Mr. Meng, you misunderstood. I have absolutely no improper thoughts about you personally. He said this with absolute certainty. The eyes are clear and open. Then, he smiled playfully and looked Meng Yuchang up and down with eyes that were enough to make any woman's heart beat faster. Then, he said slowly in a teasing and provocative tone. Of course, I admit that you are indeed very beautiful and charming, Teacher Meng. But, to be honest, at least for now, you seem to lack a little bit of the qualities that can make me, Jiang Chen, want to pursue you. What? Meng Yuchang was completely stunned. She even suspected that she had heard it wrong. From childhood to adulthood, Meng Yuqiang is the center of attention, and the men chasing after her can line up from the university town to the city center. Among them are many young talents and wealthy sons. But she never said anything nice to anyone. She has always been absolutely confident in her charm. But now this seemingly ordinary student actually told him to his face that he was not attractive enough? A strong sense of frustration instantly surged into Meng Yuqiang's heart. She even subconsciously straightened her proud chest, and her eyes became sharper, as if she wanted to overwhelm the other person with her aura. Chapter 39 Ambition Gamble. The fatal temptation of 70% equity. But, before Meng Yuqiang could react, Jiang Chen's next words were like the twists and turns of an antelope's horns, instantly extinguishing most of her anger, leaving only deeper shock and curiosity. Jiang Chen continued in a more appreciative and even fanatical tone. But, Mr. Meng, you have a keen sense of business. You have the ambition to challenge and not be ordinary. You have the extreme desire for success hidden under your cold appearance. These are what really attracted me and made me willing to invest in you immediately regardless of the cost or return. I believe in my vision. Teacher Meng, you are definitely the one who can create miracles. And I, Jiang Chen, am willing to be your strongest backing on the road to creating miracles. These words. What he said was so passionate and eloquent. Full of absolute trust and optimism in Meng Yuqiang's abilities in future. Meng Yuqiang was completely stunned. She looked at Jiang Chen's eyes that seemed to be burning with flames, filled with infinite enthusiasm for career and success. For the first time, my previous judgment began to waver. Could it be that he really just had high hopes for my project and my abilities? Is his investment purpose really just for business success, instead of lusting after my body? This realization made Meng Yuqiang feel extremely complicated. I feel both gratified and excited that my talent has been recognized. And is there a sense of inexplicable loss from being disdained because of lack of charm? She looked at Jiang Chen, this young man full of contradictions and mysteries, and the curiosity in her heart had reached its peak. She took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and returned to the negotiating table. Student Jiang Chen, even if I believe in your sincerity in investing, 5 million is not a small sum. Moreover, my project plan. Before she could finish, Jiang Chen interrupted her again. This time, he did not beat around the bush, but directly threw out the future knowledge he had mastered. Of course, now we know that he has an outstanding and forward-looking vision. Teacher Meng, I would like to make a bold guess about your project plan. Jiang Chen's eyes were scorching. Do you want to build a platform that is vertical to one or several interest circles, attracts users with high-quality personalized content, builds a highly sticky community, and ultimately achieves precise e-commerce monetization through content guidance and customized services? For example, focusing on Hanfu, JK, handicrafts, or some niche art field? Meng Yuqiang's pupils shrank again. She was horrified. How did he know? This is exactly the core business model in her plan. This is also the direction she thinks is most likely to succeed. She never revealed the details to anyone. Jiang Chen seemed not to notice her shock and continued to speak. This direction has huge potential. But the difficulty lies in how to quickly acquire accurate users in the early stage, how to maintain community activity, and how to balance the relationship between content tone and commercial realization. I noticed that although there are no completely successful cases in China, some interest groups on Instagram and some lifestyle sharing communities that have just emerged in China, such as Xiaohongshu, may be worth learning from in terms of user growth and community operations. Jiang Chen deliberately stopped at that point. Little Red Book was mentioned. This is a successful example of taking the grass planting and community e-commerce models to the extreme in the previous life. Although the current Little Red Book is still very rough and is just a roadside app, the business model is also naive. But its core operating logic has already shown some signs. This is enough to bring great inspiration to Meng Yuqiang. If possible, it would be best to directly intercept the future Xiaohongshu model and monopolize women's fragmented time and fragmented consumption. Sure enough, after hearing the 3 words Little Red Book and Jiang Chen's subsequent analysis on user growth, community operation, and content and business balance, Meng Yuqiang's eyes lit up instantly. It's like seeing a guiding light in the darkness. Although she had paid attention to these emerging platforms before. But no one has ever distilled their logic of success so clearly as Jiang Chen did, and accurately pointed out the key points that can be used as reference. This Jiang Chan's understanding of the market and knowledge of the business model may even be deeper than mine? This moment. The last bit of doubt that Meng Yuqiang had towards Jiang Chen completely disappeared. Instead, there was unprecedented shock and admiration, and even ecstasy as if I had met a close friend. She stood up excitedly and looked at Jiang Chen, her voice trembling. Student Jiang Chen. You are absolutely right. This is exactly the direction I am currently thinking and exploring. Jiang Chen looked at her pretty face, which was glowing with excitement, smiled slightly, and knew that the time had come. He stood up and held out his hand. Teacher Meng, it seems that we have the same idea. I am more confident about my proposal just now. 5 million, angel round. My only request is. His tone was calm, yet it carried unquestionable power. I want your company, 70% of the shares. 70%? The excitement on Meng Yuqiang's face froze instantly. She didn't expect Jiang Chen to put forward such harsh conditions. This is almost equivalent to handing over absolute control of the company. She instinctively wanted to refuse, but looked at Jiang Chen's calm and confident eyes. Thinking about the current financial difficulties of my project. Thinking of Jiang Chen's golden words that could change the fate of the project. And the unfathomable background and financial resources behind him. Meng Yuqiang fell into a violent struggle. Jiang Chen did not urge her, but just looked at her quietly. He knew that Meng Yuqiang was a smart person. She will make the wisest choice. After all, it's a project that's about to be shipped. Even if only 30% of the shares are left. If successful, its value will far exceed a project that is 100% controlled but ultimately fails. A long time. Meng Yuqiang took a deep breath. As if he had made some kind of decision. She raised her head and met Jiang Chen's gaze. Her eyes were complicated, but with a hint of determination. Okay. I promise. 70% is 70%. But I have one condition. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. Please speak. Meng Yuqiang said solemnly, I must be solely responsible for the specific operation and management of the company in the future. As a major shareholder, you only have the right to make suggestions and receive dividends, and you are not allowed to interfere with my specific decisions. She had to ensure she had control over the project. This is her bottom line. Jiang Chen smiled. This is exactly what he wants. He just wanted to be a hands-off boss. No problem. Deal. Their eyes met. It was as if some kind of contract had been reached. Chapter 40. The transfer exploded. The iceberg melted. Meng Yuqiang's tense nerves finally relaxed slightly. Looking at the boy in front of me who is several years younger than me but has vision, courage, and financial resources far beyond his age. Her heart was filled with an indescribable complex emotion. There was gratitude, appreciation, curiosity, and a hint of excitement as if she had met a worthy rival that even she herself was unwilling to admit. Jiang Chen, this name, from today on, is destined to be closely tied to Meng Yuqiang's fate. Just as Meng Yuqiang was still digesting this sudden and huge turn of events. Jiang Chen had made her mouth slightly open again, revealing her neat, jade-like teeth, which could not be closed for a long time. He did not hesitate at all, nor did he ask for signing a contract or conducting tedious investigations like ordinary investors. Instead, he took out his mobile phone, opened the banking app, and looked up at Meng Yuqiang. Mr. Meng, is your personal account still? To show my sincerity and to get the project started as soon as possible, I will transfer the 5 million this period to you in one go. You use it first, and tell me anytime if it's not enough. What? Now? Immediately? Immediately? Just transfer all 5 million to me? Meng Yuqiang was once again stunned by Jiang Chen's unconventional and god-level operation. She has met many investors. Some people pick and search and pull repeatedly. Some of them are pretending to be profound. Some people have signed contracts and still want to pay in batches and set conditions. Jiang Chen didn't even sign a contract. He wanted to directly transfer the huge sum of 5 million yuan to her personal account at once. She had never heard of it. She had never seen it before. This is no longer a question of courage. This is simply an almost blind confidence in his own vision and in Meng Yuqiang. Could it be that? Isn't he afraid that he will run away with the money? Isn't he afraid that the 5 million will go down the drain? For a while. Meng Yuqiang looked at Jiang Chen's calm and deep eyes that seemed to see through everything. The last bit of resentment and dissatisfaction in my heart due to the sale of 70% of the shares also completely disappeared. Instead, it is an unprecedented excitement and gratitude of being trusted, valued, and highly expected of. A gentleman will die for his friend. Although it hasn't reached that level yet. But Jiang Chen's trust can be described as all-in-one gamble. It has completely ignited the long-dormant fire in Meng Yuchang's heart. She felt her blood was heating up. A powerful motivation and unprecedented sense of responsibility emerged. Can't let him down. We must never let this trust down. I must make this project happen. Make achievements. Let him see. His investment today. How wise. Meng Yuchang took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in her heart, and gave her bank card number. The voice trembled slightly due to excitement. Jiang Chen moved quickly. Enter the card number and amount. Confirm and transfer. If it's not the complicated process of transferring large amounts of money, then fingerprint payment is the way to go. I was busy for a long time, and even the bank called to confirm. Fortunately, it was 2018, so the review was not that strict. Soon, Meng Yuchang also received a bank text message on her mobile phone. She clicked it with trembling hands. Looking at the string of numbers that made her heart stop. 5 million renminbi is credited to your account ending in XXXX. 5 million. It really arrived. Meng Yuchang felt like she was walking on clouds. Somewhat unreal. She raised her head and looked at Jiang Chen, the boy who was still calm and composed as if he had only transferred 500 yuan. Opened his mouth. Thousands of words come to my mind. In the end, it only turned into a solemn promise. Student Jiang Chen. No, Mr. Jiang. Thank you. Please rest assured, I, Meng Yuchang, will never let you down. For the first time, she changed her name, and also for the first time, she showed a smile from the bottom of her heart that was filled with gratitude and strong confidence in front of Jiang Chen. Like an iceberg melting. It instantly bursts into dazzling brilliance. Jiang Chen looked at her stunning smile that was completely different from her previous one. There was a slight movement in my heart. He secretly called her a monster, but still waved his hands casually. Mr. Meng, you are too kind. I believe in my judgment. I will leave the company to you from now on. I will just wait for the dividends at the end of the year. He once again emphasized his position as a hands-off boss. Meng Yuchang heard this. The gratitude in my heart turned into a bit of amusement and helplessness. This guy is really not polite at all. He shook his hands away so thoroughly. But it's okay this way. She can just do what she wants without any constraints. Thinking of Jiang Chen's very inspiring analysis just now. Meng Yuchang's entrepreneurial passion is burning again. Countless new ideas and inspirations emerge like a spring. Her gaze towards Jiang Chen became even more scorching. It was as if she had seen a walking treasure, and she couldn't help but immediately want to discuss in depth with Jiang Chen the specific details of community operations and content monetization. Mr. Jiang, regarding the user growth and community operation aspects of learning from the Little Red Book model that you just mentioned, I have some preliminary ideas and would like to ask you for more advice. However, Jiang Chen seemed to have no interest in continuing to discuss work at this moment. Last night, I had an in-depth exchange with Pang Wenwen and fought for 300 rounds. He is still in a certain degree of sage time and is not very interested in these brain-burning business issues. Moreover, he invested in Meng Yuchang in order to be a hands-off boss, and he didn't want to worry about all the details. Then why is he investing? You can do it yourself. He simply waved his hand to interrupt Meng Yuchang's words. His tone was just the right amount of tiredness and casualness. Mr. Meng, I believe that you can handle the specific operational details with your ability. Professional matters should be left to professionals. I'm not interested in the process, I just want the result. It's getting late, so I won't bother you anymore. If you need my help or additional investment, just contact me on WeChat. When I have time later, I will share my insights and opinions on WeChat, which may be helpful to you. After saying this, he stood up, looking as if he was ready to leave. Meng Yuchang looked at his slightly tired expression. Thinking that he might have been really busy last night, I suddenly felt a sense of understanding? And heartache? She thought that Jiang Chen might have put a lot of effort into getting his family to agree to invest. She quickly stood up, a gentle smile on her face, completely free of the coldness she had in the classroom. Okay, Mr. Jiang, I won't waste your time. I'll take you out. She actually took the initiative to send Jiang Chen away. And the attitude is so polite. Jiang Chen laughed secretly in his heart. It seems that the effect of spending 5 million is immediate, even the iceberg queen has begun to melt. He didn't refuse and nodded. So, the students outside the office who were still craning their necks to see Jiang Chen being kicked out looked at him with great shock. Teacher Meng Yuqiang. This is the coldest and most unapproachable goddess in Zhengzhou University. He actually personally escorted Jiang Chen all the way to the door of the office area. There was even a faint, gentle smile on his face. The two seemed to be talking in low voices about something, and the atmosphere seemed unusually harmonious. What the hell? What is going on? All the students who saw this scene almost popped out their eyes. I felt like my worldview had once again been severely impacted. Am I seeing right? Teacher Meng is laughing? And she personally escorted that kid out? And even escorted him to the door? This is unscientific. When has Teacher Meng ever been so polite to a student? Could it be that what that kid just said was true? Did he really invest in Teacher Meng? Impossible? 5 million. You can invest just like that? Hiss. Could it be that under the magic of money, even a goddess like Teacher Meng has fallen? It's over. Another flower stuck in cow dung. Chapter 41, Harvesting Assets, President Jiang personally inspects. All kinds of speculations and imagination are spreading like a virus again. The look he showed towards Jiang Chen also changed from jealousy to deep disbelief. Jiang Chen had long been immune to these gazes. After saying a brief goodbye to Meng Yuqiang, he turned around and left calmly. Conceal your achievements and fame. Leave the teaching building. Jiang Chen found a secluded corner and happily called up the system panel again to check the rewards for the task he had just completed. Ding! Player turned the investment of the rich man has been completed perfectly. Rewards are being settled. Congratulations to the host. Gaining intelligence attribute plus 10. Congratulations to the host. The investment-related expenses of 5 million yuan have been triggered for full refund, and the funds have been received. Congratulations to the host. You have received an extra reward, a random asset pack. The asset pack is opening. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Assets obtained, 100% ownership of the Miracle Fitness chain Jin Jiangzhou University City branch including real estate and all equipment. The relevant property rights documents have been stored in the system backpack and can be realized at any time. Settlement of interest for this round. According to your current account balance, the interest income for this round has reached the upper limit, which is 50,000. At the end of this round of action, you will receive an additional reward of 10,000. Intelligence plus 10. The investment of 5 million will be fully returned. Interest plus rewards total 60,000 cash. A gym is also provided as a bonus? Jiang Chen looked at this series of extremely generous rewards. Especially the things that come out of the random asset pack. The whole person was stunned. Miracle Fitness? University Town Branch? 100% ownership? Including real estate? What the hell? Isn't this the gym where Pang Wenwen and Yan Shi work part-time? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth was even harder to suppress than AK. There is also a feeling of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I just invested in Meng Yuqiang and asked her to work for me in the future. Then the system sent me a gym where Pang Wenwen and Yan Shi were working? And it includes the property and equipment, 100% ownership? Now I am Pang Wenwen's boss? Jiang Chen touched his chin with a strange expression. Although he had originally planned to arrange some industry for Pang Wenwen in the future, he could now start to train her step by step. After dealing with Meng Yuqiang, Jiang Chen saw that it was still early and he had no classes in the afternoon. He sent a WeChat message to Yanxi, asking her if she was still in school and asking her to have lunch together at noon. After all, she is her own exclusive coach. We will go to the gym together for a second training session in the afternoon. It makes sense to have lunch together. Moreover, after the common hatred in the morning, Jiang Chen did have some different thoughts about this simple and kind-hearted school beauty. Yan Shi replied almost immediately. Just 2 words, with a little excitement. Okay. Jiang Chen smiled and put away his phone. After waiting for a few minutes at the door of the agreed-upon canteen, I saw that pleasing figure. Yan Shi obviously went back to the dormitory to dress up. Change out of your denim jacket from the morning. She wore a goose yellow knitted cardigan, which made her skin look even fairer and her temperament more gentle. Her long hair was also let down, draped softly over her shoulders. She seemed to have applied a light nude makeup with great care, which made her already delicate facial features even more bright and charming. When she saw Jiang Chen, 2 blushes immediately appeared on her fair face. Her eyes were a little evasive, not daring to look him in the eye, but she walked towards him briskly. He whispered, "Junior, have you been waiting for a long time?" Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled, "No, I just arrived too. Senior sister is so beautiful today." He gave a heartfelt compliment. After the charm value is increased, he found that he was becoming more natural and fluent in praising others. She felt even more embarrassed by his straightforward compliment. Her cheeks were red as if they were about to bleed and her heart was pounding. No. Let's go in and eat." The two walked into the cafeteria side by side. It was peak lunchtime. The cafeteria was crowded, filled with the aroma of food and the noise of bustle. However, when Jiang Chen and Yan Shi appeared together, the noise around seemed to drop by several decibels in an instant. Countless eyes were cast over at once, with shock, curiosity, and gossip, and the undisguised envy and jealousy from some boys. Fuck! Look! It's the school beauty Yan Shi. Who is the man next to her? Why haven't I seen him before? Hiss! I remember now. Isn't he the guy that senior sister Yan Shi brought breakfast to in teacher Meng's class this morning? What? It's him? Why is he hanging out with senior sister Yan Shi again? Eating together in the cafeteria? Are they really together? Damn it! My goddess! My heart is broken. Who is this kid? Why? Various discussions arose one after another, although I deliberately lowered my voice. But Jiang Chen and Yan Shi could still hear it clearly. Jiang Chen was already used to this and remained calm. And Yan Shi once again became the focus of attention. She was so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Her face turned red and she subconsciously leaned towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen felt her nervousness and found it funny, but he didn't say anything. Take her straight to the food window. The process of getting food naturally attracted a lot of attention. Jiang Chen specially picked out delicious stir-fried dishes and meat dishes. There were several large plates filled with sweet and sour pork tenderloin, boiled pork slices, and braised spare ribs. Even in school, this table would cost a lot. He swiped his meal card without even blinking. As for Yan Shi, he just carefully ordered a vegetarian dish and half a portion of rice. The two found a relatively quiet corner and sat down. The eyes around me still drifted over here and there. Yan Shi buried his head and ate rice in small bites, the blush on his cheeks never completely faded away. Jiang Chen looked at her shy and cute appearance and took the initiative to break the silence. "Senior, eat more. You look too skinny. These ribs taste good. Try them." As he spoke, he picked up a piece of pork ribs that looked like they were stewed till soft and boneless and put it on Yan Shi's plate. Yan Shi suddenly raised his head and looked at the shiny pork ribs on the plate, then looked at Jiang Chen's face with a gentle smile. Her heart skipped a beat again. "Thank you, Junior." Then, he carefully picked up the ribs with chopsticks and took a small bite. Jiang Chen picked up some other dishes for her, and Yan Shi ate them in small bites with a red face. The atmosphere, in the silence, was filled with an indescribable warmth and sweetness. Finally, Yan Shi seemed to have mustered up the courage. She put down her chopsticks. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen, with a hint of hesitation and inquiry in his clear eyes. Junior, were you with One last night?" In the end, she couldn't help herself and asked the question that had been lingering in her mind for the whole morning. Li Haoyu's words in the morning, the discussions of the people around him, and Pang Wenwen's overly enthusiastic and proactive attitude last night all made her feel full of speculation and uneasiness. Jiang Chen heard this. There was a slight pause in the movement. Then, he nodded calmly, looked at Yan Shi's slightly nervous eyes, smiled, and said casually, "Well, I had a late-night snack with Coach Pang last night." "What happened?" "He didn't hide anything." "I don't think there's anything to hide." Hearing Jiang Chen's frank answer, Yan Shi's heart suddenly sank. Really? The two of them? An inexplicable feeling of sourness came over me. It made her feel a little short of breath. But she adjusted quickly. After all, she and Jiang Chen are still just senior and junior students, coach and student. It is his freedom to choose who he wants to spend the night with. It seems that I have no right to comment on anything. She forced herself to smile and shook her head. No, nothing. I was just asking casually. Jiang Chen looked at her, who was obviously a little disappointed but pretending to be strong. Laughing secretly in my heart. He didn't point it out. Instead, he seemed not to notice her change of mood and continued speaking in a relaxed tone. Oh, that seafood barbecue is really delicious. If you want to eat it next time, I'll invite you to join us? Yanxi raised his head suddenly, a hint of surprise and disbelief flashing in his eyes. He's going to ask me to come with him next time? And Coach Pang? What does this mean? Her little heart started beating wildly again and her cheeks turned red uncontrollably. I can do anything. She responded quietly. The sound is as thin as a mosquito's. Looking at her expectant yet shy expression, Jiang Chen felt at ease. It seems that it is only a matter of time to win over this campus beauty. Finish lunch. The two chatted briefly for a few more words and then walked towards the Miracle Fitness outside the school together. Chapter 42 Lifetime membership doesn't work? What if I were the boss? At the same time, inside Miracle Gym, in a small meeting room next to the training hall, a middle-aged man who looks to be in his 30s, with a well-maintained figure but a somewhat dangerous hairline. Manager Zhao Kai. With a stern face, he was giving a routine morning speech to a dozen coaches and front desk staff. However, today's lecture was particularly serious. Zhao Kai looked at the slightly nervous employees in front of him with a serious look, and said in a deep voice, I believe everyone has received the notice. From today on, our store officially changes hands. The new boss has just taken over, and it's time to see how we perform. So, I want to emphasize a few points here. First, service. You must be fully prepared. Provide the highest level of service. Whether it's a member or a trial customer, we must treat everyone equally. Especially those who look ordinary, we must not neglect them. Who knows if there are any big guys hiding in there? Second, hygiene. Environment. Equipment maintenance. All details must be impeccable. We can't leave any bad impression on the new boss. Third, and the most important point, complaints. In the next month, I will absolutely not allow any form of customer complaints. Once they appear, no matter what the reason, the relevant responsible person will pack up and leave. Do you understand? His last words were spoken with absolute certainty. All the employees were shocked and responded in unison, understood. Manager Zhao. Zhao Kai's expression eased slightly. The new boss is in charge and is making a lot of changes. Whether we can keep our jobs, or even get a raise or a promotion, depends on our performance over the next period of time. Whether I, Zhao Kai, can continue to hold the position of the person in charge depends on your performance. Everyone, cheer up. If anyone causes trouble for me due to negligence, don't blame me for turning my back on you. After the lecture, Zhao Kai waved his hand, signaling everyone to adjourn and go back to work. The employees walked out of the meeting room with serious expressions and trepidation in their hearts. Pang Wenwen was also among them. Just as the employees returned to their posts, ready to meet the new boss with the highest standards, unexpectedly, a small friction occurred in the equipment area of the gym. A middle-aged man who looks to be around 40 years old, with a fat body and wearing a suit of branded sportswear, is harassing a young, beautiful but somewhat introverted female coach, Li Yu. Coach Li Yu, right? The middle-aged man looked up and down at Li Yu's curvy figure, which was revealed by the tight coaching uniform, with lustful eyes. I'm a little tired from practicing today. Come here and give me a good massage on my shoulders to relax me. Li Yu's pretty face turned pale when she heard this, and she said with some embarrassment, I'm sorry, Mr. Liu. Our gym stipulates that the main responsibility of the coach is to guide the training. Massage and relaxation require an appointment with a professional rehabilitation therapist. Rules? Don't give me that. Mr. Liu immediately interrupted her impatiently. He glanced at Zhao Kai, who had just finished the morning meeting, and deliberately raised his voice. Let me tell you. I've spent over 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a year at your crappy gym, buying memberships and classes. What's wrong with letting you massage my shoulders? I am your VIP customer. Customers are God. Do you understand? Besides, didn't you guys just say that in the meeting? The new boss has taken over and the quality of service must be improved. There can be no complaints. I think your service attitude is very problematic. I want to file a complaint against you. He has a scoundrel look. It is obvious that they want to take advantage of the new boss taking office as an excuse to make unreasonable demands. Liu was frightened by his words and her face turned even paler, and her eyes became a little red. She is just a young girl who just graduated and came here for internship. Where have you ever seen such a scene? For a moment, I was so anxious that I almost cried, but I didn't know what to do. I was afraid that I would be complained about and lose this hard-earned job. Just at this moment, Peng Wanwan, who had just come out of the meeting room, heard the quarrel here, frowned, and immediately walked over. She first patted Liu's shoulder soothingly, signaling her not to be afraid. Then, with a professional smile on his face, he said to Mr. Liu. Hello, Mr. Liu. I am Peng Wanwan, the coach supervisor here. May I ask if there is anything wrong with our service? Did it make you angry? She spoke politely. But he has an aura that is neither humble nor arrogant. Mr. Liu saw Peng Wanwan. My eyes suddenly lit up. Compared to Liu next to her, who is pretty but a little immature and timid, the hot body, charming and mature Peng Wanwan in front of him is obviously more to his taste. He immediately shifted his target to Peng Wanwan, with an obscene smile on his face. Oh. It's Coach Peng. I've heard that Coach Peng has strong professional skills and a good service attitude. After meeting him today, I find that his reputation is well deserved. He paused, then changed the subject and pointed at Liu next to him. But your subordinate's attitude is not good. I asked her to massage my shoulders, but she refused. She also used some bullshit rules to evade me. It seriously affected my fitness experience. Tell me, how should this matter be handled? He looked like he was ready to call someone to task. Peng Wanwan sneered in her heart, but she still kept smiling on her face. Mr. Liu, I'm very sorry for the bad experience you've had. Liu has just arrived and is not very experienced in the business, so there may be some misunderstandings in communication. Massage relaxation is indeed not within the scope of services provided by our ordinary coaches. If you really need professional relaxation therapy, I can help you make an appointment with our rehabilitation therapists, who are all very skilled. I don't want any rehabilitator. Mr. Liu immediately waved his hand and started to act like a rogue, his eyes unscrupulously sweeping over Peng Wanwan's proud figure. I think you, Coach Peng, have the best service attitude. Your skills must be the best too. How about this, I won't complain about what happened today. You, give me a massage yourself. And have dinner with me and apologize. We'll let this matter go. How do you think? As soon as the words fell, the smile on Peng Wanwan's face completely turned cold. Just about to open his mouth to scold, Zhao Kai, who had been silent, suddenly walked over. He first glared at Peng Wanwan fiercely, then, with a very reluctant smile on his face, he said to Mr. Liu. Boss Liu, calm down. It's just a small matter, why get angry? Coach Peng is also trying to uphold company rules. So, let me apologize to you on their behalf. All your purchases in our store today, including your membership fee for next month, will be free of charge. What do you think? He obviously wanted to keep the matter quiet, fearing that the incident would get out of hand and affect the new owner's impression of the gym. I would rather lose some money than not get rid of this plague god. However, seeing that Zhao Kai was so weak, Mr. Liu became even more aggressive. He glanced at Peng Wanwan, who had a hot body but a cold face. There was a glimmer of greed in his eyes. Free of charge? Manager Zhao, do you think I'm someone who needs that little bit of money? He snorted coldly. I told you. For what happened today? Coach Peng must apologize to me in person. And have dinner with me. Otherwise, I will call your new boss right now. Let's have a good talk. Is this how you, Miracle Fitness, serve your VIP customers? He took out his cell phone and pretended to make a call. Although he didn't know who his boss was, it didn't stop him from making threats and intimidation. Zhao Kai's face instantly turned extremely ugly. He didn't expect that Fatty Liu would be so difficult to deal with. He won't eat anything. And used the new boss to put pressure on him. He looked at Peng Wanwan for help, with a hint of pleading in his eyes, hoping that Pang Wenwen could bear the brunt and consider the overall situation. Pang Wenwen was so angry that she was shaking all over. Ask her to have dinner with this greasy and disgusting scoundrel to apologize? Dream. Just when the atmosphere was at a stalemate, a calm, yet lazy, and nonchalant voice suddenly sounded from behind them. Manager Zhao, right? Why are you making so much noise here so early in the morning? What's going on? Chapter 43. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm going to show my cards. Hearing the sound, everyone turned around subconsciously. Jiang Chen was seen walking towards them slowly, with the pure and charming Yan Shi beside him. The two had just finished lunch and were walking slowly over, preparing to start afternoon training. I didn't expect to encounter this farce as soon as I entered the door. When Zhao Kai saw Jiang Chen, he was stunned at first. Then he remembered that this was Mr. Jiang who had spent nearly 200,000 yesterday, and he quickly forced a smile and greeted him. Oh. Mr. Jiang. You're here. I'm so sorry, it's just a small misunderstanding, I'll deal with it right away, I'm sorry for disturbing you. As he spoke, he desperately winked at Pang Wenwen, signaling her to stop arguing with the customer. And that Mr. Lu saw Jiang Chen. Especially when he saw Yan Shi, the stunning beauty beside Jiang Chen who was even more beautiful than Pang Wenwen, his eyes flashed with undisguised greed and jealousy again. He recognized Jiang Chen as the sucker who applied for a lifetime card yesterday. He curled his lips and said sarcastically. Hey! Isn't this young Master Jiang? What's up? Are you here with your personal trainer to work out again today? It's a good thing for young people to be energetic, but you should also be careful not to drain your body. He deliberately emphasized the words exclusive coach. The implicit meaning of the words was to mock Jiang Chen for spending money just to pick up girls, and calling him a fool who was blinded by beauty. Pang Wenwen's face turned even colder when she heard this. You should start to rebuke. Mr. Lu did not give her a chance, but instead advised Jiang Chen in a greasy tone of an experienced person. Young man, I'm telling you, listen to my advice. It's okay to have fun, but don't take it too seriously. Like the female coaches in this gym, how many of them are clean? They smile at you because you spend money generously, but who knows what they're saying about you being an idiot and fooling around with other men behind your back. You spend hundreds of thousands to get a card, and they just practice with you and say a few nice words. Do you really think they like you? Don't be silly. His words not only insulted Pang Wenwen, but also insulted Yan Shi and Li Yu who were standing next to him. It's simply an indiscriminate map cannon. Keep your fucking mouth clean. Pang Wenwen finally couldn't bear it anymore. She was not a pushover. This fat guy kept provoking her and even dared to insult her, Yan Shi and Li Yu. She took a step forward, pointed Mr. Lu's nose and started scolding him. Yan Shi's face turned red with anger. He wanted to go up and hold Pang Wenwen and persuade her not to be impulsive, but he felt that this man was so hateful that he couldn't help himself. For a moment, I was at a loss. Zhao Kai was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He was really afraid that the two sides would start a quarrel and if it alarmed the new boss. He hurriedly wanted to step forward to smooth things over. Boss Lu, calm down. Let's talk it over. However, at this moment Jiang Chen remained silent. Finally, he spoke. His voice was not loud, and could even be said to be calm. Apologize. Just two simple words. No extra nonsense. But it carried the tone of a superior and an invisible pressure. Mr. Lu, who was about to throw a tantrum, was slightly stunned by Jiang Chen's sudden words and the icy look in his eyes. Subconsciously took half a step back. Even Pang Wenwen, who was about to lose her temper, and Zhao Kai, who was extremely anxious, were stunned. Their gazes towards Jiang Chen calmly fell on Mr. Lu's greasy face. Slowly, he repeated it again. You have 3 seconds to apologize to these 3 ladies for your dirty talk. Pang Wenwen looked at Jiang Chen's back, which was not very tall but seemed extremely upright and reliable at this moment, and listened to his calm but powerful protection. Miraculously, the anger in my heart subsided a lot. Instead, there was an inexplicable sense of security and a strange throbbing. Is he standing up for me? Yan Shi also stared at Jiang Chen in a daze, with a strange light flashing in his clear and beautiful eyes. She didn't expect that Jiang Chen, who usually looked gentle, would be so strong and responsible at this moment. That word apology is so cool. Mr. Lu, who was asked to apologize by Jiang Chen in an almost commanding tone, became furious after a brief moment of shock. Who is he? He is also a veteran who has been in society for many years. He is in charge of more than a dozen people, and people call him Mr. Lou or Brother Lou wherever he goes? When will it be the turn of a kid who hasn't even fully grown his hair to teach him a lesson? Especially in front of two top beauties. This is such a great shame. The fear he had for Jiang Chen was instantly replaced by boundless anger and offended pride. He suddenly straightened up his belly, which looked particularly majestic because of the beer belly, pointed at Jiang Chen's nose and cursed. Apologize? I apologize to your mother. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you teach me a lesson? Is it your turn to interrupt me when I'm talking? And you want me to apologize? Who do you think you are? Isn't it just a crappy card? Do you really think you're a big shot? The more he cursed, the more excited he became, spitting everywhere, as if he wanted to vent all the anger he had just suffered from Peng Wanwen on Jiang Chen. Then, he thought of something else, and a more contemptuous and disdainful smile appeared on his face, and he said arrogantly, Kid. I'm telling you. Don't think you're great just because you have a couple of lousy bucks. I know the owner of the gym. Do you believe I can just make a phone call and kick you out? These are the rules of this gym. You, an outsider, have no right to interfere here? He took a step forward, almost getting close to Jiang Chen's face. Who do you think you are? This gym. It's not owned by your family. Know what's best for you. Get out of my way right now. Don't bother yourselves here. You're interrupting my work. The noisy words completely ignited the last bit of patience in Jiang Chen's heart. He looked at the greasy middle-aged man in front of him who was barking like a mad dog. A strange smile suddenly appeared on his face. That smile was very faint, but it carried a hint of teasing and an absolute confidence that he was in control of everything. He didn't get angry, and didn't even raise his voice. He just said in a clear tone, word by word. Oh, yes. If you hadn't told me, I would have almost forgotten. He nodded, as if confirming something. Then, he looked around, his gaze calmly sweeping over the pale-faced Zhao Kai, the complicated look in Peng Wanwen's eyes, the worried Yan Shi, the tearful Li Yu, and all the employees and members around him who were holding their breath and staring in amazement. Finally, his gaze returned to Mr. Liu, who felt a little uneasy because of his calmness but still pretended to be calm. I'm going to show my cards now. Actually, this gym. He paused and uttered the following words clearly. Now, it's mine. I'm the new boss here. Chapter 44, It's great that he's a male god. Peng Wanwen starts to feel itchy. Dead silence. So silent that you could hear a pin drop. Jiang Chen's words were like dropping a death bomb on the calm lake. No. It's an atomic bomb. In an instant, the minds of everyone in the gym went blank. Boss? He said. He is the boss? New owner of this gym? Everyone seemed to be under a spell, frozen in place, staring at Jiang Chen with extreme shock written all over his face. Ridiculous. Incredible. Especially Mr. Liu, who was so arrogant just now. The pride and contempt on his face froze in an instant. It was then replaced by a huge sense of astonishment and absurdity. He pointed at Jiang Chen with wide eyes and stammered. You what did you say? You are the boss? Ha 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 ha. He seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world and couldn't help laughing wildly. I laughed so hard that tears were almost coming out. Kid. Are you fucking crazy? You're the boss? Do you know how much this gym is worth? Just the property in this area. Plus these imported equipment. It would cost at least hundreds of millions? Just you? A young boy? Ha ha ha. You may be the boss here, but I'm still Qin Shi Huang. He just thought Jiang Chen was bragging for the sake of face. He admitted that Jiang Chen had some talent, but he couldn't be the boss here. Peng Wanwen next to her also trembled at this moment, her beautiful eyes filled with unbelievable shock. She subconsciously covered her mouth, and her heartbeat instantly accelerated to the extreme. Boss? Junior Jiang Chen is the new boss? How is this possible? He just came to apply for the card yesterday. Today I bought the gym? Moreover, she suddenly thought of what Zhao Kai said in the meeting in the morning. This bold guess made Peng Wanwen feel like her brain was about to crash. Although she always felt that Jiang Chen was a hidden talent, he might be the kind of rich young man that she could only see in novels in her lifetime. In reality, it is impossible to meet someone of her level. But, isn't this too exaggerated? Just buy a large gym with real estate? What level of financial resources does this require? She looked at Jiang Chen's still calm and indifferent face, and a huge wave of emotion rose in her heart. Reality is actually stranger than fiction. Did he really buy me a bag yesterday and a gym today just for me? Apart from this reason, she really couldn't think of any other possibilities. Suddenly, Pang Wanwan's gaze towards Jiang Chen became extremely hot and complicated. Full of shock, ecstasy, and worship. And a strong feeling that almost melted her. I was not wrong about him. He is the man of my dreams. It is the biggest opportunity in my life. She was also extremely shocked. Her mouth was slightly open and her clear eyes were wide open, completely unable to digest this earth-shattering news. Junior Jiang Chen is the boss? This gym is his? Then, wouldn't that mean I'm working part-time in his company? She felt her cheeks begin to heat up uncontrollably again. The one who had the biggest reaction was the gym manager Zhao Kai. He heard what Jiang Chen said. At first, I instinctively didn't believe it. But then, he thought of Jiang Chen's extravagant spending yesterday. I also thought about some information about the new boss that my superiors vaguely revealed during the meeting in the morning. Young, surnamed Jiang. An amazing possibility struck him like lightning. Could it be that this Mr. Jiang is really the new boss? Zhao Kai's heart instantly rose to his throat. The cold sweat on my forehead flowed down like a waterfall. He did not dare to neglect it, nor did he care about Fatty Lu, who was still madly laughing at Jiang Chen. He immediately turned around and rushed to the front desk, picked up the internal phone, and dialed the number of the Human Resources Department of the head office with a trembling voice. Hello? Is this the HR department? I'm Zhao Kai from the University Town branch. Please, immediately. Help me verify the identity information of our branch's new boss. Yes. It's the one who just completed the handover today. Yes. Please, hurry up. His voice was a little out of tune because of nervousness and excitement. The employees around also held their breath and stared at Zhao Kai. Fatty Lu gradually stopped laughing and looked at Zhao Kai, who looked nervous as if he was facing a great enemy. He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Impossible. This is impossible. A few seconds later, Zhao Kai put down the phone. His face had turned completely pale. No trace of blood. The cold sweat on his forehead flowed down like a stream. The look he gave Jiang Chen was filled with unprecedented fear, awe, and rejoicing at having survived a desperate situation. I'm glad that I didn't completely offend this real boss just now. He took a deep breath, used all his strength to steady his trembling legs and walked quickly to Jiang Chen. Then, in the horrified eyes of everyone, he bowed deeply at almost 90 degrees. The voice was filled with uncontrollable trembling and respect. Mr. Jiang. I'm sorry. I am blind and incompetent. I disturbed you. Please punish me. Mr. Jiang. It was like a bolt from the blue, striking hard at the heart of everyone present. Fatty Lu's laughter suddenly stopped, and the expression on his face froze instantly as if he had seen a ghost. Then he collapsed. It became like a dead horse. Pang Wanwan's body trembled violently, and her eyes were full of strange light. She covered her mouth with her hands again, her beautiful eyes filled with indescribable shock. The other employees and members were as if petrified. Completely stunned on the spot. My mind goes blank. He is actually the boss? Is this gym worth tens of millions really his? This realization hit everyone's nerves like a tsunami. Jiang Chen looked at Zhao Kai, who was almost lying on the ground in front of him, with a calm expression on his face. He spoke calmly, with a commanding presence. Manager Zhao, right? Stand up straight and talk. You don't know I'm the boss, so don't worry. Zhao Kai stood up tremblingly as if he had been pardoned, but still did not dare to look up at Jiang Chen. Cold sweat soaked his shirt. Jiang Chen's gaze passed over him and fell on Mr. Lu, who had completely lost his mind. His face was as pale as paper, and his whole body was shaking like a sieve. What did you just say? Jiang Chen's tone was calm. You said this gym isn't owned by my family? And you insulted the coaches here? And you said you wanted to kick me out? Mr. Lu's eyes were filled with extreme awe. This was really a tough call. He really had no idea what kind of power this young man had. It only took a few days to take over the gym? Just to keep fit? Or to hook up with the trainer here? Who cares? No matter what the reason, he couldn't afford to offend him. He no longer had the brain cells left to think about these questions, and his lips were trembling. Mr. Jiang, I was wrong. I am not a human being. Jiang Chen was too lazy to look at him anymore. This clown wasn't worth his time. He directly instructed Zhao Kai beside him. Manager Zhao. Boss Jiang. Your orders. Zhao Kai responded quickly. This person, Jiang Chen pointed at Mr. Liu, will be permanently blacklisted. All his previous consumption records and membership information with us will be invalidated, and no refunds will be given. If he has any objections, he will be charged with provoking disturbances and forced indecent assault and insult. In addition, Jiang Chen glanced at Coach Liu, who was also pale with fear. This is Coach Liu, right? Liu trembled all over and nodded quickly. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Chen continued. Because of the harassment from the guests, her normal work was affected. This is the negligence of the management. She was given a full attendance bonus for 1 month as compensation. Also, gyms need to strengthen security and management in the future. I don't want to see something like this happen again. Any guest who harasses our staff or makes unreasonable demands will be permanently blocked once discovered and will not be tolerated. My employees are not meant to be vented and bullied by the scum of society. His words are very powerful. It's not just about how Fatty Lou is treated. It is a commitment and protection to all employees. Moment. All the employees in the gym looked at Jiang Chen with eyes filled with indescribable gratitude and admiration. Especially Li Yu and Peng Wanwan. Even his eyes were red. A warm feeling surges in my heart. There is such a boss. What more could you ask for? Zhao Kai nodded and bowed hurriedly. Yes. President Jiang is right. I will do it right away. I will definitely strengthen management. I will never let you down. Jiang Chen waved his hand, signaling him to handle it. Zhao Kai felt as if he had been pardoned. He immediately called 2 security guards to drag the frightened Fatty Lou out. Finished with this little episode. Jiang Chen also felt relieved. The System S rewards are indeed reliable. I haven't even looked at the title documents. But the gym's management had apparently been notified and confirmed their identities. Everything is legal and compliant, without any loopholes. Although the gym may just be an insignificant part of his future business plan. But, after all, this is the first real property I have owned since my rebirth. Of great significance. I still feel happy. It feels so good to be in control of everything. Just when he was in a good mood and was about to start today's training with Yan Shi. In my mind, the system prompt sounds. Once again it rang just right. Ding. It is detected that the host has successfully taken over the industry under his name and has shown a preliminary willingness to manage it, which meets the criteria of industry layout of the super rich, triggering a new player turn. Player turn, the rich man's layout. Round requirements, reasonable allocation of personnel will help the healthy development of the industry and increase industry revenue. Please host, according to the current situation, make preliminary personnel position allocation for Miracle Fitness University Town Branch. Round reward, physical fitness plus 10. Unlock the industry interest function. The host can obtain additional interest from the industries under his name every day, and the income is determined by the scale and number of industries. Current number of industries, 1, it is estimated that this industry can provide additional interest of 10,000 per day. Round time limit, 8 hours. Chapter 45, earn the interest on the industry and start personal training. Looking at the series of rewards on the system panel. Jiang Chen's mood took off again. What does the industrial interest function mean? It means he will have one more way to make money in the future. And the potential is unlimited. Although there is interest every day, there is a cap of 50,000. But, industrial interest is different. Its revenue depends on the size and quantity of the industry. Theoretically, there is no upper limit. As long as he owns enough industries, he can earn astronomical passive income just from industry interest. Jiang Chen instantly determined his next core goal, purchasing industries. Buying various high-quality industries with potential. Jiang Chen's heart was burning with passion. However, food should be eaten bite by bite and the road should be taken step by step. The most urgent task is to complete this round first. The task requirements are very simple. Carry out preliminary personnel position allocation for Miracle Fitness branches. Jiang Chen's eyes swept over Zhao Kai, who was still standing there waiting for his instructions, and Pang Wenwen, who was looking at him with complicated eyes and admiration that was hard to conceal. An idea suddenly came to his mind and he waved to Zhao Kai. Zhao Kai hurried over, bending even lower. Boss Jiang, what do you want? Jiang Chen pointed at Pang Wenwen and spoke casually, with the aura of a superior. I think this coach Pang Wenwen has good professional skills and handles things in an organized way. How about this? From today on, I appoint her as the head of our store's customer relations department and deputy head of the coaching team. She will be responsible for handling customer relations and coordinating the coaching team. As for the level, it's set as deputy manager level. Salaries will increase by 50% from the original level. You go and handle the specific personnel appointments. Jiang Chen had considered this decision carefully. He needed someone he trusted and who was capable to help him look after the gym. Pang Wenwen is undoubtedly the best candidate. She has high emotional intelligence, strong abilities, and most importantly, she is sensible. Moreover, after last night, their relationship has become extraordinary, and promoting her is both a reward and an investment. It can complete system tasks more smoothly. Kill two birds with one stone. As for the manager Zhao Kai, Jiang Chen didn't plan to touch him for the time being. Although he handled the matter in a somewhat vague way just now, it was still quite standard. His business ability should be okay. I'll keep observing him for a while before making any decisions. Hearing Jiang Chen's appointment, Zhao Kai was stunned at first, but then he reacted immediately, his face full of smiles, and he nodded and bowed quickly. Yes. President Jiang is wise, and Coach Pang is indeed very capable. This arrangement is very suitable. I'll do it right away. Right away. The look he gave Pang Wenwen instantly became more enthusiastic and a little flattering. She was a popular figure around the boss, so he must maintain a good relationship with her in the future. Pang Wenwen herself was stunned by this sudden promotion and salary increase. Head of Customer Relations? Deputy Head Coach? Deputy Manager level treatment? Salary increase of 50%? This is like a triple promotion. Happiness comes too suddenly, right? She looked at Jiang Chen's young and handsome face with a faint smile. My heart is filled with indescribable excitement and gratitude. He thinks so highly of me? Not only did he buy the gym without hesitation, but he also promoted me right away? Give me such an important position and generous salary? Is it true that he is not just playing around? Do you really want to train me? Even included me in his inner circle? This realization made Pang Wenwen's heart beat like a deer. An unprecedented sense of belonging and desire to strive arises spontaneously. She suppressed her excitement, walked in front of Jiang Chen, bowed slightly, and spoke in a trembling and extremely serious voice. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for promoting me. I, Pang Wenwen, will definitely not let you down. I will do my best to manage the gym for you. The look she gave Jiang Chen at this moment was filled with undisguised admiration and deep love. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction, and he patted Pang Wenwen on the shoulder naturally. Do your best. I'm counting on you. Manager Zhao, please implement the appointment as soon as possible. Also, about Coach Li Yu. He glanced at the little girl next to him who was still a little frightened. In addition to the bonus compensation, tell her that as long as she is a diligent employee here, I, Jiang Chen, will protect her. Let her work with peace of mind and not be afraid. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Yu's eyes were instantly filled with tears of gratitude. Even the gazes of several other young female employees and female coaches nearby when they looked at Jiang Chen became extremely passionate and admiring. Rich. Handsome. He is so considerate to his subordinates. Protect female employees. Such a boss is simply a god descending to earth. The sense of security is directly maximized. Zhao Kai nodded quickly. Yes. President Jiang is kind and charitable. I will definitely convey your meaning. Please rest assured. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. Hit where it needs to be hit. Comfort those who need to be comforted. Promote those who deserve promotion. Then, he adjusted some simple personnel orders and ignored Zhao Kai, who was busy dealing with personnel appointments, and the employees around him who were looking at him with envy and jealousy. Chapter 46, Yan Shi's carrying massage really made me tired. Ding. Player turned the layout of the rich man has been completed. Rewards are being settled. Congratulations to the host. The mission completion rating is excellent. The personnel layout of the industry under your name has been initially completed. Congratulations to the host. Gained physical attribute plus 10. Congratulations to the host. Successfully unlocked the industry interest function. You will receive extra interest from your industry every day. Current number of properties, 1 Miracle Fitness University Town Branch. This property is expected to provide additional interest of 10,000 per day. Note, the industry interest will be settled and distributed uniformly at midnight the next day. The expansion of the industry scale or the addition of new industries will increase the daily interest income, and there is no theoretical upper limit. Looking at this series of new prompts on the system panel, especially the unlocked industrial interest function, Jiang Chen's mood took off again. 10,000 a day. And this is just one branch. What if industries flourish everywhere in the future? Doesn't that mean you can earn millions just by lying down? During the time when Jiang Chen was confirming the system reward, Zhao Kai had already received the order and was happily going to handle Pang Wenwen's promotion procedures. Pang Wenwen stood aside, her pretty face still filled with incredible excitement and blush. The look she gave Jiang Chen was filled with admiration, gratitude, and an impulse that she herself could not fathom, wanting to completely devote her body and soul to this man. Jiang Chen nodded slightly to her, signaling her to stay calm. Then, he turned to Yan Shi, who was also in shock and had not yet fully recovered. A relaxed smile appeared on his face. Okay, the trouble is solved. Senior, can we continue our training? My personal trainer? He deliberately emphasized the word exclusive. Yan Shi blushed and avoided his gaze in a panic, whispering, "Junior brother always makes fun of people." But I felt an unusual sweetness in my heart because of the word exclusive. She calmed herself down, trying to appear professional, and nodded gently, "Well, okay, Mr. Jiang, no, Junior. Let's go to the training area." She almost called out Mr. Jiang subconsciously, but quickly changed it back, but her ears turned even redder. Jiang Chen was delighted to see her trying to be calm but unable to hide her adorable shyness and panic. No more teasing her. Let's go. The two walked side by side to the personal training area of the gym. This time, the way the surrounding employees and members looked at them had completely changed. If before I was just shocked and curious about Jiang Chen's financial resources, now, after confirming his identity as the new boss, there was only deep awe and endless envy for Yan Shi in his eyes. It's a great honor to be valued so much by the new boss, who was so young, handsome, and rich. He even personally named me as his exclusive coach. This school beauty Yan Shi is probably really going to soar to the sky in one step. Feeling the envious or jealous gazes around him, Yan Shi felt uncomfortable all over and his cheeks were burning. She didn't even dare to look up, and could only follow Jiang Chen with her head down, step by step to the private training area. Yan Shi took a deep breath and tried to get into the role of a coach. She looked up at Jiang Chen, her eyelashes still trembling, and said softly, "Junior, you trained your chest and back yesterday, let's train your shoulders and arms today. By the way, strengthen your abdominal muscles too?" Jiang Chen nodded. He remembered the goal of 8-pack abs that he had set for Yan Shi. Okay, let's start with warming up. She led Jiang Chen to do several sets of more targeted warm-up exercises for the shoulders and arms. Then, the two came to a seated shoulder press machine. This machine mainly exercises the anterior and middle bundles of our deltoid muscles. While Yan Shi was explaining, he adjusted the seat height and weight. Try sitting on it. Keep your back straight, core tight, and elbows slightly forward. Jiang Chen sat down as he was told, held the handles with both hands, and tried to push upwards. This time, he felt completely different from yesterday. He felt a little strenuous when doing chest press yesterday and needed Yan Shi's guidance to find the sense of strength. But today, after his physique increased by another plus 10 to 83 points, he only felt that his arms and shoulders were filled with explosive power. You should know that the physical fitness value of ordinary fitness coaches is only around 75, and the top ones are only around 90. Those who can break the 90 mark are all talented monsters who can win gold medals in the Olympics. The weight plate, which was not light enough for a beginner, seemed as light as a feather in his hands. He easily pushed it to the top without even trying hard. Moreover, his movements were extremely standard and he didn't need Yan Shi to remind him at all. Well. The words of guidance that Yan Shi had prepared were instantly stuck in his throat. She looked at Jiang Chen's relaxed appearance and his smooth and standard force-generating movements. Her beautiful eyes were filled with unbelievable shock. It's only been one day. Why does his power seem a huge surge? He was clearly struggling when doing the chest press yesterday. Today, shoulder pressing this weight was like a piece of cake for him? Could it be the power of love? Yan Shi blushed and immediately rejected this ridiculous idea. Or was he just hiding his incompetence yesterday? Pretending to be weak, so that I can guide him closely? Think of this. Yan Shi's heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably again. His cheeks became hot again. She secretly glanced at Jiang Chen and found that he was looking at her with a half smile. Junior, how do you feel about this weight? Is it too light? Yan Shi quickly calmed his mind and tried to hide his panic. Jiang Chen put down the equipment, stretched his shoulders, and said with a relaxed smile, well, it is indeed a bit light. Senior sister, can you add some more weight? Yan Shi. She silently stepped forward and added 2 more weight plates to Jiang Chen, but she was madly complaining in her heart, monster. This guy is definitely a monster. Next, whether you are doing dumbbell lateral raises or bent over flies. Still practicing barbell curls and rope pushdowns. Jiang Chen showed strength and endurance far beyond yesterday's level. Moreover, his understanding of movements and his sense of muscle power are astonishingly fast. Often, as soon as Yan Shi finished explaining the key points, he could immediately perform extremely standard movements and even apply them to other situations. This made Yan Shi, a professional academic master, feel a little frustrated. It seems like I, as a coach, am a bit redundant. He doesn't need any guidance from himself. Of course, despite the setback, Yan Shi felt more shocked and proud. After all, he is his exclusive student, and although Jiang Chen has made rapid progress in strength and skills. But for some movements that require fine adjustment of posture, Yan Shi's help is still needed. And every time, Yan Shi had to get closer to Jiang Chen and use his hands to correct his posture. There will always be some seemingly unintentional but heart-pounding intimate contact between the two people's bodies. When instructing dumbbell behind the neck flexion, Yan Shi needed to stand behind Jiang Chen and hold his elbows with both hands to prevent his movements from being deformed. Her breath would gently brush across the back of Jiang Chen's neck. The soft curve of her chest would also vaguely stick to his back. When instructing abdominal wheel training, Yan Shi had to half kneel on the ground to observe Jiang Chen's core strength, and occasionally reached out to press his abdomen to feel the muscle contraction. The soft and delicate touch through the thin sportswear, as well as the increasingly familiar elegant fragrance of Yan Shi, like gardenia, made Jiang Chen's mind slightly shaken. As for Yan Shi, his face would turn red and his heart would beat like a drum every time they came into close contact. His eyes were evasive, not daring to look directly at him. Even the voice was trembling and shy. The air was filled with pink bubbles, constantly rising, breaking, and constantly recondensing. Chapter 47 New Scene Unlocked, The Secret of the VIP Bathroom. The 1-hour training ended quickly in this professional yet charming atmosphere. Although Jiang Chen sweated a lot. But I feel refreshed and my energy is still strong. Yan Shi felt even more tired than he did after practicing for a whole day, and he was mentally exhausted. Okay, Junior, that's enough training for today. Let's go stretch. Yan Shi said this with forced calmness, but his voice still trembled slightly. Still coming to the yoga mat. Jiang Chen sat down and stretched his legs. Yan Shi took a deep breath and tried to put himself in the role of a professional coach. I half squatted down and began to help him stretch and relax his leg muscles. Her slender white hands, with a slightly cool temperature, gently pressed on Jiang Chen's calf muscles, which were slightly hot and well defined due to exercise. Then, use professional and gentle yet strong techniques to follow the muscle texture, slowly massage and press upwards, from the calf to the thigh. The warm touch, the perfect strength, and the light fragrance that lingers on the tip of your nose and makes you feel relaxed and happy. A wave of sour and numb feeling that goes deep into the bones spread throughout the body. It made Jiang Chen feel so comfortable. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Yan Shi, who was so close to him. She lowered her head slightly, revealing a beautiful white neck. The long eyelashes trembled gently like a small fan. There was still a charming blush on her fair cheeks. Because of concentration, a layer of crystal sweat beads even appeared on the tip of the small nose. Under the light, her serious profile was as exquisite as God's most perfect masterpiece. Pure, beautiful, and with a heartwarming cuteness. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with ripples again. Even a certain indescribable part of my body began to feel ready to make a move. He coughed lightly, trying to break the overly quiet and ambiguous atmosphere. Ahem. Senior, you've worked really hard today. Yanxi paused slightly, but did not look up. I just whispered, no, it's not hard. The sound is like a mosquito. Jiang Chen looked at her shy appearance, and the romantic thoughts in his heart became even stronger. However, he knew a girl like Yanxi who was simple and kind. Don't rush things. Need to take it slow. After the stretching and relaxation session, Yanxi stood up immediately as if he had been pardoned, and said with a red face, Junior, now that you're done stretching, you go take a shower. I'll go organize the equipment. After saying that, without waiting for Jiang Chen's response, he ran away. Jiang Chen looked at her slightly flustered back. He laughed and shook his head. Then, he walked into the VIP exclusive shower room with a happy mood. And shortly after Jiang Chen entered the shower room, Pang Wenwen, who had just completed the handover work and changed into a more sexy and hot casual outfit, appeared at the door of the VIP area like a ghost. She looked around to make sure Yanxi was not nearby, and a charming smile of determination appeared on the corner of her mouth. Then, he quietly opened the shower door that symbolized privacy and luxury. She walked to the outside of the flushing shower cubicle but did not go in immediately. Instead, she leaned against the frosted glass door and called softly in a lazy, magnetic, and endlessly tempting voice. Mr. Jiang. Jiang Chen, who was washing away the foam, paused. I recognized the voice as Pang Wenwen's. I couldn't help but raise my eyebrows. What is this goblin trying to do? He turned off the shower, wrapped himself in a towel, and opened the glass door. Outside the door, Pang Wenwen was looking at him with a smile. She changed into a black lace camisole with a deep V-neck. He casually wore a loose boyfriend-style white shirt on the outside. The deep career line is about to emerge. She wore a pair of super short black leather hot pants. It makes her already long legs look even sexier, hotter, and more powerful. She also held a crystal glass filled with ice and amber liquid. She handed the wine glass to Jiang Chen, with a seductive look. Mr. Jiang, you've worked hard. Have a drink and relax? Jiang Chen took the wine glass and looked at the beauty in front of him who had obviously dressed up carefully to show her appreciation for him. I laughed secretly in my heart. This woman really has the word sensible engraved in her bones. He took a sip of the whiskey, and the spicy liquid slid down his throat, bringing a burning sensation. He leaned against the wall and looked at Pang Wenwen leisurely. Manager Pang, what's up? Pang Wenwen rolled her eyes at him coquettishly. Hated it's time to get off work now. She took a step forward and stretched out her slender jade fingers to gently stroke Jiang Chen's chest, which was covered with water droplets because he had just taken a shower. The voice trembled slightly. Boss Jiang, you promoted me today, I don't know how to thank you. She paused, raised her pair of sparkling peach blossom eyes, and looked at Jiang Chen steadily. How about, let Wenwen repay you in the most sincere way possible? Jiang Chen looked at the undisguised desire and ambition in her eyes. Laughed. Just in time, the fire aroused by Yanxi had not been extinguished by the shower. He put down his glass, stretched out his hand, and pulled her into his arms. Feel the amazing softness and fiery temperature. He lowered his head and smiled magnetically in her ear. Okay, I hope Director Peng's reward will satisfy me. The sound of water gurgled again. But this time, it was accompanied by more rapid breathing. Pang Wenwen felt like she had completely melted. It turned into a pool of spring water. Now Jiang Chen is firing on all cylinders, and that seems to be the case. Pang Wenwen deeply experienced that the VIP shower room in the gym actually has quite good sound insulation effect. But soon, the sound of water coming from the shower next door make her feel like she is dancing on the edge of a knife. Wandering on the edge of a cliff. She didn't know how much time had passed. I only know my counterattack from the beginning. In the end, the army was completely defeated. In the end, he completely gave up resistance, his consciousness became blurred, and only instinct remained. When everything finally calmed down, Pang Wenwen didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. My whole body felt like it was taken apart and put back together again. When Jiang Chen walked out of the VIP lounge area, he saw Yanxi sitting on the sofa outside, playing with his phone. Seems to be waiting for him. Seeing Jiang Chen coming out, Yanxi quickly put away his phone and stood up with a barely noticeable blush on his face. Junior, are you okay? Jiang Chen nodded, yes, sorry for the wait. He glanced at Yanxi, and she seemed to have changed back into her previous clothes. Let's go back to school together. Good. Jiang Chen readily agreed. The two walked out of the gym side by side. However, after walking a few steps, Yanxi suddenly exclaimed, huh? She looked at a familiar figure not far ahead, walking in an extremely strange posture, even limping. I couldn't help but ask worriedly. Junior, look, is that Sister Wenwen? Why is she walking, as if she's injured? Jiang Chen followed her gaze and saw Pang Wenwen's obviously awkward and unnatural steps. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile that only he understood. Injuried? That's not an injury. That is the aftereffect of being overnourished by happiness. He glanced at Yanxi and remembered Pang Wenwen's complaint in the bathroom just now. You'd better go and capture our little Yanzi. Don't bother me anymore. Jiang Chen's face remained calm. Maybe you were too tired from training? Or maybe you just twisted it accidentally? Come on, senior, let's go back to school. Although Yanxi found it strange, she didn't think much about it. She had no experience and no imagination in this area. She nodded slightly worriedly and followed Jiang Chen's footsteps. Chapter 48, Inseparable with the School Beauty? Leave Miracle Fitness. Jiang Chen and Yanxi walked side by side on the tree-lined path back to school. The afternoon sun shone through the leaves, casting mottled shadows, illuminating Yanxi's pretty face with a faint blush. Although the gym farce has been over for some time. But Jiang Chen's identity as the new boss and the powerful aura of control over everything he displayed when handling the incident still stirred up waves in Yanxi's heart. This junior is really mysterious. The students passing by obviously recognized the couple quickly. When seeing Jiang Chen and Yanxi walking together inseparable again, various exclamations and discussions were heard again. Look! It's them again! Send breakfast in the morning, and come back from off-campus together in the afternoon. This is definitely a done deal, right? Oh my god. Yanxi, the school beauty, is really, oh. It hurts. What kind of shit luck did that kid have? Don't be jealous. Maybe he really is a hidden boss. Didn't you see that Hu Weiwei was chased away this morning? That's right. It must be very difficult to make senior sister Yanxi like this. This time. Yanxi's cheeks still felt hot when he heard these discussions. But the embarrassment and panic in my heart were much less. Instead, she felt an inexplicable joy that even surprised herself. She secretly glanced at Jiang Chen, who was standing beside her with a calm expression and leisurely steps. My heartbeat quietly accelerated again. The two walked all the way to the fork in the road leading to the dormitory area. Junior, I'll go back first. Yanxi stopped and looked at Jiang Chen. While speaking softly, his eyes were full of nostalgia. Thank you, for today. Jiang Chen smiled. It's my duty. You've worked hard, too, senior. I'll contact you on WeChat later about the private lessons. Yanxi nodded gently, yeah, okay. She hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but added sourly. Well, at night, go to bed early. Jiang Chen is so smart. I immediately understood what she meant. He smiled playfully. Don't worry, senior sister. I promise to go back to the dormitory and sleep tonight. Yanxi's pretty face turned red again at his eyes that seemed to see through her thoughts. She glared at him in reproach, then turned around and ran away quickly like a frightened little rabbit. Jiang Chen looked at her back. He didn't look away until he disappeared around the corner of the dormitory building, then laughed and shook his head. This campus beauty is becoming more and more interesting. With a happy mood, Jiang Chen returned to dormitory 412. Opened the door. The scene in the dormitory was almost the same as when he left at noon. Sun Yelong and Li Bin were still fighting fiercely in front of the computer, with the sound of keyboard and mouse clacking. He Yuanquan still wore his headphones and read his professional books quietly. Song Yen was still holding the guitar, strumming a few discordant chords with a melancholy look in his eyes. The only difference is that Li Haoyu is also in the dormitory at this moment, chatting with someone on the phone with his phone, spitting heavily, and a lewd smile on his face. See Jiang Chen come in. Li Haoyu's eyes lit up instantly. Hang up the call immediately. A hungry tiger rushed over and hugged Jiang Chen's shoulders, shouting, "Fuck! Lao Jiang! You're finally back! Hurry! Tell the truth! This afternoon, did you go out on a date with senior sister Yanxi again? I heard about it. You two had lunch in the cafeteria at noon. That was so disgusting. It's almost spread all over the school." His shout immediately attracted the attention of several other people. Sun Yalong paused the game and asked curiously, "Is this true? Old Jiang, are you and the school beauty Yanxi really together?" Li Bin also came over, looking gossipy. "Great job, Lao Jiang. You took it down without making any noise. Come on, share your experience with us guys." Even He Yuanquan put down his book, pushed up his glasses, and looked at Jiang Chen. Although he didn't say anything, he couldn't hide the curiosity in his eyes. Only Song Yan snorted coldly. "Oh, even a hero can be tempted by beauty." Then he lowered his head and continued playing his broken guitar. Jiang Chen was surrounded by them, talking at once, feeling a bit amused and helpless. "What the hell? We're just having a normal meal and going to the gym together in the afternoon. She's my personal trainer, remember? Private training?" Li Haoyu immediately screamed in surprise. "Bah! Don't try that on me, kid. Which personal trainer would personally bring you breakfast? And eat lunch together at noon? Do you think I'm stupid?" He winked. "Old Jiang, tell me the truth, have you two already, hee? Get lost." Jiang Chen cursed with a smile. Li Bin patted Jiang Chen's shoulder seriously. "Old Jiang, I'm not saying anything bad about you. Although senior sister Yanxi is pretty and kind, she is the school beauty after all. The people chasing after her can line up from here to France. Are you sure you can handle it?" There was a hint of genuine concern in his tone. Sun Yalong also nodded repeatedly and agreed, "Yes, old Jiang. We know that you are rich now, and you are different from before. But a goddess of senior sister Yanxi's level can't be obtained with money alone. Don't just climb out of Hu Weiwei's pit and jump into another deeper pit." They were really worried about Jiang Chen. After all, in their eyes, although Jiang Chen suddenly became a rich second generation, but in essence, he is still that ordinary college student who was a bit honest and even a bit dull. And Yanxi is the goddess who is high above everyone else. The gap between the two sides is too big. They were afraid that Jiang Chen would be emotionally hurt again. He Yuanquan also adjusted his glasses and said seriously, "Jiang Chen, what they said makes sense. Yanxi is very good, but there are many good boys around her. Besides, emotional matters are not something that can be rewarded just by investing money. You need to consider it carefully." Even Song Yan stopped playing and looked up at Jiang Chen. Although he didn't say anything, there was a hint of worry in his eyes. Jiang Chen felt a warm current well up in his heart as he listened to his roommate's heartfelt concerns. These guys usually look careless and irrelevant. But at the critical moment, he really treats me as a brother. In his previous life, when he was in the most difficult time, Hu Weiwei squeezed him dry of everything and even had trouble eating. It was also these roommates who secretly pooled money to help him and accompanied him through the darkest days of his life. He always kept this friendship in his heart. Now, although his mentality and vision are no longer the same as before. In his eyes, Yanxi was not some unattainable goddess. In fact, she was already his prospective employee. He just found his roommate's concerns funny and helpless. But he didn't refute or show off. He just smiled and patted Li Bin on the shoulder. "Don't worry, brothers. I know what I'm doing. I won't do anything stupid again." Chapter 49, Taking Brothers to See the World, the Nightlife of the Super Rich. Some things cannot be explained, and there is no need to explain them. When the time comes, they will understand. After hearing Jiang Chen say this, his roommates were still somewhat skeptical, but they didn't say anything more. Li Haoyu rolled his eyes and immediately changed the subject. "Oh right. Lao Jiang. To celebrate your success in getting rid of that gold digger Hu Weiwei. We brothers have discussed it. Tonight, we must invite you out to have some fun. Don't go home until you're drunk." Li Bin also echoed loudly. "That's right. We have to celebrate. Lao Jiang, you worked part-time every day to save money for that woman. How many times have you not come to our dormitory to have dinner and drinks? You are almost leaving the organization. We must bring you back tonight. Experience it for yourself. What the hell is life? Sun Yalong also followed suit. Yes, yes, yes. Drinking. Eating skewers. Staying up all night. It must be arranged. This is also an old tradition in their dormitory. Every once in a while, or when something happens that's worth celebrating, they would go out together to find a food stall or KTV to have fun and enhance their friendship. However, Jiang Chen did miss many times because of Hu Weiwei and financial constraints. Now, he is free again. Naturally, his roommates would pull him back to the group as soon as possible. Looking at the enthusiastic and sincerely expectant eyes of my roommates, Jiang Chen felt warm in his heart and nodded without hesitation. Okay. No problem. I'll keep you company tonight. He is rich and has plenty of free time now, and his main focus is on experiencing and enjoying life. And just as he agreed, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Arrived as expected. Ding. It is detected that the host is about to participate in a group social activity and meets the potential conditions for displaying a super rich aura, triggering a new player turn. Player's turn, the grand display of the super rich I will pay for tonight's consumption. Background of the round: if you don't return home when you are rich, it's like walking in the night in fine clothes. As an ordinary rich man, it is basic to show your strength in front of your brothers and friends and gain their admiration and respect. Round requirements: in this group activity, take the initiative to cover all expenses, and use your own financial resources to bring enough shock to the people around you. Round rewards: randomly distribute rewards based on the final shock level rating. The higher the shock level, the richer the reward. Round time limit, 24 hours. Looking at this task, Jiang Chen's smile deepened. Show strength? Shock the people around you? This is a task tailor-made for him. Jiang Chen made a decision instantly. He looked at his roommates who were excitedly discussing which food stall to go to for a drink and which KTV to sing at cheaply in the evening, and coughed lightly, interrupting their discussion. Ahem, brothers. Jiang Chen showed a smile that showed he was an experienced person. It's good to celebrate my escape from misery. But we are all brothers. How can I let you spend money? The roommates were all stunned. Li Bin waved his hand. Hey! Old Jiang, what are you talking about? Do we brothers still care about this? We agreed to treat you. It's ours. Just wait and enjoy. Sun Yalong also nodded. Yes. Just lie down, Godfather. Come on, sons. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. I appreciate your kindness. But since you're celebrating for me, you have to follow my rules tonight. He paused and glanced at a few roommates who seemed a little confused. I'll decide the place. Consumption, I'll pay for it. You guys just need to be responsible for treating and having fun. What? We treat, but Jiang Chen pays? The roommates were stunned again. Looked at each other. Li Haoyu was the first to react and asked tentatively. Old Jiang, are you serious? Before he could finish, Jiang Chen waved his hand to interrupt him. I know what you want to say. Don't worry, money is not a problem. He paused and looked at his roommates who were still a little hesitant and worried. Suddenly I felt that it was time to show a little bit of my strength. He picked up his cell phone and made a call in front of everyone. The hands-free function is on. The call was connected quickly. A middle-aged man's voice came, extremely respectful and even a little flattering. Hello? Mr. Jiang. Hello? Hello? What can I do for you? It's Zhao Kai, manager of Miracle Fitness. Jiang Chen hasn't spoken yet. The other people in the dormitory were stunned again when they heard this name. Mr. Jiang? Jiang Chen said calmly into the phone. Manager Zhao, it's me. Please help me find out which nightclub in Jiangzhou City is the best, has the most fun, and has the most beauties? Zhao Kai on the other end of the phone obviously didn't expect Jiang Chen to suddenly ask this. After a pause, he replied more respectfully. Boss Jiang. If we talk about the highest end and top-notch place, it must be the Xinghui Club in the city center. It is a membership-based place with extremely strict security. Only the rich and powerful can go there. The decoration, drinks, services, and even, well, the quality of the girls are absolutely the best in the city. There is no other place that can compare. Jiang Chen nodded, okay. Then Xinghui. Book me a big booth with the best view tonight. Drinks and beverages package. Let's start with the dragon package, and add more if it's not enough. Oh, and arrange a few smarter waiters. God, the dragon suit? Zhao Kai's voice even changed tone. Full of shock. Boss Jian. That package, the minimum is 188,000. And it needs to be booked in advance. Is it too late to book now? Jiang Chen remained calm, as if he was not talking about hundreds of thousands, but a dozen yuan. Zhao Kai quickly changed his words. It's in time. It's in time. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. Others may not be able to make it in time. But you asked. Even if there is no room, I will make it for you. The best booth will definitely be reserved for you. The Dragon Suite. The best one. Arrange it right away. The waiter will definitely be the smartest and the most beautiful. I guarantee that you and your friends will have a great time. Satisfied. He patted his chest and made the promise, fearing that he would be negligent. Jiang Chen hummed. Okay, as for the time, we'll be there around 9:30. That's it. After saying that, he hung up the phone. The whole dormitory. At this moment, there was dead silence. The sausage in Sun Yalong's mouth fell onto the keyboard. Li Bin opened his mouth so wide that he could fit a basketball in it. Yuan's glasses slipped down his nose. Song Yan's guitar also fell to the ground with a clang. Li Haoyu seemed to be petrified, with a distorted expression of shock on his face. Star Club? Dragon suit? Just one for the first time? More if not enough? What did they hear? Is this the Jiang Chen they know? The Jiang Chen who could eat instant noodles for a month to save money and hesitated for a long time even when buying a bottle of Coke? Chapter 50, The Power of the Super Rich, You treat, I pay the bill. Several people turned their heads with difficulty and looked at Jiang Chen, their eyes filled with extreme shock, horror and admiration. Old Jiang. Sun Yalong's voice was trembling. You just. Are you kidding me? Jiang Chen looked at their expressions as if they had seen a ghost, and finally smiled with satisfaction. This is exactly the effect we want. This wave of system tasks should be quite shocking, right? He spread his hands and said with an innocent look. Are you kidding? I've already made reservations. What? You don't want to go? Still think it's too low grade? No. I want to go. I want to go so badly. Li Haoyu was the first to scream. He suddenly pounced in front of Jiang Chen and hugged his thighs. Godfather. My real father. You are my reborn parents. Xinghui. The dragon suit. Oh my god. I can't even dream of it. Godfather. From now on you are my real brother. No. You are my real father. You tell me to go east. I will never go west. You tell me to chase a dog. I will never catch a chicken. He was incoherent and almost crying with excitement. Several other people also reacted and gathered around. Fuck. Lao Jiang. You're awesome. Godfather. Take me flying. Jiang Chen, you are very secretive. Haha, money is indeed omnipotent. Now they finally believed that what Jiang Chen said before about getting back with his family was just modesty. How the hell is this reconciliation? This is clearly inheriting the family's mineral resources. And the level is so high that they can't even imagine it. For a while, the title of Godfather resounded throughout the entire dormitory 412. Jiang Chen looked at the group of cheap sons in front of him who seemed to be full of energy. The feeling of resentment and unwillingness that has been suppressed in my heart since my rebirth, as well as the resentment towards the tragic fate of my previous life. I felt extremely liberated at this moment. In his previous life, he gave everything for Hu Weiwei like a dog, but he couldn't even get his dignity back. Although it cost a lot to buy bags and clothes for Yan Shi and Pang Wenwen, I gained their gratitude, which was even the top emotional value. Look at these guys in front of me, they are at my service and providing great service. What a contrast. So damn vivid. It's so fucking cool. Really. Money, though, is not everything. But it can buy respect, status, service, emotional value. You can shut up those who look down on you. You can make those who are jealous of you envious. It can let the good friends around you enjoy the happiness. This is how spending money should be. The happiness it should be. All the sacrifices I made for that stupid woman who Wei. He is simply the most idiot in the universe. Figured this out. Jiang Qin just felt that his thoughts were clear and his whole body was relaxed. He waved his hand and said to his adopted sons who were still excited. That's enough. Stop howling. Hurry and put on your coolest clothes. Tonight. Starlight International. Godfather will show you the world. All expenses. It's on me. Oh. Godfather is awesome. Deafening cheers broke out in the dormitory again. 9:30 p.m. Star International Club. At the door. A 7-seater commercial vehicle slowly stopped. The car door opened. Jiang Chen got off the car first. He was wearing the top-quality handmade suit he bought at Hang Lung, and he had an upright posture and outstanding temperament. With that face that looked even more handsome and charming due to the charm value of 91, he instantly attracted everyone's attention. Immediately following, Sun Yalong, Li Bin, Li Haoyu, He Yuan Quan and Song Yan, 5 boys with different styles, also got off the car one after another. Although they tried hard to pretend that they often attended such occasions. But the excitement, nervousness and uneasiness that were hard to conceal in their eyes still exposed the essence of their first time. The greeters and waiters at the door saw this scene, especially the extraordinary demeanor of the leader Jiang Chen. He immediately came forward with the highest etiquette. His face was filled with the most professional and enthusiastic smile. Welcome to Xinghue International. Is this Mr. Jiang? Mr. Zhao has arranged the best booth for you. Please follow me. Jiang Chen nodded calmly and took the 5 roommates who acted like bodyguards behind him. Walked into the most top-notch gold-spending den in Zhengzhou City. The interior of the club is extremely luxurious. The deafening top-notch speakers play the most exciting electronic music. The dazzling and blurry lights swept across the men and women who were twisting their bodies wildly on the dance floor. The air is filled with the scent of expensive perfume, alcohol, and hormones. The life is full of luxury and life. Jiang Chen was taken directly to an extra-large luxurious booth with the best location and the widest view in the entire hall. The table was already filled with various top-quality foreign wines, champagnes, exquisite fruit plates, and snacks. A dazzling array. There were several tall, beautiful waitresses standing around, wearing sexy uniforms. Always ready to provide the most considerate service. What a scene! What a scene! It is worthy of being called the Dragon Set. In an instant, Jiang Chen's status was brought to the extreme. Fuck! Sun Yalong and others looked at the scene in front of them, which they had only seen in movies, and felt that their eyes were almost not enough. My breathing became rapid. Too fucking luxurious. It's so fucking exciting. After a few people sat down, a waiter immediately came forward and poured wine attentively. Jiang Chen picked up a glass of mellow whiskey with ice. I raised my glass to a few roommates who were still a little reserved. Come on, brothers, don't be polite. Let's have fun tonight. Don't leave until you're drunk. Okay. Thank you, Godfather. Godfather is awesome. The roommates finally reacted and quickly picked up their glasses to clink glasses with Jiang Chen excitedly. Then, he began to look around the surroundings in confusion. Look at those beauties wearing cool and sexy clothes who are constantly casting curious glances at this side. Jiang Chen looked at them with an inexperienced look. It's funny in my heart. Don't worry about them. I sipped the wine in my glass, admired the dancing of the crowd on the dance floor, and felt the joy of unbridled indulgence. He picked up his phone and took a look at WeChat. Both Peng Wanwan and Yan Shi sent him messages saying good night and go to bed early. He simply replied and ignored it. Tonight is a carnival for brothers. However, after 3 rounds of drinks, the atmosphere became increasingly lively, and my roommates also relaxed and started laughing loudly. But Li Haoyu, the socialite, suddenly felt as if something was missing. He glanced at the gentleman sitting in the booth. He took another look at the beautiful women swaying gracefully and sexy on the dance floor. He rolled his eyes, moved closer to Jiang Chen, and said with a chuckle, "That, foster father. Just drinking, isn't that a bit dry? How about calling a few sisters over to play together?" Chapter 51, Damn. That table is really awesome. Star International Club. The lights and shadows are blurry, and the sounds are booming. The swaying figures on the dance floor and the noisy atmosphere of clinking glasses in the booths together constitute the most luxurious music of the city at night. And in another corner booth of the club, which is relatively quiet, the atmosphere is more elegant. Meng Yuqian was holding a glass of attractive pink cocktail, with a faint smile on her face after being relieved of the burden of work. She was chatting in a low voice with the three best friends around her. Today, for her, Meng Yuqian, it is undoubtedly an extremely important day. The problem of startup capital that had troubled her for a long time and even kept her awake at night was completely solved in a way she had never imagined by a student with amazing financial resources and a sharp vision. 5 million. Angel round. Although the 70% controlling stake made her feel painful for a while. But Jiang Chen later demonstrated a deep understanding of her project model, as well as his absolute trust in her, saying, "I'll give you money, spend it as you like, and I believe in your ability." But it filled her heart with unprecedented excitement and pride. She seemed to have seen the first cornerstone of her business empire being firmly laid. Naturally, I would share this joy with my closest sisters first. So, after some reluctance, her three best girlfriends boldly booked the Xinghui booth. He said he wanted to celebrate for her and celebrate the new chapter of her life that was about to begin. Sitting on Meng Yuqian's left is a short-haired beauty wearing a neatly tailored Chanel suit, with a capable temperament and sharp eyes. Her name is Lin Wei. She is an elite lawyer with a certain reputation in the industry. She is also Meng Yuqian's college roommate and best friend for many years. "Qianqian, you are too amazing, aren't you? You were complaining to me about the difficulty of raising funds yesterday, but today you have directly secured a 5 million angel round? Are you sure you are not a scammer?" Lin Wei took a sip of the whiskey in the glass, her eyes behind the lenses showing a hint of scrutiny and worry. Sitting opposite Meng Yuqian was a long-legged beauty wearing the latest fashions and with exquisite makeup. Her name is Su Xiaoxiao. She comes from a wealthy family and is a typical white, rich, and beautiful girl. She is also a well-known fashion blogger and socialite. She has a lively and outgoing personality and loves to play and make noises. Su Xiaoxiao immediately retorted, "Oh, Sister Weiwei. Why do you always think the worst of people? Our Qianqiang has such a keen eye. Anyone who can please her and is willing to invest in him must be extraordinary." She moved closer to Meng Yuqian excitedly. "Tell me quickly. That Mr. Jiang. Who is he? Is he handsome? Does he have a mind at home and come out to experience life?" There was a burning fire of gossip in her eyes. Sitting next to Su Xiaoxiao was a classical beauty with a gentle temperament and wearing a simple long dress. Her name was Qinya, and she was a young painter of some fame. She also said softly to Meng Yuqian, "Qianqian, no matter what, you were able to get the investment and solve the biggest problem. We are all happy for you. This cup, I wish you a bright future." She raised the glass of juice in her hand. Meng Yuqian looked at the three best friends in front of her who were truly worried about her, happy for her, and wishing her the best. A warm feeling surged in her heart, and a smile from the heart appeared on her pretty face. "Thank you. Don't worry, although Mr. Jiang is young, I feel that he is not a simple person. As for the specific situation, I will tell you in detail when I have the chance." She did not reveal much information about Jiang Chen. Seeing that she didn't want to say more, Lin Wei didn't ask any more questions. He just reminded, "In short, you should be more careful. When it comes to large sums of money and company equity, the contract terms must be carefully reviewed. Don't be deceived and help others count money." Su Xiaoxiao was even more curious. "What about him? Such an important investor, why didn't you invite him to celebrate with you? Can we sisters also help you with some advice?" Meng Yuqian's eyes flickered. "He seems a little tired, and said he wants to rest early." The money was transferred directly to her, so if anyone was to be cheated, it would be Mr. Jiang who was cheated. Meng Yuqian was touched in her heart, but also complained a little. She thought of Jiang Chen's tired look, and her cheeks felt slightly hot. Besides, he is still a student. He may not like this kind of occasion. What happened to the students? Su Xiaoxiao immediately retorted. "Students are great. Young. Handsome. And rich. They are simply the best of the best. Qianqian, you better hurry up. If you miss this kind of treasure, you will never have it again." She had an expression of disappointment with iron but not steel. Qinya also smiled gently. Yes, Zhangxiang, if you meet the right one, don't miss it. As Meng Yuqian listened to her bestie's teasing and instigation, Jiang Chen's calm, confident, and playful eyes involuntarily emerged in her mind. And his words, you currently lack the qualities that attract me. Her heartbeat quickened for no reason and a blush appeared on her face. Meng Yuqian quickly picked up the wineglass to cover up. Hey, stop talking nonsense. Drink, drink. After she took a sip, she immediately said, I'm going to the bathroom, you guys drink first. After saying that, she stood up and walked towards the bathroom. At the same time, the luxurious booths at the other end of the lecture hall. Jiang Chen looked at his roommate's eyes, which had become somewhat agitated due to the alcohol and the stimulating environment. Jiang Chen was too lazy to spoil their fun. Anyway, the mission tonight is to shock them and make them have fun. He waved his hand indifferently. If you want to find someone to hang out with, just go ahead and strike up a conversation with whoever you like. Or, can I ask the manager here to arrange it? He pointed to the waiter standing nearby. If you need anything, I'll tell them. With his current funds, he can really do whatever he wants here. After all, the more he spends, the more he may earn later. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Li Haoyu's eyes lit up. But then, Li Bin patted his shoulder vigorously, with a hint of drunken heroism and some persistence on his face. Fuck. Lao Jiang. Who do you think our brothers are? I want you to spend money to go out and have fun with my sister? Then what have we become? Freeloaders? He shouted with his neck stiffened. Obviously, he was shocked by Jiang Chen's generosity. But subconsciously, he still wanted to help Jiang Chen save as much money as possible. This reminded Jiang Chen of Hu Weiwei again. What a spendthrift she was. All she did was spend money and she had no brains at all. Sun Yalong also nodded quickly. Yes, yes, yes. Brother Bin is right. We can't always spend our adoptive father's money. That's outrageous. Li Haoyu also patted his chest and said, That's right. Old Jiang. Don't worry. I'm your brother. We call each other Jiang the Great Lover. Watch me show you my skills. I promise to find you some pretty girls to drink with you tonight. He Yuan Quan continued to drink the drink in the cup quietly. He pushed his glasses and said nothing. But there was also a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Song Yan crossed his arms and snorted coldly, oh, vulgar. But he couldn't help but glance towards the dance floor. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh secretly as he looked at the way they clearly wanted it but were trying too hard to save face. Okay. Only by letting them experience the cruelty of society themselves can they more deeply appreciate the power of money. He smiled and nodded. Okay, then I'll wait and see. It depends on your ability. Ask for logistical support anytime. Okay. Just wait and see. Li Haoyu and Li Bin were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. He immediately adjusted his hairstyle and clothes, which he thought looked very handsome, and walked towards a few young girls at the edge of the dance floor who looked pretty and had good figures. However, ideals are full and reality is skinny. In less than 5 minutes, Li Haoyu and Li Bin returned covered in dust. Embarrassment written all over his face. How's it going? Did it work? Sun Yalong asked curiously. Li Haoyu said pa and cursed. Damn it. This woman now. Her eyes are on top of her head. I'm so handsome. So sincere. And you rolled your eyes at me? And you said something like, can't you see I'm busy? You call being busy rolling dice with the old man next to you busy? Li Bin also looked unhappy. My situation is even worse. I just said hello beautiful lady and the other party immediately said get away from me, don't delay me from hooking up with a rich man. Damn it. I'm so pissed off. The other roommates looked at each other in bewilderment, feeling a little sympathetic and a little like laughing. Jiang Chen picked up the wineglass and took a sip leisurely, with a smile on his face that said as expected. That's the reality. In this kind of top nightclub, without enough strength and good looks, how can you expect to get something for nothing? It's basically just a pipe dream. The women here can tell at a glance whether you are a real boss or just a pretender. Li Bin is a sports student with a good figure. Li Haoyu is better at dressing up, but he looks too ordinary in this environment. It's normal to be ignored. Looking at the dejected looks of his two brothers, Jiang Chen smiled, put down his wine glass, and stood up. Okay, just watch me. Old Jiang, are you going to take action yourself? Li Haoyu was stunned. What else? Jiang Chen straightened his expensive handmade suit. Li Haoyu suddenly rolled his eyes and pointed to a booth in another direction not far away, where sat several beautiful women with outstanding temperament and appearance. He said to Jiang Chen, Lao Jiang, if you have the ability, go and try that table. That table is not simple. I just observed for a long time and at least a dozen men approached them, but they were all rejected. They didn't even get to say a word. Besides, look at the drinks they ordered. Li Haoyu lowered his voice. They are all top-notch aces of spades. You can tell at a glance that he is a wealthy man. If you can take that table down, I'll really respect you. From now on, you say one thing and I won't say two. Upon hearing this, several other roommates also looked in the direction Li Haoyu pointed. Sure enough, I saw three top-notch urban beauties sitting in the booth over there, both in terms of appearance, figure and dress. Their temperaments are different, some are cool, some are intellectual, and some are charming. But they all exude a goddess aura that keeps strangers away. She ruthlessly rejected any man who tried to get close to her, appearing extremely unattainable. Fuck. That table is really the best. Li Bin stared with his eyes wide open. Sun Yalong also echoed. Yes, yes. If only I could. Chapter 52, I am afraid that my brothers will suffer, but I am also afraid that my brothers will drive a Land Rover. Over there at the booth. Lin Wei, Su Xiaoxiao, and Qinya, three top beauties with different temperaments, have just rejected another wave of successful people who tried to approach them. There was a hint of fatigue and boredom on their faces. If it wasn't tea to celebrate for Meng Yucheng. In fact, they don't really like the overly noisy and mixed environment of Xinghui. Especially Lin Wei, as an elite lawyer, she prefers to have valuable social interactions with people of equal status in quiet private clubs. Although Su Xiaoxiao loves to play, she prefers to hold theme parties with the socialites in her circle. She found this kind of public chatting up boring. Not to mention Qinya, this beautiful woman with an artistic temperament, who is quiet by nature. If Su Xiaoxiao hadn't dragged her here, she would rather stay in the studio. So, when they saw another man walking towards them with a glass of wine, the first reactions of the three were almost exactly the same. Frown, ignore, and prepare to refuse. Lin Wei had already prepared her standard polite order to leave. However, when Jiang Chen really approached and stopped in front of the booth, there was a gentle smile on his face that was just the right amount. The three knowledgeable beauties were stunned almost at the same time. They looked at the boy in front of them who was a little too young but so handsome that it took their breath away. Feel the self-confidence and calmness in him that cannot be described in words but is real. For a while, the thick prejudices that had already been established in their hearts. There was a slight looseness unconsciously. Especially when their gazes fell on Jiang Chen's deep, calm eyes that seemed to contain the stars and the sea. It was even more frightening in my heart. This young man is not simple. His eyes are so steady. There was none of the nervousness, awkwardness, or even trembling that ordinary young men would have when facing beauties of their level. What we do have is just an equal appreciation, or even a calmness that comes from having seen through all the glitz and glamour. This feeling is wonderful. They couldn't help but feel very curious. Li Haoyu and others in the booth in the distance saw Jiang Chen walking over. My heart was in my throat. Fuck. Old Jiang really went there. He talked to those women. It's over, it's over. Look at the expressions of those women. They seem a little impatient. Sun Yalong rubbed his hands nervously. Li Bin also frowned. I told you. That table is too difficult to handle. Old Jiang is going to fail this time. Even He Yuanquan and Song Yan's eyes were fixed on that place. They hoped that Jiang Chen would succeed, but at the same time, they also felt that Jiang Chen might really hit a wall this time. However, what happened next almost made their eyes pop out of their heads. After a brief silence, the most fashionable and lively beauty appeared. It turns out, he actually took the initiative to pick up the wine glass. With an extremely bright and charming smile on her face, she said something to Jiang Chen. Then she actually clinked glasses with Jiang Chen. And drank it all in one gulp? Then, the short-haired beauty with the coldest temperament and the most unapproachable look actually picked up the wine glass, although she only took a sip. But there was clearly a hint of smile on the corner of his mouth. At last. That gentle classical beauty also raised her juice cup and nodded and smiled at Jiang Chen. What the hell? What's going on? The style of painting is wrong? Where's the hell difficulty level? Where's the cold rejection? How come these three top beauties became different people as soon as Lao Jian left? Not only did I not refuse. Instead, they had a great conversation? Li Haoyu, Li Bin and Sun Yalong felt that their brains had crashed again. They rubbed their eyes hard, wondering if they were hallucinating because they drank too much. Am I seeing right? Sun Yalong asked stutteringly. They accepted Lao Zhang's toast? Li Bin was also confused. It seems so, and we are chatting about it? Li Haoyu screamed like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Those rich second generations were all beaten back just now. Why is it that only old Jiang can do it? Does being handsome really mean you can do whatever you want? He Yuanquan pushed up his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses gleaming with wisdom. Maybe, it's not just because of appearance. The demeanor displayed by Jiang Chen's words and actions just now is very special. Song Yan also spoke in a rare and complicated tone. It's a kind of confidence, a kind of calmness, as if everything is under control. This kind of temperament is indeed very attractive, especially to women. Just as they were shocked in guessing. Over there, Jiang Chen happily finished his first glass of wine with the three beauties. They did not sit down immediately as they had invited. Instead, they kept a polite distance. At this moment, Su Xiaoxiao, who had been the most enthusiastic and proactive, suddenly rolled her eyes. He gave Jiang Chen a sly smile. Brother, drinking alone is boring. How about playing a game with us? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. Oh? What game? Su Xiaoxiao pointed at herself. He then pointed at Lin Wei and Qinya next to him. He said with a smile. Little brother, you seem to be quite familiar with this place? How about you guess our three occupations? And guess, who among us is coming to a nightclub for the first time? She paused, then threw out the bait. If you guessed all correctly, I'll treat you to all the drinks tonight. And, we'll drink with you as long as you want. How do you think? This bet is quite big. Xinghui's top quality spade champagne costs tens of thousands per bottle. Their table has already opened 2 bottles. Add in other miscellaneous expenses, and one night of drinking would cost at least tens of thousands. What is even more tempting is the sentence that follows. We'll drink with you as long as you want to sit. This is an irresistible temptation for any man. Although Li Haoyu and others who were sitting in the booths far away couldn't hear the specific content, they guessed that it must be some explosive content when they saw Su Xiaoxiao's sweet smile and eyes moving as she spoke to Jiang Chen. Everyone was so envious that their eyes were almost red. Lin Wei and Qinya did not expect Su Xiaoxiao to suddenly make such a request, and they were both slightly stunned. But they did not stop him. Instead, they all looked at Jiang Chen with interest. I also seem to be curious about how this mysterious young man will respond. If I guess, how many of them can I guess correctly? Jiang Chen looked at the 3 beauties in front of him. They had very different styles but were all equally beautiful. Laughing secretly in my heart. Guess the occupation? Guess which number you are coming for. Is this difficult for me? If it were in the past, he might have had to rely on guessing. But now. He is a man with the attribute bonus of intelligence plus 10. This plus 10 intelligence is not as simple as simply raising IQ. According to the system's explanation, intellectual attributes are extremely complex. It involves many aspects such as logical thinking, memory, observation, imagination, creativity, etc. This ability of ordinary people is influenced by many factors, including innate genetics, acquired education, environmental experience, etc. It simply cannot be quantified with a simple number. The intelligence points rewarded by the system are used to comprehensively strengthen and improve these basic abilities on his existing basis. Therefore, the improvement of these 10 points is far less simple and direct than the improvement of hard indicators such as physical fitness, but it is more effective. For example, when looking at the same person, ordinary people may only see the appearance, clothes, and expression. But now Jiang Chen can, as if he has opened his third eye, capture countless details that ordinary people cannot notice. And through powerful logical analysis and memory association capabilities, it can quickly infer the information hidden behind these details. At this moment, facing Su Xiaoxiao's challenge, Jiang Chen's brain instantly started working at high speed. His eyes swept across the three beauties in front of him quickly and calmly like the most sophisticated scanner. Su Xiaoxiao, wearing the latest fashion brand. Her makeup is exquisite, her accessories are exaggerated, her nails are done with shiny manicure, her eyes are lively and smart, with a hint of cunning, and her voice is jumpy and fast. I check my phone very frequently. On his wrist was a limited edition watch that looked expensive. Coming to a place like Xinghui should be a common occurrence for her, and it definitely can't be the first time. Xinya, wearing a plain long dress, had a gentle and peaceful temperament and wore almost no makeup. Clean fingers, no manicure. His eyes were clear, with a tranquility that didn't belong here. He seemed a little uncomfortable with the hustle and bustle around him. He always held the juice glass in his hand, spoke very little, and mainly listened. On her wrist she wore a bracelet made of agarwood that looked very old. He is introverted and doesn't like noise. Most likely, you were dragged here, and this is most likely your first time. Lin Wei, wearing a Chanel suit, meticulous, capable, and gold-rimmed glasses. His eyes were sharp, his logic was clear, and his tone of voice was calm. But his words were precise and flawless, his fingers were slender, and there were very light calluses on his fingertips from holding a pen or typing on the keyboard for a long time. Wearing a low-key and luxurious women's watch on the wrist. Although she was also drinking, her posture was elegant and her eyes were clear, and it was obvious that she could drink a lot. Or have great self-control. Moreover, she sat upright, always maintaining a professional alertness and observation. As for whether it is the first time here? Jiang Chen noticed that she seemed to adapt well to the environment. But when his eyes scan the menu and the waiters around him, he subconsciously reveals his professional habit of quick assessment. This suggests that she may not fully understand the rules here. So, it's probably the first time. Chapter 53, Damn. ISNT Teacher Meng Awesome? Just a few seconds. Jiang Chen's brain has completed the processing and analysis of massive amounts of information. A confident smile appeared on his face. He raised his head, met the curious, expectant and inquiring gazes of the three girls, and began his performance. He first looked at Su Xiaoxiao and said with a smile, "My beautiful lady, if I'm not mistaken, you should be a fashion blogger who walks in the forefront of fashion, or a little princess from a wealthy family. Judging from your familiarity with this place, this must not be your first time to Xinghui, right?" He deliberately made a joke. Su Xiaoxiao heard this and chuckled and admitted openly, "Brother, you have good taste. I'm just a low-level fashion blogger. As for Xinghui, I've been here a few times." She looked at Jiang Chen with even more appreciation. "You can actually guess my occupation?" Jiang Chen turned to Qinya again, his tone becoming gentle and respectful. This beauty has a gentle temperament like water, quiet and elegant. Her fingers are clean, and the agarwood on her wrist is simple. Her eyes are clear, and she seems to be not used to the hustle and bustle here. "I guess, you should be an artist? For example, a painter? Moreover, a beauty with your temperament must be the first time to set foot in a place like this." Xinya's eyes flashed with obvious surprise and shyness when she heard this. She nodded gently and said softly, "You guessed right. I'm a painter. This is, indeed, my first time here. Xiaoxiao dragged me here." There was also a bit more curiosity and favor in her eyes when she looked at Jiang Chen. I felt deeply moved that this boy had a keen eye for observation and knew how to respect others. Finally, Jiang Chen's gaze fell on Lin Wei and he smiled slightly. "As for this beautiful lady, the Chanel suit is well tailored, representing your status and taste. Your sharp eyes and clear logic show that you have a careful mind and excellent eloquence. The calluses on your fingertips are the traces of long-term desk work. The watch is low-key and luxurious, which suits your professional characteristics. I'm guessing you're a very successful lawyer?" Lin Wei's eyes behind the lenses suddenly shrank. There was an even bigger wave in my heart. He actually even figured this out? And the analysis is so precise? Didn't wait for her to respond. Jiang Chen continued. "As for whether this is your first time here, I noticed that although you seem to be very comfortable with the environment, your eyes tell me that you seem to be subconsciously evaluating some of the rules here, such as the price of drinks, service procedures, etc. Plus, given your rigorous and capable style, I guess that places like Xinghui are not places you often visit. So, I guess this is also your first time in Xinghui." The words fell. Lin Wei was completely shocked. She looked at Jiang Chen's face with a confident smile. I feel as if I have been completely seen through. This young man's powers of observation and reasoning. It's simply a monster. She took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in her heart, and for the first time, showed a smile that came from the heart and was full of appreciation. You guessed it all right. I am indeed a lawyer, and it is indeed my first time here at Xinghui. She raised her wineglass and said solemnly to Jiang Chen. This cup is for your eyesight. I, Lin Wei, accept defeat. This table tonight is mine. She actually wanted to fulfill the bet. Tens of thousands may not mean much to her, but this frankness and conviction come from the heart. Facing Lin Wei's surrender, Jiang Chen smiled and waved his hand. Lawyer Lin, you are too serious. I am just guessing. How can you let a beautiful woman pay for her own wine? He looked at Su Xiaoxiao and Qinya, then at Lin Wei, with a sincere smile on his face. Besides, it is an honor for me to drink with three beauties at the same table. My friends. He pointed in the direction of his roommates and continued, I've always wanted to come over and get to know the three beauties, but they're shy and thin-skinned. Why don't we all share a table and have some fun together? All the expenses for tonight will be on me. He extended the invitation to share the table very naturally. Lin Wei, Su Xiaoxiao, and Qinya looked at each other and saw smiles in each other's eyes and a stronger interest in Jiang Chen. This boy is not only smart, handsome, rich, and elegant. And you know how to take care of your friends. The EQ is too high. Su Xiaoxiao immediately made the decision. Great. It's more fun with more people. My brother's friends are our friends. Let them come over and play together. Lin Wei and Qinya also smiled and nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Jiang Chen waved to his roommates who were completely dumbfounded in the booths far away. Motion them over. Li Haoyu, Li Bin, Sun Yelong and others walked over dazed like puppets, their eyes still full of shock and fanatical admiration. When they actually walked up to these three top-notch beauties. I was so nervous that I didn't know where to put my hands and feet, and I didn't even dare to say a word. They can clearly feel the confidence and aura of the upper-class elite emanating from these three beauties. That was the kind of class gap they could only see on TV or in magazines. It was so stressful that they could hardly breathe. It's just like facing teacher Meng Yuqiang at the podium during class. No. Even more intense than that. At least teacher Meng is still a teacher, and Lin Wei, Su Xiaoxiao, and Qinya are warm and friendly to Jiang Chen. But towards these friends of Jiang Chen who were obviously ordinary college students, he just maintained a polite and distant smile, simply greeted them, and no longer paid too much attention to them. Their attention was still firmly fixed on Jiang Chen. Su Xiaoxiao would enthusiastically pour wine and pick snacks for Jiang Chen, and occasionally talk about interesting topics to make Jiang Chen laugh. Lin Wei would occasionally exchange a few words with Jiang Chen about some social phenomenon or business issue, and the admiration in her eyes grew stronger. Qinya would smile quietly by the side, and from time to time she would look at Jiang Chen with her gentle and clear eyes, as if she wanted to engrave his appearance into her mind and capture artistic inspiration. This obvious difference in treatment made Li Haoyu and others feel like a bottle of overturned 5 flavors, all kinds of tastes, sweet, sour, bitter, spicy and salty. Oh shit. We are all men. Why is the gap so big? We came over, but they ignored us. As soon as Lao Jiang speaks, they can't wait to stick to him? Although I feel very uncomfortable. However, being able to sit at the same table and drink with 3 such top goddesses is an experience they would never dare to imagine in their lifetime. Moreover, Jiang Chen was so considerate, not only did he seduce the goddess himself, but he also remembered to help his brothers. Let them come and experience it too. This friendship. Worth it. Several people looked at each other. They all secretly decided in their hearts that they must hold on to Jiang Chen's thighs in the future. Follow my godfather. There is meat to eat. Although they didn't interact much with the beauties, it was mainly because they didn't have the courage to do so. But being able to sit here, feel the atmosphere of a top nightclub, drink top-notch foreign liquor, and watch my godfather chatting and laughing freely among the beauties. They also feel proud of it. It's great. At least they can brag about it when they go back to school. But the confusion in her heart about Jiang Chen's methods of picking up girls grew deeper and deeper. This guy used to be a bootleaker whose legs went weak when he saw Hu Weiwei. How come he seems to have opened up his run and do meridians after breaking up? He can easily win over a goddess of this level? Could it be that? Can breaking up really make people grow? Or was he just pretending before? A few people were puzzled and decided to ask for advice after returning. The atmosphere in this booth gradually became lively. Everyone has different thoughts. Suddenly, Li Haoyu has sharp eyes. They saw a familiar and awe-inspiring figure slowly walking towards them. FFFF. Li Haoyu was so scared that he almost spilled the wine in the glass. He pulled Li Bin and Sun Yalong beside him so hard that their voices changed. Hurry, look. Who is that? Li Bin and Sun Yalong subconsciously looked in the direction of his finger. Next second, their faces turned pale in an instant. His eyes were filled with incredible shock and the kind of fear that a student would have when meeting the Dean of Studies. Even He Yuanquan, who had always been calm and composed, and Song Yan, who had always pretended to be aloof, couldn't help but stiffen when they saw the person coming. His eyes became dull instantly. It was as if he had seen some incredible natural enemy. Not far away, they saw Meng Yuqiang, their iceberg queen teacher, walking towards them with graceful steps. Chapter 54. The teacher is coming? Don't panic, play games first. Li Haoyu, Sun Yalong, Li Bin, He Yuanquan and Song Yan looked at it almost at the same time as if they were electrocuted. Next second, their faces all turned pale as if they had seen a ghost. His eyes were filled with incredible shock. There is an illusion that a primary school student was caught by the class teacher while reading comics in class. Meng. Sun Yalong's lips were trembling and he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Li Bin's sturdy body suddenly stiffened. He Yuanquan's glasses slipped down his nose again, but he didn't bother to fix them at this moment. He just stared with his eyes wide open as if petrified. Song Yan was even more exaggerated. He shivered and almost slipped off the sofa. Teacher Meng Yuqiang. She? Why is she here, in this place at this time? It's over. Barbie is cute. This is completely screwed. Several roommates felt like their hearts were about to stop and their minds went blank. After all, teacher Meng Yuqiang is a well-known ice queen in Jiangzhou University. Although she is extremely beautiful, it is difficult for people to have the courage to look at her directly even if they meet her at school. She caught the students fooling around outside the school at this time, especially in a top nightclub with bright lights and wine. For a moment, several roommates felt as if they had been struck by lightning and their hands and feet were cold. I wish I could find a hole in the ground to crawl into right away. However, just as they were trembling like frightened birds, Jiang Chen seemed to be completely unaware of the approaching danger. Or rather, it was intentional. The original purpose of tonight was to shock my good brothers and get rewards. He still sat calmly in the middle of the booth, with his signature calm and confident look on his face. I even had the leisure to pick up a plump red grape and peel it slowly. Meng Yuqiang's three best friends, Lin Wei, Su Xiaoxiao, and Qinya, naturally also noticed Meng Yuqiang's return. Instead, they all smiled with a mixture of mockery and anticipation at the same time. Especially Su Xiaoxiao. She winked at Jiang Chen slyly and said in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, "Little brother, you have to hurry up. Otherwise, when someone comes later, it might be inconvenient to play." Her words were obviously hinting at Jiang Chen, and were also secretly teasing him. Lin Wei and Qinya couldn't help laughing, they knew Meng Yuqiang too well. They knew that she usually looked cold and serious, but in front of her best friends, she would occasionally reveal her feminine side. They were also looking forward to seeing what would happen when Meng Yuqiang discovered that they were having a great time playing with the little boy. What kind of expression would that be? Jiang Chen naturally understood the implication of Su Xiaoxiao's words. Of course, he had noticed Meng Yuqiang approaching, but he still pretended not to know, and even curled up a more playful smile at the corner of his mouth. It's all about the heartbeat. The fun is all about excitement. Flirting with her best friend right under teacher Meng's nose. This feeling seems quite exciting. He handed the peeled grapes in his hand to Su Xiaoxiao, who was closest to him. Su Xiaoxiao opened her mouth without hesitation to take it, and then slowly said, "I have correctly guessed the occupations and frequency of the three sisters. Now, it's my turn." Meng Yuqiang had just come out of the bathroom and was actually in a good mood. After all, a huge investment of 5 million was implemented, although the process was somewhat unexpected. But the result is good. Her project can finally be launched. She was going to go back to the booth and have a great night with her girlfriends. However, as soon as I approached, she keenly noticed that the atmosphere in the booth was a little wrong. My three best friends were sitting so close to a young boy. Moreover, judging from their expressions, they seemed to be having a pretty good time chatting. Especially Su Xiao. She even let the boy feed her grapes himself? What is going on? How long have you been away? These girls are teasing men? Meng Yuqiang frowned slightly. Her eyes fell on the boy who seemed particularly calm and composed sitting among the three girls. It's him? Jiang Chen? Why is he here? And with my girlfriends? Mixed together? Meng Yuqiang was stunned for a moment. There was even a brief blank in my brain. And just in those few seconds when she was stunned. In the booth, Jiang Chen's devilish voice sounded again. Moreover, she said this to her three best friends. Since I guessed correctly, my three sisters, should we? He deliberately prolonged the sound. His eyes swept across the three girls' pretty faces, which showed expressions of expectation, curiosity, and charm. Finally, he said the second half of the sentence with a grin. You fulfilled your promise and drank with me? While he was speaking, he even stretched out his hand very naturally, wanting to hug Su Xiao, who was closest to him, in a very gentlemanly manner. This scene, in Meng Yuqiang's eyes, was simply. This is intolerable. This kid. He actually dared to flirt with my best friend in front of me? What did he think of the future business partner he had just invested in? An indescribable anger and jealousy that she herself was not aware of instantly rushed to Meng Yuqiang's head. It made her temporarily forget about her modesty, her identity, her calmness, her rationality. She subconsciously wanted to yell. However, before she could speak. Next to her, her good students Li Bin and Li Haoyu finally found an opportunity to remind Jiang Chen. They were so frightened by the angry look in Teacher Meng's eyes that they no longer cared about anything else. They hurriedly pulled Jiang Chen frantically and reminded him in a mosquito-like voice with a crying tone. Old Jiang. Boss. Godfather. Stop playing. Look. Look behind you. Yes, it's Teacher Meng. Teacher Meng is here. She seems angry. They are really scared. They were afraid that Teacher Meng would punish all of them together. Jiang Chen finally reluctantly turned his head and looked at the icy and stunning face that was so close behind him. His face showed just the right amount of confusion and bewilderment at being disturbed. He seemed to have just seen Meng Yuqiang, and even asked in a surprised and curious tone. Ha? Teacher Meng? Why are you here? It's so late, haven't you rested yet? Puff. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the roommates next to me almost vomited blood on the spot. They all looked at Jiang Chen as if he were a god. My dad. Are you really not afraid of death? How dare you ask Teacher Meng a question at this time? This is simply dancing in front of the king of hell. You are really asking for trouble. They could already foresee the thunderous rage that would follow from Teacher Meng. Everyone was so scared that they wanted to curl up into a ball immediately to reduce their presence. Meng Yuqiang was also stunned when she heard Jiang Chen's question, which was like the guest taking the initiative. Then, an unprecedented sense of absurdity and shame surged into her heart like a volcano erupting. Her pretty face, which was already slightly flushed due to anger, suddenly turned as red as blood. Even the snow-white neck and delicate earlobes were dyed with a layer of attractive pink. Yes. He was right. Oh. Be a role model yourself. How could? Why are you in a nightclub at this time? And how could he be so unlucky that he was caught by his own student or the boss who just invested 5 million in him? Meng Yuqiang had an inexplicable sense of shame as if she had been caught having an affair. Although the nature of the affair was completely different, it did not prevent her from feeling embarrassed. I wish I could find a hole in the ground to crawl into right away. She even forgot that she was angry just now because she saw Jiang Chen hooking up with her best friend. Now, there was only one thought in her mind. It's over. The tall, professional and perfect image of me in his mind, what she thought of herself, completely collapsed. For a moment, the queen who was usually so majestic and in control of everything in the classroom suddenly had a rare brain freeze and was at a loss. She stood there with panicked eyes and slightly parted red lips, wanting to explain something but not knowing where to start. The roommates who saw this scene were completely stunned. Li Haoyu and others looked at each other. His eyes were filled with huge question marks and disbelief. What's going on? The script is wrong? Teacher Meng shouldn't have gotten so angry and lost his temper on the spot. Curse them to pieces? Why is it that now it is teacher Meng who looks guilty, embarrassed, and at a loss as if he has been caught doing something wrong? Could it be that Lao Zhan's series of operations just now were actually on the 5th floor? Hiss. How terrifying. Is this still the old Zhang they know? It's simply a monster. No. It's a god. At this extremely weird and awkward moment. Next to them, Meng Yuchang's 3 best friends who had been watching the show finally couldn't help themselves. Su Xiaoxiao was the first to react. She looked at Meng Yuchang, who was confused and at a loss. Then he looked at the boys next to him who were afraid to breathe as if they had seen a ghost. Finally, his gaze fell on Jiang Chen, who was still calm and composed, and even had a mischievous smile on his face. There was a flash of understanding in his eyes. She nudged Lin Wei and Qinya next to her with her elbow. Then, he pretended to be surprised and asked Meng Yuchang. Oh? Qian? No. You know each other? Chapter 55. I call you teacher at school, you call me outside. Su Xiaoxiao's voice, which contained 3 parts of surprise and 7 parts of mischief, was like a stone thrown into the silent lake. As she asked this question, everyone's attention was once again focused on Meng Yuchang and Jiang Chen. Especially Meng Yuchang's 3 best friends. Lin Wei, Su Xiaoxiao, Qinya. They looked at their sisters, who were rarely seen blushing and at a loss, and even looked guilty and flustered as if they had been caught. Then look at the young boy opposite who was still calm and composed, and the young people who are huddled behind Jiang Chen like quails, not daring to breathe. They are so smart that they can guess that there must be some huge gossip inside. At this moment, Jiang Chen's roommates were like 5 groundhogs with their ears pricked up, staring at Meng Yuchang with wide eyes, waiting for her answer. Their hearts were in their throats. Being stared at by everyone, Meng Yuchang felt her cheeks getting even hotter. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down, trying to regain her dignity and composure as a teacher. She cleared her throat and looked at her best friends as calmly as possible. Yes. I know him. This classmate Jiang Chen is my student. She paused, as if she felt that just saying this was a bit thin. Or maybe, you want to save some face in front of your best friend? For some unknown reason, she added another sentence, a sentence that made the temperature in the booth soar again. He is a very thoughtful and excellent student. Boom. If Jiang Chen's appearance and interaction just now only made the girlfriends group feel interesting and not simple, then Meng Yuchang's praise at this moment, which was obviously shy but also undisguisedly appreciative, was like a bolt from the blue. It instantly ignited the burning gossip spirit in the hearts of the 3 women. Student? Great ideas? Excellent? And even this ice queen who is always so arrogant and never speaks kindly to men showed such a coy attitude? If there is nothing in here, they won't believe it even if you kill them. Student? Su Xiaoxiao was the first to scream. She suddenly moved closer to Meng Yuchang, her beautiful eyes wide open, looking her up and down as if she was meeting her for the first time. Qiang. You're great. You've hidden it well enough. When did you become interested in this kind of little milk dog type of student? Tell the truth. How far have you 2 progressed? Lin Wei also pushed up her glasses, her eyes behind the lenses flashing with shrewdness and mockery. Very thoughtful and excellent? Xian, we have known each other for so many years, and I have never heard you praise a man like this. Even the last time, that Harvard postdoc who pursued you for 3 years. Didn't you also praise him for relying on his defense? Tell me, what is so outstanding about this student of yours? Even Qinya, who was always gentle and reserved, couldn't help but look at Meng Yuchang and Jiang Chen beside her curiously with her watery eyes. There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Although I didn't say anything. But that look clearly said, speak now. We all want to hear it. Meng Yuchang, who was being besieged by her 3 best friends with such looks as if they were examining a criminal, was so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into immediately. She never thought that a compliment from her would draw the fire from these bad friends. Little puppy? Taboo play? What kind of lewd words are these? How could they think of themselves like that? How could I think of Jiang Chen like this? Where is President Jiang? Although she admitted. Jiang Chen indeed. Excellent, very thoughtful. Even. Much better than all the men of the same age she had met, even better than many older men. If I really had to choose a love partner. His young and handsome face, calm and confident demeanor, sharp and accurate vision, and unfathomable strength. seem like real. It suits her perfectly. All those fantasies about your significant other? Stop. Stop. Meng Yuqiang. What are you thinking about? He is your student. He is only 20 years old. Do you want an old cow to eat young grass? And he just said that I haven't attracted his pursuit yet. Thinking of this, Meng Yuqiang felt inexplicably unhappy again. No. We must not let these bad friends continue talking nonsense. This must be clarified immediately. Meng Yuqiang took a deep breath and was about to speak, righteously refuting her bestie's slander. However, before she could say anything, the culprit who had always made her feel extremely complicated. Jiang Chen suddenly laughed. He seemed to have completely ignored Meng Yuqiang's embarrassed and annoyed expression, nor did he care about the dull looks of his roommates next to him, whose worldviews were once again refreshed. He just raised his glass and saluted Meng Yuqiang from a distance. Then, in a very natural, familiar, and even teasing tone that only close friends can have, he slowly spoke. Teacher Meng? He deliberately dragged out the ending sound. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smirk that made your heart beat faster. At school, I call you teacher. Outside of school, what should you call me? Boom. If just now, the teasing from her girlfriends only made Meng Yuqiang feel shy and embarrassed. Jiang Chen's words, which were full of ambiguity and infinite room for imagination, were like a bomb, instantly shattering Meng Yuqiang's mind, which had finally stabilized. What does he mean? Meng Yuqiang felt her brain blank again. My heart was beating as wildly as a wild horse. Out of control. Her cheeks were so hot that she felt like they would spontaneously combust in the next second. When her three best friends heard Jiang Chen's words, they instantly burst into ambiguous and understanding "oh" sounds. Su Xiaoxiao even nudged Meng Yuqiang with her elbow in an exaggerated manner, laughing so hard that her body shook. Listen. Listen. Qiang. What did I say? I knew there was something fishy going on between you two. Tell me. What do you call your little brother in private? Brother? Or, Lin Wei also let go of her usual calmness and smiled in a cheerful way. Sure, Zhang Xiang, you're a very capable person. No wonder you ignored all those young talents and business elites before. It turns out, you've been doing this in secret for a long time? Xinya also covered her mouth and chuckled, looking at Meng Yuqiang's expression of shame and anger but unable to refute, her eyes full of good-natured teasing. On the other side, Jiang Chen's roommates were like 5 statues. Completely petrified. Weathered. Cracked. They felt like there was something seriously wrong with their ears. Or maybe there is a serious bug in this world. What did they just see? Old Jiang actually dared to tease Teacher Meng in public? Moreover, Teacher Meng didn't even lose her temper on the spot? Just blushing? This fucking. What is unfolding? Their worldview, life view, and values. At this moment, he was completely crushed by Jiang Chen and Meng Yuqiang. Am I dreaming? Sun Yalong muttered to himself and pinched his thigh hard. Hiss. It hurts. It's real. Li Bin stared at Jiang Chen and Meng Yuqiang with his eyes as big as copper bells, feeling that his brain capacity was seriously insufficient. This should not be. Yuan's glasses slipped down again. He adjusted them, and the look behind the lenses was filled with philosophical confusion. Song Yan has given up thinking. He felt that this world was too crazy. Let him continue to live in his own artistic world. Only Li Haoyu. After a brief shock, his eyes burst into a fanatical light as if he had discovered a new continent. Oh shit. So, it turns out that this is possible? Old Jiang. No. Godfather. He has decided. After going back. You must hold on to your godfather's thigh. Study hard and read carefully. In this complex gaze of shock, gossip, confusion, and admiration, Meng Yuqiang was almost about to explode after being provoked by Jiang Chen's words. Finally, I couldn't stand it anymore. She raised her head abruptly, and her phoenix eyes, which seemed even brighter because of shame and anger, glared at Jiang Chen fiercely. Then, he glanced at the 3 friends next to him who were smiling ambiguously. She took a deep breath and almost squeezed out a word from between her teeth. This one sentence was enough to shock everyone present to the point of doubting their lives again. You all! Shut up! She first scolded him with the authority that belonged to a teacher. Then, she gritted her teeth and looked at her besties, saying word by word. He's not what you think. Jiang Chen is my investor. It's my new Project S boss. Chapter 56 Xiaoxiao teaches Mr. Meng a trick. Investors? Boss? This amount of information is even more explosive and outrageous than before. The expressions on Meng Yuqiang's three best friends' faces instantly changed from ambiguity, teasing, and watching the show to shock. Stunned. Unbelievable. Chang has always been arrogant. How could a student win a startup project that even top VCs dared to reject? And became her boss? There is so much information in here. The expressions on the faces of Meng Yuqiang's three best friends were as brilliant as a color palette. Shock, astonishment, sudden enlightenment, and then even stronger interest, as well as a re-evaluation of Jiang Chen's unfathomable depths. Student? No. How can this be a student? This is clearly a superboss in student's guise. Even their arrogant best friend Meng Yuqiang is willing to call him boss. Moreover, without blinking an eye, they threw out a 5 million angel round of funding. This Jiang Chen's strength and background were probably even more terrifying than they had imagined. No wonder Chang had looked down upon those so-called young talents before. Have you already been conquered by this young boss? Su Xiaoxiao was the first to react. She slapped her thigh and gave Meng Yuqiang an ambiguous smile that said, I understand. Oh, so it's the little boss and the big secretary. Bah! It's the boss and the beautiful CEO's routine. Of course, Xiang. You have a sharp eye. You quietly found yourself a sponsor who is so young, handsome, rich, and who understands you so well. No wonder. Her vicious words once again made Meng Yuqiang so ashamed and angry that she almost fainted on the spot. Lin Wei also made a rare joke, looking at Meng Yuqiang, then at Jiang Chen thoughtfully. An investor and a student, this relationship is quite interesting. Chang, is this an office romance? Or a campus romance? Xinya also covered her mouth and chuckled. She found it particularly interesting to see her sisters who were about to go crazy but helpless. Meng Yuqiang felt that she had really lost all her face in her life today. I was teased by these bad friends and had no power to fight back. She glared fiercely at the culprit who was still watching the show beside her. It was all his fault. Then, he almost squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. You guys keep talking nonsense. Believe it or not. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly and completely gave up on explaining. These guys, the more I explain, the more confusing it becomes. Jiang Chen's roommates were completely dumbfounded at this moment. The brain can no longer process this huge amount of information. Mr. Jiang. No. Mr. Jiang. He is actually Mr. Meng's boss? Did you really invest? How much did you invest? Holy shit? This is 10,000 times more outrageous than the story of Lao Jiang and teacher Meng having a teacher-student relationship, okay? Their expressions were dull and empty. This is no longer a question of whether one is awesome or not. Before they even start, others are already the capital tycoons that they need to look up to. And they are just poor students who are worried about final exams and living expenses. The huge sense of gap and a little bit of shame made them lower their heads and drink in silence. Jiang Chen turned his gaze back to Meng Yuqiang and her three best friends who were still in great shock. Teacher Meng, you are too kind. I was just lucky and I was optimistic about your project and ability, so I made a small investment. It's not a matter of boss or not. We are equal business partners. His words were both humble and meant to comfort Meng Yuqiang. At the same time, she also cleverly conveyed a message to her besties. I, Jiang Chen, am not only rich, but also have vision, and I respect my partners. Sure enough, after hearing what he said, the way Lin Wei, Su Xiaoxiao, and Xinya looked at him changed instantly. From the previous shock and curiosity to a stronger appreciation and recognition. This young man. Not only is his strength unfathomable, the emotional intelligence is also so high. He knows how to give his partners enough face at critical moments. He is so perfect that he doesn't seem like a real person. Meng Yuqiang also looked at Jiang Chen with gratitude, and the last trace of embarrassment in her heart caused by her identity being exposed completely dissipated. Instead, there was a deeper curiosity about Jiang Chen. She calmed herself down and forced herself to get back into work mode. She looked at Jiang Chen with a desire for knowledge in her eyes. Mr. Jiang, since you have such a deep understanding of the project, do you have any more specific suggestions on user growth and community operations? At this moment, she was asking for advice from her angel investor with the attitude of a humble entrepreneur. Jiang Chen looked at her like this and smiled secretly in his heart, knowing that this future female president had been completely controlled by him. He originally wanted to continue to be a hands-off boss. But looking at Meng Yuqiang's burning eyes, it was like seeing a guiding light. He decided to give some pointers to this future capable man, so as to pave the way for his future career. He pondered for a moment, and then spoke slowly. Teacher Meng, we should start from people and content, as well as the trust and community atmosphere built on them. So, what we need to do is to grasp these points and combine them with the uniqueness of our project to optimize and innovate. In the initial stage of user growth, we should not rush for quick results, let alone blindly spend money to buy traffic. The key is to find the most accurate seed users, that is, those core enthusiasts who truly love and are willing to share the specific fields targeted by our platform, such as Hanfu, handicrafts, and niche arts. How to find them? We can cooperate with vertical forums, communities, and even university societies in these fields to conduct targeted delivery and invitations. At the same time, we can set up a complete content incentive mechanism to encourage these seed users to continuously produce high-quality, authentic original content. High-quality UGC is the cornerstone of the community. The content should be in a variety of formats, including pictures, texts, short videos, and even live broadcasts. The key is to make it authentic, useful, and interesting, so that it can resonate with the target users and create a grass-planting effect. In terms of community operation, we should focus on atmosphere creation in the early stage. We should establish clear community norms, encourage friendly exchanges, and combat malicious incitement and vulgar content. At the same time, we should discover and support a group of early KOLs, that is, core users who have a certain influence in this field, strong content creation ability, and identify with the concept of our platform. We should give them opportunities for traffic inclination, official certification, and even early commercial cooperation, so that they can become the backbone of the community and drive the activity and content quality of the entire community. As for commercial realization, Jiang Chen glanced at Meng Yuqiang and knew that this might be the issue she was most concerned about at the moment. He smiled. In the early stages, it is not advisable to commercialize too early or excessively. The user experience and community atmosphere should be the priority. Advertisements should be restrained and original in form, and should not cause user disgust. The access to e-commerce functions should also be natural and smooth, and it is best to deeply integrate them with the content, so that users can complete the purchase conveniently and quickly while being planted with grass. We can try forums such as brand cooperation notes, expert store visits, and good product recommendations to softly embed commercial information into high-quality content. We can even build our own supply chain and work closely with distinctive and high-quality designers, craftsmen, and niche brands to launch co-branded or exclusive customized products, creating scarcity and uniqueness of the platform. The most important point. Jiang Chen's tone became more serious. We must pay attention to data. Establish a complete user behavior analysis system. Through big data, we can accurately understand user portraits, interest preferences, and consumption habits. Then, through algorithm recommendations, we can push the content and products that best meet user needs to them. We can achieve personalized experiences for thousands of people. This is the core competitiveness of future community e-commerce. Not only did Meng Yuqiang feel mesmerized by these words, but she also suddenly became enlightened. It feels like a door to a new world has opened before my eyes. Even the three girlfriends next to him who were just there to watch the fun and gossip were deeply shocked by Jiang Chen's logically rigorous and forward-looking business analysis. The way they looked at Jiang Chen changed completely. If before they only thought he was rich, handsome, and mysterious, now they saw something more dazzling in him. That is wisdom. That is vision. That is pattern. It's the style of a big boss who is in charge of the country. Chapter 57. In front of them, we are as naive as children. This young man is definitely not just a second-generation rich man who relies on his family background. His own abilities and talents are probably even more terrifying than they imagined. Lin Wei looked at Jiang Chen. For the first time, there was a real review and evaluation. She even began to silently consider whether she had the right resources to engage in deeper cooperation. Su Xiaoxiao and Xinya looked at Jiang Chen with even more admiration in their eyes. I even had a faint admiration for him. Rich. Good-looking. Talented. Courageous. Still so damn young. This is simply the perfect male protagonist who walked out of a novel. Which woman can resist a man like this? For a while, the atmosphere in the booth became a little subtle again because of Jiang Chen's words. Meng Yuqian was immersed in infinite vision and thinking about the future of the project. The three best friends had their own thoughts and eyes flickering. Only Jiang Chen's roommates were still confused. They had no idea what Jiang Chen and teacher Meng were talking about. But it feels like it's pretty awesome? Just at this moment, Su Xiaoxiao suddenly cried out ouch, breaking the slightly academic atmosphere. She smiled sweetly and patted Meng Yuqiang's shoulder vigorously. I say Qiang. That's enough. It's so hard to come out and relax. Why are you still talking to our young and handsome CEO Jiang about work? Look how tired Mr. Jiang is. Besides, there's such a handsome and wealthy boss here, and you only know how to talk about projects? You are too unromantic. She mercilessly complained about her best friend. Then, he turned to Jiang Chen with a warm smile on his face. Boss Jiang. Ignore her. She's a workaholic. Let's continue playing games. The guessing game doesn't count. Let's try something more exciting. How about it? Lin Wei and Qinya also agreed with a smile. Obviously, they also felt that in this situation, playing some light-hearted games would be more in line with the atmosphere. There will also be a greater chance to assist and support Chang Chang and help her achieve success. Meng Yuqian blushed at what Su Xiaoxiao said. She looked at Jiang Chen a little embarrassedly and found that he also had an approving smile on his face. He seemed to think it was inappropriate to talk about work all the time. She had to temporarily suppress the urge to continue asking for advice, sighed helplessly, and compromised. Okay, I'm afraid of you. What are you going to play? Play dice. Blow your dice. Su Xiaoxiao suggested enthusiastically. There was a cunning gleam in his eyes. Lin Wei and Qinya naturally agreed immediately. They knew Su Xiaoxiao's sinister intentions too well. She just wanted to create opportunities for Meng Yuqian and Jiang Chen. Meng Yuqian looked at these three best friends who had obviously united as a front and were ready to make trouble. Knowing that there was no way he could escape this disaster today, he had no choice but to nod in agreement. However, he secretly warned himself in his heart that he must stay awake and give 200% concentration and not embarrass himself. As for Jiang Chen's roommates? As soon as I heard that I was going to play games, and they were playing with top beauties, so their brains, which had become a little dull due to alcohol, instantly became excited. I completely forgot about the embarrassment of being unable to raise my head because of the aura of the beauties. It's fun to play games. Li Haoyu was the first to respond. Li Bin was also ready to fight. Come on. Who is afraid of who? Sun Yelong was so excited that the fat on his face was shaking. I can play games with these fairy sisters. I am so honored. Although Yuan Quan and Song Yan didn't say anything, their eyes were full of anticipation and nervousness. Soon, the waiter brought several exquisite black leather dice cups and brightly colored dice. Su Xiaoxiao took the initiative to assume the role of game host. She announced the rules with a smile. The rules are simple. It's just classic bragging. We are a team of sisters. We are specifically responsible for. She showed a kind smile to Jiang Chen's roommates. Take good care of these handsome boys. As for our president Jiang. She turned to Jiang Chen and blinked ambiguously. Let our Chang Chang personally take action. One-on-one. Solo training. How do you think? Meng Yuqian was so ashamed and angry that she wanted to hit someone. Su Xiaoxiao, you damn girl. However, Jiang Chen smiled and waved his hand again. Okay, the minority obeys the majority. Just do as this beautiful sister says. You five, play with your three sisters. Show us the strength of our 412 men's team. Then, he looked at Meng Yuqian again, with a meaningful smile on his face. As for me and teacher Meng, well, it's just right. We can take this opportunity to have some friendly consultations about future project cooperation in advance. I heard that Jiang Chen, the big boss, had spoken. Although the roommates were unwilling, they had no choice but to accept it. Meng Yuqiang's heart skipped a beat when she saw Jiang Chen's eyes, which were full of strong hints. Her face flushed again, but she couldn't find a suitable reason to refute. I had no choice but to accept this arrangement. But he secretly made up his mind to show his real ability later and kill this boy's arrogance. Let him know the authority of a teacher and CEO. Then, under Su Xiaoxiao's arrangement, the game officially begins. First round. According to Su Xiaoxiao's arrangement, it was her, Lin Wei, and Qinya. The three of them faced off against Jiang Chen as 5 roommates at the same time. Jiang Chen and Meng Yuqiang just watched from the sidelines for the time being. This was simply a one-sided massacre without any suspense. Su Xiaoxiao is quirky and good at cheating. Lin Wei has meticulous logic and precise calculations. Qinya, seemingly gentle, but actually dark-hearted. Whether in terms of drinking capacity, experience, or psychological quality, the three of them completely crushed Jiang Chen and his 5 roommates who are still in the novice village. The dice cup is flying. The numbers are roaring. The wine glasses rise and fall. In less than 10 minutes, Li Haoyu, Li Bin, Sun Yelong, He Yuanquan, and Song Yan were all wiped out. Sun Yelong's eyes started to become blurry and his speech became lisp. Li Bin's face was as red as Guangong's, and he kept shouting "come again" with his tongue sticking out. Li Haoyu lay on the table and began to doubt his life. He Yuanquan silently took off his glasses and wiped them again and again. Song Yan held the wine glass and looked even more melancholy. They looked at the 3 beautiful sisters opposite them who were still smiling sweetly. My heart is filled with deep frustration. This is not even on the same level. Even though we lost miserably. But the experience of being able to sit at the same table with 3 such top goddesses, play games and drink is enough for them to brag about until graduation. Just when the roommates were collectively doubting their lives, Su Xiaoxiao finally extended her claws to her real target. She pushed a dice cup in front of Jiang Chen, her eyes were charming and her smile was beautiful. Mr. Jiang, the warm-up is over. Now, it's your turn to have a friendly negotiation with our Chang Xiang. Chapter 58, in front of him, they are as tender as little girls. Lin Wei and Qinya also turned their gazes towards Jiang Chen and Meng Yuqiang, with expressions of watching a good show on their faces. Meng Yuqiang took a deep breath and tidied up her slightly messy hair. She picked up the dice cup and looked at Jiang Chen sharply. Mr. Jiang, please. She is ready to give it her all. Jiang Chen felt amused as he saw her pretending to be calm despite facing a formidable enemy. Teacher Meng, please go first. He deliberately called the teacher back. Meng Yuqiang's pretty face froze, then she snorted and said she was not polite. Pick up the dice cup and shake it hard. The action is crisp and clean. It slammed on the table with a bang. 5 fours. She just called a bigger number. Trying to get a head start. Jiang Chen picked up the dice cup, shook it casually, and without even looking at it, he put it directly on the table and smiled. 6 fours. Meng Yuqiang frowned. 6 fours? She doesn't believe it. This guy must be bluffing. She didn't hesitate. Open. The dice cup is open. Jiang Chen sighed, 3 fours, 1 1. Meng Yuqiang sighed, 2 fours and 1 2. Mr. Meng, drink. Jiang Chen smiled. As if everything was expected. Meng Yuqiang. She looked at the dice in disbelief. This kid's luck is too good, isn't it? She picked up the red wine glass on the table and took a sip with a little depression. Second game. Jiang Chen called first. 4 fives. Meng Yuqiang replied, 5 fives. Jiang Chen, 6 fives. Meng Yuqiang hesitated. She felt that Jiang Chen didn't seem to be bragging. But the probability of 6 fives is not high either. She gritted her teeth, 7 5. Jiang Chen smiled, open. The dice cup is open. The 2 together. There are only 4 fives in total. Meng Yuqiang lost again. And lost completely. Mr. Meng, thank you for letting me. Jiang Chen still smiled calmly. Meng Yuqiang. She silently picked up the glass and took another big sip. My cheeks began to turn slightly red. Game 3. Game 4. Game 5. In the next few rounds, whether Meng Yuqiang called cautiously or opened her cards boldly, I haven't won even once. Jiang Chen seemed to have really opened his third eye and could always accurately judge her points. Or use extremely bold but appropriate calls to force her to reveal her cards. And then it ended miserably. Meng Yuqiang became more and more frightened the more she played. The more I play, the weirder it seems. This kid. Isn't the luck too good? Or can he really see through my mind? She looked at Jiang Chen's face, which always had a calm smile on it, and the spirit of not admitting defeat in her heart was completely aroused. She just didn't believe it. I am a university lecturer. Future business elites. You can't even beat a young boy? However, the reality is cruel. In the face of Jiang Chen's terrifying observation, memory and logical calculation abilities brought by intelligence plus 10. All of Meng Yuqiang's struggles were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. She was vulnerable to a single blow. Soon, she had drunk most of the glass of red wine. Her fair face was already filled with a charming blush, and her eyes began to become a little blurred. The phoenix eyes hidden behind the lenses looked at Jiang Chen with a hint of anger and fascination that she herself was not even aware of. No. No. I don't want to play anymore. After losing again, Meng Yuqiang finally pushed the dice cup onto the table in anger. You must have cheated. She accused with a hint of drunken naivety and unconvinced. Su Xiaoxiao beside him immediately burst into laughter, overjoyed. Oh my! Our Queen Meng can't stand losing and is starting to cheat? She leaned close to Meng Yuqiang's ear and whispered teasingly. I think if you keep playing, not only will you get drunk, but even the color of your underwear will be guessed by Mr. Jiang. You! Meng Yuqiang was made even more ashamed and angry by Su Xiaoxiao's blatant teasing. I wish I could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. She pinched Su Xiaoxiao hard, and Jiang Chen found it a little funny to see Meng Yuqiang's inexplicably cute look. Especially when I saw her phoenix eyes that had become watery and misty because of the alcohol, as if containing spring water, and her slightly pouting red lips with an alluring luster. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, picked up the glass of penalty wine that belonged to Meng Yuqiang, and drank it under her surprised gaze. Tilt your head back and drink it all in one gulp. Then, he put down his wine glass and looked at Meng Yuqiang's beautiful face, which was so close to him. The corners of his mouth curled up into an aggressive smile. Mr. Meng, since you don't want to play anymore, then I'll drink this glass of wine for you. But, can I make a small request? His words, coupled with his suggestive look, instantly made the air in the booth thick. Meng Yuqiang's heart was beating wildly again. She looked at Jiang Chen's deep eyes that seemed to be able to suck people in, and felt her body go weak. And just when the atmosphere was ambiguous to the extreme, as if something unspeakable was about to happen in the next second, suddenly, an inappropriate but delicate voice forced its way in. This handsome guy. I saw a woman wearing extremely cool and revealing clothes, holding a glass of wine, twisting her slender waist, and squeezing directly between Jiang Chen and Meng Yuqiang. She ignored Meng Yuqiang's eyes, which suddenly turned icy cold, and also ignored the hostile looks from Lin Wei, Su Xiaoxiao, and Qin Yan beside her. He even ignored the shocked looks of Jiang Chen's roommates in the distance. In her eyes, there is only Jiang Chen. She pressed her plump body tightly against Jiang Chen's arm, and said in a coquettish voice that could make a man's bones go limp. Handsome guy, look, you got this sister drunk. Why don't you let me, your sister, have a few drinks with you? My sister, I can drink quite well. While she was speaking, she even deliberately blew a breath of hot air towards Jiang Chen's ears, which was full of suggestive meaning. This scene made Jiang Chen's roommates drop their jaws again. What the hell? Is there such an operation? Come straight up and rob people? At the same time, a hint of cold murderous intent flashed in the eyes of Meng Yuqiang's girlfriends. You are such a blind fox. How dare you snatch a man in front of us? It's simply seeking death. Chapter 59, Flocking In. The possessiveness of the royal sister. The desire in the woman's eyes was almost overflowing. He wished he could eat Jiang Chen alive right now. Jiang Chen's roommates were the first to react, and their faces instantly became extremely ugly and surprised. Li Haoyu almost jumped up. Wasn't this the woman he had the courage to approach just now but was ignored by her? Now, she actually came over and tried to seduce her godfather in such a despicable manner? Didn't you see that the boss was sitting next to four top goddesses who were 180 streets ahead of her in terms of appearance, temperament, and wealth? Is she blind? Damn it! How shameless! Li Bin was so angry that he cursed under his breath. He had just tried to strike up a conversation with her but was ruthlessly rejected. Now he saw this woman's completely different expression. You ignored us just now. Now that you see your foster father, you pounce on us like a female mosquito seeing blood? So damn realistic. Sun Yalong was so angry that the fat on his face was trembling. That's right. It's so infuriating. You don't treat us as human beings, right? Meng Yuqiang's girlfriends had a different reaction. They are more of a condescending look. Is this the kind of stuff? Do you want to snatch men from them too? It's just self-humiliation. The corners of Lin Wei's mouth curled up in an extremely cold and sarcastic arc. She didn't even bother to speak, she just glanced at the woman with a look that was as if she was looking at trash. The contempt in that look was enough to make anyone with a little self-respect feel ashamed. Xinya frowned slightly, as if she felt that the scene before her had somewhat polluted her eyes. And the little devil Su Xiaoxiao had a gleam of anticipation in her eyes. Instead of being angry, she found it even more amusing. She turned her gaze to her good sister beside her whose face had turned completely cold. Oh my! Xianqian, look! My love rival is here. TSK, our President Zhang's charm is truly extraordinary. She paused, then nudged Meng Yuqiang with her elbow, lowered her voice, and winked. How is it? Do you feel the sense of crisis? Sister, let me remind you. If you don't make a move now, this young, handsome and wealthy boss of yours will be snatched away by another vixen. She seemed to be joking when she said this. In fact, every word was fanning the flames. Provocative. Trying to ignite the possessive desire in Meng Yuqiang's heart that she herself might not even be aware of. Provoked by her like this, Meng Yuqiang instantly felt a nameless fire ignited. She looked at the woman in front of her who was wearing revealing clothes and behaving frivolously, and there was a very obvious disgust and instinctive hostility in her eyes. Although she was still struggling with the complicated relationship between herself and Jiang Chen. Although she is still trying to maintain her dignity as a teacher. But this does not mean she could tolerate another woman using such a despicable method to touch the man who had given her great help and trust and made her feel strangely moved. Meng Yuqiang took a deep breath and tried hard to keep herself calm and rational. She told herself that Jiang Chen was the boss and he had the right to decide who to drink with and who to date, and she had no right to interfere. She even wanted to explain that she and Jiang Chen were really just a simple teacher-student relationship, or an investment relationship, so that they would stop making trouble. However, before she could finish her words, something even more shocking happened. I saw that after the first woman who was trying to take the risk took action boldly, the women around her who were originally watching and hesitating began to act like a shark smelling blood. One by one, they couldn't help but swarm towards Jiang Chen. Handsome. Do you mind drinking with more people? Brother, you are so handsome. Can you add me on WeChat? Sir, you look very impressive. What industry do you work in? I admire young and promising handsome men like you the most. Brother, please buy me a drink. I'm so thirsty. 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye. There were actually 7 or 8 women dressed in various styles and swarming around Jiang Chen. They all stared at Jiang Chen with the burning gaze of a hungry wolf looking at a rabbit. They obviously all realized something. Young. Rich. Big investment tycoon. And they seemed easy to talk to? Several ordinary men around had chatted with them, but I didn't realize what I missed at the time. Now they realized that it was not too late to mend the situation, and they all came over with deep regret. Jiang Chen's roommates were petrified once again. The expressions on Meng Yuqiang's girlfriends' faces also became extremely interesting at this moment. At first they looked at the first woman with interest and found her quite interesting. But, when I saw more and more women coming up one after another, the smiles on their faces gradually disappeared. Instead, there was solemnity and a strong sense of crisis, especially when they saw several women among them whose looks and figures were even as good as theirs. The alarm in their hearts sounded instantly. No! This man can't be snatched away by these slutty bitches outside. Lin Wei and Su Xiaoxiao almost subconsciously turned their gazes to Meng Yuqiang beside them at the same time. His eyes were full of urging and instigation. Chang Chang! Hurry up and do it. If you don't make a move now, someone will really snatch it away. They are even in the heart. Silently added. If you don't react, then we sisters, we will have to take action ourselves. At this moment, Meng Yuqiang was looking at the chaotic scene in front of her. Listen to the coquettish, charming, or innocent voices of women around you. He felt the limbs pushing against those who were trying to squeeze him away and get closer to Jiang Chen. The string in her heart finally couldn't be held tight anymore. An unprecedented possessiveness and jealousy erupted like a volcano, instantly destroying all her rationality, all her reserve, and all her concerns. This man. He is mine. At least he is my investor now. My boss. You bunch of slutty bitches. No one can touch it. Meng Yuchang's eyes instantly became extremely cold and sharp. Like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath. With a cold and stern light. She didn't even look at the women who were still posing. Instead, he made a shocking move that no one expected. Chapter 60. Although we don't understand, we are deeply shocked. Get lost. Meng Yuchang's two cold and sharp words contained undoubted coldness. The charming woman who was originally posing and trying to press her body against Jiang Chen suddenly stiffened and the seductive smile on her face froze instantly. She turned her head in disbelief and looked towards the source of the sound. When she met Meng Yuchang's cold and sharp phoenix eyes, she subconsciously took 2 steps back and didn't even dare to say a polite word. The other women around who were originally eager to step forward to get a piece of the pie were also stunned by Meng Yuchang's sudden powerful aura. For a moment, no one dared to step forward. A strange vacuum zone suddenly appeared around the booth. When Meng Yuchang's 3 best friends saw their sister finally explode and display the majesty that only belongs to a queen, their eyes lit up. Well done. Qiang. That's how it should be. Show your momentum. Suppress these little goblins. Jiang Chen's roommates were even more stunned. Oh shit. Teacher Meng. Got mad? What a terrifying aura. But. So cool? However. Just when everyone thought that Meng Yuchang would continue to use her powerful aura to clear out all these uninvited guests. However, she did something that stunned everyone. A groundbreaking move. Meng Yuchang only saw that she forced the seductive woman back with her eyes. Without stopping, she took a deep breath, as if she had made some extremely important decision. That pretty face that looked particularly beautiful and attractive because of anger and alcohol. A hint of determination emerged, as if to risk it all. Then, under the gazes of countless incredulous people, she turned around abruptly and faced Jiang Chen, who was a little surprised. Immediately, she stood on tiptoe and stretched out her slender arms, which were trembling slightly due to nervousness. He grabbed Jiang Chen's neck. Then, she fiercely pressed her sexy red lips, which were painted with exquisite lipstick and had an alluring sheen, onto Jiang Chen's lips, which were also somewhat stunned and slightly opened. She. Meng Yuchang. The most popular lady in Jiangzhou University. Ice Queen. Surprisingly. In public. Kissed. Her students. Her boss. Jiang Chen. Boom. Time seems to have completely stopped at this moment. The space seemed to be completely frozen at this moment. All the music, all the noise, all the lights and revelry in the Xinghui Club. All pale before this kiss. All the people who saw this scene, regardless of gender, distance or proximity, were completely frozen in place as if they had been cast under the highest level of petrification magic. My mind went blank. My mind is completely at a standstill. There is only the heartbeat like thunder. The expressions on Meng Yuchang's girlfriends Lin Wei, Su Xiaoxiao, and Xinya's faces changed from watching a good show and teasing to being shocked and astonished in an instant. Then, there was unbelievable ecstasy. What the hell? Chang, she actually played such a big game? Just kissed him directly? Or did she take the initiative? Oh my god. This is a historic moment. They were so excited that they almost screamed on the spot. Jiang Chen's roommates' eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and their mouths were wide open enough to fit a whole durian. Meng, teacher Meng. Kiss. Kissed Lao Jian? In front of so many people? In a top nightclub? Awa. This world is crazy. Mom. I want to go home. Their 3 views are no longer shattered. It was directly crushed into atoms. And those women who had just tried to get close to Jiang Chen and even said rude things to him, felt as if they were slapped hard in the face by an invisible giant hand. My face is burning with pain. His eyes were filled with humiliation, reluctance, and jealousy. As for the person who was kissed forcibly, Jiang Chen. After the initial 0.01 second of shock, he reacted quickly. Feeling the softness and warmth on my lips, with a hint of sweetness from alcohol and the unique cool fragrance of Meng Yucheng. As well as, her attack was a little clumsy due to nervousness and impulsiveness. Jiang Chen's heart also skipped a beat uncontrollably, and a primitive impulse instantly triggered. Interesting. He could even feel the queen in his arms, who was usually as cold as an iceberg, trembling slightly at this moment, and her heart beat so fast that it almost jumped out of her chest. Obviously, this kiss also required her to muster the greatest courage in her life. In Jiang Chen's eyes, a playful smile flashed across his face. Instead of pushing her away, he reached out and grasped her slender waist, then, with a little force, pressed her soft body tighter against his chest. At the same time, turned passivity into initiative. Ugh! Meng Yucheng trembled all over. It's like an electric shock. My brain went blank in an instant. All that was left was an extreme dizziness, as if the world was spinning and the soul was leaving the body. She could clearly feel Jiang Chen's aggressive aura, which completely submerged her like a tide. My body seemed to have lost all strength, and I could only snuggle softly in his arms and let him do whatever he wanted. Her heart was filled with unprecedented panic and shame. Oh my God! What am I doing? So many people are watching. But at the same time, a stronger and more unfamiliar stimulation instantly swept through her body like an electric current. She couldn't help but shudder slightly, and even subconsciously let out a very slight moan. This kiss was sudden but full of tension and drama. It didn't last long. When Jiang Chen took the initiative to separate, Meng Yucheng's pretty face was already flushed, her eyes were blurry, her breathing was rapid, her chest was heaving, her legs were weak, and she could hardly stand. She could only maintain her figure by leaning on Jiang Chen's arms. She didn't even dare to look up at Jiang Chen's eyes, let alone the gazes around her that were as if they had seen a ghost. She had never lost her composure like this before in her life. She had never been so bold. Especially in front of so many people, he took the initiative to kiss a student who was 7 or 8 years younger than him. It's over. Her image of a cool and arrogant lady has completely collapsed. How can I survive in school in the future? How to face Jiang Chen? Meng Yucheng's heart was filled with endless regret and a sweetness and excitement that she herself was unwilling to admit. Jiang Chen looked at the ice queen in his arms, shivering and timid like a frightened kitten. The last bit of unhappiness in my heart caused by being raped also completely disappeared. He lowered his head, looked at her earlobes that were red as if they were about to bleed and her long eyelashes that were trembling slightly, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This woman is indeed interesting. It was smoother than he had imagined, but he didn't know if it could be smoother. But just when Jiang Chen was about to say something, beside them, the women who were completely stunned by Meng Yucheng's kiss just now did not seem to have completely given up. The woman who was wearing the most revealing clothes came up to him again and kept pestering him. She had a provocative smile on her face and looked at Jiang Chen with fiery eyes. My little brother is so awesome, how can one be enough? Why not, let me, your little sister, come and play with you? What the hell? This time, not only Meng Yucheng's girlfriends, but even Jiang Chen's roommates were completely furious. Damn it! You are shameless, right? Didn't you see that Teacher Meng just came out to personally stamp it? How dare you come close to me? And you even say such obscene and vulgar words? It's like looking for a lantern in a pit. Court death. Roll. This time, he didn't wait for Meng Yucheng or Jiang Chen to speak. Su Xiaoxiao and Lin Wei, two best friends with extremely strong fighting power, shouted at them almost at the same time. Jiang Chen's roommates, especially Li Bin and Li Haoyu, also stood up suddenly and stood next to Su Xiaoxiao and Lin Wei in a menacing manner. Just when the situation was tense and about to break out, Jiang Chen spoke up. He didn't look at the clown-like woman. Instead, he set his gaze on Meng Yucheng, who was still in a state of shame, anger, and breakdown in his arms, and put his arms around Meng Yucheng's slender waist very naturally. He half hugged and half embraced her, holding her next to him. This was an extremely intimate and possessive gesture. He was declaring it to everyone through his actions. Do all this. He no longer looked at anyone, holding Meng Yucheng, who had already been completely stunned, in his arms, and smiled at his girlfriends and roommates who were also in a state of shock. It's getting late, should we go back? After all, the excitement and shock tonight should be enough, right? It's time to leave, brush off your sleeves, and hide your achievements and fame. Chapter 61 Key Laboratory of Future Energy and Material Science. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, Su Xiaoxiao was the first to react. She looked at Jiang Chen and then at her sister, who looked like an ostrich, almost burying her head in Jiang Chen's arms. His face was immediately filled with an ambiguous and mischievous smile. "Oh my, what are you playing at?" "I think someone is in Chao's camp, but his heart is with Han. Hunter has already flown away with our CEO Jiang. We dare not be lightbulbs anymore." Lin Wei also smiled again, which was rare. She pushed up her glasses and said to Jiang Chen, "Mr. Jiang, I had a great time tonight. I hope to have a good exchange with Mr. Jiang next time we have a chance." Then, he signaled to the exclusive waiter who had been waiting nearby. "Pay the bill." The waiter immediately came forward respectfully and handed over the bill. Jiang Chen didn't even look at it and took out his mobile phone to pay. The roommates nearby saw Jiang Chen paying the bill. Although I was numb, I still subconsciously leaned over to take a look at the bill. 216,800. Holy crap! 268,000. Several roommates felt like their hearts were hit hard again. Almost died on the spot. The world of bosses. So terrifying. Jiang Chen still looked calm and composed, as if the 200,000 yuan was just $20. Drop. Payment successful. Ding. The players turned the Godly Riches show has been completed perfectly. Rewards are being settled. It is detected that the host has demonstrated extraordinary personal charm, excellent social control, and overwhelming financial resources in this round, causing a continuous, multi-dimensional, and deep shock to the surrounding targets. Comprehensive evaluation, SSS level perfect. We are distributing SSS level excess rewards to you. Congratulations to the host. Gaining intelligence attribute plus 10. Congratulations to the host. The nightclub consumption of 216,800 yuan has triggered a full refund, and the funds have been received. Congratulations to the host. You have received a special reward exclusively for the super rich. The system has automatically invested 100 million renminbi in the key laboratory of future energy and materials science of Jiangzhou University for you. Congratulations to the host. You have become the only designated investor and honorary consultant of the laboratory. You will enjoy the priority cooperation and income rights of all future commercial transformation results of the laboratory. And you will also receive the honorary status of Jiangzhou University. Relevant documents and identity certificates have been stored in the system backpack. Settle the interest for this round. According to your current account balance, the interest income for this round has reached the upper limit, which is 50,000. This action round ends, and you will get an additional reward of 10,000. Hiss. Looking at this series of incredible reward information in his mind, even though Jiang Chen had already maintained a calm mind, he couldn't help but gasp at this moment. Intelligence. Another 10 points added. This is the most important attribute, it is unique and no one else has it. The consumption was over 210,000 yuan, and the full amount was refunded, plus interest and rewards of 60,000 yuan. This meant that he had fun and drank for free and still made a net profit of 60,000. These are just appetizers. What really made Jiang Chen's blood boil was the special reward exclusive to the super rich. Invest 100 million in the school's energy laboratory? Automatic payment by the system? And he made himself the sole investor? Honorary consultant? Enjoying the priority cooperation and profit rights? And he even had the honorary status at the school level? He knows better than anyone what the current situation of Jiangzhou University's key laboratory of future energy and materials science is. And how terrifying energy will erupt in the future. This laboratory was indeed just a little-known institution in 2018 in its previous life. It could even be said that it was neglected and had insufficient funding for many years. It was supported by a few old professors and a group of graduate students. The research direction seems to be some new energy storage material? At the time, it seemed too cutting-edge, out of touch with reality, and had unclear prospects for commercial transformation. Jiang Chen remembered very clearly that when he was in school in his previous life, the school was really worried about attracting investment and continuing funding for this laboratory. The usually high-handed principal had to personally go out and drink and eat with those fat-headed and tech-incompetent tycoons, nodding and bowing, and begging for favors just to get millions in sponsorship. But even so, there are still very few people willing to invest. The laboratory has also been in a half-dead and loss-making state. It even faced the risk of being laid off and merged several times. However, who could have imagined that just a few years later, the country's support for the new energy industry would increase unprecedentedly? As the global energy landscape changes dramatically, this long-unknown laboratory has made a breakthrough in a key technological field. It developed a new type of high-efficiency energy storage battery, whose performance directly crushed all similar products on the market at that time. It caused a huge sensation worldwide. Technology transfer. Industrial cooperation. National special funds injected. Various honors and resources are coming like a tide. In just a few years, this laboratory that was once on the verge of bankruptcy has become Jiangzhou University's most dazzling signboard. The commercial value and technological influence derived from it have reached an unimaginable height. It even indirectly promoted the industrial upgrading of the entire Jiangzhou city. At that time, all the companies and individuals who had invested in this laboratory in the early stages made a fortune and their net worth and status skyrocketed. Jiang Chen suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, but still maintained a calm and composed smile on his face. He didn't know when he got on the car or who called the car. He was immersed in his plans for the laboratory. My mind is full of future plans for that energy laboratory. He needed to find a quiet place to think clearly. But maybe it was because of the alcohol in the club just now? Plus, thinking too much about the problem? When Jiang Chen came back to his senses, he suddenly realized that for some reason, the car was parked in a place that was not unfamiliar to him. The school as staff apartments. Downstairs of Meng Yuqiang's apartment. And in the car, besides him and the driver, Meng Yuqiang was the only one left? Where are his 5 funny roommates? When did you get off the bus? Jiang Chen. He looked at the royal sister teacher next to him, who also seemed to have just come to her senses in confusion. Meng Yuqiang was also looking at him in surprise. Eyes met. There was an extremely subtle scent in the air. It was Meng Yuqiang who reacted first. 2 suspicious blushes instantly appeared on her pretty face, and she looked away in panic. He cleared his throat and explained. Ahem, that. Mr. Jiang. Sorry. I was just thinking about the project. I was a little distracted, I didn't notice where the driver was driving. She herself felt that this excuse was extremely weak. Jiang Chen looked at her cute appearance of pretending to be calm but unable to hide her inner panic. The contrast with her usual ice queen appearance in class was so great that he found it a little funny. Chapter 62, An Invitation from the Royal Sister Teacher? How can a man say no? Jiang Chen deliberately showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Oh? Really? I thought it was you, Teacher Meng, who specially invited me up to have a cup of tea. You. Meng Yuqiang felt embarrassed and annoyed in an instant. This bastard. He's taking advantage of me. What a bad guy. She glared at Jiang Chen fiercely, wishing she could poke a few holes in him with her eyes. But, for some reason, when she saw Jiang Chen's eyes, which were smiling but as deep as the starry sky, the anger in her heart was inexplicably extinguished. Even my heartbeat began to speed up uncontrollably. Especially in this small carriage with only the 2 of them. Smelling the mixed smell of alcohol in the air and the refreshing and pleasant smell of male hormones on his body. Meng Yuqiang felt her body starting to weaken, her cheeks getting hotter, and her breathing becoming more rapid. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at it in confusion. Aren't you going to have tea? Why are you still standing there? Get out of the car. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Teacher Meng, you are drunk. Seeing that he was unmoved, Meng Yuqiang bit her moist and attractive red lips, and her eyes became bolder and more aggressive. How? Weren't you quite patient just now? Now, you don't dare anymore? She paused, and her red lips curled up in an extremely provocative arc. Or, no. Holy crap. Jiang Chen felt that the fire in his body was instantly ignited by these words. This is no longer a provocation, it is outright contempt. This is intolerable. What is intolerable? Good. Very good. Meng Yuqiang. Since you insist on playing with fire, I will help you. Meng Yuqiang apartment. With a click, the lock is locked. Completely isolated from everything outside. In the living room, the light is ambiguous and the atmosphere is charming. Meng Yuqiang stood in the middle of the living room with her back to Jiang Chen. Her shoulders trembled slightly, but she did not turn around. Jiang Chen looked at her graceful and exquisite back, strode forward, and hugged her tightly in his arms from behind. Meng Yuqian let out a scream and her body tensed up instantly. Teacher Meng. What did you just say? I could feel the hot breath and aggressive words next to my ears. Meng Yuqian's body softened instantly, and her cheeks felt so hot that they seemed to be burning. She bit her lip and pretended to be calm. I was drunk, I was talking nonsense. Oh? Really? Jiang Chen chuckled. But I just hate it most when people question my abilities, especially when someone like you, Ms. Meng, questions me. What do you think? His hands began to wander in an unruly manner on her waist, which was slightly rising and falling due to nervousness. How can I prove it? You let me go. Meng Yuqian felt like she was about to suffocate. The strong aura of Jiang Chen in his big hands with the temperature of fire made her feel numb all over as if she was electrocuted. Trembling. Even the last bit of strength is about to be drained away. She tried to push him away, but her strength was like an ant trying to shake a tree in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at her, who was clearly extremely weak but was still pretending to be strong. No more nonsense. Just pick her up by the waist in a princess hug. Ignoring her exclamation, he strode towards the master bedroom. Jiang Chen. What are you going to do? Put me down. Meng Yuqian was both embarrassed and anxious. Jiang Chen looked at the beautiful face in his arms, which looked even more charming because of shame and anger. What? Of course I have to prove it to Teacher Meng. The words fell. He had already carried Meng Yuqian into the master bedroom, which exuded refinement and taste everywhere. Then, he threw her on the big bed. Soft mattress. It sank deeply and bounced lightly because of the sudden weight. Meng Yuqian felt like she had fallen into a huge marshmallow. The world was spinning around her, and when she came to her senses, a tall figure had already approached her. Eye to eye. Breathing intertwined. Meng Yuqian looked into those deep eyes and felt the burning heat coming from him. Her heartbeat went out of control again. Her mind went blank. She instinctively wanted to close her eyes and escape. But deep in my heart, there is an extremely strong and incomprehensible desire and expectation. Even a ridiculous idea came to mind. Experience it carefully and see what is so special about this man. And she had indeed suppressed it for too long. For 27 years of her life, she has been like a clockwork machine, studying hard, working hard, and striving for career success. I have never truly lived for myself, let alone indulged my desires. Meng Yuqian's eyes gradually changed, from the previous panic and shyness to a kind of expectation. She slightly raised her snow-white neck and took the initiative to greet Jiang Chen in the most primitive and direct way. The night deepens. Meng Yuqian collapsed on the bed like a flower that had been ravaged by a storm. She stared at the ceiling with empty eyes, her mind still in confusion and blankness. Deep inside my body, I am still sinking. This feeling made her feel extremely ashamed, extremely strange, yet extremely excited. Look at the man lying next to you. He looked less calm and confident when he was asleep than when he was awake. He has a touch of cleanliness and purity that belongs to this age. His long eyelashes cast a faint shadow under his eyelids. His nose is straight and his profile is as handsome as an ancient Greek sculpture. Meng Yuqian's heart skipped a beat uncontrollably again. She reached out her hand as if to touch his cheek. But, the moment her fingers were about to touch his skin, they suddenly stopped and retracted. No. Meng Yuqian, wake up. You and him are just getting what you need. Yes. Each one takes what he needs. He is your investor. Your boss. You need his money and vision to realize your business ambitions. And maybe he just wants your body on a whim? Or do you want to experience some excitement? In short, you can't be tempted. Absolutely not. Meng Yuqian warned herself again and again in her heart, trying to use reason to suppress the strange feelings that were growing like weeds. She has to stay awake. She wants to be in control of the overall situation. She wants to use Jiang Chen's resources to realize her own ambitions. Instead of being like those stupid women, who eventually become menace vassals and slaves of love. Right. What Meng Yuqian wants is a career. It is success. Man? It's just a stepping stone on her road to success. Thinking of this, Meng Yuqian's eyes became clear and firm again. She gently pulled herself out of Jiang Chen's arms. Then, he stepped out of bed barefoot. She casually put on her pajamas, then did not go to the bathroom to wash, nor did she lie back down on the bed. Instead, he walked straight out of the bedroom, came to the small study next to the living room, and turned on the desk lamp. Meng Yuqian walked to the desk and opened her notebook. The screen lights up. It reflected her pretty face, which was still flushed but full of concentration. She took a deep breath and forced away the beautiful and chaotic images in her mind. Then, she started typing away on the keyboard, revising her business plan. The suggestions Jiang Chen put forward today on user growth and commercial monetization of community operations opened a whole new door in her mind and gave her countless inspirations and enlightenment. Now the funds are in place and the direction is clearer. She felt full of energy like never before. She would immediately incorporate these valuable ideas into her own plans. She typed faster and faster, her eyes became brighter and brighter, and she was completely immersed in the passion of her work. It was as if the storm just now was just an appetizer. Just as Meng Yuqian was writing furiously in her study room for her trillion-dollar dream. In the bedroom, Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes. He turned his head to glance at the empty space beside him and the pillow that still lingered with a faint fragrance. This woman. Sure enough, it's extraordinary. You still have the energy to work? It seems that I didn't try hard enough just now. He listened to the sound of keyboard typing coming from the direction of the study, and a hint of appreciation flashed in his eyes. Ambitious and capable. A woman like this seems to be the perfect person to expand her territory. He lifted the quilt, revealing a body with smooth lines and well-proportioned muscles. Then, he got out of bed quietly and walked towards the study. Chapter 63 Teacher Meng, it seems that my work is still not done well. A few hours ago, Meng Yuqian's three best friends squeezed into the spacious and comfortable back seat, all with excitement on their faces. Oh my god. Xianxiang is too aggressive, isn't she? She kissed me straight away? Or was she the one who took the initiative? I've known her for so many years. This is the first time I've seen her treat a man like that. Su Xiaoxiao was still in shock. Xinya also covered her mouth with a gentle smile in her eyes. Yeah. I didn't expect. Xianxiang is so brave. Lin Wei was relatively calm. Impulsive, indeed. But considering the situation at the time, it is not completely incomprehensible. That Jiang Chen is not simple. Whether it's the financial resources he displayed, or his appearance, temperament, and appeal, combined, he does have an unprecedented impact on Shangxiang. Plus, we were surrounded by a group of women, and the three of us kept adding fuel to the fire. Lin Wei raised a wicked smile. Xiangxiang, it was just an impulse, there's nothing wrong with that. Su Xiaoxiao immediately retorted. Sister Wei Wei. You're making it sound too light. That's Meng Yuqian. We've known each other for more than 10 years. When has she ever been nice to a man? The men chasing after her line up from all over the country and abroad. Young talents. Business elites. Overseas returnees with PhDs. She doesn't even blink an eye. What happened? She got caught by a student who was 7 or 8 years younger than her? This is simply a miracle. It only happens once in 1,000 years. She became more and more excited as she spoke. But, this little brother, oh no, this Mr. Jiang, is really something. Did you see it? The look on Xianxiang's face after he kissed her was simply TSK, TSK, TSK. She gave an ambiguous smile that everyone understood. Xinya also blushed and agreed in a low voice, Chang Chang seems to be a little different. A trace of deep thought flashed across Lin Wei's eyes. It's different for sure. But what I'm worried about is, will Changqiang get too deeply involved? That Jiang Chen, at such a young age, possesses such financial resources and intelligence. A man like this, could he possibly lack a woman around him? Lin Wei's analysis hits the nail on the head. This made Su Xiaoxiao and Xinya, who were originally excited, calm down instantly. Yes. That Jiang Chen really looked too perfect. It's almost too perfect to be real. Is he really sincere to Changqiang? Su Xiaoxiao frowned. No way? I think he treats Changqiang very well. He invests in her and protects her. Lin Wei shook her head. Investment is investment, and feelings are feelings. For people at their level, 5 million may really just be a small investment and doesn't mean anything. Then, what should we do then? Xinya asked with some concern. Chang, she finally met someone who might be attracted to her. Lin Wei sighed. It's too late to say anything now. Looking at Chang Chang's expression just now, I guess she's already fallen in love with it. Moreover, judging by her personality, she is extremely strong-willed and independent, especially in her career. Now that she has received Jiang Chen's investment, she will probably devote all her energy to the project. It's probably difficult for her to focus on a relationship now. She might even suppress her emotions for the sake of her career. When Su Xiaoxiao heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up. Hey! Sister Weiwei. You said that. I think this may not be a bad thing, she said excitedly. Just think about it. Xiangqiang is so strong-willed. She values her career so much. Now we have the support of Mr. Jiang, a big boss who is both rich and visionary. Her project will definitely be successful. By then, she will be a female CEO with a net worth of 10 billion. Isn't that better than having a relationship that might not be reliable? And Su Xiaoxiao changed the subject and once again showed her signature smirk. Who says you can't have both career and love? I think Mr. Jiang may not be completely uninterested in our Chang Chang. Besides, our Chang Chang usually looks aloof and abstinent. Who knows, in bed, ahem. I mean, who knows, in a one-on-one situation, she might be able to completely charm that young boss to the point of being infatuated with him. By then, I will have a successful career and love, hee hee hee. Lin Wei and Xinya were speechless as they listened to her increasingly outrageous analysis. But we have to admit that the future described by Su Xiaoxiao is indeed quite tempting? Maybe things will really develop in this direction? The three women, with different thoughts, gradually fell into silence with complicated feelings of worry and expectation for their sisters. And at this moment, Jiangzhou University, Dormitory 412. It is another scene. Li Haoyu, Li Bin, Sun Yelong, He Yuanquan and Song Yan, 5 big boys, were lying on their beds in a mess. They were all drunk with red faces and dazed eyes, and from time to time they uttered meaningless mumblings and silly giggles. Obviously, just now, Xinghui was given special attention by 3 beautiful sisters. When they came back, they were basically a little confused. But, even in this almost dead state, their faces were filled with a very similar expression. Extreme shock. The ultimate worship. Fuck awesome. Sun Yalong turned over and mumbled incoherently. Godfather is really God. And Mr. Meng, kiss, kiss. Li Bin still had a silly smile on his face, as if he was recalling the thrilling scene just now. Li Haoyu just hugged his pillow and giggled, muttering, I have learned it. I have learned it, my foster father, the true teachings. Only He Yuanquan and Song Yan were slightly more sober. But when they looked at Jiang Chen's empty bed, his eyes were also filled with indescribable awe. Today, they have completely broadened their horizons and fully understood the huge gap between themselves and Jiang Chen. More than just money. It is also about being calm when facing top beauties. And being in control when facing complex situations. Even an ice queen like teacher Meng Yuqiang was taken down by him in public. Of course, they didn't know at the moment that their godfather wanted more than just a kiss from teacher Meng. If they knew the truth, I'm afraid their jaws would drop to the ground forever and never close again. The night is getting deeper. In the study room of Meng Yuqiang's apartment. The lights are on. The crackling sound of keyboard typing. It is particularly clear in the quiet night. Meng Yuqiang was still sitting at the desk, casually wearing a silk nightgown. The long black hair casually tied up a section of the snow-white and graceful neck. She stared at the computer screen intently, her fingers flying on the keyboard like an elf. Just when she was about to finish it with a surge of inspiration. Suddenly, there were extremely light footsteps behind me. Meng Yuqiang frowned slightly, but when she felt the familiar temperature slowly approaching her body. In an instant, I tensed up again uncontrollably and my breathing became rapid. It's him? He woke up? Meng Yuqiang felt her heartbeat begin to accelerate wildly and her cheeks began to heat up uncontrollably. She didn't even dare to look back and could only remain stiff in the posture of typing on the keyboard. Trying to use this method to hide my panic and the strangeness in my heart. Jiang Chen walked behind her but didn't speak immediately. Just quietly looking at the curve of her back which was slightly tense due to nervousness. Looking at the snow-white and delicate back of her neck that was exposed because she lowered her head. Looking at her long black hair that was casually tied up but still exudes luster. And the beautiful scenery that was vaguely visible under her loose silk nightgown. It seems that Teacher Meng still has the energy to write here? That won't work. As a boss, you have to let your subordinates get enough rest so that they can better create value for you. He stretched out his hand and gently placed it on Meng Yuchang's shoulder, which was trembling slightly due to nervousness. Then he leaned down and put his lips to her earlobe, which had instantly become hot and sensitive. Teacher Meng. It's so late, are you still busy? Are you dissatisfied with me as your boss? Do you need me to give you some guidance on your work? Chapter 64 Teacher, don't run away. You have to work overtime tonight. Jiang Chen's breath instantly ran through Meng Yuchang's body like an electric current. Meng Yuchang felt both ashamed and annoyed. She suddenly tried to stand up from the chair, trying to escape from this dangerous situation that made her heart beat out of control and her body go limp. However, just when she stood up halfway, a pair of strong arms tightly wrapped around her waist from behind. This caused his center of gravity to become unstable and he sat down. However, this time, she could clearly feel that the temperature under her but was much higher than before. That's right, she sat in Jiang Chen's arms. Meng Yuchang let out an uncontrollable cry of surprise. My body completely went limp, and I could only lean helplessly on the solid, hot chest behind me. Mr. Jiang. Meng Yuchang felt her voice trembling, and she tried hard to regain a trace of the dignity of a teacher. What are you doing? Let me go. I'm still working. Jiang Chen's deep laughter rang in her ears. Work? He lowered his head and his nose almost touched her hair, which exuded a refreshing and cool fragrance. Teacher Meng, didn't you say you wanted me to guide you in your work? As he spoke, the large hands around her waist began to move slowly. A layer of smooth and cool silk nightgown. The heat was like a branding iron, burning Meng Yuchang's whole body as if she were being electrocuted. I couldn't help but feel tingling and trembling. I didn't. Meng Yuchang felt that her sanity was about to be destroyed. What I asked you to guide is a project. It's a business plan, not this. Oh? Really? Jiang Chen's tone was full of innocence. But I think this is part of the job. One of his hands was still domineeringly holding her waist, and the other hand was pointing at the lit computer screen in front of him. On the screen was the business plan that Meng Yuchang had just revised halfway. Look here. Jiang Chen's voice suddenly became serious. Regarding the analysis of user portraits, is your data source a bit too single? We only referred to industry reports and lacked more in-depth and accurate first-hand research data support for our target communities, such as the Hanfu and handmade circles. The user portraits obtained in this way may be biased, thus affecting the accuracy of subsequent content production and product positioning. He is actually giving me instructions on my work? And he pointed out the problem very clearly? Meng Yuchang was a little confused. She found that she had indeed neglected to introduce more detailed community research data because she was thinking too quickly. This guy. How does he even know this? Just when Meng Yuchang was a little dazed and full of admiration, Jiang Chen's big hand that was originally on her waist quietly. An uncontrollable kitten-like hum came out of her mouth. It's over. This was the only thought left in Meng Yuchang's mind. This bastard, he actually attacked by surprise. The light in the study went out at some point. Meng Yuchang lay powerlessly on the desk like a stranded mermaid. Her jet black hair had already been soaked with sweat and was sticking to her pretty face and smooth back in a messy manner. She couldn't believe that the woman who had completely abandoned all her rationality and reserve was actually herself. This man is poisonous. Like the strongest poppy. Once she gets addicted, she will never be able to extricate herself. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something. But in the end, it just turned into a light hum filled with deep fatigue and grievance. Jiang Chen looked at her lazy, charming and aggrieved appearance, and reached out his hand to gently stroke her smooth, satin-like back. Teacher Meng, do you still think I'm not good enough? Or, do you need my further guidance? Meng Yuchang glared at him fiercely. I'm warning you. Jiang Chen. Let's pretend that what happened tonight never happened. From tomorrow on, I will still be your teacher. She tried to rebuild the psychological defense that had been completely broken down by Jiang Chen. He used a business-like attitude to cover up his already broken heart and the inappropriate throbbing. Oh? Jiang Chen just raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He stretched out his fingers and gently lifted Meng Yuchang's stubborn chin, forcing her to look at him again. looking at her phoenix eyes that tried to use coldness to hide panic and shyness. He smiled softly and said slowly, "Mr. Meng, as the absolute controlling shareholder of the company, I would like to make some reasonable requests to my CEO. For example, reporting to me anytime and anywhere should not be too much, right?" Chapter 65, 100 million. The principal was numb and the vice principal was shocked. In the study, Meng Yuqian leaned in Jiang Chen's arms, like Hakimi who had lost all his claws. "Okay, Mr. Meng, joking aside, we still have to do our work. Just now you said that the project plan has been initially revised? While your thoughts are still fresh, please give me a brief report. I can also help you check it again." He said this very naturally. This ability to control herself freely made Meng Yuqian feel deeply powerless again. What kind of monster is this man? She took a deep breath and forced herself to focus on her work again. She tried hard to ignore Jiang Chen's big hand that was still on her waist. He cleared his slightly hoarse voice. "Mr. Jiang, based on your suggestions, I have made significant optimizations and adjustments to the previous plan overnight. In terms of initial user acquisition, I plan to work with universities. Meng Yuqiang is worthy of being the future female CEO worth hundreds of billions. Her thinking is extremely quick, her logic is extremely clear, and her execution ability is amazing." With only a few directional instructions from Jiang Chen, she was able to quickly absorb and digest these ideas within just a few hours. And based on the characteristics of its own project, a preliminary implementation plan was formulated. Jiang Chen listened to her report and nodded secretly. My admiration for Meng Yuqiang increased a little more. Really? I didn't misjudge him. This woman. Born to do great things. 5 million, it's totally worth the investment. After Meng Yuqiang finished reporting her preliminary ideas, she raised her head and looked at Jiang Chen, her eyes filled with anticipation and nervousness. "Boss Jiang, these are some of my preliminary thoughts at the moment. There may still be a lot of immaturity. How do you feel? Is there anything you want to add or modify?" At this moment, she really regarded Jiang Chen as an expert and boss who could give her guidance. Jiang Chen looked at her phoenix eyes, which were filled with a desire for knowledge and expectation for recognition. He smiled but didn't comment immediately. Instead, he asked, "According to your plan, how long will it take to produce the first testable version?" When Meng Yuqiang heard this, a light of incomparable confidence instantly flashed in her eyes. She answered almost without thinking, "Boss Jiang, the funds are in place. I have also contacted the core team members privately. As long as you give us the nod, we can immediately enter the high-speed development stage. At most half a month. The first beta version. Definitely available online." Her tone was firm, full of the passion and courage that an excellent entrepreneur should have. Half a month? Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. This speed is okay. Good. He didn't ask any more details and made the decision directly. Then do as you say. You are solely responsible for how to do it. He once again gave Meng Yuqiang the greatest trust and authorization. When Meng Yuqiang heard this, an indescribable excitement and gratitude surged in her heart again. It's great to meet such a financial sponsor who has vision, courage, is willing to delegate power and is trustworthy. Oh no, the boss. It is simply the blessing she has earned in several lifetimes. Yes. President Jiang. She nodded heavily, her eyes filled with unprecedented fighting spirit. I promise. I won't let you down. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. Let us finish talking about business. The atmosphere seems to be becoming a little subtle again. In the study, the only sounds left were the two people's slightly rapid breathing. Meng Yuqian looked at Jiang Chen, who was so close to her, at his face that looked even more handsome and charming in the dim light, and at his deep eyes that still held a playful smile. Her heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably again. Her cheeks were flushed again. His eyes also began to evade a little. Jiang Chen looked at her body and it was obvious that she was sending out an invitation signal again. But he is still trying hard to maintain his cute appearance of saying one thing and thinking another. It seems like Teacher Meng hasn't fully understood yet. As a boss, do I have the responsibility and obligation to help her relax? The next day, early morning. The sun is shining. Jiangzhou University, Administration Building. In the principal's office on the top floor. The atmosphere is not as bright as outside the window. Instead, he was filled with solemn confusion and excitement that was difficult to conceal. Behind the large mahogany desk, sitting there is the top leader of Jiangzhou University, President Zhang Jingru. He is nearly 60 years old, with gray hair, and is elegant and easygoing. But at this moment, his brows were tightly locked, and his eyes were full of shock and confusion as he looked at the documents in front of him. Two other people sat across the desk. One is Li Jianguo, the vice president in charge of scientific research and industrial cooperation, and dean of the School of Information and Engineering. He is in his early 50s, wears glasses, and has a scholarly air. But his eyes were also filled with excitement and worry. The other is Wang Zhenhua, director of the finance department, who is in charge of the school's financial power. He is slightly plump and has a ruddy complexion. Looks like a Maitreya Buddha. But at this moment, his eyes, which were usually smiling, were wide open, and in his hand he was tightly holding a copy of the bank receipt. Three of the school's top leaders. At this moment, everyone was in unprecedented shock and confusion because of the same thing. Lao Li, Lao Wang. Principal Zhang Jingru slowly put down the documents in his hand and rubbed his swollen temples. What do you think about this matter? Vice President Li Jianguo pushed up his glasses. Unbelievable. It's like pie in the sky. We all know what's going on with that future energy laboratory. It's because the technology hasn't been completely broken through yet. There is a lack of talent. It needs funding, and it's losing money every year. The money the school puts in every year is enough to build another key subject laboratory. If it weren't for the face of those old professors, there would still be a little value in theoretical research. I have long proposed to close and merge it. But now. He pointed to the report on the table. Someone actually invested a full 100 million all at once. He almost roared, showing how excited he was. Finance Director Wang Zhenhua was so excited that the fat on his face was shaking. He waved the copy of the bank receipt in his hand. That's right. 100 million. Real money. Yesterday afternoon. The money was transferred directly to the laboratory's special account. I double-checked it several times. It's definitely not a scam. It's not money laundering either. The source of funds is clear. Legal and compliant. It's a huge investment that couldn't be cleaner. He slapped his thigh fiercely. This was like sending charcoal in the snow. No. This was like sending a mountain of gold in the snow. Principal Zhang Jingru looked at his two excited subordinates, but there was not much joy on his face. Instead, his brows furrowed even more tightly. He picked up another document, this one, more confidential, with only a name and some simple basic information on it. And an identity label that is baffling to everyone who knows about it. Money is indeed a good thing. Zhang Jingru spoke slowly. The 100 million yuan investment is really a godsend for that laboratory. But. He changed the subject and his eyes became sharp. The source of this money, don't you find it strange? The excitement on Li Jianguo and Wang Zhenhua's faces cooled down a bit in an instant. They looked at each other and saw a hint of solemnity in each other's eyes. Wang Zhenhua asked cautiously. Principal, what do you mean? Zhang Jingru pushed the confidential document in front of the two men. We learned through some channels that. He paused and said the name that made Li Jianguo and Wang Zhenhua almost pop their eyes out. The only designated investor who spent 100 million is a freshman in our school. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen? Which Jiang Chen? Li Jianguo and Wang Zhenhua looked at each other, their brains shut down again. Chapter 66. Is my foster father missing? Why isn't he in the dormitory? No, that's impossible. When Li Jianguo learned about Jiang Chen's information and performance in school from Zhang Jingru, he was the first to express doubt. Is this a mistake? Same name? Wang Zhenhua also nodded repeatedly. Yes, principal. That Jiang Chen. I still have some impression of him. Last time he applied for a student loan. I personally reviewed all the materials. His family conditions are very ordinary. Both his parents are laid-off workers. He still owes tens of thousands of online loans. How can he possibly come up with 100 million? Zhang Jingru looked at the two men with expressions that said I wouldn't believe it even if you kill me, smiled bitterly and shook his head. At first, I didn't believe it either. But we learned through deeper channels. This Jiang Chen seems to be really not simple. And Zhang Jingru's expression became even weirder. Yesterday afternoon, he also bought a lifetime membership card worth more than 80,000 yuan at Miracle Fitness near the school. I also bought a private lesson worth 100,000 yuan. Hiss. Another bombshell. Li Jianguo and Wang Zhenhua were fried until they were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. In one day, he first squandered nearly 200,000 yuan to buy a gym membership and classes, and then injected 100 million yuan into the school laboratory? What the hell is this operation? Could he really be the hidden heir of some top wealthy family? Li Jianguo muttered to himself. Were you pretending to be poor and acting like a bootlicker just to experience life? We don't understand the world of the rich second generation. Wang Zhenhua also sighed. But I can easily take out 100 million yuan and just use it to invest in a laboratory that is not optimistic about it. This skill, this courage, the family behind him. I'm afraid. He didn't dare to say anything else, but the awe in his eyes said it all. Zhang Jingru nodded, looking solemn. I think so too. This Jiang Chen is definitely not simple. His previous actions were either a disguise, or something huge happened recently that we don't know about. No matter which case it is, it shows that this person is very scheming and cunning. He is totally unlike an ordinary freshman. Zhang Jingru's gaze became even deeper. Then, Principal. Li Jianguo asked with some concern. Should we talk to him? Or send someone to make contact from the side? Zhang Jingru pondered for a moment. Finally, he slowly shook his head. No need. This kind of person, either don't mess with him or make friends with him. We have no idea of his background or his true purpose right now. If we rashly contact him or test him, and if that causes him to be disgusted, we can't afford the consequences. Moreover, no matter what his purpose is, his 100 million investment is real. It really solved our urgent problem. So my opinion is to wait and see what happens and keep a distance. At the school level, don't actively disturb him and just treat him as an ordinary student. Let him do whatever he wants. We will turn a blind eye. As for that laboratory. He looked at Li Jianguo. Old Li, you take charge of it yourself. You must. Use the 100 million yuan wisely. Come up with something real. Yes. Principal. I understand. Li Jianguo immediately nodded seriously, and the fire of hope for scientific research rekindled in his eyes. At the same time. Jiangzhou University, Dormitory 412. The aftereffects of a hangover are still tormenting these poor young people. Li Haoyu was the first one to struggle to get up. He felt okay with his hangover, but mainly, he was hungry. I was shocked and drank at Xinghui yesterday. I didn't eat much at all. He shook his still heavy head. Subconsciously, he looked towards Jiang Chen's bed. Empty. The quilt was still neatly folded, and no one came back last night. What the hell? Li Haoyu instantly became more awake. He jumped out of bed and rushed to the beds of several other roommates who were still groaning. Wake up! Everyone, wake up! Something big has happened. Well, stop making noise. Sun Yalong opened his eyes dazedly. Haoyu, what the hell are you yelling about? A ghost screaming? Li Haoyu pointed at Jiang Chen's empty bed. The sound has changed. Look! Old Jiang didn't come back last night. Swish. These words are like a basin of ice water. The water instantly woke up everyone in the dormitory, and 4 people jumped up from their beds almost at the same time. All eyes were focused on Jiang Chen's empty bed. Holy crap! Combined with what happened in the nightclub last night. An extremely bold, extremely crazy, yet seemingly extremely reasonable guess appeared in their minds. Did Jiang really take down Teacher Meng? The eyes of the 5 hot-blooded college students looking at Jiang Chen's empty bed changed completely. It was no longer admiration, but worship. Godfather, awesome. I have long felt that old Jiang is not an ordinary person. But isn't this too outrageous? After a brief shock, Li Haoyu immediately took out his mobile phone and opened the WeChat group. 412 Male God Group 6. Fingers fly, start typing. At. Li Haoyu, Godfather. Where is he? Li Haoyu, last night. Wasn't it? He. Li Haoyu, quick. Tell the truth. Leniency to those who confess. Severity to those who resist. Li Haoyu, are you really taking Teacher Meng? Li Haoyu, evil smile, evil smile, evil smile. He just sent the message. There. Meng Yuqian's apartment, master bedroom. The early morning sun shines through the gauze curtains and gently falls on the messy bed. Jiang Chen was leaning against the head of the bed, holding a mobile phone in his hand and looking at the messages that were instantly flooding the dormitory group. Smiled helplessly. These guys. Really energetic. And in his arms, Meng Yuqian was curled up like a lazy kitten and sleeping soundly. Her sleeping face was peaceful and beautiful, completely devoid of her usual coldness and sharpness. The long eyelashes gently cover the eyelids like butterfly wings. The corners of her mouth even slightly curled up in a sweet arc of satisfaction. Obviously, the in-depth communication and work guidance that lasted until late at night last night brought her unprecedented experience and satisfaction. Suddenly, it seemed that he was disturbed by the vibration of Jiang Chen's phone. Meng Yuqian's long eyelashes trembled slightly for a few times, and then she slowly opened her charming phoenix eyes. She had just woken up. Her eyes were still a little hazy, with a lazy and defenseless innocence, which was in stark contrast to her usual royal sister image. She subconsciously rubbed against Jiang Chen's arms again, as if trying to find a more comfortable position and continue to stay in bed. However, when her eyes accidentally swept across Jiang Chen's lit mobile phone screen. When I see those messages filled with hee and various obscene emoticons. She woke up instantly, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. No sleepiness at all. The feeling of shame came like a tide and instantly drowned her. Did the students know? Do they know that I was with Jiang Chen last night? Meng Yuqian felt her cheeks instantly become hot enough to cook eggs, and she suddenly sat up from Jiang Chen's arms. Jiang Chen looked at her cute appearance, which was flustered, shy, and a little angry, like a frightened little rabbit. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. He pulled her back into his arms and kissed her on the smooth forehead. Then, he teased in her ear, Teacher Meng, why are you so nervous? You said it so lightly, but they found out. How can I still be a teacher? The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she felt. Although she did take the initiative to cater to Jiang Chen last night and experienced unprecedented happiness. But that was under the combined effects of alcohol and impulse. Wake up now. The feeling of shame in my heart suddenly exploded. Jiang Chen. President Jiang, can this be kept secret? Just consider it as the fact that I will still be managing the company for you in the future. She even went so far as to plead with him as a subordinate. Jiang Chen looked at her pitiful appearance, and the thought of teasing in his heart completely disappeared. Instead, there is pity and a sense of responsibility? He knew that Meng Yuqian was different from all the women he had met before. She is proud, independent, and ambitious. Jiang Chen reached out his hand, gently held her face, and let her look into his eyes. His eyes became serious. Okay, I promise you, only you, and I know what happened tonight, and no one else will know. After hearing Jiang Chen's solemn promise, Meng Yuqian finally calmed down a little. She looked into Jiang Chen's eyes, which were full of sincerity and complexity. A warm feeling surged in my heart again. But then she saw the familiar smirk on Jiang Chen's lips. Jiang Chen picked up his phone and typed quickly in the dormitory group chat in front of her. Then, click send. Meng Yuqian's heart tightened. What did he post? Could it be? She quickly leaned over to take a look. The screen displayed the message Jiang Chen had just sent. Sorry, I just woke up. I'm in the classroom, ready to clock in for class. Meng Yuqian was stunned again after reading this message. She looked at Jiang Chen with a mixture of laughter and tears, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Jiang Chen looked at her cute expression of being stunned, angry and amused. In a good mood. He leaned down and pecked her gently on her red lips. Then, he got out of bed and started to put on his clothes neatly and quickly. Okay, Mr. Meng. While buttoning his shirt, he said to Meng Yuqian, who was still in a daze on the bed. I have to go to school, and you? He turned around and looked up and down at Meng Yuqian's lazy, charming, yet obviously tired body. Okay, take a rest. After all, you also worked overtime for a long time last night. It was very hard. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the red-faced and ashamed teacher behind him. He turned around and strode out of the bedroom. Chapter 67. Thanks for the invitation. I'm in the classroom, ready to punch in. 9:50 in the morning. There are still 10 minutes until the second class starts. Jiangzhou University, teaching building number 1. In the lecture hall J1302. Hu Weiwei seemed to be dressed up carefully today, with exquisite full makeup on her face. She was wearing a brand new designer dress. I guess he bought it with the gold coins from a bootlicker yesterday. In his hand, for the first time ever, he was holding a loving breakfast that looked very high-end in packaging. This scene is like the sun rising from the west. Am I seeing right? Hu Weiwei, she actually brought breakfast to class. Yes. And look at the packaging. It looks like it was bought from that popular light food shop outside the school. Doesn't she usually ask Jiang Chen to bring her steamed buns and fried dough sticks from the cafeteria? That's right. In the past, Jiang Chen brought her breakfast every morning regardless of weather conditions, but she was always picky and disliked it. Has she changed her personality today? Change your gender? I don't think so. Didn't you attend Mr. Meng's career guidance class yesterday? Let me tell you something. Something shocking happened there yesterday. What melon? Tell me. The two girls immediately became interested and their eyes lit up. The well-informed girl looked around and made sure that no one was paying attention before she described in vivid detail what had happened yesterday. In order to protect Jiang Chen, school beauty Yan Shi actually lowered herself to confront Hu Weiwei on the spot? Even Yan Shi hinted that she wanted to pursue Jiang Chen? Hiss. This series of revelations caused the entire classroom to gasp. Everyone's eyes towards Hu Weiwei changed completely. It took a long time. She did it herself. You dumped someone because you despised her for being poor, but she turned around and was spotted by a goddess? Hu Weiwei naturally also felt the strange gazes from those around her. Her face turned pale and blue, and her hands on her knees were clenched into fists. Bitch. It must have been that little bitch Yan Shi who spread it on purpose. And that loser Jiang Chen actually dared to embarrass me in public. She originally thought that Jiang Chen was just lucky and that was why he was so arrogant. But the more she thought about it last night, the more she felt something was wrong, especially Yan Shi's final reaction, which didn't seem like a momentary impulse at all. It's more like a desperate gamble after confirming a certain fact. What kind of fact can make Yan Shi, a school beauty who is so arrogant and cares most about reputation, be so desperate? There is only one possibility. Jiang Chen is really a hidden super second generation. This speculation makes Hu Weiwei excited but also filled with endless regret. She actually pushed away a super gold mine that had always obeyed her? No. No. Absolutely not. Hu Weiwei raised her head abruptly, with an almost crazy light flashing in her eyes. She couldn't lose Jiang Chen, just like District 3D couldn't lose Jerusalem. Especially we can't let him be snatched away by that bitch Yan Shi. She took a deep breath, forced down the turmoil in her heart, and once again forced a smile on her face that she thought was both proud, reserved, and magnanimous. She heard a few girls nearby talking in low voices. I didn't expect Jiang Chen to change so much. He used to be so timid, but now he is. Yeah, you really can't judge a man by appearances. Hu Weiwei immediately seized the opportunity and pretended to casually adjust her designer dress. Then, with a calm and superior feeling, he said, "Oh, what do you know? Jiang Chen has that temper, he's just a child, he's just being sulky. He was so nice to me before, but suddenly he became cold, isn't he just trying to get my attention? He wants me to pay more attention to him." She had a helpless smile on her face, as if to show that she had seen through everything. Men are all like this. Just be a little bit irritable and coax her. As for Yan Shi, he was just a tool used by Jiang Chen to anger me. A clown is nothing to be afraid of. Wait until I feel better and have figured it out. Just pin it to him. He'll come back to me, wagging his tail and begging for forgiveness like he always did. She spoke with great confidence and conviction. The classmates around her who were originally discussing the matter were speechless after hearing her confusing remarks, and looked at her as if she were a hopeless idiot. Is this woman living in a dream? Is the face made of city walls? But Hu Weiwei completely ignored these contemptuous looks and continued to bask in her imagined status. Even picked up that fancy-looking breakfast. She tidied it up in an extremely virtuous manner. It seems that she is waiting for a miserable boyfriend to come back and apologize to her, and then she will generously give him this breakfast as a reward? Just then, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the classroom door. Look! the school beauty is here. What the hell? What she's holding in her hand, is also breakfast? Is she really here to find Jiang Chen? Swish. Everyone's eyes were once again focused on the classroom door. Just see. Yan Shi. The white moonlight beauty from Jiangzhou University was standing there in a charming manner. She was still wearing the pure and charming white dress and light blue denim jacket she wore in the morning, and she was also holding a breakfast in her hands. Her pretty face had an obvious blush and a bit of nervousness and determination that only she knew about. Hu Weiwei looked at the loving breakfast in Yan Shi's hand, which was obviously made by herself, and then looked at the internet celebrity breakfast in her own hand that she bought with her own money. Her face instantly turned as dark as the bottom of the pot. Bitch. This little bitch. She actually dared to seduce Jiang Chen in front of me? And it's so obvious. Is she protesting to me? Hu Weiwei was so angry that she was shaking all over and almost had a fit on the spot. Yan Shi was also extremely nervous at the moment, her palms were sweating, she knew how bold and outrageous her actions today were. But she went for it. Yesterday, when she heard those people slandering Jiang Chen and insulting her like that, the inexplicable anger and competitive spirit in her heart were completely ignited. Why? How could a vain, selfish and vicious woman like Hu Weiwei have a fellow student like Jiang Chen? Even if it was only once. And you have to watch the outstanding boy slip away from you because of your so-called modesty? Is it even possible that I will be entangled by someone like Hu Weiwei again? No. She won't allow it. Chapter 68. Why did the school beauty start chatting? When Jiang Chen arrived at the classroom door, he was stunned. On the left is the ex-girlfriend Hu Weiwei, with a deliberately disguised look of pity and affection on her face, and she is holding a celebrity breakfast in her hand. On the right is the campus beauty Yan Shi, with an unconcealable blush and nervousness on her pretty face, and she is also holding a loving breakfast in her hand. And all around were the eyes of my classmates, which were like searchlights. Jiang Chen was speechless. Just when Jiang Chen was about to speak, Hu Weiwei took the lead and deliberately ignored Yan Shi beside her. Her face instantly changed to the kind of expression that showed that she was wronged and resentful after being ignored by her boyfriend, but she pretended to be magnanimous, and her voice was so tight that it could squeeze water out of it. Jiang Chen, you are finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Look, I bought you the famous sandwich you wanted to eat the most. Come and try it. Jiang Chen really wanted to ask, when did I ever want to eat that thing? But Hu Weiwei went forward and pulled Jiang Chen's arm without saying anything, trying to use this intimate action to declare one's sovereignty. However, before her hand touched Jiang Chen, Yan Shi on the other side mustered up his courage, stepped forward and stood in front of Jiang Chen. Although her body was still shaking slightly, she did not pull Jiang Chen like Hu Weiwei did, but just handed the breakfast in her hand to Jiang Chen. Good morning, Junior. I brought you your favorite millet porridge and meat buns. They are still hot. Eat them while they are hot. Otherwise, it will be bad for your stomach. Her words seemed plain, just ordinary concern. But combined with her misinterpreted declaration in Teacher Meng's class yesterday and her initiative to deliver breakfast again this morning, the subtext is self-evident. For a moment, the sound of people gasping for breath was heard again inside and outside the classroom. Holy crap! This is a real Shura field. Two beauties fighting for a man in public? Isn't this too exciting? Everyone's eyes were moving back and forth between Jiang Chen, Yan Shi, and Hu Weiwei, their expressions full of spectator-like expressions. Unique excitement and anticipation. When Hu Weiwei heard Yan Shi's words, she saw the steaming breakfast she handed to Jiang Chen. Especially when I saw that Jiang Chen's eyes actually fell on the millet porridge and meat buns. There was even a hint of satisfaction and warmth in his eyes. The jealousy in her heart instantly burned as if it were doused with gasoline. How does this bitch know that Jiang Chen likes to eat this? Is she deliberately using this method to disgust me? To provoke me? Hu Weiwei was so angry that she almost lost her mind. She turned her head suddenly and stared at Yan Shi. Yan Shi. What do you mean? Didn't you see I was talking to Jiang Chen? You're an outsider. Why are you coming here to join in the fun? She sneered, her eyes full of contempt. Jiang Chen. He only likes to eat the high-end Western breakfast I bought. He doesn't even look at your cheap, rustic millet porridge buns. Take it away now. Don't be an eyesore here. She started to drive Yan Shi away directly. Yan Shi's face turned red with anger at her unreasonable accusation, but this time, she was not just aggrieved and angry like she was yesterday. Instead, he mustered up unprecedented courage, raised his head and glared back at Hu Weiwei without showing any weakness. My junior sister, first of all, it is not your turn to define whether Jiang Chen and I are outsiders. Secondly, what Jiang Chen likes to eat doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, right? After all. She smiled, a smile like a rose with thorns. You've broken up. Isn't it? At last. She glanced at the beautifully packaged internet celebrity breakfast in Hu Weiwei's hand. Senior Hu, you should pay more attention to yourself. After all, you haven't paid back your meal money to your junior yet. Every word Yen she said was heart-piercing, like countless poison knives stabbing into Hu Weiwei's heart. You bitch. Hu Weiwei's defenses were completely broken. She screamed and lost all her rationality. He even raised his hand to slap Yen she's pure and beautiful face. However, her slap hasn't landed yet. It was grasped tightly by a big hand as strong as an iron clamp. Jiang Chen took action. When he saw that Hu Weiwei was so angry that she wanted to attack, his eyes instantly turned cold. When beating a dog, you have to look at the owner too. Although he is not Yen she's master. But Yen she can barely be considered his now. Hu Weiwei, it seems that the lessons learned these days are not profound enough. Or do you think that I, Jiang Chen, am too easy to talk to? She looked at Jiang Chen's cold eyes without a trace of emotion, and for the first time she truly felt that the man in front of her was no longer the bootlicker who allowed her to bully and beat him. I didn't. Hu Weiwei was incoherent and a little frightened. The students around him didn't even dare to breathe when they saw this scene, and they were all silent as a mouse. Isn't Jiang Chen's aura too terrifying? It's like he's a completely different person. Yen Shi's heart was filled with an indescribable sense of security and excitement. Jiang Chen ignored the gazes around him. He turned around and looked at Yen Shi, and the coldness on his face instantly disappeared. Instead, a gentle smile appeared. Senior, are you okay? Can I have some breakfast? Yen Shi looked at his gentle smile. Heartbeat, out of control again. Her pretty face turned red. She hummed like a mosquito, then quickly lowered her head and dared not look at him again. Jiang Chen laughed and stopped teasing her. He picked up a meat bun and took a bite. It smells really good. However, at this moment, there was a noisy sound coming from the classroom door. What the hell? What the hell? Hurry up. We're going to be late. Damn. My head hurts. I drank too much last night. Water, who brought water? I'm dying of thirst. Based on the time, we still have 3 minutes. Jiang Chen's 5 roommates rushed into the classroom in an extremely embarrassed manner. Li Haoyu ran in the front. No. I just can't figure it out. Lao Jiang clearly didn't return to the dormitory last night. The bed is made perfectly. There's not a wrinkle at all. He said he was in the classroom at around 8 o'clock in the morning. Is this true or not? Li Bin was also confused. I'm wondering too. Last night at Xinghui, they kissed each other. Logically. Even if it didn't work, ahem. They should have been out there having fun. How could they have come to the classroom so early? Did we really remember it wrong? Sun Yalong covered his head and tried hard to recall the vague moments of last night. Li Haoyu immediately denied it. The boss's bed is definitely empty. There's definitely something wrong. Yen Shi and Hu Weiwei, who were originally in a confrontation, heard the discussion among the 5 people. His expression changed drastically almost at the same time. Especially when they clearly heard. Old Jiang clearly didn't return to the dormitory last night. His WeChat said he was in the classroom at around 8 a.m. There's definitely something fishy going on. Yen Shi's pretty face turned pale instantly. So, where was he last night, and who was he with? Could it be Coach Peng? Or those questionable women out there? When thinking of these possibilities, Yen Shi felt an indescribable sadness and grievance. Like a young wife who has been ruthlessly betrayed by her lover. After a brief shock, a morbid excitement and pride instantly appeared on Hu Weiwei's face. Ha ha ha. Really? I knew it. What does this mean? This means that Yen Shi is not important at all in his heart. They are even worse than those wild women out there who are just playing around. It also proves that Jiang Chen is a scumbag at heart. When you have money, you become bad. This is just great. Because only scumbag men are the easiest to control. Moreover, he deceived Yan Shi, which was a godsend. I can take advantage of this opportunity to humiliate this bitch Yan Shi and make her give up completely. Hu Weiwei was ecstatic in her heart, but her face immediately changed to an expression of indignation. So, she suddenly turned her head and stared at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. You disappoint me so much. She complained bitterly. I originally thought you were just confused for a moment. You were bewitched by some vixen. I didn't expect you to actually learn bad things. Look at what you look like now. You don't come home at night. And you lie to people. You must have gone out to have a good time. You fooled around all night. Who can you be worthy of? Can you be worthy of your parents who raised you with so much hardship? Can you be worthy of my devotion to you? Her remarks not only stunned the students around her again. It even made Jiang Chen laugh. Phew! Jiang Chen really couldn't help but laughed out loud. He looked at Hu Weiwei's funny appearance. Is this woman out of her mind? Jiang Chen was too lazy to say another word to her. He just felt that getting entangled with such a person would simply lower his IQ. However, just because he doesn't want to pay attention doesn't mean others can tolerate it, especially Yan Shi. Although she was filled with grievance and bitterness at the moment, when she saw Hu Weiwei attacking Jiang Chen so viciously, the instinct to protect him and the affection that had long been quietly growing in her heart once again overcame all the negative emotions. She suddenly raised her head, and her clear eyes that were originally filled with tears were now like stars burning with flames, full of fighting spirit. She looked at Hu Weiwei, her voice was unusually clear because of her anger, even cold and crazy. Ha! Hu Weiwei, stop that disgusting performance of yours. It's not your turn to point fingers at what Jiang Chen is doing. You said he was a life of debauchery? You said he was looking for another woman? Yan Shi took a deep breath, as if she had made some important decision. She straightened her back and spoke in a loud voice, word by word. Okay. Even if he really goes. So what? And. She looked at the stunned Jiang Chen with scorching eyes, and her voice was firm. As long as it's somewhere Jiang Chen wants to go, let alone a bar or nightclub, even if it's a sea of fire and swords, I, Yan Shi, am willing to accompany him. It's better than some people who don't even have the qualifications to accompany him to relax. Holy crap! Everyone was completely shocked, as if they heard a magical sound from another dimension. It's totally incomprehensible and unbelievable. What did school beauty Yan Shi just say? She was going to accompany Jiang Chen through fire and water? She was even going to accompany him on his nights of debauchery? He also said that Hu Weiwei was not even qualified to accompany him? This fucking. It's not love anymore, is it? Is this crazy? Was he cursed? When Jiang Chen heard Yan Shi's earth-shattering declaration, he almost spit out the bun stuffing in his mouth. No. Senior? Are you okay? Why does going to a nightclub mean I need you to go through fire and water with me? It seems as if it's not clean if I go there? Jiang Chen held his forehead helplessly, feeling very tired. Go back to your seats first, class will start soon. Chapter 69, Following my adoptive father, I eat 9 meals a day. Jiang Chen sat in his seat, calm and composed. The discussions around him seemed to have nothing to do with him. He just slowly drank the warm millet porridge and ate the soft and fragrant meat buns. It tastes really good. Beside him, Yan Shi, who had been suppressing his sadness and grievance, finally couldn't help it anymore. She looked at Jiang Chen leisurely eating breakfast and thought that he might have really fooled around with another woman last night. An inexplicable temper came up. Yes. She admitted that she had a crush on Jiang Chen, even liked him, and was willing to let go of her pride and actively pursue him. He even went so far as to confront Hu Weiwei in public. But who doesn't have a little temper? Junior. There was bitterness in her voice. Didn't you promise me last night to go back to the dormitory and rest? Why? She paused, as if weighing her words. Why, you don't keep your word? Or do you think that I, Yan Shi, can't compare to those beauties in the bar? Holy crap! What school beauty Yan Shi said contains so much information? Several roommates suddenly lost their composure. It would be bad if school beauty Yan Shi misunderstood this. Li Haoyu's mind worked the fastest. He immediately showed Yan Shi an extremely sincere smile and loudly explained for Jiang Chen. "Oh. Senior sister Yan Shi. Please don't misunderstand me. Our Lao Jiang did go to Xinghui last night. But his brothers invited him there to celebrate his escape from the misery of being single again. But Lao Jiang took the initiative to pay for us so that we could broaden our horizons. And..." He suddenly changed the subject. "Boss, his determination is unmatched by ordinary people. Last night at Xinghui. At least 20 to 30 beautiful ladies of all types came over to chat with the boss. What was the result? The boss didn't even raise his eyelids and simply ignored everything. Besides, Teacher Meng was also there at the time. How could the boss do such a thing? His assist can be said to be sincere and heartfelt." Sure enough, when Yan Shi heard these words, most of the doubts and grievances in her heart instantly dissipated. Her expression eased a little, and her gaze towards Jiang Chen was filled with a hint of shyness again. I even felt a little apologetic, wondering if I had made a big deal out of nothing just now. However, just when Yan Shi had just been calmed down. On the other side, Hu Weiwei, who had been huddled in her seat with her ears perked up to eavesdrop on the movements here, heard Li Haoyu's explanation. Her brain started working at high speed again. "What? Jiang Chen went to Xinghui last night. Is it to celebrate a breakup? Is it to broaden your brother's horizons? Rejected all the women's approaches? Ha ha ha. So that's how it is." Hu Weiwei was instantly overjoyed. She understood completely that Jiang Chen, that loser, really still had me in his heart and he still had feelings for me and couldn't let me go. The reason he went to the nightclub was not because he wanted to fool around, but because he was upset and painful after breaking up with me, so he wanted to drown his sorrows in alcohol and numb himself with alcohol. The reason why he rejected those women was not because he was like Lu Xiaohui, but because he only had me, Hu Weiwei, in his heart, and he didn't even look at other mediocre women. The reason why he didn't dare to do anything wrong was not because he was afraid of Meng Yuqian, but because he was afraid that I would be angry, afraid that I would misunderstand, and afraid that I really didn't want him anymore. Right. It must be like this. Absolutely. He still loves me. He is hopelessly in love with me. The more Hu Weiwei thought about it, the more she felt that her inference was completely correct. Her logic was perfect and impeccable. The unhappiness in her heart caused by jealousy of Yan Shi and being ignored by Jiang Chen completely disappeared, and was replaced by a stronger sense of superiority and self-confidence. The look in her eyes as she looked at Jiang Chen was once again filled with tolerance. Snort. You still have some conscience. And you still remember to stay pure for me. In this case, I will show mercy and forgive you. Hu Weiwei stood up from her seat again. With an expression that said, "I know everything and have decided to forgive you," she walked up to Jiang Chen and said in a condescending tone. "Ha! So, you just went out to drink last night. I thought you had really become a bad person." She showed what she thought was a sweet smile on her face. "All right. Since you still care about me and don't fool around with those questionable women, I will forgive you." After saying that, she actually reached out her hand to take the breakfast that Yan Shi had prepared for her on Jiang Chen's table, and said confidently, "Okay. Since I forgive you, we will be fine from now on. Hurry up and throw this dirty thing away. Come here and eat what I bought for you. This is worthy of your status." Her incredible actions and remarks shocked everyone present. Jiang Chen himself was completely stunned, standing there in a daze. He was holding half a bun in his hand with his mouth slightly open, looking at the serious Hu Weiwei in front of him, feeling that his brain was not enough. What kind of brain circuit can deduce such an outrageous conclusion? For the first time, Jiang Chen began to doubt whether he was really blind in his previous life to fall in love with such a weirdo. Jiang Chen's roommates were completely furious after being stunned for a short while. An idea suddenly came to Li Haoyu's mind. His eyes rolled and an extremely kind smile appeared on his face. He stopped Li Bin and Sun Yaolong who were about to chase them away. Then, he actually took the beautifully packaged internet celebrity breakfast from Hu Weiwei. "Oh my, Sister Weiwei, look at you, why are you doing this? The boss, isn't he eating right now?" Hu Weiwei was stunned when she heard this, and then an expression of ecstasy appeared on her face, and she immediately understood. This must have been Jiang Chen who instructed his roommate to do this. He was still too embarrassed to accept my breakfast in public. That's why he asked his roommate to save the situation. Ha ha ha. I knew it. Jiang Chen only has me in his heart. Hu Weiwei was extremely proud in her heart, but on her face, she had to pretend to be reluctant. I bought this specially for Jiang Chen. It's okay, it's okay. Li Haoyu immediately interrupted her and his smile became even bigger. As he spoke, he quickly distributed the breakfast to Li Bin and Sun Yaolong who were standing next to him. In no time, the expensive internet celebrity breakfast was divided up. Seeing this scene, Yan Shi frowned slightly. You guys are so hungry? Then I'll just buy a few more every day. Anyway, I'm pretty well off lately. After all, he had just earned a ton of money from someone for private tutoring. Her words made Li Haoyu and the others stunned again. But what was unexpected was that Li Haoyu burped contentedly and said to Hu Weiwei, in the past, the boss brought you breakfast every day. Today we ate the breakfast you brought, just as you paid back the interest to our boss. Puff. Hu Weiwei felt as if her chest was hit hard by a sledgehammer, and her blood was boiling. I almost vomited blood again on the spot. She stared at Li Haoyu and then at Jiang Chen. You guys just wait. After saying these weak and harsh words, Hu Weiwei shrank back into her seat. Just at this moment, a burst of hurried and obviously displeased footsteps were heard at the classroom door. Next came a young male teacher with neatly combed hair. His eyes scanned the classroom as sharply as an eagle, and his brows were tightly furrowed into a shape. What time is it? Still making so much noise here. Do you think this is a vegetable market? Is there any classroom discipline left? Chapter 70, Teacher Meng's bootlicker has also gotten better? The lecturer's name is Li Ming, and he is said to be a relative of a senior leader. On weekdays, we pay the most attention to teachers and discipline. Anyone who dares to be late, leave early, play with mobile phone, or whisper in his class is definitely seeking death. In the mildest cases, the student will be criticized by name and all the normal marks will be deducted. In serious cases, the case will be reported directly to the college and the examination qualification will be revoked. It can be said to be ruthless and merciless. His square face, which had originally been quite handsome, was now so gloomy that it seemed as if water could almost drip out of it. The pair of not-so-big eyes behind the black-framed glasses flashed with uncontrollable anger and gloom. He slammed the lesson plan in his hand heavily onto the desk. Bang! All the students held their breath, lowered their heads, and tried hard to reduce their presence, for fear of becoming the unlucky one to be killed as a warning to others. He had just vaguely heard the loud noise and girls' screams coming from the classroom in the office. He felt something was wrong at the time, and when he walked out he took a look. Good job. What is Teacher Meng? What is drinking? What does staying out all night mean? Teacher Meng? Drink wine? When Li Ming heard these words, he was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. Meng Yuqiang, the iceberg goddess he had pursued for nearly a year, sending her flowers and gifts, but hadn't even asked her out for a meal. I went to a bar to drink with a group of students last night? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Li Ming's first reaction was disbelief. He felt that it must be these students, especially Jiang Chen, the bootlicker, who were bragging, spreading rumors and destroying Teacher Meng's reputation. He sent more than a dozen WeChat messages to Teacher Meng last night, asking her if she was free to watch a newly released movie together. What's the result? Teacher Meng didn't reply to any of the messages. She was so busy, how could she have the time to go drinking in such a shady place with a bunch of young boys? This is absolutely slander and a toad's fantasy of wanting to eat swan flesh. Li Ming's heart was filled with contempt and anger towards Jiang Chen and his roommates. Li Ming took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart, and forced an extremely stiff smile on his face. He opened the lesson plan, and his eyes, like a poison knife, casually swept across the row of seats where Jiang Chen and his group sat. Then, he said in a sarcastic tone, "Good morning, students. Today, we are going to discuss the issue of the ideological and moral cultivation of contemporary college students. We all know that university is a temple of knowledge and a cradle of talent. We college students, as the future pillars of the country, should pay more attention to our own moral cultivation. We should establish a correct outlook on life and values. We should understand what is true, good, and beautiful. What is false, evil, and ugly. But..." He suddenly changed the subject, his tone filled with grief. "There are always some students who are young, don't study hard, and don't focus on learning and self-improvement. All they think about all day is eating, drinking, having fun, competing with each other and showing off, or even..." He raised his tone, and his eyes swept towards Jiang Chen and the others like a poisonous snake. Lingering in those places full of bright lights, wine and women, and indecent things. There are also some students who not only don't study hard, but also like to talk nonsense, spread rumors and cause trouble. In particular, they like to use their teachers, especially some young and beautiful female teachers, as capital for bragging and showing off. Oh! He sneered with great disdain. It's simply ridiculous. Ridiculous. And shameful. This is a great disrespect to the teacher. It is also a great insult to one's own personality. His words were full of innuendos and were almost like naming someone directly. All the students couldn't help but secretly glance at Jiang Chen in the front row and his roommates whose faces were becoming increasingly ugly. Everyone knew clearly in their minds that teacher Li Ming was clearly targeting Jiang Chen and the others. Many people showed expressions of gloating, especially those boys who were jealous of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's roommates were either confused or angry at this moment. They didn't react at first, they just thought that teacher Li Ming was a little angry today and spoke in a sarcastic tone. But the more I listened, the more something seemed wrong. Every fucking word of this was implying something to them, especially Li Haoyu, who had the worst temper. He was so furious when he heard this that he almost stood up and argued with Li Ming on the spot. Shit! Who is this idiot? He lowered his voice and cursed at Li Bin next to him. Did you take the wrong medicine? You're pointing at a monk and calling him a bald donkey? Li Bin's face also turned pale. We didn't mess with him, did we? Just when they were angry and confused. A boy came over quietly and whispered to them. Brothers, let me tell you a secret. This teacher Li Ming is actually a suitor of teacher Meng. You guys better pray for yourselves, hee hee. In an instant, several people suddenly realized what was going on. No wonder this idiot started to speak in a sarcastic and indirect way. After hearing the popular science talk from his classmate next to him, Jiang Chen was also slightly stunned, with a look on his face. Jiang Chen couldn't help but think of Meng Yucheng's confused and depressed look last night. Look at Li Ming, who is like a resentful woman. Puff. Forgive him, I really can't help but laugh. But, it's just a joke. Jiang Chen also felt a little unhappy. Meng Yucheng, after all, is his person now. She is the queen of his future business empire. How dare this bootlicker in front of her, who is not even worthy of carrying her shoes, still have the audacity to harbor illusions? This is like lighting a toilet lamp. Originally, Jiang Chen wanted to keep a low profile and complete the cultivation of a super rich man, task well to leave a good impression on teacher Meng. But now it seems that some people really think they are big shots if you don't give them a hint. However, at this moment, the system's broadcast voice suddenly sounded. Ding! The host has been detected to be provoked, and has decided to give the host a taste of his own medicine, using the godly way to educate the blind target, in line with the godly way's code of conduct, triggering a new player turn. Player turn, the kindness of the super rich. Background of the round, as a strange creature, lickers are often immersed in self-delusions and cannot extricate themselves, and will eventually harm others and themselves. As a kind-hearted super rich man, you have the obligation to use your unique way to help this lost licker in front of you recognize the reality, cut off delusions, and help him escape from the sea of suffering as soon as possible and turn back to the shore. Round requirements: use your wisdom and charm to attack the target person Li Ming from all directions, angles, and depths, until his defense is completely broken. He doubts his life. Actively give up the unrealistic fantasy about Meng Yucheng. Round reward: physical fitness plus 10. According to the completion of the final task, a random asset package will be awarded, and the interest for this round will be settled immediately 50,000. Round time limit, 8 hours. Chapter 71. Then let me ask you, is your head pointy? Today, we are not in a hurry to talk about the theories in the textbooks. Let's first discuss a more realistic and urgent issue, which is. Li Ming continued to talk, and his eyes once again glanced vaguely in the direction of Jiang Chen. How should our contemporary college students, especially those who come from better-off families or think they are better off, establish correct values? How should they resist the bad temptations in society? How should they devote their precious youth to truly meaningful learning and self-improvement? As soon as these words came out, many students in the classroom subconsciously held their breath. Here it comes. He started to make indirect accusations again. Some students, at such a young age, don't learn well. They use their parents' hard-earned money to eat, drink and have fun, and compete with others to show off. They think they are so cool and great. In my opinion, they are just stupid and childish, wasting their lives and overdrawing their future. Young people who really have aspirations and ideals. He changed the subject, and a sense of superiority appeared on his face. You should be like me, putting your mind and energy into study and work, constantly improving yourself, perfecting yourself, and striving to make contributions to the country and society as soon as possible. Look at me, I'm not even 30 years old yet, I'm already a lecturer at a key university. I'll soon be promoted to associate professor and have a bright future. This is the valuable life we college students should pursue, not like some people who only know how to enjoy themselves at a young age, not doing their jobs properly, and wasting their time. If they continue like this, let alone contributing to society, it will be a problem whether they can find a decent job and support themselves in the future. His self-proclaimed daddy-flavored rap with sarcastic remarks made the students in the audience feel drowsy. However, the more Jiang Chen's roommates listened, the darker their faces became, and the angrier they became. Damn, this idiot almost called out our boss by name. Especially Li Haoyu, he had just been disgusted by Hu Weiwei and was in a bad mood. Now I am being treated sarcastic by this bootlicker lecturer who came out of nowhere. How could he bear it? Hey! Haoyu! Don't be impulsive. Li Bin next to him was quick to hold him down. He's a teacher. Don't confront him. We will be the ones who suffer. Sun Yalong also echoed in a low voice. Yes, yes. Be patient and everything will be fine. Hold on. Li Haoyu was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick. This idiot is almost writing on our heads. How can we tolerate this? Besides, who the hell is he? Is he qualified to teach our boss a lesson? Just as they were arguing in low voices and their anger was about to explode, Jiang Chen, who had been calm and composed, suddenly spoke. Teacher Li, please interrupt me. You just said so much. He's a lecturer, an associate professor, and has a bright future. I just want to ask. He paused. His face showed an extremely sincere and innocent expression. Is this cool? Silence. Deathly silence. As soon as Jiang Chen said this, the entire lecture hall fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. All the students were petrified and completely frozen in their seats. They all looked at Jiang Chen in amazement. After a brief silence, the classroom suddenly erupted into suppressed laughter. Phew! Even Yuan Quan and Song Yan, the two most serious and reserved people, couldn't help but raise their mouth corners wildly and their shoulders began to shake violently. It's so fucking satisfying. Li Ming, who was originally self-admiring and eloquent on the podium, froze his expression instantly after hearing Jiang Chen's words. Then, an indescribable feeling of humiliation and anger rushed to his head, making his already gloomy face instantly swell like a pig's liver. He stared at Jiang Chen intently, his lips trembling, and after a long while he managed to squeeze out a few words from between his teeth. What did you say? He couldn't believe his ears. This bootlicker, this uneducated trash, actually dared to question him in front of the whole class? Li Ming felt like his lungs were about to explode. He wanted to rush down from the podium and give Jiang Chen 2 big slaps. However, his remaining sanity told him not to. He is going to be promoted to associate professor soon, so he has to keep calm and not make any drastic moves. He took a deep breath, forced down the anger in his heart, and forced a smile on his face that was uglier than crying, trying to save his face by acting like an elder teaching a younger person a lesson. Classmate, it seems that you are still too superficial in your understanding of this society at such a young age. Do you think that having a few bucks is a big deal? Let me tell you, if you rely on your own efforts, step by step, to gain a foothold in a key university and become a respected lecturer and associate professor, like me, this is true success and a truly valuable life. You ask me if I'm cool? He sneered even more. I'm telling you. Of course it's awesome. Do you know what that means? This means a stable job, a decent income, high social status, vast network of connections. It also means that I can get a generous pension after I retire in the future, enjoying all kinds of welfare benefits provided by the state. Sure. Go travel around the world and enjoy life as you please. I am going to live a high-quality retirement life that you short-sighted young people who only know how to squander your youth will never be able to achieve in your lifetime. He spoke with passion and force, as if he had already foreseen his own brilliant old age decades later. That indescribable sense of complacency and pride once again appeared on his face. He was looking forward to seeing Jiang Chen being completely stunned by his words that were full of wisdom and foresight. Then, he showed an expression of self-abasement. However, he was disappointed. Jiang Chen on the opposite side heard his passionate life plan. Instead of showing any shame or awe on his face, he showed an expression of helplessness and even pity. Is it like listening to a kindergarten kid showing off his new plastic toy? Jiang Chen sighed softly and shook his head. Oh. So? Teacher Li, you have worked hard for half your life, and your ultimate dream is to use your pension to travel after retirement? Li Ming was stunned. Yeah. Is there anything wrong with this? Jiang Chen smiled, and his smile was like that of a compassionate Buddha. Nothing's wrong, just a little pathetic. Pitiful? Li Ming got angry again. Who are you calling pitiful? Jiang Chen spread his hands with an innocent look. I said you are pitiful. Look. He pointed at himself. For someone like me who does not work properly and wastes time, although I don't have any lofty ideals, but... He changed the subject. Let alone waiting until retirement, even if I buy a Gulfstream G650 right now, and then hire a world-class flight team, plus a Michelin 3-star chef team and a Victoria's Secret Angel-level flight attendant team, I can travel around the world every day, go wherever I want, eat whatever I want, and play whatever I want. I guess I can play until my grandchildren are alive. So? Jiang Chen pretended to be cool without blushing or beating his heart. He believed that it would not take long for him to realize the boast he had just made. He certainly can't afford a G650 now, but he believes he will be able to ride in one this year. Isn't he pretending to be cool at this moment just to fulfill his boast and complete the task of this round? Looking at Li Ming's face, which had turned the color of liver again due to shock and anger, Jiang Chen showed an extremely sincere expression of confusion. I really don't understand. Why can I enjoy the things you have worked so hard for your whole life so easily now? You say, isn't this pitiful? Silence. Again. Deathly silence. If Jiang Chen's words is this cool? Just now were just a slap in the face to Li Ming in public, then these remarks now were like Garen's cue. Li Ming felt his eyes go dark and his chest felt like it was being pressed down by a huge rock, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. He pointed at Jiang Chen, his lips trembling. He wanted to refute and curse, but found that he couldn't say a word. Chapter 72. The truth is sharp, reality is cruel. Li Ming felt like his lungs were about to explode. Why? Why could this bootlicker be so arrogant and easily deny the achievements he had worked hard for nearly 10 years to achieve? He worked hard to study for a doctorate and stayed on campus, stayed up late to write his thesis, and had to please his superiors before he was finally promoted to lecturer. You are about to be promoted to associate professor and become a respected backbone of the school. The future is promising. No. We can't just let this go. But he is a teacher, a future associate professor, with power, status and position, while Jiang Chen is just a student. A piece of trash who, in his opinion, has corrupt thoughts and morals, does not do his job properly, and dares to talk back to the teacher and spread rumors about the goddess. He has plenty of ways to deal with this kind of garbage. An extremely sinister light flashed in Li Ming's eyes. He forced himself to suppress his anger and ignored Jiang Chen, instead turning his gaze to the other students in the audience. Students, everyone, just saw how serious the ideological and moral problems of some of our classmates are. You have no respect for your elders. You talked back to your teacher. You are talking nonsense. You are spreading rumors and slander. How can this be allowed? Are these the students that Jiangzhou University should have? This is simply a discredit to our school and our education sector. The words fell. Some students who did not understand Teacher Li's motives, hated the rich, or were more respectful of teachers began to look at Jiang Chen with condemnation and disapproval. While the other part was complaining wildly in their hearts. What the hell? Is this possible? It was obviously you who started the sarcastic and personal attack, but then you were refuted with facts and became speechless and frustrated. Now you're turning the tables? Are you saying that someone has a problem with their thinking? Do you have any shame left? Jiang Chen's roommates were so angry that they almost overturned the table on the spot. Damn, I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone so shameless. This idiot has completely refreshed their understanding of the word shameless. However, Li Ming completely ignored these strange looks. Then, he slammed the desk, pointed at Jiang Chen and the 5 equally indignant roommates next to him, and shouted. All of you. Come with me to the dean's office right now. Your behavior is extremely bad. This is a serious violation of school rules and regulations. Must be dealt with seriously. As for awards, scholarships, grants, I think all of them should be cancelled, and we should even consider disciplinary action. He said this in a stern voice. I heard that Li Ming was actually going to take them to the department head. Jiang Chen's roommates panicked instantly. Although they were very angry and despised Li Ming, they were just ordinary college students after all. There is still a natural awe and fear of things like punishment. If this is really recorded in their files, it will have an extremely bad impact on their future postgraduate entrance examinations and employment. No. Teacher Li. Sun Yalong was the first to speak fearfully, wanting to plead for mercy. Although Li Bin and Li Haoyu were still angry, they also knew that a wise man would not suffer a loss in front of him. I'm going to give in first and wait for the boss to come back and get my revenge. However, before they could speak, Jiang Chen spoke again. And once again, everyone was stunned. Instead of showing any nervousness or fear, he looked at Li Ming with an expression that said, I don't understand what you are saying. Mr. Li, your father is not Li Gang, right? How can a small lecturer have so much power? Puff. Li Ming feels himself. The blood that had just stopped almost gushed out again, and he was so angry that his whole body was shaking and fuming. He knew that if he didn't get his revenge today and put down the troublemaker Jiang Chen, he would never be able to hold his head up high in Jiangzhou University again. Good. He laughed out of anger. He said okay 3 times in a row, and his eyes were extremely vicious. Jiang Chen. Really? You are very brave. Since you think that the school's honor is not worth mentioning to you, then let's go to the department head and have a good talk. After saying that, he no longer cared about the classroom discipline. He waved his hand and shouted at Jiang Chen and his roommates. Walk. Soon. The group arrived at the door of the department director's office. Li Ming seemed to be very familiar with the people inside. He didn't even bother to knock on the door. He just pushed it open and walked in aggressively. Sitting in the office was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s, wearing glasses and with his hair neatly combed. It was the dean of their college, and also Vice President Li Jianguo, who attended the meeting with the president in the morning. Li Jianguo was reviewing documents. When he heard the door being roughly pushed open, his brows couldn't help but frown slightly, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. However, when he saw that it was Li Ming who came in, the displeasure on his face eased a little. He put down the pen in his hand and asked gently, Xiao Li, what's the hurry? You look so anxious. When Li Ming saw Li Jianguo, he seemed to have found his backbone and his back straightened instantly. He pointed at Jiang Chen and others who followed him in, and his face immediately changed to an expression of deep sorrow. Director Li. Look, these students are simply lawless. During class, they openly contradict the teacher and disrupt class discipline. They even maliciously fabricated rumors to slander and insult the female teacher behind her back. What are you talking about, going to a bar with teacher Meng Yuqiang? This is simply morally corrupt, worse than animals. If this kind of student is not dealt with seriously and punished severely, then what about the school spirit of Jiangzhou University? Li Jianguo's brows furrowed more and more as he listened to Li Ming's accusations. His face gradually darkened. Talk back to the teacher? Disrupting class? A female teacher spreading rumors? This is indeed a bit serious. He raised his head, his eyes with a bit of scrutiny and severity fell on several students behind Li Ming. Etc. Jiang Chen? When Li Jianguo saw clearly that the student who was accused by Li Ming was actually Jiang Chen, his pupils suddenly shrank and his heart skipped a beat. The expression on his face instantly changed from serious displeasure to shock and horror. Oh shit. Why is it him? How could this idiot Li Ming actually offend this mysterious boss whom even the principal decided to keep his distance from? Are you trying to offend me to death? Li Jianguo felt his scalp go numb instantly. He now wants to kill Li Ming. Who the hell could you mess with? Why would you mess with this gentleman? Do you think you are not dying fast enough? Or do you want to drag me, the entire college, and even the entire school to clean up your mess together? Li Jianguo was filled with a huge wave of emotion, but he was, after all, a veteran in the academic world. He forced himself to remain calm and coughed twice to interrupt Li Ming's ongoing accusations. Then, he spoke slowly in a serious and fair tone. Ahem, Comrade Li Ming, the situation you reported is indeed very serious. The school has zero tolerance for such behavior that disrespects teachers and undermines the school's morale. Don't worry about that. Hearing this, Li Ming was immediately delighted and a smug smile appeared on his face. Look! Jiang Chen, you little bastard, just wait for death. However, before he could feel proud for more than 3 seconds, Li Jiangwo's next words were like a bucket of liquid nitrogen at -200 degrees, instantly chilling him from head to toe. However, we must pay attention to evidence and facts when dealing with any matter. We cannot just listen to one side of the story, and we must not wrongly accuse a good person. So, regarding what you just reported, I will immediately arrange for someone to investigate, carefully verify, and restore the truth. I will never favor any party. As for... He paused, and his tone became more meaningful, even with a hint of an extremely obscure threat. As for what you mentioned about Jiang Chen and his friends spreading rumors and slandering teacher Meng Yuqiang, if it is verified to be true, the school will definitely deal with it seriously and will not tolerate it. However, if some people are maliciously slandering and framing students based on hearsay for some personal reasons, then it is also an extremely serious violation of teacher ethics. Once verified, the school will also punish them severely. At the very least, the whole school will be notified of the criticism and all qualifications for awards will be revoked. In serious cases, He didn't say anything else, but that sneer and that cold look were enough to make Li Ming feel as if he had fallen into an icy cave, and his whole body was cold. Li Ming was completely confused. He looked at Li Jiangwo in disbelief. How come this leader, who usually supports him a lot, becomes a completely different person today? Not only did he not stand by him as he did before, but every word he said was a warning to him? Even faintly favoring Jiang Chen? What is going on? Could it be that this Jiang Chen really has some powerful background? For the first time, Li Ming had a bad feeling in his heart. He looked at Li Jiangwo, opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but found that his throat was dry and he couldn't utter a word. After Li Jiangwo completely intimidated Li Ming with his eyes, he immediately turned his gaze to Jiang Chen, and his face instantly changed to an extremely amiable expression. Student Jiang Chen, look at what happened. Teacher Li Ming was also anxious at the time, and his words may have been a little extreme. But his intentions must be good. Don't worry, I will investigate this matter thoroughly and give you justice. I will never let a talent like you suffer any injustice. It is our honor for Jiangzhou University to cultivate outstanding students like you. What is this operation? The roommates nearby were dumbfounded again. They looked at their boss just standing there so calmly without even saying a word. As a result, the aggressive Li Ming was rendered speechless by the school leaders. I was even warned? Threatened? And the department head was so kind to the boss? So appreciative? Even a little flattering? Sure enough, my godfather is the beacon on our life journey. Chapter 73, Face-to-Face Confrontation. I was worried that I would not have the chance. Li Ming felt that his world had completely collapsed. He couldn't understand or accept the absurd reality before him. How could Li Jiangguo, a leader who usually thought highly of him and even promoted him, suddenly make a 180-degree turn? Hateful. Even if he has a background in power, so what? Is it possible to confuse right and wrong? Could it be that he could slander and insult his goddess at will? No. Absolutely not. Li Ming thought of Meng Yuqiang's figure, as noble, aloof and inviolable as an iceberg snow lotus. The morbid admiration in his heart once again grew wildly like weeds, instantly overwhelming his fear of Li Jiangguo and his dread of Jiang Chen's background. Who is Meng Yuqiang? That was the goddess that Li Ming had struggled for half his life to finally be able to look up to from afar. She is the only white moonlight in his heart. It is his ultimate goal in life. How much effort had he put in to be worthy of her? How many late nights have you stayed up? How many papers have you written? How many faces have you had to look at from your bosses? His greatest happiness every day is to meet Meng Yuqiang once on campus. Even if it's just looking at her from a distance. Just seeing her walking by like a queen with her eyes straight ahead was enough to excite him for the whole day. He mustered up the greatest courage in his life to dare to send her a WeChat message and say hello. Even if she didn't reply 9 times out of 10, it was enough for him to stare at the phone screen like a fool for a long time. Ask her out for dinner? That was even more difficult than climbing to the sky. He tried countless times and used various excuses. Discuss academics, talk about work, ask questions. Without exception, she rejected them all ruthlessly, either in a cold, polite, or outright ignoring way. In his opinion, Meng Yuqiang is the kind of ice goddess who is detached from the world, only cares about work and academics, and looks down on ordinary men. How could a goddess as high and mighty as her go to a bar to drink with a scumbag like Jiang Chen? The more Li Ming thought about it, the angrier he became. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Jiang Chen was guilty of a heinous crime. Unforgivable. His face, which had turned slightly pale due to fear, turned red again due to anger. He suddenly raised his head and stared at Jiang Chen and his followers who were gloating over his misfortune. Impossible. Teacher Meng is pure and innocent, dignified and self-possessed. She devotes herself to work and academics. She is busy all day long, preparing lessons, teaching, writing papers, and doing research. She doesn't even have time to say a word to me, to us colleagues. How could she lower herself to go to such a smoky bar? Still drinking with you unlearned students? This is such a joke. What are you trying to do by spreading rumors and slandering her? His words stunned everyone present. Phew. Li Haoyu was the first one who couldn't help laughing. He looked at Li Ming as if he was looking at a rare and precious animal. No. I say, Teacher Li? Do you have any misunderstanding about Teacher Meng? I think Teacher Meng is quite approachable, huh? He paused deliberately and threw out a more lethal evidence. After class yesterday, Teacher Meng specifically called our boss to her office and talked to him alone for almost half an hour. And when we came out, Teacher Meng even smiled and personally escorted our boss to the office door. These words are coupled with Li Haoyu's extremely vivid description. In an instant, Li Ming's already fragile heart was stabbed again. What? The office? Alone? A long chat? More than half an hour? How is this possible? Li Ming felt his head buzzing and almost exploded on the spot. He turned his head sharply to look at Director Li Jianguo, trying to get a negative answer from him. However, Director Li Jianguo just nodded expressionlessly. It was as if he was assuming that what Li Haoyu said was true. No. Impossible. There must be a misunderstanding here. Jiang Chen must have used some means to force Teacher Meng. Yes. It must be like this. Li Ming is still desperately carrying out his final self-hypnosis and struggle. I saw Li Ming over there had suffered a series of blows. It seems like I finally found a new life-saving straw. He suddenly raised his head, with the last glimmer of madness and paranoia in his eyes. Pointing at Jiang Chen, he shouted to Director Li Jianguo in an almost hysterical voice. I don't believe it. All of this. He is the one making up rumors. Director Li. You can't just listen to his one-sided words. I want to see the principal. Yes. I want to see Principal Zhang. I want to expose his true face as a liar in front of the principal. I want to let the principal know that our school has such a scum who corrupts the ethics of teachers and insults teachers. He actually wanted to go find the principal? Upon hearing this, Director Li Jianguo's brows furrowed even tighter. There was a hint of extremely obvious displeasure and deep fatigue in his eyes. This Li Ming is really stupid, stubborn, and hopeless. You still can't see the situation clearly? Still want to see the principal? Isn't he deliberately causing trouble for the principal by making such a fuss? It puts oneself in an extremely embarrassing situation. If Li Ming really makes trouble to the principal will most likely sacrifice Li Ming as an example to appease Jiang Chen. By then, Li Ming would probably be completely finished. Although Li Jianguo was extremely dissatisfied and disappointed with Li Ming's performance today. But, after all, he is his own direct descendant. It seems a bit too pity if his future is completely ruined just because of this matter. And, most importantly, if the matter really gets out of hand and the principal investigates, Li Jianguo, as the department head and the vice president in charge, will probably also have to bear the responsibility for poor management. This is definitely not what he wants to see. Li Jianguo's brain began to work rapidly. He must think of a way to appease Jiang Chen, protect Li Ming, and get himself out of this situation perfectly. Got it. There was a gleam in Li Jianguo's eyes. He immediately put on a fair and selfless expression again, and nodded to Li Ming. Comrade Li Ming. I understand how you feel. But we also need to pay attention to the methods and ways when dealing with problems, right? After all, it involves teacher Meng Yucheng's personal reputation. If we report this directly to the principal, firstly, it will have a bad influence, and secondly, what if there is some misunderstanding? Wouldn't that embarrass teacher Meng as well? Since this matter was caused by teacher Meng Yucheng, I think it would be better if we invite teacher Meng Yucheng over, and we can confront her face to face and make things clear. This way, we can clear your name, Jiang Chen, and protect teacher Meng's reputation. At the same time, it can also convince Comrade Li Ming and prevent the matter from getting out of hand. What do you think? His plan can be said to be extremely smooth and brilliant. In order not to offend Jiang Chen, he passed the ball to Meng Yucheng. This gave Li Ming another chance for a fair confrontation, although the result might be even worse. At the same time, he also preserved his own image of being fair and strict. It's a win-win-win situation. After saying, he looked at Jiang Chen with burning eyes, waiting for the final decision of the God of Wealth. Chapter 70 for the final blow to kill the liquor. Yes. Confrontation. Find teacher Meng for a confrontation. As long as teacher Meng comes, with her pure and innocent character, she will definitely ruthlessly expose the ugly face of Jiang Chen, the rumormonger, in front of Li Jianguo. Then we will see how Jiang Chen can still act so arrogant and pretentious. Snort. When teacher Meng comes, it will be your death. Li Ming seemed to have foreseen the wonderful scene where Jiang Chen would be scolded and slapped in the face by Meng Yucheng in public and then severely dealt with by Li Jianguo. His face, which was originally distorted by anger and fear, couldn't help but twitch slightly. It seems like he is forcing himself to hold back his laughter. However, after hearing Li Jianguo's proposal, Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Was there a barely perceptible hint of hesitation in his eyes? He hesitated? Is he scared? This subtle change in expression was instantly captured by Li Ming, who had been staring at him. Ha ha ha. He really panicked. He really was just bragging. He didn't even dare to confront teacher Meng face to face. Li Ming was instantly overjoyed. He could no longer suppress the pride in his heart, and immediately began a new round of sarcastic remarks towards Jiang Chen. Hey, what's wrong, classmate Jiang Chen? You heard that teacher Meng was going to be invited over. Are you feeling guilty? Are you scared? Hee, weren't you quite talkative in class just now? Why are you cowardly now when you hear about a confrontation? Snort. He snorted heavily, his face full of contempt and disdain for Jiang Chen. I know that you are a complete liar, a piece of trash who can only rely on the few stinky money at home to pretend to be impressive. Wait until teacher Meng comes. I want to see how you continue to make up lies. Li Jianguo saw Jiang Chen's hesitant expression. In my heart, I also felt a little certain. As expected, this kid was most likely just talking nonsense, or at most he had just had one or two normal teacher-student exchanges with teacher Meng. The result was infinitely magnified by him, or was he trying to attract teacher Meng's attention in this way? The more Li Jianguo thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was very high. Then, Director Li Jianguo immediately showed a smile of understanding on his face. Let's start by helping Jiang Chen smooth things over. Oh my Shaoli. Don't get too excited. I think Jiang Chen just spoke too quickly. Young people sometimes don't pay much attention to the way they speak. Maybe some of his expressions caused you to misunderstand. Then, he turned to Jiang Chen again, smiling even more kindly. Student Jiang Chen, you see. Teacher Li was also trying to protect the teacher's reputation. He was quite excited and his words might have been a bit aggressive. I think, how about we just let this matter go? We are all part of Jiangzhou University. We will meet each other sooner or later. There is no need to make a big deal out of it. It wouldn't be good for anyone if we told the principal about it, right? Would you just relax a little? Admit it, there might be a misunderstanding just now? Give teacher Li a way out? Even if this matter is over, what do you think? He said this in a tactful and considerate way. On the surface, it seems to be mediating conflicts fairly and impartially. In fact, he was hinting to Jiang Chen, I know you were bragging just now, but I will give you face and not expose you, and you should also give me face, and this matter will be over. It has to be said that Li Jianguo's operation was indeed cunning and flawless. If it were an ordinary student, 9 out of 10 times he would have just gone down the stairs in this situation. After all, the arm cannot twist the thigh. There is no need to really fall out with school leaders over a temporary verbal dispute. However, he was facing Jiang Chen. Make him give in? Make him give way to Li Ming, the clown who licks the dog? Not to mention that he has a round of mission. Even if he doesn't have a mission, he won't let a bootlicker like Li Ming step on his head. However, before he could open his mouth, Li Ming, who had already been overwhelmed by jealousy and anger, firmly believed that when Meng Yuqiang came, she would look at him with admiration for defending her innocence. He was afraid that Jiang Chen would give in, so he spoke loudly before Jiang Chen could speak. Director! A person of integrity has nothing to fear. We must confront this rumormonger face to face and clear Teacher Meng's name. In order to show that he had a close relationship with Teacher Meng, he even took out his cell phone and started calling Meng Yuqiang in front of everyone. A look of morbid confidence. Beep, beep, beep. The busy tone of the phone sounded particularly harsh in the quiet office. 1 sound, 2 sounds, 3 sounds, 10 sounds. No one answered. Li Ming's face froze instantly. Director Li Jianguo frowned when he saw the scene and cursed in his heart. You are useless. You can't even get through on the phone and you are still pretending. He sighed and said to Li Ming. Maybe. Teacher Meng is busy. I'll explain the situation to her so she doesn't have to make the trip. As he spoke, he also took out his cell phone and called Meng Yuqiang. Beep, beep, beep. Result. Still no one answered. The atmosphere in the office became completely awkward. You said you wanted to confront them face to face, but in the end you couldn't even contact the person involved? How can we confront this? Teacher Meng must be in a meeting, or his phone is out of battery. Li Ming was talking nonsense. Jiang Chen's roommates were trying hard to hold back their laughter. He felt even more contempt for Li Ming in his heart. Look! Look! This is the fate of a dog licker. I can't even get through to the goddess on the phone. How dare you bark here? How pathetic and ridiculous. Jiang Chen looked at Li Ming and Li Jianguo who were scratching their heads. Finally, unable to hold back a chuckle, he slowly took out his old Vivo, and then spoke calmly. Mr. Li, Director Li, you two look so anxious. It seems that you two are not very familiar with Mr. Meng? As soon as these words came out, the faces of both men turned as red as pig livers, especially Li Ming, who was so angry that he was shaking all over. You, don't be so proud. What's wrong with not being able to get through on the phone? If you have the guts, just call. He had completely lost his mind and started talking without thinking. Although Li Jianguo felt that Jiang Chen's words were a bit hurtful, he did not dare to offend Jiang Chen, the god of wealth, so he could only force a smile to smooth things over. He. Mr. Jiang Chen, maybe Teacher Meng is really busy. Yeah? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows, and a more playful smile appeared on his face. In that case, let me give it a try. After he finished speaking, under everyone's incredulous gazes, Jiang Chen turned on the screen of his mobile phone. I found the private number with the note future CEO and called it. And, extremely arrogantly, he pressed the hands-free button. Beep, beep, beep. In the quiet office, only the busy tone of the phone was ringing monotonously. Every sound made them feel extremely ridiculous. This kid, he really dared to fight? He actually had Teacher Meng's private phone number? And, he dared to fight in front of them? He even turned on the speakerphone? What on earth was he trying to do? Did he really think that Teacher Meng would answer his call? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Teacher Meng is so cold. How is it possible? Just as Li Ming was madly denying it in his heart, Li Jianguo also felt that Jiang Chen's behavior was too childish and impulsive. The call is connected. Moreover, the call was connected after less than 2 rings. A slightly lazy, fatal, yet bone-erodingly charming voice came from the other end of the phone. Hey, Jiang Chen? What's wrong? Do you want to bully the teacher again? Chapter 75 Boss, Yu Chang listens to your instructions. Boom! The moment he heard this voice, Li Ming felt as if he was struck by thunder. He was completely petrified and stunned, his mind went blank, and there was only endless darkness and despair in his eyes. It's her. It's really her. It was Meng Yuqiang's voice, a voice he could never forget even in his dreams. But why would she speak to Jiang Chen in such an intimate, ambiguous, and even coquettish tone? Besides, what did she just say? You want to bully the teacher again? Again? Does this mean that they had already? No. Li Ming felt as if his heart was being crushed by an invisible big hand. All beliefs, all fantasies, all pride completely collapsed and shattered at this moment. His eyes went dark, his legs went limp, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. This time I am really heartbroken and have no desire to live. When Director Li Jianguo heard the voice coming from the other end of the phone, his pupils also trembled. It felt like 1,000 horses were galloping through my heart. Shit, how could this be the same cold and arrogant lecturer Meng? She is clearly a little woman flirting with her lover. Besides, it sounded like something must have happened between them last night. And it's definitely not the first time. Li Jianguo felt his scalp tingling again, and the look he gave Jiang Chen was more than just awe. It's like watching a god descend to earth. Awesome. So fucking awesome. He could even take down Meng Yuqiang, this 1,000-year-old iceberg, and it seemed like she was completely obedient. What level is this Mr. Jiang? As for Jiang Chen's roommates? They had long been numb, like 5 soulless bodies, staring blankly at Jiang Chen, looking at his still calm and indifferent profile. In my mind, there is only one thought that keeps echoing. Godfather, please accept our knees. We are truly convinced. We are completely convinced. When Jiang Chen heard Meng Yuqiang's lazy and coquettish voice on the other end of the phone, a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems that last night's overtime work had a very good effect. Even the Ice Queen was nourished and full of spring spirit? He cleared his throat and said to the phone in a calm and normal tone, "Ahem, Mr. Meng, it's me. Sorry to disturb your rest so early. It's just a little thing. I want to confirm with you. Are you convenient to talk now? Or I'll call you later?" On the other end of the phone, Meng Yuqiang seemed to be a little more sober. Realizing something, his voice regained some of its usual coolness and hidden panic. "No, it's okay. It's convenient. Mr. Jiang, what do you want?" Jiang Chen smiled and glanced at Li Ming, who was lying on the ground as limp as mud with a blank look in his eyes. He glanced at Director Li Jianguo, who looked like he understood, and said slowly, "It's nothing serious. It's just Mr. Li Ming from our college seems to have some misunderstandings about our cooperation yesterday and, some other things. Director Li Jianguo wants you to come over and clarify it in person? Do you think, is it convenient?" He said this very tactfully, cleverly putting the blame on Li Jianguo. Li Jianguo. When Meng Yuqiang on the other end of the phone heard this, she understood instantly. It must be that Li Ming, the bootlicker, was behind this again, and he even brought it to Li Jianguo? And he even involved Jiang Chen? A surge of anger instantly surged into Meng Yuqiang's heart. She immediately said, "Okay. I'll be there right away. Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment." The voice was decisive. "Hang up the phone." Jiang Chen put his phone back into his pocket, then spread his hands and gave Li Jianguo and Li Ming an extremely innocent smile. "Okay, Teacher Meng said to come over right away. If there's any misunderstanding, wait until she gets here and confront her face to face." Li Jianguo. Li Ming. Roommates. Li Jianguo was silent for a moment, standing beside his desk with a gloomy expression on his face, and a huge wave of emotions was rising in his heart. Li Jianguo couldn't help but imagine some indescribable scenes. Then he quickly shook his head and cursed himself for being so gossipy at his age. But this also further confirmed his previous judgment. This Jiang Chen has an all-powerful background and amazing means. Not only can he easily throw out 100 million for investment, but he can even melt Meng Yuqiang, who was recognized as the tallest iceberg in the school. Li Jianguo was almost certain that Jiang Chen's background was definitely more terrifying than he had imagined. This kind of person is definitely not someone a small vice president like him can afford to offend. This matter today must be resolved perfectly, and there must be no future troubles. As for the idiot Li Ming, a cold light flashed in Li Jianguo's eyes. Snort! You reap what you sow. Let us wait until Meng Yuqiang comes and see how he ends up. Jiang Chen's roommates finally recovered a little from their extreme shock. Oh shit. Was that Teacher Meng's voice just now? OMG. Even the Ice Queen like Teacher Meng turned into a delicate little woman in front of him? God the Father. God the Eternal. Please accept our broken knees. Several roommates were so excited that they were trembling all over, and they wanted to rush up and kowtow to Jiang Chen immediately. However, seeing Director Li Jianguo's uncertain expression and Li Ming lying on the ground like a dead dog, they still forced themselves to suppress their inner impulse and just stared at Jiang Chen with an extremely fanatical look. The atmosphere in the office passed by in this awkward and depressing state minute by minute. Li Jianguo said nothing, pretending to be an expert, holding the cup of water and drinking slowly. But in his mind, he was thinking quickly about what to say when Meng Yuqiang came. Only in this way can he avoid offending Jiang Chen, save face, and give Li Ming, the idiot, a warning. As for Jiang Chen, he was as calm as if he was at home. He found a chair and sat down. He also picked up the latest copy of Nature magazine from Li Jianguo's desk and began to read it with relish. His attitude of remaining calm despite the catastrophe and even having the leisure to read a magazine, once again made his roommates bow down in admiration. Probably, I waited for about 20 minutes. Finally, a burst of hurried yet elegant footsteps were heard outside the office. Ta-ta. 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 Here it comes. Everyone in the office's hearts skipped a beat and all their eyes turned towards the door. The office door was gently pushed open, and a familiar tall figure with an unusual lazy style appeared at the door. It's Meng Yuqiang. She really came. Moreover, her condition at this moment is completely different from that of yesterday. She had obviously dressed up very carefully and put on a delicate and thoughtful nude makeup on her face. It perfectly concealed any remaining fatigue after last night's madness, and instead highlighted her already stunningly beautiful facial features and her skin that looked particularly hydrated due to moisture. She even changed into a Chanel-style suit, with a fitted short jacket on the upper body, a silk inner layer in the same color, and a high-waisted A-line skirt on the lower body, which just stopped at the middle of her thighs, perfectly revealing her pair of amazing legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings. They were straight, slender and well-proportioned, without a trace of excess fat. She still wore a pair of black high heels, which made her look taller and more upright, and her aura was instantly enhanced. She also meticulously tied her long black hair into a bun again, and put on the pair of intellectual and abstinent frameless glasses on her face again. At this moment, Meng Yuqiang seemed to have turned back into the Ice Queen who controlled everything on the podium. The eyes are cold and sharp. The expression is calm. Except for the slight blush that still couldn't fade away completely and the deep joy and shyness hidden deep in her eyes. She stood at the door, her eyes slowly scanning the people in the office. When she saw Director Li Jianguo's sad and serious expression, her brows furrowed slightly. But there weren't too many surprises, as if something was expected. Chapter 76 Rewards are full, Timlong Building in the city center. When Meng Yuqiang saw Li Ming's eyes, like those of a dead dog, looking at her expectantly, a trace of cold disgust flashed across her eyes. When she saw 5 students huddled in the corner like quails. The corner of her mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. Finally, her eyes fell on Jiang Chen, who was still sitting calmly in the chair with a copy of Nature magazine in his hand. He was looking up at her with a playful look. When their eyes met, there seemed to be invisible sparks in the air, and Meng Yuqiang's heart began to beat wildly uncontrollably. My cheeks also started to heat up uncontrollably. She even felt her legs becoming slightly weak. She forced herself to calm herself, straightened her back, and put on the cold mask on her face again. She took a deep breath, stretched out her long legs, and walked into the office step by step with her high heels making crisp sounds. Then, she nodded slightly to Director Li Jianguo. Principal Li, you're looking for me? Li Jianguo quickly forced a smile. Ahem. Yuqiang, it's like this, there's a little misunderstanding. I need you to clarify it. He pointed at Li Ming very tactfully. Teacher Li Ming, he reported that a student was slandering you behind your back. He said that you went to a bar to drink with students last night? The impact was extremely bad, so I would like to ask you to confirm whether this is true or not. He carefully observed Meng Yuqiang's expression. Afraid that she would be unhappy. Go crazy right away. And after Li Ming heard that Li Jianguo finally got to the point. In his eyes, a ray of hope suddenly burst out, like a last ray of light. He cried to Meng Yuqiang aggrievedly. Teacher Meng. You're finally here. Hurry up and tell the director, tell everyone that Jiang Chen is a liar and a rumormonger. Everything he said is false. There was no way you could have gone drinking with them last night. Expose his lies now. He expected Meng Yuqiang to come like the goddess of justice and convict Jiang Chen with one final decision. However, Meng Yuqiang's subsequent reaction completely shattered his last fantasy. After listening to Li Jianguo's questions and Li Ming's crying, Meng Yuqiang's face did not show any anger or excuses as Li Ming expected. She just turned her head very calmly, even with a hint of impatience, and looked at Jiang Chen, who was watching the show leisurely beside her. Then, under the gazes of everyone who looked as if they had seen a ghost, she actually asked Jiang Chen respectfully, "Boss, this matter, look, what should I say?" Then, Meng Yucheng opened her red lips slightly. "Drink wine?" She first repeated the word with great contempt. It was as if I had heard something extremely ridiculous. Then, her cold and sharp phoenix eyes cut into Li Ming like a knife, and her pretty face was full of disdain. "That's right. I did drink with Mr. Jiang last night, and we had a great time. So what? He is my boss. My investor. Is there anything wrong with me accompanying my boss on some necessary business social events to enhance our mutual understanding and trust and lay a solid foundation for our future project cooperation? Or does Mr. Li have some ugly guesses?" Boom. Meng Yucheng's words were like a bomb. She admitted that she and Jiang Chen had indeed been drinking together in the bar last night. Moreover, he crushed Li Ming's pitiful and humble self-esteem in a strong and domineering manner, stepped on it, and rubbed it repeatedly. Kill. And it also destroys the heart. Puff. Li Ming could no longer bear the successive devastating blows. His head tilted, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. Looking at Li Ming, who had fainted on the ground like a dead dog, the office fell silent again. Li Jianguo was stunned, cold sweat streaming down his forehead like a waterfall. He was extremely glad that he did not really choose to stand on Li Ming's side. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and quickly forced a smile towards Meng Yucheng. Ahem, that. Yu Chang, now that the matter has been made clear, it was Comrade Li Ming who had a low level of ideological awareness and misunderstood you and President Jiang. He also tried to frame the students. His behavior was extremely bad. Don't worry, when he wakes up, I will definitely give him a serious criticism and education, and report to the school to give him the corresponding punishment. I will never tolerate it. He spoke these words with righteousness. It was as if the person who was trying to smooth things over wasn't him at all. Meng Yucheng glanced at him coldly. She didn't say anything, her mood was extremely complicated. At this moment, after she calmed down, she felt a surge of fear and shame in her heart. Oh my God! What does accompanying the boss to social events mean? What is any questions? It's simply. She secretly glanced at Jiang Chen, who was standing next to her with a calm expression from beginning to end. Her pretty face started to burn uncontrollably again. It's over. Now, I have completely lost my image in front of him. After Jiang Chen enjoyed Meng Yucheng's wonderful performance, which was like the arrival of a queen. Finally, I received the system prompt tone. Ding. Players turned. The kindness of the super rich is judged complete. The target person Li Ming has been completely defeated. He is doubting his life. And he has completely lost his unrealistic fantasy about Meng Yucheng. Mission completion, SSS level perfect. We are distributing SSS level excess rewards to you. Congratulations to the host. Gained physical attribute plus 10. Congratulations to the host. Received a special reward exclusively for the super rich, and obtained assets, 100% ownership of Longting building located in the core area of CBD in the center of Jiangzhou City, a super class A office building integrating office, business and hotel. Including all property rights and operating rights. Note, the estimated value of this asset is over 5 billion renminbi. The relevant documents have been stored in the system backpack and can be realized at any time. Settle the interest for this round. Profit of 50,000. At the end of this round of action, you will receive an additional reward of 10,000. Holy crap! Dragon! Longting building? That landmark building in the CBD in the city center? Worth over 5 billion? System. Direct. Gave me a building? Chapter 77. Mr. Jiang and I have some business. Looking at the series of rewards given by the system, Jiang Chen couldn't suppress the smile on his face again. The rewards this time are indeed unprecedentedly generous. Land in the center of Jiangzhou is extremely valuable, housing prices remain high and are still increasing in value. The estimated value of this building is 5 billion, and Jiang Chen even thinks that it is an underestimate. Moreover, as the central business district of the city, there are too many industries concentrated there. The profits that Longting building can bring to me may be much higher than I imagined. However, we will have to watch it to know the specific situation. Since it was already his own property, it was only natural for him to go over and observe the situation. Jiang Chen took this matter to heart and planned to go and take a look as soon as possible when he had the chance. Unlike Jiang Chen, who suppressed his smile and remained calm and composed, several roommates in a corner of Li Jiangluo's office were so excited that their faces turned blue and red. One of them was so excited that he almost fainted on the ground. "Oh my god, what is going on? Is this all an illusion?" The gazes of several people kept wandering between Meng Yuqiang and Jiang Chen, their eyes burning as if fire was almost coming out. Not a foster father anymore. Not a foster father anymore. Jiang Chen is simply a role model. He is an idol. Teacher Meng, who was cold and unfeeling in my impression, was more than just a little woman in front of Jiang Yifether. Look at how she defended him everywhere, and look at the eager eyes that even they could see. Look at the blush on Teacher Meng's face when she glanced at Jiang Chen, just like a young girl's love aroused. A series of stories about wealthy bosses and beautiful CEOs, and students and teachers kept turning over in my mind. Several people almost fainted. Everything before their eyes was too unreal. Li Ming, who fainted on the ground, was no longer taken seriously by the few people. They licked their dry lips, with only Jiang Chen's heroic figure in their eyes. Their knees felt itchy and they wanted to rub them on the ground. Then they shouted a few times, "We are convinced, Godfather. We are really convinced." Noticing the terrifying looks from his roommates, Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. What were these guys thinking? But this time I really can't fool her. Meng Yuqiang's coquettish expression during the hands-free call was hard to explain. Forget it, it doesn't matter. The thought about this matter flashed through Jiang Chen's mind, but soon he no longer took it to heart. It was just a story between a wealthy investor and a beautiful CEO. What was there to say? Jiang Chen cast a deep and playful look at his roommates. "I believe you won't tell anyone about this, right?" When several roommates were swept by Jiang Chen's gaze, they immediately felt a chill on their backs, and their souls returned. They didn't know whether they understood what Jiang Chen meant, but they just felt weak all over and nodded repeatedly. Taking his eyes off his roommate, Jiang Chen shook his head. After indifferently glancing at the unconscious clown on the ground for a moment, he bumped into the Ice Queen, who was secretly watching him out of the corner of his eye. The eternal ice and snow immediately melted into a pool of spring water. Meng Yuqiang glared at Jiang Chen viciously, then turned her cherry-pink face away, her expression becoming quite complicated. Shame, regret, and a kind of excitement that I can't stop. Call. Holding back her unstable breathing, Meng Yuqiang's expression returned to its icy cold state. She looked at Li Jiangluo unhappily and said, "I just happen to have something important to discuss with Mr. Jiang. If there's nothing else, we can leave first. How about that?" Li Jiangluo wiped off a drop of cold sweat from his forehead that was about to fall to the ground, and said with a smile, "It's no problem. The school will definitely punish him severely in the future. As for you, Yu Chang and President Jiang, classmate, I would like to apologize on behalf of Li Ming first, and I won't delay your business." Li Jiangluo no longer spoke in an official tone and his words became much more cordial. While smiling along, he did not forget to show kindness to Jiang Chen. Only after Meng Yuqiang led Jiang Chen away with clear and crisp footsteps did his expression return to bitterness. God knew why he, a department head, was so humble. At this moment, he noticed Li Ming, who was still lying on the ground, with veins throbbing on his forehead. The culprit is right here. It's all this idiot's fault. For a moment, Li Jiangluo wanted to kick the idiot, but considering his status, he finally endured it and turned to Sun Yelong and the others who were still in a daze. What are you standing there for? Help your teacher up first." Jiang Chen's roommates came to their senses, looked left and right, and looked at each other, not wanting to take action. Occasionally he would glance at Li Ming inadvertently, with disgust in his eyes. What a joke. I'm just disgusted by this dead bootlicker's pretense. Whoever wants to help can help. And why don't you, Director Li, help? However, even though they thought so, after all, no one was as student-like as Jiang Chen. After hesitating for a while, they helped Li Ming move his position and pulled him to the sofa. In Meng Yuqiang's office. After Jiang Chen closed the door, he gently took the icy beauty in front of him into his arms. The other party did not resist. After losing his balance for a moment, he lowered his head and reluctantly fell into Jiang Chen's arms. I really wanted to use my authority as a teacher to push away this scoundrel who dared to offend me, but I didn't have the strength to do so. A scoundrel? The man in front of me is the boss, and if I were to offend him. Thinking of that night, thinking of her own out-of-control tantrums on the phone just now, and all the things she had done to criticize Li Ming for Jiang Chen, Meng Yucheng's breathing gradually became a little disordered. The moist, hot, and soft breath with a sweet fragrance penetrated Jiang Chen's clothes and hit his already strong chest. I can't be a teacher anymore. Ugh. Meng Yucheng pinched Jiang Chen's waist lightly with a feeling of grievance, then raised her head with red eyes like a little rabbit in a cage, looking at Jiang Chen with a hazy look. The confused phoenix eyes were sparkling with tears. This demeanor was completely different from her usual self, and probably no one except Jiang Chen had ever seen it before. We agreed to keep it a secret, but now everyone must know about it. Meng Yucheng felt wronged and ashamed. When she thought about the possibility that the scandal between her and Jiang Chen might spread in the school, she felt that she could never go back. The clear sense of something strange about the man's body in her arms made Meng Yucheng inevitably feel a little angry. To Jiang Chen, the man who gave him a future and unforgettable happiness. Jiang Chen looked at Meng Yucheng's red eyes. His teacher and subordinate seemed tough and proud, but when faced with such a thing, she was so soft that it made people feel pity. After gently kissing the pink forehead, Jiang Chen lifted Meng Yucheng's pretty face and said seriously, "Trust me, nothing will happen. Your liquor didn't even want to admit that you and I drank together once, and he was so excited that he made such a big fuss. I'm afraid he doesn't even dare to speculate more about what happened between us. And Director Li Jianguo and my roommates will definitely not say anything nonsense." Chapter 78 Jiang Chen, you are not going to bully the teacher again, are you? Jiang Chen's words calmed Meng Yucheng's somewhat confused mood. But on the contrary, Meng Yucheng's heartbeat became stronger, and a feeling of guilt swept over her heart. After calming down in Jiang Chen's arms, she realized that Jiang Chen had no choice. If Li Ming hadn't pressed him step by step and even reported it to Li Jianguo, Jiang Chen wouldn't have called me. And if I hadn't said something that made people imagine so much, I wouldn't have fallen into this predicament. So, it seems that I can blame Li Ming, I can blame myself, but I can't blame Jiang Chen? Meng Yucheng's eyes became evasive, trying to hide the distracting thoughts that emerged in her eyes. She bit her teeth lightly, and watched Jiang Chen's mouth corners no longer raised out of the corner of her eyes, and blamed herself in her heart. I had already taken the initiative and shouldn't have forced Jiang Chen to keep the secret. This time, I ignored Jiang Chen's pressure and blamed him. After thinking about it, I think I should comfort Mr. Zhang's wounded heart. Suddenly, Meng Yucheng seemed to have figured something out. She stretched out her slender jade fingers, gently pushed Jiang Chen away, and leaned back on the office chair. Her beautiful legs and flesh-colored stockings swayed, and her toes drew a seductive arc not far from Jiang Chen. Before letting Jiang Chen see the scenery under her skirt, she overlapped her beautiful legs, leaned forward slightly, and tapped Jiang Chen with a blackboard stick that she had taken from somewhere. She bit her lip and gently adjusted her frameless glasses, looking at Jiang Chen with an indescribable gaze, and said with her moist lips slightly opened, "Jiang Chen, you're not going to bully the teacher again, are you?" "Oh. Looks like this is the business." Jiang Chen smiled, and after making sure that the office door behind him was firmly closed, he slowly approached his dear teacher. Jiang Chen was the one sitting on the office chair, while Meng Yucheng, with disheveled clothes, knelt down with rapid breathing, an abnormal flush on her face. There was surprise and fear in his tired eyes. Yesterday's work guidance had exhausted her. She had thought that Jiang Chen was about the same as her, and today's work task should be completed quickly. But apparently she was wrong. The only one who is hurt is himself. Jiang Chen becomes more and more courageous as he fights. Your physical fitness is so good. Listening to Meng Yucheng's scolding words, Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Recently, my body management has been quite effective. But the main reason is the 10 points of physical fitness rewarded by the system. After this upgrade, his physical fitness has reached a high of 93 points. Ordinary athletes do not have such good physical fitness. If we say that it is still a bit challenging for Jiang Chen's physical fitness now, the gold and silver medals in the sports meet might be okay, but as for Meng Yucheng's ability, she can no longer deal with Jiang Chen." Snort. Meng Yucheng spat lightly, her face reddening almost to the point of bleeding. Now it seemed that since her body had not recovered yet, she could only use other methods to help Jiang Chen decompress. In the classroom, Yan Shi frowned, her expression full of worry and self-blame. Jiang Chen must be being severely criticized at this moment, right? Yan Shi also listened to the gossips of other students in the classroom. He knew that lecturer Li Ming might dislike Jiang Chen because of teacher Meng, and might even deliberately make something of this matter to make Jiang Chen bear a punishment or something. Yan Shi couldn't sit still anymore and wanted to get up and see what was going on. To a certain extent, Jiang Chen's encounter with this incident had something to do with himself. If I hadn't been busy arguing with Hu Weiwei, I would have noticed the teacher's arrival earlier and reminded Jiang Chen to avoid this trouble. The classmates around him saw Yan Shi's performance, and many of them had strange expressions on their faces. It seems that the legend that Jiang Chen and school beauty Yan have some story is not false. Yan Shi has always been very elegant and is a top beauty in the eyes of her classmates. Although she is a friendly person, her stunning appearance and aloof demeanor always make people feel inferior and keep people away from her. No one had ever seen Yan Shi act like this, and no one dared to believe that she was like this because of a junior. Damn it! How could Jiang Chen deserve such a worry from the goddess? I really want to fire him this time. In a corner, a man with glasses looked viciously at the place where Jiang Chen had sat. Looking at the current situation, if Jiang Chen is fired, your goddess might also drop out of school, said a girl not far away sourly. When the man with glasses heard this, he immediately hung his head and said dejectedly, "Forget it, we can't let the school beauty Yan be sad." Turtle. Boiling sheep. Low voices of laughter broke out everywhere in the sparsely populated classroom. Hu Weiwei glanced at Yan Shi, who was so worried about Jiang Chen that he was restless, and jealousy rose in her heart again. The more she looked at his pretty face, the more she could see the vicious hatred like a snake or scorpion. Bitch! Why are you so worried about Jiang Chen? You must be pretending. Hump, don't think you can take down Jiang Chen by pretending like this. It's just a tool that Jiang Chen uses to irritate me. Hu Weiwei subconsciously stopped considering Yan Shi's looks, which were far superior to her own, and her temperament, which she could never reach, and she was still thinking about what had been interrupted by Li Ming. She had a lot of things in her heart that she wanted to say to Jiang Chen. She was sure that things between them were not over yet, and it couldn't even be said that they were still connected. The only thing missing was someone to break the window paper between them, and then they would be able to reconcile soon. Of course, it would not be easy to break through this layer of window paper. Jiang Chen was still angry with himself, and there was also the bitch Yan Shi who was causing trouble among them. Hu Weiwei withdrew her resentful gaze and slowly organized her books. Being interrupted might actually be a good thing. If Jiang Chen was being severely reprimanded or even facing punishment at this moment, his mood would definitely fall to the bottom, and that would be the best time for him to take action. As long as I can help Jiang Chen in his time of need, comfort him or support him, maybe Jiang Chen will immediately forget the unpleasantness of the past few days and reconcile with me. Become obedient to yourself. Jiang Chen is much richer now than before. As for Yan Shi, go wherever it's cool. You're just a bitch who takes advantage of others' misfortune. Don't really think that there's a chance between you and Jiang Chen. There is no place for you between us. Hu Weiwei snorted coldly, raised her chin and glanced at Yan Shi with contempt, then left the classroom while the students around her looked at her blankly as if she were a fool. The students' lips trembled again, and they kept muttering, "Oh my god, I don't understand. What kind of magic power does Jiang Chen have? They are all like under a spell." Yan Shi watched Hu Weiwei leave, guessing that this bad woman was going to bother Jiang Chen again, so she subconsciously clenched her fists and ran out of the classroom. This was the first time for Yan Shi to skip classes, but for Jiang Chen, he had done a lot of extraordinary things recently, so this time wouldn't be a big deal. Chapter 79, Player Turn Ends, New Hex Selection. Meng Yuqian finished her work with a frown, feeling a little sore in her jaw. There is no other way. The boss is too capable at work. If I want to satisfy him, I have to use all my tricks. After resting for a while, panting, the fatigue gradually dissipated. After Meng Yuqian dealt with it a little, she looked at Jiang Chen, who had a calm face. Some were so angry that they laughed. At this time, Jiang Chen, who was immersed in the state of sage, had no intention of continuing to bully his teacher. His thoughts were completely focused on the new system prompts. This round of players' turn ends. Please continue to choose Hex Tech Enhancement. As the words appeared on the light curtain, 3 colorful options appeared on the panel again, slowly flashing in front of Jiang Chen's sight. Before I knew it, it's time to choose Hex Tech Enhancement again. Time flies. After a slight sigh, Jiang Chen became serious and focused his attention on the panel to examine it carefully. The initial Hex Tech Enhancement was a game changer in his life, and this time, he had to seize the opportunity. 1. Pure Natural Eye when in a high-level natural environment, Physical Fitness x2. 2. Investment Plus, get 1 million immediately, and for each asset you own, the daily interest limit will increase by 10,000. The current number of assets is 2, and the daily interest is plus 20,000. 3. Useful Material Eye, immediately gain Constitution Charm plus 5, and in any 3 attribute upgrades thereafter, Constitution Charm has a chance of +5. Jiang Chen's aura was calm. After several rounds of training to become a super rich man, he had learned to remain calm when faced with a choice that could change an ordinary person's life. Jiang Chen scanned the 3 options and quickly analyzed the pros and cons. Jiang Chen directly ruled out the first option, pure natural eye. He is a wealthy man, not a forest ranger, and it is impossible for him to abandon human civilization directly in order to improve his physique. As for the third one, it seems good, but if you think about it carefully, even if all the probabilities are triggered, the cumulative points added are only 40 points, which seems to be not as generous as the round reward. It is also directly excluded. Finally, Jiang Chen calmly clicked on the Investment Plus option, and then smiled faintly. Similar to Meng Yuqiang's entrepreneurial plan, Hextech also focuses on deep cultivation in a vertical field. It's no use hitting here and there. With the experience of Rebirth, Jiang Chen has already determined his goals during this period of time. That is wealth, ever-increasing wealth. This time, Hextech Investment Plus is exactly in line with Jiang Chen's plan and initial Hextech, and can greatly increase Jiang Chen's long-term benefits. If he doesn't choose this, Jiang Chen feels that he will regret it later. And think about it, compared to the option called Demonic Contract in the initial Hex, sacrificing life in exchange for attributes, compared to pure natural eye, abandoning city life in exchange for huge physique. The investment plus effort and return ratio is quite friendly. You only need to invest in some industries, even if they are not profitable, to create a steady stream of income for yourself. Why not do it? Investing widely is not a difficult task, as I have the ability to do so now. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. After determining the direction, the problems he needed to face in order to move forward naturally followed. Jiangzhou City is a big city, and there are countless industries that meet my investment requirements. If I need to go out for investment inspections frequently in the future, transportation will be a problem. After all, it's an investment. A boss can't ride an electric scooter to sign a contract, right? It is possible that the other party not only ignores you, but also suspects that it is a scam and calls the police to report it. Although these problems have not actually occurred yet, it is not a bad thing to prepare for them in advance. I'll have to find some time to solve this problem later. Unable to clean up the messy office, Meng Yuqiang snuggled quietly in Jiang Chen's arms, enjoying a moment of tenderness. She looked up at President Jiang, who seemed to be thinking about something, and her heart was unknowingly filled with a desire for dependence. She really wanted to just lean on Jiang Chen like this, without having to do anything, just lean on him like this, but the moment this emotion appeared, Meng Yuqiang immediately woke up from her happiness. She patted her cheeks, using external force to wake herself up and dispel the thoughts that shouldn't belong to her at all. She couldn't be lazy any longer. Jiang Chen invested in her because he valued her future. If she indulged in such things and neglected her work, she couldn't stand herself like that. And most importantly, I am a teacher. I am a role model. It is too much for me to behave like that with my students. How can I sink into such depravity? Boo. After lightly tapping Jiang Chen on the cheek, Meng Yuqiang quickly stood up, ready to clean up the mess and get back to work. At this moment, there was a knock on the office door. Teacher Meng, is Jiang Chen here? Yan Shi knocked on the door a few times and asked hesitantly. It was Yan Shi's voice. It was Jiang Chen's girlfriend. Meng Yuqiang was horrified, and her whole body froze for a moment. Yan Shi, when did she come? How long has she been here? Did you hear anything? Meng Yuqiang stomped the ground lightly in embarrassment and glared at Jiang Chen, who stood up calmly and leisurely. She was extremely nervous. The mess in the office hasn't been cleaned up yet. And there's this charming smell. If I open the door now, I'll definitely be discovered, right? Being discovered by my student's girlfriend. Oh, my teaching career is really over. Damn it, Jiang Chen, you relieved the pressure, but now the pressure is on me. After Yan Shi waited for a long time, Teacher Meng's office door finally opened. Even with the window open, a strange, hot and humid smell blew in. Yan Shi's mind was completely focused on Jiang Chen, and he had no intention of thinking about what was happening here. He also subconsciously chose to ignore Meng Yuqiang, who was slightly disheveled and had a ruddy face. Excuse me, Teacher Meng. Thank you for helping Jiang Chen out. Yan Shi bowed slightly to Meng Yuqiang respectfully, then rushed to Jiang Chen's side and asked worriedly, Jiang Chen, are you okay? The girl couldn't hide the self-blame between her brows. This is my fault. I should have noticed the teacher entering the classroom earlier. Before Yan-Shi finished her words, Jiang Chen placed his gentle palm on the girl's hair. Chapter 80 Sister Yan's Strong Control Skills. Senior, don't think too much. This matter is not as complicated as you think. Jiang Chen laughed slightly, but his smile was quite gentle. After all, senior sister Yan lost her composure because of him, so how could Jiang Chen possibly laugh at her? The warmth of Jiang Chen's body came from his palm, along with his relaxed and casual tone, which greatly soothed Yan-Shi's little heart, which was in self-blame. The next moment, Yan-Shi realized the excessive intimacy at the moment, but she did not resist. She just trembled slightly and acquiesced to the junior's head pat. The wonderful atmosphere only lasted for a moment. Although as Jiang Chen's personal trainer, physical contact between the two was inevitable, this was her first time to be touched on the head. The uncontrollable shyness urged Yan-Shi to change the subject and get rid of this situation first. After all, Teacher Meng was still watching. It's okay to do this kind of thing when no one is watching. Yan-Shi's face turned pale, and she mustered up the courage to ask about what happened in Director Li's office. She had been there not long ago, but because she was anxious to find Jiang Chen, she only heard a vague explanation. Jiang Chen smiled calmly and roughly told the joke that Li Ming, the licker, had made. Then he turned to Meng Yuqiang, who was standing not far away with her arms folded and a cold face, and said gratefully, "Of course, as you know, in the end it was thanks to Teacher Meng who helped me out. If it weren't for Teacher Meng's words, if Li Ming had been allowed to continue making trouble, something bad might have happened." As he spoke, Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and smiled, his eyes inexplicably glancing at Meng Yuqiang's untidy collar. When Jiang Chen looked at her like this, Meng Yuqiang's expression changed, but she remained calm as if nothing had happened and fastened the buttons of her collar again. The subtle emotions that had just been brewing gradually disappeared in Jiang Chen's submissive tone. "Thank you, Teacher Meng." Yan-Shi bowed slightly to Meng Yuqiang again, thanking Teacher Meng for helping Jiang Chen. Seeing Yan-Shi like this, Meng Yuqiang had nothing more to say. However, when she avoided Yan-Shi's sight, she would always give Jiang Chen a cold look. Jiang Chen had no choice but to pull the corner of his mouth in silence. At this time, noticing the somewhat messy office and Teacher Meng's expression returning to its normal cold state, Yan-Shi finally realized something. Jiang Chen and Teacher Meng have been alone in the office for so long. Will they? As soon as the thought came to his mind, Yan-Shi immediately shook his head, trying to get rid of the bad idea from his mind. The person in front of you is Teacher Meng. She's not one, how could she do that to Jiang Chen? Moreover, they are in a teacher-student relationship. The more he thought about it, the redder Yan-Shi's face became, and his eyes became more evasive when he looked at Meng Yuqiang. Seeing this, Meng Yuqiang's lips moved slightly, and she completely showed the courage of an iceberg teacher. After a light cough, she urged, "Nothing, it's time to go back. It's still class time now." Meng Yuqiang stood with her arms folded, holding the teaching stick gently between her fingers. Yan-Shi immediately stopped thinking about it, but Jiang Chen was completely different. As a traitor to his master, facing Meng Yuqiang's attitude, he licked his lips in relish. Meng Yuqiang saw the desire brewing in those handsome features, her body went limp and she almost couldn't maintain her teacher demeanor. "Ah, then Teacher Meng, see you tonight." Jiang Chen shrugged and smiled, ignoring Meng Yuqiang's threatening look, and half-pushed Yan-Shi to leave. Night. When Meng Yuqiang heard this word, she felt ashamed and annoyed, but the more she felt ashamed, the harder it was for her to explain. Talking too much will only make things worse. "My Mr. Jiang, please take your girlfriend away quickly." Meng Yuqiang's eyes showed a pleading look. Jiang Chen. Just before the two were about to say goodbye to Teacher Meng, a fragrant breeze blew in from outside the office. It was a very pleasant and elegant floral scent, but Jiang Chen, who was familiar with this smell, only felt disgusted. Because the owner of this breath is Hu Weiwei. Unlike senior sister Yan, who blushed and dared not approach Jiang Chen when she stood next to him, Hu Weiwei boldly rushed to Jiang Chen's side as soon as she arrived. She inserted Jiang Chen's muscular arm into the softness in front of her body, and then showed a charming expression that she thought could fascinate Jiang Chen and said, "Jiang Chen, it's okay, no matter what. I will always be by your side." After saying that, Hu Weiwei hugged Jiang Chen tighter and gave Yan-Shi a provocative look. "This is something I would only dare to do as your official girlfriend, Yan-Shi? Ha, if you want to be thick-skinned, why don't you learn from me?" After being apart from Jiang Chen for the first time for such a long time, Hu Weiwei suddenly found that she no longer had the slightest bit of disgust that she once had in her heart. Instead, she felt extremely happy. In the past, Jiang Chen acted cowardly and vulnerable in front of him. He never disobeyed his orders and often had to please him in every way before he would reward him with some sweet things. But now it seems to be completely the opposite. Jiang Chen has changed a lot compared to before. He is richer, more confident, more handsome, and more charming. Only a man like him is worthy of being my man. Hu Weiwei raised her carefully made-up eyes and looked at Jiang Chen with a smile, imagining that Jiang Chen would change his mind because of her comfort. But he wasn't looking at himself. Hu Weiwei's heart suddenly felt cold. Jiang Chen didn't care about Hu Weiwei at all, nor did he bother to guess what she was thinking. He showed impatience on his face and was ready to pull his arm away. Play some dirty tricks on Hu Weiwei and tell her to face the reality and get out of here. But before Jiang Chen could speak. At this moment, Jiang Chen was stunned by the faint softness coming from the other arm. It's Senior Yan. Senior Yan used a strong control skill. Yan Shi also hugged Jiang Chen's arm, but unlike Hu Weiwei who wanted to stick to Jiang Chen, senior sister Yan let go as soon as she touched him. Her heart was pounding as she recalled the touch, which was completely different from the one she had felt when she was doing body management. Yan Shi was extremely shy. But there was no time to be shy at this moment. She must stand up for her sovereignty. Lecturer Li Ming's issue has been resolved. It has nothing to do with you. Junior sister, can you please stop harassing junior brother Jiang? There is no possibility between you two anymore, right? Yan Shi held Jiang Chen's arms with her trembling hands, and her flushed face firmly expressed her hostility and possessiveness towards Hu Weiwei. Yan Shi suppressed his restless emotions and swallowed back the words Jiang Chen his mind that were about to come out of his mouth. She didn't need to say much. Hu Weiwei was not worth their words. Yan Shi glanced at Jiang Chen, who was looking at her intently, and felt an inexplicable itch in her heart. This was her awareness of being the main wife. Harassment? What a joke. Hu Weiwei's pretended coquettishness became a little ugly. She stared at Yan Shi and sneered, "We were just quarreling." She knows who was the third party harassing Jiang Chen. Where were you hiding when Jiang Chen and I were being intimate? Yan Shi was speechless for a moment. She could understand what Hu Weiwei meant by intimacy, but she and Jiang Chen were far from that level. But this alone is not enough to make Yan Shi give in. Shameless. Yan Shi spat. Chapter 81, Ex-girlfriend competes with school beauty for favor? Meng Yuqian will never eat. Bitch. Hu Weiwei thought that what she had just said could anger Yan Shi and let Jiang Chen see the ugly and angry appearance of that bitch disguised as a school belle. But Yan Shi's innocent-looking weak counterattack was like a normal attack in disguise, which made Hu Weiwei very scared. He started yelling and cursing. Jiang Chen's face turned cold, and he quickly pulled his arm away from Hu Weiwei's arms, his eyes cold. To him, Hu Weiwei was just a bunch of air that he didn't bother to pay attention to, but if she dared to speak rudely to Yan Shi, then don't blame me. Knock knock. The crisp sound of the pointer hitting the table stopped the three people from taking the next action. All right. What do you think this place is? Meng Yuqian's expression was not very good, and her words carried an inexplicable pressure that pressed down on the three people. His courage as a teacher is fully revealed. You don't look like a student at all. How can you be so rude? Don't forget that this is a school, this is my office. Meng Yuqian's oppressive and angry words echoed in the office. Whether it was Yan Shi or Hu Weiwei, the courage they mustered was all suppressed, and they pouted their lips and stopped talking. Teacher Bingshan glanced sternly and with undisguised hostility at Hu Weiwei and Yan Shi, and then looked at Jiang Chen with a complicated look. She was wrong about one thing. The emotions that had arisen in her heart earlier would not disappear easily. No matter how proud, independent, or abstinent Meng Yuqian is, she is still a woman after all, even a woman who has just been nourished and has tasted the sweetness of life. He watched as the man of his dreams left his arms only to be fought over by two women younger than him, one of whom was even more beautiful than him. This made her feel very uncomfortable. Jiang Chen is not in the classroom during class time. It's unavoidable. Where are you two? Not only did he skip classes without permission, he even dared to be jealous in the teacher's office. Meng Yuqian paused on the last four words and cast a cold gaze at Hu Weiwei and Yan Shi. The two immediately lowered their heads and dared not say anything more. My relationship with Jiang Chen. Hu Weiwei was still mumbling something, but after trying to hold Jiang Chen's hand again and being thrown away, her face turned pale with shame, and she drooped her hands weakly and stopped talking. The oppressive atmosphere where one could hear a pin drop lasted for a few breaths. Jiang Chen touched the tip of his nose weakly. He could more or less feel Meng Yuqian's emotions at the moment. But on one side is the school beauty and on the other side is my teacher Meng. It is very difficult to make a decision. Finally, it was Yan Shi who broke the silence. Sorry, Mr. Meng, we have to leave first. After Yan Shi bowed hurriedly, she held Jiang Chen's slightly sweaty hands tightly and pulled him out. Jiang Chen raised the corner of his mouth and slowly walked forward following the force of senior sister Yan. Before leaving the office, he turned around and glanced at Meng Yuqiang playfully. Meng Yuqiang responded with a strong and dissatisfied look, but after all three of them left, she stomped her feet unwillingly. He snorted coldly. Then why are you looking at me? Jiang Chen really thinks I'll be jealous. Humph, this is simply ridiculous. How could I be jealous? Meng Yuqiang felt the strangeness in her mind and body caused by Jiang Chen's presence, and her breathing became unstable. She had originally regarded what happened between them as just a one-night impulse. No matter what happened afterwards, it was just for their mutual benefit. It's that simple. Even just now, I only comforted Jiang Chen out of guilt. I definitely didn't have any inappropriate feelings. Meng Yuqiang sat down in distress, staring blankly in the direction where Jiang Chen left. She is a teacher and a subordinate. She is older than Jiang Chen. There are too many mismatches between them. Even if Jiang Chen really fell in love with her, she couldn't get over it in her heart. But when she thought of Jiang Chen, Meng Yuqiang couldn't help but clamp her legs together. In the game between the mind and the body is far more honest than you imagine. It seems that she can't live without Jiang Chen, in every sense. Hu Weiwei watched Jiang Chen and Yan Shi leave arm in arm with a look of reluctance on her face. After hesitating for a while, she finally chased after them. She couldn't give up. She wouldn't have many chances to win Jiang Chen back. It must be when he still has feelings for the old times in his heart. Moreover, if he still thinks he can control Jiang Chen as before, it would definitely be equivalent to handing Jiang Chen over to others. Realizing this, although it was very humiliating, Hu Weiwei was finally willing to lower herself and beg Jiang Chen for his return by any means necessary. Without Jiang Chen, she might never meet a more handsome and wealthy boyfriend. But of course, she is only a little humble now. When Jiang Chen falls in love with her again, she will have plenty of opportunities to save her lost face. After becoming determined, Hu Weiwei chased after him again, begging for mercy. She held Jiang Chen's hand, pretending to be pitiful and said, Jiang Chen, can we stop here? I really know I was wrong. Jiang Chen was stunned by her sudden words. This has happened several times, right? So Hu Weiwei still thinks there is still possibility between them? She really takes her fantasy seriously, right? Jiang Chen's silence made Hu Weiwei feel that he was persuaded by her. A flash of joy of success appeared on her face, and then she was ready to make further efforts. I knew you still missed the old relationship. I was wrong before. Can I change? Hu Weiwei lowered her head very low, sensing Yan Shi's gaze, and felt as if her whole body was on fire with shame. But for Jiang Chen and her own future, she could endure it. However, Jiang Chen's subsequent performance was beyond his expectations. Jiang Chen coldly shook off Hu Weiwei's hand, his expression full of mockery. Old love? I don't have any old love with you, but when I think about it, there are indeed things between us that are hard to forget. Without waiting for Hu Weiwei's hope to reappear, Jiang Chen continued. That's the 20,000 yuan you owe me for the meal. It was already time for the get out of class to end, and the curious students followed the trail and came over. Those who knew about the situation and those who didn't were attracted by the scent of the big melon and stopped, gathering in a group not too far away. There were constant sounds of surprise. No, what's going on? Didn't they say Jiang Chen was Hu Weiwei's liquor? I see this is completely different. Indeed, no matter how you look at it, it seems to be Hu Weiwei who is licking Jiang Chen, right? I don't understand. I don't understand. Hu Weiwei is pretty, isn't she? What's wrong with Jiang Chen? Hu Weiwei didn't even show any emotion when he was so humble. Laughing, you don't even know how Hu Weiwei treated Jiang Chen in the past, it's impossible for him to have a good attitude. Wait a minute, that's the school beauty Yan. Why is she with Jiang Chen, and so intimate? I won't live any longer. The discussions were interrupted by a scream. Everyone turned around and smiled at the desperate unrequited lover, but most of them couldn't laugh anymore. Because I feel like I'm not much better. Is the story between Jiang Chen and Yan Shi really not just a rumor? Chapter 82. The new round comes just in time. Let us go buy a car. What's going on? Are they together? Not only that, I heard that Jiang Chen spent tens of thousands of dollars to buy a lifetime membership in the gym where the school beauty works part-time for Yan Shi. Hiss. In an instant, dozens of people gasped, causing the air temperature here to rise by several degrees. Hu Weiwei did not hear the discussions coming from afar, but just stared at them with a gaze that felt like it was being pricked by needles, as if she was moved by herself. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. Being stared at affectionately by Hu Weiwei, all he could feel was disgust. Go away, don't be an eyesore here. Stop having these wishful thoughts, Hu Weiwei. I don't understand it either. You can't even compare to a hair of senior sister Yan. Who gave you the confidence? As soon as these words were spoken, Hu Weiwei was struck by lightning. She took a few steps back unbalanced, but Jiang Chen just watched indifferently. No, they are all fake. Jiang Chen's words, Yan Shi's hostile gaze, and the pointing and criticizing from all around made her unable to endure it any longer. He just burst out, Jiang Chen, you will regret it. Even if you beg me, there will be no chance for us. Then he fled in panic. Jiang Chen just shook his head and said with some disgust, I wish so. Not even as good as a hair of senior sister Yan. Yan Shi held Jiang Chen's hand tightly, his thoughts still immersed in these words. Am I so good in Jiang Shueti's heart? Yan Shi chuckled a little foolishly, but soon, at Jiang Chen's strange look, Yan Shi shyly stopped laughing. Then he said, she probably won't bother you again after this time. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows, Senior Sister Yan, are you trying to comfort me? Yan Shi lowered her head and hummed softly, and looking at such a well-behaved senior sister, Jiang Chen smiled. Just words of comfort are a bit too simple, is there anything more practical? Practical. Yan Shi's heart heated up and he turned his head away in shame and anger and stopped talking. As for actual comfort, what substantial things could he have to comfort Jiang Chen? The only thing he could do was. Yan Shi silently let go of Jiang Chen's hand, hugged his chest nervously with both hands, and looked up at Jiang Chen with a sense of grievance. Can I think about it? As soon as these words came out, Jiang Chen immediately understood that the senior sister must have had the wrong idea, and of course there were many factors that he had deliberately misled her. Jiang Chen explained with narrowed eyes. Senior, don't get the wrong idea. It's just some ordinary, practical comfort, just a lunch or something. Ah. Yan Shi's face turned red instantly and he couldn't help but let out a lovable moan. It turned out that he was just eating. She thought Jiang Chen wanted to eat her. Yan Shi raised her hands to cover her face, not daring to look at Jiang Chen. She even said that Hu Weiwei was shameless, but she was actually a very bold girl. Otherwise, I wouldn't have thought of that kind of thing immediately. But, if it was Jiang Chen. Yan Shi didn't dare to think about it any further, and said with a red face and a raised voice, okay, then I'll pay for your lunch today. But you are not allowed to save money for me, and you are not allowed to break your promise. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded, admiring the shy senior sister Yan's unique face. It seemed that he was just a little bit away from winning her over. And I heard that school beauty Yan wanted to invite Jiang Chen to dinner. There were bursts of chewing noises from the crowd. School beauty Yan wants to treat Jiang Chen to a meal, and, from Yan Shi's tone, it seems like Jiang Chen will break the appointment at any time. Fuck, this guy Jiang Chen is just eating for free. School beauty Yan invited me to dinner, but he seemed so reluctant. This guy is really infuriating. So I really don't understand. Who said Jiang Chen is a dog licker? I feel like not only Hu Weiwei, but even the school beauty Yan is licking him. How can I be so worthy of this? What the hell, how can I be so worthy of this? The students who were watching were completely confused about the situation. The main reason was the impression Jiang Chen had left on everyone before. The current situation was so different that it felt like an illusion. Hu Weiwei fled the teaching building in shame and hid back in the dormitory. Weiwei, what's going on between you and Jiang Chen now? I heard that he got rich and took girls shopping at LV. The roommate teased with sarcasm. Hu Weiwei could only say stubbornly, what do you know? Jiang Chen and those coquettish bitches were just playing around. In the end, I was the only one by his side. Hu Weiwei was too lazy to listen to what her roommate said afterwards. She pulled the bed curtains and looked at the contact number of Jiang Chen, who had blocked her, with her knuckles clenched until they turned white. She was still unwilling to accept that she did not lose. You think that this will make you give up? That's impossible. Jiang Chen was just angry at himself. Everything he did was purposeful and deliberate. He was so humble just now and ended up being at a disadvantage. Jiang Chen used to be so humble, maybe he just liked that tone, so he still had to be tough. You childish fellow, how long do you want to play? I'll keep you company. Hu Weiwei turned off the screen of the fruit machine that Jiang Chen had saved up to buy for her, took a deep breath, and muttered to herself with twinkling eyes. When the game is over and you fall into my hands again, I will return to you every bit of the torture you have inflicted on me during this period. As for whether Jiang Chen would become her plaything again, Hu Weiwei was not worried at all. After all, Jiang Chen's actions were just to provoke himself. The more he went too far, the more it proved that he cared about himself. Ignoring the surprised, envious or jealous looks of their classmates, Jiang Chen and Yan Shi left the school at a fairly close distance. Where do you want to eat, buddy? Yan Shi asked cautiously. With his current small treasury, he should be able to afford it as long as they didn't go to such a luxurious place as the last time. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said casually, let's go to Longting Building. I just happened to have other things to do. It just so happened that Longting Building had already become his own property, so he took the opportunity of Sister Yin treating him to dinner to go and take a look. Longting Building. Hearing the name, Yan Shi bit her lip lightly. Junior Jiang was really extravagant. If he went there, the cost would not be low. But it's better this way. Yan Shi smiled. She had always felt that she owed Jiang Chen and had received a lot of favors from Jiang Chen. This was the perfect opportunity to repay him. Yeah, well, let's go there then. Yan Shi was quite excited. Okay, I'll take a taxi. Jiang Chen took out his old Vivo phone and prepared to open a map app to call an online taxi. And at the moment the driver accepted the order on the page, a crisp system prompt sound rang in Jiang Chen's mind. A new round is coming again. Ding! It is detected that the host is about to go to the assets under his control, triggering a new action round, the car of the super rich. As a super rich man, how can you travel without a dedicated car? Turn requirements: go to any car dealership and buy your own exclusive car. Round reward, charm plus 10, all money spent on purchasing the vehicle will be returned, and the interest for the day will be settled immediately. Round time limit, 1 day. Indeed, how can a super rich person not have his own exclusive car? Looking at the new round of action, Jiang Chen smiled. He just happened to be planning to buy a vehicle, so this mission came at the perfect time. Chapter 83: A building with an annual rent of 40 million? Mine. After checking the map, Jiang Chen discovered that not far from Longting Building there was an automobile mall that was one of the largest in Jiangzhou City. He planned to go and see it with Yan Shi after having lunch. Luxury cars and beautiful women, all in one. In the eyes of many drivers, the people living in the university are not students at all, but a bunch of dry firewood and eager to get along. They leave the campus during holidays to contribute to their business. Therefore, no matter whether it is winter or summer, there are always people squatting near the university gate waiting for business. Because of this, less than 2 minutes after Jiang Chen hailed the taxi, a BYD Qin stopped steadily in front of them. You're going to Longting Building, right? What's the last digit of your number? 4,399. After getting in the car and reporting the last license plate number, Jiang Chen ignored the driver's surprised look when he inadvertently saw Yan Shi and started chatting with the senior. The driver looked at their destination, and from time to time used the rearview mirror to look at Jiang Chen and Yan Shi. For a moment, he couldn't even think of talking to them. Lao Yang has been driving an online taxi for 2 or 3 years. He has picked up no less than 1,000 pairs of student couples. There are some with good temperament and appearance among them, but compared with these two people, Lao Yan was amazed in his heart. He felt that there was no need to compare at all. Among all the male and female celebrities on TV who wear heavy makeup and are beautiful, it is hard to find someone whose looks and temperament can match those of these two. Listening to the two people chatting, Lao Yang was even more surprised. Is it that little beauty who wants to treat us to dinner? It is really rare these days. He has witnessed many couples. When they go out, they rarely split the bill. 80% of the time, the man pays. If the money is spent in moderation, there will be no problem. If the money is not spent in moderation, TSK, then they will cry, make a fuss, and then break up. How could the social atmosphere be as simple as when he was young? Nowadays, if a girl is willing to take the initiative to spend money on a boy, he feels that it is 99% true love. Classmate, you are this. Soon they arrived near Longting Building. Old Jiang looked at Jiang Chen, who got off the car and gave him a thumbs up for no reason. Jiang Chen shrugged, not understanding what was going on, but Yan Shi's face turned redder. Secretly glancing at Jiang Chen's handsome face out of the corner of his eye, Yan Shi felt his heartbeat quicken again. Could it be that the uncle just now mistook me for Junior Jiang's girlfriend? Yan Shi thought to himself, his eyes curved into crescents. I feel like I have brought honor to junior brother Jiang, that's great. Coach Yan, what are you laughing at? Jiang Chen's eyes met Yan Shi's smiling pupils, and he asked with a teasing arc at the corner of his mouth. Yan Shi raised her head coquettishly, her beautiful eyes gleaming with a beautiful luster, and said firmly, I remembered something funny. Alright, let's go eat first. Coach Yan will pay for all the food today. Yan Shi responded to Jiang Chen's teasing name, but after he finished speaking, his earlobes turned several shades red with embarrassment. Afraid that Jiang Chen would notice his abnormality, he walked to the front with a slightly stiff look. Seeing this, Jiang Chen was in a good mood. The cuteness of the senior sister is really being discovered more and more. As they approached the Longting building, the frequency of luxury cars appeared significantly more frequently. Jiang Chen took a quick glance and saw dozens of million-level Porsches, Ferraris, BMWs, AMGs, etc. It is no longer uncommon to see handsome men and beautiful women dressed elegantly and carefully, as well as people wearing all luxury goods and looking like nouveau riche. This is inevitable. After all, the area where Longting building is located is almost the core of Jiangzhou City, and most of the high-consumption areas are concentrated here. Longting building consists of 4 buildings, A, B, C, D. Building A is the largest, with about 60 floors, and a fairly comprehensive shopping mall on the ground floor. In addition to some luxury stores and high-consumption places, the majority of stores here are actually more people-friendly stores, such as food courts, cinemas, millet stores, cat cafes, too numerous to mention. This has also attracted many students and tourists from other areas of Jiangzhou and even other places to come here to consume. The mall employee in a black swimsuit was looking around as usual, looking for someone who might need service. He knew very well that some wealthy people would appear here from time to time, so he never dared to neglect them. But his gaze stayed on Jiang Chen and his partner for only a moment before moving elsewhere. In his opinion, although these two people had extraordinary temperaments, they were still more likely to be ordinary students who came here simply to consume, and were not worth investing too much energy in. This is his advice based on experience, and I believe it will not go wrong. Are you going to the 20th floor? Isn't it too late to make an appointment now? Yan Shi was a little hesitant. When they were discussing where to eat some time ago, she spent a long time browsing Zaya Honshu before finding a relatively expensive restaurant with good reviews. She originally wanted to take Jiang Chen to eat there, but when she got here she found out that this store only supports advance reservations. I don't know if it's too late to book now. No hurry, just look around first. Jiang Chen said this casually. He was not hungry yet, and he had no intention of letting Yan Shi spend money. This time he came to Longting building just to take a look at his own industry. As for what to eat, Jiang Chen was quite casual. It took Jiang Chen about an hour to get a general understanding of this industry. There are 4 buildings, A, B, C, D. B is a hotel and C, D are pure office buildings. Building A, as the tallest and largest main building, is relatively complex. The ground floor and underground areas are complex shopping centers, and above there are many indoor golf courses, aromatherapy spas, high-end clothing studios, custom-made restaurants and other places with relatively high consumption. Further up are hotels and various secret studios with strange names but extremely high turnover. Generally speaking, shops and offices are extremely popular. Even though the rent is already the highest in Jiangzhou, people who want to rent those prime shops have to wait 3 or 4 years in line. There are only a few offices in bad locations, located between hotels and shopping malls, that are still available for rent. What is the average rent for Building A? Jiang Chen touched his chin and asked with a scrutinizing look. The employee in suit stopped talking and the corners of his mouth twitched. How much could he, an employee who had only been working there for half a year, know? Moreover, these two are obviously students. Why are they asking this? Can they afford to rent it? The employee in suits gave a bitter smile. He should have slipped away when he judged that these two people were of no value. Now he was stopped and questioned, which was really troublesome. But if I want to slip away now, the foreman is watching me and it would be hard to refuse. Sighing, the man in the suit said, I'm not sure about this, but I heard that the annual rental income of Longting building may be around 40 million. 40 million? Not bad. Jiang Chen curled his lips. This amount met his best expectations. With a net asset of over 5 billion and annual rent of 30 to 40 million, even if he cannot get the rent this year and has to wait until next year, it is already quite good. Sure enough, it was a very correct decision to let Meng Yuchang come forward and slap Li Ming in the face. If I didn't have a system, this Longting building alone would be enough for me to lie down for the rest of my life. But soon, the slight surprise in Jiang Chen's eyes slowly disappeared. After all, with the system, the preciousness of Longting building seemed to be just average? Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, believing that he would definitely be able to obtain even more outrageous industries from the system in the future. Chapter 84, Sales Strategy of the Beauty Sales Champion. Jiang Chen thanked the man in the suit casually. In a good mood, he dragged Yan Shi directly to the food city. It's nice to eat something cheap once in a while. Hiss, are you pretending like this? You make Longting building look like your own. The man in the suit watched Jiang Chen and the other man leave with a fake smile, muttering to himself. It was difficult for him to understand the logic behind Jiang Chen's words. 40 million, not bad. Let alone 40 million, even if it was 400 million, what did it have to do with a guest like you who brought his girlfriend to dinner? It's better not to waste your breath on this kind of people in the future. As for whether it is possible that Longting building really belongs to Jiang Chen, huh? The man in the suit laughed dryly. It shouldn't be possible, right? No need. Help me save money. I have a small savings. Yan Shi's face turned slightly red, and his eyes were a little evasive when he said this. After all, I work in Jiang Chen's industry, and my savings are still given by Jiang Chen. Save money? 30 yuan for a bowl of rice noodle rolls, and you think it's cheap? Jiang Chen smiled playfully, then pretended to be resentful. Senior, I think you have been corrupted by money. A meal worth $30 or $30,000 is still just a meal. After hearing this, Yan Shi was stunned, and his earlobe was visibly stained with blood. Yes, at this time last year, I was still tightening my belt because I bought expensive cosmetics. It's only this year that things have gotten better. But it's not to the point where I don't care if a meal costs tens of thousands of dollars. Have I really fallen? Is there something wrong with your view on money? No. I am usually very frugal. This time I just wanted to repay my junior fellow student. It took Yan Shi a few seconds to process this. He wanted to make some excuses, but before he opened his mouth, he saw Jiang Chen's naughty eyes and realized that his junior was deliberately teasing him. Don't tease me. Yan Shi's cheeks were slightly puffed, like a squirrel with its cheeks full of nuts, and he glared at Jiang Chen with dissatisfaction. My junior is sometimes quite mean. Okay, senior sister, now that you've had enough to eat and drink, it's time to go to the next stop. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows, put his hand on Yan Shi's shoulder, and when Yan Shi closed her eyes nervously, thinking that Jiang Chen was going to do something, he helped her turn around and said at the same time, "Come with me to look at the car?" Glancing at the flashing system panel, Jiang Chen thought the time had come. After looking at your own industry, the next step is to solve the round-based task. The time limit for this task is only 1 day, so it is better not to delay it too long. Solve it as soon as possible. Aha! Yan Shi nodded like a chick pecking at rice. It was indeed time for Jiang Chen to buy a car. Given Jiang's wealth, he always takes taxis or rides an electric scooter, which is somewhat inconsistent with his status. Shengyuan Auto City, as the leader in luxury car exhibition and sales in Jiangzhou City, is different from conventional car dealerships in 4S stores. It is not restricted by rent and is a very luxurious choice to be located near the city center. It is less than a few kilometers away from Longting building. Less than a few minutes after taking the bus, Jiang Chen looked up at Xingyuan's rather domineering decoration and walked in with beauty. A customer is here. Not far from the main entrance, 3 beautiful saleswomen in OL outfits noticed the arrival of Jiang Chen and Yan Shi. 2 of them observed Jiang Chen's clothes from a distance and hesitated a little. Before they could take any action, the beautiful sales lady who was leading the group came forward first. Only an elegant and capable back was left for the 2 of them. Sister Chen got there first again. No wonder she's the sales champion. The round-faced salesperson stuck out her tongue, looking somewhat unwilling. The taller salesman at the side, Xiaomo, there's nothing to snatch. Next time, don't be too picky about other people's business. But that would be a waste of time. I still think it's more efficient to serve high-quality customers. Xiaomo still doesn't think that Sister Chen is just lucky and there is nothing worth learning from her. Seeing her like this, her companions had nothing to say. In the sales industry, a good salesperson has an excellent eye and can tell a customer's financial resources and purchasing desire at a glance. But this kind of sales is often not the best-selling one. A true sales champion would never judge the customer's wealth before providing service, just like Chen Jichu, who is entertaining Jiang Chen at this moment. Hello, sir and madam. Do you have a car model you like, or would you like to take a look at it first? The pair of plump breasts in front of her body are about to burst out, the suit skirt wraps up the amazing curves, and the two slender black silk legs have an even more lethal beauty. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but take a few more glances. Chen Jichu was also admiring Jiang Chen. She could tell at a glance that Jiang Chen and Yan Shi were extraordinary. Although they were young, they had quite extraordinary temperaments. In fact, Chen Jichu first noticed the two people's extraordinary temperament, and then noticed the expensive clothes they were wearing. Therefore, she immediately showed her best service attitude. Of course, she was nice to any customer, but Chen Jichu felt that these two people today might deserve some special treatment from her. Okay, show us. Jiang Chen was calm and composed. After sweeping his sharp eyes over Chen Jichu's rather slender figure, he casually handed over the initiative. This salesperson seems reliable, so I'll let her show me around first. Please follow me, sir. Are you buying a car for yourself or for this lady? We have all the models of Lexus, BMW, and Mercedes-Benz in recent years. If you like intelligent driving, we also have more than 20 models equipped with Huawei's intelligent driving solutions. This is a Bentley Continental, a European spec GT, imported through parallel import channels. Well, let's continue watching. Jiang Chen's expression rarely changed. Chen Jichu did not ask Jiang Chen about his budget. As she introduced the items, she observed Jiang Chen's gaze and expression. After noticing that Jiang Chen's eyes were more likely to look at some slender and sporty models, he deliberately took Jiang Chen to the sports car area. When we arrived at the sports car area, there were obviously more customers. Perhaps because he was surrounded by two beauties, Chen Jichu and Yan Shi, Jiang Chen's arrival attracted a lot of attention. Lexus LC 500H. The Porsche 718 is low-key and elegant, and is perfect for you to take this lady around the city. Noticing Jiang Chen stopping, Chen Jichu quickly stepped forward, brushed past Jiang Chen intentionally or unintentionally, opened the car door elegantly, and invited Jiang Chen to get in and experience the car. Senior, would you like to try? Jiang Chen smiled. As an entry-level sports car, the 718's price-performance ratio was barely acceptable. The main thing is that she looks beautiful, which suits Yan Shi's temperament very well. Chapter 85, the car has a large space and is convenient for doing things. Me? No, just try. Yan Shi was a little flattered, but he couldn't resist Jiang Chen and tried to sit in the driver's seat. Although he was a little restrained, he couldn't hide his love for her. After being happy for a while, Yan Shi got out of the car reluctantly. After all, no matter how cheap a 718 is, it will cost at least 800,000 or 900,000 yuan, which is not something you can afford. Keep watching. Jiang Chen kept a faint smile on his face and motioned Chen Jichu to continue. Then, I looked at the booths of Lotus, Mustang, BMW, and Jaguar. But Jiang Chen never showed any desire to buy. After getting out of a supercar where one had to step into the car and even open his legs to sit in the driver's seat was uncomfortable, Jiang Chen sighed. The sports car looks handsome, but Jiang Chen is not a car enthusiast after all. If it looks good but is not practical, it will be meaningless. It seems that most sports cars have very cramped spaces, and it is inconvenient to do anything in the car. Jiang Chen might buy a sports car as a toy, but he probably wouldn't choose a sports car as his first luxury car in his life. She looked at it for a long time but didn't even ask about the price. I think Sister Chen is going to be in trouble this time. Salesman Xiao Mo had a gleam in his eyes as he watched a good show, and he was whispering with his colleagues who were gathered around him. Why don't you tell Sister Chen? Some people hesitated. Don't. Just watch the show. Xiao Mo kept dissuading him. Her performance was less than 1/3 of Chen Jichu's. She was happier just to see Chen Jichu working for nothing than to make money herself. In the end, no one reminded her. After all, no one could catch up with Sister Chen's performance. It doesn't matter if she gets a free deal, right? Everyone's topic returned to Jiang Chen. Bring a girl to show off, right? I've seen this a lot. Hey, it's true. Don't underestimate them because they look good, but I have seen quite a few of them. The only one who is really rich still relies on his parents. The others, haha. Either he brought his girlfriend to show off, or he fancied us sisters and came here to fish. Isn't it Lingling? Someone suddenly chuckled and tapped Qi Lingling's waist. Qi Lingling, who was wearing round frame glasses and had a pure internet celebrity makeup, frowned, and her mood of waiting to see the show was instantly gone. After glaring at the person next to him, he simply raised his voice in a sarcastic tone. She crossed her arms and deliberately moved closer to the three people, rolling her eyes and speaking. Who says it's not? It's just that some poor guy pretends to be a rich guy and wants to fish. I met him last time, wasn't he? He asked for a Porsche 911 right away, and I thought he had a big order. She spread her hands. What happened? I treated him to 3 meals of Wagyu beef for nothing. He even took advantage of me and said all the time that everything was fine, but when it was time to pay the deposit, he just disappeared. I'm so disappointed. I hope Sister Chen won't encounter such a thing. After all, she is our sales champion. When it comes to the word sales champion, Ji Lingling pronounces them very clearly. Oh, we small salespeople shouldn't worry about it. Sister Chen must know the situation. Xiao Mo also teased in a strange tone. Ha ha ha. There was immediate laughter. Junior. Yanxi heard the unpleasant words coming from not far away, reached out and grabbed Jiang Chen's sleeve, and whispered. I'm a little tired. How about we just forget about it this time and come back next time when we've decided what to buy? We are still students, so we don't need a car urgently, right? The more Jiang Chen looked at cars, the more expensive they seemed. The prices shocked Yanxi. Jiang Chen had just bought a gym, so no matter how rich he was, he would probably have financial difficulties for a while. This is what Yanxi thought. She didn't want to see Jiang Chen embarrassed in front of others, so she pretended to be tired and wanted to give Jiang Chen a way out. That's all for today. Anyway, she knew Jiang Chen's character, and she didn't think that Jiang Chen was showing off by bringing his sister with him. She was even very happy that she could stay with Jiang Chen for so long today. There's absolutely nothing wrong with going back without buying a car. Okay, that's enough. Jiang Chen nodded. Yanxi breathed a sigh of relief, but Jiang Chen's next words soon made Yanxi feel uneasy again. I'm not considering a sports car for now. Jiang Chen didn't want to leave so early. The beautiful saleswoman was very dedicated, so he couldn't let her work for nothing, right? Touching his chin, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, and he suddenly thought of a luxury car that quite suited his needs. It is U8 that is looking up to. As the saying goes, those who drive a Porsche are not necessarily rich, but those who drive this are definitely not poor. After all, unless you are a top rich person, who would spend millions to support domestic luxury cars? Of course, the reason why Jiang Chen values this thing is mainly because of its large space, which makes it convenient to do anything in the car. After deciding what he wanted to buy, Jiang Chen asked directly, but I'm quite interested in the car Yangwang U8. Is it available here? When Jiang Chen said this, Xiao Mo and Ji Lingling's eyes changed slightly, and then they sneered softly. It's a domestic electric car, and a big off-roader at that. This thing has the worst value for money. Who would buy this? That's right. A sports car in good condition can be worth a lot of money if it's resold. Buying a Yangwang U8 is really a waste of money. Xiao Mo's eyes narrowed, and his once pure and cute facial features now looked slightly distorted. The price of a U8 car is around 1.1 million. If they make another deal for Chen Jichu, it will be even more impossible for them to catch up with the performance this month. But if nothing unexpected happens, Jiang Chen should not be able to come up with 1.1 million. Xiao Mo was certain that Jiang Chen had deliberately asked to see the car. After all, this car was unpopular and hard to sell. If he asked to see the car and there was no car here, wouldn't he be able to just walk away without losing face? But Jiang Chen was wrong. They have Shang Yuan, not to mention U8, the more expensive U9, and even the recently released U7. If this guest has this idea, he will be in big trouble later. Oh, by the way, our sales champion Sister Chen also had to suffer a setback in her sales career. Yes, sir, we have. Hearing that Jiang Chen wanted to look up at U8, Chen Jichu was stunned for a moment, and his deep and unfathomable beautiful eyes flashed with a bit of the clear and stupidity of a college student. It's really that this car is too unpopular. The more expensive ones include the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, the Land Rover Range Rover and Defender at the same price, and the cheaper one is the Land Rover M8. Most of the customers of this type of car will directly choose Land Rover if they prefer off-road driving, and will choose either Mercedes-Benz or Land Rover if they like city driving. It was the first time that Chen Jichu saw someone taking down Yangwang U8 right from the start. But despite her surprise, she was experienced and quickly adjusted her expression, leading Jiang Chen to the exhibition area where they could admire the car models. Sir, you have really good taste. I look up to U8. We just received the latest top-of-the-line model here, with an acceleration of 3.6 seconds per 100 kilometers and a comprehensive range of 1,000 kilometers. It is also equipped with a DJI drone. Chen Jichu is very professional and can talk about the parameters and advantages of the car with ease. And Jiang Chen finally showed an interested look. Domineering, highlight the domineering. Among all the booths, Jiang Chen saw the U8 from a distance. It looked mighty and domineering, just like a tank. Compared with the Mercedes-Benz G-Class with slightly dull paint not far away, the U8 is obviously a level higher in refinement. Of course, it's not just about looking good. With today's mature technology, the acceleration and horsepower and torque of electric vehicles are beyond the reach of internal combustion engines. In terms of performance, it can crush the G-Class and Land Rover. Chen Shichu was still explaining, but Jiang Chen felt there was no need to listen any further. Pick up the car. This is it. Chapter 86, What's Wrong with a $1 Million Luxury Car? If you like me, I'll take it. Jiang Chen waved his hand lightly and looked into Chen Jichu's eyes as if he was ordering food. He interrupted her story directly. A $1 million luxury car? No big deal, just get it if you like it. Sir, you haven't tested the car yet. Chen Jichu was caught off guard by Jiang Chen. Her hands holding the car keys were shaking. She had seen clients who spent large sums of money before. But this is the first time I have seen someone as generous as Jiang Chen. Brother, that's 1.1 million, not happy beans. Can you not be so careless? No need to try it. Is this a new car? If it was a new car, I would just pay for it and drive away. Jiang Chen was too lazy to test drive the car, and to be honest, 1,100,000 was really nothing to Jiang Chen. I took a look at my current balance displayed by the system. 6,574,349.09. With the investment, the 1 million Hex Tech reward and several times of interest, his cash flow has reached 6.57 million. Of course, if someone with 6.57 million yuan buys a $1 million luxury car, it should still hurt. But Jiang Chen is different. Hey! There is a thing called a full refund. In other words, when I bought the car this time, it was actually the system that paid for it, and I didn't get to pay a cent, it was purely free. This is so much more enjoyable than spending money on happy beans. Yan Shi was so surprised that he was speechless. He knew that Jiang Chen was rich, but it was really too much to be so rich. Chen Jishu had already reached the point where he had to force himself to remain calm. Sir, are you sure you want to buy this car? Just at this moment, a female voice with hidden malice interrupted the silence caused by Jiang Chen's lavish spending of millions. Xiao Mo quickly walked to the side facing Chen Jichu and spoke in a hurried tone. Sir, please don't make impulse purchases. You must think carefully before buying a tram, especially a domestic tram. Don't believe in the sweet words of some people. In order to earn commissions, they only talk about the advantages and not the disadvantages. Battery degradation, explosion risk. The guy named Xiao Mo was obviously so jealous that his eyes turned red. He couldn't even tell what stupid things he was saying. Facing this righteous speech, Jiang Chen lowered his mouth and sneered, "So, you are different from your colleagues? It's rare to see salespeople trying to dissuade customers from buying something. Shengyuan Auto City is quite interesting." Jiang Chen's smile was a little dangerous. Xiao Mo was suddenly speechless, his face turned blue and purple, and he couldn't continue speaking. At this moment, she suddenly realized how stupid what she had just said was. She was simply treating her colleagues and clients as fools. In shame and anger, she covered her face and ran away. If the leaders above knew about this, I would be finished. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and stopped paying attention to the woman. I watched the joke for a long time, but in the end, I was the one who became the joke. And it is estimated that it will be difficult for her to continue this job here in the future. Looking at Xiao Mo fleeing in panic, the other salesman felt embarrassed and still tried to be stubborn. It's over $1 million. It's not cheaper than those sports cars I just saw. This guy is still pretending. Don't you really have a crush on Chen Jichu? Isn't the girlfriend next to you enough? Just wait and see how long he can pretend. That's right. Who knows whether it's true or not until the final payment is made? But at this point, they no longer dared to let Jiang Chen and the others hear them. They just muttered in a low voice or simply slandered them in their hearts, trying to win back the game mentally. I'm sorry to make you laugh, Mr. Jiang. Chen Jichu bowed, revealing deep wrinkles in his eyes, and apologized to Jiang Chen for his colleague's slip of the tongue. Jiang Chen's eyes were locked automatically and he couldn't close them for a moment. His eyes stayed on one spot for a few moments. The apology was very sincere, so let it go. Jiang Chen was a decent man. It's okay, let's continue talking about the car. Jiang Chen raised his chin and got back to the topic. Okay, Mr. Jiang, the price of this model varies greatly depending on the configuration. The lowest price we can offer is 970,000. Chen Jichu quickly took out the quotation and started marking it. Jiang Chen interrupted again after listening to half of the sentence. No need to talk, just max it out and use the best configuration. No matter whether it is useful or not, or whether it has good value for money, the system will pay for the car anyway. Just fill it up and let the system pay the bill. I spent so much money on Chen Jichu. I have too much money and have nowhere to spend it, so I came to Checheng to get some sex. The salesperson watching was extremely envious. Hiss. It doesn't look like he's pretending. Xi Lingling was shocked. The price of a fully equipped U8 is already 1.47 million. How much commission should I get from this? Xi Lingling looked at Chen Jichu with envy. He could spend so much money, so who cares whether it was for his heart or for his body? If it was herself standing there, she would have dragged the client to the VIP room right now. Why don't I have such a good life as Chen Jichu? Sir, you should think about it. For example, there is no need to choose this drone. Chen Jichu felt that he made the money too easily and felt guilty, so he began to take the initiative to help Jiang Chen save money. He quickly marked out 4 or 5 configurations that were really unnecessary and brought the price of the car down to 150,000 renminbi. Seeing this, Jiang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's really strange. The buyer is raising the price, but you, the seller, are actively lowering the price. This business is for you. I'm just worried that you'll suffer a great loss. Chen Jichu was a little embarrassed as it was his first time making such a mistake. Don't worry about it for me, just fill it up. To be honest, this car won't be worthy of me if I reduce the configuration. Jiang Chen had nothing to say, this is what he wanted. Pull it full. Chen Jichu wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, stopped resisting in vain, and obeyed Jiang Chen. It was the first time for her to make money and she felt so bad. If she could get the order, she would have to find a chance to compensate Mr. Jiang. Chen Jichu's expression returned to normal, and after a smile he began the subsequent car buying process. The first thing is the payment method, full payment or installment car loan. Jiang Chen must have paid the full amount. Upon hearing this, Chen Jichu just nodded and did not persuade customers to take out a loan to buy a car as usual. Although the commission he could get from buying a car with a loan would be much higher, but the U8 was difficult to sell, and the commission was not low. Even if Jiang Chen paid the full amount for this order, he could still make a lot of money. We should quit while we are ahead and leave a good impression on Mr. Jiang. By the way, I'll leave the license plate and other related procedures to you. Money is not a problem. I'll pick up the car after you've finished it. Jiang Chen roughly glanced over the documents that Chen Jichu brought, threw them aside and started spending money lavishly again. It seems that these expenses will also be counted as car purchase expenses by the system, so why hesitate? Any problem that can be solved with money is a good problem. Xi Lingling and her group were completely unable to hold back. As the saying goes, rich people are the most stingy. Except for the nouveau riche, most of the wealthy people save when they should and spend when they should. Compared with ordinary people, their saving and spending are not on the same dimension. In the past, customers who bought sports cars had to handle all the paperwork and license plate issues themselves. After all, although Car City is convenient, it is very expensive. This kind of expense, which is clearly marked outside but so much higher, may not amount to much money for the rich, but it is obviously a scam for fools. Therefore, very few customers entrust Checheng to do these things. This Jiang Chen really has too much money and doesn't know where to spend it. Chapter 87 Strange investments increase, and the shopping spree begins. Xi Lingling had a bitter expression. Why didn't she receive this big money sponsor herself? How was I worse than Chen Jichu? When it came to soliciting male customers, I was obviously the boldest and most reckless one. But why is it that my career never gets better? If I could hook up with a wealthy sponsor like Jiang Chen, I would probably never have to worry about food and clothing in my life. Xi Lingling was filled with jealousy towards Chen Jichu and Yan Shi, who was standing beside Jiang Chen and had a pure face that could not be enhanced by makeup. Her jealousy was pungent. The other guests who were looking at the car nearby were also shocked. Judging from the way Jiang Chen spends money, he really treats the balance in his account as happy beans. There is no comparison, no comparison. Chen Jichu smiled broadly, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Jiang Chen began to change. Regardless of whether Mr. Jiang is so generous because he is interested in me, she is interested in the young man in front of her. Chen Jichu felt very happy as he thought about the commission he could get after closing the deal. Then she moved her red lips and said, "Mr. Jiang, can you add my contact information? I can also provide help with the after sales of your car. Also, thanks to you this time, I would like to invite you to have a meal together to show my gratitude." Look. Oh. Thank you? Have a meal? Jiang Chen's expression changed slightly. There is nothing wrong with adding contact information. Jiang Chen really wants to see how this person expresses his gratitude and how he eats. Judging from the tone, it seems a little unusual. But there were so many women courting him that Jiang Chen had gotten used to it. He just thought about it for a moment and didn't care anymore. System tasks are important, so it's better to get straight to the point. Chen Jichu was very efficient and immediately prepared the payment process for Jiang Chen. Salespeople and other customers gradually gathered around, craning their necks to look and listen. Many of them still think that Jiang Chen is pretending, but no matter how good he is at pretending, he will be exposed when it comes to payment. Of course, their expectations were dashed. With a ding, 1.51 million yuan including the fee for entrusting the formalities was deducted, and Jiang Chen's expression did not change at all. The expressions of the people watching the show immediately turned into horse faces, pretending to be busy and slowly left Jiang Chen's vicinity. "Oh my god, I met such an awesome guy. I stayed here and before I could say a word, my face was swollen." The balance returned to just over 5 million, and Jiang Chen felt unperturbed. He thought it would be returned after the mission was completed anyway. But the color in Jiang Chen's eyes instantly changed from confusion to surprise the moment he noticed a certain situation. The daily interest limit has been raised to 30,000. Is a car considered an asset? Looking at this unexpected surprise, Jiang Chen soon realized another thing. It seems that after I have purchased the car, this rich man's round of mission has not yet ended. So? Oh shit. Jiang Chen cursed in his heart. There was one thing he had to verify immediately. He has bought the car now, but he still has money on him, and the round has not ended yet. Even if he uses the remaining 5 million to buy a car, it will all be reimbursed after this round ends. Then you can fully utilize this round to increase your assets crazily. A car adds 10,000 yuan. I now have 5 million yuan. I can buy 300 cars with chopped pepper fish head. The upper limit of interest is more than 3 million yuan a day. Jiang Chen held his breath, not giving Chen Jishu time to bask in his joy. He pointed around and continued, "No matter how much this car costs, I'll buy it too." There seemed to be a big question mark in Chen Jichu's eyes. The car Jiang Chen was referring to was a Mercedes-Benz GLB 220, an ordinary car that cost just over 300,000 yuan. After Chen Jichu came to his senses and realized that Jiang Chen was not joking, he also quickly paid and took the car. But after Jiang Chen bought it, his eyes darkened. Is it not considered an asset because it's too cheap? Only assets worth millions will be recognized as assets by the system? Jiang Chen pondered. Jiang Chen's slightly disappointed expression made Chen Jichu think that he was regretting his impulsive spending. After all, no matter how rich he was, it was impossible for him to spend 1.5 million in just over 10 minutes and then spend another 300,000 right away. Chen Jichu said seriously, "Mr. Jiang, I can make the decision. If you don't like this Mercedes-Benz, I can help you get a refund directly." Although this would mean giving up a lot of commission, Chen Jichu insisted on quitting while he was ahead and was not greedy at all. "Okay, then retreat." Jiang Chen frowned and nodded, waiting for the money to return along the same route. He originally wanted to use the 5 million to buy a bunch of cars and increase the interest limit dramatically, but if the system limits the count of assets to million-level luxury cars, he can only add 5 more at most. But it's actually not a small amount? Forget it, don't be greedy, there will be plenty of opportunities later. Jiang Chen accepted the failure of his crazy interest rate hike plan very calmly. "Sir, it has been returned to your bank account." After Chen Jichu helped Jiang Chen refund the money, he actually felt a sense of relief. At the same time, I also sighed. It turns out that no one's money comes from the wind. Even for Mr. Jiang, after buying the U8, he would be short of money for a while, right? I hope my behavior today will make Mr. Jiang remember me. Chen Jichu was delighted that he had finally succeeded in helping Jiang Chen save money. But Chen Jichu's serene smile only lasted for 3 seconds, really only 3 seconds. Because Jiang Chen said something after confirming that the money had returned by the original route. This sentence instantly attracted dozens of people around to turn their heads, and they even ignored their shoulder periarthritis and cervical spondylosis. Jiang Chen frowned and said, "Mercedes-Benz GLB, this car is still too cheap. The more I think about it, the more I lose. Let's put it this way, I just test drove 5 cars, a Porsche, a Lexus, a BMW M4. I want all 5 of them. What the hell? 5 cars? $1 million luxury car? You want them all?" Suddenly, the huge car city was silent. Except for a man drooling around a V8 racing car, everyone stared at Jiang Chen with wide eyes. Everyone in the room, including Chen Jichu and Yan Shi, was stunned. Chapter 88 Senior Sister, take the Porsche. This. Are you sure you are here just to buy a car and not to go shopping? The expressions of the people who witnessed Jiang Chen's outrageous behavior were extremely interesting. They originally thought that Jiang Chen was not spending money wisely by spending a large amount of money to buy a fully equipped yacht. As a result, $1.5 million was far from Jiang Chen's limit. Porsche, BMW, Lexus, Lotus. Wow, $5 million luxury cars in a row. He actually said he could take it down just by doing so. How wealthy is this guy? Shi Lingling and the others looked as if they had eaten shit. As people working in sales, no one knew how to estimate a customer's assets better than them. Normally, most customers will only spend less than 3% of their assets to purchase a car. It is extremely rare to see a ratio exceeding this, and they are usually the second generation who have spent money prodigally. Judging from Jiang Chen's temperament, he doesn't look like some kind of rich second generation who spends money recklessly. He probably really is rich. And with this calculation, Jiang Chen's real assets, a terrifying astronomical figure, emerged in the minds of several salesmen. Assets over 100 million. Could it be that Mr. Jiang has assets worth over 100 million? Chen Jichu just won over a client with assets worth over 100 million yuan like this? I have to say that these salesmen's blind guesses were really accurate. Jiang Chen's assets are indeed over 100 million and over 5 billion. Although not many people know it now, it is true that the current owner of the Longting building worth 5 billion is Jiang Chen. Staring at Jiang Chen's calm and composed appearance, Shi Lingling and the others could no longer hide their envy and jealousy, which showed directly on their faces. 6 cars, 6.5 million. The commission Chen Jichu will get this time will be enough to surpass what others will earn in a year. How come I can't get such a big sponsor? Shi Lingling and others screamed over and over again in their hearts, but it was of no use at all. If they missed it, they missed it. They can only blame it on bad luck and lack of vision. Mr. Jiang, are you serious? Chen Jichu's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. What was happening before her eyes was really unbelievable. A total of 6 million level luxury cars, this is a result that he might not be able to achieve in half a year. But now, it only took me a little over an hour to get such a big order. Chen Jichu's heart was pounding with excitement and she could no longer remain calm. She asked in a daze. Did I hear wrongly? It's just a few million, just pocket money. What's the point of taking it seriously? Jiang Chen spread out his hands with an indifferent expression, as if he didn't take money seriously at all. Prepare the contract as soon as possible. My time is precious. After urging a few times and giving Chen Jichu some reassurance, Jiang Chen turned his head and smiled at Yan Shi, who was still in a daze. Senior, I can't drive 6 cars here, can you do me a small favor? Yan Shi came back to his senses and nodded subconsciously, okay. As long as it was Jiang Chen's request and it was not too excessive, she would not refuse at all. But not long after he agreed, Yan Shi's eyes were shocked again, and he quickly changed his words, Junior brother, why don't you just forget it? She realized the implication of Jiang Chen's words. Wasn't this just about giving her a car to drive? This, how could she dare to agree to it? Those were million-level cars, which were far beyond her income level. Even if she agreed to Jiang Chen's request and drove out by herself, it would probably only add to the joke. I don't deserve such a nice car. Yan Shi dodged the envious glances from the people around him, feeling a little embarrassed. Jiang Chen frowned when he heard this. If I say you deserve it, then you deserve it, let's just go with the Porsche 718. Yan Shi's temperament matches the white Porsche very well, and driving it out will also bring him face, so he must agree. Jiang Chen made the decision directly for Yan Shi and arranged everything in a very arbitrary manner. She even threatened him, "If I don't see you driving at work, don't blame your boss for deducting your salary." Jiang Chen reminded himself that although he was Yan Shi's junior, he was also Yan Shi's boss. The boss gave the car to the employee to drive, so is there any reason for him to refuse it? I understand. Jiang Chen was so arrogant that it was difficult for him to refuse. After responding to Jiang Chen's order, Yan Shi lowered his head and whispered thank you. She felt wronged in her heart that her junior was using his boss's status to coerce her. But she couldn't really feel wronged, after all, she was the one who got the benefit. She should be secretly happy. "Jiang Chen, why are you so nice to me?" Yan Shi's beautiful lips moved slightly, and he talked to himself in his heart, with a very complicated emotion in his eyes. Perhaps, from the beginning to the end, I was not the only one who wanted to pursue Jiang Chen. He also has a good impression of me. I recalled everything that happened before, especially the close training when I was a personal trainer. Rubbing ears, accidentally touching. Yan Shi's face was immediately flushed with a layer of pink. If you look at it from this angle, it is really unsightly. But if Jiang Chen also likes me, then if he continues like this, or even goes even further, it won't be a problem for me. Chen Jichu calmed down completely, looked at Yan Shi's expression, and smiled as if he understood. The look he cast upon her was half envy and half regret. In her youth, there has never been a man as outstanding as Jiang Chen. This girl is really lucky. Tap tap. The sound of high heels hitting the ground was heard, and Chen Jichu walked towards Jiang Chen. After sweeping the surroundings with a deterrent gaze, the discussions of the salesman suddenly disappeared into thin air. Standing close to him, Chen Jichu put on a sweet smile and said softly, "Sir, the contract amount is huge. Can we go to the VIP room to discuss it? I can also get some discounts for you." "Okay, lead the way." Jiang Chen had no objection. Signing the contract was indeed a troublesome matter, so it would be better to find a place where he could rest before doing it. Moreover, looking at Yan Shi's appearance, the gazes from the sales staff and other customers around her seemed to be a bit stressful for her. "Please follow me." Chen Jichu bowed and led Jiang Chen and the other person to the reception area. He then used his authority to lead Jiang Chen into the reserved VIP room. Yan Shi was eating fruit outside and taking a rest. On the way to the VIP room, Chen Jichu quickly arranged for his colleagues to prepare 5 contracts for Jiang Chen. The content that needed to be filled in was also filled in by Jiang Chen's descendants after asking for his permission. In the end, it was just a matter of signing. In less than 10 seconds, Jiang Chen's elegant handwriting fell on it. However, after Chen Jichu put away the contract, he had no intention of letting Jiang Chen leave. Chen Jichu's eyes gradually showed some moist warmth, her pair of beautiful black silk legs swayed slightly, and she sat down very close to Jiang Chen. Then, the slender hand rested on Jiang Chen's thigh intentionally or unintentionally. Chen Jichu would have felt a little uncomfortable if he didn't express his gratitude for winning such a big order so easily. And what can I do to express it? As a salesperson, she is quite confident about her looks. With a sweet smile, her slender fingers moved from bottom to top, along the outline of Jiang Chen's abdominal muscles, and gently touched Jiang Chen's heart. She asked casually, "Mr. Jiang, that girl is your girlfriend, right?" Jiang Chen naturally leaned back, raised the corner of his mouth, and said, "Let's just say it is, so what?" With a soft laugh, Chen Jichu knelt up, then fell as if he had lost his balance and crashed into Jiang Chen's broad chest. And just snuggled down like a cub. He looked lazy and spoke in a low voice with a meaningful tone. "Nothing, she just looks very innocent." "Sir, you haven't had that yet, have you?" A pleasant scent gradually emanated from Chen Jichu's body. She raised her head and licked her lips obediently and seductively. "Sir, if you need anything, I can provide some after-sales service after purchasing the car." With narrowed eyes, he looked up at Jiang Chen's eyes with a very low posture. Intentionally or unintentionally, she stretched her waist, revealing her amazing curves. Jiang Chen saw her whole posture. Compared with Pang Wenwen and Meng Yuqiang, this one has a different style. It looks sophisticated, but it always has a bit of a raw taste. However, this rawness is not a flaw, but makes it more tempting. To be honest, Chen Jichu was quite pretty, and with her temptation, Jiang Chen's breath became hot. Especially after feeling the cold little hands that were about to perform maintenance work. Jiang Chen nodded heavily, tacitly approving Chen Jichu's work. This beauty is quite good at selling things. Even with Jiang Chen's strong composure, she was more or less aroused by his anger that needed to be released urgently. Well, let's continue like this. Boom boom boom. When Chen Jichu took off his suit jacket and prepared to get more intimate, there was a knock on the VIP room door. This caused both of them to pause at the same time. Jiang Jr., are you here? It was Yan Shi's voice. Chapter 89. Jiang Chen must be signing a contract. Good things come to those who wait. Mr. Jiang's girlfriend came at an inopportune moment. A hint of helplessness flashed across Chen Jichu's face. After lightly pecking Jiang Chen's lips, he stood up and carefully cleaned up the situation, which fortunately still had room for explanation. Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry. Chen Jichu blinked his eyes, indicating that your girlfriend must not find out. That's all we can do today. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. Yan Shi, this girl, came at the right time. She came and knocked on the door just when he was angry. Open the door. Have no choice. After tidying up his clothes, Jiang Chen told Chen Jichu to open the door, even though he was feeling very uncomfortable at the moment. But there really is no other way. He can't just leave his junior sister waiting outside while he enjoys himself here, right? There will be plenty of opportunities for this kind of thing later. There's no rush right now. After signing a contract for more than 10 minutes, Yan Shi felt uneasy, as if something was wrong. She felt as if someone was taking something away from her, and couldn't bear it any longer, so she came up to him. Mr. Jiang, your girlfriend is waiting anxiously. You can drive away your car later. I'll be waiting there. I'll only serve you two today. After opening the VIP room door, Chen Jichu held the contract, gave Yan Shi a very friendly smile, and left leisurely, leaving Jiang Chen and Yan Shi alone. Just when her figure was about to disappear, she turned back to look at Jiang Chen, whose eyes were only filled with Yan Shi. His expression was slightly unwilling. Junior, are you okay? Yan Shi glanced at Chen Jichu with a strange expression. This woman was fine a moment ago, but now she always gave her a weird feeling. But Yan Shi didn't care, her mind was all on Jiang Chen. It's okay, what can I do? Jiang Chen yawned, waited for a while until he felt the time was right, then stood up, stretched, and walked towards Yan Shi. Are you okay? There was a lot of confusion in Yan Shi's pretty little eyes. She saw that Jiang Chen's expression was not right, as if he was in great pain. How could a contract be signed like this? She was a little confused. Looking at the silly and ignorant Yan Shi, Jiang Chen smiled dotingly. Don't let your imagination run wild. Take a short break. You'll be able to drive away soon. Aha! After resting for a while, Jiang Chen still felt angry. This was caused by his strong physique. It was difficult to get angry, but once he got angry, it was even more difficult to calm down. Moreover, there was the lustful fragrance of Chen Jichu in the air. This scent, along with the alluring scent coming from Yan Shi, constantly added fuel to Jiang Chen's anger, which had just been suppressed a little. The longer Jiang Chen stayed in this VIP room, the more uncomfortable he felt. After making a phone call to ask about the progress of Chen Jichu's procedures, I didn't want to stay here anymore. Took Yan Shi downstairs. At this time, Jiang Chen gradually realized another problem. In just a few hours, I have gone from being a taxi-hailing person to a car owner, and even has 6 cars. But problems also arise. The parking space has not been solved yet. It seems that today, the best I can do is drive away the U8. But it's better this way. After the parking space issue is resolved in a few days, I can ask the people from the car city to deliver the sports car over. This will save me some trouble. Parking space? Speaking of which, if a car is considered an asset, then real estate must be considered as well, right? Jiang Chen thought about buying a parking space, and his eyes lit up. After all, most of the time, a parking space would only be a byproduct of real estate. Why don't you just buy the property yourself? Moreover, Jiang Chen felt that there was a high probability that real estate could also be counted as industry. Yes, it seems that buying a house is also a necessity. I have to go and have a look when I have time. Keeping the property viewing in mind, Jiang Chen was not in a hurry for the time being, as he definitely couldn't go today anyway. After all, his cash flow is only a few thousand yuan now, and the round task has not yet ended, and the full cash refund has not yet been received. I guess I'll have to keep a low profile for a few hours. The cash flow is still too low. Thinking that he only took down 6 cars, Jiang Chen shook his head with regret. His cash flow is indeed too little. More than 6 million can't really do anything. If he had more money, he could have taken advantage of the system this time. It wouldn't be like it is now, with only the interest limit of 60,000. Of course, a blessing in disguise is always a loss. After a brief moment of regret, Jiang Chen felt that he should still learn to be content. Isn't it nice to get tens of thousands of extra interest every day for free? Delicious. The other sports cars were still going through the formalities, but the U8 was able to complete the formalities quickly because it paid for expedited delivery. Jiang Chen can drive away immediately. After slowly getting into the driver's seat and holding the steering wheel, Jiang Chen was still quite excited. After all, this is my first car, so it's worth being happy about it. Trying to step on the accelerator, the beast started moving silently. And at this moment, a clear and pleasant system prompt appeared in front of Jiang Chen along with a glowing panel. Ding! Player's turn. The rich man's car is judged complete. Player exceeded the target and purchased vehicle X6. Mission completion, SS Perfect. Perfect level rewards are being issued to you. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Charm Attribute plus 10. The money spent on purchasing the vehicle this round is being returned, the interest for the day is being settled. Refund completed. Balance plus 647,000,000 yuan. Interest settlement completed. Profit of 130,000. Jiang Chen's smile spread across his face. Yes, it had not been long since he experienced the poverty of having a 4-digit balance, and now the money was back. Even more than before. Jiang Chen looked at the reassuring balance and couldn't stop smiling for a long time. Balance, 6,624,349.09 yuan. Chapter 90, Junior, are you about to lose patience? Jiang Chen was very satisfied that his cash flow was full again, but he did not plan to buy any more cars. The main reason is that the round is over, and the system will not refund the money he spends on buying a car. If he spends it all, it will take a long time to get his money back through interest. There is really no need to have nothing to do and give yourself a whole cash flow window period. And what if you encounter this kind of reward level again and you have no money? Quit while you are ahead. You can buy a house and a parking space later, and there are so many places to spend money. After taking a few laps around the test site, Jiang Chen drove back to where Yan Shi and Chen Jichu were. And just in time, with Chen Jichu's willingness to help expedite the process, the 718 could be driven away immediately. Jiang Chen asked Yan Shi to try it. But after Yan Shi sat in the driver's seat, he laughed awkwardly. Like a hesitant deer, he looked towards Jiang Chen for help. I don't have a driver's license. As soon as she entered university, she was busy with part-time work and really had no time to get a driver's license. She thought about it several times, but gave up in the end because of various things. Looking at Yan Shi's cute appearance, Jiang Chen frowned and felt a little funny in his heart. No driver's license. Well, there is nothing I can do if you don't have a driver's license. Even if I give you a car, you won't be able to drive it. Then leave it here first, and drive away after your driver's license is passed. This time, I'll take you back first. Come on, senior sister. I'm waiting for you to take me for a ride. Just making a note, Jiang Chen opened the passenger door of the U8 and let Yan Shi get in. They have been out long enough today, it's time to go back. Yan Shi was quite shy. He just realized that he didn't have a driver's license after he had already grasped the steering wheel. This was really embarrassing. But secretly looking at Jiang Chen's expression, Yan Shi did not realize that Jiang Chen had any intention of mocking her. I felt relieved immediately. After looking at Jiang Chen cautiously for a while, Yan Shi's sight was gradually attracted by a place with a strong presence. After staring at the tent under Jiang Chen for a long time, Yan Shi realized what it was belatedly. He quickly turned his head away, pretending he didn't notice anything. But it seems a little impossible to control myself from watching it. After staring stiffly ahead for a long time, Yan Shi's peripheral vision unconsciously drifted towards that place again. Yan Shi has never been in a relationship, let alone had any intimate contact with the opposite sex, but she is innocent and not stupid, and she understands some physiological knowledge that she should know. She knew what it was, and she also knew what this form meant at the moment. One is right indeed. Yan Shi felt his face burning like fire. He knew how red it was without even looking, so he simply turned his head away again. I forced myself not to look, but those few glances just now left a deep impression on me. Even if Yan Shi closed his eyes, all he could think of was Jiang Chen's greatness, which he could sense through his clothes. She could only talk to herself in her heart, trying to divert her attention. Peng Wenwen was Yan Shi's colleague at the gym, and they were also good friends. After Yan-shi realized that something might have happened between them, she mustered up the courage to ask. Pang Wenwen originally felt that she didn't have the ability to keep Jiang Chen by her side, and that pleasure was basically just for mutual benefit. Therefore, she did not hide anything and was honest with Yan-shi. Yan-shi was very dissatisfied with this at first, but later, especially in recent times, he became envious. She was clearly the one who came first, so why was Wenwen the first to do that with Jiang Chen? Yan-shi's best friend noticed her awkward mood, and it took a long time of explanation and comforting for Yan-shi to make her feel better. However, the seed of the idea of taking a closer look at Jiang Chen was also planted at this time. Pang Wenwen also noticed it and gave Yan-shi a wicked reminder. He has strong desires in that area, be careful not to mess him up. Broken or something like that, Yan-shi thought Wenwen was exaggerating at the time, so he blushed and stopped her from saying anything more. And at this moment, Yan-shi saw it with his own eyes. She realized that what Peng Wenwen said might be true, but some of Jiang Chen's abilities were rather exaggerated. Yan-shi secretly opened the browser and searched, and after seeing the information about normal men's situation, his eyes became panicked. Not maybe, but it is true. After driving for more than half an hour, Jiang Chen's anger didn't seem to subside at all. This must be very painful, right? Yan-shi looked at Jiang Chen with some worry. Suddenly, an uncontrollable idea came into my mind. Jiang Chen seems to be in great pain. Should I help him? Anyway, Jiang Chen has been so good to me and I have never had anything to repay him with, why not just give it my all? Moreover, I have always liked Jiang Chen and wanted to pursue him. Jiang Chen should also be interested in me, so between lovers, it's actually normal, isn't it? Yan-shi's thoughts raced as he tried to convince himself. Jiang Chen's popularity is also exaggerated. Maybe the reason why Jiang Chen is so uncomfortable now is because he was seduced by that bad woman who sells the car. It's time to take the initiative. Yan-shi's eyes became firm, and he mustered up the courage to move sideways and try to get closer to Jiang Chen. The sweet breath blew on Jiang Chen's face, making Jiang Chen feel a little unbearable. What's wrong, senior? Stop it while I'm driving. Jiang Chen was still very focused while driving. Junior, you've been. Yan-shi's eyes were fixed there, and the sweet breath from his mouth smelled like orchid in Jiang Chen's ears. Boom! Jiang Chen suddenly felt something exploded inside his body. The anger that had been maintained in a balanced state suddenly increased sharply. And Yan-shi is still outputting. She had a shy look on her face and her eyes were so full of affection that they seemed to be dripping with tears. Junior, are you about to lose your temper? Chapter 91. It turns out she is Mr. Zhang's girlfriend. Over at the Auto City, Chen Jichu's eyes were filled with regret as he watched Jiang Chen leave with his girlfriend. However, this regret was fleeting. She has already got Jiang Chen's contact information, and the handover of the next few cars will also be through her hands. She can continue to keep in touch with Jiang Chen for a long time, and there are many opportunities. She will get what she wants. Chen Jichu bit her lips lightly, turned around and smiled faintly at her colleagues with complicated expressions, then returned to her post with the documents in her arms. Not long after Chen Jichu left, a woman walking in a hurry appeared in front of everyone. This person is Hu Weiwei. Jiang Chen. Hu Weiwei silently recited Jiang Chen's name and stared at the direction where Jiang Chen left for a long time, unable to come back to her senses. After briefly adjusting her mindset, she still felt that she could not admit defeat in this fight started by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen wants to continue playing, then let him continue playing. There will always come a time when he can no longer pretend, and that is when Hu Weiwei will return all the recent humiliation to him. In order to achieve ultimate victory, she can no longer be as passive as before. Various information gaps always affect my plans, and I often feel like a fool. Having learned from the previous lesson, Hu Weiwei planned to try her best to grasp Jiang Chen's actions, how much property he had and other related information in the days to come. This information will determine Hu Weiwei's bottom line. And this time, it was Hu Weiwei's first operation to collect intelligence. Ever since Jiang Chen took a taxi with Yan-shi to Longteng Building, she had already been following them. However, in order to avoid being discovered by Jiang Chen, she was not willing to reveal her whereabouts until Jiang Chen bought a car and left. After all the hard work, you just bought a broken off-road vehicle? An electric one at that? Hu Weiwei had never heard of the brand Yanwang, let alone the price of U8. So he complained in his heart according to his own understanding. An off-road vehicle, or a green plate electric car with no exhaust pipe visible. Hu Weiwei simply could not connect this car with Jiang Chen's recently displayed wealth. If you are a rich second generation, the car you buy would at least be a sports car, right? Hu Weiwei frowned. Some of the socialites she knew had boyfriends who were second generation rich people and drove sports cars. When the second generation heard that their families could provide 200,000 or 300,000 yuan for living expenses a month, they thought carefully that the financial resources displayed by Jiang Chen did not seem to be at that level. So, Jiang Chen's situation is actually that he is rich, but not completely rich. Compared with those second generations with more affluent families, he is still far behind, right? Thinking of this, Hu Weiwei actually felt a sense of relief. After all, if Jiang Chen was not as rich as she imagined, she didn't think it was necessary for her to continue to sulk with Jiang Chen. With her status, it wouldn't be too difficult to find a second-generation rich man with some effort, right? Hu Weiwei is still quite confident. However, these thoughts were just doubts. Several embarrassing experiences in the past had taught Hu Weiwei to think twice before acting. Forget it, let's just go to the Auto City and ask what's going on. What if I'm wrong? Hu Weiwei frowned, then walked towards the sales staff. When Qi Lingling saw Hu Weiwei coming, her eyes trembled slightly and she couldn't help but take a few steps back and stand behind her colleagues. In her eyes, whether it was her makeup or her temperament, Hu Weiwei was basically a typical gold digger from a well-off family. This kind of person, if there is no man around, will not be able to make much money. Serving her, that's basically a waste of time. And if you want to ask Qi Lingling why she knows so much, she said TSK with disdain. She had worked her way up from Hu Weiwei's situation. From a materialistic fake socialite to an independent woman who can at least support herself, although this independence is still questionable, it is still enough to make Qi Lingling despise her past self. Since Qi Lingling won't go, someone else will have to go. A female salesperson came up with a bright but fake smile, and after observing for a moment, she asked, "Beautiful lady, are you here to help your boyfriend look for a car? I saw you looking at this car for a long time. I really envy your boyfriend. This is the Japanese God of War GTR, with a V8 engine and a 100 km/h acceleration. It's rare to see such a beautiful lady who knows what she's looking for." Hu Weiwei was caught off guard by the salesperson's barrage of questions and introductions, and subconsciously glanced down at the logo of the car next to her. His eyes were full of disdain. "What are you talking about? It's just a broken Nissan." Hu Weiwei's answer changed the looks of all the sales staff. Okay, now it is certain that this guest is really not worth serving. Qi Lingling was even more proud, thinking that her judgment was correct. Hu Weiwei not only had no money, but also knew nothing about cars. If the GTR is placed in front of her, it will be a broken Nissan, and if the Corvette is placed next to her, she will probably ask stupidly, "Does Wuling Hongguang also make sports cars?" In this case, they will directly classify them as worthless customers and just find a new salesperson to deal with them. Anyway, we can't give them any commission for their contributions. But as soon as this thought came to her mind, Qi Lingling's expression became flattering because of Hu Weiwei's next words. "I'm Jiang Chen's girlfriend who just left that guy. What did he buy from you?" Hu Weiwei didn't want to get entangled with the salesman, so she simply raised her chin and asked questions pretending to be Jiang Chen's girlfriend. Indeed, as Jiang Chen's ex-girlfriend, she wouldn't even blush when pretending to be his current girlfriend. "Mr. John's girlfriend?" The eyes of the sales staff who had just been indifferent suddenly brightened, especially Qi Lingling. Even though she had just slandered Hu Weiwei in her heart for a long time, when she heard that Hu Weiwei was Jiang Chen's girlfriend, she immediately pushed aside her colleagues and stood in front of Hu Weiwei, regardless of whether it was true or not. With an almost flattering smile, he said, "So she is Mr. Zhang's girlfriend." Shen Yuan neglected her. "Please follow me." Hu Weiwei suddenly felt something was wrong. Why did these people change their attitudes when they heard Jiang Chen's name? And it's simply heaven and earth. What did Jiang Chen buy? Hu Weiwei suppressed the strange look in her eyes and came to the place where Jiang Chen had picked up the car before, surrounded by a group of salesmen. On the way, Hu Weiwei heard everything that Jiang Chen had just done. A fully equipped Yangwan U8 worth about 1.5 million and 5 million level supercars. In just less than 2 hours, more than 6.5 million yuan was consumed. She originally thought that Jiang Chen couldn't afford a sports car, but who would have thought that not only could he afford it, he also bought 5 at once as if he was purchasing new stock. This information had a huge impact on Hu Weiwei. Hu Weiwei's steps became a little light, and it took her a long time to recover from the shock. She licked her lips, which were beginning to dry up, feeling lucky that she had not made an impulsive judgment about Jiang Chen's financial resources. Chapter 92. If you feel uncomfortable, leave it to the senior sister. She now understood that Jiang Chen could not afford a luxury car. He really had the ability. I guess he drives that crappy electric off-road vehicle just to keep a low profile. Jiang Chen's wealth has completely reached the point where she has to look up to him. The gap in wealth between the two is like the difference between heaven and earth. Hu Weiwei felt that she might not be able to be tough anymore. Facing a wealthy man like Jiang Chen, she no longer had confidence in how effective her original plan would be. After that, I'm afraid I'll have to lower my bottom line infinitely before I can possibly win back Jiang Chen, right? More than 6 million, more than 6 million. This number has been circling in Hu Weiwei's mind since the moment she heard it until now. At this moment, she was regretting it so much. If she had been nicer to Jiang Chen, wouldn't she have been able to spend the money on herself instead of on that bitch Yin Shi? Hu Weiwei also learned from Qi Lingling's words that Jiang Chen gave Yin Shi a Porsche 718. This is already extremely uncomfortable. It's a Porsche. That was clearly a gift that I should accept. Hu Weiwei clenched her fist secretly, her knuckles turning blue and white. There were many people in the area looking at cars and signing car loan contracts, etc. Their attention was attracted by Hu Weiwei, who was surrounded by sales staff. On the one hand, Hu Weiwei herself is not bad looking, and on the other hand, there are bits and pieces of information leaked from the salesmen's mouths. This beauty is the real girlfriend of that guy just now? Then what about that innocent schoolgirl just now? The man who just signed a 300,000 yuan car loan had a purple expression on his face. Is this the life of a rich person? With such a beautiful woman at home, he also has to bring a pure schoolgirl with him when he goes out. In order to pick up girls, he would even give away million-dollar sports cars. Oh my god, the rich people are so extravagant. What a fucking life. Looking at his car loan of 300,000 yuan, the man's expression became more and more ugly, and he finally threw the pen to the ground in anger. He cursed, "Damn it, I'm not buying it. They just throw away more than 6 million yuan, but I have to borrow 10 years for 300,000 yuan. What the hell? I'm not buying it." The rest of the onlookers who had secretly looked down on Jiang Chen in their hearts also had extremely unhappy expressions. They didn't expect that the slap in the face from Jiang Chen would be a combo. All the damn people have left, and you still have a girlfriend to make your buddies envious, right? We are all human beings, why is there such a huge difference in our lives? A bunch of onlookers were so envious that their cocks turned purple. Hu Weiwei, on the other hand, was surrounded by a group of sales staff who were asking about her well-being. Among them, Qi Lingling's attitude was the most enthusiastic, with almost no bottom line at all, as if she really wanted to help girl. "Ms. Jiang, can you please leave me your contact information? I'll let you know when a new model arrives. Discount. Would it be convenient for me to invite Mr. Jiang and Ms. Jiang to have a simple meal?" Qi Lingling tried every trick in the book to win the favor of Hu Weiwei and even Jiang Chen. This time Chen Jichu is finally gone. It is really a rare opportunity. Chen Jichu seized the previous opportunity and made a fortune, but for the next time. Qi Lingling decided to prepare for it and make sure to seize the opportunity in her own hands. And in order to achieve that goal, he had to put his best efforts into Jiang Chen's real girlfriend. It would be best if we could become best friends. It's easiest to make money from your best friend. Just keep yours. Hu Weiwei shamelessly accepted the title of Ms. Jiang. She immersed herself in the atmosphere of being licked by the bootlicker and tried her best to release the temperament of Jiang Chen's wife. He was very reserved and only accepted Qi Lingling's friend request. Is it reasonable to add that? It makes her look so cheap. Hu Weiwei's vanity was greatly satisfied at this moment, and she even felt that the pain she had experienced during this period was no longer so painful. It's not like she had not been treated like this by sales staff before, but at those times, she could clearly feel that those flattering gazes were directed at the man next to her. This time, it was the first time in my life that I was treated like this as an independent female subject. It's simply so cool. But after feeling satisfied, Hu Weiwei's heart gradually calmed down. She realized that although she was single at the moment, in the final analysis, she was still benefiting from Jiang Chen. If these people knew that Jiang Chen and they had broken up, their attitudes would immediately make a 180-degree turn. The more you lick, the more smelly it will be. Therefore, the key still lies with Jiang Chen. If she wants to continue to be treated as a rich man's wife, she must eventually take down Jiang Chen. We must try every possible means, no matter what it takes, we must get Jiang Chen back. Hu Weiwei swore in her heart. The feeling of being licked on her knees is intoxicating, and once she has experienced it, she wants to have it all the time. To achieve this goal, she only needed to defeat Jiang Chen and take back what she once owned. It can be said that it is only one step away. Even with an emergency brake, the heavy and huge car body still stopped very steadily on the roadside. Inside the car, Yanxi's very straightforward words came into Jiang Chen's ears, and her charming little expression was in front of him. The level of temptation was simply difficult to describe in words. Jiang Chen's throat rolled, and something in his throat felt like it was about to burst through his pants. Campus belle, are you finally getting it? Jiang Chen licked his lips, and his deep and lustful eyes locked onto Yanxi's rippling pupils. If it were usual, such a burning gaze would definitely make Yanxi shyly look away. But this time it was completely different. Yanxi was still shy, her earlobes were as red as ripe cherries, but she stared at Jiang Chen with rapid breathing. There was no intention of escaping at all. Moist and burning gazes intertwined with each other, and the air in the car was filled with an indelible strange atmosphere. After being silent for less than 10 seconds in this tacitly understood and charming atmosphere, Yanxi moved closer to Jiang Chen again with trembling lips. If you feel uncomfortable, leave it to me. Junior. Yanxi's heart was pounding and hormones were being secreted crazily. She was frightened by her own boldness. She actually took the initiative to help her junior solve his pain. This was unprecedented. Her beautiful hair was stuck to her forehead by the sweat. Seeing Jiang Chen leaning over and attacking her, Yanxi did not dodge or avoid, but went straight to meet him. Things have come to this point, she has no way to escape. For the love of her heart, for Jiang Chen, she must continue. The figures merged and the lips separated reluctantly after a long time. Yanxi blushed and quickly covered his mouth, feeling ashamed of his initiative and madness just now. It was clearly my first kiss, why was I so greedy and crazy? As for Jiang Chen, after savoring Yanxi's sweet lips for a moment, he continued to look at Yanxi passionately. Senior, is that all? Chapter 93 Returning to School and Causing Commotion. Jiang Chen raised the corners of his mouth, but he couldn't suppress his anger. Junior, close your eyes. Yanxi said shyly. Jiang Chen remained unmoved. Seeing Jiang Chen like this, Yanxi felt embarrassed and annoyed, but he did not stop his actions. She breathed rapidly and leaned closer again. Click, Jiang Chen's belt was gradually untied with Yanxi's unfamiliar operation. After being shocked by what he saw for a long time, Yanxi raised his hand to tuck his hair behind his ears, opened his mouth and kissed her. The challenges Yanxi faced were much more difficult than those shown in the teaching videos she watched. But she will try her best. Yanxi's moist eyes were filled with determination. Call. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, leaned back comfortably, enjoying the treatment service from his senior sister. The driver's seat automatically adapted to his movements, creating a wider space for the two of them. At this moment, Jiang Chen once again felt satisfied with his choice to look up to U8. If he had gotten a sports car, he would not have had the opportunity to experience the assistance from his senior. Jiang Chen felt great after touching the head of Yanxi, who was working hard. Nothing is more satisfying than to impress an innocent school beauty with your personal charm. More than half an hour later, Yanxi wiped his mouth, covered his cheek and sat back in the driver's seat. The little girl looked at Jiang Chen with fear in her eyes, without saying a word. This is the result for a novice who challenges the hell-level difficulty. Yanxi only felt uncomfortable all over his body, especially his cheeks and throat. No matter how you look at it, isn't Jiang Chen really exaggerating? But Yanxi quickly adjusted his mood, and his eyes became gentle and satisfied again. Jiang Chen looked very happy at the moment, which made Yanxi feel quite good as well. Although the process was a bit difficult, I finally helped my junior solve the problem, which is great. Thank you for your hard work, senior. Jiang Chen showed an attitude of taking advantage of others and reached out to pinch Yanxi's cheek. He believed that if he wanted to go further at this moment, the senior would also agree. But, let us quit while we're ahead. If there is a first time, there will be a second time. Jiang Chen decided to wait for Yanxi to take the initiative to offer himself again. It's okay, just keep it a secret for me, okay? Yanxi didn't want anyone else to know about this, not even Peng Wenwen. The thought of it was too embarrassing. Keep it a secret, of course, but you have to pay for it. Jiang Chen's expression was serious, as if he was talking about something quite serious. Ha? Yanxi tilted his head to express his confusion. Reward, money? Still. Yanxi pouted and lowered his head. He muttered, I know. I'll help you next time. After getting Yanxi's promise, Jiang Chen was in a very good mood and drove to the school with a smile. The domineering body of the car is very eye-catching among the traffic, and it is rare to find such a huge body among conventional off-road vehicles. Almost everyone who owns a car or knows about cars knows the value of the U8. Everyone is very careful when driving. Not to mention whether they have to pay compensation if they accidentally hit something, just consider the quality of their Nissan's energy-absorbing boxes. After the collision, the shells of their cars were probably shattered, and the U8 only had some paint peeling off at most. For a moment, they even felt like they were actively letting Jiang Chen cut in line. Therefore, Jiang Chen was able to drive into the slightly crowded road near the school very easily. After parking in the parking space at the school gate, Jiang Chen opened the door and got out. His arrival caused a lot of excitement at the busy school gate. "Isn't this Jiang Chen? Hiss, why did you come back driving a car? Did you buy a car? Off-road vehicle? An SUV, that doesn't seem like his style." Yes, SUVs don't seem to be that cool, they're too practical, right? Don't most rich people buy sports cars? A few people who knew nothing about cars made some casual comments, and their arguments soon attracted rebuttals from others. "Looking up to U8 isn't cool enough, don't you guys usually watch videos? This car is worth at least 1 million yuan. On the contrary, I think I have the ability to buy this, which is more impressive than buying a sports car or something. Fuck, U8. So domineering." Serious college students, both male and female, are actually not very sensitive to prices. After all, they have not yet entered society and have not yet established sufficient understanding of cars, houses, wages, etc. Therefore, most people simply think that the car is domineering and Jiang Chen is awesome and capable. Apart from a little envy, there are not many emotions that can be considered negative. The students would not feel fear or alienation towards Jiang Chen, their classmate, because of the wealth gap. A few of Jiang Chen's acquaintances took the lead, and everyone came up to him, chatting with him while watching his rare and domineering performance. At this time, Yan Shi also got out of the car covertly, and her appearance further ignited the storm. The noisy and crowded students more or less blocked one side of the road. Most of the vehicles entering the school chose to detour, but there was one that was very angry today. Not only did it not give way, it also honked its horn and slowly drove into the crowd. It is a Toyota Supra with a very good posture and many traces of modifications can be seen on the body. Its estimated price is 1 million. "Boss Wang, just drive forward. I'll go see what's going on." These students don't care about their studies every day, and just hang around like headless flies. Li Ming had a dark face, opened the car door and got out, frowning and scolding. "What's going on? Don't block the road." A student was startled by the loudspeaker and turned around to complain, "You own the road, why do you have to go our way when the road is so wide?" But when he saw that it was a school lecturer, he shrank his neck and dared not speak. Li Ming's expression became even uglier, and he locked his eyes on Jiang Chen, who was chatting and laughing. The corners of his mouth pulled down. Okay, it's this brat again, coming against me again." The incident with Meng Yuchang broke Li Ming's heart, but it was impossible for him to be dissatisfied with his goddess, so all the negative emotions could only fall on Jiang Chen. Moreover, this time is different. He had been defeated by Jiang Chen's eloquence before, but this time, it would be different. Li Ming did take to heart some of Jiang Chen's words, such as that he was focused on academics and really didn't have much money. But, in Li Ming's opinion, with Jiang Chen's crude nouveau riche vision, how could he know his own level? "It's just about making money, I just didn't think about it before." As long as he is willing, with just one phone call, a boss will come with hundreds of thousands of dollars to discuss cooperation, and the subsequent money will far exceed this number. Just like Mr. Wang, who was sitting in the sports car at this moment. He had just returned from discussing business with Mr. Wang outside the school, and his comfortable mood was messed up by Jiang Chen. Li Ming's eyes were full of disgust, but at the same time, there was pride. He was prepared to save Jiang Chen's face in front of these booing students. Chapter 94: The Legend of the Mysterious Buyer, slapping Li Ming in the face. "Jiang Chen? I knew it was you again, you ignorant fellow. Why don't you clear the road? Others driving sports cars are not as pretentious as you. The tail of your rickshaw off-road vehicle should be raised to the sky." After being defeated by Jiang Chen once, Li Ming was reborn and no longer cared about his identity as a lecturer. He would do whatever he could to make Jiang Chen uncomfortable. Jiang Chen was too lazy to pay attention and simply ignored his existence. There were 6 lanes at the school gate, and there were warning signs everywhere to avoid pedestrians. Li Ming is just looking for trouble. Didn't he notice that he was almost on the curb? And he said the students were blocking the road. A complete idiot. But Jiang Chen didn't need to pay attention, as there were naturally people who couldn't stand idiots and would take action. Who's calling? The person who took the lead to look at the car was actually Jiang Chen's roommate Li Bin. Li Bin was a tall and strong man. He stretched his neck to look through the crowd and saw Li Ming and the blue sports car at a glance. After seeing Li Ming acting like a dead dog in front of his adoptive father, Li Bin no longer had any fear of him. After taking a look at the Toyota logo, he burst out laughing and said, "I thought it was a Lamborghini, but it turns out to be a Toyota. What the hell are you doing?" Of course, after laughing, Li Bin felt something was wrong. Brands like Toyota and Nissan seem to have very expensive sports cars. So he immediately lowered his head and looked at Sun Yalong beside him. Sun Yalong nodded, indicating that his buddy was right and he could go ahead and curse. Li Bin doesn't know much about cars, but his son Yalong does. He also has this Toyota Supra in his Horizon garage. Even if this car is modified in real life, it would cost less than 1 million at most. How can it compare with Jiang Chen's fully equipped U8? The starting price of the low-end version of U8 is 1.1 million. Do you understand what I mean? People who drive sports cars are not necessarily rich, but those who drive U8 are really rich. Teacher Li, you don't know how expensive Jiang Chen's car is, do you? Li Ming's face darkened. He really didn't know that the car he was driving until now was actually the Honda Accord that his family sponsored him to buy on installment basis when he was admitted to graduate school. Looking up at U8, he had never heard of it. But looking at the appearance of these students, it must be really expensive. Li Ming had a very ugly expression on his face, but he was ultimately defeated in the argument, and in a rage he prepared to seek support from Mr. Wang. But Mr. Wang slowly backed up without saying a word, preparing to leave. He looked at Li Ming with some dissatisfaction. We had just agreed on a cooperation and this guy was already getting himself into trouble. Has he been in the ivory tower for too long and his brain has returned to its original state? Mr. Wang suddenly felt that among the crowd of people in front of the car, the most student-like and childish one was the university lecturer Li Ming. Mr. Wang's success in the business world depends on his ability to judge people. In Mr. Wang's eyes, Jiang Chen, who was targeted by Li Ming, was quite extraordinary, even without mentioning his million-dollar car. At this age, with this kind of demeanor, Mr. Wang was amazed. If it is not innate, then it must be due to extraordinary confidence. And the confidence. President Wang narrowed his eyes. Jiang Chen's confidence should not be as simple as having millions. In the past 2 days, there has been a big turmoil in Jiangzhou City among the high-level people that ordinary people cannot reach. The trigger for the turmoil was the change of ownership of Longting Building, one of Jiangzhou City's top industries. The Longting Building actually changed hands once, but that time was far less counterintuitive than this time. Last time, it was several companies and consortiums that finally bought the Longting Building after more than half a year of competition, cooperation and negotiation. This time, it is said that anonymous capital directly offered the highest estimated price to buy out Longting Building. More than 5 billion in liquid funds, it's really scary. Mr. Wang never dared to imagine that he would have access to such a huge amount of wealth in his lifetime. Thinking about this, in Mr. Wang's eyes, the image of the mysterious man who took over Longting Building gradually overlapped with Jiang Chen not far away. Mr. Wang immediately shook his head and smiled self-deprecatingly. My intuition is getting less and less accurate. How could a young student who looks to be in his 20s be the owner of Longting Building? President Wang rejected his own guess, but still did not dare to underestimate Jiang Chen. Even if Jiang Chen is not the owner of Longting Building, his identity is probably quite extraordinary. Mr. Li, I'll drop you off here. We can talk about business later. Mr. Wang frowned, informed Li Ming, and drove away very neatly. Boss Wang. King. Li Ming was stunned for a long time, then hurriedly chased after him, but Mr. Wang had already gone far away. Boom! Li Ming was struck by lightning again. He did not expect that Mr. Wang, whom he thought was his backer, would abandon him like this. Even Boss Wang couldn't suppress Jiang Chen's spirit? This kid. No, maybe Boss Wang just left in advance because of something. Li Ming was torn between his conscience and his desire for self-victory. But the students didn't care what Li Ming thought. Sun Yelong sneered and mocked him. What a sports car, it's really cool, not only can't compare to Jiang Chen's, but it turns out that it's not even Teacher Li's, it's so funny haha. Li Bin and others also laughed and echoed. That's right, I thought it was my own car. I was showing off with someone else's car, but the car ran away. If it were me, I would have found a hole in the ground and crawled into it right away. All kinds of sarcastic voices sounded like devilish sounds in his ears, and Li Ming's face turned red in an instant. The blood and energy surged up in waves, and soon the world in front of my eyes began to blur. As fragile as he is, he will faint from anger again. You are a bunch of scum of the university. But he didn't faint after all. After cursing angrily, Li Ming fled. After spotting a shared electric bike on the roadside, he ran away with a piercing gaze from behind. Brother, you are a very loyal person, right? You got rid of this disgusting guy. I feel really relieved. Li Bin held Sun Yalong in his arms and approached Jiang Chen, smiling as if to seek credit. Sun Yalong held his eyes and said, "That's right, my throat feels uncomfortable after yelling a few times, cough cough, someone must give me some throat lozenges." Jiang Chen nodded, looking very serious. Indeed, the throat must be protected, Senior Yen, you should also take care of your body. Especially the throat. Jiang Chen's expression was as calm as an ancient well, as if he was truly concerned. But when Yan Shi heard these words, they sounded a little off. Yan Shi glared at Jiang Chen viciously, his expression flushed unnaturally, and his throat and cheeks, which had just gotten better, began to hurt again. How could she not know that this was Jiang Chen's bad taste? He was clearly referring to what happened in the car a while ago. If you continue like this, I won't be able to meet your needs next time. Yan Shi shouted angrily in his heart, but soon softened again. If I don't handle it myself, should I let Wenwen do it for me? This is absolutely not allowed. Woo. Yan Shi suddenly felt very distressed. It seemed that the thing he helped with had become a handle in Jiang Chen's hands. Moreover, I took the initiative myself, and I want to continue in the future. Chapter 95 Chen Jichu's Invitation. Damn it. It's so embarrassing. Next time when I help you, I will let you see how powerful I am. Yan Shi glared at Jiang Chen, thinking that he must brush up on his skills after returning. Next time, I will make Jiang Chen throw away his weapons and surrender to me obediently. But now, it's better for me to leave first. Being teased in public is not a big deal, but when I think about that, I feel extra ashamed. Yan Shi couldn't hold on any longer, so he reached out and pinched Jiang Chen's waist, then left in a hurry. Sister-in-law, what's this? Sun Yalong scratched his head in confusion, a little confused about the current situation. Wasn't he the adoptive father just concerned about her? Why is the sister-in-law suddenly unhappy? Oh, things between young lovers are so complicated. I don't understand, I'd better continue to lick Jiang Chen. Students' cars cannot enter the school easily without proper procedures, so today they had to park outside the school. After locking the car, Jiang Chen, Sun Yalong, Li Bin and others had nothing to do along the way, so they went back to the dormitory together, chatting about everything. When we arrived at the dormitory, everyone was there, which was rare today. As soon as he entered the dormitory, Li Bin boasted about Jiang Chen's luxury car. For a normal roommate relationship, the relationship should be that you are not afraid of your brother's suffering, but you are afraid of your brother's driving a Land Rover. But in Jiang Chen's dormitory, there was an exception. Everyone knew that Jiang Chen and they were no longer from the same world, but they were still in touch and could live together from time to time, all thanks to the university. There was no way they would feel any jealousy. On the contrary, the more powerful Jiang Chen was, the prouder they were. My roommate bought AU8. Listen, how much face you gain by saying something like this? Hey, you're really rich now. If I can't find a job after graduation, I'll come to you directly. It's up to you to decide on the salary. Li Bin slapped the table with emotion. He Yuan Quan was practicing calligraphy and reading a book. Hearing this, he suppressed his laughter and said jokingly, "Then you have to take the security certificate exam in advance." Sun Yalong couldn't help laughing. Li Bin rolled his eyes and said indifferently, "What are you laughing at? What's wrong with being a security guard? Being a security guard means working for 30 years less. That's called getting it right in one step. Besides, I'm so handsome. Being a security guard is also a good position for me. My income may not be worse than some white-collar workers." Okay, you really want to be a security guard? I have a bachelor's degree in this field. Son Yen and others also joined the conversation. The dormitory was suddenly filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Let's see if there's a chance. I don't have any problem anyway. When faced with his roommate's intention to seek employment, Jiang Chen said, "Come, anyone can come. My roommates all have good grades and each has their own specialties. As long as you have a need later, they happen to have the ability to do so. It's not that I can't help. Fuck, foster father's kindness. I declare that you will be the son of our 412 from now on. After getting Jiang Chen's affirmation, they suddenly felt that their lives were bright and stable. They don't believe what others say, but Jiang Chen is different. This guy is a godfather, a role model. That's too much, ahem. Jiang Chen felt a little embarrassed by being praised and tried to end the topic. Sun Yalong was a little excited and continued, "What's so excessive about this? When the second son of the Jiang family comes out, we will still support it? Second son?" Li Bin was a little confused. Sun Yalong touched his nose, looked at Jiang Chen and raised his eyebrows and said, "That depends on how hard Jiang Chen and sister-in-law work." Oh. A series of oh sounds were heard in the dormitory. Jiang Chen smiled helplessly, but also very comfortable. This kind of pure roommate relationship is really precious. I just hope that when this relationship becomes more complicated with more factors in the future, the most authentic things can always be preserved. After talking about employment issues, the topic gradually came to an end. Instead, there is the crisp sound of a loud mechanical keyboard and mouse clicking. Tonight, it ended with a few exciting games. Looking at the steadily increasing balance, Jiang Chen was in a good mood when he woke up early in the morning. When I turned on my old Vivo phone, the first thing that caught my eye was Yen Xia's "Good morning emotic and pack." Jiang Chen replied with a "muah." The other party was inputting a card for a long time, and finally one popped up. Cute little bear emotic and package saying "love you." Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. School Bellyan was so cute. Old Jiang, what are you laughing at? Li Haoyu, who had gotten up early, washed and oiled himself, preparing to go out to pick up girls, saw Jiang Chen smiling so happily and came over to question him. Sun Yalong smiled bitterly from afar. No need to think about it, he must be talking to school beauty Yen about his true feelings. Grandma, the sacks are ready, one for burying at the North Pole and one at the South Pole. After not staying in the dormitory for long, Jiang Chen went to where Meng Yuchang was to inspect work. Why, after spending time with your girlfriend, you're thinking about your teacher again? Meng Yuchang had a cold and elegant look on her face, as if she was keeping people at a distance, and she was not very happy towards Jiang Chen. But remembering that Jiang Chen was his boss after all, his tone softened again. Of course, this is just the superficial reason. Don't look at Meng Yuchang's current behavior. Last night, I don't know who hesitated for a long time, and didn't he dare to ask what the boss was doing. I won't play tricks on teachers and students today. Come, Xiao Meng, give me a shoulder massage. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, sat down like a master, and flipped through his phone comfortably. You, Jiang, Mr. Jiang. Meng Yuchang felt like she was getting angry, really angry. Then, she rubbed Jiang Chen's shoulders heavily with her delicate hands. A CEO also has to do some secretary work occasionally. There was nothing they could do about it, since their small business was short-staffed and she happened to be extremely capable. However, Jiang Chen did not come here just to enjoy himself, but he really had something to discuss. While enjoying Meng Yuchang's massage, Jiang Chen told Meng Yuchang some of his thoughts after his trip to Longting Building. The main issue was the actual office location, which the two of them discussed briefly. But Meng Yuchang was not optimistic about Jiang Chen's idea. Longting Building? The rent is very expensive, right? Your investment in this is simply a waste of money. I don't agree. Then we'll talk about it later. Jiang Chen nodded. For the time being, he had no intention of telling anyone that he was the boss of Longting Building. He just wanted to treat it as a surprise for Meng Yuchang later. Time passes by minute, and soon it will be time to go to work. If you stay any longer, other teachers in the office will be here soon. If Meng Yuchang was found giving massages to students, she would lose all face. After reluctantly giving Jiang Chen a kiss, he drove his boss out. How heartless. Jiang Chen sighed and shook his head. I had a morning class. Jiang Chen returned to the dormitory. As soon as I lay down, my cell phone suddenly rang. It's a call from Chun Jichu. Mr. Jiang, would it be convenient for us to have a meal together? There was a very gentle and soft female voice on the other end of the phone. The pleasant voice immediately made the 5 roommates prick up their ears and come closer, with a look of desire on their faces. Chapter 96, an experience that cannot be replicated. Roommates are angry. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to get such a large order. I definitely have to thank you. Besides, there are still some unfinished business, isn't there? Chen Jichu's voice was full of sincerity, and when she mentioned some things that only she and Jiang Chen could understand, her tone was full of charm that could not be concealed. Okay, I'll come. Jiang Chen accepted Chen Jichu's invitation, squinted his eyes and waited for a while, but the system did not respond. It seems that this time when I meet Mei, I can't get any extra benefits from the system. But it doesn't matter. If there is no reward, then there is no reward. You can't force it. Besides, at this moment, Jiang Chen is more interested in the unfinished business that was interrupted. After chatting with Chen Jichu about where to meet, Jiang Chen hung up the phone calmly and continued to take a nap as if nothing had happened. However, the burning gazes around him clearly did not want Jiang Chen to sleep peacefully like this. What's going on? What happened to you guys? Jiang Chen looked around in confusion, his eyes meeting 5 gazes that were either envious or angry. The 5 roommates were all looking at him with resentment. You beast, you're always looking at the pot while eating from the bowl. Old Jiang, be honest, how many wild women do you have out there? Sun Yalong covered his chest with his hands, looking heartbroken and angry, as if he was really disappointed in his friend. Isn't a school beauty like Yen enough to satisfy you? You. I misjudged you. Lao Jiang, you have really changed. You were not like this before. Li Bin had a sad face and punched Jiang Chen's bedboard angrily. Although the conversation between Chen Jichu and Jiang Chen just now was not on speakerphone, the sound coming from the speaker was still very obvious in the quiet noon. Even though they couldn't hear the whole thing, the intermittent and vague female voice was enough to prompt the roommates to construct a bloody drama in their minds. They were so envious. Among the 5 of them, except Song Yen and the socialite, none of them had a romantic partner so far. It seems that these 4 years of college will be wasted. And it was in this predicament that made them smack their teeth when they thought about it, that an outlier like Jiang Chen appeared. Teacher Meng, campus beauty Yen and this newcomer whose appearance I don't know over the phone, but based on Jiang Chen's ability, I can guess that she is a beautiful lady. There are already 3 of them. Can you really do whatever you want if you have money? Jiang Chen, you are simply not a human being. Facing the strong resentment of several people, Jiang Chen smiled helplessly. He was not just rich, his high charm attribute was not to be trifled with. Jiang Chen believes that wealth is just an introduction, and his charm is the golden finger that can control thousands of girls, ha ha ha. Come on, instead of trying to embarrass me, why not just strike out on your own? Jiang Chen looked as if he couldn't understand why they were acting like that and said teasingly. Take senior sister Yen for example. Isn't it said that people who are not tainted by the mundane world are hard to get close to? But I feel like she is actually quite approachable. So, you are too timid and your filters are too deep. If you meet a girl you like, just go for it. As long as you put your heart into it, chasing a girl is easy. Jiang Chen shared his experience in picking up girls, but he kept the key points to himself and didn't say them out. The point is, if you don't have enough financial resources and modeling skills, it is recommended that you take your time in imitating. Several roommates rolled their eyes as they listened, and they felt numb. There is already a thick barrier between Lao Jiang and them. Listen to what nonsense he is saying. If they act recklessly after hearing this, they will definitely die socially. Also approachable. The campus belle of Yin University, Teacher Meng, and the others are only approachable to you, kid. If it were someone else, they wouldn't even bother with it. The method you mentioned is indeed good, but it requires some modeling. Is there a more user-friendly method? No more, go to sleep. Jiang Chen spread his hands with an innocent expression. Anyway, he has already told everyone from his experience that whether they can learn their own way to pick up girls from it depends on their own talent. Hiss. The 5 people surrounded Jiang Chen and gasped. It's hard, the fist is hard. They finally realized that Jiang was doing this on purpose, right? Who could compare with him in terms of looks and wealth? What kind of experience is this? If you just imitate others, you will die. In the afternoon, Jiang Chen drove to the appointment. This rare vehicle is still very eye-catching. No matter where you go, there are people taking out their phones to record videos or talking enviously to their companions. Unless you are in an office building area where there are a lot of office workers, it is normal for luxury cars and sports cars to be surrounded by all kinds of envious gazes. Jiang Chen estimated that Chen Jichu was about to get off work, so he came to the agreed place first. But the road conditions were good today, and he arrived a few minutes earlier than expected. Jiang Chen was not familiar with this store, so he had to lean against the side of the car and wait board. Jiang Chen's attitude surprised some men and women whose attention was attracted by the car earlier. So handsome? Several men expressed their dismay. They had originally thought that the car was driven by a middle-aged nouveau riche with a big belly, but it turned out that the owner was a young man who looked to be around 20 years old. The attention paid to him gradually decreased. He was rich and pretty, it really made people feel inferior. They continued to look, but couldn't see anything. Instead, they felt more and more inferior. The situation on the ladies' side was completely different. Their eyes, which had originally been indifferent, became brighter after they saw Jiang Chen's true face. After checking the value of Jiang Chen's car on the internet, he became even more exaggerated. That burning gaze seemed as if he was about to rush up and strip Jiang Chen naked. And that's exactly what they did. If I could get in touch with him. If something could happen with him. Whether it was because of his wealth or charm, Jiang Chen's appearance made many people eager to make a move. But several men saw this scene and, besides being jealous, they also felt disdain and disgust. TSK, none of you have any idea at all. You don't really think you are worthy of that guy, do you? It's none of your business, man. A lightly dressed, heavily made-up girl who looked very young looked at the man next to her with contempt and retorted, "Go back and take a shower, you're smelling like a poor kid." The man's eyes twitched and he wanted to say something, but was suppressed by his companion beside him. "Let's go, don't mess with them." But what if the two men didn't intend to provoke them? From the moment they started to ridicule, they were inevitably attacked by a war cry of awe and posted on Weibo to be besieged by all the girls. Oof. The girl snorted with disdain as she looked at the two people fleeing. Then, he quickly changed his expression and walked towards Jiang Chen, trying to get the contact information of this young, rich, and good-looking man before the sisters around her. "Handsome guy, can I get to know you?" "Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry, I'm late." Chapter 97. Mr. Jiang, aren't you afraid of being discovered by your girlfriend? Two voices sounded almost at the same time, and Jiang Chen simply ignored the petite girl with rough makeup and a bad temper, and his slightly surprised gaze was completely cast behind the girl. A light yellow Mazda MX-5 slowly stopped not far away. After its cute pop-up headlights flashed a few times, the sound of the engine slowly died down. Her owner, with an apology full of self-blame, turned off the engine, got out of the car and walked towards Jiang Chen. She looked different today than when she was in the Motor City. She was wearing a khaki short top with a very delicate ribbon tied around it, which just covered her very seductive waist. The lower body is wearing a hip-hugging aligned skirt in the same color, which perfectly shows off the plumpness of her back as she moves. Compared with professional attire, Chen Jichu's excellent figure is perfectly set off at this moment, making her look much more sexy and attractive. And notice Jiang Chen's expression of amazement. Chen Jichu smiled sweetly, bowed slightly to Jiang Chen, and then leaned into Jiang Chen's arms very naturally. Her exaggerated softness was slightly deformed under Jiang Chen's arms. But Chen Jichu not only did not dodge, but instead he proudly straightened his chest. This made all the bees that tried to attack Jiang Chen's flower retreat consciously. "Even though I feel a little unwilling, there is nothing I can do." Their looks are almost worlds apart from the one in Jiang Chen's arms right now. What's the point of getting close to him? Do you think Jiang Chen is the male protagonist in the novel of a domineering CEO who has a unique taste and likes working girls? The woman who came to Jiang Chen first was particularly ashamed. Her expression changed between blue and purple several times, and finally she lowered her head and ran away quickly. "Damn it, I'm so embarrassed today." The girl clenched her fists. "It's all the fault of those two men. If they hadn't wasted my time." Male passerby? The restaurant had been booked by Chen Jichu long ago. It was an Italian restaurant called Tisha. The decoration was very exotic and the overall consumption was above average in Jiangzhou. Under normal circumstances, Chen Jichu would definitely not be willing to spend money to consume in such a place, let alone treat guests. But the situation is a little different today, because the person I invited is Jiang Chen. A handsome guy who earned hundreds of thousands of commissions in just a few hours. Not to mention money, she was willing to give anything as long as she could repay Jiang Chen. While waiting for the food to be served, Chen Jichu took off his short top, revealing the cooler innerwear underneath. He bent down and poured wine for Jiang Chen. The white ravines flashed before Jiang Chen's eyes, making him dizzy. Jiang Chen's expression remained that faint smile. Chen Jichu kept observing Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen did the same. He could see that although Chen Jichu was trying her best to release her charm with her beautiful figure, the strangeness between them was not an illusion. It seems that although this beautiful saleswoman seems to be very good at taking advantage of others, it's all a disguise. Mr. Jiang, I didn't expect your girlfriend to follow you to the Auto City. You still dared to keep the date today. Aren't you afraid your girlfriend will be angry? I'm a little nervous. Chen Jichu chuckled meaningfully, holding up the wine glass with his fair palm and shaking it gently. Nervous? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. He didn't see that the beautiful saleswoman was nervous. She was obviously enjoying it, right? But Jiang Chen had no intention of thinking about this at the moment. His thoughts were all on another sentence of Chen Jichu. Girlfriend? My girlfriend went to the Motor City? Jiang Chen was puzzled. Where did he get a girlfriend? Although he had ties with so many people, he had not officially confessed his love to any of them, right? Meng Yuqian? Impossible. If it was her, she would have told me this morning. So it's Peng Wenwen? She doesn't seem to have this motivation. Peng Wenwen did not have any possessiveness towards herself. Instead, she wanted to share Jiang Chen with her sisters, even if she was kicked out in the end. This is something Jiang Chen has known for a long time. It's unlikely to be her. Looking at Jiang Chen's expression, Chen Jichu's expression also became confused, and then quickly turned into a smile. So, is it a misunderstanding? That woman is not your girlfriend. I knew that she is far inferior to the beautiful girl next to you last time in terms of temperament. After several inquiries, Jiang Chen finally understood who the person who pretended to be his girlfriend was. Jiang Chen was a little angry and laughed. He should have known it earlier. Apart from Hu Weiwei, who else could be so shameless? Jiang Chen's mood became a little bad. He didn't expect that he would be disgusted by Hu Weiwei at this time. Aren't you curious about what happened in the Motor City? Chen Jichu looked into Jiang Chen's eyes playfully with a tone that kept the secret. Not really interested. Just an annoying fly. Jiang Chen obviously didn't want to know about Hu Weiwei, but she was pretending to be his girlfriend. In the end, Jiang Chen decided to get a general understanding first. What if that guy creates some misunderstandings for me by using his identity? It's better to solve it. Seeing this, Chen Jichu said as if he was watching a joke. She is so popular because of her status as your girlfriend. My snobby colleagues are so eager to turn themselves into red carpets for her to walk under. They will do anything for money. But this time, their kindness is probably in vain. After all, it's just a fake. Jiang Chen took a sip of the red wine in the glass and said playfully, So, what about you? If she is really my girlfriend, what would you do? Chen Jichu's lips curled up in an amazing arc, and his beautiful eyes collided with Jiang Chen again. I can show my courtesy to you right here, so why should I show my courtesy to others? Besides, that interruption really scared me a little bit. A faint indifferent atmosphere spread along with Chen Jichu's coquettish words. Jiang Chen's eyes became deep. You are quite straightforward then. Sir, madam. At this moment, a waiter in a tuxedo held a tray in his hand, nodded to the two of them, and served them the carefully prepared food. This put a temporary end to the ambiguous words between the two. But this time it was obvious that neither of them had any intention of just letting it go. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't be able to find Jiang Chen. Hu Weiwei glanced at the U8 in the parking lot downstairs and breathed a sigh of relief. She had been looking for Jiang Chen all day, but apart from seeing him once in the classroom, she had no chance to get close to Jiang Chen. The only chance to catch up with Jiang Chen in the classroom was blocked by several of Jiang Chen's roommates, which made Hu Weiwei very angry. Fortunately, Jiang Chen is elusive, but his car is not. How many Yangwon U8s are there in the whole Jiangzhou? As long as he finds the car and confirms whether the license plate is correct, where can Jiang Chen escape to? Hu Weiwei calmed her breathing and prepared to go upstairs to take a look. At this moment, she was confused. She was sure that she was at school. Then, who was Jiang Chen having dinner with here? Hu Weiwei had a bad feeling in her heart. Chapter 98, The Reverse Tiangang, The Contrasting Chen Jichu. In Tizia restaurant, Jiang Chen's hand, which was about to pick up the tissue, was held down by Chen Jichu. Jiang Chen immediately understood what she wanted to do and simply let her do it. Both of them were a little tipsy, but they both had good alcohol tolerance and were sober, yet they tacitly showed that they could not handle the alcohol. After all, alcohol is quite useful in making people sincere. Chen Jichu carefully wiped the oil stains from Jiang Chen's lips and said at a very close distance to Jiang Chen, It seems that we can't go back today. Mr. Jiang, You don't want your driver's license to be revoked just a few days after picking up the car, do you? The content of Chen Jichu's words was almost threatening, but combined with her soft expression at the moment, it felt more like begging to Jiang Chen. A proud request. Request. Jiang Chen, don't leave. You've been prepared, right? Jiang Chen stood up and looked down at Chen Jichu. Chen Jichu smiled obediently, but stood up aggressively and leaned on Jiang Chen. Feeling the rapid heartbeats of herself and Jiang Chen, she said with satisfaction, "Yes, the hotel is upstairs, and I have already booked a room. Mr. Jiang, do you dare to come?" The opposite of Tiangang. Jiang Chen's lips curled up, and the smell of alcohol disappeared instantly. He had only one comment on Chen Jichu's behavior. The opposite of Tiangang. Who would be afraid of a small salesperson like you? Just like a hunter would be afraid of a deer, even a deer that jumped into the pot on its own initiative. In that case, I'll have to go on another date. Jiang Chen didn't want Chen Jichu to take the dominant position, so Jiang Chen held the slender wrist of the beautiful saleswoman in his hand. The irresistible force caused Chen Jichu to stagger and fall into Jiang Chen's arms. His forehead hit Jiang Chen's chest heavily, but Jiang Chen didn't feel anything. However, Chen Jichu's forehead turned red and tears of resentment welled up in his eyes. "Oh, this is just a small punishment for someone trying to take over." I smelled the scent of makeup on Chen Jichu, which had a hint of the underworld but was not too strong. Jiang Chen was a little puzzled. "You should have made a lot of money from yesterday's deal. And is the money you've already made worth your life? Or do you treat every client like this? This is just an unspoken rule that you rely on to survive?" Jiang Chen's straightforward words made Chen Jichu silent, and the coquettish look she had been trying to maintain became unsustainable. Chen Jichu was quiet for a few breaths, then said, "Unspoken rule? Maybe, but I'm only seducing you. Mr. Jiang, the commission of a few sports cars is not enough for me to do that. Don't look down on me. Can't I just want you? Can't I want to eat you?" To be honest, the term unspoken rules made Chen Jichu feel a little insulted, but she did not refute it. Because all of this is true, but the truth is obviously far more complicated than just the 3 words unspoken rules. She really needs money, but she can't get over the hurdle of dignity. She had never been able to rely on her body to gain wealth like her colleagues, but she had to do this now. The family still has debts to pay, my mother is still lying in bed, and my sister will soon have to pay tuition. She had to make enough money as soon as possible. And Jiang Chen is the life-saving straw in her eyes. There was a barely perceptible flash of calculation in Chen Jichu's eyes, and then he stood on tiptoe, his face gradually getting closer to Jiang Chen. In addition to car sales, she also works part-time in real estate. At this moment, the reason why she was fawning on Jiang Chen was that she hoped Jiang Chen would consider going through her channels when buying a house in the future. Chen Jichu was quite confident about Jiang Chen's needs. After all, if one owned a property, who would be willing to store the car they bought in the Auto City? A car is not like a house. If I could sell Jiang Chen a villa, my mother's medical expenses were completely resolved. What's wrong with sacrificing yourself for everything that you are unwilling to give up and take on voluntarily? Chen Jichu refused to close his eyes and looked carefully at the extremely handsome face of the man who was very close to him. And if anything happens with such a person, you won't suffer any loss at all, right? So, Miss Chen fell in love with me at first sight? The 2 rapid breaths separated, and Jiang Chen asked with a smile. But deep down in Jiang Chen's heart, he didn't think so. "Chen Jichu, your utilitarianism is about to overflow. How could I not notice it? There is no end to making money. Even though the income is already pretty good, he is still working so hard. Is there some hidden story?" Jiang Chen did not reject Chen Jichu's initiative. It would be a waste not to eat it. Chen Jichu's appearance and figure are very much to Jiang Chen's liking. Anyway, she can't get anything directly from me, so what's wrong with playing with you? You never know who will eat whom. After calming each other's restless breathing, the 2 of them walked upstairs in a hurry. Drop. After swiping open the door, it was slammed open with a bang. Chen Jichu screamed, and was picked up by Jiang Chen and carried on his shoulders. Then, he threw him onto the soft and bouncy bed. The bed, the fullness, were all trembling like jelly. Chen Jichu's face finally turned red. She raised her hands to cover her chest and crossed her legs together, half covered, extremely seductive. "Wait a moment, let me slow down." The moment Jiang Chen pounced on him, Chen Jichu put his hand against Jiang Chen's chest, his expression full of discomfort caused by tension and fear. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment. He had felt something was not right since his last time in Auto City. There was always an inexplicable sense of strangeness in the mature charm displayed by Chen Jichu. This feeling, which actually added to the charm, reached its peak at this moment. But this made Jiang Chen feel surprised. Seeing Chen Jichu's awkward and reluctant look, Jiang Chen's anger rose rapidly. He could see that Chen Jichu was obviously a virgin and her provocative behavior was purely a disguise. This girl is even more flamboyant than a certain beautiful CEO named Xiao Meng. If Meng Yuqiang appears to be distant on the surface but has surging desires in her heart, then Chen Jichu might be just the opposite. Okay, is it such a contrast? Jiang Chen ignored Chen Jichu's request to slow down and continue to act. Who just said he wanted to eat me? Why am I scared now? Being too conceited will get you scolded. At this moment, the person who had to teach Chen Jichu a lesson was naturally Jiang Chen. Chen Jichu couldn't change anything at all. The fragile resistance was destroyed in an instant and the useless resistance was quickly stripped away. The desire from within the body and the vague rejection in the heart intertwined and confronted each other, and ultimately ended with the victory of the former. Pride is eroded by desire and dignity is gradually forgotten. Realizing that Jiang Chen was irresistible, Chen Jichu felt dizzy. Even the ambiguous light coming from the ceiling made her feel ashamed and angry yet unable to stop. It's her choice. There will be no result except acceptance. The disguised posture was torn apart, revealing the self-respecting and arrogant self inside who could only succumb to reality. She no longer had any strength left and turned into a puddle of mud, allowing anyone to do whatever they wanted. Chapter 99, Going Out and Bumping Into My Girlfriend. Minotaur? Is this an exchange of interests? Using the few values that one can offer to gain a chance to gain more wealth? Is that so? Chen Jichu was unwilling to objectify herself, but reality forced her to do so, so she had no choice but to obey. After all, she had no capital to resist. She was not a person who played both sides. Ever since she got close to Jiang Chen, she knew what she was doing. But it doesn't seem to be annoying. For the first time in her life, she was so close to another person's breath and heartbeat. Although she was extremely ashamed and unwilling in her heart, her instinct was conveying the opposite emotion. She didn't hate him. She couldn't feel the slightest bit of aversion towards Jiang Chen, the tyrannical invader. On the contrary, this feeling of having all disguises removed and stripped clean make her obsessed. I told you, I'm the one who's going to eat you. His voice became hoarse unconsciously, and Chen Jichu's sickly flushed face was full of stubbornness. She wants to regain some control. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, indicating that he was watching your performance. Dusk and sunset. Chen Jichu forced himself to get up and wash up, trying to clear away some of the pain and the unforgettable aftertaste. However, Chen Jichu staggered because of his legs weakened by the pain. Don't you want to take a break? Jiang Chen gently supported the staggering Chen Jichu and asked with concern. If you feel uncomfortable, just rest and don't force yourself. No thanks, Mr. Jiang. She looked at Jiang Chen with a complicated expression. Isn't it because of you that I became like this? Why didn't you be gentler at that time? She would rather not have this belated concern. But Chen Jichu sighed. After rejecting, he honestly continued to covet tenderness. She really needs to rest, and she probably won't be able to walk normally for a while. Chen Jichu said nothing, but his heart was filled with mixed emotions, with all kinds of thoughts conflicting with each other. It was no longer possible for her to act in front of Mr. Jiang as before. The side of herself that was hidden deep in her heart had been completely revealed. It's just a pity that he won't be mine. Chen Jichu raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen's handsome face that was not like an ordinary person. In addition to the joy of achieving the goal, there is also a faint sadness of letting go. At this moment, her complexion was moist and she looked refreshed, but her expression was a little complicated. In what manner will she appear in front of Mr. Jiang again in the future? A shameless little salesman, or something else? Very interesting person. Even though it had come to this, even though he was demanding so much from him, Jiang Chen could still feel the faint coldness emanating from the bottom of Chen Jichu's heart. But this is what makes it interesting, isn't it? Chen Jichu is not an ordinary saleswoman. Just as I guessed, she has many secrets. And more self-esteem. Committing myself to something at this moment is just for some kind of benefit. This greatly aroused Jiang Chen's desire to conquer. He wanted this woman to submit to him from heart to body. Perhaps it would be more complicated than conquering Teacher Meng. I just like the challenging process. Jiang Chen twisted Chen Jichu's wet hair. From this moment on, it's not just as simple as not eating it and it's a waste. With his fingertips entangled with Chen Jichu's hair, the two people, each with their own thoughts, snuggled together and rested. Everyone was thinking about it in their hearts. There is ample time. After resting for a while, Chen Jichu's condition improved. His stubborn and cold attitude gradually disappeared, and he put on the disguise of gentleness and purity again. I put on my somewhat torn clothes and prepared to leave. The alcohol in the blood has been basically decomposed, so driving at this time should not be considered drunk driving. That Mazda is actually borrowed, so it is best to return it as soon as possible. Mr. Jiang, I'm leaving now. See you later if you have anything else. Chen Jichu smiled. If it weren't for her two trembling long legs, one would not be able to tell what she had just experienced. The acting is quite strong. As expected, he is in sales, so he has good health. Jiang Chen, who was in sage state, put his hands behind his head and teased lightly. Chen Jichu blushed when he heard this and almost failed. He's still in good shape. Jiang Chen is just like a wild beast. I'm almost broken. It will take at least a few days to rest properly, right? Chen Jichu tried his best to keep a normal expression, but he was already thinking about taking a leave to recuperate. As soon as he left the hotel and walked into the lobby, Chen Jichu supported his weak legs and his eyes fixed. Is this Mr. John's girlfriend? Although he knew that Jiang Chen had no good feelings towards his girlfriend, Chen Jichu still suddenly felt guilty. After all, Hu Weiwei and Jiang Chen have that kind of relationship, and maybe there is still Jiang Chen's aura on me at this moment. The feeling of being caught in bed with someone made Chen Jichu even more unable to move forward. She didn't want anyone to know that she was actively trying to get close to Jiang Chen, let alone people who were related to Jiang Chen. Chen Jichu felt so guilty and ashamed that he almost cried. Sure enough, after crossing that red line, can I never go back to the past? Chen Jichu's mind was in a mess and she didn't dare to leave, because if she left at this moment, Hu Weiwei would definitely find out. And Hu Weiwei, they had met each other once in Auto City, so they wouldn't forget each other so quickly. I can only go back and hide again. Chen Jichu took a deep breath, went upstairs, and returned to his room. Chen Jichu's departure and return made Jiang Chen somewhat confused. Wasn't this woman about to leave? Why did she come back a few minutes later? Could it be that he is unsatisfied and wants to fight a few more rounds? Jiang Chen touched his nose, almost feeling a little unconfident. With his current physical condition, he should be able to feed a chick, right? Well, if he is not full, I'll have to keep feeding him. Who says I am a very responsible owner? Jiang Chen's footsteps quietly appeared behind Chen Jichu, and he gently pressed him against the wall. Ah! Chen Jichu was already in a state of tension, so he groaned in fear at Jiang Chen's attack. Chapter 100 Jiang Chen, say something. Chen Jichu also realized that his reaction was a bit too big, and he quickly turned around in shame, preparing to push away the source of the strong, numbing breath. But she overestimated her strength in this state. The so-called pushing hard was actually more like acting coquettishly. Your girlfriend is here. After realizing that resistance was futile, Chen Jichu rolled his eyes and said angrily. Jiang Chen let go of Chen Jichu upon hearing this, with a look of confusion in his eyes. Which girlfriend? Chen Jichu stared at Jiang Chen, feeling somewhat helpless. Who else could it be? It could be Hu Weiwei who had come to the Auto City. We had just talked about this person, so why didn't Jiang Chen realize it? Chen Jichu told Jiang Chen that the person who came was Hu Weiwei. Jiang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Oh her, that doesn't matter, I thought. As soon as the names of Yan Shi, Meng Yuchang and Pang Wenwen came to his lips, Jiang Chen swallowed them back. And this hesitant tone made Chen Jichu feel jealous. Judging from Jiang Chen's tone, he has a team of girlfriends, and even if we exclude his ex-girlfriend Hu Weiwei, there may be several of them. Oh, yes, there is also the cabbage that I gave to him as a gift. Chen Jichu didn't want to show it, and just tasted the bitterness in his heart alone. It was all his own fault. Besides, there is no need to think too much about it, right? As long as I can make money and cure my mother. You should be content with yourself. So what's the situation with this ex-girlfriend of yours? Why, like a stalker? Chen Jichu was temporarily unable to continue with his usual disguise, so he reluctantly leaned into Jiang Chen's arms and asked. They had talked about Hu Weiwei once before, but Jiang Chen's expression was not very good, so she didn't ask any more questions. But this time, Chen Jichu felt it necessary to find out more. Hu Weiwei's stalker-like behavior is a little scary, so it would be better to find out what is going on. Indeed, it's quite haunting. I still don't understand how she can be so shameless. Jiang Chen's breath turned audibly colder, and he frowned as he roughly described the situation on Hu Weiwei's side. He briefly described how he was tortured by Hu Weiwei before he became successful, and how he finally broke up with her, but was pestered by her again. Chen Jichu couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. So, this Mr. Jiang has that kind of past. I really can't tell at all. Jiang Chen must have pretended to be poor to test Hu Weiwei, and Hu Weiwei was deceived badly, right? Chen Jichu thought so, but she only showed sympathy to Jiang Chen and only mocked Hu Weiwei. Jiang Chen must have loved her in the past, but who could blame Hu Weiwei for not seeing that? The hardest thing to get back is not what you didn't get, but what you once had. When you throw your love into the quagmire with your own hands, don't even think about getting it back. Chen Jichu shook his head. Hu Weiwei would probably just end up humiliating herself over and over again. Let's go. You are too weak to move. I will take you back. There was silence between the two for a few moments, which was then broken by Jiang Chen. Without giving Chen Jichu a chance to refuse, Jiang Chen gave the order directly. But she saw it. Chen Jichu still didn't dare to face Hu Weiwei directly, or anyone else related to Jiang Chen. It's really embarrassing to expose my despicable behavior to the public. But what does it have to do with her? Come on, I'll take care of everything. Jiang Chen asked back, his tone sounding very reliable. Hearing this, Chen Jichu no longer resisted, and instead chose to rely on Jiang Chen obediently. To some extent, at this moment she began to feel the benefits of being Jiang Chen's girlfriend. In addition to the peak happiness, this man can also protect you from the wind and waves. After putting on his clothes and cleaning the door, Chen Jichu's expression became much more normal. But the struggle in my heart remains. Some things cannot be reconciled within a short period of time. At this moment, Chen Jichu was still anxious about some ethical issues. Even though Jiang Chen and Hu Weiwei have parted ways, they were indeed boyfriend and girlfriend before. In addition to Hu Weiwei, Chen Jichu was still thinking about Yan Shi and others who were not present. The sense of guilt in my heart grew stronger. I am dealing with minotaurs, and I have killed several of them. Chen Jichu licked his lips implicitly, immersed in the feeling of the minotaur and unable to extricate himself. This time he committed the crime in front of his wife, Hu Weiwei. What about next time, in front of the main wife, Yan Shi? Call. Chen Jichu's breathing became rapid, and he always felt very excited. Hu Weiwei arrived very early, but after looking around here for a while, she asked if Jiang Chen seemed to have entered the hotel. So I kept arguing with the customer service at the front desk. Hu Weiwei wanted to check whether Jiang Chen was there, and if so, whether there was someone else around him. Of course, the customer service representative would not agree to this as it would infringe on the customer's privacy, and the two of them remained in a stalemate. By this time, the customer service was obviously impatient and was ready to ask security to kick us out. This woman, even though she looks good, is she actually mentally ill? Several girls at the front desk felt the same way. After understanding the situation, the security guard prepared to carry Hu Weiwei away. There were quite a lot of people in the lobby, and if the noise continued it would damage the reputation of their hotel. However, at this moment, Hu Weiwei, who was in the middle of a passionate confrontation, suddenly fell silent and looked towards the exquisite spiral staircase extending from the second floor of the lobby. There, a man and a woman walked down slowly hand in hand. It's Jiang Chen, and that woman. Hu Weiwei's eyes became vicious, fixed on Chen Jichu's face, her aura like a snake or scorpion. She had seen this woman before, in Motor City. The woman who handled all the car purchase procedures for Jiang Chen was her. The salesperson named Qi Lingling said that this woman's name was Chen Jichu. So, it was this woman who used her beauty to sleep with Jiang Chen, causing Jiang Chen to spend more than 6 million in one go? Hu Weiwei felt that she had figured out the truth, and she became filled with resentment. Jiang Chen's money. That money should have been mine, should have been spent on me. If there hadn't been this bitch salesperson and Yan Shi, the person Jiang Chen brought with him that day should have been me. That more than 6 million can be spent on yourself without a penny wasted. But, because of the existence of these two bitches, 6 million was wasted. Yes, if you don't spend it on yourself, it will be wasted. Hu Weiwei was extremely angry, but at this moment she was able to remain rational. She glared at the security guards, staring off their hands. Then, she looked at Jiang Chen and Chen Jichu with a sneer. This crazy and complicated atmosphere instantly attracted a lot of attention, and the feeling that there was going to be a good show attracted dozens of eyes. Curious, his eyes kept switching between Hu Weiwei, Jiang Chen, and Chen Jichu. One man and two women, aren't those the only stories that can happen? These people were speculating in their hearts. But Hu Weiwei broke the silence and said something shocking. Wild woman, you think you are worthy of a mere car salesman? Jiang Chen, say something. Chapter 101. You are just part of the play. Hu Weiwei scolded viciously, her words directed at Chen Jichu. She kept calling him a wild woman and seducing Jiang Chen. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire lobby was ignited. There were boos from all around, and the looks towards Jiang Chen and Chen Jichu became dissatisfied. At first these people thought Hu Weiwei had some mental illness and were too lazy to pay attention to her, but after hearing her accusations, all of a sudden, everyone felt that their guesses and reality matched each other, and their slight disgust towards Hu Weiwei suddenly reversed and turned into anger towards the cheating man Jiang Chen and the mistress Chen Jichu. Mentally unstable? Yes, this lady named Hu Weiwei did seem to be somewhat mentally sensitive, but wasn't this just because of the torture from the unfaithful man in front of her? The crowd of onlookers gradually felt that they understood the truth and began to follow Hu Weiwei in attacking the two. Standing on the moral high ground to condemn the betrayers, everyone had no psychological burden and poured out almost any foul language they could. My goodness, he looked so glamorous and I thought he was so powerful. But he turned out to be an unfaithful man, such a scum. The woman next to her doesn't look like a good person. She's wearing such a flirtatious outfit. Didn't you hear what that girl said? This woman is a car salesperson. Damn, that's how it is in her line of work. It's nothing special. It's just hateful that these two scums have brought misery to an entire family. However, I don't know whether the remarks were made entirely out of pity for Hu Weiwei. After all, there are obviously many slanders that are highly personal in nature. Some people are jealous and inferior by nature, and they feel uncomfortable when they see Jiang Chen's radiant and Chen Jichu's extraordinary beauty. Hu Weiwei just gave them a reason to attack. Among these people, some cursed harshly, and some even thought that Jiang Chen's behavior was a scumbag. Instead, he envied himself for not being Jiang Chen. He couldn't have a beautiful girlfriend like Jiang Chen, and couldn't get such a pretty girl. The ugliness of human nature was fully exposed in this brief verbal attack. Jiang Chen had a cold expression on his face as he glanced at these people's faces jokingly. Most of their expressions could not conceal their inner thoughts at all. Ha, they are just a bunch of villains taking advantage of the situation, a mob, not worth mentioning. But the impact on Chen Jichu was quite great. The slanderous words of the crowd just hit the mark in Chen Jichu's heart. The slight sense of excitement disappeared, and was replaced by only shame and fear. The confidence and calmness that was created by makeup was shattered to pieces like thin porcelain when hit hard. Feeling the gazes like needles shooting from all directions, and Hu Weiwei's uncomfortable look like poisonous fire, Chen Jichu couldn't help but reveal a pitiful and cowardly expression. She clenched Jiang Chen's hand tightly and hid behind Jiang Chen unconsciously. Don't even mention how adorable that pitiful look is. Jiang Chen's mouth curled up. This was exactly the sight he wanted. Isn't the fun of contrast the moment when the disguise is revealed? Not to mention that at this moment there is also the subtle atmosphere of an affair being discovered, which makes people secretly happy just thinking about it. Yes, Jiang Chen didn't care about Hu Weiwei at all, not even the scolding from this group of people. They were just a part of the play between him and Chen Jichu. Hu Weiwei stood in the middle of the crowd, standing on the moral high ground, and was secretly happy at this moment. It's great to have someone to help me scold the mistress. But gradually, Hu Weiwei always felt that something was not right. It seemed as if his methods were of no use to Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen remained calm and composed. In other words, this bitch Chen Jichu seemed to be unable to raise her head after being scolded, but it doesn't make any sense. Hu Weiwei knew her goal clearly. Chen Jichu was just a byproduct. Her fundamental purpose was to force Jiang Chen to submit. If you curse for a long time and it's useless, then isn't it all in vain? Hu Weiwei was anxious. Jiang Chen, say something. But Jiang Chen still seemed to have heard nothing, and took Chen Jichu downstairs and walked out of the lobby as if no one was around. Okay, you're scared, right? Don't think you can get away with it by pretending to be dead. Your business of hooking up with wild women out there won't end so easily. Jiang Chen's silence was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Hu Weiwei felt that Jiang Chen remained silent because he had nothing to say. Her plan was not far from success, so she had to keep working hard. There are so many people watching here. If you don't explain the reason, this matter will never end. Hu Weiwei opened her arms and stood in front of the two men. Suddenly, two tanks jumped out from among the onlookers, launched a war stampede, and spoke in a muffled voice. Don't be afraid, sister. Men like this should be dealt with properly. We will help you. Yes, big women help each other. Hu Weiwei frowned. She hated fat women the most, but since the person came to help, she should at least be nice to him. The three of them blocked Jiang Chen's way together. Indeed, Jiang Chen could easily knock them away with a wave of his hand, but he really didn't intend to do it. He was afraid of getting his hands greasy. So, let's just wait and see what disgusting tricks Hu Weiwei can come up with. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. He always felt that Hu Weiwei had made him curious, and he became more and more fond of watching the fun. Jiang Chen, I know your character. You prefer to remain silent, and I can't do anything about it. But out of our friendship, I can give you a solution to this problem. Hu Weiwei forced a greedy smile from between her lips. His eyes stared straight at Jiang Chen, filled with nothing but utilitarianism and calculation. Jiang Chen sighed. Even though this guy seemed to be clinging to her, when it came to feelings, his feelings for her were not as deep as Chen Jichu, whom he had only known for 2 days. Back then, I was able to lick this thing so devotedly, and it was one of the best things in my life. Hu Weiwei looked like she had Jiang Chen in her grasp and said, "Give me a sports car, and I can pretend I didn't see it. You even gave that bitch Yan Shi a gift. I don't think I'm an exception." Boom. The hall suddenly became quiet, and the crowd of onlookers who were criticizing Jiang Chen suddenly looked at each other. What did they hear? Was there something wrong? Is this so-called queen here to catch someone cheating or to get a car? Why does it feel more like the latter? Hiss, is she the first wife? Why does it suddenly feel like she doesn't seem to be the first wife? The noise of condemnation died down, and everyone looked at Jiang Chen, hoping to hear something from him. We are not fools, and no one wants to be used as a tool. Chapter 102, Ex-Girlfriend? What's your name? And some of these people are silent for another reason. For example, being shocked by Jiang Chen's financial resources. Good fellow, no wonder he eats so much, he turns out to be rich? Listen, there are several luxury cars, and from the tone of his voice, he has given some to his woman, right? Shit, if I were a decent-looking girl, I would lick this dude too. It's a sports car. If a man buys a car like purchasing goods, and gives a car as a gift like giving mineral water. This not only fascinates thousands of young girls, but also makes young boys fall in love with it. A male guest grumbled in a low voice, and his girlfriend raised her hands to cover her face in embarrassment. Then she pulled her boyfriend away first. Oh my god, my materialistic boyfriend. So, what on earth were you thinking? Don't you find this ridiculous? Jiang Chen looked down at Hu Weiwei, his words full of disdain and annoyance. There are many people who can think of themselves as my girlfriend. Unfortunately, you are not one of them. Hu Weiwei, when will you realize that you are out of the game? After breaking up, can't you just move on? Why do you have to do it over and over again? It's just humiliation. Jiang Chen led Chen Jichu forward, and with every step he took, his cold words were like a sharp knife stabbing into Hu Weiwei's heart. Hu Weiwei's expression instantly became extremely miserable. The feeling of having her scar ruthlessly torn open made her feel inexplicably heartbroken. Her expression turned ferocious. Okay. Now that I'm out and can't threaten you anymore, there are still others. I have leverage over you, Jiang Chen. Aren't you afraid that Yan Shi will find out? That you were seduced into the hotel by a wild woman? But what does this have to do with you? Jiang Chen spread his hands and said contemptuously, "No one will believe what you say. Oh, by the way, if Chen Jichu is willing, she can immediately become my reserve girlfriend." But you. Jiang Chen was too lazy to say anything more, and let Hu Weiwei slowly savor the remaining shame and torture on her own. Mr. Jiang. Chen Jichu's face flushed red as she gently squeezed Jiang Chen's hand. A girlfriend in the making? Is he serious? Chen Jichu wanted to say something but hesitated, but in the end he didn't dare to ask. The crowd of onlookers around were completely blown away by Jiang Chen's series of words. Oh my goodness, I thought she was the main wife, but it turns out she's the ex-girlfriend? Damn it, I wasted half a day. I thought it was a big family drama, but it turned out to be a money-digging ex-girlfriend who went crazy and came to my house to beg for food. Girl, go online and live broadcast to beg for money. It's more dignified than what you are doing now. Everyone realized in an instant that they had been used as guns by that crazy woman Hu Weiwei. She suddenly became extremely furious, and just now she scolded Jiang Chen for being so vicious, but now her anger was backlashing towards Hu Weiwei, and it was several times stronger. Pa, so cheap, all she cares about is money. Is she some outcall escort girl? Or is it because the breakup fee was too little, and you want more? Don't think you can live off others for the rest of your life just because you're in a relationship, right? The dirty talk never stopped, and even the two good girls, who were despised as fat women by Hu Weiwei in her heart, distanced themselves from her with contempt. Women like Kokoda are the most attractive to men and are a disgrace to independent women like them. There is actually a more important reason why they work so hard. That is, to please and to make amends. What a joke! They just spent a long time cursing at a super rich man like Jiang Chen. If they don't make an effort to win his favor now, what if Jiang Chen gets in a bad mood one day and spends money to punish them? With the mentality of atonement and fighting for justice, the harsher the people cursed, the happier they felt. Gradually, all kinds of words that she thought were meant to pierce Chen Jichu drilled into Hu Weiwei's mind like devilish sounds. Hu Weiwei's heartbeat quickened and her body began to stiffen. Without waiting for her to say anything else, Jiang Chen's next move made her situation even more miserable. Everyone! Jiang Chen snapped his fingers and raised his voice, everyone! Jiang Chen's voice silenced all the onlookers. They looked at Jiang Chen with evasive eyes, fearing that Jiang Chen would take revenge on them later. But these people talked for a long time without touching his pain points, so it was basically a waste of time. How could Jiang Chen care about them? After everyone's eyes turned to him, Jiang Chen said calmly, I'm sorry, everyone. I'm to blame for what happened today. I didn't handle some disgusting old relationships properly. If what happened today has affected your appetite, please forgive me. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, then I will pay for all the consumption today. Hiss. The whole place was silent. And then, there were a series of oh my god sounds. Wow, this is so awesome. The plot of the movie is happening right next to me. This is so rich, awesome, bro. I just scolded you for being blind, I kneel down to you, brother. Handsome guy, would you like to be my godson? I want to call you daddy. The places that Chen Jichu is willing to spend money on, even if he thinks they are expensive, are actually not that expensive. Their previous meal only cost a mere 6,688. And at this moment, there are more than a dozen tables of people present. How much money can they have even if all of them are added together? I'm afraid it's not even as much as the interest I earn in one day. This kind of small amount of money can be spent at any time, and Jiang Chen doesn't care at all. The onlookers cheered, but Chen Jichu looked at Jiang Chen in panic. Puzzled, he said, Mr. Jiang, why are you spending so much money, especially since these people just returned? Chen Jichu wanted to persuade Jiang Chen to take back his decision, because she always felt that this matter still had her influence. If it weren't for her, Jiang Chen shouldn't have spent so much money. To book the whole place for food and drinks for so many people would cost at least 100,000, which is not a small amount of money. However, Jiang Chen still showed no signs of abnormality. He just raised his hand and pressed it down, signaling Chen Jichu to stay calm. But the situation is different for Hu Weiwei. Chen Jichu felt sorry for Jiang Chen spending money, and Hu Weiwei felt sorry for him too, but she only felt sorry that the money was not spent on herself. Hu Weiwei was extremely anxious, and looked at Jiang Chen eagerly. Another hundreds of thousands of dollars went out. Why didn't you spend this money on yourself? Damn it! Damn it! We must catch Jiang Chen. We must take back the wealth we have missed. Hu Weiwei looked relatively calm, but in her heart she was already screaming like a shrew for no reason. At this time, the spectators, after cheering, realized that Hu Weiwei was still refusing to leave. Everyone's expressions immediately dropped. Chapter 103 Hu Weiwei's defense is broken. Where is the security guard? Take him out. They couldn't figure it out. Mr. Jiang had just said it so bluntly. What was wrong with this woman? Was her face as thick as an asphalt road? It's so thick and durable. This time, those who had tasted the sweetness at the hands of Jiang Chen no longer wanted the rich man Jiang to open his mouth. They were prepared to accept Jiang Chen's favor and help him expel this annoying and stupid woman. Why hasn't this person left yet? Is he still thinking about the sports car? I'm so angry that I feel sick. It turns out that there are differences among humans. I admit that this woman is 1,000 times more shameless than me. Sister, to be honest, You will succeed in anything if you have this kind of mental endurance. Listen to me. Turn left and walk all the way to the end. The third mental hospital is your best destination. I was planning to record a video and upload it online. This is too outrageous. The people's words and looks, whether mocking, hateful, or annoyed, gradually broke down Huawei's psychological defenses. Especially the mention of the third psychiatric hospital made Huawei so angry that she almost vomited blood. But she decided that she had to endure it, and she had to endure it. If she couldn't even swallow this little bitterness, how could she take back the wealth that belonged to her from Jiang Chen? However, Huawei also admitted that if she continued to follow the same train of thought, there would be no possibility of forcing Jiang Chen to submit. After Jiang Chen decisively pointed out their breakup and won over dozens of people here to support her, Huawei has been completely defeated. Under this circumstance, if she still wants to continue to fight and try to get a sports car, then she has to find another way. If the hard way doesn't work, try the soft way. Huawei was figuring things out in her mind. Her eyes stayed on Chen Jichu for a long time. Finally, she smiled triumphantly as if she was sure that she could win. Yes, the competitor she was facing at the moment was just Chen Jichu. Chen Jichu is just a wild woman who sells cars. She has no education and is not young. Apart from her good looks, what advantages does she have? When it comes to looks, Huawei admits that she would definitely be outshined by Yan Shi. But where is Yan Shi? The only person she has to deal with is Chen Jichu. After thinking for a while, Huawei turned to Jiang Chen and prayed softly. Jiang Chen, please stop being angry. I know why you are looking for this woman. If she can do it, can't I do it too? And I'm younger than her. Huawei said this, but Jiang Chen remained unmoved. Seeing this, Huawei gritted her teeth and said something even more extreme. Jiang Chen, can you please stop being so stubborn? After all, she is just a salesperson. Don't you understand what salespeople like to do? I am just a piece of shit that anyone can fuck. I can sell myself to any rich man who comes along. Don't you think it's dirty to associate with such a person? It's so stupid, so brainless, and so unbelievable. For a moment, Jiang Chen couldn't even get angry. He was really impressed by Huawei's mentality. His self-hypnosis and stress resistance abilities are so high that he is truly a god. No wonder he was controlled by him in his previous life. Jiang Chen could not compare to this kind of determination to bring others' IQ to the same level as his own and then try to defeat them simply by relying on his thick skin. However, what she said was a bit vulgar. Protecting Chen Jishu behind him, Jiang Chen looked at Huawei coldly and didn't intend to let her continue talking nonsense. However, the situation at this time made Jiang Chen feel a little interesting. Chen Jichu, who had been shrinking and dodging behind, suddenly stood up and blocked Jiang Chen behind him, then confronted Huawei. So disgusting. It was really unbearable, even a rational person would be enraged by this point. Chen Jichu heard Huawei's nonsense just now, although she was confident that Jiang Chen would not believe this woman's lies. But after all, the insults were dirty, and with the accumulated anger, Chen Jishu couldn't help it and decided to confront Huawei directly. She said she would give it to me for free if I bought a car, but Jiang Chen was obviously her first time, and she didn't even want to have anything to do with anyone else in this life. The word cheap is pure slander. And when this matter was mentioned, Chen Jichu happened to remember the deeds of Huawei that Jiang Chen had mentioned. So Chen Jichu retorted without any fear. Cheap? Are you talking about yourself? I remember that after being kicked out by Jiang Chen, a certain person immediately found a small boss to hang out with. I thought that guy was richer than Jiang Chen, but what happened? Even eating in the same restaurant with Jiang Chen was painful. It's really hilarious. Besides, you still owe Jiang Chen tens of thousands of dollars for food, right? Are you going to pay it? Jiang Chen was quite surprised to see this. Chen Jichu, this woman, was quite powerful when she was speaking with a sharp tongue. When Huawei heard about paying back the money, she immediately looked away with a guilty look. At the same time, he also felt a lot of resentment towards Jiang Chen. How come you even told this bitch about this? Is my position in your heart not as high as that of this bitch? Huawei asked herself this question in her heart. As for this question, Jiang Chen didn't know it. If he knew it, he would laugh again. You, Huawei, are not only inferior to Chen Jichu. To put it bluntly, you are even inferior to the pile of dry poop under the tire you ate this morning. Oh no, that's an insult to poop. At least if you throw the poop to some people, they can use it to make egg tarts. But you, Hu Weiwei, are really useless except for disgusting people. But at this moment, Chen Zhichu's output has not yet ended. Amid the verbal support of the crowd of onlookers, Chen Zhichu once again directly attacked the weakest point of Hu Weiwei's psychological defenses. Yes, I admit that I approached Jiang Chen because I wanted something from him, but we both agreed to this. What about you? Who on earth is following Jiang Chen every day? Who on earth is pretending to be Jiang Chen's girlfriend every day and ruining his reputation? Today you still have the audacity to ask for a sports car. Ha, you might as well just crawl into a money shredding machine and live your whole life with your beloved money. Vanity is so foolish. People like you are disgusting even if they are given to others for free. After a string of words were spoken, the audience around him responded for a while and then applauded. Yes, that's the way to scold. Such a gold digger needs to be scolded to wake her up. Beware of individual cases that may affect the public's reputation. Women like this will be expelled from the female community immediately. Following Chen Zhichu's words, the spectators, both men and women, attacked Hu Weiwei with a common hatred. They didn't dare to take Jiang Chen's favor and eat for free, because that would require effort. The crowd became more and more aggressive. Gold digger, what are you thinking? You think you can get a sports car by threatening your ex-boyfriend? What a joke. That's right, if it were that simple, wouldn't we all get rich just by making a fuss? There is absolutely no law or common sense at all. Hu Weiwei, whose defenses were broken, was already in extreme pain, and now she had to face the siege of dozens of people with piercing words again. She even found it difficult to breathe. Bitch, you bitch. But Hu Weiwei still wanted to argue and fight back. At this moment, Jiang Chen, who had been watching the show for a while, finally decided not to stay quiet anymore. I've seen enough of those bizarre dramas. It's time to chase the actors away and clean my eyes, otherwise I'll have nightmares at night. Jiang Chen glanced at Hu Weiwei as if she were a maggot, then raised his hand and greeted her. Security? It's time to clear this psychopath out. Don't let him stay here and spoil everyone's appetite. Chapter 104. Guess who was the only one here who wasn't invited? Hearing this, the security guards who had been at a loss for a while finally came to their senses. After exchanging glances, they surrounded Hu Weiwei. Ma'am, it's time to leave here. Please don't disturb other guests while they dine. The security guard stood in front of Hu Weiwei, preventing her from looking at Jiang Chen again, and used his body as a wall to try to force Hu Weiwei to leave. Hu Weiwei was still a little unconvinced when she saw this, and she stubbornly wanted to continue getting closer to Jiang Chen. She just didn't believe it. Could these security guards really drive her out? No, Hu Weiwei sneered in her heart. Not to mention driving her away, if these people dared to touch her, she would find a way to stay here and ruin their reputation. But obviously, Hu Weiwei underestimated the salary level and dedication of these security guards. Several security guards smiled faintly. They didn't dare to really carry the person out. After all, if the other party shouted molest or something, it would be difficult to say. But just because they don't dare to get started doesn't mean they don't dare to use tools. While Hu Weiwei continued to yell and curse, several security guards took out explosion-proof forks and transparent shields from somewhere. A monthly salary of 3,000 yuan may not be enough to protect yourself. With a monthly salary of 5,000, I have to protect showdown, the owner, from the storm. And if it reaches the level of 10,000, several security guards looked determined and asked Hu Weiwei to leave again. This time, their tone carried a sense of threat that could not be refused. With such a high salary level, let alone a woman who was very likely to be mentally ill, even if real criminals came, they would dare to confront them. Hu Weiwei didn't expect that these security guards would not play by the rules. As they were forced outside step by step, her expression became extremely ugly. You have no right to chase me away. You have no right to refuse service. I am a guest, how can you? Hu Weiwei's eyes turned and she tried to make a sophistry as if she remembered something. But at this moment, no matter what she said, no one would be willing to believe or agree with her. The more she said, the more out of control she became, and the more stupid she appeared. Then, more people would come to attack and refute her. Come on, let's not talk about the fact that they can drive away dangerous people who go crazy in public. Let me remind you that Mr. Jiang Chen just booked the whole place. Today, our restaurant will only serve the guests invited by Mr. Jiang. And guess who among these people was the only one who didn't get an invite? The front desk customer service who had been arguing with Hu Weiwei and was almost broken down by Hu Weiwei glared at Hu Weiwei coldly. He sneered with great relief. Only you. Get out of here and get the goods. Jiang Chen's attempt to put an end to this farce was strongly supported by everyone present, and they could no longer tolerate Hu Weiwei's extremely brainless behavior. One by one they continued to join in. Someone sucked his teeth and said in confusion, I think this person wants money from Mr. Jiang. But what grounds do you have? Just because you slandered his girlfriend, just because you pestered him and made Mr. Jiang angry? No way, no one thinks that after angering Mr. Jiang to this extent, they can still get something good from him, right? It's totally unreasonable. Get out of here. Mr. Jiang has spoken. What's the point of being thick-skinned? Can you go to the bank and exchange Mr. Jiang's account password with that kind of face? How shameless. The crowd became noisy again, pointing and talking at Hu Weiwei. They had learned a lot today. The security guards were unwilling to delay any longer and began to forcefully drive Hu Weiwei away. The security guards' thoughts were quite simple. Jiang Chen was so generous as to book the entire theater. Just now, they heard that Jiang Chen bought the sports car like purchasing goods, which showed his financial strength and generosity. Maybe as long as they handle the Hu Weiwei matter well, they can get some benefits later. There was a noise of screaming, cursing, and objects falling to the ground. Hu Weiwei had been driven to the door, and outside, there were also a lot of onlookers watching. An unprecedented sense of humiliation and unwillingness filled Hu Weiwei's heart. She clung to the door, feeling extremely embarrassed and unwilling. I can't leave here. Hu Weiwei's hair was disheveled, her clothes were in tatters, and she was extremely anxious. If she missed this opportunity again, it would only be more difficult in the future. She had to at least stay here. As long as you stay with Jiang Chen, the misunderstandings will be cleared up, and money will come rolling in. Out of desire for wealth. With a plop. Hu Weiwei knelt down immediately. Hu Weiwei half knelt on the ground, holding on to the door and unwilling to leave, crying pitifully to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, are you really going to be so heartless? Is it not enough that I know I'm wrong? I will definitely change in the future. Please, give me a chance. No matter what you ask me to do, I will listen to you. She looked quite pitiful, but no one present was touched by her. Everyone felt either disgusted or disgusted. As I said, Hu Weiwei treated everyone like fools before, so don't expect anyone to believe her lies. But now everyone is not in a hurry to continue cursing, they know who is in the dominant position. Therefore, everyone's eyes were fixed on Jiang Chen. They decided that they just had to agree with whatever Jiang Chen said and not act on their own. Under the gaze of everyone, Jiang Chen shook his head indifferently. He was too lazy to even laugh at this moment. Does Hu Weiwei really still think of herself as the poor boy she used to be? Will she follow her as soon as she gives in? What a joke! The continuous improvement of wealth, physique, wisdom, and charm has transformed Jiang Chen from the inside out. He and Hu Weiwei are no longer in the same world. Women of this level, let alone pursuing him, even if they were willing to pay for him, as long as Jiang Chen waved his hand, a large number of them would immediately appear who were willing to have something happen with him. And do you, Hu Weiwei, have any advantages in this category? Crazier, dumber, thicker-skinned? Jiang Chen ignored Hu Weiwei and treated her as air. He felt that talking to Hu Weiwei even one more word would lower his level, so why bother? Jiang Chen's indifference was like iron frozen in the cold winter, extremely cold, difficult to dispel, and potentially hurtful. Everyone noticed this, except Hu Weiwei. She was still screaming and begging. But at this point, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't escape the dilemma of being kicked out. Silence. The silence finally arrived. The door of the restaurant slowly closed. Without Hu Weiwei's crazy noises, the whole space became much quieter. The irrelevant people have left, please continue. Those who forgot to order can make up for it now. I've said that I'll pay for all the food today. As long as I'm here, it will work. Jiang Chen didn't have the desire to leave for a moment. He just felt a little hungry after a series of heavy physical labor, so he prepared to have a midnight snack with Chen Jishu before leaving. Everyone here at the moment is lucky. Chapter 105, Expulsion, Hu Weiwei's miserable condition. Oh my god. Boss Jiang is so generous. I bowed down to him. It has to be President Zhang. It's so great today, ha ha ha. Look at him, young, rich, handsome and generous. Jiang Chen's lavish spending once again ignited the enthusiasm of everyone present, and for a while, all kinds of compliments and flattery emerged one after another. Jiang Chen didn't feel anything special about these compliments. People are like this. When they don't see any benefits, most of them will remain fair. But once they get a taste of sweetness, their bottom line will shift and their emotions will shift. Just like this moment. From the time Hu Weiwei initially launched the offensive, to when these people knew her financial resources, and then to when she took care of everyone's expenses. Several progressions and reversals of wind direction, from being the target of everyone's attacks to now becoming a role model. Jiang Chen has a deep understanding of all of this. Nodding slightly in response to everyone's praise, Jiang Chen happened to notice the security guards who were looking at others enviously. These people didn't seem to think that Jiang Chen's dinner party included them. Jiang Chen would not let those who had contributed go without any benefits, so he called a few people over, casually gave them a tip of tens of thousands of yuan, and invited them to have a meal together. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. The security guards were quite excited. They just kicked out a crazy woman, but they got so much tips. It's almost as much as their monthly salary. Therefore, he was even more grateful to Jiang Chen. When it came to complimenting Jiang Chen, they were even more ambiguous than the other guests. After all, they were just eating, while these security guards actually took the money. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. Whenever you spend money here, we will keep our eyes and ears open and keep that crazy woman away from you. Yes, it is our duty to protect President Zhang's safety. Envious glances were cast all around, and of course, more of them were admiration and enthusiasm for Jiang Chen. The restaurant, which was originally filled with soft jazz music, was now filled with cheers and noise, but not a single customer expressed dissatisfaction. Even the person in charge of the restaurant did not make any move, but just watched it all with a smile. I secretly calculated how much more I could earn tonight. And all of this is because of Jiang Chen's presence. Jiang Chen booked the place, so it doesn't matter how the people present play. This is the benefit of having money. Chen Jichu sat next to Jiang Chen and gradually calmed down from his restlessness. Become quiet and cautious. To be honest, he knew Jiang Chen was rich, but he never imagined he could be this rich. Yesterday, Jiang Chen swiped away more than 6 million in one go. Chen Jichu felt that no matter how rich he was, he had to make some transitions and turn around some money before he could have that much liquid capital again, right? In fact, it is right that Chen Jichu's clinging to Jiang Chen and establishing a good relationship with him in advance is actually a long-term investment. Chen Jichu had already prepared himself for the possibility of gaining little in the short term. But, it seems that I have overestimated. 6 million might just be a drop in the bucket of Jiang Chen's wealth? Chen Jichu knew that this was quite impossible, but Jiang Chen's performance and her own intuition told her so. After all, if it weren't for this, how could anyone casually spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to treat someone to a meal? Chen Jichu's Mazda was borrowed from his roommate, and the price of the car was more than 100,000 yuan. Really rich, Jiang Chen. Chen Jichu looked at Jiang Chen's face, and the more he thought about it, the more hopeful he felt. Maybe Jiang Chen would buy a property soon. My mother's medical expenses will also be settled soon. Chen Jichu calmed his breathing, gradually smiled, and stood up to pour wine for Jiang Chen. All my flattery and fawning will not be in vain. Who knows, maybe Jiang Chen is serious about the term prospective girlfriend. People's sorrows and joys are not the same. The atmosphere in the restaurant was quite nice, but outside, it was almost a different story. The outside crowd had also heard about the scenes that had happened in the restaurant before, so after Hu Weiwei was kicked out, there was no shortage of pointing fingers. And Hu Weiwei fled amidst the ridicule along the way. Her carefully applied makeup became mottled, her hair was messy, her clothes became somewhat tattered, and because she was not careful when she knelt down earlier, her knee hit a hard object, leaving a bleeding wound. At this moment, she really looks no different from a crazy woman. Because of her appearance, Hu Weiwei couldn't even get a taxi, so she had to call an online car hailing service. Even the online taxi drivers were a little scared when they saw the horrible look on their passenger's face. But there was really no other way. In order to prevent complaints and platform penalties, he had to grit his teeth and bring Hu Weiwei along. Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen. Hu Weiwei tightly grasped her cell phone and looked through the rearview mirror resentfully at the brightly lit area that quickly disappeared from her sight. I feel mixed emotions. Was Jiang Chen really doing all this to spite himself and force himself to admit defeat? But didn't he admit defeat just now? Could it be that he was wrong? In fact, Jiang Chen had never had this thought from the beginning to the end. He was just hypnotizing himself. No. Hu Weiwei's confused eyes became clear again. I must have not done enough. Jiang Chen hasn't seen my sincerity yet. The thought of giving up flashed across her mind. She had already come this far, how could she give up so easily? Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen is his closest chance to financial freedom. As long as he can take down Jiang Chen, he will never have to worry about anything in his life again. For this goal, no matter how much suffering she endures, it is worth it. She won't give up, she will fight again. Hu Weiwei calmed down and began to think about the follow-up plan. At this moment, the ignored feeling of hunger swept over her, and Hu Weiwei realized at this moment that she had been busy for a long time but had not eaten a single bite of food. It was just a meal, and Hu Weiwei was too lazy to think about her eating problem. She has a lot of bootlickers. Basically, different people invite her to dinner every morning, noon and evening. Even if it's different every day, they can keep her company for half a month. Hu Weiwei opened the green bubble with disdain, trying to pick a lucky ATM for today to help herself solve the dinner problem. But it didn't matter if she didn't look at it. Once she looked at it, Hu Weiwei suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Not a single bootlicker sent him a message in the past 2 days. It seemed that she had not been in touch with the ATMs for a long time because she was concentrating on Jiang Chen's affairs. It doesn't matter. Don't I understand these men? As long as I pay more attention to them, they will definitely continue to lick me. Hu Weiwei edited a message and sent it to 3 people, then began to hint that she needed someone to treat her to a meal. Schoolgirl, I have a girlfriend, so I can't do that. Weiwei, forget it, I'm busy today. Why didn't you bother to get back together with Jiang Chen today? The 3 people's responses were different, but the emotions they conveyed were surprisingly similar. They didn't want to play with Hu Weiwei anymore. Hu Weiwei's story has been circulated in the school. Even these people, no matter how stubborn they are, have noticed that something is wrong. Therefore, it is unlikely that things can go on as usual. It doesn't matter, change a batch. Hu Weiwei's eyes were gloomy. She gritted her teeth, blocked the 3 people, and started sending group messages again. You are just a bunch of lickers who can only be kept by yourself. If you 3 don't lick, there are plenty of people who will. Chapter 106, The Lickers Retreat, Hu Weiwei's ATM runs away. Time passed minute by minute, and Hu Weiwei almost never stopped clicking on the block button. She has always been the center of attention, and now she just wanted to find someone to have a free dinner with. How come she got nothing? Hu Weiwei's expression remained gloomy throughout, which made the driver, who was observing Hu Weiwei through the rearview mirror from time to time, very nervous. The driver kept praying in his heart. Please don't cause any trouble. Big sister, I accept that you are riding in a pirate car, but please don't cause any trouble. I haven't paid off my car loan yet. The driver recalled the many news items he had seen recently, such as the one about a little fairy being murdered and wanting to jump out of the car, and the one about someone slashing the driver's neck with a knife. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. This had happened too many times recently, and he was not the only driver who was panicking. The biggest threat to their industry used to be drunkards, but now they have become various fairies. There was no other reason. One could tell at a glance that the drunk was out of his mind, but the fairy looked normal until the moment she started to act. This group of people are like landmines. Hu Weiwei, immersed in resentment, obviously did not notice the driver's panic and fear. She was still busy checking her own batches of ATMs. The results of the examination are hard to make people smile. Hu Weiwei even found that some of the rich guys she hooked up with at school blocked her before she even blocked them. This discovery made Hu Weiwei very angry. She was puzzled and wondered what on earth had happened. Hu Weiwei also did not realize that the various embarrassments and scandals she had caused by pestering Jiang Chen in recent times had spread widely. In this situation, some people may even be ridiculed and slandered because of their involvement with Hu Weiwei. There was no possibility that he would continue to lick Hu Weiwei. A bunch of rubbish, you're backing down in the face of difficulty? Good. It was naturally impossible for Hu Weiwei to admit that it was her fault that caused the ATM to run away. In response to these people's alienation and resistance, Hu Weiwei chose to convince herself. I think they realized that it was impossible for me to commit myself to them, so they gave up. Hu Weiwei would not think that her judgment was wrong. After all, she had been thinking this way for a long time. During that period of time, whether it was Jiang Chen or these guys, they were just tools for Hu Weiwei to whet her appetite, maintain her vanity and solve consumption problems. As long as I find the man who truly meets my mate needs, I will abandon these people. And now, Hu Weiwei felt that it was time to abandon them. Because the man who is worthy of entrusting her life to has appeared, even if it is a little difficult for them to reconcile now. This person is Jiang Chen. If I can capture Jiang Chen, I will have no worries about food and clothing. Why would I need these poor bastards who are trying to show off their wealth? Yes, that's right. Instead of wasting time with these people, it's better to focus on Jiang Chen. Hu Weiwei patted her head and gave a miserable but determined smile. Failure is the mother of success. As long as she persists, she will definitely succeed. After selectively forgetting some of the unpleasant things that happened today, Hu Weiwei completely regained her spirit and began to plan her next offensive against Jiang Chen. At this moment, the online taxi driver stopped the car and said carefully, "Beautiful lady, remember to confirm the payment on the platform." Hu Weiwei hummed coldly, opened the door, got out of the car and left without looking back. My heart is filled with irritation. It was just $60-something for the bus fare, but, without anyone's support, she seemed unable to afford it. The cramped feeling brought by poverty made Hu Weiwei feel uncomfortable in her bones. She hated being poor and not being able to pay when she needed it. He also hated Jiang Chen, who spent money like water when he was in such a difficult time, and Yan Shi and Chen Jichu, who benefited from clinging to Jiang Chen. Because mine. Jiang Chen's money should have been mine. Hu Weiwei gritted her teeth, dodged the gazes of people around her, and fled into the dormitory building. She looks so miserable now. Hiding in the dormitory, Hu Weiwei felt more at ease and realized more clearly the predicament she was facing at the moment. If you can't get money from the ATM, let alone maintain your high consumption, even buying cosmetics and new clothes to maintain your appearance will become a problem. Obviously, if I change from a fake socialite to a poor student girl, the possibility of winning her heart will become even lower. Therefore, in order to better capture Jiang Chen, I must find a way to make some money. But how do you make money? Hu Weiwei sighed, feeling very distressed. Normally, when she was short of money, someone would give her money. She had never considered this problem. Are you going to sell out yourself? Hu Weiwei looked hesitant. This seemed to be the most profitable and fastest way she could think of. However, if Jiang Chen knew about this, he would be even less likely to accept her, right? This plan was eliminated by Hu Weiwei. Welcome, can we still make it to the other side, Big Brother, to the live broadcast room? Yeah, thank you for the gift from Slander Big Brother, love you. At this moment, a sweet but flustered voice floated over from the other end of the dormitory. Hu Weiwei frowned. She didn't like staying in the dormitory to a certain extent because of this person. Although her roommate's live broadcast made little noise and the time period did not affect others. But Hu Weiwei just hated her. I hate the way she fawns on men every day. What a joke. Ordinary men should worship women. But today, Hu Weiwei's frown gradually relaxed. She looked hesitant. It seems like being an internet celebrity is quite profitable. How about I give it a try? As long as you can make money, it's not unacceptable to sell out some dignity, right? Time passed quickly and it was the next day. The bright sunshine filtered through the curtains into the hotel room, shining on Chen Jichu's golden eyelashes and slightly messy hair. Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes, and after adjusting to the light for a while, he took the pretty girl beside him into his arms with reluctance. Chen Jichu hadn't woken up yet, and she frowned slightly. Some of Chen Jichu's behavior yesterday really made Jiang Chen feel itchy and angry. Coincidentally, Chen Jichu also looked like he was still unsatisfied and wanted to refuse but was also willing to accept. Then there was the second time of imprisonment. The hard fight all night was really arduous. With Jiang Chen's physical fitness, he would not be afraid of another 10 rounds, but Chen Jichu was a bit pitiful. No one knew when he would wake up. This is the price a novice pays for challenging the Hell Dungeon. It's 7:30. I should go to class soon, otherwise it will be hard to explain. Jiang Chen looked at the alarm clock ringing on the old Vivo, yawned, and quickly turned it off to avoid disturbing Chen Jichu's sweet dream. I quickly packed up, paid an extra day's rent, and prepared to leave. Chapter 107, Sister Yan's Hearty Breakfast. I didn't come home last night and asked my roommate to help me with the formalities. If I skip class again this morning, it would be hard to explain. Therefore, Jiang Chen prepared to rush back to school as soon as possible. As for when Chen Jichu will wake up, it depends on her personal condition. Someone is resting in the room, try not to disturb them. Before leaving, Jiang Chen even told the hotel staff not to bother Chen Jichu with cleaning or other matters. Jiang Chen paid an extra day's room rate because of this. As long as Chen Jichu could sleep, no one would disturb him until he got up tomorrow. I understand, Mr. Jiang. Don't worry. The staff members nodded in agreement and treated Jiang Chen very warmly. Although Jiang Chen seemed not to remember, this staff member was actually one of the people who benefited from Jiang Chen's booking of the theater last night. Keeping the kindness in mind, he naturally kept Jiang Chen's instructions in mind. Jiang Chen went downstairs and started the car, then accelerated towards the school. It turns out that housing is still a basic need. After buying a house, you can apply to withdraw from the dormitory and live off campus. It's much easier to get things done, and I won't be bothered by all the rules anymore. The more Jiang Chen thought about it, the more he felt that buying a property was imminent. It would be best to find a way to solve it this afternoon, or at the latest the day after tomorrow. As for now, what a joke. Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled. He had to rush to punch in, so he would not have the opportunity to purchase a property this morning. After parking his car outside the school, Jiang Chen had just the right time to mingle with the crowd of people rushing back to school for the early morning class, and headed towards the teaching building. College students have a rich nightlife. 8 o'clock in the morning is when they are confused and sleepy. They yawn everywhere and have dark circles under their eyes. Even though he noticed the arrival of the influential figure Jiang Chen, he didn't have the energy to do anything. And Jiang Chen was happy and free. As soon as he entered the classroom, Jiang Chen noticed a shy gaze directed at him. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at him, then walked towards him with a smile. The person looking at Jiang Chen was Yan Shi. She arrived at the classroom very early and had been waiting for Jiang Chen for a long time. Good morning, senior. Jiang Chen did not feel at all inappropriate about having just climbed up from beside another beautiful lady. He sat down next to Yan Shi very naturally, causing his roommates to boo him continuously. Old Jiang is obsessed with women and forgets his loyalty. He won't even sit with his brothers. Li Bin, who was lying on the table to catch up on his sleep, opened his eyes dazedly, turned his head and saw Jiang Chen and senior sister Yan, who looked much more delicate beside him. He immediately shouted, "Oh my god, I just woke up and they gave me dog food, what a wake-up call. Brothers, if you are tired, please sleep. Call me after class." Many good brothers expressed their opinions on Jiang Chen's behavior that disregarded brotherhood. However, the one who was most affected was Yan Shi. Regardless of whether he heard the word sister-in-law wrongly, the other words spoken by Jiang Chen's brothers were enough to make Yan Shi shy. It's a wonderful feeling of being recognized, and it's quite joyful. Come on, there are still plenty of seats in this row. Come on, sit next to me. Jiang Chen smiled helplessly, pointed to the empty seat on his other side, and raised his chin towards the few people. Got it, bro. Immediately, Sun Yalong and his men quickly moved their positions and seized the position on the other side of Jiang Chen. Even Li Bin, who was soundly sleeping, was lifted up by force. Sun Yalong said with a smile, "Thanks to the socialite for dropping this elective, otherwise there would be no room here today." The mutual teasing and greetings among the roommates continued for a while. Yan Shi also smiled as he listened. The good brothers around Jiang Chen were indeed quite interesting. Just at this moment, Yan Shi began to slowly take out his hand that was under the table. She prepared breakfast for Jiang Chen, and if she didn't give it to Jiang Chen, the food would get cold. At this moment, Hu Weiwei also walked in from the classroom door carrying a box of food. When she saw Jiang Chen, her eyes lit up and she quickened her pace. She noticed Yan Shi beside Jiang Chen and felt uncomfortable because of it, but so what? Hu Weiwei felt a little proud. There was nothing in front of Jiang Chen, which meant that no bitch would bring breakfast to Jiang Chen today. Then, this only love of mine becomes doubly precious. Jiang Chen, have you had breakfast? I bought it for you. Hu Weiwei picked up a thin white plastic bag containing a simply packaged lunchbox. She smiled at Jiang Chen and walked quickly forward. And at this moment, Yan Shi's hand hidden under the table finally appeared. He took the exquisite 4-layer thermal insulation box and pushed it in front of Jiang Chen. I bought this breakfast especially for you, want to try it? Yan Shi learned to ignore Hu Weiwei's existence. In her eyes, there was only Jiang Chen, and there was no room for anyone else. After seeing Jiang Chen smile and nod, Yan Shi reached out and opened the lunchbox, laying out the contents. This caused my roommates to make some envious noises. A set of Hong Kong-style snacks with a variety of styles that look delicious. And when the hot aroma comes, good. It smells delicious too. Sun Yalong drooled, "Sister-in-law, you were so nice to Lao Jiang." Jiang Chen was also a little surprised. Such a sumptuous meal, you must be spending a lot, senior sister. Yanxi rolled his eyes at Jiang Chen and said, "What's the big deal?" After rebutting, she even unpacked her chopsticks and prepared to feed Jiang Chen. This scene made almost half of the people in the classroom feel a little uneasy. School beauty Yan had obviously become the shape of Jiang Chen. Seeing this scene, Hu Weiwei's smile froze, and she didn't know whether to give it or put it down. She smiled awkwardly, her movements frozen in place. He shifted his eyes away from Yanxi's Hong Kong-style snacks and looked at the white plastic bag in his hand. All the plans in his mind disappeared at this moment. The gap is too huge. How can my roadside lunchbox compare with other people's exquisite snacks that cost hundreds of dollars? This cheap woman is really willing to spend money. Hu Weiwei slandered in her heart. But in fact, she was extremely envious. After all, without the bootlicker ATM, she was now a pure pauper. She couldn't even afford to eat such delicacy herself, let alone give it to others. At this time, the roommates finally noticed Hu Weiwei. Looking at the plastic bag in her hand, his brows furrowed with teasing, he started to make fun of her. "Wow, Lao Jiang, there's still a breakfast. Do you want to eat it? If not, give it to me." But if you look closely, this breakfast doesn't seem to be very thoughtful. Sun Yalong had an exaggerated expression and moved his eyes back and forth between the two breakfasts in a mean manner, as if he was eager to be noticed by Hu Weiwei. Hu Weiwei smiled miserably, but finally gritted her teeth and walked up. Jiang Chen. She didn't want to give up and wanted to try again. Chapter 108, Huge House Purchase Funds, Real Estate Round of the Super Rich. She believed that as long as there was true love, simple food could be better than delicacies from land and sea. But Hu Weiwei obviously forgot one thing: the true love was not between her and Jiang Chen, but between Jiang Chen and Yanxi. In other words, no matter what breakfast Yanxi brought to Jiang Chen, whether it was cheap or crude, Jiang Chen was happy to accept it. But she was different. Even if Hu Weiwei brought up a full banquet, Jiang Chen would not even look at her. "Thank you, senior. It's delicious." Jiang Chen ignored Hu Weiwei, tasted a small dessert that Yanxi picked up, and gave a thumbs up with shining eyes. "As long as it tastes good, hee. Yanxi was happy. "Watch all this." Hu Weiwei felt uncomfortable. Jiang Chen's disregard made her feel very aggrieved. The pity and disgusted looks from other classmates made her even more shaky. "Well, if you don't want to eat it, give it to others. Don't waste it." Hu Weiwei smiled miserably and pushed the breakfast she had prepared in front of Sun Yalong and others. Then he turned around and walked away pitifully, hiding in the corner of the classroom. She didn't show such pain in her heart. It's not impossible to settle for the second best. She was at the back of the classroom, spying on Jiang Chen and several of his roommates. "I have a plan in mind. If you can't make a move with Jiang Chen for the time being, and there's no hope of defeating Yanxi, then try another angle. Jiang Chen seems to have a very good relationship with his roommates. Maybe he can find another way to attack them and get twice the result with half the effort? As long as I can get the support of his brothers, it will be much easier to get Jiang Chen back, right? But how to get their support?" Hu Weiwei thought about it and gradually came up with a solution. It seems that his roommates are all single guys who are not loved by anyone. If there is a person of the opposite sex who is nice to them, their affection for them will definitely increase. Wouldn't it be enough for me to just spend a little money to treat them to a meal and some drinks? These male college students are quite cheap and can't spend much money themselves. Hu Weiwei suddenly became confident. However, to implement this plan, she still had one thing to resolve. That is the issue of money. Treating Jiang Chen's roommates to a meal and drinks would certainly not cost much in my opinion. But now the situation has changed and I am poor. In this situation, small amounts of money become big expenses. We still have to make money quickly. At least, I can't lose to Yanxi when it comes to breakfast. It's urgent to start live streaming to make money. Hu Weiwei took a deep breath. If it really didn't work, she would have to consult her roommate. Hu Weiwei tactfully dodged, so Jiang Chen and his group no longer needed to pay attention to her, and the topic shifted from the breakfast comparison to Jiang Chen. Song Yan put on a headband and put his long hair back. With a twinkling look in his eyes, he frantically pressed his phone and joked in the dormitory group, "Lao Jiang didn't come home again last night, right? What did he do?" The senior student was right next to me, so it would definitely be inappropriate to say these words directly, but it was different in a group chat. "Song Yan, could it be? Li Bin, you mean?" Sun Yalong sent a lewd dog head emoji and said, "What else could it be? Old Jiang has taken down the school beauty Yan." However, after posting it, Sun Yalong added a sentence belatedly. But that doesn't make sense. If the two were together last night, shouldn't they have come back together? Or has Jiang Chen rented a house outside and will not live in the dormitory anymore? The cell phone kept buzzing and vibrating. After Jiang Chen finished the delicious breakfast brought by Yan Shi, he leaned comfortably on the table behind him and opened his cell phone to peek at the screen. See what good things these roommates of yours have to say that you can't talk about in person but have to say in the group. After seeing this, Jiang Chen turned the angle of his phone. Well, I really can't say it to his face. These guys are so bold that they even dare to discuss the affairs between me and Yan Shi, and they say such filthy things. Catch them, catch what? Jiang Chen said that he wanted to prove himself and refute it. It was obviously the senior who took him down first. And it's not even the final step yet. Jiang Chen looked at his phone with his mouth twitching, thinking about what to send to put an end to these guys' shameless topic. Yan Shi, who was standing aside, had completely blushed. Sitting next to him, even though Jiang Chen tried to avoid him, Yan Shi could clearly see the words displayed on Jiang Chen's phone screen. She secretly spat in her heart, thinking that Jiang Chen's friends seemed to be nothing on the surface, but why were they so mean in private? But Yan Shi did not blame them. After all, for some reason, what they said was reality. Established reality. Sooner or later, I will defeat Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen can also defeat me. Yan Shi's mind wandered to the scene that happened in the driver's seat that day. He couldn't help but feel a sore throat. He lowered his head in shame and lay on the table. Looking from behind her, the upper and lower parts of Yan Shi's neck were obviously different in color. The part above the neck was already red and warm. And the chat in the dormitory group continued. Sun Yalong at Jiang Chen, have you rented a house outside? Are you going to abandon us? Sun Yalong, that kind of thing. Don't do that. As long as you can stay in the dormitory, we can do anything. I should. Li Bin, that's not right. With Jiang Ye's current financial resources, why would he rent a house? Wouldn't it be better to just buy one? Jiang Chen looked at Li Bin's speech, felt that it was correct, and responded. Jiang Chen, yes, it's better to buy a house. With my current status, it would be too embarrassing to rent a house. And the next moment Jiang Chen pressed the send button. Bite. The system's clear and pleasant reminder sound suddenly rang out, causing Jiang Chen's mouth to lift up a long-lost arc of joy. The long-awaited player round is finally here. Jiang Chen couldn't wait to cast his eyes on the panel, where a lot of information was clearly displayed. Ding! Key information detected, triggering a new round of player turns. As a super rich man, how can you not have your own exclusive residence? Trigger player turn, super rich man's residence. 500 million housing funds have been issued, please purchase your exclusive property as soon as possible. Round time limit, 1 month. Round reward, charm plus 10, constitution plus 10, all money spent on the purchase except the purchase price will be returned, and the interest for the day will be settled immediately. How much? Jiang Chen's breathing stagnated, and an incredible look flashed in his eyes. Is he dazzled? How much is it? Jiang Chen's throat rolled as he looked at the balance panel where the numbers suddenly started to scroll wildly. An extremely shocking number is right there. Balance, 506,837,885.5 note, 500 million housing purchase funds can only be used when purchasing real estate. My balance suddenly increased by 500 million, a real 500 million. Even if this money can only be used to buy a house, it is enough to make Jiang Chen excited. The balance jumped to 9 figures in an instant, making Jiang Chen feel even more satisfied. The tangible 500 million yuan moved Jiang Chen more than the Longting building worth 5 billion yuan. The real feeling of the increase in balance cannot be compared with a simple word of ownership. Chapter 109, Auto City, Jealousy from Colleagues. Jiang Chen suppressed the joy in his heart and began to think about how to use the funds. A full 500 million. Jiang Chen grinned, feeling quite good. With such a huge amount of money, he could make the most of it no matter how he played. The teacher is here. Suddenly someone reminded him softly, and Jiang Chen came back to his senses and looked forward, watching the teacher walking up to the podium. He didn't seem to be in the mood to invest too much energy in the students. He just asked a student he had randomly selected to help take call on the students and then started talking about the PPT. The morning class gradually ended in this lazy atmosphere. However, Yan Shi was different from the other slackers around her. After figuring out she could get enough credits, she took out the prepared materials and started preparing for the IELTS test. At noon, Jiang Chen said goodbye to Yan Shi and several roommates and paced around the campus. The funds were in hand, although it took a long time, but with Jiang Chen's character he would never procrastinate, so he prepared to go out and look at real estate right away. But Jiang Chen's knowledge of real estate is obviously insufficient. In order to save time and be more efficient, it is better to find someone who knows the business to lead the way. The only person Jiang Chen could think of at this moment was Chen Jichu. The sales industry is the same. Maybe she understands this or even knows someone who works in this field. I don't know if this guy has woken up after a whole morning. Jiang Chen felt no guilt at all for his brutal behavior last night and dialed the phone without thinking. DD. And Shangyuan Auto City not long ago. Chen Jichu rushed back somewhat depressed. Although he was late, it was nothing to worry about. It was just a deduction from his base salary, which was less than 1/10 of what he had earned the day before. For now, you don't have to care about it. No, you still have to care about it. Chen Jichu puffed her lips secretly. She was not a wealthy person like Jiang Chen who had no worries about money. A few $100s were still very important to her. Jiang Chen, why didn't you wake me up? Chen Jichu had a depressed expression and sighed slowly. When she woke up in the morning, it was almost 11 o'clock and Jiang Chen was still not by her side. It was only after she asked the hotel staff that she found out what had happened. I want to be angry, but I can't express it. After all, Jiang Chen renewed his room so that he could have a good rest, and even asked someone to prepare a hot breakfast for him. Maybe Jiang Chen is a very gentle person. But I don't have time to be moved, work is more important. After breakfast, Chen Jichu hurriedly drove home to change his clothes, and then rushed back to the Auto City as quickly as possible. But as soon as he arrived at the Auto City, Chen Jichu suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong. Although she usually has a somewhat distant relationship with her colleagues due to her good performance, they rarely get together unless they are just pretending to greet each other. But this feeling today is the first time in history. All kinds of teasing, envious, mocking, slanderous looks were cast upon him, as well as various vague jokes, as if Chen Jichu had committed some heinous crime that was condemned by both humans and gods. The usual cold violence in the workplace has no effect on Chen Jichu. After working in the workplace for many years and bearing enormous pressure, she has long learned to bear and disguise. But today was different from usual. When they mentioned Jiang Chen, their words were degrading their own dignity. A male salesperson standing next to Qi Lingling glared at Chen Jichu with greedy eyes. He sneered and said, I thought she was really experienced, but she's still so coquettish after get off work. That's right. On the surface, he looks very honest, but who knows he is this kind of person in private? He really thinks he is innocent. Someone else joined in the conversation. Because of her good looks, Chen Jichu was almost the first fantasy object of every single male salesperson in Shangyuan. When Chen Jichu first joined the company, she received many invitations and treats. But she rejected them all equally. These male colleagues felt that Chen Jichu was only focused on his career and had no interest in love, so they gradually gave up. But what was the result? What did they hear? The woman who had always rejected him actually took the initiative to get into the arms of another man, and it was even possible. As a result, these people became angry instantly. How were they not as good as Jiang Chen? Because he is not as rich as Jiang Chen, not as handsome as Jiang Chen, not as young as Jiang Chen. That's right, but so what? In short, the imbalance in everyone's hearts reached its extreme. As soon as they saw Chen Jichu coming to work, they couldn't wait to vent their anger by slandering him with words. On the other hand, for some reason, the foul language uttered by the female salespeople was even more explicit than that of the men. For the male salesman, Chen Jichu still has the halo of a dream lover. Even though this halo has been shattered now, some good impressions still remain. But for the female salespeople, the situation was completely different. Chen Jichu was their enemy from the very beginning. Appearance, figure, performance, personality, there are so many things about Chen Jichu that make them jealous. Therefore, they are like crabs thrown into a pot. They would rather not escape themselves but let their companions fall into the abyss. This is an extremely cruel and ruthless female war, and it has always been like this since ancient times. Qi Lingling stared at Chen Jichu's slightly trembling legs, knowing exactly what had happened when Chen Jichu was late, and even yesterday. She frowned and said, "Oh, isn't this our beauty sales champion? What has she been doing? That Mr. Jiang doesn't seem to have any sympathy for women." Qi Lingling raised her eyebrows. I remember when we were drinking and dining with clients, someone had never been there once, and I thought it was really that pure. I never expected that someone's thank you was much stronger than us office workers. Xiao Mo, who almost completed the resignation procedures, stood on the right side of Qi Lingling and looked coldly at Chen Jichu, whom he had sought advice from many times. Echoed. Looks like you must have been screwed last night, right? So that's how you get sales. No wonder you're the top seller. I really learned a lot. Xiao Mo is of average appearance, and can only be described as cute, but she is far from being sexy and attractive. She is good at hooking up with poor men with her high-resolution beauty filter, but she has no advantage at all in the world of sales. It's the level where you want to seduce the customer, but the other party may not be willing to do so. Therefore, she was even more jealous of Chen Jichu. There are obviously many colleagues who, like Xiao Mo, have long been resentful of Chen Jichu. Now that they had the evidence, they all attacked him in unison. That's right. It looks like this has been messed up, right? But being able to earn so much at once, our Chen Shaguan must be very happy. Really? You have no shame. Chapter 110. Don't worry about anything, because you are mine. I don't know what you're thinking. Mr. Jiang is young and rich, and he spends a lot of money. His girlfriends alone can fill up an MPV. As for you, a salesperson, it's probably difficult for you to get promoted. It's not difficult, it's just that there is no possibility at all. How could a rich kid like a salesman? He's just playing around at best. What everyone said was quite harsh, but it was not difficult to guess what they meant by looking at the jealous and hateful looks in their eyes. If there is a chance to replace the person who has been played badly with themselves, 9 out of 10 people here will raise their hands. It's just to thank the customers. If they could get that much money at once, they would be willing to do so. And of course, they don't have that opportunity. He could only speak ill of Chen Jichu, the only one who got this opportunity. Well, Chen Jichu listened to so much slander and felt so sad that he could not express it in words. He could only pretend that he didn't notice it as much as possible and distance himself from everyone. We are all women, how can you say such excessive things? Chen Jichu wanted to question everyone, but when the words came to his lips, all that came out was a long sigh. Do they really think that's what they want? Chen Jichu defended himself in his heart. She really didn't want this to happen, but in order to earn enough money as quickly as possible, she had no choice but to give it her all. If you are not short of money, who would be a salesperson? If life is not really hard, who would be willing to work with a group of jealous demons? A hint of determination flashed across Chen Jichu's eyes as he swept coldly across the faces of Qi Lingling and the others. The few people who were watching it felt uncomfortable and looked away before it finally stopped. Chen Jichu already had a plan in mind. The sales industry in Shengyuan Auto City were not places where he could stay for long. Once I make enough money, I will definitely leave here. And that day won't be far away. Chen Jichu secretly calculated that if it was a big order like the one Jiang Chen bought a car for, as long as he got one more, he wouldn't have to waste his life here and humiliate his dignity. After all, the disguised appearance is not his true nature, and Chen Jichu cannot admit who he is now. If she could leave this place and this kind of life, she would probably find a job that suits her better, right? At this moment, Chen Jichu's cell phone suddenly rang. She picked it up hurriedly. Seeing Jiang Chen's name on the caller ID, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. I began to look forward to the content of the next conversation. Is he going to care about me? I don't want to be cared about. I'm Jiang Chen? How was your rest? Are you feeling better? Better, much better. Chen Jichu replied in a low voice. Well, I'm glad you're okay. I need your help with something. Please listen. The person on the other end of the phone continued talking. Chen Jichu was even happier because of this. Jiang Chen needed his help? What did he help him with? Was it to buy a car? Maybe your difficulties can be solved today. Thinking of this, she suppressed her excitement and responded in a very professional manner. Okay, you talk, I'm listening. As he listened, Chen Jichu's eyes gradually became dull, and even his reactions slowed down by a beat. It was not until Jiang Chen asked and reminded her that she came to her senses. I understand, Mr. Jiang. I can help with this matter. In fact, I also work part-time in a real estate company. You just happened to find the right person. Chen Jichu replied hastily, a little nervously, and had the urge to pinch his thigh to make sure whether he was hallucinating. What did she just hear? Mr. Jiang is going to buy a house. And maybe I'll buy more. Chen Jichu was greatly shocked by what this sentence meant. Did Jiang Chen have to go shopping for a house just like he did for a car? Buy 6 sets at once? Oh my god, the housing prices in Zhengzhou City are not low. An ordinary house costs at least 2 million. Could it be possible that Jiang Chen can pay more than 10 million to buy a house? Thinking of this, Chen Jichu couldn't help but laugh softly. How is that possible? I'm just overthinking it. But she was still happy, because even if Jiang Chen only bought one house, the commission she got would be enough to solve her mother's medical expenses. Jiang Chen wants to save me from suffering, but am I worthy of it? All kinds of extremely complicated thoughts began to appear in Chen Jichu's mind again. Sweet, sour. That's perfect. Where are you? I'll drive over to pick you up. Jiang Chen also found it very interesting. This girl Chen Jichu also works part-time in real estate. Is she so hard-working? However, Jiang Chen did not think about it too much. He was in a hurry to spend money, so he did not ask any more questions and directly prepared to ask Chen Jichu to take him to see the house. I'm already in Shangyuan Auto City, but how about? Chen Jichu had a complicated expression and was ready to think of a more suitable place to tell Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen interrupted directly. In a very confident tone, he said, "Are you afraid of what others might say? You are already my woman, why should you care about what others think? Do you think what I said that day was a joke? I said, as long as you want, you can be my girlfriend. I'm not the kind of person who takes advantage of others and then doesn't take responsibility." Jiang Chen heard the hesitation and stubbornness in Chen Jichu's tone and had a vague guess. Chen Jichu's situation might be more complicated than he thought. And a person like this doesn't seem like someone who would give herself away so easily. So, what is she doing this for? You'll know later. Jiang Chen gave Chen Jichu a verbal promise and hung up the phone. The phone rang with a busy tone. Jiang Chen's swift and decisive actions made Chen Jichu feel even more complicated. I just wanted to make money in the beginning, so why did the relationship between us become complicated? Can I really have this dream situation? Chen Jichu's eyes flashed with sadness. Did he like Jiang Chen? He did. She may never forget this man in her life. Handsome, rich, strong. But Jiang Chen's rank is too high, there will always be women around him, no matter what, he is a scumbag. Even if I stay by his side, how long can I stay? After getting tired of it, you will still be abandoned. Some pessimistic fantasies gradually faded away, and Chen Jichu's thoughts returned to reality. Thinking about the current situation. If these people saw me again, I don't know what they would say to me. Chen Jichu felt a mixture of anticipation and fear, and felt a little at a loss as to what to do for a moment. At this moment, she is at the center of controversy in Auto City, and Jiang Chen's arrival is likely to add fuel to the fire. What would these people think of me? They would definitely curse me even more. Just at this moment, a few more sarcastic voices reached Chen Jichu's ears. This made Chen Jichu's expression instantly turn cold. Hey, you're smiling so happily after answering the phone call. Is this another business? Qi Lingling emphasized the word business, obviously meaning something else. As soon as Chen Jichu heard this, his mood suddenly changed and he was no longer worried. Instead, she hoped that Jiang Chen would come quickly and take me away in front of everyone. Slap these people in the face. Let them swallow back all the dirty words that just came out of their mouths, and let them know that they are different from them. I had no choice but to do it, and you guys just degraded yourself. I admit my uncleanness, and I hope you'd better recognize it as well. People who are both in power and indecisive are the most annoying. Chen Jichu sneered, not bothering to pay attention to Qi Lingling, and walked towards the gate on the side of the parking lot. Soon someone will come to pick me up and take me away from this disgusting place. What's going on? Are there guests coming? Let's go and see. Qi Lingling and her colleagues looked at each other, then followed. If you are a customer, grab the opportunity if you can. As long as it hasn't come to the stage of signing a contract, everyone will rely on their own abilities. Chen Jichu is obviously not in good shape today. If a rich man comes, maybe it will be my lucky day. Qi Lingling chased after Chen Jichu. The sinister expression turned ugly when he saw a familiar car. Is it Jiang Chen who is here? Chapter 111, arrogant at first but respectful later, it's hilarious. After parking the car, Jiang Chen ignored the flattery of the male and female salesmen around him and went straight towards Chen Jichu. Qi Lingling's steps suddenly paused, her eyes full of hesitation. Could it be that Jiang Chen came to find Chen Jichu? Just now, Chen Jichu was talking to someone on the phone with a smile on his face. Could it be Jiang Chen? Could it be that this rich man is going to visit Chen Jichu again? The anxiety that her money was about to be taken away by others was urging Qi Lingling to act as soon as possible. At this moment, she suddenly realized another possibility. There was not only Chen Jichu standing in the direction where she was. There were 5 or 6 people, including herself. Maybe Jiang Chen was not here to find Chen Jichu, but to find himself. Qi Lingling became excited and continued to take steps, actually jogging past Chen Jichu to greet Jiang Chen. Yes, she was almost certain that Jiang Chen came here just to find her. Why are you so confident? I spent so much time fawning over Jiang Chen's girlfriend that day, it wasn't in vain. Qi Lingling's eyes were full of confidence and complacency. She turned her head slightly and glanced at Chen Jichu with contempt out of the corner of her eye. Jiang Chen's girlfriend is a good person. It didn't take long for her to introduce her boyfriend to me to increase my sales. And with Jiang Chen's financial resources, maybe he could get a huge share today. Replace Chen Jichu and become the new sales champion. Thinking of this, Qi Lingling was overjoyed, and suddenly felt that all the previous unhappiness was dissipated at this moment. Of course, I can't get carried away for the time being. When facing Jiang Chen, I have to show my best service attitude. After calming down the joy in her heart, Qi Lingling smiled flatteringly and bowed deeply in front of Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, welcome to visit us again. But what Qi Lingling didn't expect was that Jiang Chen didn't stop for even a second because of her greeting. The moment she bent down, Jiang Chen had already passed her and continued to move forward. She seemed like a living idiot, bowing to the air. Qi Lingling's face instantly turned red with shame, and what made her even more uncomfortable was yet to come. While Qi Lingling was confused about the situation and was still wondering if Jiang Chen's girlfriend hadn't told her boyfriend what she looked like, which led to her not recognizing him, and so on, Jiang Chen walked in front of Chen Jichu. And in the midst of everyone's confused and jealous gazes, he gently held Chen Jichu in his arms. Ah! Chen Jichu was thrown into confusion by Jiang Chen's sudden action, his face flushed, and for a moment he didn't even know where to put his hands. Seeing this scene, Qi Lingling and the other female salespeople looked disheartened. The male salesmen who were staring at Chen Jichu also felt very uncomfortable. But, looking at Jiang Chen's appearance, temperament, and the car he drove, they could not compare with him. Just watch with peace of mind. Besides, business is the most important thing. Who cares what his relationship with Chen Jichu is? Let's go over and take a look. Chen Jichu eats meat, so what if they can also drink some soup? After a moment of disappointment, some of the male and female salesmen came to understand and quickly smiled again and surrounded them. He wished he could show Jiang Chen all the good looks he would have in his life. The flattery is so excessive that it is difficult to describe in words. Mr. Jiang, do you have any other needs? Shangyuan Auto City is happy to serve you. We now have a free car maintenance service, specially for high-level guests like you. Some even began to pose in coquettish ways, hinting at something, and consciously tried to imitate Chen Jichu, using their bodies to please Jiang Chen. Boss Jiang, I know a very good private hot spring resort. Mr. Jiang, could you please have a meal with me? Just like they gathered around Hu Weiwei before, a group of people gathered around Jiang Chen eagerly like butterflies and bees attracted by nectar. They wanted to use every trick in the book just to make Jiang Chen look at them more. The other guests around were suddenly left out and were confused. Why were they guests and I wasn't he? Their expressions were not very pleasant, and many people turned around and left. There is more than one car city in Jiangzhou, Shangyuan. However, the salesmen's enthusiasm, which was so great that they were almost abandoning their professional ethics and didn't even want to work anymore, was of no use to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen just laughed off all their behaviors or simply ignored them. Jiang Chen had already learned from Chen Jichu about the treatment Hu Weiwei received when she pretended to be his girlfriend that day. How was it different from what he was receiving now? It was all just false pretenses for the sake of performance, and if Chen Jichu hadn't been looked down upon by them, Jiang Chen would have been somewhat perfunctory towards these people. But, who told you to mess with our Jichu? Jiang Chen sneered secretly, completely ignoring everyone around him, with only Chen Jichu in his eyes. We arrived on time, so now it's time to leave for the next stop. Jiang Chen tilted his head and motioned Chen Jichu to follow him. Chen Jichu breathed rapidly, nodded, and followed Jiang Chen happily. The salesman, led by Qi Lingling, felt their hearts bleed when they saw that Jiang Chen ignored them. Who would be willing to sit back and watch the god of wealth come to them and then leave like that? Of course, I have to work harder, even if it means sacrificing my reputation. Jiang Chen's side is like a seamless egg, they can't get in, so they can only start from Chen Jichu. Maybe it would be better, after all, at least they are still colleagues. There is some friendship there, right? Jichu, can you introduce me to some business later? Sister, if you're busy later, let me take over Mr. Zhang's cars. I guarantee that everything will be handled safely. Sister Chen, I have a channel here and can run a private power station. If Mr. Zhang needs it, I can give you a 40% discount. The flattery surrounding Jiang Chen instantly shifted to Chen Jichu. Although most of the content of the words were still related to Jiang Chen, Chen Jichu felt inexplicably comfortable in his heart to be treated like this by this group of ungrateful colleagues in the past. Just as she expected, as soon as Jiang Chen arrived, these people's faces would change immediately. All the dirty words uttered before will turn into slaps on their faces and then be forced back into their mouths. With Jiang Chen as her backer, Chen Jichu naturally didn't need to maintain a kind smile all the time like before. At this moment, her expression was actually somewhat similar to Jiang Chen's. Both of them were careless and full of hatred. These people blocking the road were really annoying, so Chen Jichu's eyes suddenly turned cold and he looked at Qi Lingling. Then he said calmly, "You guessed right, I am indeed here for business. Please don't block us from doing our work, okay?" Chen Jichu's words were still gentle, but they didn't sound right to Qi Lingling and the others. These words were like tearing off Qi Lingling's face and sprinkling salt on it in front of everyone. After all, she had just used the word business to insult Chen Jichu. But at this moment, Qi Lingling couldn't even explode, so she could only smile awkwardly and pretend to be mute. Chapter 112 The Benefits of Having a Backer. Chen Jichu was convinced. Jiang Chen is right next to him. Although he doesn't think Chen Jichu is that important to Jiang Chen, what if? What if Chen Jichu really has extraordinary abilities and now has a special relationship with Jiang Chen? If I said something wrong at this moment, wouldn't it completely cut off the possibility of cooperating with Jiang Chen, and even make Jiang Chen no longer come to Shangyuan to spend money? In the end, it would cause me to lose my job. Qi Lingling thought about the pros and cons of the matter, and no matter how angry she was, she didn't dare to show it. She just smiled apologetically at Jiang Chen and Chen Jichu. "I'm sorry, it's our fault." Afterwards, he led the others to make way for Jiang Chen and Chen Jichu. Now they realized that they were too excited just now, which is a big taboo. Excessive enthusiasm, like indifference, will arouse guests' disgust. Seeing this, Chen Jichu sneered in his heart, "Look at how it was like just now and how it is now. It's really ridiculous to be arrogant at first and respectful later. She has no close friends here. She has worked so hard for so long, but how could she have been treated like this?" Of course, while Chen Jichu was delighted, he did not forget the person who caused such changes in these people. It's Jiang Chen. If only I could always rely on him, then I wouldn't have to be so tired. Chen Jichu admitted that he was almost conquered by Jiang Chen. But after all, there is still a little bit to go. Chen Jichu's eyes flashed with sadness. She knew that Jiang Chen had at least 2 more women, and their existence would make it difficult for Chen Jichu to convince herself to pursue Jiang Chen with her current identity. Looking at the 2 people's backs as they left, Qi Lingling was still unwilling to give up. Then he suddenly asked, "Sister Jichu, what are you doing? If it's related to cars, Shangyuan should be the one with the most comprehensive services in Jiangzhou. Going to other places may not be a particularly pleasant experience." Qi Lingling still wanted to keep Jiang Chen, and she still had a glimmer of hope in her heart, and that was the relationship with Hu Weiwei. Perhaps, he could try to keep Jiang Chen and Chen Jichu here, and then inform his legal girlfriend Hu Weiwei? In this way, not only can his own goal be achieved, but he can also take advantage of the situation to make Chen Jichu get the price he deserves. The colleagues around her probably guessed Qi Lingling's thoughts, and their eyes became expectant. But Jiang Chen still ignored it after hearing it, and just let Chen Jichu speak for him. "Oh, don't bother with that. Mr. Jiang just wants to buy a few properties, that's all." Chen Jichu's voice faded away, and when the people who were frightened by these words came to their senses, the Yue had already driven out of their sight. All that was left was a group of salespeople with dull expressions mumbling to themselves. "I'm not hallucinating, am I? Real estate? Several properties. This must be fake. Is Chen Jichu just talking nonsense to pretend?" Xiao Mo didn't want to believe it and screamed. But Qi Lingling shook her head. Even though she was reluctant to believe it, but Mr. Jiang is standing next to her. You can doubt Chen Jichu, but what about Mr. Jiang? Can you still doubt Mr. John's financial resources? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. No one understood Jiang Chen's financial resources better than those who watched him shopping in the sports car area. Sitting in the passenger seat, the moment Chen Jichu fastened his seatbelt, the tip of his nose moved slightly. A very pleasant fragrance inadvertently floated in front of her, and Chen Jichu judged very keenly that the fragrance came from a girl. A young, beautiful, and charming girl. And she actually knew the identity of this person. It was Yan Shi. Does that girl know that I'm with Jiang Chen right now? Chen Jichu strangely hid the feelings of betrayal and immorality that should have appeared in Jiang Chen's heart into his own heart. And for that, I was in a trance. Jiang Chen noticed Chen Jichu's strange behavior, but didn't know why, so he went straight to the point. I know nothing about real estate. I'll leave it all to you. Where are we going next? Wait a minute, I'll call and ask. Chen Jichu came back to his senses, smiled shyly and said, I'm just a part-time worker, I can't take you to see the house directly, I have to notify the leader first. It's okay. I'm not in a hurry. Jiang Chen concentrated on driving, listening to the conversation between Chen Jichu and a middle-aged man. After the two chatted for less than a minute, Chen Jichu hung up the phone and said with an unnatural expression, No problem, I'll help you with navigation, just go here. It was noon and the sun was shining brightly. Jiang Chen's U8 and a black Audi A4 drove into a parking lot one after another. A tall, middle-aged, bald man got out of the car with a briefcase. When he saw the giant beast in the car next to him that almost completely covered his car in shadow, he was stunned. Uncle Lu, here. It was only when Chen Jichu got out of the car and greeted him that he came to his senses. Oh, this is Mr. Jiang, right? The bald middle-aged man took out a tissue to wipe the sweat from his hands, then respectfully extended his hand to Jiang Chen, who was standing next to Chen Jichu. He introduced himself, Mr. Jiang, I'm Lu Jiangwen from Jiutian Real Estate. You can just call me Xiao Lu. This is my business card. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen spoke briefly and to the point. After shaking hands, he took the business card with some surprise and looked at the man with a strange expression. This guy looks to be in his 40s. He wants me to call him Xiao Lu? He is really dedicated and quite interesting. What kind of industry do you want to see, Mr. Jiang? Residential? Commercial? Factory? Look here. This is a high-end residential area under our group. We have invited a master to arrange the feng shui layout. The price per square meter starts at 13,000, and of course there is room for negotiation. After Lu Jiangwen asked, he saw that Jiang Chen seemed to be thinking about something, so he led Jiang Chen to look at it. A good salesperson does not necessarily have to sell what the customer wants. There is a lot of room for maneuver here, and Lu Jiangwen's habit is to make customers feel what they need through his own abilities and rhetoric. Jiang Chen was actually wondering whether the system would impose restrictions on the use of funds, just like when buying a car. For example, properties below 1 million will not be considered to meet the round requirements because they are too cheap? Jiang Chen decided to give it a try. After all, apart from the 500 million yuan for buying a house, he still had more than 6 million yuan in his hands. He touched his chin and asked, Is there anything worth between 500,000 and 800,000? Upon hearing this, Lu Jiangwen's expression immediately froze. Became a little cold and uncomfortable. The corners of Lu Jiangwen's mouth twitched and his eyes gradually became unfriendly. Chen Jichu said such an exaggeration, he thought he was a rich man. Turns out, he was just an average guy. Why are you pretending? Over 500,000. A big deal that interrupted my nap in the middle of the day and asked me to come here. It's over 500,000. Lu Jiangwen's gaze towards Jiang Chen began to be ironic. Chapter 113, Just bring me to see this cheap stuff? Lu Jiangwen looked at Chen Jichu with a frown on his face. The fact that he can afford an Audi in his middle age and still works in this field shows that Lu Jiangwen is quite good in the sales industry. In the past few years, most of the orders he has personally taken over are large orders. Small orders worth less than 1 million yuan are only handled by subordinates like Chen Jichu. What happened today? My goodness, he was woken up from his sweet dream in the middle of the day. He said something nice, but the result was that he only needed to buy a house for a mere 500,000 yuan. 500,000, he wouldn't get much commission, to be honest, he didn't want to keep going. But Lu Jiangwen was still feeling irritable and didn't want to just leave with a sour face. He even felt that Jiang Chen might not even be able to take out more than 500,000 yuan. This was Chuanchuan's trick to deceive Chen Jichu. Then he can't just sit back and watch. After glaring at Chen Jichu, he continued to face Jiang Chen and said, "Young man, I advise you that if you want to spend money to have fun, you should go to the Auto City. With 500,000 to 800,000 yuan, you can buy a nice car, but a house, you can't buy anything good with this amount of money in Jiangzhou." Jiang Chen smiled helplessly. The speed at which these salesmen changed their expressions was really fast. "You were calling him Mr. Jiang just now, but now you're calling him a young man again? I guess these people will only have this kind of vision for the rest of their lives." Jiang Chen didn't take Lu Jiangwen's slight hostility seriously, raised his eyebrows and said, "It's okay, Xiao Lu, just look for it, I may or may not buy it." Xiao Lu. Veins suddenly popped up on the middle-aged man's bald forehead. "What is Xiao Lu? Is that what you call him? It would be fine if you were a really big boss calling me that, but you were just a poor middle-class person who can only afford more than 500,000 yuan to buy a house, and you still call me Xiao Lu? This young man is really not likable enough." Lu Jiangwen's rejection of Jiang Chen became stronger and stronger, but when he saw Chen Jichu's determined eyes, he did not show it again. He just turned his head and sighed, "Forget it, come with me." Although it is a luxury community, there are indeed cheaper places. The three of them came to the commercial facilities in the community and took the elevator all the way to the 16th floor. Then I saw a place called Loft, which sounds quite trendy, but it is actually a house type that was renovated after opening up abandoned space. 76 square meters, commercial water and electricity, 2 floors, free decoration, 690,000. Lu Jiangwen didn't bother to introduce it and just spoke casually. "This is the cheapest room type here." After saying that, he looked at Jiang Chen. At this moment, Chen Jichu's sight was actually fixed on Jiang Chen, and she was quite curious. With Jiang Chen's financial resources, buying a house would at least start at $1 million, right? After all, cars cost several million, and a house that was too cheap would not be suitable for Jiang Chen's wealth. Why would someone as wealthy as Jiang Chen immediately go for a cheap house worth hundreds of thousands of yuan? This kind of house would usually only be considered by outsiders like her who come to Jiangzhou to work hard and have limited money. A house that I would consider? When she thought of this, Chen Jichu's eyes suddenly flashed with a complex light, and an idea that made her a little unbelievable suddenly appeared in her mind. Jiang Chen knows that I'm in a difficult situation, so he wants to buy a house for me, right? But how is that possible? Between us, we are just. Chen Jichu raised his hand to hold down his pounding heart, and his eyes became moist as he looked at Jiang Chen. "Xiao Lu, how do I pay?" Jiang Chen smiled, snapped his fingers, flipped his right hand, and took out an ordinary-looking bank card. "Did you bring your POS machine?" "Yes, I have it." Lu Jiangwen took out the POS machine from his bag and looked at Jiang Chen with some confusion. Could he really afford it? In an atmosphere of suspicion, Lu Jiangwen handed the POS machine to Jiang Chen, waiting for Jiang Chen to swipe the card to pay. Although a house worth more than 600,000 yuan is considered the lowest level in Jiangzhou, it is still hundreds of thousands of yuan after all. How can anyone spend money on it for fun? Lu Jiangwen didn't see any distress on Jiang Chen's face, as if 600,000 was just a drop in the bucket for him. But he looks like just a young man. I don't believe it. But the POS machine that Jiang Chen got back after entering the password, as well as the deposit text message from the company account in his hand, all proved one thing. He underestimated Jiang Chen, but he could actually take it out. But Lu Jiangwen still wanted to be tough. Since he had already given her a cold face, he might as well be completely cold. If I don't do this, wouldn't I look like a clown? Thinking of this, he said, "Okay, got it. Next, we can go sign the contract. Once the contract is signed, the house will be yours." At the same time, I was thinking in my heart that the contract should be signed first and then the payment should be made. This young man really doesn't understand anything. But Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said, "No hurry, continue to look at other houses." "Who told you that I only buy one?" In the brief moment after making the payment, Jiang Chen did not receive any feedback from the system, and the money was deducted from the balance. Jiang Chen was also unable to tell whether the money he spent belonged to the more than 6 million or the 500 million. Since it was too troublesome to make a temporary transfer, he decided to use the spare change he had on hand to buy real estate. On the one hand, you can try out how much money is required to be considered a super luxury property recognized by the system, and on the other hand, you can increase interest output. On the other hand, the system will return your other consumption besides the 500 million yuan, which means that the more than 6 million yuan will still come back, so why bother calculating so carefully? Start throwing money. Not just one set for sale. Lu Jiangwen was horrified, and his horse face suddenly turned into a smiling face. Buying houses in bulk, why didn't you tell me earlier? Why did he treat the customers so coldly? Lu Jiangwen did some calculations in his mind. A house worth 5 or 600,000 yuan was indeed not worth interrupting his nap, but 2 houses were a different matter. The cheapest house in this community is 690,000 yuan, and 2 houses are 138,000 yuan. The commission he can get is not small. Even if Chen Jichu gets the biggest share, it is still considerable. Jiang Chen is still worthy of my service with a smile. Boss Jiang, there was a misunderstanding just now. I was a little sleepy. I'm so sorry. I promise I won't do it again. Lu Jiangwen smiled awkwardly and came forward to shake hands with Jiang Chen again. But this time Jiang Chen was too lazy to play with him. Removing his hand, Jiang Chen said calmly, "No need to shake hands, just continue looking at houses." Okay. Lu Jiangwen's expression remained unchanged as he responded repeatedly, saying, "There just so happens to be another room of this type upstairs. Mr. Jiang, please follow me." But Jiang Chen rejected him. He frowned and said, "This kind of house is too cheap. Jichu said you are the top salesperson in Zhoutian, but you took me to see this kind of cheap stuff?" Chapter 114, No Upper Limit on Budget, Buying a House? An easy thing to do? Lu Jiangwen's eyes were wide open, his heart was in turmoil but he couldn't say anything. Didn't you want to see a house in this price range? Lu Jiangwen held back his words and changed the subject while apologizing and asking, "It's my fault, it's all my fault. May I ask what Mr. Zhang's budget is, and what price range of houses do you want to look at?" Jiang Chen curled his lips and said, "The next one will cost about 1 million. Understood. Lu Jiangwen took out a tissue and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Not long after, the same conversation was almost repeated, and Lu Jiangwen was bullied again. But facing Jiang Chen's subsequent words, he still forced himself to smile. The third house will cost around 3 million. Lu Jiangwen felt strange. He still wanted to buy it? 2 houses, 2 million, a total of more than 150 square meters, isn't that enough for you to live in? Is he just trying to fool everyone, or does he really have the ability? Lu Jiangwen wiped his sweat and expressed his skepticism. Chen Jichu was also feeling quite strange. If Jiang Chen bought another house, the commission he would get would be enough to relieve him and allow him to welcome a new life. But somehow, she couldn't feel happy. Following her original idea, Jiang Chen might have bought the house as a gift to someone else. Putting herself aside, Jiang Chen's official girlfriends should all have one, right? But, in this case, shouldn't the purpose be to prevent any conflicts in the harem and buy people at similar prices fairly? Why are the houses Jiang Chen bought becoming more and more expensive? Or, in fact, in Jiang Chen's mind, girlfriends are also divided into different levels of importance? More important ones get better houses, and unimportant ones get cheaper ones? He is indeed a scumbag. Chen Jichu sighed in her heart, but she felt better this way. If Jiang Chen was a decent man, I would not have the chance to be with him. After acquiring the property for about 3.2 million yuan, Lu Jiangwen was verbally bullied by Jiang Chen again, but this time he did not feel uncomfortable at all. What a joke! Jiang Chen's behavior was simply paying money to scold him, how could he refuse? The more the better. The more the better. But, there must be a limit, right? Then Lu Jiangwen took the POS machine sluggishly and heard Jiang Chen say, "There is no rush for the contract, we will sign it later." Now it's time to look at the fourth property. The budget is 5 million. Please help me choose. Lu Jiangwen Chen Jichu? More than an hour later. Jiang Chen, the fifth set, budget is 10 million, just watch it, I'm tired. Lu Jiangwen Chen Jichu? After paying another 11.2 million to acquire the 270 square meter CBD central luxury house not far from Longting building, Jiang Chen touched his chin helplessly. After 5 attempts, he found that as long as it was a property, even if it did not meet the system's criteria for luxury homes, he could use the funds to buy the house. But no matter what, Jiang Chen has to complete the task. If we continue to buy cheap goods here and there like this, what will happen if we spend all the 500 million and still haven't completed this round? Jiang Chen has not experienced any failure in a round so far, and he doesn't want to fail either. For a moment, money was not a problem. Instead, how expensive a house was considered a luxury home became a problem that Jiang Chen urgently needed to solve. When Jiang Chen fell into deep thought, Chen Jichu and Lu Jiangwen were already numb. Chen Jichu had seen Jiang Chen spend money before. He had spent more than 6 million in just over an hour. Today, it seemed like he had spent more than 20 million in more than 4 hours. Although he was shocked, he actually felt it was not bad. After all, he had long known that Jiang Chen's net worth was unfathomable. On the other hand, his view of money was somewhat hurt by Jiang Chen's carefree way of spending money like drinking water. As long as she stopped thinking about how much money more than 20 million yuan is, she wouldn't be too shocked. But Lu Jiangwen had never seen such a scene of lavish spending. After Jiang Chen paid 11.2 million, he was completely shocked. He really wanted to snatch the card from Jiang Chen. He wanted to see what was in Jiang Chen's bank account, Happy Beans or Tiandi Bank. Oh my god. 5 houses, totaling more than 20 million. Did I hallucinate after eating mushrooms today? How could I have such a fantasy? For a person, buying a house is like going to the vegetable market. And you want to buy everything you see in the vegetable market. Today, this person looked at 5 houses and bought all of them. Lu Jiangwen's face turned red and his expression was quite exaggerated. The look he gave Chen Jichu was full of a sense of relief that came from submission, and he seemed to be saying, "Xiao Chen, I am convinced. You really brought me a rich man today." Lu Jiangwen stopped complaining completely. Both on his face and in his heart, he had reached a state of unity. The Mr. Jiang in front of me is really powerful. Not to mention calling myself Xiao Lu, even if you call me a good grandson, I would recognize him. Lu Jiangwen fell silent and stopped selling. He just waited for Jiang Chen to finish thinking. By looking at Jiang Chen's expression, he could roughly guess it. It seems that this wealthy man is still not satisfied, he is still preparing to buy a property of even greater value. Lu Jiangwen suppressed his rapid breathing and secretly calculated those industries that were ranked at the top in the entire Jiangzhou. Prepare to find a good opportunity and recommend it to Jiang Chen. Well. Jiang Chen sighed, feeling helpless. It seems that houses and cars are not quite the same. In the eyes of the system, cars worth more than 1 million are considered luxury cars, but houses worth around tens of millions seem to be just ordinary large flats, which are not what the system thinks are suitable for the rich. It seems that the only thing to look for next is the villa, but the villa. Jiang Chen frowned. According to his impression, most of the villas in Jiangzhou were in the suburbs, and the prices were mostly not as high as the large flat he had just bought. However, the source of this information is a short video that Jiang Chen once watched, so it may not be credible. After all, some luxurious enjoyments will never be easily displayed to ordinary people. You still have to consult the professionals in front of you. Jiang Chen didn't plan to try them one by one according to the progressive price. He said directly, "It's still not enough, the 6th set. Is there any property in Jiangzhou that can be considered a luxury house?" Lu Jiangwen's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he thought to himself that it was just as he expected. Then he smiled and listed all the reasons to Jiang Chen. "I knew that a house worth tens of millions of dollars is not worthy of your status. There are indeed more expensive houses. At this price point, there will be no more shop front offices, unless you buy a building. But, Mr. Jiang, your needs should still be in terms of housing." Lu Jiangwen swallowed his saliva and asked tentatively, "Excuse me, Mr. Jiang, what is your budget?" Jiang Chen thought about it for a while. He was low-key enough, so it was okay for him to show off from time to time. Then he said, "There is no upper limit." Chapter 115 Jiangzhou City's top luxury residence, Tinglong Courtyard. Jiang Chen's current liquid funds are definitely not unlimited, but 500 million to buy a luxury house, this funding budget is equivalent to unlimited. Lu Jiangwen took a breath and then said in a deep voice, "I understand, President Jiang. For you, the only place that can be considered a luxury house is that place. If that place still does not meet your needs, then you can only move to another city." Tinglong No. 1 Courtyard. Lu Jiangwen's hands hanging by his side were trembling slightly, and his gaze towards Chen Jichu changed from gentle to cold. Tinglong No. 1 Courtyard, if Jiang Chen can buy this house, then he can retire completely with the help of the commission, but this has a prerequisite. Tinglong No. 1 Courtyard? The name sounds interesting. Let's go. Jiang Chen shrugged and interrupted Lu Jiangwen's thoughts. Afterwards, the three of them drove towards Tinglong No. 1 Courtyard. In the center of Jiangzhou City, in addition to the bustling commercial district, there is also the largest man-made park in the entire city. Lakes, bamboo groves, forests, small buildings, everything that seems like it shouldn't be in the city center is available here. However, this park, which covers a huge area and has an extremely rich natural environment, has about 3/5 of its area strictly blocked off and not open to the public. At this moment, Jiang Chen, under the leadership of Lu Jiangwen, entered the 3/5 that were not open to the public. The most luxurious, secure and infrastructurally sound high-end residential area in the entire Jiangzhou city, with the safest and most luxurious decoration. Tenglong Manor, which only has 5 courtyards. These 5 courtyards are arranged in order of number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, with decreasing value. The target of Jiang Chen and his 2 companions is the only one among them that has not been sold or rented out. Tenglong number 1 courtyard. As you approach this area, you will be greeted by fresh air that is rarely seen in the city. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth gradually curled up. Even if this kind of place was still not recognized as a super-rich residence by the system, it was still worth buying. Wouldn't it be nice to come here and rest and spend a vacation when you have free time? Moreover, the security here is quite good. As long as I live here, that annoying guy Hu Weiwei will probably never be able to get close to me again. Not bad, indeed. Before seeing the courtyard's true appearance, Jiang Chen had already planned to buy it. After driving past an artificial lake, we saw a huge stone building with a retro feel on the lakeside. It is the main body of Tenglong number 1 courtyard. There are 3 floors with a living area of more than 2,300 square meters. It has its own garden, swimming pool, back hill, fountain, and even a helicopter landing pad. Whether in terms of area, function or luxury, this place is extremely remarkable. Under the control of the butler, the gate slowly opened and 2 cars drove in. After parking the car, Lu Jiangwen took Jiang Chen to see the house while telling him the story. Tenglong Manor only has 5 properties, and 4 of them have been sold. All of them are occupied by the top figures in Jiangzhou City. Either they have a rich family background and have received favors from their ancestors, or they are extremely powerful and wealthy. Mr. Jiang, you have also noticed that there are 2 other courtyards of inferior quality not far to the left and right of courtyard number 1. The people living there are certainly not ordinary people. The one living in courtyard number 2 is Song Yushu, the president of Jiangzhou Baihui Industry, and the one living in courtyard number 3 is Wang, the son of the CEO of Jingzhou Venture Capital. But even those who are as powerful as these people are reluctant to buy courtyard number 1. Lu Jiangwen opened his arms in admiration and looked around. The feng shui here is unique. Anyone who lives here comes here to attract wealth and prosper their family. And the most unique place for this good feng shui is right under our feet. Tenglong number 1 is twice as valuable as number 2 courtyard. Lu Jiangwen almost praised the house to the utmost, and Jiang Chen became more and more helpless as he listened. Let us talk about the key points. So how much? Jiang Chen liked this place very much, so he bought it directly because the price was right. He still didn't believe it. Could it be that this place did not meet the requirements of the system? 500 million. Do you really want to buy it? This is just the price tag. The actual price is easy to tell. Lu Jiangwen was stunned for a moment, and then he became even more energetic. No problem, Mr. Jiang really bought it. Get rich. 500 million was the marked price, but the actual selling price was only over 460 million. Jiang Chen looked at his balance and it seemed like he had more than he could spend, so he took out the remaining money and bought 2 more houses to increase the interest limit. Then, we started preparing for the signing of the contract and the final payment. Well, Xiaochun, why don't you go get Mr. Jiang a glass of water? He's been running around all day, and he must be thirsty. After waiting for a while, all the contracts were prepared, and Jiang Chen entered the lobby on the first floor of courtyard number 1, ready to sign the contract on the spot. But before signing the contract, Lu Jiangwen smiled and sent Chen Zhichu away. At this point, Chen Zhichu was completely confused and looked like a fool. He turned around and left without thinking. Seeing Chen Zhichu leave, Lu Jiangwen took out all the contract materials with satisfaction and handed them to Jiang Chen. However, in the cool air of the hall, Lu Jiangwen was sweating profusely. There are a total of 8 contracts, 7 of which have Chen Zhichu's name on them. After all, no matter what, it was she who recruited Jiang Chen. But there was one name that Lu Jiangwen filled in against his will. That is the contract belonging to Tamrin number 1. More than 400 million. If I am responsible for writing, then I can directly get a commission of more than 3 million. With this money, I can retire directly. And if it were Chen Zhichu, he would only be able to take some bonus, although it would be several 100,000, but if he didn't take more than 3 million and instead took several 100,000, wouldn't that be stupid? as long as Chen Jichu is sent away and a new name is given in an inconspicuous place. Lu Jiangwen was sweating profusely as he watched Jiang Chen signing one by one. His heart rate went up to 180, reaching its maximum limit. But at the critical moment of signing into Tinglong number 1, Jiang Chen stopped. Pa! Jiang Chen gently threw the pen onto the table, and the ink splashed onto Lu Jiangwen's wet white shirt. Jiang Chen leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and looked at the bald man with a somewhat cold expression. He said calmly, "Xiao Lu, is there something wrong with the contract?" "No." Jiang Chen's sharp gaze locked onto Lu Jiangwen's eyes and sneered, "Why does your name appear there?" Lu Jiangwen explained in a panic. "Ah, look at this. Xiao Chen has always worked for me, and all the materials he used were obtained from me. He must have got it by mistake." But Jiang Chen didn't want to hear him continue. He said bluntly, "Change the contract. Let me remind you that the money I give you is yours. If I don't want to give it to you, you can't take it yourself." Jiang Chen's tone was calm and light, but it reached Lu Jiangwen's ears. But the sense of death is maxed out. You can never guess how a man who can easily take out 500 million yuan will deal with people who anger him. Chapter 116. What is given to you is yours. What is given to you is yours. Lu Jiangwen only felt his pores contracting. He was sweating profusely from the heat and nervousness just a moment ago, but at this moment, he felt cold and almost shivered because of Jiang Chen's oppressive words. It's no wonder that he was afraid. It was because the financial resources and magnanimity displayed by Jiang Chen were too astonishing. In Lu Jiangwen's opinion, someone of Jiang Chen's level should not appear in their middle-class world. It is rare to have social interactions, so I can only watch from afar or serve him. But, facing the temptation of 3 million, Lu Jiangwen was a little unable to maintain his rationality. Jiang Chen's domineering words only frightened him for the first moment, and what followed was, "It is the greed induced by wealth. Boss Jiang, it's just a small mistake. I'll change it right away." Lu Jiangwen avoided her gaze and reached out to take the contract that Jiang Chen was unwilling to sign, while at the same time testing the waters in a humble manner. "In fact, Xiao Chen and I have a good relationship. Before her mother got into trouble, she was my colleague. I helped her a lot when she entered this industry." As he spoke, the middle-aged man carefully observed Jiang Chen's expression with his peripheral vision. The amount was so huge that Jiang Chen, as the buyer, was the party with absolute dominance in the transaction. After Jiang Chen discovered his little trick, Lu Jiangwen gave up his plan to use any more conspiracy. In fact, if you think about it carefully, Jiang Chen is right. No one can take away what he is unwilling to give. Trying to use conspiracy and trickery to obtain wealth that you do not deserve will only result in picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons, or even ending up with nothing. Knowing this, driven by a bit of uncontrollable greed, he wanted to try harder and appeal to the emotions, if only he could get a little more. "Boss Jiang, you see, I've been the one wasting my breath all this time, and without my resources, to be honest, Xiao Chen won't be able to help much. Belittle Chen Jichu's contributions and elevate his own contributions. And take credit from Jiang Chen." At this point, Lu Jiangwen's meaning was already very clear. He hoped that he could be the intermediary for one of the 8 contracts in front of him. And the best one is the Tamrin number 1 courtyard. But how could Jiang Chen agree? "Xiao Lu, don't think too much. I know that if Jichu sells these houses, you will get a lot." Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with contempt. He got off the sofa and slowly walked behind Lu Jiangwen. Lu Jiangwen also stood up quickly to accompany him. "The main point is that if you stand, I can't sit." Jiang Chen patted Lu Jiangwen on the shoulder and continued, "Just quit while you're ahead. I'm not a fool. Don't let it get to the point where you don't get a penny at the end." After saying that, Jiang Chen said he would notify him when the new contract was ready, and then he began to look at it roughly in his new home. Lu Jiangwen was left standing stiffly in the same place, neither standing nor sitting. He didn't understand one thing, that is, when he spoke rudely to Jiang Chen in the beginning, he had already lost the qualification to get more. And the few things he can get now are actually thanks to Chen Jichu. If it weren't for Chen Jichu, Jiang Chen would never have become his client. Tinglong number 1 courtyard, as a luxury house that has not been sold for a long time, there are too many salesmen in Jiangzhou who are qualified to act as intermediaries before it is sold. It's not necessary for Lu Jiangwen to be the one. After a long time, Lu Jiangwen sighed and sat down, his eyes clear. Gradually, he understood. It is even possible that if Jiang Chen had not heard that he had helped take care of Chen Jichu, he would have lost the opportunity to benefit from it the moment his little trick was discovered. Yes, quit while you're ahead. Lu Jiangwen made the call with a complicated expression and asked someone to prepare a new contract. At this moment, fear and awe of Jiang Chen appeared in his eyes. How could someone who looks so young be so sophisticated in human relations and yet so cold and domineering? Jiang Chen had only one sentence to say about this. What else? Money can support people. Without a net worth of tens of billions, Jiang Chen really wouldn't have thought that he would be so casual. This is the confidence and composure that only comes with money and a system to back him up. Here, Chen Jichu searched for a long time in the mansion and finally found water, but when he arrived at the hall, he only saw Lu Jiangwen. He looked depressed. He called Chen Jichu over and handed all the contracts to her. He said helplessly, "I'll leave the contract signing to you. Girl, remember to notify me if there's anything good later. There's a problem with one of the contracts. I've made another one. Please wait here." After saying that, he sighed and slowly drove away from the sad place. This made Chen Jichu stand there for a long time, not knowing what to do. The contract is all mine? She was a little bit unbelieving. Usually, only half of the business she brought in would be counted as hers, and the rest would be counted as Lu Jiangwen's performance. How come my uncle Lu has completely changed his character today and handed over all the contracts to me, even the Tinglong No. 1 courtyard worth more than 400 million yuan? How much does this cost? Chen Jichu suddenly felt a little dizzy, and almost fell to the ground while stroking his forehead. What's wrong? Are you okay? It was Jiang Chen who held Chen Jichu in his arms like a princess, preventing her from falling and getting injured. It's okay, let me down. Chen Jichu's face flushed, and he instantly woke up and asked Jiang Chen to let him go. Jiang Chen leaned over Chen Jichu and gently placed her on the sofa. The actions that lost some sense of distance reminded Chen Jichu of what happened some time ago, and his sense of shame became stronger. So he quickly changed the topic to the serious matter of signing the contract. Jiang Chen smiled faintly a few times and sat aside watching Chen Jichu busying himself. This silly girl, except for the one that hasn't been delivered yet, all the contracts here have been signed. Jiang Chen made a rough estimate and found that his total expenditure today was exactly 506 million, including the purchase price and pocket money except for a small amount. This time, Chen Jichu can get a total commission of at least 3.7 million. This money can be given to anyone, but it is better to give it to the people around you. What's more, Chen Jichu might be in some trouble that urgently needs money. Jiang Chen remembered Lu Jiangwen's vague words something happened to her mother. He hoped that this little money could help her get through the difficult times. Jiang Chen is not a person who would spend money on a woman for nothing, but he will definitely take care of her when it comes to taking care of her. Chen Jichu was busy for a long time before he realized that the contracts on hand had already been signed, and his expression became even more unnatural. I have never embarrassed myself in front of my colleagues, so why do I always make mistakes in front of Jiang Chen? She became more and more afraid to look directly at Jiang Chen. After all, from the beginning to the end, she always had a feeling that she didn't deserve all this. Chapter 117 Thanks, Chen Jichu's change of mentality. Why on earth is Jiang Chen so nice to me? Accompanying him like that doesn't seem to be enough. Just then, the new contract was delivered. Under Jiang Chen's supervision, Chen Jichu no longer had time to think about anything else. They started signing the final contract and paid a huge amount of money that should have prompted a bank call and should have even been reported to the bank first. Of course, this money is systematic, and it seems to be beyond the actual process. This trouble, completely ignored. Chen Jichu looked at the crazy number with a frozen expression until Jiang Chen finished paying, then he collapsed on the sofa. He was dizzy and said, "It's a lot of money. This time, I have to thank you again." Chen Jichu even wondered if Jiang Chen had done a background check on her before hiring her as a member of the girlfriend's group, and knew about the trouble she had encountered, which was why he took such good care of her. If that's the case, I have to thank Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at Chen Jichu's homely look, and his heart was moved. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Thank you? You mean this thank you, not just a verbal thank you, right?" The moment Jiang Chen finished verbally teasing Chen Jichu, the system prompt sound suddenly rang. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this house met the system's definition of a super-rich residence. This round, he is finished. Next, it's time to reap the rewards. Jiang Chen raised the corner of his mouth, and cast his eyes towards the system panel that was flashing with various colors of light, feeling quite happy. Ding! Player's turn. The residence of the rich is judged complete. Players exceeded the target and purchased the residential building Tumlong No. 1 Courtyard worth 469.3 million yuan. The effective utilization rate of funds is 93.86%. Task completion, as perfect. Perfect level rewards are being issued to you. Congratulations to the host, you have gained Charm Attribute plus 10. Constitution Attribute plus 10. Returning the money consumed in this round, calculating the interest for the day. Refund completed. Balance plus 6973800. Interest settlement completed. Profit of 200,000. Jiang Chen couldn't help but lick his lips and smiled very comfortably. From today on, his industry has reached the number of 20, and the daily income has also reached a huge amount of 200,000. Balance, 7832094. Looking at this number, Jiang Chen shook his head lightly. His actual liquid funds will become a new number when he wakes up tomorrow morning. More than 8 million. However, this was unlikely to make Jiang Chen too excited. After all, for someone who earned more than 200,000 yuan a day, and it was still increasing, 8 million was indeed a small amount of money. But speaking of it, with 8 more properties, shouldn't the interest cap be 21? Why is it only 20? Jiang Chen was confused for a while, but soon he figured it out. I guess it's just like the time when I bought the car, anything below 1 million will not be counted as an asset at all. Jiang Chen suddenly felt that the 690,000 was a bit of a waste. Damn it, that was his interest for 3.5 days. After checking the balance benefits, it is time to check the attribute benefits. Jiang Chen suddenly felt a powerful force entering his body, and his physical condition seemed to have undergone a qualitative change compared to before. Over 100? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and realized the reason for this feeling. After receiving this reward, his physical attribute has exceeded 100, reaching a huge 103. If Jiang Chen's physical fitness was good enough to compete for gold medals in various sports competitions, now, with just a little training, he can challenge the human limit in various tracks. 100 is the upper limit of humans' physical fitness that cannot be broken through. And Jiang Chen has easily shattered the upper limit. Wait, it seems like my charm has exceeded the limit even earlier. With this 10-point increase, Jiang Chen's charm reached 111. In fact, as early as the end of the previous round, Jiang Chen had exceeded 100 and reached 101. Realizing this, Jiang Chen clapped his hands, indicating that he understood. No wonder Yan Shi and this girl attacked me one after another in the past 2 days, and Hu Weiwei was even more persistent. It turns out that the root cause is the charm value exceeding 100. Oh, I am such a sinful man. Jiang Chen sighed, looking at his physical and charm attributes that had both exceeded 100, and his intelligence that was stuck at 21, and smiled helplessly. At this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly noticed Chen Jichu, who was staring at him in a daze. The smile that had just been suppressed stood up again. Chen Jichu was confused, and had a strange feeling that Jiang Chen suddenly became handsome again, but she did not think about this for long, and her main thoughts shifted to another place. That was what Jiang Chen said just now. Thank you? Just a verbal thank you? Chen Jishu naturally guessed what Jiang Chen wanted to thank, wasn't it just him? Chen Jichu lowered his head, a little afraid to look at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen slowly stood up and stretched out his hand to Chen Jishu. Let's go and take a look upstairs. I haven't finished looking at this place yet. Chen Jichu took Jiang Chen's hand without any hesitation, and was gently pulled by Jiang Chen, leaning against his side. The salesperson was just accompanying the customer to view a house, and what was going to happen next was definitely very serious. Chen Jichu hinted this in his heart. After all, it is the #1 luxury house in Jiangzhou. Even if no one has lived here before, there are people coming here every day to clean, replace worn parts, and maintain furniture. Therefore, in fact, as soon as Jiang Chen paid the money, people could live here immediately. There is no need to worry about problems such as formaldehyde and dust. Today, Jiang Chen plans to make full use of this new house, but he has to ask our salesperson how to use it specifically. But unexpectedly, Chen Jichu was more proactive than Jiang Chen had imagined. Click. While Jiang Chen was observing the bedroom, Chen Jichu walked in quietly and gently closed the door behind him. After making sure the door was closed, Chen Jichu, whose eyes seemed graceful but were always distant and timid and private, suddenly looked boldly at Jiang Chen. Showing your love without any concealment. She was actually leaving, Chen Jichu thought in her heart. After earning this money, she would stay with her mother more often, and after she recovered from her illness, she would use the remaining money to see the world. Then find a decent job, support your family while having your own life. Maybe he will leave Jiangzhou. She won't have many chances to see Jiang Chen. So, I want to give you everything I have, without your request or coercion. It's me who wants to do this. The fresh breeze from the lakeside rushed into the window, and the thin curtains fluttered in the wind. In Jiang Chen's surprised eyes, Chen Jichu felt a little pleased with success. Rushed towards Jiang Chen. Cannot be refused. Chapter 118 New Round, Recruitment of Life Secretary. Chen Jichu's frown relaxed helplessly. Looking at Jiang Chen, who looked clear-headed beside him, he suddenly felt a surge of anger in his chest. After brewing for a while, Chen Jichu finally couldn't hold it in any longer. She questioned Jiang Chen with a trembling voice, "Why, it's even more powerful than before, it wasn't this strong last time." Since this is not a topic that can be put on the table, Chen Jichu spoke haltingly. It also contains a lot of shame, anger, and pain. She really couldn't understand why a person's physical strength could change so much in just a few days. She was almost always in a state of low health. Alas, I don't know if Jiang Chen's girlfriends can adapt to this guy. Chen Jichu complained. Oh? So you think I gave it my all before? Jiang Chen's eyes, which were as calm as a deep pool, began to ripple. Looking at Chen Jichu like this, his expression gradually became amusement. How could Chen Jichu possibly fathom his power? To let yourself enjoy yourself completely is something that no opponent can do. After hearing this, Chen Jichu didn't know what to say. He just rolled his eyes at Jiang Chen and said, Okay, you are the strongest. After saying that, he struggled to get up and pack up. It was getting dark. After all, this was Jiang Chen's new home, so perhaps he shouldn't stay for long. Chen Jichu was very clear about his identity, and it seemed that his efforts just now were not enough to repay Jiang Chen's kindness. Therefore, she was trying to help Jiang Chen consider more and solve more problems. Used to make yourself feel more at ease with the wealth you have obtained. Mr. Jiang, what are you going to do with the remaining houses? Let others live in them? Or? After Chen Jichu had roughly cleaned up the remains in the room, he raised this question. After hearing this, Jiang Chen nodded. He really needed to think about how to deal with those houses. I had originally thought of just leaving it there and collecting the interest every day. But if you think about it carefully, this is too much of a loss. It is not Jiang Chen's style to leave such good property lying there to gather dust. Then, do you want to rent one? Pick one and the rent is negotiable. Jiang Chen pulled the corner of his mouth and said casually. Chen Jichu's breathing stagnated, and he said helplessly, I don't need it, I'll give it to your girlfriend. I mean, if you want to decorate it, I can recommend a very reliable decoration company. Chen Jichu described that this time, she was not doing it to earn commission for herself, but just to save as much money as possible for Jiang Chen and get a better decoration effect. She explained it very clearly, and even recorded some possible pitfalls on her phone and sent it to Jiang Chen. A serious and responsible look. Jiang Chen listened patiently, and after listening for a while, he gradually came up with other plans in his mind. Chen Jichu's business ability is really good, right? This is what Jiang Chen saw with his own eyes, at least compared to other people in this industry that he had met. She almost always gives me the feeling of being reliable and warm. She is definitely a talented person. Even if I hadn't appeared, she would have only been a few years late in becoming rich. At this moment, Jiang Chen had the idea of recruiting Chen Jichu under his command. And just at this moment, a flash of light appeared in Jiang Chen's vision, accompanied by a crisp prompt sound, and a new action round appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Ding! As a successful rich man, how can you be without a secretary who can solve all your life problems? Trigger round, life secretary. Please recruit a personal secretary as soon as possible. Action time limit, 1 month. Action reward, daily interest will be increased by 30% from now on and thereafter, and the interest for the day will be settled immediately. When you feel sleepy, give me a pillow. Jiang Chen suddenly became alert, his eyes fixed on the 4 big words personal secretary and Chen Jichu. If you want to find a personal secretary, there aren't many options available. Yan Shi? Forget it, she has another job. Pang Wenwen? She's now the head of her own gym, and Meng Yuchang is both a teacher and CEO. After much thought, the only one in front of me is suitable. Moreover, in terms of certain combat effectiveness, Chen Jichu is stronger than the small fry Meng Yuchang, and he and Pang Wenwen are competing for the second place and the first place. If I let her be my personal secretary, it would save me a lot of trouble and effort. There was nothing much to say. After Chen Jichu helped Jiang Chen arrange the decoration details, Jiang Chen directly extended an olive branch. Jichu, stop being a salesperson and follow me from now on. Jiang Chen looked at Chen Jichu very seriously. Chen Jichu's face instantly turned red, and it was unclear whether he was shy about the familiar Jichu or because of the bad associations that other characters could easily cause. She hesitated, and after adjusting her mood, she shook her head and prepared to decline. She also has to take care of her mother, and she also. Chen Jichu sighed softly, lamenting the pain that others would not understand. She had too many concerns, otherwise she would not have chosen this path after graduating from a prestigious university. I will never be able to empathize with you, but I know that the pain will pass. You will always have to embrace a new life. Besides, aren't the commissions you've received in the past few days enough for you to solve the problem? What happens after you solve it? I'm afraid you won't continue in this line of work. What are you going to do next? Jiang Chen's voice was always indifferent, but such words pierced directly into Chen Jichu's heart. After Jiang Chen pointed out his help to him, Chen Jichu could no longer honestly refuse Jiang Chen. How should I repay such a great kindness? Chen Jichu couldn't convince himself to stop there. In her subconscious, she wanted to give more to Jiang Chen. She sat down weakly beside Jiang Chen and confessed everything in frustration. When I was studying, my mother had a car accident. The other party was not a rich man, and the compensation he gave was not enough to pay for the medical expenses. Gradually, I lost everything I had. My mother lying in the hospital was in a bottomless abyss, but I would rather die than abandon her. Fortunately, my persistence paid off. There is light at the end of the tunnel. With the money I got recently, all my troubles can be solved. You can even do more. Jiang Chen, I really thank you. Tears welled up in Chen Jichu's eyes. She leaned gently beside Jiang Chen and calmed down. She had been holding these words in her heart for years, and this was the first time someone listened to her. After she finished speaking, she looked at Jiang Chen somewhat humbly, fearing that a rich man like Jiang Chen could not understand his pain, and instead thought she was playing the victim to gain sympathy. I couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Chapter 119 Boss. I'll quit if you don't cut my salary. But Jiang Chen did not do what she thought. Auntie will be proud that she gave birth to a good daughter. Jiang Chen raised his hand and touched Chen Jichu's tear-stained cheek, and said softly, You have done enough. In the future, think more about yourself. Secretary, 100,000 a month, this is the salary I am willing to give you. Think about it. Jiang Chen's affirmative words and the irresistible invitation made Chen Jichu's heart surge even more. The tears that had already stopped fell uncontrollably, leaving a colorless trail of water. Yes, my mother would be proud. Chen Jichu repeated Jiang Chen's words. Perhaps she had been waiting for these words for several years. Chen Jichu looked away and wiped away his tears, falling into deep thought. After a long moment, she finally nodded. Got it, thank you, my boss. Hearing this, Jiang Chen smiled, but he didn't understand why the system hadn't shown the end of the round. And the reason lies in Chen Jichu's next sentence. But 100,000 is really too much. It has to be lower, otherwise Chen Jichu has a certain degree of awareness of herself. She knows that she is totally unqualified to be a secretary in terms of both academic qualifications and relevant experience. 100,000 was not a salary that could match her labor. This salary level was more like Jiang Chen supporting her. She would prefer 10,000, 8,000, or even 5,000 would be the best. Chen Jichu looked at Jiang Chen stubbornly, as if she would resign at any time if Jiang Chen did not agree to cut her salary. The two looked at each other for a long time, and finally Jiang Chen had no choice but to obey Chen Jichu. Okay, that's strange, there are people who voluntarily reduce their salaries. But 5,000 is unlikely, that's too low. 30,000, if it's any lower I'll get angry. Jiang Chen agreed to a pay cut, but was unwilling to reduce it too much, so he took a tough attitude. Chen Jichu is a guy who only responds to tough situations and not soft ones. Okay. The stubbornness in Chen Jichu's expression gradually faded, and he looked at Jiang Chen with a complicated expression. The question that I have repeated countless times once again floated in my mind. Why are you so nice to someone like me? The confusion quickly dissipated, and Chen Jichu soon became serious and began to play the role of a hard-working secretary. If there is anything in the future, you must let me handle it. I promise to handle it properly. I want to make money with my own abilities. If things go wrong, then deduct all my wages. Chen Jichu said this with great pride. Jiang Chen shook his head after hearing this. Is this girl just too rich? What nonsense is this? Ahem, there won't be anything too difficult for now. Oh, and there happens to be a job here that you can do perfectly. Do you want to try it? Jiang Chen looked at the increased rewards after the round ended. The interest increased from 200,000 to 260,000 a day. However, due to the immediate settlement, the balance exceeded 8 million before the end of the day. Balance 809-2094783209 2094 plus 260,000. And every time you increase your assets in the future, you will enjoy a plus 30% gain buff. In the long run, it means that your future income will be directly increased by 30%. I was naturally very happy in my heart, and when I was happy, the CD of the Sage mode passed quietly. Jiang Chen's gaze once again fell on Chen Jichu's fiery figure. What job? Chen Jichu's eyes sparkled and he seemed very happy. But Jiang Chen's evil look made Chen Jichu quickly understand what the so-called work was. Yes, the boss needs a secretary to do the work when he has nothing to do in his spare time. Secretly complaining in his heart about how Jiang Chen had endless energy all day long, Chen Jichu began his first job as a personal secretary. Due to temporary health reasons, Chen Jichu had to change his working method. But just as the work was about to begin, a phone call made Chen Jichu freeze. It's okay, continue with your work. Jiang Chen said it was okay. After taking a look at the caller, he started chatting directly despite Chen Jichu's resentful eyes and unfamiliar working methods. The person who called was Pang Wenwen. To be honest, Jiang Chen hadn't contacted her for 3 or 4 days after handing over the gym to her. I suspected that Pang Wenwen had something important to tell me, so I answered the call without thinking. Hee, what is Mr. Jiang busy with? Pang Wenwen's deliberately muffled voice came out from the speaker. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. I bought a house and hired a secretary. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Pang Wenwen on the other side of the phone uttered a playful oh. He teased, the secretary you like must be a great beauty. After a few jokes, Pang Wenwen got down to business. Okay, let's get down to business. I've been busy these past few days, and the gym is on track. But there are too many things to talk about over the phone. Would it be convenient for us to meet offline? It just so happens that I have something else to ask for your advice. Jiang Chen replied, okay, let's go to Tinglong Courtyard number 1. Pang Wenwen responded with a smile, okay, boss. But her smile turned into shock the next moment when a noise so loud that it broke the voice came from the speaker. Tang Tong Long number 1? Did I hear it right? Is it the Tang Long number 1 that has a price tag of 500 million and no one has shown interest in it for 3 years? No. Jiang Chen, what exactly is your background? Pang Wenwen was stuttering and speaking incoherently. It was obvious that Jiang Chen's purchase of Tinglong number 1 courtyard had frightened her to an excessive level. Who would be willing to live in a house worth 500 million yuan? The richest people in Jiangzhou almost all have total assets starting from 10 billion yuan, and their liquid assets exceed 100 million yuan. But how many people are there like this? And even the strongest ones with the strongest backgrounds are only willing to pay for the number 2 courtyard, or even the number 3 courtyard, which is not even in the same price range. Could it be that Jiang Chen is even more awesome than the richest man? What kind of boss did I hook up with? Isn't this really outrageous? Pang Wenwen was in a state of disbelief, and Jiang Chen could sense her loss of composure even through the phone. Jiang Chen slowly brought the phone back to his face and smiled crookedly. It's just a house, why are you so scared? Come quickly, or you won't be able to wait any longer. Okay, I'll come right away. I hope the security of Tinglong Garden won't stop me. Pang Wenwen agreed and hung up the phone. Jiang Chen looked at Chen Jichu, who had stopped working, with a questioning expression. Why don't you continue? Chen Jichu looked aggrieved. Aren't guests coming? Jiang Chen's eyes became even more profound. Then speed up. Pang Wenwen drove into Tinglong Garden with a shocked look on his face. When the security guard learned that he was a guest of the owner of courtyard number 1, he immediately let him in. Boy, it's true. Only then did Pang Wenwen believe that Jiang Chen had really bought Tinglong number 1 courtyard. Jiang Chen's image became more and more unfathomable in her mind. Chapter 120 My dear friend, if you don't work harder, you will be in danger. When Pang Wenwen parked the car, went upstairs, and entered the room, what he saw was Jiang Chen, who looked refreshed, and Chen Jichu, his personal secretary, who had an evasive expression and a somewhat shy temperament. Pang Wanwan's mouth shrank. She was very familiar with Jiang Chen's expression. It's obvious that just now. I'm part of your game, right? Pang Wanwan stuck out her tongue and complained, then sat on the other side of Jiang Chen very freely. Only then did she have the mind to observe Jiang Chen's so-called secretary, and the more she looked, the more she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Chen Jichu is indeed very beautiful, and apart from her looks, her other qualities are also perfect. No wonder Jiang Chen wanted to keep her by his side. But in this case, she will have to work harder, right? I feel like this woman is of a pretty high level. Pang Wanwan herself didn't care about Chen Jichu's existence. She also knew her position very well. She was just someone Jiang Chen could summon and dismiss at will. But her best friend she is probably aiming to become Jiang Chen's main wife. Then Chen Jichu is a bit threatening. She definitely has more chances of appearing next to Jiang Chen than Yan Shi. Oh, let us talk about it later. Pang Wanwan cleared the messy thoughts in her mind, straightened her face, and started talking about serious matters. Previously, Jiang Chen gave her a bunch of important but not tiring positions such as account manager, supervisor, and given Jiang Chen's identity as the owner of Miracle Gym, no one dared to refute Pang Wanwan. She almost became the vice president of the Zhangzhou University branch of Miracle Gym. But she is not just sitting in this position for free. Over time, she has made many optimizations and adjustments to the gym. For example, a group of water coaches with low ethics were fired, and a group of new ones were hired, the original courses were optimized, and money was spent on marketing in the school. It has only been less than half a month, and Miracle Gym's expected monthly turnover is 40% higher than last month. And this is just the beginning. Pang Wanwan is confident that as long as everything goes well, eventually, the gym's performance could double, triple, or even quadruple. Therefore, she quickly went to ask for credit. She had to let her boss know about the work she had done. If she worked hard but her boss didn't know about it, then it was actually no different from not doing anything. Not bad. Jiang Chen listened, nodded in surprise, and gave Pang Wanwan a thumbs up. When he first got the Miracle Gym, he didn't actually plan to make money from it. He just wanted to collect the interest. It was considered good if he could get some of the gym's profits after deducting the expenses. As a result, the move he made casually brought him an unexpected surprise. According to Pang Wanwan's presentation, as long as there are no unexpected situations, she can steadily earn hundreds of thousands of yuan every month. That's almost 3 days' interest. Not bad, quite good. Jiang Chen was generous with his praise. Well done, I was right about you. Pang Wanwan is not only a sensible woman, but also a smart woman. In this case, maybe in addition to the gym, she can also take over other businesses. Jiang Chen was thinking. Pang Wanwan, after laughing proudly a few times, mentioned another matter. About further increasing revenue for the gym. The area that Miracle Gym originally bought is very large, and there is actually some unused area. I want to increase the functional area of the gym, but I haven't decided what to increase. As she spoke, Pang Wanwan looked at him for help. Obviously, she placed her hopes on Jiang Chen for this matter. Jiang Chen stroked his chin and pondered for a moment, then an idea suddenly occurred to him and he said, "How about trying the fitness meal? Fitness is 30% exercise and 70% diet. Many of our members are college students and working people. They are tired enough at work. It is somewhat impossible for them to spend a lot of time preparing low sugar, low fat, high protein meals. I think gyms can do that for them and directly hit their needs with convenient and delicious meals. But when it comes to ingredient pairing and pricing, it's best to do some research before making a plan." Jiang Chen's eyes became profound, and he looked up at the darkening night sky. Yu said, "If this business model is successful in Miracle Gym, then it can also be replicated." Jiang Chen made a rough calculation in his mind. Although the market for fitness restaurants combined with gyms would not be very large, it would still be considerable. If it is truly accomplished, the future will be in the range of tens of billions to hundreds of billions. Moreover, Pang Wanwan has no intention of asking me for investment, which seems to mean she has no shortage of funds. So, what reason is there not to do it? Go ahead and give it a try. Call me when you need funds. As long as you don't put the gym out of business, it's up to you. Jiang Chen smiled and handed everything over to Pang Wanwan. Pang Wanwan frowned and assured that bankruptcy was impossible, and then fell into deep thought. She had also considered Jiang Chen's idea, but not as deeply as Jiang Chen. She also knew that it would be costly and risky, so she gave up at the beginning. But at this moment, after getting Jiang Chen's ideas and financial support, Pang Wenwen wanted to continue doing it again. Let me try. Pang Wenwen's expression became quite serious and she took this matter very seriously. While the two were communicating, Chen Jichu was actually observing Pang Wenwen. And sighed in his heart. Another beautiful woman. Jiang Chen really has no shortage of women around him. Moreover, Chen Jichu always felt that Pang Wenwen had a vague hostility towards him. After noticing this hostility, Chen Jichu no longer planned to make his presence felt. As for the women around Jiang Chen, it was better for him to keep his distance. But listening to the topic of the two, Chen Jichu, who had been a transparent person for a long time and felt very uncomfortable, finally couldn't help it anymore. He raised his hand shyly like a student. Indicate that you have something to say. That. Jiang Chen and Pang Wenwen's attention was attracted by Chen Jichu. Seeing that she seemed to have something to say, they prepared to listen. We all work together, after all, many hands make light work. Chen Jichu bit her red lips slightly and said softly with some embarrassment, fitness nutrition meal. I should be able to help. Don't look at me like this. I actually got a doctorate in nutrition. PhD? Pang Wenwen widened her eyes, somewhat unable to believe it. How is it possible for such a young doctor? With a best friend who was a top student, Pang Wenwen knows a little bit about the academic field. In her opinion, in a normal university in China, no matter how poor the major is, even if one does not extend his or her graduation, one will have to be almost 30 years old to graduate with a doctorate. But Chen Jichu looked to be about 26 or 27 years old, very young. Jiang Chen's secretary is a little unusual. I don't know whether she succeeded in taking down Jiang Chen. If you don't work harder, you'll be in danger. Pang Wenwen once again expressed her concern for her best friend in her heart. Chapter 121. Even the rich will feel lonely, it's time to have some fun. However, although she is worried, the matter of competing for Jiang Chen is ultimately something that her best friend has to worry about herself. Pang Wenwen said, My dear, I'm going to be very busy recently, so the friendly support ends here. After that, it all depends on your own efforts. Pang Wenwen muttered helplessly in her heart, which made Yan Shi, who was studying for the driving test in the school dormitory, sneeze and was confused. She is both beautiful and talented. Putting aside the matter about Yan Shi, Pang Wenwen could finally look Chen Jichu in the face, and the hostility that was already not very strong disappeared without a trace. On Chen Jichu's side, sensing the disappearance of hostility, he was just thinking about fulfilling his duties as a secretary and helping Jiang Chen share his worries, so he didn't bother to think about it anymore. Just like that, we started discussing several expansion directions and potential markets, such as healthy fitness and healthy fitness meals. One of these two people has been working as a fitness coach for many years, and recently has experience in management positions, so he has a thorough understanding of the industry situation. One of them is one of those people who have climbed to the top of the ivory tower. He has very strong academic ability and is not doing badly even though he has not returned to his regular job for a long time. Instead, he spoke more and more seriously and carefully, as if he was regaining the knowledge and past that had been gradually lost. The two chatted so enthusiastically that they completely ignored the people around them. Jiang Chen wanted to interrupt but couldn't find a topic to start with, so he just watched. His eyes were especially filled with curiosity when they fell on Chen Jichu. As soon as Chen Jichu started talking about his own professional stuff, his temperament changed again. The slight commercialism of a salesperson was basically gone, and what remained was the real Chen Jichu. The true self that has been hidden for a long time in order to better fight in the world of fame and fortune. Jiang Chen was actually very pleased to see this scene. Not everyone in this world has the opportunity to find their original self after years of wandering and experiencing many setbacks. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen felt that Chen Jichu seemed to have a few more secrets. 27, and already worked hard for 3 years after graduating with a PhD. This is indeed a little unbelievable. Could it be a parallel import from abroad? But that shouldn't be the case. Even if Chen Jichu's mother hadn't been in trouble, it didn't seem like she could support Chen Jichu to study abroad. Or Chen Jichu is actually a genius. For example, you can enter a prestigious university at the age of 14 or 15 through competition, and then go straight to a doctorate. Only then will it be possible to graduate with a doctorate at the age of 24 or 25. The above is just speculation, but no matter what, Jiang Chen began to feel fortunate that he had hired this girl as his secretary. My eyesight is pretty good, and I never miss a talented person. Jiang Chen smiled and waited for the two to discuss the matter. Hurry up and finish your business, you still want to get closer to the land of tenderness. And maybe Jiang Chen's thoughts were noticed. Pang Wanwen paused her communication with Chen Jichu for a while. She squinted her eyes and looked at Jiang Chen. If you can't help it, you can find my little girlfriend. Secretary Chen and I probably won't have much chance to accompany you these 2 days. Jiang Chen tilted his head, a huge question mark appeared in his eyes. He looked at Chen Jichu, as if asking, is that so? Is my personal secretary going to abandon her boss? Chen Jichu nodded repeatedly while suppressing his smile. Indicates that is exactly the case. Moreover, her body really needs rest and recuperation. If she continues to accompany Jiang Chen, it will break down sooner or later. Hiss. Jiang Chen felt a little uncomfortable looking at the two people who were standing on the same front with the same hatred of the enemy. Wasn't there a somewhat incompatible atmosphere between the two at the beginning? How come after just a short while, the two of them became good friends? And I became the one being left out? But after thinking about it carefully, Jiang Chen found that the responsibility seemed to still be on him. If I hadn't mentioned the fitness meal industry, Chen Jichu wouldn't have been drawn into the topic. Jiang Chen sighed, pretended to be angry, and walked away. I sighed in my heart, it's not good for a secretary to be too ambitious. A secretary's main job is to take care of your daily life. How can you be in charge of the gym's affairs? But in the end, it was just an expression of emotion. Jiang Chen would not stop the two women from creating wealth for himself. Since we have money, industry, plans and capabilities. Just do it. Do it boldly. It's just that the poor boss Jiang Chen will be lonely and cold for a few days. Okay, you guys study it first. If it's too late, just stay here. I just happened to go out for a walk and take another good look at my new home. Jiang Chen acted nonchalant, put on a jacket against the slightly chilly night wind, waved to the two girls and left. Afterwards, he drove around Tinglong Garden. We passed courtyard number 2 on the way. The courtyard was only about 4/5 the size of courtyard number 1, but there was not much difference in other places. A pure white Ferrari with a golden waistline was parked in the parking lot attached to the yard, and there was a light on in the room. This proves that perhaps the owner of courtyard number 2 is living there today. Son Yushu from Baihui Industrial? Jiang Chen recalled the information Lu Jiangwen had told him, which actually had a strong implication. He felt that as long as he moved into courtyard number 1, he would have an opportunity to cooperate with these people. However, Jiang Chen said that these people had to come to him. It's not like we can waste a few $100 million more than them, right? We have the strength. Afterwards, they passed by courtyard number 3. Jiang Chen glanced casually and saw several Japanese sports cars parked there. One of them was a blue one that looked very familiar, but in the end he didn't pay much attention to it. He just turned the steering wheel and drove towards the exit of Tinglong Garden from the other direction. Boring, he is so boring. Perhaps, I should take the initiative to find some fun? Jiang Chen's brows twitched slightly. In the past, he had been forced to go to entertainment venues to a certain extent, or he went there with more serious goals. I've never done it purely for my own happiness. So, how about trying it today? Jiang Chen thought for a moment, and just when Jiang Chen was about to make a decision, the system reminder ringtone suddenly rang. On the third player turn of the day, Tang Tang appears. Ding! A new player turn has been triggered. Empty rich, even the richest people will feel empty sometimes. You can find some fun before going to bed to fill your emptiness. Action time limit, 8 hours. Action reward, physical fitness plus 10, all money spent on fun will be refunded. Oh, don't mention it, what a coincidence. Jiang Chen's expression, which had seemed a little tired due to boredom, quickly became sober. All the expenses for entertainment are refunded? Then I will have to spend 8 million. Jiang Chen's bad mood of being ignored was instantly swept away, and the only thing on his mind at this moment was how to have fun. And the balance that will become 16 million after the round ends. Chapter 122. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, who would live stream to tease poor people. As expected, I am still the center of attention. That day was just an illusion. In the school dormitory, Hu Weiwei set up the live broadcast equipment on her desk. She got the hang of it very quickly, and she was almost done with it in just one day, and her performance was quite good, and her initial number of fans also increased. Humph, it's easy to make money from men. As expected, wealth that shouldn't fall into their hands will find another way to leave them. Hu Weiwei looked at the people in the barrage who were shouting beauty and mom and then sending gifts non-stop, and she felt contemptuous. And somehow, as soon as Hu Weiwei showed that contemptuous expression, the group of people in the live broadcast room became even more enthusiastic. Hu Weiwei is already good-looking, and with makeup and beauty filters, she is definitely an internet goddess. Her looks are even more resistant to criticism than most internet goddesses. Therefore, from morning till now, the number of people in Hu Weiwei's live broadcast room has increased from 3 or 5 to more than 400. This number may not seem like much, but for a new account without a platform or MCN to promote it, it is already a rare achievement. Not to mention, among the 400 people that Hu Weiwei left in the live broadcast room, many were willing to pay. From cheap to expensive, Hu Weiwei received nearly 8,000 yuan in gifts today. Excluding the portion taken by the platform, she will be able to withdraw more than 3,000 yuan directly later. This solved Hu Weiwei's urgent problem. But she is actually not very satisfied. She only makes 3,000 yuan a day from live streaming. It's really hard to make this money. She worked hard all day and only earned this little. If she hadn't been really short of money, she wouldn't have bothered to do it. Hu Weiwei frowned. She didn't like any of the rockets, planes, roses, or hearts at all. When her situation was the best, those bootlickers rushed to transfer money to her. Sometimes she could get more than 10 or 3,000 a day. She didn't have a good face to those people at that time, not to mention the group of people in the live broadcast room. Seeing a 50-cent gift attract 200 fans, Hu Weiwei suppressed the sarcasm in her heart. Forcing myself to stay calm, I continued chatting with these people. She couldn't understand how this person had the nerve to give a gift worth $100, and he even divided it into 200 portions. Was he trying to show off how awesome he was? No matter how awesome he is, can he be more awesome than Jiang Chen? No matter how awesome he is, it's only $50 in my hands, right? This group of people is really pathetic and ridiculous. But the fans on the other side of the screen will never know how the goddess they admire will belittle them in private or behind closed doors. They just rummaged through their not-so-large wallets to join in what was essentially a courtship carnival. Looking at Hu Weiwei on the screen, she looked cold and distant, with an arrogant look on her face and seemed to have no feelings about the gift at all. Everyone was very confident that they had guessed Hu Weiwei's character, and determined that she was a cold fairy who was indifferent to fame and fortune, untainted by the mud, and regarded money as dirt. There is simply no other possibility. They have been watching live broadcasts for so long and have paid money to so many people. They have seen people crying when they saw rockets and then smiling and thanking Big Brother, and they have seen couples quarreling on live broadcast, but they immediately reconciled after receiving gifts. There are too many fake things on the internet, but their goddess Hu Weiwei is absolutely real here. They had never seen a host, especially a female host, look so disdainful when seeing a rocket passing by. Hu Weiwei's little expression was driving them crazy. Ha ha, the goddess doesn't want gifts, right? Then they will give her as many gifts as they can. I earn 7,000 yuan a month working 3 shifts in the factory. Okay, I'll transfer 6,000 yuan to goddess Hu Weiwei. The Sanhai god, who is currently ranked number 1 on the list, even wants to work hard for Hu Weiwei and make a lot of money just to hear Hu Weiwei say thank you for the rocket from the number 1 brother on the list. There were quite a few people who shared similar ideas as him. There were at least a dozen active ones, all immersed in this carnival of courtship. But only when their wallets are empty and the short-term mental stimulation is over, will they realize that their small gifts are simply not enough to win the goddess' favor across the internet. But what does it matter if you recognize it? The cycle will continue again after a few days when you get paid. Because they believe that all female anchors may go to accompany the top brother on the list and hurt their hearts, but Hu Weiwei will not do that. She is a pure person who does not care about money. Spend the money on Hu Weiwei, at least she won't betray us. As he was thinking this, some people started giving gifts again. But Hu Weiwei was still unhappy when she saw the gift. If it wasn't for the money to capture Jiang Chen, who would play with poor guys like you? I will stop broadcasting as soon as I make enough money. Hu Weiwei grumbled in her heart. Looking at those who sent gifts and chatted privately, she felt only disgusted. These people are no match for Jiang Chen. As long as I can defeat Jiang Chen, what does it matter even if all these people in the live broadcast room send me gifts every day? All of them added together are not as good as a single hair of Jiang Chen. Hu Weiwei hesitated for a while to end the broadcast, but ultimately did not stop. This might be because she couldn't help but smile when she thought of Jiang Chen just now, which triggered a wave of gift-giving in the live broadcast room. Seeing the money constantly coming in, Hu Weiwei felt that it was not impossible to continue broadcasting for a while. His latest plan is to start the attack from Jiang Chen's brothers. Although Jiang Chen's poor brothers have low consumption, there are 5 of them after all. It would be better to raise the budget a bit. Helplessly, she had to continue to keep a cold face and perfunctorily respond to the big brother in the live broadcast room. Spend money, spend money. I want to spend money. Jiang Chen drove around and found that most of the stores on the street were closed, and even if he went in, he wouldn't be able to spend much money. Go shopping at a famous watch store when the sun rises? Buy Breitling and Rolex by the case? Or a Vacheron Constantin? You can, but tomorrow I will be happy. What about now? And the time limit is only 8 hours, it cannot be delayed until tomorrow. Jiang Chen was a little distressed. It was really hard to buy happiness with money these days. Helplessly, Jiang Chen could only lie on the driver's seat and take a nap, wondering if there was any way he could spend money to buy happiness. As he thought about it, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Yes, brother, yes. Isn't it easy to spend money to have fun in the internet age? Enter a live broadcast room and fight on the line while using rockets. I want that satisfying feeling of being hated, envied, and jealous by netizens. In his previous life, Jiang Chen had seen a post from a top guy on a list. That was how he had fun. At the time, Jiang Chen had thought that a real man should be like this. I didn't expect that I could follow suit today. He immediately took out his mobile phone, opened the video platform, and flipped through it casually, intending to find one that he liked to play with. After looking for a few times, Jiang Chen was suddenly stunned when he saw a name. Lu Ruyan? This online name, could it be the female anchor who will have over 10 million fans a few years later? Is this, she just debuted? Looking at the 13,000 fans and the 900 people in the live broadcast room, Jiang Chen couldn't help but click in. At first glance, it was really the person in my memory. It seems like she just debuted not too long ago, and she hasn't yet developed her future pure yet hot style, and she even gives people a weird feeling of shyness. Forget it, it's you. Jiang Chen was too lazy to look for another anchor, so he chose one of the people he wanted to spend money on to relieve his boredom today. This is the future multi-millionaire anchor, Lu Ruyan. Chapter 123: From not eating coriander to being a female anchor. Lu Ruyan was originally a learning blogger, but later somehow jumped over to the dance area and got involved. Later, he started COS and took advantage of the popularity of several hit anime, and became an instant hit. With the praise of a group of otaku fans and pilot fans, he has firmly established himself as the #1 in both the dance and COS areas. Any video you release can get hundreds of thousands of likes and millions of views. It can be said that every move you make can make a lot of money. And now, well, the transformation has just begun. Jiang Chen flipped through reposted videos and found that the study video from 2 months ago had not been deleted yet. He took another look at the gift list in the room, and seeing that there were only a few 100,000 in total rewards, Jiang Chen curled his lips. You're really lonely. Don't worry, the big brother on the list is coming soon. Jiang Chen changed his name and started to make obscene remarks in the comments section. It's not my fault that I'm rich, beautiful girl, please bend over, I have something to tell you. It's not my fault that I'm rich, the anchor is so pretty, she has just what I like. It's not my fault that I'm rich. Jiang Chen didn't think much about it. He just posted the same greasy comments as the female anchor in his previous life's live broadcast. At first, no one paid attention to what Jiang Chen said. After all, he was just a first-level account and only posted a few sentences. No one, whether it was Lu Ruyan or the fans in the live broadcast room, paid any attention to Jiang Chen. But when Jiang Chen started to paste and copy, and added 3 comments every 5 seconds, someone in the live broadcast room became anxious. What the hell? What is this person doing, posting a chicken feather screen? I guess he's trying to attract the main packager's attention. Is there a house manager? Kick him out. Fuck, what are you talking about, so greasy? Where did this loser come from to stir up trouble? He even changed to a higher level account, which is ridiculous. Lu Ruyan and Hu Weiwei have similar positioning, but her personality is actually more attractive. After all, the old fans in the live broadcast room have seen with their own eyes this little beauty, from the postgraduate entrance examination version of Not Eating Coriander, step by step to the edge of Lu Ruyan's home dance. The feeling of watching the pure goddess gradually degenerate makes them unable to stop. However, this kind of happiness should be kept in your heart and never be expressed out. Therefore, the die-hard fans who were most happy to see Lu Ruyan gradually start to get on the edge became the ones who most defended Lu Ruyan's purity. They do not allow anyone to attack or slander Lu Ruyan. Except myself. The content that Jiang Chen flooded the screen with happened to violate their taboos. Therefore, they were attacked by everyone. But Jiang Chen's evaluation is too little aggression, no spirit at all, let's do it again. Jiang Chen paid no attention to the barking of dogs in the barrage and just laughed off these weak attacks. Before his rebirth, Jiang Chen was an expert in online confrontations, with a very strong ability to withstand pressure. With the attack power of netizens in the current version, it was no problem for him to fight against 100 alone. Lu Ruyan's die-hard fans are still coming out. Don't kick him. Doesn't his name say he's rich? So why don't you pay for it? It's awesome to have a level 1 account. Several accounts ranging from levels 10 to 20 were shouting wildly. It seemed as if he had grasped Jiang Chen's sore spot and only focused his attack on that spot. In response to this, Jiang Chen smiled lightly. I'm waiting for you. He casually invested 500 yuan and gave it to Lu Ruyan as a gift, and Jiang Chen's account level immediately rose to level 15. But the fans in the live broadcast room continued to mock him. If anyone is willing to give gifts, who would be reluctant to spend 500 yuan? It's not my fault that I'm rich, guy, you don't think 500 yuan is a lot, right? Jiang Chen's recharging behavior instead caused many people to laugh at him. Even Lu Ruyan, who was busy dancing shyly and trying not to show her underwear obviously, was attracted by the fierce battle of comments. But when I saw that he only gave gifts worth 500 yuan, I didn't care much. I just said thank you for the gift. It's not my fault that I have money. Facing the crowd's siege, Jiang Chen simply typed a few words, don't worry, I'm charging. As the saying goes, live streaming is as deep as the sea, and the big brother's money is divided into 30% and 70%. Today, Jiang Chen must act like a big brother. Anyway, I have a system to back me up. Spending money is earning money, and no matter how much I spend, I will get it back double. What are you afraid of? Just spend the money. He casually poured in another 2,000 yuan and used it as gifts, and Jiang Chen's account level jumped to level 21. In the current contribution list, it ranks in the lower middle position. Although there are still not many, the people who love to get something for free have withdrawn first. Their accounts are not as high as others, so they follow a few big brothers and curse others for being poor. Are they cursing others or themselves? But the overall liveliness of the live broadcast room remains unchanged, and the output capabilities of the big brothers at the top of the list are still quite strong. Wow, level 21 is awesome, it's enough for me to eat pork trotter rice for a month. He doesn't think a few thousand is impressive, does he? Whenever they caught Jiang Chen in the live broadcast room, they would mock him crazily without stopping for a moment. Jiang Chen shrugged, rushed in another 5,000, clicked a few rockets, and raised his level to level 26. Jiang Chen jumped to 7th place on the current contribution list. The brightly colored characters of level 26 flashed on the screen in front of everyone, and some people began to blush. Yin Yang said, "You are really willing to spend it. 5 or 6,000 is indeed a lot." And those whose contribution values were still ahead of Jiang Chen still had no intention of admitting defeat and were still clamoring. Dude, don't spend 2 months' salary just to show off, okay? Hey, you're wrong. Brother Yu Qian is rich, right? 5 or 6,000 yuan is nothing to him. It's nothing to him. The one who spoke most enthusiastically was the current number 1 on the list, level 30, which was equivalent to giving Lu Ruyan 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. He didn't think Jiang Chen would be willing to spend 50 or 60,000 to vent his anger. He had no bottom line when it came to insulting and slandering Jiang Chen. He calls me a poor guy and a pretentious guy. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and scratched his face. Why is there still no aggression? I just think it's cute when you scold me. However, it will be cuter if you keep your head down or just run away after being slapped in the face. Jiang Chen laughed. This was what he wanted to see. Then he invested another 60,000 yuan, turned it into a large ball of rockets and sent it to Lu Ruyan. Jiang Chen's account level also jumped to 30, firmly securing the first place on the new list. Okay guys, stop messing around. There's no point in competing with me on financial strength. The anchor just twerks. I want to see something nice. The appearance of the new number 1 shocked the live broadcast room, and everyone cursed in their hearts, wondering how someone could spend 60,000 yuan just for a few minutes of spite. Is this crazy? Or are you so thin-skinned that you have to pretend to defend it? Are you just trying to show off? Yes, it's just a pretense. Those who were originally at the top of the list were quite dissatisfied. While spending money to suppress Jiang Chen, they also ridiculed him in the barrage. Brother Yu Qian, don't spend half a year's salary on it. Don't you want to eat? Is it fun to go bankrupt just to pretend to be rich? I laughed. If you are poor, you have to admit it. Stand firm when you are beaten. 60,000 yuan is nothing. Do you have the guts to keep going? Chapter 124, Anchor, stand up and show me your legs. The war of words continued in the live broadcast room, but Lu Ruyan didn't care at all, because the more harsh the words were, the more money she would earn. Thank you, it's not my fault that I'm rich, brother. Thank you, what do you want to see, brother? After deducting the rewards from the platform and the company, Lu Ruyan still had a lot of money left, and her attitude immediately became much better. She even twisted her body to ask Jiang Chen what he wanted to see. Without waiting for Jiang Chen to reply, the top one on the list and several big brothers became anxious. Oh no, damn it, they finally found a top-notch guy who had just gone astray, and they were planning to spend a few tens of thousands to get him. But not only is there no sign of success after all this time, but why are there more and more competitors? The big brothers were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood, but they couldn't vent their anger on Lu Ruyan, so they could only direct it at Jiang Chen. It just so happened that Jiang Chen hadn't spoken for a minute or two, so the top one on the list mocked him. Where are the people? Why don't you continue to charge? Are you bankrupting yourself? Look at what poor pretending is, this is poor pretending. Someone echoed. That's right, why are you bluffing? If you have the guts, keep bluffing. Oh, I'm afraid I can't charge it. It's even a problem to eat. The barrage of comments became a carnival of mocking Jiang Chen. Lu Ruyan also saw that Jiang Chen didn't speak for a long time and thought that the fans in the live broadcast room had predicted it. Then he pretended to be sensible. Rich brother, you should do things within your means. Actually, I'm very happy that you are willing to watch my live broadcast. Her words brought Jiang Chen a lot of hatred. The mocking and cursing started again. At this moment, Jiang Chen was actually not in the live broadcast room. Because he just received a call from the live broadcast service of the Douyin and Kuaishou platforms. Hello, sir. Is this you? We have just opened a special recharge account for you. If you top up more than 1 million, you can get double the tokens. Open it, open it. Jiang Chen was bored and agreed to the customer service's request to open an exclusive recharge channel. It's not really necessary, just take it if you have it. Anyway, Jiang Chen was planning to spend all the 8 million he had on hand. The exclusive recharge discount would allow Jiang Chen to show off a little longer, which was better than nothing. The ratio between the level and consumption amount of live broadcast accounts on the Douyin and Kuaishou platforms increases in a gradient manner. For example, level 30 requires approximately 60,000 yuan, and the consumption amount for level 40 becomes 900,000 yuan. And if it is level 60, the amount will reach a terrifying 2 million. With Jiang Chen's current funds, he can buy 16 million tokens from Douyin and create 8 level 60 accounts. Transferred, 8 million, remember to give me extra ghostwriting. Jiang Chen casually transferred 8 million yuan into his account, and after instructing the customer service, he hung up the phone. Before the busy tone sounded, Jiang Chen even heard the cute female voice suddenly say, "Oh shit." Yawning, Jiang Chen spent 800,000. It's not my fault that I have money, account level, 40. When everyone was shouting and cursing, the screen was suddenly covered with countless rockets. Lu Ruyan thought there was a bug in the platform and hurried over to check. But I only saw that my income was rapidly rolling. Who is it? Who on earth gave her so much money? Lu Ruyan hurriedly went to see. But when she saw it, she was stunned. It's not my fault that I'm rich. In just a dozen seconds, he actually gave himself more than 800,000. Lu Ruyan's expression suddenly became flattering, and she said to her new list. Brother, you haven't left yet. What do you want to see? Ruyan is here. The spectators who were attracted from other live broadcast rooms by the rockets sent their congratulations to Demai, all with an attitude of just watching the show. Jiang Chen simply sent a message. Oh, then stand up and show me your legs. There was a brief silence, and then the live broadcast room exploded again. Oh. Look at the legs. Fuck, brother Yu Qian is awesome, shouldn't this kind of benefit be viewed in private chat? Okay, brother Yu Qian has us in his heart. Ruyan, look at your legs 3. As mentioned before, most of those loyal fans just want to show their loyalty and hope that Lu Ruyan will pay attention to them. As for getting more, they dare not hope for it. But now, Jiang Chen gave them this opportunity, an opportunity to see the goddess legs up close. Naturally, the object of support has to change. From Lu Ruyan to Jiang Chen, who is number 1 on the list. After all, following brother Yu Qian means you get to eat meat. I don't know if these people were among those who slandered Jiang Chen before, but they don't look like that now. Well, the main feature is the speed of changing face. But the senior bootlickers in the live broadcast room were not happy. Damn, we all spent money, why can you let Lu Ruyan show her legs? Are our 60,000, 40,000, 9,000 not as good as your 900,000? Oh, that is true, but so what? Our Lu Ruyan still has a big brother who has not yet shown his strength. Does he really take his little rockets seriously? Lu Ruyan herself was also a little shy. 900,000 is a lot. Not to mention looking at her legs, even if she felt that it was done in private, she would definitely agree. But now it's a live broadcast after all. She can't get over that bottom line in her heart. Moreover, she had actually chatted with those at the top of the list and knew that these people were also very rich. They also made requests, but I just fooled them. So, why not take this opportunity to make more money? Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth and decided to stir up trouble and continue to take away her brother's gold coins. Then he said, how about this, if the other big brothers in the live broadcast room agree, I will stand up, and maybe there will be other programs. But before Lu Ruyan could finish her words, a new round of gift screen flooding began again. The original number 1 is now number 2, and the screen is filled with a carnival in an instant. The level rose rapidly from 30 to 41, just enough to suppress Jiang Chen. I'll tell you to sit down. His request was exactly the opposite of Jiang Chen's, which was for Lu Ruyan to sit still. When the netizens saw it, they were immediately filled with resentment. What a guy, you spent tens of thousands of dollars more than the rich guy, and now your brothers have nothing to look at, right? We want to support you. When the level 40 bosses competed for financial strength, everyone still felt that it was better to help whoever was stronger. Compared to looking at the goddess legs, everyone is more looking forward to how nice it would be to receive some red envelopes if they make the big brother happy. For a moment, most of those who had supported Jiang Chen before ran to support the number 1 brother on the list. The number 1 brother on the list, Sun Urge, sat at his desk, watching the things on the screen with a constant sneer. How dare you compete with me in financial strength? It's a joke. Seeing that Jiang Chen was silent again, Sun Urge felt that it was time for Jiang Chen to exit the live broadcast room, right? He couldn't help but feel proud, and the look he gave Lu Ruyan was full of greed. I can't handle this crazy woman Song Yushu, but an internet celebrity won't work? Lu Ruyan. Hee, you are mine. Sun Urge's expression was very confident, as if Lu Ruyan had already fallen into his hands and became a plaything. Chapter 125, 1000 Rockets, How Can You Fight Me? He continued to send in the live broadcast room. Due to his high account level, all the texts he sent out were enlarged and bolded. Kid, give up and don't humiliate yourself. In Jiangzhou, few people can compete with me in financial strength. Below was a dense stream of people agreeing with and denouncing Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled heartily upon hearing his speech. I suddenly felt that I had spent money on fun today and I got it. The guy at the top of this list is really fun. Are you very confident in your financial resources? I, Jiang Chen, am not talented, but I am more confident. Moreover, the system will return Jiang Chen's money. What about you, the number 1 brother on the list? Smiling, Jiang Chen fired 300 consecutive luxurious rockets. Whoosh, 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 he raised the level with a consumption amount of more than 200,000 yuan and once again firmly suppressed it. The screen was full of rockets, causing the barrage to be filled with crazy praise and puzzled question marks. Some of them thought that maybe 900,000 was Jiang Chen's limit, but it was obvious that this rich guy's bullets were far from exhausted. Fuck, brother Yu Qian is awesome. He'll make 1.1 million in no time. Brother Sun can't play like this, right? Brother Yu Qian, can you give me some money if I start a live broadcast? Brother Yu Qian wants to see legs, do you have them? How come there aren't any? Thick, strong, black, hairy legs don't count as legs? Sun Urge, who was already too proud of himself, didn't bother to read the nonsense in the barrage. He leaned forward suddenly, unable to believe it. His eyes continued to be fixed on the number 1 spot on the list that he had just regained but was taken away again. Another $200,000? Where did he get so much money? Damn it! Sun Urge frowned. He raised his hand and placed it not far from the screen, but he didn't dare to press it. Including the amount just now, he has already given Lu Ruyan more than 900,000 this month. Does he need to continue? Sun Urge even had the illusion that he was actually at the auction at that moment, and the person who was bidding with him for Lu Ruyan was a fucking shill. But, I can't lose. Sun Urge gritted his teeth. He had already spent so much money, was he just going to stop like this? Was more than 900,000 yuan spent in vain? Sun Urge refused to admit defeat. After hesitating for a long time, he followed up again. A rocket worth $300,000 was sent up. After seeing that his account was pressed on Jiang Chen as he wished, Sun Urge finally breathed a sigh of relief. He must win. Lu Ruyan looked at the two men who were jealous of her, feeling very happy. Her luck today was simply too good. Just from these two men, she could get at least 400,000 or 500,000. This is more than all the time she has been live streaming combined, so cool. Choosing not to take the postgraduate entrance examination and doing live streaming is indeed a good way to make money. Lu Ruyan pretended to be well behaved. Since Sun Urge was superior to Jiang Chen, she sat down obediently. Jiang Chen yawned, and 1,000 ordinary rockets were fired in. The screen was filled again. Jiang Chen's account level directly reached the maximum level of 60, and he once again secured the top spot on the list. The live broadcast room was completely confused. 1 million, without saying a word, he swiped another million. Fuck, a super rich guy? Brother Yu Qian, please give me the link to the cracked version of Douyin and Kuaishou. I also want to act as fluently and naturally as you do. Brother Yu Qian has only been on the livestream for about 10 minutes, right? From level 1 to level 60, he has earned over 2 million in total? What kind of background does he have to be so damn rich? I've never seen anything like this before. Damn, I've been watching live broadcasts for a few years and I've never seen anything like this. No, we really have to start the live broadcast, Brother Yu Qian, come quickly. The comments in the live broadcast room went completely crazy, and the continuous broadcast of rockets worth more than 3 million made Lu Ruyan's live broadcast room almost the most popular one at the moment. The number of people in the live broadcast room and the number of fans have skyrocketed, from more than 10,000 a dozen minutes ago to nearly 40,000, and is even growing at an accelerated rate. And all of this is traffic brought by the financial competition between Jiang Chen and Sun Urge. Sun Urge fell into complete silence. He turned off his phone and calmed down. It was opened again after a minute, and the scene I saw was not an illusion. This time, he was really numb. He is financially well off, one of the richest second generations, and has 2 to 3 million in pocket money a month. But being rich doesn't mean he is a fool. At this point, Sun Urge felt that he should stop. It's not my fault that the guy across from me is rich, there is really something wrong. If I continue to compete with that guy, I might end up getting cheated to death. But the more Sun Urge thought about it, the angrier he became. Fuck, what an idiot, spending over 2 million to hook up with an internet celebrity who I can't even touch through the screen. What a fucking idiot. Sun Urge silently cursed Jiang Chen for being an idiot in his heart, and also cursed himself for being an idiot. Then he left the live broadcast room quietly without saying a word. The loss of more than 1 million yuan can be regarded as tuition fee and a lesson learned. As soon as Sun Urge left, the live broadcast room became more lively again. Why did Brother Sun run away? He really ran away. Did he spend all his money? It seems he has no ability at all. Who says it's not true? Brother Sun has been saying since the beginning that the rich brother is poor and pretending to be poor. But when the real fight came, Brother Sun ran away. Next time I see Sun go during a live broadcast, I will curse him to death. He made me follow a bunch of rabble to slander my rich brother. There won't be a next time. I just checked and Sun Go has deleted his account. Delete your account? I'm really broken, rich guy, awesome. I declare you my idol. I still can't compete with the rich guy. I'm really impressed by this online name. Brother Yu Qian is really rich. Jiang Chen grinned nonchalantly. This was just the beginning. He still had nearly 14 million worth of tokens in his account, and he had to find a way to spend them. There are only 2 million tokens worth, not enough to just swipe away. After scaring Sun Urge away, the rest of the people who had followed the big brother also quietly left the live broadcast room, some cancelled their accounts, and some changed their names. But it's useless. The shame brought by being slapped in the face by Jiang Chen today would make me unable to sleep due to embarrassment even if I dream about it in the middle of the night 4 or 5 years from now. But Jiang Chen didn't care about these. Now he cares about. Stand up and look at your legs. All the people who were in the way have been taken away. Can Lu Ruyan still struggle? Cannot. Seeing the number of people online in the live broadcast room soaring to 300,000, Lu Ruyan's lips became dry. Although she was afraid, she still stood up obediently. In front of 300,000 pairs of eyes, she showed off her long, white legs. The shame gradually overwhelmed me. Chapter 126. It seems that I need to be disciplined. Lu Ruyan stood up and stepped back with her eyes slightly closed. There was only the front camera of the mobile phone facing her, but she looked at the endless barrage of comments on the screen and the inconspicuous but exaggerated numbers on the page. But she felt as if hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes were looking at her at this moment, and those gazes of various colors were like knives piercing her body, cutting and grinding on the naked skin under her hot pants. Even though the weight of this sight had been weakened a lot due to the distance of the internet, the feeling of betraying herself and the experience of being asked to show her body in front of the camera for the first time made Lu Ruyan extremely unbearable. Her heart was beating fast, and her hands and feet were shaking slightly without stopping for even a moment during this short period of time. Because of her panic and nervousness, Lu Ruyan was unable to judge the passage of time. It was just a simple movement, but she felt that a very long time had passed. After her whole body appeared in the camera for more than 10 seconds, Lu Ruyan took a deep breath and moved closer to the phone again. She showed a somewhat awkward seductive look, her eyes searched up and down the screen, and after confirming that Jiang Chen was still there, her eyes narrowed with a smile. I was so scared. I thought my brother had left. Ruyan performed well, didn't she? Lu Ruyan smiled sweetly and kept smiling at the screen, because she knew very well that as long as she could keep Jiang Chen, she would earn much more than what she had now. $1 million is a lot, but who wouldn't want more? Lu Ruyan was looking forward to other requests from the top brother on the list, and at the same time signaled the sisters who were helping outside the camera to add Jiang Chen using their own personal accounts. If I could keep in touch with Jiang Chen in real life, I would definitely gain more. Lu Ruyan still remembers the guidance given to her by the not-so-famous internet celebrity who introduced her to the industry when she first entered it. Everything on the internet is fake, and no matter how glorious she becomes in the future, there will come a moment when she disappears. And if she can be smarter and properly copy what she gains from the internet into reality, then her vitality in the industry will be greatly improved. Even if she stops working in this field, she can still get help in life, and this help will appear in every choice she makes in the future. It's not my fault that I'm rich is the person who is definitely worth getting to know in his eyes. His importance may be much higher than that of that young master-son urge. Therefore, Lu Ruyan would never be stingy with her flattery. Lu Ruyan's delicate appearance caused the viewers who had just feasted their eyes in the live broadcast room to wail continuously. Why is everyone's goddess so nice to Big Brother? Aren't we all fans? Is it because my brother spent more money? Well, that's true, but it's true that I feel bad. However, most of the fans are not so fragile. They go online to have fun, and they probably don't have any dog-licking nature. The more Lu Ruyan shows, the happier they are. They all joined in praising and flattering Jiang Chen. It has to be the eldest brother. You are so beautiful today, ha ha ha. Brother Yu Qian, keep teasing her, ha ha ha. I can totally put myself in your shoes. Of course, there are also some abstract people whose identities can be guessed just by looking at their comments without looking at their avatars, who are seriously criticizing Jiang Chen for not treating money seriously and that the money in his hands is black money, which may be laundered. Or maybe Lu Ruyan is materialistic and smiles happily when she sees money. This kind of remarks can be summed up in one word. If you can resist the temptation when money is in front of you, no one will have any objection to saying this, but if you can't eat the grapes and then say they are sour, that's meaningless. Of course, these minorities don't really need to care, as their words are drowned out by the ocean of barrages as soon as they are spoken. Jiang Chen was just watching these netizens spraying each other for fun. After giving likes and praising some of the comments that had extremely clever points, Jiang Chen's gaze once again shifted to Lu Ruyan, who was leaning in front of the camera. I was planning to switch to another live broadcast room to take a look at other people's shows, but I stopped my plan temporarily because a very interesting idea came to my mind. Lu Ruyan's skills and acting skills are far behind what they will be a few years later. It seems, she needs to be trained. No, I need some guidance. Jiang Chen's brows twitched slightly, his eyes were playful, and he began to recall the eating skills that those marginal anchors relied on to survive a few years later, and prepared to let Lu Ruyan learn them in advance. Whoosh, 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 3 high-level rockets were fired, and Jiang Chen sent them out again. It's not my fault that I'm rich, let us try a challenge, I say you do it. It's not my fault that I'm rich, anchor, roll your eyes. Lu Ruyan looked at Jiang Chen's new request and breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to showing her legs, it was nothing more than rolling her eyes. She nodded very quickly, then bit her lip and rolled her eyes, which only lasted for 2 seconds before stopping. My gaze returned to the screen, only to see a screen full of question marks. The fans in the live broadcast room haven't figured out Jiang Chen's purpose yet and are just refreshing the screen with sour comments. You roll your eyes for a few $1,000? Big brother, give me some, or I'll dig your eyeballs out. Oh my god, brother, that's not the case. A few $1,000s is not worth it. Laughed, upstairs Sasuke said with hot eyes plugging. Jiang Chen curled his lips. How could these guys understand what he meant? Let's continue watching. It's not my fault that I'm rich, oral examination, let me see if your tongue coating is normal. 5 rockets were fired along with the text. The several large rockets that appeared on the screen, representing wealth, instantly interrupted Lu Ruyan's hesitation. Just look at the tongue, nothing else. Just watch it. Lu Ruyan thought for a moment, then licked her lips shyly. The entire barrage was filled with boos. This is not nice of you, host. Big brother, you have to stick to the oral cavity. Where's your tongue coating? Come on, be obedient. Host, look at your teeth. The comments were in a mess, and Lu Ruyan took a few glances and felt guilty. She didn't dare to bet whether Jiang Chen had the same idea as the majority of netizens. What if he thought that what she had done was not enough? After gritting her teeth and holding it in for a while, Lu Ruyan apologized, and finally let Jiang Chen get what he wanted. And at this moment, Jiang Chen fired 5 rockets again. It's not my fault that I'm rich, well done, here's the last challenge. It's not my fault that I'm rich, if you succeed in this challenge, I'll fire another 66 rockets. Lu Ruyan looked at the message sent by Jiang Chen, although she was worried that the last challenge might be a little out of line. But when I saw that the reward for completing the challenge was 66 rockets, I almost lost all resistance. She just pursed her lips and blushed and said, yes, brother, I will succeed. TSK, this woman is onto something. Looking at Lu Ruyan's pure yet enthusiastic look, Jiang Chen couldn't hide his smile. The next and final challenge might not only allow this woman to learn advanced skills in advance, but also make this guy popular on the internet in advance. Chapter 127 The God on the Edge, the live broadcast room goes completely crazy. Among the 3 challenges, rolling eyes and sticking out tongue are actually very normal. But if combined, especially with the third action, it's not that common. It's not my fault that I'm rich, moving on, the third challenge. It's not my fault that I'm rich, roll your eyes and stick out your tongue while making a V sign with both hands. Come on, 66 rockets are waiting for you. Yeah bro, I'll try. Lu Ruyan's eyes wandered for a moment, but she finally chose to obey Jiang Chen's orders. In order to let Jiang Chen see more clearly, she stepped back again so that her hand could also appear in the camera. Then, he made the same expression as Jiang Chen described. Looking at Lu Ruyan like this, the barrage of comments that were scrolling across the screen suddenly stopped. Then, there was a complete explosion. These 3 actions are nothing special individually, but when combined, they create something very special. I believe that even the inexperienced little Chunan can feel the impact of this action and expression. Fuck. I understand what Big Brother is going to do. Big Brother is too fierce. You, the anchor, will have a bad reputation in the future. Ha ha ha. I don't understand, what's going on? Brother above, the most important thing for you right now is to enter junior high school. Fuck, that's awesome. Guys, just watch while I switch platforms. The barrage is completely crazy, and the gifts are completely crazy. Lurking in the live broadcast room, knowing that their financial resources are not even a bit comparable to Jiang Chen's, the spectators who have no intention of making money can't help but want to give rewards. They licked their lips thirstily and contributed their own efforts to Lu Ruyan's live broadcast room. After Jiang Chen fired 66 rockets, he looked at the live broadcast room that had completely exploded without any extra emotions. This was already within his expectations. The action that Lu Ruyan just directed actually originated abroad. Several female anchors made a lot of money from it. This time, I have taught Lu Ruyan half a version of the live broadcast effect in advance. Lu Ruyan's challenge lasted only 5 seconds. She counted silently in her heart, and when the time was up, she immediately stopped and checked the live broadcast room. Finally, he looked at Jiang Chen's 66 rockets and the gifts from other fans and smiled happily. Up to this point, she still hadn't realized how extraordinary her combo was. Just happy about making money. Seeing this, people in the barrage couldn't stop laughing. The anchor is still too naive. Oh, it's still the big brother who has the means. Anchor, I just recorded the screen, just wait for it to go viral on the internet, it makes me laugh to death, ha ha ha. Looking at these barrages and comments, even though Lu Ruyan was very slow, she gradually began to realize something. And after looking at the assistants gesticulating instructions behind the camera, Lu Ruyan's fair face gradually became filled with blood, and she screamed and escaped from the camera without any movement. Jiang Chen felt a little regretful. As expected of the King of the Edge after a few years, he has the talent and the results. With my help this time, I can save myself 3 years of detours. But Jiang Chen was still quite happy. The happiness brought by this kind of adjustment and cultivation was quite satisfying. The same was true for many viewers in the live broadcast room. Although they were not the ones holding the remote control, it was still cool to put themselves in Jiang Chen's perspective. This wave was quite enjoyable. It was at this time that one of the virtues of the internet sharing began to emerge. Taking advantage of the time when Lu Ruyan escaped from the camera to adjust, the bored viewers began to spontaneously go to other live broadcast rooms to publicize Jiang Chen's great achievements. The boss of the new account spent 3 million on the novice anchor. The female anchor was originally a nobody, but her fans increased by tens of thousands in an instant, and her career was booming. Such topics and stories are quite attractive to all viewers and hosts. Thus, within just a dozen minutes, hundreds and thousands of anchors and tens and millions of live viewers were affected and began to launch a great expedition towards Lu Ruyan's live broadcast room. For a while, the number of people online in Lu Ruyan's live broadcast room began to approach the record upper limit of this category. In other live broadcast rooms, brothers, click on the little red hearts and watch Brother Leopard give you a hard time. Brother Leopard picked up a brick and hit him on the head. There was a dull sound, and the brick didn't break, but his big bald head started to turn purple. He looked at it blearily. The brick in his hand was still intact, and he immediately thought to himself that something was wrong. This brainless guy changed his props to a red brick. Fortunately, he didn't use too much force, otherwise his forehead would have broken before the brick. But even so, it still hurts a lot. Brother Leopard covered his head with one hand and hurried over to look at his phone. Although he didn't break it, at least he proved that he was using a real thing, and the show was effective. But as soon as he picked up the phone, he was stunned. My goodness, let alone gifts, even the little red hearts didn't increase in value at all. Weren't there 200 to 300 people in the live broadcast room just now? How come there's no one here all of a sudden? Brother Leopard scrolled up to the comments in disbelief, and the more he read, the more confused he became. What big brother is competing for the top spot? He will spend more than 4 million in a short time. Raise your hand and make a gesture of 66 rockets? What the hell is going on here? I'm going to go. A few minutes ago, the comments were talking about what happened in Lu Ruyan's live broadcast room. All of the netizens suddenly felt that what was the point of watching this? Isn't it more interesting to watch the big brother making money? Then he ran away without a sound. The more Brother Leopard watched, the more uncomfortable he felt. I just felt that the big bruise on my head was getting more and more painful. In the past 2 years, he has been biting lighters, breaking rocks with his chest, sleeping in a cemetery, and opening a durian with one hand. He just short of going to the public toilet. But even after working so hard, he still didn't earn a total of 66 rockets. As a result, is this all a female anchor has to say? Brother Leopard felt like his little heart had suffered a critical hit of 10,000 points. He covered his chest and groaned, "No, I have to join in the fun. This woman must be so beautiful to be worth spending so much money on." The situation in other live broadcast rooms is similar. Small anchors have become unpopular, and large live broadcast rooms with tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of viewers have also seen a large-scale decline in viewers. He quickly asked his assistant to check if something serious had happened, and then he hurriedly tried to save the situation in the live broadcast room. But it's basically useless. It's boring. It's more fun to watch Big Brother make money. Yes, anchor, you don't have any benefits. Look at what Lu Ruyan is doing in her live studio. Why don't you go and study there? Forget it, let's go and have some fun. Fuck, come on, that Lou Ruyan's live broadcast room has over 1 million people? Is that the live broadcast room where the rich guy gives out gifts? Is it that awesome? Which one is the rich guy? It's not my fault that I have money. I spent more than 3 million in half an hour. Chapter 128 Rockets are amazing? Our goddess doesn't even look at them. The retention efforts of several big female anchors were completely ineffective in retaining the fans' hearts, and the rate at which they left was still frightening. At this time, many anchors hated and envied this anchor named Lou Ruyan. How come her live broadcast room can attract all my viewers? Why does that rich man only give her gifts? No, I have to win that big brother over to my live studio. Several female anchors became determined and decided to get Jiang Chen to their own live broadcast rooms, even if they had to lick his ass. He immediately urged his assistant to contact the real owner. Some were so anxious that they turned off the live broadcast directly, gritted their teeth and took photos of themselves to add Jiang Chen. More than 3 million in less than half an hour, this is no longer an ordinary big brother, we must go all out. Compared with Jiang Chen, what are these poor guys in his live broadcast room? When I checked the income, I found that it was watched by tens of thousands of people and was broadcast for a whole day, but I only made less than 40,000 yuan. This is not even enough for the rich guy to spend in 1 minute. As long as you can capture the rich guy, even if you only broadcast live to him, you will make a lot of money. Who cares about those poor losers who claim to be loyal fans? Wang Lei was confused. He had just finished delivering a takeaway and was taking a break. He opened the live broadcast room to watch his favorite goddess. But not long after entering the live broadcast room, the number of people in the room began to plummet. At first glance, they all wanted to join in the fun because some rich guy was giving gifts in other live broadcast rooms. Wang Lei scoffed at this. I know these guys are not loyal to the goddess at first glance, but I won't be like you. I will watch the goddess live broadcast until the end today. Not only that, I also want to give gifts. Loyalty is revealed at times like this. Wang Lei licked his lips, imagining that he never abandoned the goddess in times of danger, and that the goddess therefore noticed him. I couldn't help but hum. The finger pointing towards recharge also became extremely certain. But the next moment, his eyes bulged out and his face looked incredulous. I just finished giving gifts, why did it stop broadcasting? Wang Lei didn't expect that he wanted to be loyal, but the goddess didn't even give him the chance to be loyal. How could he reason with this? Recalling that the goddess seemed to be talking to the assistant about that rich guy just now, it is rational to speculate that the goddess might be going to be the rich guy's bootlicker. But Wang Lei was unwilling to believe it, and he immediately ruled out the correct answer. I continued to watch the goddess homepage with a determined look on my face and waited for her to start broadcasting again. Mimi is definitely not that kind of person. She would never abandon her fans just for money. It must be something else. I just need to keep waiting. That's it. However, the situation in each live broadcast room is not entirely the same. A new ice goddess who started broadcasting this morning and attracted nearly 1,000 loyal viewers has become the only oddity that is not affected by this storm. In Hu Weiwei's live broadcast room, the fans below also mentioned that Yu Qinggu was giving out gifts like crazy, but almost no one went to watch the fun. Because in their opinion, Hu Weiwei would never be moved by any amount of gifts or money. As soon as they saw someone mention this in the comments section, the other viewers immediately expressed boredom. 1,000 rockets is amazing? 3 million is amazing? Come to our goddess's live broadcast room, we will still ignore him. Yes, isn't it just a few bucks? Why are you so proud? There are always people who treat money like dirt, right? It's just that I met a gold digger. Putting this live broadcast room on the internet will definitely not cause any waves. Maybe the goddess will dislike me and insult her with money. Yeah, why don't we stop giving gifts to the goddess? Every time we give her gifts, she seems to dislike it. I think so too. Just watching is enough. The goddess doesn't care about money anyway. Hu Weiwei's brows gradually furrowed as she read the comments. No more gifts? No, even though the money you gave is not much, it is still money. Hu Weiwei was a little panicked, not understanding why these dogs suddenly stopped dropping gold coins. I wanted to dissuade him but couldn't open my mouth. After all, apart from Jiang Chen, she was not willing to flatter or show weakness in front of anyone. Hu Weiwei was flipping through the content posted by the die-hard fans in the live broadcast room. When she saw the number of more than 3 million, her icy expression gradually became uncontrollable. Can live streaming make so much money? Brother, can you please pass it to your friend? Picture. The ding 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 reminder sounds continued. In less than a minute, the number of unfamiliar accounts that added Jiang Chen exceeded 70. There were countless messages and highly edited beautiful photos sent over. Jiang Chen's old Vivo was even a little stuck. After switching his phone to silent mode, the continuous noises finally stopped and Jiang Chen was in the mood to click on a few messages to see what was going on. Some accounts have only a few followers, and the pictures they send are extremely explicit, and the text messages are also quite suggestive. Jiang Chen simply blocked and deleted the message. The evaluation is pure wheat, and the appearance is also average. Good luck to you. There were also many normal ones who sent a beautiful photo and said they wanted to meet Jiang Chen. There were too many of these, and Jiang Chen didn't have time to look at them one by one, so he only looked at a few accounts that had a large number of fans and were considered small internet celebrities. I wasn't interested in paying more attention to him for now, so I just said a hello and remained friends. But even so, the little anchors on the opposite side were all very happy. If you have good friends, you have opportunities. Jiang Chen randomly picked a few to go in and watch. But as I watched, something felt wrong. Oh my god, something weird appeared. Brother, what's your preference? Do you like sweet and soft blue kids? A cross-dressing anchor is also trying to get close to Jiang Chen. But the moment Jiang Chen saw this message, he almost felt numb. What the hell, men are coming too. Jiang Chen clicked hard to block the message, and his good mood was instantly gone. It's the internet after all. In real life, everyone is still concerned about their reputation, but online, people are willing to be as exaggerated as possible and are not afraid to take risks. Jiang Chen felt a chill from being treated to a cold by this person. He curled his lips and continued to watch Lu Ruyan's live broadcast to feast his eyes. 1,300,000 viewers? 190,000 fans? That's fine. Jiang Chen looked at the data in the live broadcast room and felt a sense of accomplishment. The popularity of having 1 million people watching was not something that even the future complete form of Lu Ruyan could often achieve. It seems that I have become this woman's benefactor and have brought her glory in advance. Chapter 129. It's boring to be alone, let SPK online. Lu Ruyan adjusted herself outside the camera for a minute, then entered the live broadcast room with a blushing face. She had never seen such high popularity and so many viewers, so she knew she had to seize the opportunity and continued broadcasting. But as the program was being broadcast, both she and her assistant behind the camera noticed something was wrong. It seems like Brother Yu Qian hasn't given me any instructions for 5 or 6 minutes? Lu Ruyan had a bad feeling and started to panic. Could it be that he was pulled away by another live broadcast room? There are a lot of rich people on this platform. I often heard about them before I even tried to get involved, but in fact most of them are fake. A senior told me the inside story. Many wealthy people are actually used by MCN companies to create popularity for their own anchors, so they should not be taken seriously. Lu Ruyan was actually quite lucky, as she managed to catch 2 extremely rare wild tyrants. One was Jiang Chen, and the other was Sun Urge, who should have been dead. She is confident that as a small anchor, she will not be targeted by big companies to make money, so her big brother must be the real big brother. However, this kind of wild big brother is too precious, and the scene just now was too fierce, so it must have been targeted by other anchors. If I don't work hard and hold on to this big brother, crying will be useless if someone else takes him away. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan became more determined. Even without Jiang Chen's orders, he took the initiative to perform those extremely tempting actions. She acted coquettishly in front of the screen. Good brother, why did you suddenly disappear? You can't ignore me, I'm ready to listen to my brother. Lu Ruyan's posture is extremely restrained, but it is this restrained charm that makes people unable to stop. She also knows that this is her advantage. She had never been able to overcome her psychological defenses before, but with Jiang Chen's guidance just now, she had already figured it out. So he began to do his best. Lu Ruyan's gesture of using all her skills shocked the entire live broadcast room again. Question marks and exclamation points filled the entire screen. No, who are you, beautiful lady? Can you please return the live broadcast room to Lu Ruyan? I went out for a walk and I thought I was back in the wrong live stream room. Oh no, no. Sister. Wow, stop burning, I can't bear to watch this. My goddess Lu Ruyan won't be like this. Brother, I will cry first as a sign of respect. Brother, you can cry, but don't put your hands under the table. You're crying, is he serious? The power of money is so terrifying that even goddesses have become like this. Money really harms people. Would you change it for me? Change. I'll just pee and poop anywhere. The comments and barrage were in a mess, and all kinds of emotions such as excitement, enthusiasm, confusion, jealousy, were also mixed together. And looking at Lu Ruyan like this and so many netizens like this, Jiang Chen's mood, which had just been disgusted by the little boy with a fever, began to improve. It's better to turn off private messages. Out of sight, out of mind. Both the man and the girl are pogon, who can stand this? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and turned off the private message function, forcing himself to forget what he had just seen in the private message. Then he started laughing. Overall, it's fun, not bad. Jiang Chen laughed heartily as he read through the various funny comments from his fans. In comparison, Lu Ruyan's live broadcast effect gradually became boring. There's no way to continue like this. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed, and he decided to think of a way to increase the popularity. It would be more fun with more people. If there were fewer viewers in the live broadcast room later, it would not be so interesting. After thinking for a few moments, Jiang Chen came up with an idea. Then he brushed a rocket and set it by the way. It's a bit boring to just watch you alone. Why don't you invite some other anchors to compete with you? As soon as Jiang Chen spoke, the live broadcast room became lively again. The responses kept coming. Brother Yu Qian hasn't left yet. Oh my god, every sentence is a rocket. I found a pattern. Whenever Brother Qian speaks, there will be rockets. This is the episode that has the best grasp of the rules. Thumbs up. PK? Jiang Chen finally continued to speak. Lu Ruyan was stunned for a moment, then quickly responded enthusiastically. Brother, I knew you were reluctant to leave. While continuing to act coquettishly, Lu Ruyan began to be vague about the topic, saying that she was somewhat reluctant about PK. If she wants to PK, she will definitely need to involve a lot of people, but she doesn't want to share Jiang Chen with others. What if some vixen seduces her elder brother away? Lu Ruyan was quite unwilling in her heart. Jiang Chen could probably guess what she was thinking, so he chuckled indifferently and continued. Let's PK. I'll give you rockets later? Or do you not like brother's big rocket? Seeing this, Lu Ruyan puffed up her cheeks. Although she was still unwilling, she didn't dare to disobey this time. Who doesn't like rockets? She wished Jiang Chen could fill her up with rockets. At this time, there were actually many big and small anchors lurking in Lu Ruyan's live broadcast room. When they saw Jiang Chen asking Lu Ruyan to PK, they keenly thought that this was a good opportunity. He tried various methods, including mobilizing fan clubs, contacting assistants backstage, and volunteering in the comments section, hoping that he could become one of Lu Ruyan's online PK targets. Lu Ruyan and the assistant were overwhelmed and didn't know who to connect with. There are so many people who want to participate now, including many big anchors that she could only look up to before. Although there are many options to choose from, Lu Ruyan feels that how to choose and who to choose are not in line with her considerations. If possible, she still wants to connect with a man, or someone who is not as good looking as her. This way, the probability of Jiang Chen being lured away can be reduced. After thinking for a while, Lu Ruyan was afraid that Jiang Chen would get impatient, so she accepted her fate and prepared to order one at random. But at this moment, a way to please Jiang Chen suddenly popped up in her mind. Then he said with a smile. Brother, there are so many people who want to connect, I don't know who is the best one to connect with, how about I choose for you? Jiang Chen smiled slightly. This girl is quite smart and sensible. As long as she wants to keep me and be close to me, then how to play and what to play is all up to me. Jiang Chen was very happy that Lu Ruyan realized this situation in time. Next, Jiang Chen will decide who Lu Ruyan will connect with and who will stay in the PK room. Jiang Chen's voice connection became the second window in the room. His tone, which was indifferent but cynical, would serve as a judgment for every anchor who entered the room next. To go or to stay, it all depends on Jiang Chen's thoughts and words. After Jiang Chen's consent, the first anchor connected and entered the room. Chapter 130, Choosing an Ex-Girlfriend as a Concubine? The female anchor named San Qianxue was wearing ancient-style clothing. After seeing herself entering the PK room, a smile finally appeared on her nervous face. And this smile became even brighter after seeing the big brother. It's not my fault that I'm rich with the default gray avatar who was also in the live broadcast room. Sister Ruyan, how do we PK? What should we play? San Qianxue was very humble. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan was a little stunned. She had an impression of this San Qianxue, and it was a very deep impression. Because she has always been a fan of Sankey Yanksu. But today, my favorite blogger calls me sister. Will this really happen? In a trance, Lu Ruyan glanced at the number of her fans and realized that she had a lot more fans than the anchor she used to like. And this is all thanks to the big brother in my live broadcast room. Lu Ruyan bit her lip and said in a tender voice, "Brother, what do you want to see us PK? Don't rush to compete. It's more fun when there are more people. Show off some talents first and then we'll talk about it after you pass." Jiang Chen turned on the microphone and spoke casually. The young voice that was beyond everyone's expectations made the two anchors look excited. They always thought that this rich guy might be a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, who licked them for money, but they always had resistance in their hearts. But after hearing Jiang Chen's voice, the resistance completely disappeared and turned into a greedy curiosity. What kind of woman does such a young brother like? What does he look like? San Qianxue, Lu Ruyan, and many other candidate anchors all had fantasies that they shouldn't have. Jiang Chen didn't have the energy to speculate on the bad thoughts these anchors had about him for the time being. At this moment, Jiang Chen was thinking about something. A business idea that may make a fortune from the live streaming industry. At this time, the mainstream top anchors on the internet are almost all on platforms such as Douyu and Huya, and Douyu and Kuaishou cannot compare with them for the time being. But Jiang Chen, who has the memories of another life, understands that the gap between the two has been narrowing, and soon, Douyin and Kuaishou will surpass the old platforms and become the new traffic king. And it remains unchanged for several years. There is no doubt that the gods of the future are Douyin and Kuaishou. If you make a plan during this period of time, you can definitely make a small profit. Are you working for an MCN company? The entry point is MCN companies. Although such companies already exist at this stage, most of them are still small, and it is rare to see those of extremely large scale. The market is still a blue ocean, and the reason is basically that top venture capitals are not optimistic about the market, resulting in a shortage of funds. But it just so happens that I will never worry about my own affairs. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. He had already determined the feasibility of this matter, but he was not in a hurry to do it for the time being. Just wait until Chen Jichu finishes dealing with Pang Wenwen's affairs and then hand it over to her. Today, while I am having fun, I can just pick out a few hosts who may have a promising future or will be popular and mark them. Thinking of this, only 3 or 4 seconds had passed. My thoughts continued to return to the live broadcast room, and at this time San Qianxue's talent show had already begun. The talent she chose to perform was singing. After hurriedly playing the background music, she began to sing an ancient-style song. In less than a minute, Jiang Chen casually sent a rocket to it. Seeing the rocket appear on the screen, San Qianxue's nervous heart relaxed. Now that I have gained the rockets, I have passed the test and can stay, right? But that's not the case. So, next one. Jiang Chen opened the microphone and spoke in a tone as if he was selecting items. Fans from all walks of life in the live broadcast room and bystanders were instantly excited. Oh my god, I can't even pass the level but I'm still using rockets. Did Yu Qian click the wrong button? Am I the only one who finds him being insulting? Yes, you're the only one who thinks so. Come on, it's good enough to get the money. Isn't this a beautiful song? Why not pass it? After taking a look at the messy comments, Jiang Chen only responded to the one he saw clearly. Yes, anyone who enters the lineup will be led by the rockets based on your performance. After hearing these words, San Qianxue was in complete despair. It turns out that the rockets will give it as soon as they get into the lineup? She just thought that although she did not meet the requirements of the rich man, since he had been offered the job by rockets, it meant that there might still be a chance and they could contact him privately. But Jiang Chen's subsequent explanation directly shattered her fantasy. Without giving anyone a chance to beg, Lu Ruyan quickly kicked San Qianxue out of the line and replaced her with the next one. Wow, it's brother Yu Qian, I just heard about you from my fans, so I rushed over. Brother, have you looked backstage? My assistant recommended me to you, Green Bubble. Can we meet each other? The second person who came in to connect also had a low profile, but his purpose was obviously different. He came here just to add Jiang Chen as his friend, in case something happened in real life. The performance of their goddess made the fans in the live broadcast room unable to hold their breath. The foreign carriage that they had only dared to watch from afar, was it being offered to Jiang Chen to ride? Oh, don't stand up and kick hard. The fans were almost desperate and could only beg in their hearts, Brother Yu Qian, please be gentle with our goddess. But unexpectedly, Jiang Chen was completely unmoved and just spoke into the microphone. If you have talent, go ahead. If you don't, go to the next one. Jiang Chen simply ignored his request to add a friend. Wow, even with the beauty filter turned up to the maximum, your appearance still looks pretty average. How dare you add my contact information? Don't have too many fantasies about her looks that are just average. Even Jiang Chen didn't directly ask Lu Ruyan to mention this person, because she was kind-hearted. And this person's ending is no different from that of San Shenxue before. Received a rocket and kicked out of the room. Go on. Jiang Chen asked Lu Ruyan to continue. Afterwards, after about 20 minutes, 15 anchors were interviewed, only 2 passed and stayed in the live broadcast room. But Jiang Chen still felt it was not enough, so he asked Lu Ruyan to continue. Just at this time, different voices emerged among the netizens who were clamoring that Jiang Chen came here to choose a concubine. The voices were getting louder and louder, and even dozens of people were willing to spend money to sign up for their goddesses. They are all a bunch of gold diggers, nothing to see. Host, please connect with our goddess and show you who is the one true god. Yes, please help Chen Wei. The real goddess is here. She is not someone that these mediocre fans can mess with. Lu Ruyan didn't want to pay attention to them. What if this Chen Wei was really powerful? She has already found 2 opponents for herself, and she doesn't want another strong enemy. Let's connect it and see what it is like. Jiang Chen said. Dust Wei. This online name always gives Jiang Chen a very special sense of déjà vu, so let's take a look. Lu Ruyan couldn't refuse Jiang Chen and could only search obediently. Search for this new anchor named Chen Wei, whose actual name is Hu Weiwei. Chapter 131, you wanna watch my performance just because you gave me such a small amount of reward? Lu Ruyan searched for Hu Weiwei, who was broadcasting live, clicked on the invitation to connect, but the other party did not respond for a long time. After waiting for nearly a minute, Hu Weiwei reluctantly joined the call. This made Lu Ruyan feel a little depressed. She had just connected with so many people, and everyone was eager and flattering, rushing to connect and to be the rich man's bootlicker. Even because of this, I am included in the category of being flattered. But why does this person called Chen Wei have to be different from others? She is even reluctant to join the connection. Is it really like what is said in the barrage, that this woman is a pure goddess? Are you so pure and innocent that you regard money as dirt and will never bow down for wealth? Lu Ruyan didn't believe it at first, but now she more or less believed it. She just hoped that brother Yu Qian wouldn't like this style of anchor. Lu Ruyan prayed silently in her heart, hoping that Jiang Chen would not be seduced away by this new challenger. After a few seconds of loading time, a new screen appeared in the room, and Chen Wei, who was invited by the spectators in every possible way, finally joined the connection. Let's give them a performance, so that those vulgar people can see what it's like. Yes, host, do you have any talent show to let everyone see it? I have been watching your live broadcast room all day and I haven't seen any talent show. Goddess Weiwei, please clean everyone's eyes. As soon as Hu Weiwei came online, her die-hard fans in the live broadcast room and the fans who sneaked out to fight guerrilla warfare began to post barrages of comments frantically, asking Hu Weiwei to give a talent show to overwhelm the previous online anchors. They were all very excited, as if Chen Wei's victory would bring them honor. Of course, there are also fans who have been following Hu Weiwei for a long time but have not seen her express anything. They want to see another side of Hu Weiwei. In fact, the fact that Goddess Chen Wei has her face, which was made by Nuwa herself, here is enough to be authoritative. I've watched so many live broadcasts. If the full score for the looks of all the internet celebrities is 10, then Chen Wei would definitely be around 9.5. Among so many people in the PK room, the only one who can compare with Goddess Chen Wei in terms of looks is Lu Ruyan. Even now, won't the rich brother accept our goddess? Some people praised Chen Wei's appearance highly, thinking that Hu Weiwei was able to outshine all the other girls and win the favor of the eldest brother just by relying on her appearance. However, some people went wild over these remarks, leading to an internal conflict among fans. Most of the fans don't want to see Hu Weiwei being moved by money and eventually succumbing to Fu Ji's money offensive. On the contrary, what they want to see is that the rich want to get Hu Weiwei, spend a lot of money but fail to get a smile from the beauty. I want to see the ugly faces of those vulgar gold diggers who feel inferior and then break down in front of Hu Weiwei. The vast majority of Hu Weiwei's fans come here for this purpose. But no matter what the fans had requested in the comments or the current internal strife, Hu Weiwei felt nothing about it. Hu Weiwei looked at the comment asking her to show her talent, and a hint of annoyance flashed in her eyes. It was just a dream to expect her to show her talent after spending so little money. A group of losers in real life can only change their appearance and find confident poor people on the internet. It's not for the sake of making your little money. Even if they just show up in the live broadcast room and chat impatiently, it's a reward from her, Hu Weiwei, to these people. Hu Weiwei is Jiang Chen's future woman, so she has to be aware of her identity. As for connecting over, it was only because she was annoyed by the fans in the live broadcast room flooding the screen with messages, and she also wanted to see what the big brother who spent 3 million was like. I don't have the mood to compete with a bunch of flashy wild women. That would be too embarrassing. With this mentality, as soon as Hu Weiwei saw herself entering the live broadcast room, she frowned, looked away, and started doing other things. It was as if the millions of people in the live broadcast room and the several female anchors who were looking at him hatefully were all air. Her attitude made Lu Ruyan very upset. Especially the petite and cute anchor who was ordered by Jiang Chen to stay because of her good dancing skills in the previous connection. She gritted her teeth and watched Hu Weiwei ignore everyone, feeling ashamed. It was quiet like this for less than 10 seconds before she could bear it no longer. He then took on the aura of the person chosen by Jiang Chen, and sneered in a condescending manner. No. Isn't this a bit too pretentious? If you add a little something else to your acting, I might believe it a little bit. But sister, it's really hard for people to believe that you're doing this right at the start. Under her leadership, the force fighting back against Hu Weiwei's die-hard fans in the barrage began to emerge and quickly overwhelmed the other side. After all, even if Hu Weiwei's fans gained a lot of followers later because of the crazy traffic from fans, the number of fans was only just over 1,000. But those of you who are currently broadcasting live have at least hundreds of thousands of fans. Their fans just didn't speak, they're not dead. Seeing his goddess starting the team fight, he immediately joined in and started to output. Yeah, this Chen Wei is so fake, isn't she too pretentious? The acting is too much, it seems fake. Do you have any talent? If you don't have any, just get fired. Seeing the trend in the live broadcast room gradually becoming one-sided, Lu Ruyan and another anchor left behind by Jiang Chen also joined in the open and covert struggles with Hu Weiwei. This Chen Wei, I will just call you Sister Weiwei. If you really don't have any talent, could you please introduce yourself first? Let everyone get to know you. Lu Ruyan also smiled faintly and said, yes, we all make a living in this industry, so we should get to know each other. I'm a bit ignorant, and I don't understand why I haven't heard of Weiwei when her fans are so strong. The two of them were talking to each other, and there was a feeling of secretly mocking Chen Wei for coming from nowhere. In the live broadcast rooms of various parties, more people echoed the targeting of Lu Ruyan and others. After all, in the eyes of everyone, we are all vulgar people. If you are not vulgar, how can you watch live broadcasts? If you are not vulgar, how can you not be tempted by money? Chen Wei pretended too much and it made people disgusted. But even though she was targeted like this, Hu Weiwei continued to do her own thing, chatting casually with fans in her live broadcast room, as if she heard nothing. And in fact, it was true. The volume of her mobile phone was turned down, and other people's words were unclear. What are you talking about? How boring. The disgust in Hu Weiwei's eyes became more and more intense, and she was already hesitating about withdrawing from the connection. When the goddess's fans noticed her mentality, they went wild. He exploded with tremendous attack power and attacked Lu Ruyan and others and their fans. Chapter 132, The Pure Goddess is actually the Gold Digger's ex-girlfriend? Who are you saying is acting? A bunch of low-class people, you can't do it yourself so you say others are acting? You are really judging others by your own standards. Don't project such ugly thoughts onto our goddess. What are you speculating about, you idiots? You've never had good food. Today you finally see it. What's the point of seeing them? These people are so stubborn, there's no way they'll recognize them. It's very kind of our goddess to condescend to play with you in the middle of the night. How about you look at the time now? You have to perform a talent show and introduce yourself. It seems that all the trouble falls on our goddess, right? Be grateful for being able to see our goddess's face before going to bed. You will have sweet dreams tonight. Don't be too greedy. The full output of more than 1,000 people is indeed not something that fans from other live broadcast rooms can compete with in a short period of time. Chen Wei's fans are almost fanatical to the level of believers. They are organized and have a structure, and one of them can do the work of dozens of others. Although their logic was questionable and their words were a bit nonsense in the short term, they actually managed to refute the other spectators. A bunch of female anchors were categorized as slutty bitches, and their fans became bootlickers and garbage. And their goddess Chen Weiwei became the only pure and innocent goddess. They no longer had to be troubled by the cramped reality for the time being and found their own glory on the internet. Become the goddess subordinates and fans, shine brightly together, unlike ordinary people. He kept cursing like this. Hu Weiwei remained cold and distant throughout, and her fans seemed to have no need to sleep. Their fighting spirit did not weaken as the night deepened, but instead continued to rise. This made Lu Ruyan and the others feel guilty. Are they really not as good as Chen Wei? They are really gold diggers and vulgar people, while Chen Wei is untainted by the mud and is a rare flower in the world that is different from everyone else? Their fans also gradually fell into decline. No matter from what angle they scolded them, they could not defeat Hu Weiwei's fans who were so crazy as if they were defending their faith. I hesitated for a moment. Maybe it's true, otherwise it wouldn't make a group of guys so crazy, right? These guys don't look like humanoids. Gradually, the intensity of the attacks on Hu Weiwei and her fan group weakened by 20% to 30%. Many of these people went to Hu Weiwei's live broadcast room and clicked follow, intending to follow this anchor for a long time to see if she really had such a magical intention. It sounds complicated, but in fact, these open and secret struggles only lasted 2 or 3 minutes. Jiang Chen just charged his phone and now he looked back at the screen. His eyes were fixed on Chen Wei and he couldn't help but frown. He looks familiar. Hiss. He really looks familiar. Have I known this person before? Jiang Chen touched his chin, feeling that he should know this Chen Wei, so he used all his strength to search for her in his mind. After thinking about it carefully, Jiang Chen figured it out. Fuck, isn't this Hu Weiwei? With the beauty filter turned up so high, I almost couldn't recognize her. Jiang Chen used the facial features and micro-expressions that would not change easily with the beauty filter to roughly determine that this person should be his ex-girlfriend Hu Weiwei. Her online name is further evidence of this, Chen Wei. She is still thinking about me, which is a bit disgusting. After confirming that Hu Weiwei was the anchor, Jiang Chen suddenly felt a little confused. According to her memories from her previous life, Hu Weiwei had never been a host until the very end, but now. The butterfly effects caused by my rebirth? That's normal. There was not much information, so Jiang Chen could not judge whether Hu Weiwei had persuaded a group of bootlickers to leave because she kept clinging to Jiang Chen, which resulted in Hu Weiwei having to earn her own living expenses. I simply classified it as a possible butterfly effect and didn't think about it anymore. Then I started thinking about something else. That is how Hu Weiwei looks at this moment and how she looks in reality. The contrast is a bit too outrageous. Moreover, when did this guy get these loyal fans? Judging from the enthusiasm and loyalty of these fans, Hu Weiwei is obviously very successful in the anchor business. As he thought about it, Jiang Chen felt a chill again. This contrast of Hu Weiwei was definitely not a pleasant one for him. Didn't he understand Hu Weiwei? In real life, she looked like that, which even made Jiang Chen repeatedly doubt whether she was really too stimulated and had gone crazy. But when she turned on the beauty filter and changed her appearance to become a live broadcaster, she looked completely different. Pure, indifferent, pure as ice and jade. It's really painful to think about it. Jiang Chen curled his lips. This is too good at pretending. No wonder I couldn't beat this guy in my previous life. A man of God. Jiang Chen felt somewhat disgusted with Hu Weiwei's new image, but at this moment he did not intend to kick Hu Weiwei out of the connection just because he knew the truth. Instead, Jiang Chen wanted to keep Hu Weiwei and play with this guy first. Because. Hu Weiwei, you are the most fun thing I have encountered tonight. Jiang Chen licked his lips, and some different thoughts gradually arose in his mind. Hu Weiwei, you are pretending to be pure in front of more than 1,000 good brothers, and you are treating them like a dog, right? Okay, fine then, I'll wait and see how these people will treat you when your true nature comes out. As for how to expose Hu Weiwei's true nature, Jiang Chen said there was no need to worry about it. For someone who values money so much, as long as you put the money on display, there's no doubt that she'll be exposed. Jiang Chen had a cold smile in his eyes, lowered his voice and spoke on the microphone. Okay, let Chen Wei stay here, and Ruyan will continue the connection. Jiang Chen casually fired 6 ordinary rockets at Hu Weiwei, then turned off the microphone and waited for further developments. Only 6 rounds? Lu Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief. The 6 rockets were far from enough to compare with her own. She even had 3 fewer rockets than the dancing lowly. It seems that Chen Wei has only just reached Jiang Chen's standard, and the probability that she can snatch Jiang Chen away from him is almost 0. 6 rockets? Hu Weiwei's expression remained unchanged, but her heart was in turmoil. The value of 6 rockets is actually not small. According to my live broadcast performance today, it takes an average of more than an hour to almost 2 hours to receive a reward of almost the same amount. But at this moment, it's not my fault that I have money, I just swiped it. Hu Weiwei felt much less disgusted. If she could receive more rockets, coming to connect with these people today would not be completely worthless. Because of the beauty and skin smoothing effects, the changes in Hu Weiwei's eyes were not noticed by anyone. When her die-hard fans saw that the 6 rockets couldn't even make Hu Weiwei smile, their excitement immediately became even more exaggerated. I'm telling you, it's meaningless, rich man, stop swiping, rockets are meaningless to our goddess. It's no use even if you shoot 1,000 times. Looking at the fans' comments, Hu Weiwei frowned. I should find where the mute button is. But maybe this will make the rich guy more willing to spend money? Hu Weiwei stopped the action of blocking this fan, and suddenly felt that she could go with the flow. It seemed that the comments of these fans could have some provocative effect. Chapter 133. The game begins. This is too involuted. More than half an hour passed, and Lu Ruyan connected with nearly 20 anchors and selected 4 of them to join the multiplayer PK. At this point, the player selection phase before the game started was over. Including Lu Ruyan, Jiang Chen had picked out a total of 8 players whose appearance, voice, and talent satisfied him slightly. As for how to play, Jiang Chen already had a plan in mind. At first, it was one-on-one with Lu Ruyan. The previous session connected to select people, it was a 1-on-2 situation. And now it's naturally 1 against 8. When it comes to training, it's much more fun with more people than with fewer. Jiang Chen's lips curled up in anticipation, and then he arranged for everyone to get ready to start. The gameplay is actually very simple. I give the instructions and you act. Whoever reacts the fastest and pleases me the most will get a rocket reward. Do you understand? Jiang Chen's indifferent voice passed through the screen and echoed in front of millions of faces illuminated by the light of the screen. The scene described in his words made these people's throats roll. He gritted his teeth and cursed that the rich were really extravagant, and how could the person who could adjust the 8 popular anchors be someone other than himself? He also secretly thanked Jiang Chen in his heart. If it weren't for Jiang Chen, he would probably never have seen this scene in his life. Of course, except for Hu Weiwei's die-hard fans. They are still stubborn. Someone teased sarcastically, "Brother Yu Qian, are you trying to seduce our goddess? You've miscalculated. Our goddess doesn't like your little rocket." Yeah, ha ha ha, I guess our goddess will be at the bottom. Hu Weiwei also nodded slightly to show her agreement under the support of her fans, and did not make any other expression. The other female anchors were just the opposite. Each one was very enthusiastic. Some tried to please Jiang Chen, some tried to liven up the atmosphere, and some questioned Hu Weiwei. It was all different. Brother Yu Qian, you said it depends on the reaction speed, so what should I do if my network is stuck? Just consider it bad luck. Does it mean that only the one who pleases you the most is the winner? Almost. Only 1 per round. The QA session before the game started was over, and the 8 anchors were ready. Waiting for Jiang Chen's order. And Jiang Chen's first order was, "Learn from a puppy." As soon as these words were spoken, the barrage of comments was filled with boos and then laughter. I can't laugh anymore. These anchors are just like dogs. Rich people are too good at having fun. No, that's a bit insulting, isn't it? No amount of rockets can. However, most of the viewers had just finished typing in their comments, and before they had time to hit the send button, the 8 anchors had already started moving. One of them, who was wearing a black deep V dress and had a unique temperament and a very majestic appearance, quite like Sister Bing Bing, reacted the fastest and almost immediately made a woof sound. Then she stuck out her tongue shyly, and her breath added some cuteness. With the host named Shur taking the lead, several others quickly followed suit. Even Lu Ruyan, who was attacking her psychological defenses, subconsciously moved in front of the camera and barked like a puppy. But after all, she was not the future queen, and her methods were unfamiliar. When she came to her senses, she found that except for Hu Weiwei and the first sister eyeing, the performances of the other anchors were all better than hers. How can you add drama like this? Lu Ruyan felt like crying but had no tears as she looked at her competitors who were barking while making all kinds of movements, expressions, and even using puppy ears props. My heart is filled with helplessness. This is too good. It seems that this round of gifts has nothing to do with me. Nico, you performed well. 30 advanced rockets are yours. Jiang Chen looked at the 2D anchor who had his own equipment and was even posing as a beast girl today, smiled slightly, and casually fired out 30 high-level rockets. This caused the beast girl host to express her gratitude non-stop, and even in between the thanks, she was still working very hard to perform additional welfare performances. It's not her fault for being flattering, right? Just like what she usually does, she can learn from the puppy and get 30 advanced rockets. Who can refuse? The beast girl happily accepted the rocket and said to the other 7 people with a grin, "Sorry, sisters, the first prize is mine. I wish you all good luck from now on." Having said that, her eyes were quite sharp, and if possible, she wanted to take them all. Lu Ruyan's sense of crisis had reached its peak at this moment. It was not until the game actually started that she suddenly realized that her rank was still inferior to those veteran anchors. Maybe I was just lucky before, which was why I was able to get so many gifts from Jiang Chen. If you still hold on to the idea that you are the first one here, with this mentality, you might end up losing miserably. I have to risk it a little bit. Lu Ruyan looked at Jiang Chen's profile picture and clenched her fists secretly. She had to do her best next. She doesn't want to see the big brother of her live broadcast room being poached by other anchors. Hu Weiwei, on the other hand, was sneering. She didn't move at all during the previous challenge. 30 rockets are a lot, but there is no way they can make her beg for mercy. Sure enough, my previous opinion was correct. These female anchors are just low-class people who sell their dignity to make money from strange men. Hu Weiwei thought of her roommate, sneered, and became even more disdainful of everyone. She admitted that she also made money from men, but there was an essential difference between her and these people, that is, her money was all given to her by those men, and she didn't need to beg for it at all. There is a qualitative difference between her and these female anchors, like the difference between heaven and earth. No matter what kind of man he is just an ATM to me. I won't embarrass myself like you guys. Hu Weiwei stared at the screen coldly. The only one who was worthy of her lowering her attitude was Jiang Chen. It was impossible for her to do anything for others. And this so-called rich guy, no matter what, is not richer than Jiang Chen. She had just received news from Qi Lingling, a salesperson at the Auto City, that Jiang Chen had taken that bitch Chen Jichu to buy a house at noon and go directly to the high-end residential area. Jiang Chen has so much money that he can give a salesperson a set of clothes. Could it be that Jiang Chen can't afford a gift worth more than 3 million? In Hu Weiwei's opinion, this so-called rich guy is still not as good as Jiang Chen. Hu Weiwei became unhappy when she thought about Jiang Chen buying a house for that bitch. It's okay with Yan Shi, but now here comes Chen Jichu, all that money is mine. Hu Weiwei's face turned very ugly. Her die-hard fans interpreted this as a dislike for Jiang Chen's gameplay and disdain for other anchors. For a moment, the barrage exploded again. Chapter 134. Is this the Big Brother-esque perspective? Are you convinced? I just want to ask you if you are convinced. Hu Weiwei's fans all had flushed faces and their fingers were tapping on the keyboards frantically. Although their goddess has never responded to their speculations and opinions from beginning to end, at this moment Hu Weiwei is using her actual performance to enhance the self-confidence of her fans. Now, Hu Weiwei's fans no longer have any doubts about their goddess, and they are completely convinced that the woman they support and love is a white lotus that is not tainted by the mundane world. The truth is safe and cannot be slandered. You gold-digging girls are really asking for trouble. Just look at it. How can you compete with our Chen Wei? That's right. He's a big internet celebrity with hundreds of thousands of fans. When he saw someone launch a rocket, his saliva started to flow. Where's his dignity? Where's his bottom line? Brothers on the other side, stop being fans of that girl and come join our big family. Yeah, that girl you guys like can't walk when she sees money. Maybe she'll run into this rich guy's arms tomorrow morning. How desperate will she be then? On the other hand, our goddess Chen Wei would not have such worries at all, because she doesn't care about money at all. Hu Weiwei's fanatical fans are very strong. They praise Hu Weiwei while criticizing other anchors, as if they want to persuade their good brothers to turn back from the wrong path and become a family from then on. The madness was so great that the spectators were stunned. Many people are puzzled. Isn't she just a female anchor? Is it that serious? But that's how fan circles are. Once they form a collective, once they share a common hatred for a common enemy, once they develop a desire to win, then they will no longer have that brain. Lu Ruyan, eyeing, the fans here can't beat Hu Weiwei's liquors. I can only curse the liquors and turtle men and continue to stick to my opinion. Look, brother Yu Qian will definitely play several more rounds. 30 rockets are nothing. When there are 300 or 1,000. I want to see if this White Lotus can still hold back. Yes, it's obvious that they are trying to establish a persona for themselves and play the long game to catch the big fish. These lickers are amazing and they can't even see this. Although the other side seemed to be in a slightly declining position, the fact that they had a large number of people also made sense, and the outcome was still difficult to determine for a while. It all depends on Jiang Chen's subsequent instructions. Jiang Chen looked at the cold Hu Weiwei and the corner of his mouth twitched for a moment. Great, the acting was just like the real thing. If he hadn't seen Hu Weiwei's shameless and tantrums too many times in restaurants, schools, hotels, he might have actually believed it. But there was no way. Jiang Chen had seen it before, and he knew clearly what kind of person Hu Weiwei was. Okay, you love acting, right? A few $1,000s is not enough for you, but what about tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands? Jiang Chen's previous desire to expose Hu Weiwei's disguise became even stronger at this moment. He just couldn't bear to see those good brothers who didn't know each other being deceived by this gold digger, so he had to make Hu Weiwei reveal her true colors. It doesn't make much sense to tempt her with thousands of rockets right away. This kind of play still requires a gradual process, slowly tearing off her disguise and tempting her greed. In that case, then. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows, suddenly smiled playfully, and a very interesting way of playing emerged in his mind. And then he opened the mic. Well, giving dozens of rewards is meaningless, let's try something new. Please do everything separately after my instructions. If you satisfy me, I will give you 1 reward for the first round, 2 for the second round, 4 for the third round, 8 for the fourth round, and so on. How? The moment Jiang Chen finished speaking, the minds of several anchors began to work rapidly. Double the reward each round? So after 8 rounds, you can get 128 rewards, 9 rounds 256. 11 rounds, that is hundreds of thousands of dollars. This is much more interesting than earning a few $1,000s. Almost all the anchors agreed to this way of playing immediately, and a strong desire for competition emerged in their eyes when they looked at each other. As long as he can keep Jiang Chen's eyes on him, maybe making millions today won't be a problem. And soon, the game with changed rules began again. Jiang Chen randomly selected the winners. If the host performed well, she would not only get the first reward, but also directly start the second and third rounds from him. Theoretically, as long as you keep performing well, you can collect rockets along the way. The new first round soon started with eyeing. Since the reward was only 1 rocket, the other anchors remained calm. Unless there are thousands of rockets and Jiang Chen is likely to run out of money, they will earn more and more money as time goes by. So no one was worried in the beginning. Brother, you take the orders. I promise to perform well this time. Ying bit her lip and acted coquettishly towards Jiang Chen, hoping that Jiang Chen would stay with her for a few more rounds. But Jiang Chen did not respond. Everything depended on her performance. In the end, Ying only lasted until the 4th round, and ended the game after receiving 7 rockets. It's the second person's turn, and for the second person, her reward will start directly from 8 rockets. This guy only lasted 2 rounds and ended up with 24 rockets. And then, the starting reward will reach 32 rockets. But when Jiang Chen was about to continue to randomly select people, a red dot popped up on the message page. The one who was sending a message to Jiang Chen at this moment was Ying, who had persisted to the 4th round. She was unwilling to accept that she had persisted 1 round longer than others, but received 2/3 fewer gifts than others, and soon the number would even increase. For Jiang Chen's gift, she decided to go all out. In exchange for some special conditions, you can challenge yourself again. Brother, can you choose me again? Please use your secondary account to enter this live broadcast room, there is a better view here. Ying sent ambiguous emoticons, seemingly hinting at something. Jiang Chen never cared about who he gave gifts to. It was just to expose Hu Weiwei's true face. Was it fair? Jiang Chen didn't care. If Ying wants to cut in line, then let her do it. It's first come, first served anyway. Jiang Chen used his secondary account to enter the new live broadcast room. He was the only one in that room, and the viewing angle was very strange. Is this the so-called Big Brother perspective? Jiang Chen looked at the heart-stirring content on the screen and smiled faintly. In his previous life, he had heard that some anchors would open up some extremely special perspectives for the Big Brothers in the live broadcast room, allowing the Big Brothers who spent money to experience a different feeling from others, making them more willing to donate generously. Jiang Chen thought it was just a legend back then, but it was not until now, when he experienced it personally, that he realized it was true. Okay, as long as there are good-looking ones. 32 rockets? That's it. When Jiang Chen chose Ying for the third time, he didn't even give her any instructions and directly fired 32 rockets. Later there were another 64 and then 128 rounds. This time Ying was selected again, and she was given a total of 224 rockets in 3 rounds, which directly maxed out her contribution in Ying's live broadcast room, making her the new number 1 on the list. Ying happily clamped her legs together, giving Jiang Chen on the other side of the camera an inexplicable sense of oppression. She was very happy to get hundreds of thousands of dollars, even if it was not her turn to eat meat anymore. Chapter 135 Lu Ruyan's sense of crisis, see you offline? Unlike Ying, who was happy, other anchors gradually began to get anxious and angry, especially Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan's sense of urgency became stronger and stronger. After another anchor who had no record from beginning to end fired 256 rockets, this sense of crisis reached its peak. Obviously, I am his first. Lu Ruyan looked at Jiang Chen's avatar with a face full of grievance. She thought Jiang Chen would always pick her in the first few rounds, but after 9 rounds, Jiang Chen didn't mention her at all. What if there is no share for me in the future? She was really afraid that her elder brother would be taken away by someone else. It really can't work. Lu Ruyan calmed her breathing and chose to send a private message to Jiang Chen. She had to resort to extreme measures. Brother, why are you getting bigger and bigger? If it doesn't work, can you choose me later? I will return half of the profits. No, how about 70% to you? The platform will take a lot of the income from tips, and the rest belongs to the anchor. Lu Ruyan originally wanted to ask for half, but considering that it was not much, she reluctantly gave up the profit. Just to keep Jiang Chen in his live broadcast room. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't reply for a long time, she became even more ruthless and prepared to return the full amount of income. Even if I don't make a penny, as long as I keep Jiang Chen with me, I will make it back sooner or later. Jiang Chen saw Lu Ruyan's private message and was a little surprised. Another person who doesn't like to ask for money, weird. At that time, Chen Jichu was also like this. He watched himself spend money, and as he spent, he began to think of ways to save money for himself. He's a pretty nice person. But unfortunately, Jiang Chen doesn't need to save money. The system will return all the money he spends in full. As for the Kaka Bug, well, time was running out and Jiang Chen was too lazy to try it. There are less than 5 hours left until the end of the round, and the speed at which I am spending money must continue to increase. So, Jiang Chen replied to Lu Ruyan. It's okay. I'm not short of money. You're ready. The speed of the rocket launch is starting to increase. Lu Ruyan was stunned, and the screen in front of her was suddenly filled with rocket animations. Before she finished the order, Jiang Chen fired 512 rockets at her. Lu Ruyan was completely stunned. Does Jiang Chen really have unlimited bullets? There was no rush to complete the order, and a hint of pink appeared in Lu Ruyan's eyes. She continued to send a private message, Brother, can we meet in a few days? I see you are in Zhengzhou. I want to come over and play, can you take me with you? After saying that, she blushed and temporarily escaped from the camera coverage area. The crowd of onlookers were so shocked that they even slowed down their typing speed. Some curious people calculated the total value of the rockets that Jiang Chen had sent out tonight. It has reached an astonishing 4 million. Brother Yu Qian, you are indeed rich. How did you make money? Tell me, how come you are all so rich? Do I have to make an appointment to explain the purpose of withdrawing 50,000 yuan from a bank? 4 million, holy crap. Just gave a house in the city center to a bunch of anchors. How much should it be next? More than 1,000 rockets? Brothers, get ready to witness history. Brother Yu Qian will make his second rocket strike of the night. There are netizens who are screaming and praising her, and Huawei's die-hard fans are also still outputting. Isn't it just 1,000 rockets? 2,000 is nothing. Our goddess Weiwei won't even blink an eye. Look, there are so many rockets at this time, but our goddess Weiwei remains calm all the time, right? Where's Heisey? Come out. Keep shouting? But at this moment, Huawei was not as calm as her fans boasted. To be honest, when the number of rockets reached 128, she became a little restless. But the more she thought about it, the more she endured it. Then it's 256 512. After 512 was dismissed by Jiang Chen so nonchalantly, Huawei's heart began to waver. If it was me who just got so many rockets, then I would have gotten at least hundreds of thousands, right? And if you get the next 1024, you will get more money. I estimate that even during the period when I had the most bootlickers and the average quality was the best, the pocket money they gave me in a month would only add up to this much. And today, all you have to do is put your face aside and try your best. In just a few minutes, hundreds of thousands of dollars were in hand. Hu Weiwei was becoming a little impatient. Her mouth was dry and her fingers were itching to contact this rich man and sign up for the command challenge. And just at this moment, the direction of the wind in the live broadcast room's barrage changed slightly again. The netizens, who had been scolded by Hu Weiwei's fans and had been unhappy for a long time, finally found a new point to attack Hu Weiwei. Brother Yu Qian is really generous. However, some people say that they don't care about money, so why do they stay in this live broadcast room? Yeah, it's free at night, why don't you just stop streaming and go to sleep? Or maybe someone is just pretending to think money is dirt, because he just didn't have enough money before. Every word in the barrage mentioned Hu Weiwei, yet every word was about Hu Weiwei. After this statement was made, Hu Weiwei's die-hard fans had no way of refutation except to try to avoid the main point and make perfunctory responses. Yes, if you don't want money and don't want to play, just leave. Why stay in the live broadcast room and waste everyone's time? This is something that even some of Hu Weiwei's fans are puzzled about. The barrage of comments gradually quieted down, and everyone looked at Hu Weiwei with a mentality of either trust or waiting to see the fun. Hu Weiwei couldn't help it. It felt like Jiang Chen was giving out gifts randomly. What if she didn't try to get them early and they were all given to others? What if this big brother's money is used up? Even though Jiang Chen's bulk car sweeps had opened Hu Weiwei's eyes, her perspective was still narrow. In her opinion, if this big brother could get another 2,000 or 4,000 rockets, he would have spent all his money. Then, I only have 3 chances left. Hu Weiwei was struggling with her conscience and was engaged in a fierce self-struggle. On the one hand, she had become arrogant because of the licking of the dog, and she was unwilling to flatter and grovel in front of anyone, especially men, except Jiang Chen. On the one hand, she was short of money. If she could get 1,000 or even 2,000 rockets, she could continue to maintain her extravagant life and would not be embarrassed in front of Jiang Chen and others because of lack of money. Even more, when she gets rockets worth 1,000, 2,000, 4,000, and 7,000 in total at the same time, her wealth will be enough to reverse the situation between her and Jiang Chen. He was thinking about the tens of thousands of dollars for the meal for so long. This proves that Jiang Chen is only willing to spend money when he is trying to pick up girls. He is usually very frugal and loves money very much. Wait until I get a little rich, maybe he won't reject me so harshly right away. The inner conversation lasted for dozens of breaths, and Hu Weiwei gradually convinced herself. Yeah, this is on the internet anyway, and no one knows me. And I will only do this once. As long as I finish this time, I will have enough funds to crash Jiang Chen. Just this once. Chapter 136. The rocket is in place, and I can't go on to collect women's clothes anymore. The corners of Hu Weiwei's mouth trembled slightly. After thoroughly convincing herself, she leaned forward and spoke in a very clear voice. Participate. Who said I won't participate? Hu Weiwei's voice didn't tremble at all and her eyes were very sure. Seeing her like this and hearing her say that she wanted to continue participating. The look in the eyes couldn't confirm it. Everyone's eyes were distracted for a moment. And exploded a few minutes later. The fans in Hu Weiwei's live broadcast room were confused and kept asking question marks. The fans were in tears just by reading the text, one could tell how confused and upset they were. What's going on? What happened to your promise to treat money like dirt? What happened to your promise to stay clean even in the mud? Come on, what's going on now? Why can't I understand it? Weiwei, you can't do this. Why did everything change all of a sudden? Many people were so upset that they couldn't speak. How happy and satisfied they were just now when they were confident that Hu Weiwei was pure and innocent and mocked other female anchors, how uncomfortable they were now. It feels so uncomfortable as if your face has been slapped to pieces. At this time, counterattacks also came from other live broadcast rooms, those live broadcast rooms that had been attacked by Hu Weiwei's lickers. After hearing what Hu Weiwei said, he immediately burst into laughter and mocked Hu Weiwei and these fans harshly. It makes me laugh to death. And she's so pure and innocent. I'll tell you, there's no such thing as pure sex after starting a live broadcast. It's just that there's not enough money. A bunch of stupid lickers, your hearts are broken, right? They are so broken, What a relief. Finally, there's a reversal. These guys were so proud of themselves for a long time, but in the end they were betrayed by their goddess. This is the drama of the year. There was backlash from people stepping down and attacking each other everywhere. An attack that was 10 times more powerful than theirs at the time madly rushed towards Hu Weiwei's live broadcast room. In addition to the barrage in comments, every fan of Hu Weiwei whose contribution value is on the list has received at least 3 to 5, and at most a dozen or even dozens of home visits. Some people even create smurf accounts to privately chat and insult these people. But they can no longer fight back like before. Their faith has fallen into the mundane world and has been tainted by money. Their attackers are right and they can only remain speechless. Forced into a corner, some of Hu Weiwei's die-hard fans began to unfollow her or even cancel their accounts. Hu Weiwei saw everything in the barrage. She saw the fans' loud accusations, but she just didn't care. She never found live streaming fun from the beginning to the end. She also doesn't think there is any significance in these fans who contributed thousands of dollars to her. Anyway, as long as she earns Jiang Chen's rocket later, she will just cancel her account and stop broadcasting. Why should she care about these people? Hu Weiwei sneered and looked at the comments full of losers in the barrage, and she just found it extremely funny. Jiang Chen looked at Hu Weiwei, who had completely fallen out with her fans and was gradually being attacked by the crowd, and he could hardly stop smiling. My goodness, he thought Hu Weiwei could hold on a little longer, but he didn't expect her to give up after only 1,000 rockets. His vision is really low. Jiang Chen snorted and waited for the next exciting show to begin. As long as Hu Weiwei takes the initiative to ask to participate in the challenge, there will be fun to do later. On the other side, the other female anchors who were eating melons also spoke sarcastically. They had actually expected Hu Weiwei to suddenly become like this. The sisters are all veterans in the live broadcasting industry, so how could they not see what a newcomer was thinking? Just waiting for the opportunity. And now, the opportunity has come. Having just been scolded so harshly by Hu Weiwei's fans, now is the time for him to get back at them. It's really enough that some people are so hypocritical. They thought the money was too little, but they didn't tell us earlier. Everyone was fooled. Stop talking, stop talking. If you continue, the followers of our White Lotus Saint will attack again. When I order, my sister will tell me. Several female anchors were laughing and joking, with sarcasm mixed in their words, pointing directly at Hu Weiwei. But Hu Weiwei remained surprisingly unmoved. Still ignored others. Even until now, there is still an inexplicable sense of superiority in his expression, which makes people feel uncomfortable and no one knows where it comes from. The source of this feeling was actually because of Jiang Chen. Hu Weiwei was so shameless and imaginative that she was so outrageous that she still regarded Jiang Chen and even Jiang Chen's money as her own property. She always felt that she was only one step away from possessing Jiang Chen's wealth and becoming a multi-millionaire. Being so confident, she naturally looks down on those women who sell their bodies online. Hu Weiwei's voice softened as she coldly scanned the screens of these anchors. Said, "Brother Yu Qian, can you let me take on the next challenge?" She was very reserved and controlled the degree, tougher than when facing Jiang Chen, but softer than when facing a bootlicker. After Hu Weiwei did this, other anchors looked down on her even more. Why are you still being reserved now that your true colors have been revealed? Is there any point in continuing to pretend? Interesting. Don't wait until some rich guy doesn't give you a chance, or gives you a chance but doesn't give it to rockets, and then you'll be happy. Several female anchors were laughing and waiting for Hu Weiwei to make a fool of herself. Sure enough, you're still as thick-skinned as ever. Now it's time for the real game to begin. Jiang Chen once again lamented Hu Weiwei's shamelessness, then he turned on the voice chat and agreed to Hu Weiwei's request. Start a new round of command challenges. Hu Weiwei thanked Jiang Chen and went over the previous instructions in her mind, most of which were simple instructions such as imitate a dog, imitate a cat, and roll your eyes. There is no challenge at all, I can easily complete it. But what Hu Weiwei didn't know was that this game was specially set up for her. Before she came on stage, all the instructions were just appetizers and child's play. What is about to happen next is the highlight. Of course, there is a transition before the main event begins. That would be Jiang Chen's last act of mercy. The previous rules remain the same, but this time you can all come together. In addition to those who get 1024, I will also send out a few hundred rockets if I am happy with the rest. Jiang Chen said this, instantly arousing the enthusiasm of all the anchors. The attention of the spectators was also attracted, and everyone had a premonition. The big one is coming. Chapter 137 Control, the host has equipment. Are you ready? Then let the game begin. Jiang Chen's calm tone always carried an inexplicable aura of tickling, which made the anchors feel itchy, especially when they thought that although they were taking on a challenge at the moment, they were actually in a manipulation game similar to that of a master and a doll. They are dolls, and the mysterious Jiang Chen, who possesses unfathomable wealth, is the master. This strange sense of déjà vu, even across the internet, made several anchors who had not yet taken that step feel quite uncomfortable. Among them, Lu Ruyan is the most. I'm ready, bro. She raised her little fist and responded to the camera with a little too much force. Because of her makeup and beauty filters, she still didn't realize that her face was flushing an unusual red. Perhaps it was the shyness of contacting Jiang Chen privately to prepare for a real meeting, perhaps it was the excitement of the huge amount of gifts, or perhaps it was the shame of feeling that she was being manipulated at the moment. Maybe it was due to all of the above reasons. In any case, her face was so red, and her unstable breath made the viewers in the live broadcast room feel frightened. Some advised the anchor not to get too excited, while others joked that he pressed the remote control. The latter, who was joking, ran around all the live broadcast rooms and found that everyone had a smooth complexion. He began to hesitate. Oh my god, I guess this is true. Is there really a remote control? No one paid attention to his words for the time being. Everyone here, including Hu Weiwei, responded to Jiang Chen promptly, saying that they were ready to accept the challenge. Seeing this, Jiang Chen opened the microphone and said hesitantly, "The first instruction is very simple, bite your lip. It depends on your performance." After saying that, Jiang Chen decisively closed the microphone and watched the performance of the 8 people. When everyone heard that the instructions given by Jiang Chen were so simple, they did not underestimate this challenge. To put it bluntly, the simpler the challenge, the more complex it is. We are all competitors. If the boss tells you to bite your lips, you bite your lips? What if others do more than that? In the final analysis, it is to please the boss. If you only complete the basic instructions, you will basically lose. So, a group of anchors started to add drama to themselves crazily. Some may simply bite their lips, some may give seductive eyes with suggestive hand movements, some may dance while biting their lips, they are all different. Even the female anchor who previously gave Jiang Chen the perspective of Big Brother only had a change in expression in everyone's live broadcast room, but in Jiang Chen's Big Brother's exclusive perspective. This person had obviously given it his all, almost brushing the edge of the platform's ban, showing himself to Jiang Chen. Good, very impactful, extra points. Lu Ruyan, after completing the challenge for more than 10 seconds, instructed her assistant to take some photos of her daily life and sent them privately to Jiang Chen. Indeed, he saw more interesting things than in a simple live broadcast room. This is also a plus. Then, another heavyweight. Here's the remote control, bro. You can control it however you want. But there are too many rockets and I'm afraid I can't control myself. My dear classmate Xiao Yang. The anchor, who had never received any gifts from Jiang Chen, chatted privately with Jiang Chen and sent him a user manual. It says that sending a certain gift will trigger a certain program on a certain device. And this little device. Jiang Chen looked at the girl in the live broadcast room biting her lips and twisting her body, his eyes full of amusement. Got it. The happiness of the super rich is indeed endless. First, it's the Big Brother's perspective, and then the gift manipulation. It's interesting. This anchoress character isn't as pure and cold as Hu Weiwei's, but she is actually quite similar, playing the role of a silly sister next door. It is quite popular among the viewers in the live broadcast room. But these netizens are pitiful. It seems that they don't know that she is a caring and gentle big sister in their eyes. But I would tremble because someone gave me a rocket. This also deserves extra points. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and took a look at the private chats of other anchors. They were all privately sending beautiful pictures, hinting at offline meetings and so on. If Jiang Chen had seen some of them earlier, he could have given them extra points. But, someone gave Jiang Chen the most perfect and in-depth control experience. Then the winner of this round of challenge can almost be decided. From now on, victory will no longer be decided in the live broadcast room. How many gifts they can get from Jiang Chen depends on how much they can give to Jiang Chen in places where no one else can see. I'm confused. How are you guys? I can't sleep tonight anyway. Really, my blood is boiling. These rich people really know how to have fun. It's just like the competition for favor in the harem. They all want the rich man to choose their brand. I declare that this is my life's goal. Seeing the goddesses become like this because of the rich brother's rocket, my heart is broken. Heartbroken? Then why don't you watch it? Look, these are all wonderful scenes that you don't usually see. You'd be missing out if you don't see them. The viewers in the live broadcast room kept talking about it, and while they were shocked, they all thanked Jiang Chen for his gift. If it weren't for Jiang Chen, they would not have the chance to see this other side of the goddesses in their minds. In Xiaoyang's live broadcast room, she finally got Jiang Chen's rocket as she wished. 1 shot, 2 shots, 10 shots, 50 shots, 100 shots. 500 rounds. Rockets appeared continuously on Xiaoyang's live broadcast page, and her expression gradually changed from a shy and moist smile to a wry smile, followed by fear and helplessness. Too many rockets. She suppressed the tender voice that almost came out of her throat, and begged Jiang Chen not to brush it anymore. His body trembled as he fell onto the table, temporarily leaving the camera's frame. The netizens are still wondering. No, why are there still people who complain about having too many rockets? Is the host too excited and feeling unwell? Can you take a rest first? The style of Xiaoyang's live broadcast room is relatively warm and peaceful. The fans are not too fanatical, but they all care about Xiaoyang from the bottom of their hearts. But Xiaoyang didn't dare, and was simply unable to respond to fans' concerns as usual. All her energy and strength were focused on one thing at this moment. She couldn't continue the live broadcast until it stopped. Xiaoyang covered her mouth, her face sweaty. She didn't expect Jiang Chen to give her so many rockets. I thought it would be only 1 or 200 at most, but it turned out to be 500. Am I going to be forced to quit the live broadcast? The lamb thought with her remaining sanity, maybe that was the case, because there was no chance or space for her to take off her equipment now. To do something like this on a live broadcast? I am such a shameless woman. Xiaoyang hesitated for a while, and finally took a few selfies of himself with trembling hands, and then sent them to Jiang Chen. Picture. Little sheep, brother, I will hold back. Chapter 138 Goddess? Just a toy of the rich man. That's amazing. These people are all talented. Jiang Chenla slapped his thigh happily. The emotional value brought by today's investment actually increased instead of decreased as time passed. These anchors are really good at livening up the show. Apart from this little lamb, there were a few other anchors who performed pretty well, and Jiang Chen also fired 88 rockets at each of them as a token of his appreciation. But from beginning to end, no one won the final grand prize of 1024 in this round. Did Jiang Chen run out of money? Impossible. This time, Jiang Chen spent 500 and a few 88 without any hesitation. This is enough to prove that Jiang Chen's financial resources are still overflowing, so there is only one reason left. At present, the performance of the crowd has not yet reached the psychological expectations of the hypothetical. Can we just wait until the next round? Several anchors who received gifts sighed in their hearts. In a sense, receiving the gifts also meant that they were temporarily eliminated from this round. Fortunately, everyone seems to be out. No one got the final reward in this round. 1024 rockets may be postponed to the next round. No. Thinking of this, several anchors realized that something was wrong. It seemed that not everyone received the gifts. Now, there is one person who is still in the instruction challenge stage. It's Hu Weiwei. Hu Weiwei frowned, even though she had prepared herself for the psychological struggle and was willing to sacrifice a little bit of her face for wealth. But when it really came to this point, she still hesitated. Seeing how these women twisted into coquettish looks when Jiang Chen bit his lips casually just now, Hu Weiwei felt extremely uncomfortable when she thought that she might become like that too. Do you really want to do the same thing as these people? Hu Weiwei was quite hesitant, but in the end she couldn't resist the temptation of the rockets. She avoided the camera, not looking at anyone, and then bit her lower lip to suppress the discomfort. This lasted for more than 10 seconds. Hu Weiwei thought it should be over, so she turned to look at the page on her phone. But there was no sign of the rocket. Except for the fans who were feeling hopeless and some cheap gifts here and there. Not to mention 1024 rockets, Hu Weiwei didn't even get one rocket. What's going on? Is this rich guy out of money? Hu Weiwei subconsciously looked for problems with others, and the first possibility she could think of was that Jiang Chen had no money. After all, I have made such a great sacrifice and was manipulated by him in front of so many people, so I should at least give him a few hundred rockets as a token of my appreciation. But the reality was that there was not a single shot. In Hu Weiwei's opinion, the only possibility was that Jiang Chen had run out of funds. And, when he applied to join the challenge, he didn't just mindlessly give gifts like he did with the previous ones. If I don't have money, I won't bother to accompany you. Hu Weiwei's face turned slightly gloomy. If you want her to be willing to give up everything and be humble, then you need money. If you don't have money, don't expect to get a good response from me. But what was the reason why Hu Weiwei got nothing? Jiang Chen knew it, and several anchors could see it too, but Hu Weiwei herself couldn't figure it out. Do you think I'm a fool? That's it? You want me to swipe the rocket just like that? Jiang Chen sneered. Hu Weiwei was indeed so stupid from the beginning to the end and could not understand the situation. She pretends to be reserved when she should be shameless, and throws a tantrum when she should have some dignity. Jiang Chen didn't want to give Hu Weiwei any rewards in this round. The money was taken out to show Hu Weiwei, so that she would reveal her true nature. As for giving gifts, Jiang Chen would never give gifts to Hu Weiwei no matter who he gave them to. There are still people who beg for food while standing in this world. How amazing! Our White Lotus Goddess. Seeing that Hu Weiwei gained nothing, several female anchors here immediately started to mock her. You don't have any sincerity at all. How can you expect rich guys to give you gifts? If you want to eat, you have to lower your attitude. Why are you pretending? It's really disgusting. He is so arrogant and self-righteous to this extent. Those who go out to play the microphone look down on such people. Shut up. The fans' support was not as strong as before. No one spoke for Hu Weiwei, and all kinds of attacking remarks were directed directly at her. Coupled with the reluctance to sell out her face and get nothing in return, Hu Weiwei became annoyed. He directly fought back and told everyone to shut up. But Hu Weiwei's counterattack made them even more playful and sarcastic. The Joker's counterattack is not a counterattack, it's just fun. Hu Weiwei was really upset now. On the one hand, she hated these female anchors who relied on groveling and being servile to men, but on the other hand, she was upset that they were the ones making money while she got nothing. All these things made Hu Weiwei look extremely ugly, to the point that even beauty filters and special effects couldn't cover it up. Do we really have to be as shameless as these people? The images of the anchors twisting and turning and posing in a seductive way emerged in Hu Weiwei's mind. After all, she didn't dare to bet that Jiang Chen was really out of money. She still wanted to get the rocket worth more than 1,000, or even more than 2,000. And looking at the current situation, she probably has to be like those people she looks down upon. Hu Weiwei's area above her neck began to become swollen. No one received the 1024 rocket reward in this round, so Jiang Chen directly started the next round and increased the reward to 2048 rockets. Now is the preparation stage before the start of a new round. Before the main event begins, it is a good opportunity for the anchors to change clothes, prepare props, touch up their makeup or adjust their status. This will take more than 10 or 20 minutes, but everyone can wait. Even though it's already 1 o'clock in the morning, there are still nearly 1 million pairs of eyes staring at the screen. As long as they can put themselves in Jiang Chen's shoes, they will have a great time tonight. Turn off your phone and go to sleep? No, it's a shame. It was during this break between groups that some of Hu Weiwei's fans who had not given up began to show up again. They all started to whitewash Hu Weiwei in several live broadcast rooms. I think what I said makes sense, but looking at the situation, I can only convince myself. I say, have we wrongly blamed Goddess Weiwei? After watching her for a while, she is still so pure. Are you crazy? Get lost, haters. Just tell me, right? The other 7 anchors were all so angry just now. Where is our Goddess Weiwei? In my opinion, the goddess probably just wants to give benefits to us fans, so she plays with Yu Jian brother and the others. It's not about any rockets at all. It seems a bit interesting. If it's really for the rocket, anyone with a discerning eye can see that we have to spend a little to please the rich guy. Goddess Weiwei is not a fool. Jiang Chen looked at the comments and was shocked again. There are still too many tortoise men. These brothers are too repressed. Even a piece of shit like Hu Weiwei can deceive herself and lick others to this extent. Jiang Chen shook his head. These guys refused to repent, so there was nothing he could do. He just plays his own game and lets these old guys be stubborn. The main theme is to respect the fate of others and give up the plot of helping others. Hu Weiwei is giving you guys some benefits. Haha, I'm so angry. Didn't this guy just obviously suspect that I might be out of money? Jiang Chen knows Hu Weiwei's character too well. With a sneer, the time to prepare is almost up. A new round of challenges begins immediately. This time, in front of more than 1 million viewers in 8 live broadcast rooms, Hu Weiwei opened her collar and showed her delicate collarbone to the camera with what she thought was a casual movement. I even lowered the camera intentionally or unintentionally. Jiang Chen was happy. It seems that under the temptation of 2048 rockets, Hu Weiwei can no longer pretend. Chapter 139, Personality Collapses, Backlash Strikes. Brother, I was not in good condition just now, but now I am having fun, give me another chance. Hu Weiwei had never given the soft and gentle words and soft expressions to the group of fans in the live broadcast room. At this moment, she showed all her eyes to Jiang Chen on the other side of the screen, and even to millions of other eyes. This huge contrast from indifference to enthusiasm almost made tens of thousands of people scream WTF in the middle of the night. Fuck, is this still the same Chen Wei from before? As expected, the power of money is infinite. Even if this woman is a block of ice, she will melt when she sees tens of millions floating in front of her. Awesome, rich man. This woman can't pretend anymore. It's so cool. The audience was caught off guard, and the other anchors in the live broadcast room were also startled by Hu Weiwei's sudden gesture. They thought that Hu Weiwei would have to continue to be shy for a while. After all, she had persisted for so long. If she failed too quickly, it would be embarrassing. If Hu Weiwei's change was a gradual process, it could be said that she was attracted by the huge wealth and acted impulsively, and it was not the real her, but at this moment. Hu Weiwei's expression changed so quickly that in just a moment of rest and preparation, she looked like a completely different person. This can be completely regarded as the disguise being torn off and the true nature being exposed. Hu Weiwei started to exert her strength here, and the other anchors quickly followed suit while making sarcastic remarks, hardly considering Hu Weiwei as an opponent. They have been in contact with Jiang Chen in private, and have paid a lot of things that cannot be shown in front of the camera. Our battlefield is no longer the same. How can a hypocritical person who pretends to be noble compare with us? Although men have always been fond of persuading their lovers to go into the sea and persuading those who have gone into the sea to get ashore, that also requires you to be a good person. Most people present saw through Hu Weiwei's pretense of being noble from the beginning, and they didn't believe that brother Yu Qian would not be able to see it. Chen Wei? The so-called noble goddess? Go ahead and embarrass yourself, go ahead and torture yourself. The reward for this round of challenge could be anyone, but not you. Ying had been criticized the most by Hu Weiwei's fans before. At this moment, she saw Hu Weiwei's personality collapse and the number of fans and online users in the live broadcast room began to plummet. She felt so happy in her heart. Jiang Chen also smiled faintly. Well, that's what he wants to see. He was just about to see Hu Weiwei's true nature exposed in her miserable look after trying her best but getting nothing. He then turned on the microphone to add fuel to the fire. Chen Wei, if this is all you look like when you're serious, you still won't get any rewards in these rounds. Look at others and learn from them. Since you are in this line of work, you should be more dedicated. Okay brother, I'll learn right away. Hu Weiwei's face was flushed, and she expected that her youthful and pure desire could outshine the others, but she didn't expect to receive only Jiang Chen's cold criticism. Even, he asked her to learn from those bitches he looked down upon. Hu Weiwei gritted her teeth, not sure what was wrong with her hand gesture. Isn't that what men like? Or is it that Big Brother has a unique hobby and what she just showed him just wasn't his cup of tea? Jiang Chen's criticism deflated Hu Weiwei. Feeling ashamed and embarrassed, she obediently watched the other anchors' movements and expressions, and imitated them while suppressing the shame in her heart. Jiang Chen raised the corner of his mouth. In Jiang Chen's eyes, all of Hu Weiwei's actions and performances were like clowns on a circus stage. Jiang Chen really likes the immature yet pure style, but what he likes is real. It's not like Hu Weiwei who can be seen as fake at first glance. What's more, doesn't Jiang Chen know what kind of person Hu Weiwei is? Knowing Hu Weiwei's ins and outs just by this means that all her future efforts are doomed to be a joke. It's a mess, it's nothing like anything. Other anchors changed their clothes and prepared new props during the preparation time. Some bold people, such as Lu Ruyan, even added Jiang Chen's contact information and called. As for Hu Weiwei, she seemed to be in a daze during the time she was getting ready, with her makeup and clothes remaining the same. When imitating other people's movements and expressions, there is also an extremely puzzling sense of vague disgust. It's really too pretentious. Even to this extent, he still wants to pretend. There is no sincerity, and he is unwilling to give it up. Her efforts again were criticized by Jiang Chen again. After commenting on Hu Weiwei with regret, Jiang Chen turned to praise Lu Ruyan and other anchors. The rockets in their hands kept flying, and after a while everyone had received at least 40 or 50, and at most 99 rockets. It was not until the end that Hu Weiwei got that symbolic rocket. Looking at the lonely rocket that appeared and disappeared on her screen, Hu Weiwei's eyes became dull, and then she suddenly felt a strong resentment. Why should I just shoot once? How am I inferior to them? Driven by resentment, Hu Weiwei spoke out of turn. She was really feeling wronged and uncomfortable. From her point of view, she had tried her best. Couldn't Jiang Chen give her a little face? As a result, he not only criticized himself bluntly, but also compared himself with those bitches. Finally, he gave me another rocket to insult myself. After just one shot, she hated it. Why did others shoot 40, 50, 91, or 100, but she only shot one? This huge gap was unbearable for Hu Weiwei, who had enjoyed a day of flattery and praise from other anchors. In the end, it all turned into jealousy and resentment towards other anchors and resentment towards this big brother who had no vision. Hearing Hu Weiwei's almost questioning tone, Jiang Chen laughed angrily and prepared to speak directly to break down this guy's defenses. But before Jiang Chen could take action, the 7 people who had received benefits from Jiang Chen became the first to become restless. Not to mention that you, all loaders, actually dared to look down on us. Just the fact that you had the audacity to speak rudely to Big Brother is already unforgivable. Immediately, Lu Ruyan and 7 other anchors attacked him. Direct insults, sarcastic remarks, personal attacks, and indirect accusations. For a while, it became the second most exciting scene in this live broadcast room besides manipulation and training. Listening to the chaos in the live broadcast room, some onlookers couldn't help but turn on the screen recording. Come on, White Lotus, 1 rocket is no less. Yes, our eldest brother took into consideration that you despise money and feared that too many rockets would tarnish your character, so he took care of you on purpose. Alas, it's a pity that we are all ordinary people and can't refuse the kindness of the rich man. I really envy you. Just a few $100s is enough. A group of anchors seized on the various flaws that Hu Weiwei had revealed during this period of time and subverted her personality. Their skills were not better than theirs, and they did not earn as much as them, but they still dared to look down on their arrogance and attack them. Hu Weiwei was speechless for a moment and didn't know how to resist. Once women start quarreling, 2 or 3 of them can talk as much as water, not to mention the 7 people here who are eloquent and vicious in their words. Hu Weiwei was no match for them in terms of verbal confrontation. The only male fan who could support Hu Weiwei was completely broken by the words from her heart and stopped being a fan. Money, money, money. Hu Weiwei heard that these 7 people were using her noble character and indifference to money to attack her. The more I listened, the angrier I became. Who said she doesn't love money? Could it be that she does live streaming as a volunteer? I never said I don't love money. That's just nonsense from those poor losers. Hu Weiwei turned up the volume and spoke loudly across the screen. Upon hearing this, the 7 anchors paused their offensive with playful looks in their eyes. Okay, you dare to say that your fans are losers during the live broadcast, your live broadcast career is over. Okay, we don't need to participate in the following scene. Let us just watch you get what you deserve. Chapter 140, 1000 rockets per person. Except Hu Weiwei. Diosi? Am I blind? Goddess Weiwei said we are losers? You still call me goddess? I think you are deaf too. You are such a slut. You are embarrassing us men. One more word, we are not losers, we are poor losers. We spent nearly 10,000 gifts a day, whose money is not money. You took our money and still call yourself a poor loser. Zhenwei, you are awesome. Come on, I've finally come to my senses. This bitch is not some iceberg beauty. She was so rude during the live broadcast because she looked down on us guys. Fuck, I can't stand it anymore. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I'm not going to delete my account. I'm going to spread the news about this bitch. Add me one, I'll fire her right now. I want to see what kind of school and what kind of city can produce such a bitch who was both a boss and a jerk. The public opinion in Hu Weiwei's live broadcast room completely reversed, and the number of fans dropped directly to 3 digits. Except for those who were sleeping and not watching the live broadcast, almost everyone stopped being a fan at this moment. They transformed from the most fanatical fans to the craziest trolls, using almost all the vulgar words they had learned throughout their lives to vent their disillusioned goddess. But Hu Weiwei was not panicked at all. Open? Open what? She had no idea. She didn't care at all about the attacks from a bunch of poor strangers, which were just like mosquito bites. Hu Weiwei simply banned everyone from the live broadcast room, completely cutting off the outlet for the poor losers to vent their anger. She continued to focus her main energy and thoughts on how to continue to please her eldest brother. Anyway, the relationship has already been torn apart, and there is a possibility that I will be recognized if I change my account. I don't plan to do live streaming anymore. Then take advantage of this momentum and make some money. At least it won't be a waste of effort if you don't make much money. Hu Weiwei suppressed her disgust and continued to smile ingratiatingly at the screen. Brother, please give me another chance. I am definitely better than these frivolous bitches. I don't know what is so strong about her, but Hu Weiwei is just so confident. This is the inexplicable confidence that has always been filled up by the bootlickers. This strange confidence left a deep impression on Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen even heard the word confidence. The first thing that comes to my mind is not Fish Liang's song, but Hu Weiwei's incredible shamelessness. Hu Weiwei began to flirt with him, and Jiang Chen was not taken down by her because he was still sulking. And there has never been any conflict between me and this elder brother whom I have never met. I can definitely get it. However, Hu Weiwei's various solutions are full of expectations. In the end, I laughed out of anger. Jiang Chen said helplessly on the microphone, I am so angry that I laugh. Choosing this person to participate in the PK is purely for the sake of the show effect and abandoning the good mood. Okay, just pretend she doesn't exist. Everyone wins this time, 1,024 rockets per person. It was almost 2 o'clock, and Jiang Chen had had enough of the fun. Not only was Hu Weiwei unable to live a decent life in real life, her reputation on the internet was also completely ruined. It's simply awesome. And what follows is the conclusion and reward stage after the climax of this great show. Seeing that his token balance was worth about 9 million, Jiang Chen planned to spend it all at once. After giving Hu Weiwei another heavy blow, he started a crazy rocket combo mode. The 7 were shocked. Millions of people were shocked. More than 7,000 rockets? Didn't they say that the rich guy might have run out of money? That's more than 7 million. How is this possible? But no matter how much people can't believe it, no matter how unbelievable it is, Jiang Chen actually sent out more than 7,000 rockets, which exploded in the 7 live broadcast rooms. Lu Ruyan, Aing, Xiaoyang, Nico, everyone was so excited that they almost stopped breathing. Surprisingly, everyone has a share? With this wave alone, each of the 7 people will be able to get more than 500,000 later. With so much money in hand, all the hard work tonight has not been in vain. The 7 women cheered and loudly expressed their gratitude to Jiang Chen in their respective live broadcast rooms. The boss is generous. Brother Yu Qian, I love you so much. Thank you, brother, he. It's not even just these anchors, because Jiang Chen still has hundreds of thousands of change on hand, so he plans to treat his good brothers in the live broadcast room well. He directly looked up the call records and found the customer service representative who had called him before, and contacted them to get a big red envelope from the platform. The remaining tokens were directly sent to millions of fans. Those who are lucky can get hundreds of dollars, while those who are the unluckiest can only get 50 or 60 cents. These people were not like the greedy Hu Weiwei, who was both a scoundrel and a tyrant. Everyone was very happy with just 5 or 6 cents, and for a moment the screen was full of words of thanks and blessings to Jiang Chen. Boss, I was too stubborn just now. I apologize to you. I'm following you, rich brother. From now on, I'll be there wherever you go. Ha, I got 500 yuan just for watching the fun in the middle of the night. Cool. Brother Yu Qian, tell the poor brothers the truth. Are you the president of the platform? Look at what you said, how cheesy it is, as if our rich brother is just a handsome guy passing by. Jiang Chen was happy, the female anchor was happy, the platform was happy, and even most of the fans were happy. In this way, according to the law of conservation, when someone is happy, someone else must be sad. It was Hu Weiwei. At this moment, no one cared about Hu Weiwei and she became a person on the roadside. When she saw Jiang Chen sending rockets, she wanted to say something, but Lu Ruyan quickly kicked her out of the live broadcast room, and her own live broadcast room was already empty. Hu Weiwei gritted her teeth and closed the live broadcast room, shaking all over, and went straight to Lu Ruyan's live broadcast room to curse. But the assistant didn't give her any chance at all. As soon as he saw Hu Weiwei speaking, he blocked her directly. I got scolded in vain, suffered in vain, lost face in vain, I worked hard for half a day in vain. Do I have a grudge against you? Hu Weiwei was so angry that she was shaking all over. She took the phone off the holder and threw it to the ground. After hearing the sound of the screen shattering, he knelt on the ground and cried in panic. This is what Jiang Chen bought for me. Just at this moment, the roommate who was forced to go to the rooftop to get some fresh air because of the noise caused by Hu Weiwei came back. As soon as Hu Weiwei saw her, she pointed and cursed, "It's all your fault, if it wasn't you." The roommate's eyes twitched, and he didn't bother to pay attention to Hu Weiwei. He raised his middle finger and slammed the door and left. He ran to the rooftop, turned on his cell phone, and posted Hu Weiwei's personal information online. "You're crazy. You're imitating my live streaming and you're saying that my live streaming is too noisy and disturbs you. You are just a complete jerk. I wonder how those people you called poor losers will deal with you after they get to know your information." Roommate Xi Ping smiled sinisterly. She had disliked Hu Weiwei for a long time, and this was a great opportunity to teach her a lesson. The commotion that Jiang Chen had just stirred up had alarmed almost all the big anchors who were still online. Xi Ping, an internet celebrity with nearly 90,000 fans, also participated in the online registration. But she was not selected, and she was already dissatisfied with Hu Weiwei for her bad luck. "I was scolded for no reason again, how could I resist not adding insult to injury?